Time is akin to a ruler, measuring the essence of civilization in epigraph. Isui, the protagonist, awakens once more, the concept of time having long since become nebulous. He experiences a sense of suffocation, the difficulty in breathing rendering his already foggy mind even more bewildered. All he recalls is that his name is Isui, a dreamer and aspiring writer hailing from the prestigious University of Tokyo in the 21st century. However, Isui now senses an unsettling predicament. After a moment, his body regained some tactile sensation, and he attempted to move his fingers. Through the feeling in the back of his hand, he discerned that he was lying on a surface as soft as leather upholstery. Gradually, awareness returned to his spine, and central nervous system seemed intact, and aside from the respiratory distress, he felt relatively well. All right, Isui must concede that he was experiencing some difficulty in breathing. The dust from the skies settled upon the earth, and more beams of light pierced through the cracks, allowing him to discern his surroundings. He found himself within a contraption resembling a cryogenic pod, although there were no tubes affixed to his body, nor was there an oxygen circulation system. Quite the disappointment. In such a low-oxygen environment, his survival would be fleeting. What on earth is happening? Where am I? He had merely spent a night typing away, then reclined. And now, he awakens, confined within this wretched cryogenic pod. This type of pod was something he had only encountered while searching for materials. Isui is an individual who takes pride in his studies of political, economic, and cultural theories, as well as a fervent admirer of the Galactic Empire. In simpler terms, a cyberpunk aficionado. In a moment of heated contention, someone challenged him, saying, "If you have the ability, write your own science fiction." Thus, the cyber-savvy critic transformed into an aspiring online author, albeit one struggling to find success. Isui rummaged through the confines of the capsule for an extended period, yet he could not locate any buttons or switches to open the hatch. With no other recourse, he attempted to strike the screen with his arm, but to no avail. The sharp pain that coursed through him delivered a stark message to his brain. How can this contraption be so sturdy? Isui lamented involuntarily. As various bodily functions gradually resumed, he began to feel the gnawing pangs of hunger. At last, he comprehended the reality of his predicament had traversed dimensions, only to face the grim possibility of perishing in such a suffocating manner. Moreover, the hibernation pod seemed to be inexplicably suspended in midair, and he sensed that he was in free fall all of a sudden. Intense pressure against his back made him realize that the pod had landed, halting his descent. However, the lack of oxygen left him in a state of profound discomfort, hunger gnawing at him, and his limbs felt weak. It was as if he glimpsed the specters of despair. Abruptly, a beam of blinding light illuminated the screen, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. Yisui's eyelids felt too heavy to lift, and he sensed himself being moved, yet he struggled to respond, sinking back into a state of lethargy. Soon after, he heard a peculiar language, and suddenly, its translation surfaced within his mind. His fading consciousness yearned to cry out for help, but he realized he could not articulate their words yet. Astonishingly, he could comprehend them. Was this some form of supernatural ability? Transfer successful. The coffin remains undamaged. Shall we proceed to open it? Without the need to open, securely stored, we shall return immediately. A coffin? Have I encountered tomb raiders? What should I do? Panic. Isui lost consciousness and fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, a small black screen behind his head suddenly illuminated, revealing several lines of Chinese characters. The subject has entered a state of suspended animation. The hibernation system has reactivated, continuing sleep. Beep, beep. Insufficient energy. Please replenish energy. Without energy, hibernation ceases. Isui found himself on a desert planet, shrouded in yellow sand. A furious sandstorm raged, violently sweeping across the surface of the planet. Here, the soil and minerals had turned to dust, and the planet's gravitational balance was disrupted. One could scarcely distinguish sky from earth. The amount of sand in the air was a quantity beyond measure. The atmosphere was nearly indistinguishable from land, saturated with an equal share of sand. Such an eccentric planet is not particularly strange within the cosmos. A planet rife with sandstorms and extreme temperature fluctuations exceeding 310 degrees Celsius renders it devoid of value beyond scientific inquiry. Even its scientific merit is questionable, primarily due to its proximity to the ancestral star, facilitating transportation. Scientists need not descend upon this planet for field research. They can simply operate a series of satellites equipped with observational instruments from outer space effortlessly. Why acquiring a plethora of data suitable for academic publications? An ancient planet that has harbored no trace of life for an eternity, although certain species could potentially endure such an environment. However, this planet lies deep within the heart of the Great Xia Alliance, one of the few celestial bodies that still retains its planetary form amidst the ancestral stars of the owl. Lienza, along with its untouched beauty, this moment. Engage silent mode, eradicate all sound, and deactivate the engines. Activate the peptide negative core ion thrusters and shut down all electromagnetic devices. A one-eyed man issued the command with an icy demeanor. His attire resembled that of a pirate captain, yet he piloted a swift Hornet-class interstellar exploration vessel. Was this an unconventional form of cosplay? We are within the territory of the Alliance, even if there are merely a few antiquated research satellites drifting in outer space. This mission must proceed without a single miss. Understood. The sound of the whistle vanished, and the buzzing akin to bees flapping their wings ceased. Power was cut off to all parts of the ship, except for the control room, and the remaining electricity was solely derived from the operation of the peptide negative core ion thruster. Through negative and electronic conversion. In an instant, the vessel was engulfed in darkness, with scarcely a shard of light penetrating the atmosphere of extremely low visibility. The only source of illumination was the GL. Out of the display screens in the control room. Aside from the low-powered, exorbitantly priced peptide negative core ion thruster, no other components of the ship were operational. The electromagnetic spectrum emitted by the peptide negative core ion thrusters was undetectable by the research satellites in the vicinity. Even if a passing fleet were to casually scan the area out of boredom, they would be unable to capture the spectrum of their thrusters. Any fleet capable of detecting the electromagnetic spectrum of their peptide negative core ion thrusters would require a full day to arrive at full power. This information was confirmed by their intelligence, and they appeared to hold this belief with unwavering conviction. Is there truly such a thing here? The young man's patience waned in comparison to others. It matters not even without any gains. They will still pay, considering it a trip. A striking woman in a crimson trench coat replied. Curiously, she bore a pair of fleshy wings upon her back, and a leathery tail protruded from her posterior, resembling a female demon, albeit lacking horns. To her, this task, devoid of combat, yet offering substantial rewards, resembled a funded excursion. Silence! The pirate captain bellowed. Irate, shut down all screens and execute the withdrawal as per the original plan. There must be no mistakes whatsoever. Do you understand what we are dealing with, you fools? Behind us, there is a strong likelihood of an ancient human body. All present displayed grave expressions of shock, fully aware of the implications. A grave transgression against the Alliance. The theft of an ancient human body results in immediate execution for all participants. Without trial, any protectors or instigators shall also face immediate execution without trial. The responsibility for investigation and execution falls to the local Great Xia Alliance's Imperial Guard Legion, reformed on site. This severe transgression of the Alliance is underpinned by the authority established through 13 large-scale genocidal wars. It signifies that at least 13 colossal races, each comprising trillions, have coveted the remains of the ancient humans. Furthermore, the Alliance has indeed annihilated 13 such races at any cost. The woman in the trench coat then inquired, "What, pray tell, do those beings gain from their relentless slaughter?" "This is not a matter for us to concern ourselves with," the pirate captain replied, his uncertainty palpable. "It is highly likely that he possesses viable genetic material and certified blood, especially since there remains some active essence." The woman in the trench coat swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Is he truly one of the original human race? Does he still possess viable sperm?" Do not let your imagination run wild. Refrain from any contact. It will be less painful when the time comes. The pirate captain warned. Whether it be the Alliance or those buyers, they will hunt you down. What the buyer's desire may extend beyond merely eviscerating him for the sake of the Alliance's superficial preservation of the corpse. They seek the secrets within him that could enable the Alliance to rule the universe for millennia. All of this was keenly observed by Yi Sui, who was hidden away in the storeroom. Yi Sui discovered he possessed the ability to hear all things. Now, Yi Sui was in a state of panic, envisioning a future where he might be dissected, subjected to various biological experiments, living a fate worse than death. He must devise a means of self-preservation. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the pirate captain rallied his loyal crew, those who had faced death alongside him. With a boisterous laugh, the captain declared, "Lads, take your positions, leave this place, and flee into the cosmos with your ill-gotten gains. Live freely. If we have but a day to live, let us live it grandly." Yes. The crew responded in unison. Chapter 2. Black Eats Black. Murder to Silence. And the hidden sparrow Yi Sui once again strained to open his eyes, but found nothing but darkness surrounding him. Yet, through the cracks, faint beams of light occasionally pierced the gloom. Where exactly was he? How in the world could he unlock this damned cryogenic chamber? Suddenly, he sensed an increase in the oxygen within the chamber. This surge invigorated Yi Sui's consciousness, a result of the enhanced oxygen levels. He calmed himself and attempted to observe the outside world. The space resembled a container, small and devoid of illumination, with light emanating from the cockpit area. The spacecraft traversed through gravel and dust, rendering visibility exceedingly poor, almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. Were one to possess a god's perspective, they would behold a diminutive vessel, shaped like a tetrahedron. Its exterior was enveloped in a layer of soft, color-shifting, light-absorbing metal, with panels resembling its hull distributed along its sides. Inside lay a pitch-black, gold-embellished, coffin-like cryogenic chamber, ominously stationed there, in the vastness of outer space. A space station accompanied by research satellites appeared, while the incongruous spacecraft approached the station. After several adjustments, the vessel ejected from its compartment and nestled into the docking port beneath the space station. "Welcome, Professor Wang. What a distinguished presence you are, truly a youthful prodigy." Two humanoid beings greeted the guest with fervent enthusiasm, their exaggerated expressions brimming with sycophancy. They released a cherished, comfortable gas to elevate the atmospheric pressure, crafting an inviting environment for their esteemed visitor. However, their efforts were in vain, as Wang Dong remained indifferent to such gestures. Wang Dong was a researcher at the foremost astronomical institute in the capital of Amstar. Born into the imperial Wang family of the Ziwei star, the administrative center of the Great Xia Alliance, one enters the world as a first-class citizen of the Alliance. Citizenship serves primarily as a symbol of status, an emblem of honor, accompanied by commensurate privileges. To possess citizenship is to wield power. To possess citizenship is to command wealth. To possess citizenship is to enjoy exclusive rights. A staggering 99% of the population within the Great Xia Alliance lacks citizenship, yet they maintain legitimate identities sanctioned by the administrative authorities of their respective star systems. Furthermore, Wang Dong is a derivative, a being cultivated through human genetic manipulation, endowed with reproductive capabilities. Due to differing objectives, the genetic stability and direction of derivatives vary. The Wang family represents the pinnacle of derivative lineage, exhibiting superior genetic stability, immense potential, and commendable reproductive capacity. However, the inhabitants of AMU Star remain oblivious to these nuances. They merely recognize Wang Dong's illustrious background, which propels him to prominence and boundless prospects. Wang Dong's ostensible purpose for being here is to retrieve 16 research satellites and the 13-year-long findings of 6 researchers. Tragically, the fruits of their labor will be appropriated by Wang Dong, relegating them to the role of mere data analysts. Nonetheless, they are promised an elusive opportunity, a potential assignment to a habitable planet. 13 years of seemingly futile existence in space has nearly driven them to madness. In truth, his mission is to oversee a band of thieves tasked with locating the remains of the primordial human race. This endeavor is part of a grand scheme orchestrated by his Wang family along with 9 other clans, collectively referred to as the 10 Divine Clans. Humanity, having birthed the derivatives, has thus elevated itself to the status of deity within their design, colluding with opposing forces, engaging in dark dealings, and subsequently casting the blame upon the thieving faction and its allied alien adversaries. Such nefarious actions cannot remain concealed. Bloodshed is inevitably required. Storm Star 1633 is situated deep within the Alliance's territory, merely 2 star systems away from the ancestral homeworld of the Alliance. The pilfered remains of the original human race, appropriated for research, will compel the Alliance to wage a significant interstellar war to exact vengeance. Thus, alien allies, it is your unfortunate fate to perish. Your blessings I shall inherit on your behalf. What is the status of the reconnaissance? Inquired Wang Dong with an air of high decorum. Everything is normal. All data from Storm Star 1633 is stable. Gravitational forces are steadily increasing and are expected to peak tomorrow, facilitating another suction event, responded a female humanoid being. The male humanoid, visibly anxious, replied, all data has matured. We can present it in 6 standard hours. He hesitantly reiterated, if. Not to worry. One must see a task through to completion. I shall wait here for a day, Wang Dong remarked nonchalantly, as if it were a grand favor. The AMU star system rotates swiftly, rendering 6 hours equivalent to a full day. I also possess a small ion detection device aboard my ship. During the lull of the dust storm, I shall conduct another assessment to ascertain the horizon. The 2 humanoid beings trembled in fear at his words. They were, indeed, concealing a crucial piece of data. The estimated horizon of Storm Star 1633 remains undisclosed and unexamined. This planet experiences an extraordinary tidal phenomenon, known as the suction motion, every 2.5 years. The increased gravitational pull renders the planet akin to a suction cup, causing a significant reduction in the atmospheric dust. This moment presents the optimal opportunity to observe the surface and seek the horizon. Time is of the essence, as the suction motion is set to reach its zenith tonight. They must depart. Otherwise, once the sand barrier overhead obstructs the light, even research satellites will inevitably detect such a colossal unidentified object. In the vastness of outer space, Wang Dong discreetly transmits information from his spacecraft. Meanwhile, 2 researchers, Jill Barros and Maria Schreiber, diligently monitor the peak performance of the suction motion and calibrate the height of the horizon. For satellites emerge simultaneously at the planet's maximum latitude, while a comet in an elliptical orbit conveniently obstructs the light between the sandstorm planet 1633 and its star, casting a shadow over the landscape. The spectacle of 2 moons gracing the sky can be witnessed from any corner of this celestial body. Wang Dong observes the ion detector and the electromagnetic sensor within the satellite, which has been thrown into disarray by the comet's transit, and remarks with a smile. The timing is impeccable. Celestial messenger, delivery at hand, prepare to receive. At this moment, the 2 researchers in outer space, Jill Barros and Maria Schreiber, detect an anomaly. An unfamiliar substance, distinct from the sand and larger debris of sandstorm planet 1633, reveals an alternative form under the light of the telescope. They speculate it to be new phase iron. This planet has not welcomed visitors for countless eons, so it is undoubtedly not a remnant. Well then, no need for speculation. It seems to be the work of intruders. In this desolate place devoid of any value, what could possibly be worth stealing? Sand, perhaps? Their gaze turned towards Dr. Wang Dong, inquiring, what do you suggest, Dr. Wang? Wang Dong, seemingly indifferent, cast his eyes towards the starry sky, responding with a hint of impatience. What is it to you? Just report it to the authorities. The Thieves spacecraft was making its escape from Sandstorm Planet 1633, yet they had already abandoned the protective cover of the shifting sands. Even relics from antiquated research satellites could detect their presence. However, everything had been meticulously planned. A secure route existed to evade reconnaissance, and assistance awaited beyond the ecological chain of AMU star. Suddenly, as the Thieves spacecraft was about to embark on the designated safe path, they came under attack. Alarm! Alarm! 90% of the propulsion system is damaged. The left wing engine is completely destroyed. The entire vessel spiraled downward, its power system compromised, while an individual wielded a directional simulated stellar gravitational device against them. It was a clear case of betrayal, as the precision of the assault on their propulsion system was unmistakable. A woman in a striking red coat, her bosom prominently displayed, bore a flushed visage, clearly exhilarated. This transformation had been enhanced with distinctive features. Ah, you understand. Her delicate tongue caressed her crimson lips, executing an enticing gesture. Were it not for their precarious aerial spin, she would have eagerly indulged in the moment. Captain Budley of the pirate ship showed no hesitation, fleeing the vessel with his trusted accomplices and a coffin in tow. This speedster-class ship had likely been thoroughly scrutinized by them long before. The woman in the crimson trench coat exuded an air of aggression, eager for confrontation. Bartley, held in high esteem, bellowed, "Do not meddle, swiftly relocate." Each of them piloted modified airships, with the power systems occupying over 90% of the vessel's volume. Specifically designed for rapid escape, the confined space necessitated that Andre dismantle the seating, forcing him to navigate the airship from atop a coffin. Strangely, they had yet to uncover the source of their assailants. Only the darkness of the cosmos bore witness to an enigmatic entity, devoid of heat or electromagnetic energy, leaving no trace of an attack. It was as though they had collided with a meteorite. "Boss, this is peculiar. What on earth is this entity? Is it merely toying with us?" The demon hunter's emotions surged, the infernal lineage of the woman in red surging uncontrollably. Andre harbored his own suspicions, yet chose to remain silent. Perhaps it was a case of betrayal, elimination, or a lurking predator. Contemplating this, he patted the coffin beneath him, a wave of doubt washing over him. Andre Yass, a native of the Atrevis race, hailed from the satellite city of Xia Mountain on AM Star. The captain of the Star Thieves Guild, he had navigated the outer cosmos of the Third Frontier for 30 years, a venerable space pirate. His actual age exceeded a century. Yet it was well known that the Atrevis people were not a long-lived race. This was attributed to extensive modifications and the incorporation of traits from other species. He was a notorious figure, a celebrated corsair. Chapter 3. The more one resembles a human, the more one embodies the essence of affluent gentlemen and ladies. The turbulence proved to be an arduous experience for Isui, who found himself unceremoniously hoisted by a man donned as a pirate captain, and unceremoniously tossed onto a small airship along with his cryogenic pod. The airship lacked even a semblance of privacy, leaving him exposed to the harsh cosmic radiation. To his astonishment, a rather shocking figure, resembling a four-pedaled dairy plopped directly onto his head. Consequently, Isui felt as though he were on a roller coaster, spinning and dancing through the vast expanse of the universe. Meanwhile, on the distant AM Star, the capital's patrol ship 1002 received orders to depart from the starport. Commanding the vessel was Inspector Doug Lynn, clad in a form-fitting leather uniform and sporting an extravagant hairstyle held aloft by copious amounts of hair gel. His demeanor exuded confidence and bravado, befitting one who had ascended to the head of the major crimes unit at such a tender age. Doug Lynn, a second-class citizen of the Alliance, hailed from a family that secured citizenship at birth, in the historic yet economically lagging locale of the AM Star life chain. He was among the elite, a quintessential offspring of the privileged. It is noteworthy that even the hereditary autonomous lord and administrative governor of AM Star was merely a first-class citizen. The female agents nearby, captivated by Inspector Lynn's eloquent discourse, were utterly enthralled. Amidst the adoration of his female admirers, Doug Lynn calmly directed the ship towards Sandstorm Star 1633. Shortly thereafter, he received a response from Dr. Wang Dong of the AM Star Capital's first astronomical research institute. The vessel had collided with a considerably sized meteorite and was utterly annihilated. Though the reasoning lacked rigor, Doug Lynn promptly issued a command for a return to base. Unbeknownst to him, he was merely a pawn in a larger scheme. Oblivious to Dr. Wang Dong's true identity, he was responsible for providing some feasible cover for Andre. In retrospect, Doug Lynn could easily absolve himself by claiming he did not wish to provoke the formidable Andre, a futile endeavor. When Dr. Wang Dong mentioned being struck by a meteorite, Doug Lynn surmised that Andre's crew had employed cunning escape tactics. Capturing them was out of the question, and he returned to his own level of safety. What do you think? Dereliction of duty, undoubtedly, yet it was not egregious enough to warrant execution. After all, having indirectly allowed Andre to escape, Doug Lynn could not possibly evade all repercussions. As for dereliction, such behavior was commonplace among officials of the Great Xia Alliance. Unbeknownst to them, the wreckage of the Thieves spacecraft drifted far away, fortuitously discovered by commander of the AM Star Cruiser 7722 during his patrol. They falsely reported having defeated an unknown band of small cosmic pirates. Subsequently, their commander was subjected to torture by the investigation team. Andre, despite his best efforts, found himself unable to shake off his pursuers. Unsurprisingly, he was locked onto. What was truly terrifying was that he had yet to lay eyes on the enemy. At this moment, Andre swiftly maneuvered, guiding his spacecraft to weave through the asteroid belt, only to find the asteroid seemingly attacking him with intent. The adversaries, fearful of leaving traces, refrained from using conventional weaponry, not wishing to harm what lay within the stasis pod. Inside the stasis pod, Isui felt utterly disoriented, afraid to make a sound. For neither party harbored good intentions. Suddenly, he sensed the stasis pod being opened, realizing it could only be accessed from the outside. His skin was exposed to the vastness of space, creating a sense of profound discomfort. Isui attempted to resist, but before he could react, he was swiftly shoved into a peculiar bag. The exertion was immense, to the point where it felt as though her bones might shatter. "Liz, I leave everything to you. I shall provide cover," roared Andre, as a small red heart flickered discreetly behind him. He piloted the airship, leading the remaining 4 subordinates to delay the enemy. The woman in the crimson coat, known as Liz Scar, possessed a quarter of demon lineage. She attempted to change direction to flee, but soon found herself compelled to halt. Surrounding her were over a dozen battle airships, encircling her before Liz could prepare a counterattack. An electromagnetic net was cast upon her, rendering her devoid of strength and consciousness. Liz and her airship were drawn into a vast interstellar vessel resembling a colossal whale. This ship was concealed within a large meteorite, equipped with advanced technological camouflage. Upon entering the ship, Liz was freed from the electromagnetic state of apparent death, yet remained under control. Simultaneously, she was administered a suppressant, fearing the awakening of her demonic heritage. At this moment, a man adorned in a silver Tengu mask appeared, gently pinching Liz's exquisite face as he inquired with a warm smile, "Where is the cargo? What did you discover in this search?" "The goods are aboard Andre's airship. He never provided me with anything. You have been deceived." Liz unhesitatingly betrayed her leader, feeling no psychological burden. The silver Tengu man replied, "Besides seduction, demons possess an interdimensional pocket. Produce it." The demonic race possesses not only the innate ability for spatial storage, but also the power of interdimensional teleportation. However, Andre refrained from implanting the teleportation ability, as doing so would render both theirs exceedingly unstable. At present, Andre found himself unable to locate another demon willing to allow him to transplant their racial talent, particularly one as exceptional as Lizzie Scar, who had awakened 3 racial abilities. Initially, Andre concealed Isui within his interdimensional pocket, an act that would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Silver Tengu group. Subsequently, through this pocket, he intended to transfer Isui into Lizzie Scar's own interdimensional space. The Silver Tengu would merely observe an exchange of items, remaining oblivious to whether Isui was among them. It was plausible that Andre could hurl any random object, keeping it hidden, or perhaps teleport it away, or even pass it to Lizzie for safekeeping or transportation. The crux of the matter was that they could hardly fathom that a genius, endowed with 3 racial talents, yet possessing only a quarter of demon blood, could become the star slave of a notorious pirate. In the peculiar pouch, Isui felt as though he were being torn apart, desperately attempting to break free. Lizzie employed the power of dead matter teleportation, but Isui's resistance caused an unforeseen complication in the process. As dusk gradually descended upon the western mountains, the sun tumbled and rolled down the celestial curtain, marking the passage of time. They had grown old, the decay of civilization evident in every patch of rusted iron. In the satellite city of Xia Mountain on AM Star, a simulated life planet abandoned by AM Star for over a century, the inhabitants clung to the remnants of outdated simulation equipment from the previous century, barely managing to keep the space city from collapsing. Here has become the largest slum on Amstar, with the old starport in the Xia Mountain satellite city serving as the most extensive black market on the planet. The inhabitants survive daily by scavenging through refuse, which originates from 3 sources. First, remnants from the last century. Second, refuse from other life-bearing planets dumped here. And third, the products generated by the residents themselves. Observe closely. A white-haired girl clad in a full protective suit is rummaging through the trash. Suddenly, she appears to have stumbled upon something alive, hastily searching through the debris, only to discover the corpse of a young man, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age. Upon closer inspection of his features, the white-haired girl gasps in astonishment. He bears an uncanny resemblance to a human, certainly the ill-fated scion of a wealthy family, and moreover, the sole survivor of a family tragedy. Not sensing any breath or heartbeat from him, she employs the mechanical tendrils of her robotic pack to bind the lifeless body. "But young master, since you have departed, may you fulfill my aspirations of wealth. as humanity has ascended to become the interstellar sovereign. While pure-blood humans remain somewhat concealed in the shadows, all alien species, automatons, and synthetic beings in the universe are revered for their human-like appearance. Thus, the closer one resembles a human, the more they are regarded as a noble young master or miss. With the aid of an exoskeleton from her toolkit, walking becomes effortless as she departs the refuse yard. The White-Haired Girl, by Ling, utilizes her mechanical backpack to transport the lifeless youth to a dilapidated metal shelter. The paint is so worn that it has become unrecognizable, large patches peeling away to reveal layers of rust beneath. Bai Lingyin ignites a fire core lamp, a special fuel lamp, easy to source, simple to make, and cost-effective. Its dim yellow light radiating warmth as wisps of smoke drift through the holes in the roof and into the sky. Bai Lingyin, equipped with a highly advanced mechanical hand resembling a prosthetic limb, grasped a quick-setting agent. With a swift motion, she smeared it against the wall, extinguishing the flame of the miner's lamp. The wall shimmered as if coated in phosphorescent powder, emitting a faint glow that, while subtle, sufficed for her needs. Bai Lingyin let out a soft sigh, rubbing her hands together before opening them to reveal a constellation of glimmering starlight nestled in her palms. A gentle breath sent the celestial brilliance cascading throughout the room. This was Bai Lingyin's innate ability, illusory light. Her clear eyes beheld the myriad of stars illuminating the space, harmonizing with the distant glow of descending stars outside the hole. A cool, handsome smile graced her face as she prepared to commence her work. The young girl, brimming with enthusiasm, activated the illumination of her mechanical backpack. With deft control of the robotic arm, she extracted various tools and lifted the boy's shirt, marking a cross on his waist. The surgical scalpel approached slowly as Bai Lingyin readied herself to extract his kidney, the most prized of organs. A dose of counterfeit Johnson's serum was injected into his side to ensure the organ remained viable. The serum invigorated the dormant cells within Yi Sui's body, flooding it with hormones. The pain and stimulation from the serum roused Yi Sui from his stupor once more. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the disconcerting sight of his own entrails being extracted. At that moment, Bai Lingyin blinked awkwardly, regretting her decision not to administer anesthesia beforehand. The two locked eyes for an extended moment, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Chapter 4. The maid Bai Lingyin desires to warm the bed. Bai Lingyin, having shouldered her backpack and poised to make her escape, found herself swiftly intercepted by Yi Sui, who seized her mechanical arm. Bai Lingyin dared not exert force, fearful that it might lead to excessive bleeding from Yi Sui's wound, potentially costing him his life. For this individual is truly a person. Just moments ago, I inadvertently pierced his skin. The blood analysis and mechanical archive registered a staggering match rate of 99.9999999999 with that woman, the distinguished citizen. This immediate assessment led the mechanical archive to classify her as an elite citizen. Had it not been for the fact that the mechanical AI was offline, an alarm would have been triggered automatically. Bai Lingyin, a black market individual with a revoked identity, would have merely excavated the corpse had she truly been a second-class citizen. It is not as though this is her first encounter. After all, there are others to take the blame. However, should an elite citizen perish on AM Star, given the Alliance's tendency to protect their own, they would undoubtedly scour the entire ecological chain of AM Star. The stardust ant nests would require rapid solidification fluid, and the linear worms would need to be severed with microlasers. Thus, Bai Lingyin could only force a smile and timidly say, "Young master, I am merely performing emergency surgery on you. Do you believe me?" Her mechanical backpack appeared to be a panacea, capable of performing myriad tasks. Although the mechanical arm seemed rudimentary, it possessed an intelligence level that was starkly incongruous with its appearance. Bai Lingyin skillfully maneuvered the mechanical arm to tend to his wound, successfully staunching the flow of blood. She apologized, "Young master, I truly did not intend this. I was unaware of your significant background." Yet, Yi Sui retorted, "Do not call me young master. Where are we?" The AI system of the mechanical backpack initiated an automatic language detection. Unrecognized language, unable to identify, insufficient permissions. Beep, beep. Immediate reporting recommended. Bai Lingyin took a deep breath, her heart pounding with trepidation. Is this the formidable strength of a reincarnated player? Even the ordinary language he spoke is too daunting to be recognized. This language, I seem to have never encountered it before. Why is it that he speaks in a tongue so different from ours, yet I can comprehend it? if the AI within the mechanical backpack has indeed not recorded it, rendering it unrecognizable, then it must be that he employs some extraordinary means, perhaps an innate racial talent. Here lies the Xia Mountain Satellite City, the largest slum on the entire AM star, a place steeped in despair. Bai Ling articulated this, and Yi Sui sensed an undercurrent of resentment in her tone that seemed incongruous with her otherwise nonchalant demeanor. After all, a child born in a slum would undoubtedly harbor some grievances. As a planet traverses the space between the star and Xia Mountain Satellite City, another solar eclipse unfolds. It lasts but half an hour before the sky regains its brilliance. Suddenly, Bai Ling perceives something, extending her mechanical arm to brace against the ground, executing a graceful backflip to evade danger. With a delicate sniff of her petite nose, she identifies the source of the disturbance. She then extends two mechanical arms, seizing Yi Sui and fleeing. With a leap into the air, she stabilizes herself with her mechanical limbs, landing deftly on an old, derelict crane at the foot of a mountain of refuse. This perilous jump jolts Yi Sui into alertness. Sheepishly, he inquires, What are you planning to do? Before Bai Ling has a chance to respond, a resounding explosion erupts as a caravan is launched into the air. A sense of dread envelopes Yi Sui. There is a fuel leak, the cause of which remains unclear, leading to a chemical explosion. Bai Ling, too, is at a loss for words. Is this a manifestation of the white-haired girl's experience or the capabilities of the mechanical backpack she carries? Later, Bai Ling led Yi Sui to his secondary hideout, a Ferris wheel toppled on the ground. Under Bai Ling's watchful gaze, Yi Sui cautiously consumed a can of synthetic beef and a packet of energy biscuits. He found himself pondering the reason behind Bai Ling's actions. After Yi Sui regained consciousness, Bai Ling refrained from causing him harm, treating him with a certain courtesy instead. Yet, her reluctance to speak left Yi Sui feeling increasingly agitated, prompting him to finally inquire, Why did you save me and provide me with food? What is it that you truly wish for me to do? Admittedly, his words were somewhat blunt, yet they suited the socially inexperienced Bai Ling perfectly. I wish to ask you to take me away from this place. Bai Ling promised, I can serve as your maid. Yi Sui was taken aback. He himself was uncertain how to escape this predicament. However, he understood that she, like those who had stolen his cryopod, believed herself to be part of an initial race. He was human, having no connection to the so-called initial race. Yet, Yi Sui chose not to clarify his identity, thinking it better to maintain the status quo while he still had breath. Should he reveal the truth, what if this round, gas-masked, little white cat girl decided to tear him apart? Why should I accept you as my maid? Yi Sui asked, trying to feign nonchalance, though a hint of unease flickered in his eyes. In the little girl's gaze, however, his words echoed with the weight of a declaration capable of determining the fates of thousands. He seemed every bit the haughty young master, even more arrogant than the woman before him, casting a disdainful glance from a 45-degree angle, as if to convey, What pitiful creature do you think you are to be worthy of serving me? The sentiment was unmistakably clear, bold and resolute. This is precisely the essence of treating others as less than human. However, in the legal sense, Bai Ling is no longer considered a person. The specifics of the Great Xia Alliance's legal definitions shall remain unaddressed for the moment. Now, with her account terminated, Bai Ling is even less worthy of Yi Sui. To serve as a mere toilet for the young master, even he would disdain her for being too insignificant. Young master, please do not look down upon me. My identity has merely been revoked, which is not entirely degrading, Bai Ling said. Her face flushed with shame as she revealed her identity, from the Su family of the Ziwei Star Imperial Capital. Yi Sui nodded hesitantly, pondering where Ziwei Star might be. Yet, Bai Ling quickly resumed her role, exclaiming, I, Bai Ling, have the honor of meeting the young master. Currently, Yi Sui had only encountered Bai Ling, who seemed relatively amiable and devoid of malice. Regardless of whether he could aid her in departing, he figured that keeping her company would pose no detriment, but rather, he could reap some benefits. For instance, this canned synthetic beef, though resembling a mound of mud, surprisingly boasted a rather pleasant taste. I am Yi Sui. I am not particularly fond of having a maidservant, but you may accompany me. If possible, I will assist you in leaving this place. At that moment, Yi Sui mused internally. If I truly possess any special status, I shall undoubtedly assist you. Bai Ling appeared quite pleased and cheerfully arranged a set of bedding for Yi Sui. She prepared a makeshift bed constructed from 4 sofas, which was notably clean and devoid of unpleasant odors, made from a unique fiber. Meanwhile, Bai Ling stood beside him, her head bowed, her expression somewhat peculiar. Yisui observed that Bai Lingyin had not departed, and two conspiracy theories unexpectedly began to arise in his mind. One individual intended to take advantage of Yisui's vulnerability by undressing him to scrutinize his physique in order to further ascertain his identity. The other sought to exploit Yisui's lack of defenses, launching an attack while he was unguarded. Yisui, meanwhile, was observing Bai Lingyin, who remained with her head bowed, her expression transforming into one of excitement as though she were eager to engage. Yisui called out, "Bai Lingyin." "Ah." Bai Lingyin finally lifted her head, momentarily taken aback. Yisui, with a grave tone, questioned, "Why have you not yet stepped outside?" In truth, Bai Lingyin had been hesitating, contemplating whether to step forward and warm the bed. Just as she had mentally prepared herself, Yisui had pushed her out, leaving her with a tinge of defiance. Chapter 5. Tales of Xia Mountain in the AMU star system. The nights on Xia Mountain last only 3 hours, a brief respite for Yisui. With time on his hands, he began to ponder the economic, political, and cultural structures of Xia Mountain, delving into its history. He sought several books from Bai Lingyin, yet she appeared utterly perplexed by the concept of books. Consequently, Yisui employed the ability to listen to all things to articulate the word book to her once more. Instantly, she comprehended and, seemingly out of nowhere, procured a soft screen and an electronic display. She then combined the soft screen with the electronic display and connected it to her massive mechanical backpack. After a series of manipulations by the mechanical arm, the display finally responded, slowly revealing an array of text. Upon seeing these words, Yisui was initially taken aback. Then, a wave of astonishment surged within him. He could effortlessly comprehend these characters. At this juncture, Yisui has finally come to a profound realization. His extraordinary abilities extend far beyond merely comprehending the languages of others or making himself understood. He possesses the remarkable capacity to decipher an array of written texts. Currently displayed on the screen before him are characters inscribed in the languages of the Ituasians and the Shibians, chronicling a segment of history. In Ituasi, AM signifies mother. Due to the planet's rotation and the movement of its star, only a minuscule portion, 1/12 of the planet, located at the northernmost point experiences the cycle of day and night. The remainder of the planet remains shrouded in perpetual night, varying only between twilight and deep night. This phenomenon has resulted in a population concentration in that specific region where the ancient Ituasians inhabited the most favorable environments, establishing AM Star's largest and sole city, AM City. The satellite city of Xia Mountain is constructed in outer space. During its zenith, it evolved into a colossal metropolis comprising 27 supersized administrative districts, housing 1/6 of AM Star's population. Despite lacking independent industries and agriculture, the satellite city's flourishing commerce and entertainment industries have consistently maintained its GDP in the second position, surpassed only by the capital of the AM Star Autonomous Region, AM City. A situation that is also a consequence of the administrative body's deliberate suppression. The Ituasians harbor an intense and obsessive passion for space, fervently migrating to the satellite city. This fervor stems from the second interstellar expedition of humanity. As fleets traversed the skies, a proclamation incited the space-yearning Ituasians to overthrow the old government, joining the Great Xia Alliance as the 13th member, thus forming the Servant Army. The Atavisions are thus deeply entrenched within the Great Xia Alliance, thriving as a relatively prosperous race. However, those endowed with potential have departed from AM Star, which has since transformed into an autonomous realm governed by the High Priest of the Atavisions, who assumes the role of both autonomous lord and administrative overseer. The Atavisions, proud of their ancestral achievements, consider themselves a venerable civilization. Yet, AM Star is also home to other minority ethnic groups, the Kaka and the Yaziku, who have seen their lands and homes encroached upon for the construction of the space elevator's base, intended to rival satellite cities. Initially, the Atavisions, possessing a civilized mindset, refrained from seizing the possessions of the indigenous people and instead relocated them to Xia Mountain, where they became the early inhabitants. The Kaka, with their rustic lifestyle and a robust spirit of camaraderie, coupled with their newfound wealth from displacement and a common goal of resisting the economic encroachment of the Atavisions, emerged as the preeminent gang in the satellite city. The self-proclaimed civilized Atavisions are appalled by their violence and barbarism. History, it seems, is replete with similar and equally tragic narratives. The Yaziku, having finally caught the last train of civilization, served as cheap labor during the development of the satellite city. With the Atavision's exploitation from above and the Kaka's oppression from below, their lives have become exceedingly arduous. It is widely recognized that the Atavisions are a short-lived species, typically living only 35 to 40 solar years. Furthermore, they endure reproductive challenges due to their frail renal function, which deteriorates even more rapidly in the harshness of space. Consequently, the demand for kidney transplants is immense, and the genetically related Kaka and Yaziku have become the primary sources for such organs. The feeble Yazik people have sadly become the primary source of human organ harvesting. A notorious incident once erupted, targeting the Yazik community with a brutal organ extraction campaign. Members of the Kaka tribe brazenly kidnapped several Yazik individuals in broad daylight at a central marketplace, conducting gruesome surgeries on site. This shocking act was broadcast live across the entire alliance, leaving the self-proclaimed civilized Atervis people utterly humiliated. Thanks to the advanced medical technology in the satellite cities, many Yazik individuals, now reduced to a single kidney, were equipped with prosthetics, dramatically enhancing their combat capabilities. This unfortunate fate momentarily galvanized them into a formidable alliance. The Kaka thugs, who directly performed the organ extractions, faced a furious backlash. Subsequently, the affluent Atervis elite, who had benefited from the harvested organs, saw their businesses, enterprises, shops, and clubs suffer devastating repercussions. In no time, the phenomenon of zero-cost purchases swept through Xia Mountain, turning it into the most lawless area of Amstar. Consequently, the tourism industry plummeted, leading to widespread commercial bankruptcies. Aside from the medical companies that reap substantial profits, no one emerged victorious. The Kaka tribe, steadfast in their traditions, refused to adopt prosthetic modifications, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming losses, though they continued to vocalize their resistance. Even the commoners among the Atervis people held their heads high, dismissing any understanding of the conflict. They only recognized that after the war broke out between the Kaka and the Yazik, the price of kidneys had plummeted. The Yazik, desperate for money, were compelled to sell their organs for transformation. Almost the entire Yazik community underwent this transformation, encompassing the elderly, women, and children. Their animosity towards the lofty Atervis and the oppressive Kaka only intensified. Meanwhile, the Kaka lamented the Atervis encroachment upon their lands, which had led to their displacement. The resentment against the Iziku people for usurping their jobs has driven them to bankruptcy, rendering them subservient to their overlords and priests. The Kaka people adhere to a deeply entrenched patriarchal hierarchy and a system of ethnic rituals, with the clan leaders and priests occupying the upper echelons of Kaka society. The Atavis people display unabashed disdain, harboring animosity towards the destructive actions of both tribes against the Zishan Mountains. They remain indifferent to their own demands for resources and the suffering inflicted upon the two tribes through exploitation. The three races are irreconcilably at odds, with animosities intensifying to the point where resolving the issues seems less feasible than addressing the individuals causing the strife. Under the manipulation of the Atavis, the government's initial measures have been to deploy elite police forces from the autonomous region to conduct an extensive crackdown on gang activities, termed the Bloodstorm Operation. Bloodstorm refers to a unique and intense solar wind phenomenon on the AM star, which occurs during abnormal stellar movements, bringing forth powerful solar winds in illuminated areas. Traditionally, the ancient Atavis would retreat to the land of eternal night to avoid the light. Since the onset of the Bloodstorm, it has severely undermined the power of the Kaka tribe. In retaliation, the Kaka have responded with even greater brutality, forcing all informants into ruin. The authorities have, in their quest for evidence, allowed this situation to persist. Ultimately, the operation concluded in a haphazard manner. Meanwhile, the Atavis-controlled parliament devised a drastic measure, passing the Modification Prohibition Act targeting the Iziku people. As long as the Iziku do not resist, or cannot, there would be no oppression. So the rationale goes. This misguided logic suggests that if one tolerates a troublesome individual, all will be well. To enforce this decree stringently, even military forces have been dispatched to the satellite city. In the name of illicit prosthetic modifications, the streets are rife with arbitrary arrests and even executions of the Uyghur people. Their organs, such as a kidney, are ruthlessly harvested. Simultaneously, many Kakars and other minority groups suffer collateral damage, including the Atervis people themselves. The conflict of races emerges blatantly. as brazen as a courtesan flaunting her charms in a brothel. Racists brandish extreme slogans like Kakar es Zeichen, Uyghur es Zeichen, and Etervis es Zeichen. This ignites fervent independence movements and armed uprisings explicitly targeting the authorities. Political manipulation, gang-related vendettas, racial strife, zero-cost purchasing, drug trafficking, prostitution, robbery, human trafficking. Nearly every crime conceivable flourishes here. Once a thriving metropolis, it has devolved into a den of iniquity, where discerning right from wrong has become an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the Etervis people are the rightful masters of this autonomous territory, as the Autonomous Council, through a majority vote, rescinds the legal status of Zeichen and announces the dismantling of the space elevator and gravitational anchoring. Although the elevator ultimately remains intact, the gravitational anchoring is abolished. The Etervis are now engaged in constructing a new extraterrestrial immigration ecosystem, while Zeichen drifts desolately between the first and second ecological rings, relegated to a dumping ground for refuse and a haven for criminals and the impoverished. Once the largest starport in the AM star system, the old port of Zeichen has transformed into the greatest black market of AM star. The embittered and humiliated Etervis refuse to bear the blame for the slaughter of other races, thus ceding Zeichen to the Kakars and Uyghurs, yet it remains a shattered remnant. Devoid of a future, the Etwazi people announced the loss of the Xia mountain satellite city in this manner. However, the inhabitants above believed they had achieved independence and victory, unaware that they were marching towards their own demise. Deprived of the lifeblood from AM star, the food here could only be smuggled, exorbitantly priced, and lacking in palatability. Industries have nearly come to a standstill, save for a peculiar segment of the entertainment industry. Everyone has lost their jobs, with the sole exception of the prostitutes. Each individual has become a scavenger, and all have donned the mantle of thieves. The withdrawal of the Etwazi does not signify an end, but rather a complete collapse of order. They lack the capacity for self-sufficiency, and the Etwazi will not permit them to achieve it. The Etwazi wish to witness the disintegration of Xia Mountain, to see the wretched lives of those unruly citizens, suffering worse than death, as a means to cleanse the perceived affronts to their so-called civilization. The upper echelons of the three clans followed suit in their departure, continuing to dance together at social gatherings, as though the preceding struggles had never transpired. So, who truly bears the burden of suffering? Chapter 6. A Desperate Struggle. The second scheme against Isue Wang Dong leisurely piloted his spacecraft, finally returning to the Wahoo starport, situated beyond the second ring of AM star. With meticulously organized data and pre-prepared templates, he simply needed to merge them and enlist a few individuals for refinement. Soon, this work could be submitted for publication in the Alliance's premier scientific journal, The Future, with an anticipated swift approval. At this moment, Wang Dong arrived aboard a simplified spatial leap device at the supernova building. The waiting crowd, accustomed to the sound resembling a bubble being punctured, erupted into applause. Wang Dong first released the internal pressure, causing a cascade of water droplets to fall upon the costly, specially crafted flooring. The attendant, researcher Atavis, hurriedly carried a bucket of water and began to sprinkle it around the circular ring, the water hissing as it made contact. After a few rounds, he slowly tilted the bucket to allow the water to flow along the circumference. The purpose of this endeavor was, of course, to prevent uneven heating that could lead to a compromise in airtightness. However, a question arose. Why not employ more efficient and cost-effective AI machinery for cooling? The answer lay in Wang Dong's preference, in this era of surplus AI labor. It was only by assigning humans to perform seemingly foolish tasks that he could demonstrate his wealth and power. After several repetitions, the temperature of the jump machine finally returned to normal. With the assistance of the staff, Wang Dong disembarked from the machine, skillfully greeting the deputy director of the Research Institute and others who welcomed him, listening to their praises with a silent smile. In the age of advanced AI, intelligent machinery, and fully automated production, mechanical labor was abundantly available. Even during the era of the Western Zhou, the Yizhu people had never truly claimed to be resistant to cement and steel reinforcements. They merely needed to expend mental effort and energy to supervise and manage AI operations. There were even occasions when external exoskeletons were required to assist in tasks that AI found challenging. After an evening of festivities, Wang Dong did not encounter the person he had hoped to see, although he did attract the attention of several distinguished young ladies, some of whom arranged future meetings. Everything appeared normal, Yet Wang Dong was acutely aware that no matter how composed he seemed, the alliance would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon him, leading to unreasonable searches and interrogations. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a face covered in rashes approached Wang Dong. As he passed by, everyone yielded the path, their gazes trailing towards Wang Dong. Seated beside him was a female companion, adorned in a floor-length white gown that hindered her movements, yet she promptly rose to pay her respects. However, Wang Dong remained seated, exhibiting no inclination to stand, extending his hand instead. After their handshake, the elderly gentleman, John Joe Greaves, took the opportunity to sit down. Wang Dong, with a smile, prepared to engage in conversation, but to his surprise, the old gentleman turned his attention to the standing lady and remarked, "Allow me to borrow your male companion for a moment, the pearl of the bird family. Look at you, you're all in a sweat. Perhaps you should take a break and change into something more comfortable, my dear." Realizing she was being dismissed, the lady gracefully excused herself. Wang Dong recognized this as a retaliation for his earlier show of authority, yet he remained unfazed. He questioned, "Is it customary for a guest to dismiss another's dance partner upon arrival? Did you not foresee that I might enjoy a splendid evening?" The old gentleman chuckled lightly, ultimately choosing not to engage further, indulging instead in trivial chatter. Those with keen perception had already distanced themselves from the pair. After some time, the old gentleman could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "When will that approval document be ready?" Wang Dong shook his head with a smile, indicating his own uncertainty regarding the matter. "Very well. Should you receive any news, do be sure to inform me. The young master cannot do without assistance." John Joe Greaves gestured dismissively before taking his leave. Thus, he departed amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, while Wang Dong's expression remained unchanged. Wang Dong stood atop a towering commercial building, where a cosmic leap was about to commence. In the Z-Way star system, the largest companion star is Wenqiu. Within a quaint and antiquated chamber, two scholarly gentlemen clad in long robes and adorned with square caps are seated. The room is decorated in a style reminiscent of ancient times, a term that does not merely refer to ancient decorative aesthetics, but rather signifies a distinctive nomenclature. It features folding screens, banana plants, verdant bamboo, and delicately crafted windows, accompanied by opulent handcrafted hardwood flooring and masterfully carved armchairs. Additionally, the table is adorned with exquisite porcelain cups, bowls, and a teapot, alongside a platter of naturally sourced white jade chess pieces from their ancestral star. A graceful and fair lady, with a serene demeanor, gently holds an exquisite spittoon. One of the gentlemen, engrossed in the game, gestures lightly, prompting the beautiful lady to kneel on the floor and raise the spittoon to catch the expectorations of her opponent. Wang Dong, seated nearby, inquires, "How goes it? Is everything proceeding smoothly?" "Lost," replies the man, dismissively, as he continues his chess match with a nonchalant air, as if the incident bears no significance to him. How could that happen? Wang Dong furrows his brow upon hearing this news. Yet, he forces himself to mask any signs of panic, even if his heart races. He must appear composed. A loss is a loss. I have warned you all against selecting that band of thieves led by Andre. Their information is vague and fraught with peril. The man engrossed in the game retorts disdainfully. In truth, he is merely seeking an excuse for his own incompetence. Despite his facade of calm, he is more anxious than anyone else present. Wang Dong remained silent, for it was he who had chosen the DeAndre Thieves Guild, and he who sought to engage in the treachery of black against black. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired about the reaction from the alliance. "So far, there has been no response from them," came the reply from a man seated across who was engrossed in a game of chess, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Wang Dong was taken aback. A flicker of doubt crept into his mind regarding the alliance's enigmatic strength and omnipotence. At that moment, the spitting man finally lifted his head and declared, "Perhaps that individual is alive." Alive? Unable to contain himself, Wang Dong rose to confront him. "What do you mean?" The chess player ceased his gaze upon the spitting man and demanded evidence. The demon clan's Lizzie sensed anomalies during the interdimensional transport. "We have deconstructed her space and confirmed that she is indeed alive." A profound silence ensued, until Wang Dong could no longer restrain his curiosity. "So, have you determined where she might be?" "Xia Mountain," the spitting man stated definitively. "Is that certain?" The chess player pressed. "Absolutely," the spitting man assured him. Only then did the chess player compose his thoughts, picking up a piece and making his move. They all understood that their presence here indicated that the masterminds behind them were still attempting to resist desperately. He proclaimed, "Let chaos reign in Xia Mountain. Encourage the Kaka and Yiziku clans to revolt, and let the Atwazi people be occupied. The more tumultuous it is before we conclude this matter, the better. Let the myriad clans provoke the alliance at the fourth border and summon the ancestors of the demon clan to declare their newfound breakthroughs in bloodline. Assassinating the Elven Queen and framing the Great Xia for it serves to stir diplomatic matters for the Great Xia Empire's allies. We shall mobilize the 3rd Patrol Fleet, which is under our control, to approach AM Star. At the critical moment, we shall embrace destruction together. This is the heartland of humanity. We are all mere pawns in this game. While it poses a risk, it also presents an opportunity. The existence of a living, pure-blooded human holds profound significance for the Alliance, a fact that the two individuals and their respective factions surely comprehend better than I do. Note, the Great Xia Empire is an allied empire formed on the foundation of the Great Xia Alliance, in collaboration with the Elven race, Liquid race, and other factions closely aligned with humanity. Note, the patrol fleet refers to the second-tier security forces of the Great Xia Empire, tasked with maintaining order among various races. Note, the 4th border delineates the territorial scope of the Great Xia Alliance, which is divided into 5 regions through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th borders, as well as the Heartland Patrol route. This area is further categorized into internal and external cosmos based on the level of governance. Chapter 7. Surrounded in the Old Port. Fleeing towards the space elevator. Upon returning to AM Star, Wang Dong utilized consciousness transmission and shadow projection to enter a clandestine space. The individual he met was none other than the one adorned with a silver moon celestial dog mask. This clandestine space, while seemingly secretive, is not truly hidden, as the technology was derived from the Great Xia Alliance's deciphering of the racial talents of the Xinyuan tribe. The sole purpose of this concealed space is to complicate investigations. Wang Dong maintained his characteristic icy elegance, typical of a scion from a traditional aristocratic family, and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What is the situation?" He let him escape. That scoundrel sold out his subordinate and fled. The man in the silver Tengu mask wore an expression of seething frustration. At that moment, Wang Dong was deeply dissatisfied with his demeanor and had resolved to eliminate him once he had served his purpose. Detailed intelligence, precise timing, and ambush from all sides. Multiple personnel, and technological weaponry vastly superior to that of the enemy. I personally took the initiative to provide you with an opportunity, yet how did you manage to fail? Upon hearing this, the silver Tengu mask man dared to exhibit his anger, which only incensed Wang Dong further. The Wang family could not cultivate a band of interstellar pirates, nor could humanity nurture 10 derivative families. You are merely a dog of the Wang family. Without me, what gives you the right to become the greatest interstellar pirate of the outer universe, the moon-devouring Tengu? By what merit? Your skills? Wang Dong coldly mocked. Your skill is akin to that of a barking dog. Come, bark for me, let me hear it. The silver moon Tengu, now stricken with fear, dared not bare its teeth any longer. However, in Wang Dong's gaze, there lingered a challenge. If you bark twice today, our matter shall remain unresolved. Subsequently, the silver moon Tengu extended its front legs, its hind legs shrinking, collapsing to the ground. Its body was covered in fur, and as its mask fell away, a dog's nose was revealed. It approached, nuzzling Wang Dong's hand and wagging the tail concealed beneath its clothing, mimicking a dog's bark. Woof woof woof. In Xia Mountain, having narrowly escaped disaster, Andre returned to his long-lost homeland. At this moment, Andre was bound by a group of Kakas, brought to a relatively clean nightclub. In the absence of frenzied music and alluring dancers, only the dance floor remains, along with the dust accumulating on the booths and the scattered individuals. Andre, dare you return? An elderly Kakak man, whose days are numbered, trembles as he points a finger at Andre. No, you are not Andre, and Advision could not possibly survive this long. The old man begins to doubt his own sanity. Andre pays no mind to the elder as the thugs escort him into a meticulously cleaned room. Behind a desk crafted from the flat back of a cow's bone sits a tall and imposing man, his hair streaked with gray, yet his gaze radiates with vibrant life. Andre salutes him, saying, "Esteemed Mr. Kakashiro, the wayward son of my homeland, Andre Yas pays his respects to you." Kakashiro is the sole Kakak shaman remaining in the Western Mountain, the highest authority in both status and respect among the Kakak people. He leads them, relying on the remnants of instruments that have not been entirely destroyed to sustain the existence of the Western Mountain. He could have embraced a life of comfort within a prosperous civilization, yet he chooses to remain here, enduring hardship alongside his kin. Andre, why have you returned once more? Kakashiro inquires. Are you seeking death? In an instant, Andre breaks free from his shackles, subduing the thugs within the room. There is indeed a significant business matter to discuss with you, Mr. Kakashiro. Meanwhile, Bailing seeks out a dilapidated hovercar. Her multifunctional mechanical backpack comes to life, extending 8 mechanical arms to commence repairs on the vehicle. Truly, the mechanical backpack is a marvel of versatility. The most profound realization upon traversing through time is the near omnipotence of Bai Lingyin's mechanical backpack. Although somewhat tarnished and dilapidated, it nonetheless embodies the essence of futuristic technology. Just as Isui pondered the passage of time, Bai Lingyin had successfully repaired the hover vehicle. The two entered the vehicle, setting their course for the old port of Xishan. Once a bustling starport, the old port was situated in the outer space of Area 3, connected by a rapid assembly channel via electromagnetic tracks. This system facilitated the operation of electromagnetic levitation trains and provided upward propulsion for private hover vehicles. Presently, only a single bidirectional magnetic chain remained for travel, allowing the residents of Xishan to venture to the starport for dealings in the black market. As they traveled, desolation swept past the windows. Collapsed buildings and shattered high-rises littered the landscape, strewn with fragmented metal debris and components. Even though the Visions had withdrawn from Xishan, the demand for their services lingered. While clone factories could mass-produce organs to meet this demand, in this era, engaging in transactions without monetary exchange was a foolish endeavor, lacking a means to display one's wealth. Ahead, a clearly defined checkpoint came into view, unmistakably a toll booth. A few Aziku individuals, partially transformed with cybernetic limbs, brandished a type of forward-pulsing firearm to halt their progress. The brand and model of the weapon were unknown, likely handcrafted. Bai Lingyin immediately concealed her head and enveloped Isui in a high-tensile fiber bag, advising him, "The sentinels of the Aziku are upon us. Remain silent while I manage this to avert any complications." Upon noticing Bai Lingyin's mechanical arm, the Aziku sentinel's demeanor softened, prompting him to inquire, "What brings you here?" "To the old port, for the black market." Bai Lingyin responded in a voice synthesized electronically. "What is your purpose?" The Iji Cool Sentinel, unfazed, inquired as usual. Bai Lingyin gestured to the passenger, Isui, saying, "I've just captured a hybrid from the Kaka tribe, and I intend to sell it for a handsome price." An appreciative expression instantly crossed the sentinel's face. "Child, do be cautious not to fall for any tricks. Should I assist in dismembering it? I would only charge a modest fee for my craftsmanship." The sentinel was eager to profit from Isui's predicament. Bai Lingyin quickly interjected, "Those merchants require their goods to be intact and pristine to fetch a good price. Any blemishes or damages would be detrimental, you understand." The sentinel responded with a peculiar grin and reminded her, "Then you must pay double the toll and the crossing fees for 2. Although it appeared the sentinel was acquiescing. Should Bai Lingyin agree outright, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion and lead to unnecessary complications. Bai Lingyin feigned reluctance, bargaining. "Is a Kaka hybrid even considered human?" The sentinel chuckled in reply, "If you chop it up, it certainly won't count as human." Bai Lingyin successfully led Isui to queue before the floating magnetic chain, waiting for half an hour until it was their turn. Isui surveyed the interior of the vehicle, noting the lack of advanced technology. It was merely a tall building surrounded by a group of armed thugs, sentinels whose bodies had been augmented. Andre, accompanied by armed Kaka thugs, lay in wait ahead, too wary to search openly. Andre's mission was to capture Isui and incite animosity and war between the Kaka and Iji Cool tribes against the Avicians. They aimed to resurrect the former space elevator, leading both tribes to invade AM City. By instigating internal strife, they sought to obscure their movements, allowing them a little more time to evade detection and escape to safety. As Isui was about to enter the inner sanctum, his piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating all veils, immediately discerning the concealed figure of Andre. In a hushed tone, Isui exclaimed, "This is not good. We are ambushed." Bai Lingyin instantly felt a rush of anxiety and posed a rather naive question. "What? Do you have enemies?" Isui retorted, "If not, how do you think I have fallen to such depths?" Without hesitation, Bai Lingyin decisively relinquished control of the hovering vehicle to the AI of her mechanical backpack, pivoting towards an escape route. Andre had been observing the scene, noting an anomalous hovering vehicle. Utilizing the innate ability of his transplanted psychic eye, he effortlessly pierced through the insulating glass that blocked heat, electricity, and light, spotting Isui at once. He promptly summoned the armed soldiers surrounding him, confident that these ruffians, raised in ignorance, would not recognize the original human race. Bai Lingyin's mechanical backpack powered up to its maximum, launching a surprise attack that pierced through a hapless sentinel. Seizing his firearm, with AI enhancements, automatic targeting, X-ray vision, and headlocking parameters at the forefront, the chaos unfolded. Countless soldiers filled the fray, accompanied by blaring alarms and the gruesome sight of bodies flying through the air. The enemy retaliated with an even fiercer barrage, deploying pulses, lasers, and artillery, while hundreds of hovering vehicles converged at varying speeds. Some individuals donned exoskeletons, wielding large-caliber lasers, leaping several dozen meters in a single bound. Isui, gazing through the rear window, observed Bai Lingyin deftly maneuvering the hovering vehicle to evade capture. He inquired, Bai Lingyin, "Your mechanical backpack's AI appears to be far superior to theirs." Chapter 8. Andre's game of cat and mouse. Isui's journey to the space elevator was not merely a gamble of fortune. It was propelled by an inexplicable intuition. A voice within him urged him to venture there. Bai Lingyin sat in the driver's seat, her complexion pale, clutching her mechanical backpack tightly. The mechanical arm deftly maneuvered the second-hand hovercar, while Isui gripped the handlebars firmly, feeling a touch of motion sickness. At that moment, the two were traversing a cyberpunk street imbued with an air of decay and despondency. The buildings flanking the road appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, and the neon lights had long since extinguished their glow. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of plasma and burnt materials. Suddenly, a battalion of heavily armed foes surged forth from all directions. Despite the eclectic array of their weapons, they were indeed fully equipped. They blocked Bai Lingyin and Isui's path. However, due to prior instructions from Andre, they hesitated to unleash direct fire upon the hovercar, resorting instead to detonating explosives along the roadway. Bai Lingyin accelerated the hovercar to its utmost limit, while the mechanical arms of her backpack extended with an arsenal of weapons, initiating a counterattack against the adversaries. The air was punctuated by the sharp sounds of laser fire as beams erupted from the backpack, precisely targeting several minor leaders among the foe. The once menacing enemies hastily sought cover, yet they were no match for Bai Lingyin's ability to penetrate walls. With casualties mounting, even with Kakashi Ro exerting pressure, the Kaka's clan members began to question Andre's orders prohibiting harm to those within the vehicle. As for the Izuku people, although Andre had negotiated terms with their chief and elders by his own means, the Izuku primarily served as cheerleaders. In their view, simply refraining from complicating the Kaka's clan's affairs was already a significant concession on their part. When it came to actual combat, they were dismissive, expressing, "I don't even know the individuals in that vehicle. What grievances could I possibly have with them? However, as a member of the Kaka clan, you assert that it was your grandfather who killed mine. Shall we then engage in a true duel?" At that moment, anti-vehicle shockwaves were unleashed. One by one, shockwave projectiles descended upon the hovering vehicle like shooting stars. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as the projectiles neared the vehicle, a mechanical backpack suddenly extended an anti-shock air gun, effortlessly neutralizing the nearby projectiles into harmless duds. Observing this, the enemy could only attempt to obstruct Isui and his companions by erecting barriers. In the path ahead, Andre set up formidable obstacles, employing robust anti-electromagnetic roadblocks to impede the vehicle's advance. These barriers, crafted from specialized materials, were capable of disrupting both established and natural electromagnetic circuits beneath the ground. Once again, the mechanical backpacks sprang into action, launching a series of dissolving projectiles that easily disintegrated the roadblocks, clearing an unobstructed path for the hovering vehicle. At that moment, another assailant hurled an electromagnetic net towards Bai Lingyin and Isui, attempting to ensnare them. Remarkably, the mechanical backpack produced a unique tool capable of severing the electromagnetic net. With deft precision, the mechanical arm maneuvered the tool, swiftly creating an opening in the net. In a moment of audacity, Isui inquired, "How does your mechanical backpack possess such vast space?" Kakashi Ro pondered in confusion why he had persevered all these years. He had neither restored order to Zaishin nor offered any hope to its people. The Kaka clan continued to suffer, enduring the scorn of being labeled as treacherous and ungrateful in AM City. Kakashi Ro aspired to be a savior, a saint for his clan, yet then Andre appeared. effortlessly defeating Kakashi Ro's guards. The charismatic Andre incited the Kakarians to rebel against the Adverians, persuading the Azik people to abandon their animosity and join the uprising. He brought forth a plethora of weapons, resources, and sustenance. In merely a day, he accomplished what Kakashi Ro had devoted his entire life to achieving: the restoration of order in the Xia Mountain, instilling hope within its confines. However, Kakashi Ro often felt that Andre's hope was somewhat illusory and tenuous. Andre merely deceived the Na'vi inhabitants of Xia Mountain, who had never ventured beyond their limited horizons. AM Star is an autonomous territory granted to the Adverians by the Great Xia Alliance. The Adverians have not committed any heinous crimes against the ethnic group, ensuring that AM Star remains forever under their autonomy. Even if the Kakarians and the Azik were to defeat the Adverians, could they possibly overcome the Great Xia Alliance? The Great Xia Empire bears the responsibility of safeguarding the AM Star territory. Kakashi Ro is a proponent of compromise and capitulation, for he has witnessed the might and prosperity of AM Star. This brings to mind the saying, "You, who do not cultivate, see me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon above. You, if you do cultivate, see me as an ant gazing towards the vast sky." His vision is not confined to Xia Mountain. He perceives the 2.5 ecological chains of AM Star and its billions of inhabitants. In contrast, Andre is a notorious space outlaw, having roamed the treacherous outer borders of the universe, easily deceiving a group of simple, rustic folk. The desolate Kakashi Ro has been assigned by Andre to reassemble the space elevator in this vast expanse of Xia Mountain, which boasts as many as 27 colossal administrative districts, each akin to a Pearl River Delta in Isue's impression. After all, the pinnacle of Xia Mountain once accommodated 1/6 of the population of Amstar, over 1 billion souls. Without the Star Ring's faster-than-light facilities, traveling from Old Port to the space elevator would be a futile endeavor, nearly traversing the entirety of the Xia Mountain satellite city. Fortunately, in a bid to swiftly mobilize manpower, Andre decided to revitalize a nearly defunct Star Ring faster-than-light facility by allocating a batch of resources. Although the repaired Star Ring could not truly achieve light speed, its velocity was nonetheless sufficient for Bai Lingyin to reach the space elevator before the energy of her hovering vehicle was depleted. Should Wang Dong become aware of this, he might be compelled to speculate whether Andre is a clandestine agent of the Alliance Bureau of Investigation. After all, such an absurd arrangement seems utterly devoid of intellect. To Wang Dong, Andre might not even qualify as human. The activation of the Star Ring faster-than-light facility was astonishing. Bai Lingyin was taken aback. Surely, significant changes had transpired in Xia Mountain, as such a circumstance was improbable otherwise. This thought lingered in her mind as she glanced back at Isui. Recalling the enemies he mentioned that were pursuing them, Bai Lingyin directed her hovering vehicle towards the Star Ring, aware that further aggression might jeopardize the facility. Consequently, the Kaka and Yiziku people instinctively ceased their hostilities to safeguard their homeland's scant resources. Everything unfolded according to Andre's meticulous plans. Capturing Isui at Old Port would ensure her demise. However, if she could usher Isui to the space elevator, she might still harbor a glimmer of hope for survival. The Old Port was dominated by alien factions, while the space elevator was under the aegis of the 10 clans. Andre has already been sold by the foreign race once, and now he is merely being utilized as a pawn to capture Isui. It is certain that Isui will be taken away by his own people, who promise much but deliver nothing. It is not that they are unable to come down and apprehend him. Rather, they cling to a delusional hope of survival. Andre shares this delusion. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed his own family. The Silver Moon Tengu, a group that embodies the essence of undertaking grand endeavors while valuing their own lives, is not much better off. Perhaps they fear that Isui is still alive, apprehensive of falling into a trap, especially given the precedent set by the Alliance. Had it not been for the influential figure in the Alliance, who is primarily responsible for intelligence gathering and has repeatedly asserted the accuracy of the information, everyone would have scattered long ago. Now, each individual harbors ulterior motives, hoping to emerge as the ultimate victor. Ideally, they wish for the destruction of their enemies while they reap the rewards. Wang Dong, having failed in his previous blackmail attempt, naturally seeks to bribe Andre to seize the opportunity. As for the allure that draws Isui to the space elevator, it is instinctively linked to his coffin, the stasis pod. But I do not comprehend why the stasis pod can still summon its host. Has some emotional bond been formed during slumber? The Tengu prepares. The solar eclipse, is imminent. Mr. Kakashi Luo. Two lackeys of the atavis are about to flee to the space elevator. Acknowledged. The Silver Wolf pirate crew, lurking at the base of Xia Mountain, has sealed off the exit of the Xia Mountain space elevator and dispatched elite forces to capture them. According to their initial agreement, Isui is to be driven there, where the actual apprehension will be executed. Chapter 9. Beasts, behold me, and then kneel. At this moment, Isui found himself cornered before the space elevator. Realizing he was completely surrounded, he began to recall the inexplicable sensation he had experienced moments earlier. Suddenly, visions of a group of well-equipped individuals donning dog masks emerged in his mind, gathered around their cryogenic pods. Why did the pods resonate electromagnetically with their owners? Isui felt an urge to curse, yet at that moment, he sensed a newly awakened ability within himself, his mind and heart. He could listen to all things, comprehend myriad texts, and if he possessed a power akin to telepathy, he could become an omniscient being, a true deity in the realm of divinity. Bai Lingying attempted to break free multiple times, ultimately losing a limb from her mechanical arm, and her hovercraft was overturned. Bai Lingying appeared to be losing hope, murmuring to herself as if in a trance. Isui perceived her psychological despair, longing for others, and the buried resentment and indignation within her heart. With all his strength, he sensed the confusion, ignorance, and helplessness among the Kaka and Iji-ku individuals present. There was also a faint yet palpable emotion, fear. They subconsciously feared Isui. It was the innate fear of mortals towards the divine, the trepidation of a frog at the bottom of a well facing the unknown sky, the dread of those as humble as they were, towards Isui, who bore the noble blood of humanity. Isui emerged from the hovercraft, standing atop it. The Kaka and Iji-ku encircled him, as if preparing to listen to the words of a deity. Isui excavated and magnified the fears harbored within the hearts of the multitude through his mind and soul, transmitting his voice to them by attuning to the essence of all things, thereby enhancing his persuasiveness. I am uncertain who has incited you to such audacity, daring to assail me. Observe my visage closely and listen to my words. Surely, no one would inquire as to the significance of this. It signifies the utmost authority of the Great Xia Alliance. It signifies that I, Isui, am the supreme entity of the Great Xia Alliance. A single drop of my blood is worth more than all of you combined. The gathered members of the Kaka and Iji-ku tribes were astonished, for they noticed that Isui bore a somewhat different appearance. However, they all understood what true nobility entailed, this very form of Isui. They could discern Isui's voice amidst the vast assembly, where within a brief span, hundreds of thousands from both tribes had congregated. Under Isui's guidance, they recognized that the language spoken was beyond their comprehension. Yet, paradoxically, they understood those words. Some murmured, only the divine's edicts can transcend language. The fervently conservative Kaka tribe was on the verge of venerating this as a miracle. Isui reveled in the sensation of divine mastery over the hearts of mortals. He continued, even the governor of your AM star must prostrate himself before me upon our meeting. Yet, you are provoking me, provoking the Great Xia Alliance, provoking the divine. Are you not afraid of the Great Xia Alliance's retribution? You have placed your family, friends, and tribe all under the wrath of the Great Xia Alliance. Could it be that the artillery of our Great Xia Alliance is ineffective? Bai Lingying pondered, her confusion barely masking her excitement as she raised her head, her piercing gaze fixed upon Isui standing ahead. In that moment, she felt an unwavering conviction in her heart. Her relentless pursuit of Isui's resolve had led her to victory. Mother, if only you could see me now, Bai Lingying silently thought, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I have followed your path, but the man I stand behind is far stronger than my so-called father. She pressed her lips tightly together, suppressing the torrent of emotions threatening to overwhelm her, while internally she nearly shouted. I vowed to return to that place with my head held high, to have all kneel in reverence, to cleanse the shame they cast upon you. Bai Lingying's chest heaved violently, her breath quickening. Suddenly, she focused her energy and unleashed her racial talent, illusory light. Countless radiant beams coalesced in her hands, gently swirling about. With a mere breath, the dazzling light, like butterflies, danced gracefully from her fingertips, encircling Isui. The lights intertwined and fused, forming a resplendent halo that bestowed upon Isui an aura of sanctity and majesty. The fear within the hearts of both tribes intensified, their blind obedience amplifying both their terror and submission to Isui. Not far away, Andre recognized the manifestation of her racial talent. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he fled. Isui, expending immense mental effort, tirelessly sought to quell the emotions of fear, doubt, and blind allegiance that plagued the crowd. By attuning to the essence of all things, one's voice and words resonate deeply within their hearts and minds. The crowd, filled with confusion, fear, and unease, bowed their heads. Isui sensed the moment was ripe, and thus spoke, "I can comprehend your ignorance and folly. I can pardon your rudeness and savagery. I can empathize with the deceptions and wounds you have endured. Pitiful souls, we are merciful and tolerant. Do not despair so greatly." With a gentler tone, Isui, through the modulation of his heart and mind, instilled a flicker of hope within them, anticipating the conditions for forgiveness he might propose. He then continued to manipulate their emotions, commencing with intimidation, followed by benevolence, ultimately leading to subjugation. However, with a shift in his demeanor, Kakashi Luo had become utterly convinced and was prepared to kneel. "We possess dignity. We are inviolable. Our wrath is formidable and unyielding. You must bear the consequences of your actions. Come, gaze upon me. Witness the fury you must contend with. Beasts, look upon me, and then kneel." Kakashi Luo was the first to kneel, his head striking the ground with a resonant thud. The others of the Kakashi clan, accustomed to obeying the high priest, followed suit, bowing their heads, thereby compelling the Ijuku people into blind submission. It was a profoundly exhilarating spectacle, the power of the mind and heart requiring no further elaboration. Perception and manipulation, this is the realm of the divine. In Isui's eyes, this was the most significant boon since his arrival, his most potent superpower. And by Ling Yin's perspective, this was an awe-inspiring and terrifying innate talent of a formidable race. "Beasts, kneel before me." Moreover, those behind Andre have been discreetly investigating whether anyone has been fishing on Sandstorm Star 1633 during this time. After all, such commotion has arisen, yet the Great Xia Alliance has not reacted to the situation here. This sluggishness is inconceivable given the scale and structure of the Great Xia Alliance. Consequently, Wang Dong and Andre increasingly believe that someone is indeed fishing for them, luring them into a trap. However, the man who met Wang Dong, the chess player, is entangled with an immensely significant source of information. This mysterious figure has repeatedly assured the high-ranking members of the alien factions and the 10 clans that there is absolutely no one setting a trap on Sandstorm Star 1633. Yet, upon witnessing the earlier scene, Andre immediately discerned the situation and fled. His only hope for survival lay in escaping the confines of the Great Xia Empire, retreating to the fourth border of the outer cosmos. The plan to capture the moon-eating Sky Dog pirate group, led by Isui, abruptly transformed into a counter-capture of the Silver Moon Sky Dog, who had not yet surrendered. Of course, there were also assassins who managed to relay information, seeking to take advantage of the situation to assassinate Isui. Just when the Alliance Investigation Bureau and the Jinyui, along with numerous spies among the rogues, were thought to be idle, they found themselves unable to act without orders from the Senate. Yet this did not hinder their covert operations against the 10 clans. The barbaric fear the might but not the virtue. Only those who have been ravaged by the Great Xia Alliance understand its terror. The Arm Star and its ecological chain lie deep within the heart of the Great Xia Alliance. Although merely an autonomous territory, it is a truly dominant stronghold. From the Kakaz and Yazika tribes catching the last train of civilization, nearly 3,000 to 4,000 years have elapsed. And the prestige of the Great Xia Alliance has indelibly ingrained itself in their hearts. This is due to their self-identification as members of the Great Xia Empire, rather than as subordinates of the Atwazi. Their status is one of equality, which is why the Kakaz and Yaziku peoples aspire for independence. Wang Dong soon learned the distressing news. The situation was utterly hopeless. There seemed to be no chance for a turnaround. Perhaps it was better to end it all, thus escaping the torment of the Alliance's Investigation Bureau. To abandon the shadows for the light? If Wang Dong were capable of such a transition, he would not have been privy to this information in the first place. Being assigned by the 10 clans to handle this matter indicated his own compromised integrity. He bore several grave offenses against the Alliance, none of which could be atoned for through merit. Thus, to report must first entail self-surrender. The prominent figure providing this information was still seeking to validate the authenticity of his claims to foreign tribes and the 10 clans. This was no mere bait. Princess Ariel was approaching adulthood, and all were bracing for impending political upheaval in the Senate. No one lingered outside any longer. At most, it was a matter of the dormant individuals lost during the Great Expedition awakening from their slumber. Now, while he lacked authorization, he must be eradicated swiftly. Then, an unexpected message interrupted Wang Dong's suicidal thoughts, granting him a flicker of hope. Wang Dong commanded the 3rd Patrol Fleet to immediately converge on Amstar to quell the rebellion. If only the 3rd Patrol Fleet would launch an assault, everything would surely improve. Chapter 10. Inquire of a person how to disguise oneself as a human. The answer: do not treat others as humans. Beasts, gaze upon me, and then kneel. The segment of Yisui's speech is being replayed incessantly. Unlike Wang Dong's previous discussion, this assembly comprises primarily of the elderly, who are the masterminds behind the recent events. Among the deities I am acquainted with, this particular lord is unknown to me. Indeed, my circle is rather limited. An elderly gentleman clad in a suit modestly remarked that he now bears no distinguishable difference from an ordinary human. Another, who is more familiar, asserted that all gods are currently in the Senate preparing for Princess Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. Then there was a red-haired elder adorned in peculiar armor, who also bore a resemblance to a human, if one overlooked his towering stature and the scales gracing his cheeks. His statement was indeed accurate. Princess Ariel is on the verge of entering the Senate, which will undoubtedly usher in significant transformations to the current policies of the Great Xia. Another elder, who closely resembled a human, interjected. However, there are always a few who remain indifferent to the Senate, solely preoccupied with their own indulgences. Should a certain individual choose to send a puppet to convene within the Senate, would it not be possible for that individual to conduct an investigation? Indeed, not only would that person embark on an inquiry, but they could also scrutinize the specifics of the attendees list. Finally, the elder seated at the head of the meeting, his visage obscured by a dark cloak, chose to speak. Furthermore, he added, the cloaked elder produced a black object that appeared akin to paper, yet was composed of a material distinctly different from paper. A few lines of text emerged, only to dissipate into thin air. One person remarked that, thus far, the Senate had not received a single report regarding Amstar from the Alliance Bureau of Investigation, the CIA, the Military Command, the Internal Affairs Committee, the Genui, the Censorate, or any other disreputable intelligence and secret police organizations. The old man in the black robe deliberately reiterated that not a single report had been received. This implied that at higher echelons of the Senate, certain individuals were pleased with this situation and were intentionally concealing it. The first speaker, an elderly gentleman in a suit, immediately displayed a look of delight and responded. It was likely true that although the alliance was vast, the resources available to each deity had become rather scarce. Perhaps a few among them did not wish for another seasoned elder to emerge. The old man in the black robe articulated his conjecture, noting that while it might not be entirely accurate, it certainly diverged significantly from the truth. Therefore, they needed to intensify their efforts. Yisui felt a profound weariness enveloping his spirit. He pondered that exerting his abilities on such a grand scale, with so many targets, was an overwhelming burden on his body that could not be sustained for long. Yisui understood that he could not maintain this state of mental and cerebral enhancement indefinitely, especially with the meddling of Andre and others lurking in the shadows. Prolonged stay at Xia Mountain posed a risk. Should the Kaka and Yiziku people awaken to the reality, he would find himself in danger. Attempting to escape alone would not be safe, even with Bai Lingyin by his side. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to ensure their escort to a secure location before they regained their senses. Yisui's limited options led him to Amstar. The Atlasians, after all, were the loyal subordinates captured by the human race in its early days. He hoped that venturing to Amstar would not be akin to entering a den of tigers. Surely, the Great Xia Alliance could not have allowed their own territory, a planet merely 2 star systems away from their ancestral home, to be teeming with traitors and usurpers. Thus, Yisui steeled himself and proclaimed to the gathered crowd, "Listen well. You are to proceed to restart this space elevator and escort me to Amstar. I do not wish to linger in this forsaken land for even a day longer." In the words of Bai Lingyin, it was a place where humanity was treated with utter disdain. Kakashi Luo lamented, "How true. As long as you obey my commands, the Great Xia Alliance will undoubtedly reward you, as you deserve." Yisui embraced Bai Lingyin, who initially appeared bashful, but suddenly felt his weight leaning against her. Bai Lingyin understood that this was a result of overexerting his racial gifts, so she feigned being cradled in his arms while secretly supporting him. Kakashi Luo and several elders from the Iji Ku tribe approached to pay their respects to Yisui. Not wishing to reveal his frailty, Isui instructed Bai Ling. Have them choose a representative. I will see only one person. Bai Ling adjusted her mechanical backpack, flipping the hover vehicle over and assisting him into it. Exhausted, Isui could barely lift his feet, and Bai Ling intentionally knelt to elevate his feet and place them inside. Kakashi Luo and the Ijiku elders witnessed this scene with great astonishment. Even a noble lady from a prominent family, stranded here, had to demean herself in such a manner, which only amplified the nobility of Isui. Ultimately, Kakashi Ro encountered Isui and received a promise from her to assist in restoring the former splendor of Shiya Mountain. Just as Isui drifted into slumber, she was abruptly awakened by Bai Ling, causing a momentary panic. The Swallowing Moon Tengu pirate group had captured the Silver Moon Tengu, making their way from the space elevator, nearly sparking a conflict with the Kakashi militia. Thus, Bai Ling was informed and returned to rouse Isui once more. Isui steadied her nerves and signaled for a representative from the Swallowing Moon Tengu to approach. Who are you? Have you come to renounce the darkness and embrace the light? Despite her exhaustion, Isui sought to project an air of authority. Immediately, a figure adorned with a brass Moon Tengu mask from the Swallowing Moon Tengu pirate group bowed and comically scampered forward, kneeling before her. Isui had long harbored some confusion regarding why the structure of interstellar civilizations bore such resemblance to feudal times, with extraterrestrials so readily kneeling. Dishonorable individuals. The underlings of the Earth Dog Star 1101008 team, a jester under the jurisdiction of the Yushir Tai, and a 9th-rank inspector under the command of the esteemed lord. The Tengu clan member Asangmo pays his respects. Dishonorable individuals? Yushir? What does this have to do with one another? The term dishonorable individuals referred to an intelligence and espionage organization directly governed by the Senate, targeting various sectors of society and the gray areas. The supreme leader was the dishonorable commander, held by a pure-blooded human. The organization derived its name from 36 celestial generals and 72 terrestrial fiends, accompanied by a lengthy string of numbers corresponding to their team designations. As Sanmo, -11 signifies the 11th aspect of the organization, 010 denotes the 10th squadron, and 086 represents the 86th team. The term bandit indicates a common member within the squad, while the leader assumes the role of captain, acting as the liaison and reporting to higher authorities. The term clown reflects one's identity, with roles such as Sheng, the male lead, Dan, the female lead, Jing, the painted face, Mo, the comic character, and Cho, the fool. For instance, Sheng operates within political and business circles, Dan engages in entertainment, arts, and academia. Jing pertains to religion, Mo refers to local military forces, while Cho encompasses characters from gray areas such as thugs, thieves, and interstellar pirates. The Yushir Tai, named after the ancient supervisory institution, exclusively belongs to the Senate and primarily oversees the scrutiny of the powerful, officials, and civil servants within the alliance. It is led by a first-rank Yushir Dafu, with subordinates categorized as second-rank Shangfu, Zhongfu, and Xiaofu, each managing a department. All four are pure-blooded humans. Their ranks serve merely as symbols of status, without any real distinctions. Isui internally scoffed, concealing his ignorance. Furthermore, Isui understood that this was a double agent. The aforementioned official's name was even more grandiose, utilizing a term of duality. Asamo, rise. You have long been within the enemy camp. Was it your dereliction of duty or the Alliance's sluggish response? Your Excellency, Asamo was dispatched by the Yushir Tai to monitor the nefarious beings on the Dog Star, and later assigned to oversee the relationship with the Moon-Eating Tengu pirate group. Upon discerning that the pirate group appeared to be colluding with other factions, he reported multiple times to the nefarious beings and the Yushir Tai, yet to date, there has been no response. The subordinate even remarked that the opportunity for a 9th-grade inspector to report directly to the Senate occurs but once in a lifetime, yet there was no response. Asangmo clarified his identity and the circumstances of his arrival, revealing a crucial point. Either the Great Xia Alliance has been aware of the situation on Sandstorm Star all along, but chose to remain inactive, or there exists a traitor within the Alliance, of such high rank that they can sever connections between the inside and outside. Among these individuals, Asangmo is not alone. However, if none of the others have conveyed any information, then Isui must contemplate whether he should embrace this identity. A significant matter, Isui knows he is human. Even if the Great Xia Alliance possesses methods to verify his origins as an indigenous inhabitant of Earth, Would they acknowledge a native of uncertain provenance? Asangmo awaited Isui's inquiries, bearing an evaluative intent. Originally, Asangmo had not planned to make an appearance, as he was uncertain of the higher-up's motives. Yet, since Isui summoned him, it would be improper to refuse. Asangmo believed that calling a representative essentially meant calling himself. Rise. Isui feigned ignorance of his subsequent remarks and continued to inquire. Who else is behind this? You know. Asangmo, sensing Isui's apparent indifference, mustered his courage and candidly responded. Wang Dong of the Wang family from Ziwei Star is currently at AM Star, under the command of the 2nd Border Defense Army's Logistics Department, Li Qing. Feeling that the names he provided were insufficient, Asangmo added, I have also captured the captain of the Moon-Eating Sky Wolf pirate group and can interrogate him. Wang Dong, Li Qing? Isui pondered over these two names. As they were indeed Chinese names, you may proceed with your inquiries. Asangmo is a name that resonates with the essence of the Chinese language. The very fact that Isui could swiftly place his trust in Asangmo's identity serves as a testament to the significance of the Chinese language. What confounds Isui is whether the language has undergone any evolution over the years. It is also plausible that the preservation of the language is intentional. What do you believe we should do now? Ultimately, Isui found himself asking a question he had long wished to avoid, for in his previous endeavors as a novelist, protagonists who posed such inquiries often came across as lacking intelligence and conviction. Such queries betray a sense of timidity. To Amstar, Asangmo replied with unwavering directness. Once we reach Amstar, everything shall align perfectly. Chapter 11. A simple declaration. Who dares to stand in my way? Upon hearing Asangmo's suggestion, Isui felt reluctant. While he had previously leaned towards the idea of traveling to Amstar before receiving any news from Asangmo, now he harbored reservations. Why, after all, was Wang Dong not in Amstar? Isui voiced his concerns through a rhetorical question. Above all, one must not show any signs of weakness. Amstar has been part of the Alliance for over 8,000 years. The sentiments of the populace are steadfast and cannot be swayed by treacherous conspirators. The two clans here are loyal and brave, yet one must consider the possibility of treachery, emboldened by external support, and the potential for heinous actions. How could His Highness find himself in such perilous circumstances? What if he were to fall into the jaws of a tiger? Upon uttering these words, Isui immediately regretted his choice of idiom, feeling it unwise to liken himself to a sheep. He supplemented, How can you be certain that I lack the capacity for self-preservation? Today, with mere words, I have turned the unruly masses into valiant defenders of our homeland. Is it truly their loyalty to the Great Xia that fuels this transformation? Simultaneously, he sought to stir the fears nestled within the heart of his interlocutor. The man's resolve was indeed as unyielding as iron, yet there remained a sliver of leverage to be found, albeit a slight one. A sensation of cold crept down Asangmo's spine, accompanied by the foreboding thought of impending doom. His mind conjured images of inciting Isui's wrath, only to be beset by a throng that would drag him down to his demise. Once more, Asangmo knelt, imploring, My lord, I assure you through the authority of the censorate that should you journey to Amstar and reveal your true identity, Wang Dong and his ilk will undoubtedly surrender. Even if Wang Dong incites some minor rebellion, the Amstar's defensive fleet shall suffice. Enough. I harbor no trust. Isui bluntly declared his skepticism. After much persuasion from Asangmo, Isui feigned contemplation, ultimately reaching a compromise. They could indeed travel to Amstar, but it was imperative to bring along the militias of the Kaka and Uzika tribes. Both tribes had been engaged in the reconstruction and assembly of the space elevator. The Kaka tribe was not a concern, but the Uzika tribe had been involved in infrastructural development at Xishan from the outset. Although the space elevator construction was outsourced and Amstar lacked the technological prowess, the Uzika tribe had participated in the maintenance and expansion of the space elevator, providing labor. All relevant systems, protocols, models, and AI data had been passed down. Furthermore, Andre had supplied a comprehensive AI model and database pertaining to the construction of the space elevator. Even if one lacked the skill to repair it, equipping a mechanical body with AI would suffice, would it not? The fallacious transmission of knowledge. An abode filled with cumbersome and superfluous books that one must peruse on their own. The authentic transmission of knowledge, an AI database. Kakashi, the elderly gentleman, hurriedly approached, reporting to Isui, My lord, we have successfully repaired and assembled the space elevator. However, due to Xishan currently residing in the second ecological chain, It is too distant from Amstar. The length of the elevator is insufficient to reach the surface of Amstar. We must wait 2 weeks until Xishan orbits into the first ecological chain, at which point we can access the surface. At that time, Isue had arranged for them to repair the space elevator primarily to prevent them from idling and engaging in idle speculation, providing them with a task. Indeed, Isue sincerely believed that Amstar might be somewhat safer, as those who had captured him for biological research were primarily rebels, traitors, and pirates from the Great Xia Alliance. The enemy of my enemy could indeed be a friend. Moreover, Amstar was, after all, the territory of a loyal subordinate of the Great Xia Alliance. Later, from Asangmo, it was surmised that the Great Xia Alliance was the ultimate orchestrator behind it all. Asangmo swiftly proposed a solution: to utilize the spacecraft of the moon-eating wolf pirate brigade as a tether to pull Xishan towards Amstar. Once they reached an appropriate distance, they would then release the space elevator. Upon hearing this, Isue felt skeptical, for the notion of a spacecraft towing a planet seemed utterly implausible. Yet, Isue was unaware of the immense power that spacecraft possessed in this era and hesitated to inquire, fearing it might reveal his ignorance. Instead, he asked, "Will this action provoke an attack from Amstar's defensive fleet?" "They dare." Asangmo nonchalantly responded, "I still need to summon them to join." Isue then allowed Asangmo to manage the arrangements for this matter. Meanwhile, the militias of the Kaka and Yaziku tribes were thrilled to learn that they would be heading to Amstar, eagerly preparing to accompany Isue in confronting the Hawa-Atwazi people, exuding an air of arrogance derived from their associations. Thus, following the plan, the group successfully arrived near Amstar. Asangmo enlisted several hundred individuals from Kakashiro and approached the Tuanua Tianlang pirates. Through a combination of intimidation, inducements, threats, and reassurances, he revealed his identity, swiftly bringing the small pirates under control. Subsequently, he commandeered 3 warships and over 20 spacecraft from the Tuanua Tianlang pirates, activating the vessels to tow the Xishan satellite city towards Amstar. From the subterranean view of Xishan satellite city, it resembled a fallen structure with a space elevator beneath. On the surface, it bore a closer resemblance to the character for abundance. Previously, Tuanua Tianlang had employed various means of concealment, meticulously mapping out patrol routes, and benefiting from the protection of numerous officials, allowing them to operate in secrecy. Naturally, those officials who provided shelter were more concerned with their own corrupt practices than with the prospect of rebelling against the Great Xia Alliance, a notion they would never dare entertain. Consequently, this time, the Tuanua Tianlang pirates, boldly and ostentatiously, towed Xishan, drawing significant attention. It was simply too conspicuous to ignore. The 6th Cruise Fleet of the Amstar Autonomous Region, with cruiser 6657, detected their presence and sped towards them, prepared to issue a warning. The moon-eating wolf projected the emblem of the 9th grade inspector from the Ministry of Justice onto the glass of the command cabin of cruiser 6657 using a spotlight. Shortly thereafter, a coded message was received, announcing the identity of Asangmo and the execution of a mission. Cruiser 6657 was instructed to relay this information to the governor of Amstar and the commander of the self-defense fleet before proceeding together. The commander of cruiser 6657 remained silent. He was well aware of the Ministry of Justice and the significance of the 9th grade inspector. However, he found himself perplexed by the notion of superior citizens, as he only understood the hierarchy of first, second, third, fourth, and non-ranking citizens within the alliance. What, he pondered, was a superior citizen? He himself was merely a 3rd-grade citizen, albeit with a sense of pride, often believing that the commander was only 1 rank above him, oblivious to the existence of special-grade citizens. In truth, the alliance did not recognize the concept of superior citizens. Asangmo, unsure of how to express the year, fabricated this term. Initially, citizens of the Great Xia Alliance were classified into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades as part of the 4-grade citizen law, a temporary management system enacted during wartime and emergencies, which later became permanent. Initially, the human race was categorized as 1st-grade citizens, later excluded from the 4-grade system to signify their exalted status, followed by the introduction of special-grade citizens as a supplementary classification, often used for bestowals and to signify favor. Hence the lack of public acknowledgement of special-grade citizens. Cruiser 6657 promptly sent the official communication to the commander, who replied that he should proceed together first. The commander hastily inquired with the governor, who, as was customary, was managed by the elderly gentleman overseeing affairs. The old gentleman, after a brief consideration, attempted to make an interstellar long-distance call, but was unable to connect. After trying 5 or 6 different approaches, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him, revealing the profound significance of the matter at hand. The elderly gentleman decisively commanded the Supreme Commander to mobilize all warships and spacecraft for escort duties to Mount Xia. He then summoned the governor and all city officials to join him in the welcoming party. Once the space elevator successfully connected with the ground, Yisui led everyone cautiously onto the elevator. As it descended slowly, they drew nearer to the unfamiliar planet. Asanimo, wary of alarming the enemy, refrained from openly mentioning Wang Dong, instead subtly advising the elderly gentleman to be vigilant against potential internal sabotage. Upon receiving this information, Wang Dong approached the elderly gentleman, his demeanor markedly obsequious. He said, "Esteemed sir, I am acquainted with Yisui within Mount Xia. He is not an extraordinary citizen. I assure you, in the name of the Wang family, that there is no such thing as an extraordinary classification. He is a fraud, currently without identity. Truly just a person forced into exile due to the cancellation of his status. I harbor some personal grievances against him. Rest assured, should any trouble arise, the Wang family will bear the consequences. If you can remain neutral, I can facilitate your access to that coveted angelic healing opportunity." Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman's expression darkened instantly. With a look of utter disdain, he regarded Wang Dong and coldly remarked, "The contrast between arrogance and servility is indeed laughable." With a wave of his hand, the office transformed into a fortress, safeguarding both the young governor and the elderly gentleman. "Wang Dong, do you realize that you tend to invoke the name of the Wang family whenever you feel insecure? You presume to claim the resources of the Wang family as your own. Initially, I was perplexed and fell for your deception, believing you could indeed procure a quota for the angelic holy healing. In truth, when you invoked the Wang family, it seemed you hoped to achieve such goals merely by possessing another Wang family." Wang Dong's countenance darkened, revealing a flicker of resentment, indicating that the old gentleman had struck a nerve. The old gentleman continued, "To accomplish great deeds while clinging to one's own safety and wealth is a sign of pettiness. To make promises without substantial commitments is merely to draw empty illusions." Subsequently, the old gentleman made a phone call, and a cadre of elite security personnel clad in the latest generation of exoskeleton armor burst in, unleashing a barrage of tranquilizer darts. Wang Dong was swiftly subdued and bound in various ways to ensure his escape was impossible before being taken away. Chapter 12. There is a certain foolishness in monkeys imitating humans. Yisui led by Ling, Asimo, and the militia from the 2 clans to AM Star. The space elevator at the base of AM Star had long been transformed into a launch pad for the ecological chain spacecraft being constructed there. In preparation for Yisui's arrival, the administrative department of AM Star promptly mobilized personnel to clear the area. The warships of the moon-eating wolf pirate group descended upon AM Star, tethered by the gravitational pull chain, which the engineers at the space elevator's base controlled via AI to implant into the foundation. Thus, the space elevator could provide a powerful and sustained gravitational pull to the satellite city of Xishan. The next step was to dock with the terminal of the space elevator. Even if misaligned, it would still function. However, to welcome esteemed guests, a smooth landing was essential. Yisui, accompanied by Lingyin, Asimo, and a contingent of guards, entered the space elevator. Within the expanse, there existed a vast platform, traversed by a robust beam of light. Previously, it had been mentioned that the assembly was in reference to this very apparatus. Upon the activation of the space elevator, the platform was immediately enveloped by a crystalline barrier. With a swift motion, the journey towards Amstar commenced. The sensation was akin to that of riding an elevator. One could indeed perceive the movement, accompanied by a slight feeling of inertia. Asanmo perceptively noted this and elucidated. The space elevator had long been neglected in maintenance, resulting in issues with the airtightness of the moving cabin, thus causing minor physical discomfort, which was entirely normal. The barrier shimmered with a flowing halo of vibrant colors. In approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at Amstar. The platform embedded itself into the base, emitting a resonant sound, followed by the hissing of steam, which conjured a dense layer of white mist outside the barrier. Asanmo intended to offer further explanation, but Yisui interjected, "I understand. It is due to prolonged disrepair." Asanmo, bowing humbly, replied, "Your Excellency's understanding humbles me." Once the steam dissipated and the barrier was lifted, the heavy iron doors of the base creaked open. Upon exiting the base, Isue and his entourage were immediately greeted by a throng of expectant individuals. At the forefront stood the governor of Amstar, accompanied by his elderly, gentlemanly steward, with a multitude of locals, including the likes of Doug Lin, trailing behind. Certainly, Doug Lin would not fall victim to neglect due to his perceived low status, thereby escaping dire consequences. One must have faith in the relevant authorities of the Great Xia. After all, second-class citizens were already considered the lower echelon of the privileged in the Great Xia Alliance. The governor of Amstar, still in his youth, was but a child, frail and ailing since his early years, with administrative affairs consistently managed by a steward. Observe him closely. His fingers and hair possess a desiccated quality reminiscent of withered flora, quite literally, not metaphorically. Just imagine, the Kakas, the Yaziku, and the Atwazi tribes gathered together. How could the atmosphere possibly be harmonious? A profound and entrenched animosity lingers between them, steeped in an ocean of blood and prejudice that is nearly impossible to discard. After years of reflection and lessons learned, none are inclined to debate the rights and wrongs of the past. Even if you were to seize any one of them and recount the historical facts, enumerating their past transgressions, they would retort defiantly, "Even if I bear some fault, does that render them virtuous?" The old gentleman proposed that Isue relocate to the Lord's Manor, for this desolate wilderness is hardly a suitable dwelling. Isue declined, expressing his reluctance to find himself alone in an unfamiliar environment. Consequently, the militia of both tribes set up camp to rest. The old gentleman, having dismissed others, confided in Isue, "I have attempted to reach out to the Great Xia Alliance, yet no means of communication have succeeded in contacting the outside world." Isue cast a sidelong glance at him. "What purpose do you serve, then? It is but a temporary lapse in communication. Great Xia is not extinguished. Should contact with a Muxing prove elusive, they will soon discern the anomaly. Wang Dong, who had sought to incite discord, is now under my soft confinement. After notifying the alliance, would it be prudent to interrogate him?" Isue hesitated, contemplating whether to hold him temporarily before handing him over to representatives from the Great Xia Alliance to demonstrate his integrity, or to permit a Sangmo to take him away for questioning, thus asserting his dominance and the Wang family's disdain. Ultimately, he declared, "Bring him to me. I am curious to see what he has to say." The choice of C by A and B took the old gentleman by surprise. Having spent a long time in a position of power, the old gentleman was accustomed to presenting others with dilemmas. However, Isue should not have been the one responding. At this moment, fueled by the intentions of certain individuals, rumors began to circulate in the camp and AM City. These rumors pointed directly at Isue, with an evident purpose. The Atwaisians heard, "Have you heard? That individual who promised to bestow AM Star upon the Kaka and Iziku peoples. Oh, AM Star is the territory granted to us by the Alliance. How could it be conferred? What shall we do?" The rumor monger would feign hesitation at this juncture. "I am unsure, but that individual clearly does not trust us. Who's to say they Haven T truly made such a promise? Do you think a person of such stature would go back on their word?" At this moment, a typical Atwaisians would be inclined to believe it, leaping up to exclaim, "Impossible. AM Star is our mother. We shall never abandon our homeland." Meanwhile, another rumor was spreading, claiming that Isue was merely deceiving the Kaka and Iziku tribes, and when the opportune moment arose, he would inevitably settle the score with them. Just as he had remarked, their anger was indeed justified. Those propagating these rumors did not intend to incite rebellion among the soldiers of the three tribes, but merely hoped that, once the third patrol fleet arrived, their resistance would not be overly fierce. Additionally, there was another assertion circulating among the higher echelons, claiming that Isue lacked citizenship. Some claim he is a habitual deceiver, while others assert he has been stripped of his identity and cast out from his family. However, Wang Dong is merely under the soft confinement of the old gentleman. From their two exchanges, it becomes evident that the old gentleman believes Wang Dong has acted unilaterally. He has not truly harmed Wang Dong, who continuously communicates this sentiment outwardly. Meanwhile, in the distant realms of the cosmos, treacherous usurpers place their hopes in the third patrol fleet, which is swiftly en route to AM Star. Since their mobilization, they have engaged in 3 consecutive high-frequency, high-intensity, and high-load interstellar jumps. At this very moment, they are racing at full speed toward AM Star. Wang Dong is brought before Isue, who has donned a tidy outfit, groomed his beard and hair, and taken a proper bath with warm water. In this era, commoners can conveniently bathe using cleansing sprays and capsules. Yet, the so-called elites, of course, prefer to emulate humanity, indulging in the habit of bathing in hot water. They seek handcrafted bathing tubs devoid of any technological processing, opting for an inefficient and wasteful method to heat water. They must use small kettles to boil water, which is then poured into the tub by aesthetically designed female robots or humanoid maidens holding the somewhat hot copper handles. Then, a few maidens are summoned to scrub their backs with delicate hands while feigning enjoyment of a glass of wine produced from their ancestral home. Such absurdities, characterized by inefficiency, high energy consumption, and a waste of time and resources, mirror the imitative behaviors of monkeys. Witnessing this scene, Yi Sui feels a sense of incredulity and cannot bear to watch any longer. "Do not tell me you lack even a water heater here?" Yi Sui retorts. The old gentleman sensed a peculiar tone from the dignitary. Although he resided in a remote countryside, he had learned this manner from the capital of the Ziwei Star Empire. "What is inappropriate about this, my lord?" the old gentleman inquired, perplexed. Yi Sui, uninterested in offering a retort, thought to himself, "This seems rather foolish." The old gentleman sighed inwardly, realizing that Wang Dong was indeed quite foolish. Meanwhile, the third patrol fleet surged into the patrol range of the AM Star's self-defense fleet, only to be intercepted by patrol ship 1244, which posed an inquiry. Upon being informed that their purpose was to suppress a rebellion, patrol ship 1244 found itself bewildered, as it had received no prior information regarding any insurrection on AM Star. Subsequently, it reported to higher authorities, but discovered communication was severed, leaving them in a quandary. Nevertheless, they began to lean towards the belief that a severe rebellion had erupted on AM Star. Thus, they opted to escort the fleet. Chapter 13. Time is on our side. As long as we can hold on, victory is assured. Are you Wang Dong? Wang Dong, as a captive, was brought before Yi Sui. Yi Sui occupied the elevated seat, with Bai Lingyin standing beside him. Bai Lingyin acted as Yi Sui's secretary, while Asimo and the old gentleman sat a few meters away in a lower position. Wang Dong closed his eyes in contemplation, having been administered several injections of suppressants, rendering him incapable of utilizing the innate abilities of the other races implanted within him. However, before his arrival, someone had discreetly informed him of a crucial piece of intelligence. The third patrol fleet was on its way, a piece of news that had not reached anyone else on AM Star. Those behind the scenes had conducted their own investigations and discovered Sandstorm Star 1633 was suspected of harboring an ancient human relic. Various factions conspired and plotted in secrecy, dispatching a pawn to probe the situation on Amstar, seeking out outlaws to pilfer remains. Such an extensive passage of time, coupled with numerous operations and countless oversights. In the vast realm of the Great Xia, with its myriad intelligence and espionage organizations, their agents had repeatedly unearthed and reported these endeavors. Logically, the operation should have been compromised long ago, and someone would have been lying in wait on Sandstorm Star 1633. Yet, the outcome suggested that individuals of considerable influence deliberately suppressed all information, concealing it from view. Even amidst the tumultuous resurrection of Yi Sui, that same figure continued to assist in the obfuscation. This ignited a conjecture within them. There are those who do not wish to see Yi Sui emerge. As they pieced together these thoughts, what initially appeared to be an inevitable defeat now glimmered with the promise of a reversal. Wang Dong opened his eyes, pondering, "No matter your noble lineage, your adversaries extend beyond us. You are Wang Dong?" Yi Sui inquired coldly. In Mandarin, Wang Dong chuckled, internally marveling as he delivered what he believed to be an elegant response. "Indeed, I am. And you are Yi Sui?" Asang Morton was immediately enraged. "How dare you address the esteemed one by name?" Subsequently, he unleashed his racial talent. A bloodthirsty aura akin to the scent of rotting flesh surged into Wang Dong's senses, a form of psychological assault. Wang Dong suffered severe mental anguish, feeling as though he were ensnared by the foul maw of a beast, ready to be devoured. He collapsed to the ground, his bladder uncontrollably releasing. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress their laughter while simultaneously harboring fear towards Asang. Truly tyrannical. Yet, only Yi Sui above furrowed his brow. After a brief respite, Yi Sui, invigorated, entered a heightened state of mental acuity. From Wang Dong, one can sense a certain satisfaction derived from the successful execution of a scheme, a feeling of triumph akin to that of a cunning individual reveling in their own success. Simultaneously, one can perceive a hint of fear emanating from Asangmo, a trepidation born of having provoked the ire of Isue through his own presumptuousness, coupled with an underlying intention to test Isue. These emotions are subtle and complex, not easily discerned, yet Isue, with his extraordinary ability to comprehend the sentiments of others, grasped their significance. They must have sensed something new, resulting in a shift in attitude. Particularly in Asangmo. What is the purpose of creating such a mess here? At that moment, several noblewomen from the Twice clan approached to clean the floor. Isue, exasperated, remarked, "How long must this take? Why resort to foolishness when machines are available? This is a waste of time." Just then, a quiet, low-radiation cleaning robot arrived, resembling a rectangular safe. It extended a mechanical arm and sprayed a quick clean solution at Wang Dong, followed by several other sprays. In less than 3 seconds, a few yellow beads formed on the ground, which the robot collected before departing. Now, that exhibits a degree of technological advancement. Wang Dong, with a rather high mental attribute, would not have found himself in such an embarrassing situation had it not been for the suppressants. After gathering his thoughts, Wang Dong rose and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the individual on stage does not possess a legitimate identity within the Alliance. This is easily verifiable. You must not become complicit in wrongdoing." Isue detected the excitement and unease in Wang Dong's emotions. The others were covertly glancing at Isue, their gazes revealing a tacit inclination to side with Wang Dong, hoping for Isue to validate his stance. These individuals required incontrovertible evidence. Otherwise, how could they risk their fortunes on mere speculation? The essence of Isue's heart and mind could easily be perceived. They indeed harbored the intention of self-verification. However, the prevailing curiosity was regarding Isue's true identity. With a dismissive smile, Isue propped their head on one arm and coldly ridiculed. "Do you think you are worthy to question me? You dare to challenge me?" Wang Dong found this tone all too familiar, reminiscent of a disdainful attitude towards others. Unlike most, Wang Dong had genuinely encountered the pure-blooded human race, albeit as a mere servant in the palace. In the eyes of others, he felt akin to those humanoid AI robots, not considered a person. Some possessed amiable dispositions, yet fundamentally, they did not regard him as human. Those with less amiable temperaments treated individuals like Wang Dong as if they were mere animals. With a subtle wave of his hand, Isue instinctively commanded the attendants to drag Wang Dong away. The onlookers were left without the opportunity to voice any objections. Paralyzed by fear. How tedious! Isue lamented with a childlike tone, though the subject of his lamentation remained unclear. The assembly, including Asimo, the old gentleman, and others, felt as though they were the target of his derision, as if their very souls were laid bare. "Asimo, what has transpired? Report at once." Isue directly summoned Asimo. The latter felt a tightening sensation in his scalp, and his fear intensified as Isue deliberately amplified his trepidation. Falling to his knees, Asimo confessed, "I am inept. The 3rd Patrol Fleet, under the pretense of suppressing the rebellion of the Kaka tribe and the Iju tribe within AM Star, has entered the interstellar space of AM Star, and has already advanced the fleet to the 2nd ecological chain. Let their leaders come to see me. Do they dare to rebel?" Isue feigned indifference as he spoke. Isue initially intended to address the individual as a commander, yet as the words hovered at the precipice of utterance, he contemplated the possibility of alternative titles, such as captain, commander, or chief, before ultimately adopting a different nomenclature. Furthermore, the Silver Moon Tengu had previously informed him that Andre's mission in the Zaishan region was to incite rebellion among the Kaka and Yazika tribes. However, with Andre's abrupt departure, neither tribe had initiated a revolt, and Amstar had not issued any requests for suppression. It was evident that the 3rd Patrol Fleet, as per the original strategy, should not have been present at Amstar. One could surmise, with a modicum of intuition, that Wang Dong of the 3rd Patrol Fleet was summoned by the true orchestrator behind Andre. It was reasonable to deduce that they had come to instigate insurrection. After a moment of hesitation, Asimo relayed this information. Beneath a veneer of panic, Isue forced a semblance of amusement, exclaiming, "Oh, how intriguing." This expression was one of audacious confidence, rather than a furrowed brow feigning ignorance of their foolishness, as he inquired, "How dare they rebel?" He suggested that the Amstar self-defense fleet should be dispatched to confront the threat. Isue subtly indicated that he possessed a contingency plan. alluding to the notion that everything remained under his control, while simultaneously conveying that he had yet to fully engage in the unfolding drama. Hence the initial deployment of the self-defense fleet. In tandem, he endeavored to evoke within the old gentleman a sense of respect, obedience, and trepidation towards him. The prior displays of bravado and psychological maneuvering were meticulously crafted to ensure that, at this critical juncture, they would place their trust in Yi Sui and be emboldened to confront the enemy with genuine resolve. Despite the absence of any formal notification or authorization from the Great Xia Alliance, naturally, the old gentleman acquiesced, yet he was compelled to pose a question. After questioning him, he immediately regretted it. The old gentleman inquired, what if the Third Patrol Fleet produces some official documents regarding the Great Xia Alliance? What else could be done? One might take a lesson from the history of the Ancestral Star, particularly the actions of the President's Security Office in the Kingdom of Bangxi. As long as conflicts are averted, it suffices to delay until the Great Xia Alliance realizes what is happening. The old gentleman's unwavering faith in the Great Xia Alliance led him to believe that, at most, within a standard day, the Alliance would undoubtedly respond. Time was on his side. As long as he could stall, victory was assured. Chapter 14. The Third Patrol Fleet finally launched their attack. They could not produce anything. Yi Sui could not exhibit even the slightest hesitation. The old gentleman, filled with trepidation, departed to arrange specific matters. Shortly after his departure, medical personnel arrived, requesting to take the young governor for treatment. Through his heart and mind, Yi Sui could distinctly sense their anxiety and a subtle feeling of guilt. Guilt? The old fox, the gentleman, would certainly not dare to betray Yi Sui. At least, the current demeanor, speech, habits, and temperament of Yi Sui were indistinguishably genuine. Yet, what if? The old gentleman would not harm Yi Sui for the sake of a mere possibility, but he feared that this very possibility could jeopardize his young master. The old gentleman's thoughts revolved around this. Even if he were truly deceived and led astray, as long as the young master remained unharmed, with the goodwill of the Atwisians within the Alliance, he could at least safeguard this relative left behind at home. In this way, he could at least fulfill the trust placed in him by the Lord and Lady. This aspiration is quite comprehensible and readily accepted, especially since the venerable gentleman has graciously provided an avenue for retreat, rendering it unnecessary to act in an unkind manner. The gentleman has commanded the self-defense fleet to intercept the Third Patrol Fleet Group, bestowing upon them the authority to engage in combat. This communication has not been disrupted. The gentleman perceives that the forces behind this maneuver are merely severing their own connections with the outside world. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and the 10 clans behind him, along with their foreign allies, can maintain their communications unimpeded. The AM Star self-defense fleet comprises a total of 7 formations, boasting nearly 100 Falcon-class warships, categorized as Class 3 vessels, alongside 7 Bear-class capital ships, classified as Class 2. Additionally, there are nearly 1,000 small to medium-sized spacecraft. The Falcon-class warships serve as the primary vessels for routine patrols, forming formations to accomplish cruising missions along major interstellar trade routes. The smaller ships are organized into groups to undertake patrol duties in the interstellar borders and desolate regions. The Bear-class capital ships, meanwhile, act as flagship vessels, remaining stationed for extended periods. The advantages of these warships lie in their affordability. They were once the mainstream models of the Great Xia Alliance, with ample stock available on the market. Moreover, they exhibit swiftness in operation and energy efficiency, making them well-suited for patrol tasks. However, the sheer number of vessels is excessive for AM Star. The AM Star system contains only one habitable planet, accompanied by 2 semi-ecological chains, totaling 14 immigrant gravitational rings, amounting to a mere 20 billion inhabitants. The other planets in the system are predominantly barren, with only a few hosting industries, automated AI factories, and research points, necessitating the Great Xia Alliance to periodically survey its own system. AM Star, situated deep within the Alliance, finds it quite remarkable to encounter even a modestly scaled interstellar pirate. Maintaining such a significant military presence is purely a waste of resources. In terms of combat capability, it is undoubtedly inferior to the second-tier forces of the Great Xia Alliance, specifically the Patrol Stability Fleet. After all, these warships were discarded by the Patrol Stability Fleet and sold to Amstar. Upon receiving orders, the commander of the self-defense fleet instructed the fleet to maintain a safe distance and initiated communication with the Third Patrol Stability Fleet. The previously accompanying cruiser, designated 1244, finally received communication from Amstar, alleviating their anxious spirits. "Captain, what should we do?" inquired the staff officer. "First, we will disengage. Then communicate with the 3rd Patrol Stability Fleet and request them to halt temporarily," the captain decisively replied. The commander ordered the assembly of all military forces stationed at Amstar Starport and the 14 gravitational ring starports, including 7 heavy Bear-class capital ships. Disregarding estimates, the disparity in scale, weaponry, and combat quality between the self-defense fleet and the Patrol Stability Fleet is excessively vast. Should a confrontation occur, it is anticipated that the self-defense fleet could only withstand 3 standard hours before annihilation. However, considering the self-defense fleet's ability to rely on layered defenses and mobilize Amstar's production capacity, it could potentially endure between 7 to 12 hours before completely losing combat effectiveness. Primarily, the commander harbors doubts about whether the 3rd Patrol Stability Fleet would dare to launch a full-scale annihilation attack on the Amstar self-defense fleet. The commanding officer of the 3rd Patrol Stability Fleet, Zhang Hao, hails from the esteemed Zy Zhang family and is a core member of the 10 surnames. In his earlier years, during the Gilded Era of the 4th Border, he served as the garrison commander in a certain star domain. The collusion with foreign tribes, the greed for glory leading to the slaughter of the innocent, the nurturing of bandits as a priority, and the corruption born from avarice. All of this was facilitated by the 4th-rank Inspector General of the region, who happened to be his uncle. Although their familial bond was not particularly deep, their frequent interactions forged a connection. Subsequently, his uncle was apprehended by the 2nd-rank Lord of the Inspectorate. While there was no extensive investigation into the matter, it still implicated Zhang Hao, resulting in his reassignment to a secondary rear echelon for a premature retirement. Upon his transfer, Zhang Hao began cultivating a circle of trusted confidants within the military and summoned a multitude of young scions from the 10 prominent families. Despite the rivalries and backstabbing among these families, centuries of intermarriage and mutual benefit had forged a bond of shared fortunes. The patrol ship 1244 issued a formal communique, demanding that the 3rd Patrol Fleet depart from the AM star system. Zhang Hao convened the commanders of the various fleet formations to deliberate. After feigning attentiveness for a moment, he decisively proclaimed that any obstruction to their advance would be met with overwhelming force. Zhang Hao understood clearly that the 10 families were at a critical juncture. Either they would advance or face annihilation, with no other alternatives. "Commander, is this truly necessary? After all, AM Star is an autonomous territory granted by the Great Xia Alliance," ventured a commander from a non-10 family faction. Currently, the lives of the esteemed citizens of the Wang family, the direct descendants of the imperial house of Ziwei, are under threat from the internal chaos of AM Star. To rescue our fellow citizens, we must assume responsibility and act decisively, rather than hesitating. Zhang Hao attempted to persuade him, yet the commander seemed intent on continuing his argument. "No more buts. The mere governor of Amstar, a mere first-class citizen, pales in comparison to the esteemed lineage of my 10 noble families, all of whom are first-class citizens. Such matters are burdens we can bear. Let us unleash our full firepower and advance at maximum speed." The commander also had his say. The lord of that autonomous region, a first-class citizen, is a testament to the Alliance's grace towards the early subordinate race of the Atavis. Can they be equated? Furthermore, not all members of the 10 noble families are first-class citizens. Only those of direct descent and close branches, possessing superior genetic models and purer bloodlines, are bestowed with such a status at birth. Others are granted second-class citizenship at birth, with the possibility of elevation to first-class citizenship and relevant positions determined through assessments upon reaching adulthood. Naturally, one may also pursue a conventional path of study and civil service, achieving results or enduring through experience to be awarded fourth-class citizenship. Here, ordinary individuals refer to those with legal status, but lacking citizen privileges among ordinary humanoid races. Subsequently, the commander was apprehended. The 3rd Patrol Fleet, filled with high-ranking officers from the 10 noble families and a multitude of loyalists among the lower-ranking officers, swiftly executed the war orders. They immediately terminated the official AI system of the Great Xia Alliance, replacing it with an unofficial AI system procured by Zhang Hao from unknown sources. The patrol ship, having detached from the escort of the 3rd Patrol Fleet, joined the nearest 6th Fleet. Consequently, an attack erupted from the opposing side, and in an instant, the 6th Fleet sustained severe damage. On Amstar, the old gentleman received news of the skirmish at the front lines and that his side could not endure much longer. He sought out Yi Sui and requested that Yi Sui accompany the young lord through a secret passage to escape. In the depths of space, the dark planet Amstar was illuminated only by a singular radiant glow at its apex. Two ecological chains, akin to necklaces adorning a neck, emitted a faint luminescence as they encircled the planet. The third patrol fleet, comprising hundreds of Level 1 capital warships, was harnessing the power of their main cannons. Meanwhile, thousands of Level 2 Mountain Tiger-class frigates stood guard alongside them. "Damn it, they have lost their minds," exclaimed the commander of Amstar's self-defense fleet, his voice brimming with fury. His Level 2 Sperm Whale-class flagship had just departed from the starport when he received a video transmission from the front lines. "Zhang Hao, are you intent on obliterating the entirety of Amstar?" The commander wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Contact the governor, evacuate the citizens, assemble the fortifications, and organize the barriers. Hurry." He urgently issued commands to the aide beside him. "Order all warships to assemble, establish a defensive formation, and activate the highest level of protective shields. Redirect energy from all gravitational rings. We must hold the line." He then relayed further instructions to his staff. Through the protective screen, the self-defense fleet commander could see the planet Amstar behind him, leaving him with no place to hide. In a mere 3 minutes, the self-defense fleet assembled at full speed, taking their designated positions as per the established plan, channeling all energy into maximum power output. Defensive shield. The Artavian fleet, renowned for its collective defensive shield, had achieved remarkable victories during the epics of humanity's great expeditions, earning the illustrious title of the Loyal Shield across the stars. Time was of the essence, ultimately. Just before the thunderous roar of the primary cannon from the lead ship of the first fleet of the 3rd Patrol Group echoed through the void. The foundational assembly was completed. Subsequently, a barrage of primary cannon fire struck against the shimmering energy screen. Report. The 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 7th patrol ships, totaling 107, had been annihilated due to damage absorption. Furthermore, 71 of the patrol vessels sustained significant damage, and it was anticipated that after the 7th strike, 211 ships would be compelled to withdraw from the collective defense. Following the 11th strike, 36 of the patrol ships would be forced to retreat. After the 32nd strike, all patrol ships would be compelled to withdraw, with survival predicted to dwindle to 0. The Loyal Shield. The forced withdrawal of the collective defensive shield portended nothing but annihilation. Report. The 1st Cruise Fleet's vessel 1222 had suffered internal damage of 75, and it was predicted that with just 2 more assaults, the damage sustained would utterly obliterate the battleship. Moreover, the other fleet vessels had also endured varying degrees of impairment. One by one, the advisors reported the grim tidings, rendering the atmosphere heavy with silence. Report. The governor has urgently dispatched 112 mobile fortresses to join the collective defense. At this moment, the officer sprinted while shouting, relaying the governor's orders, but faltered mid-sentence, his voice cracking before he continued. Moreover, with the governor's authorization, you may, when necessary, draw upon the gravitational rings of immigration, detaching them from the ecological chain to participate in the collective defensive barrier. Naturally, the ecological gravitational rings are devoid of the equipment necessary to form energy shields or other defensive armaments. However, they can absorb damage and provide energy. The cost of this is self-evident, which leaves the command with nothing but silence and entanglement. You had once sworn to me that upon reaching Amstar, safety would be assured. All Asamo inspectors, what insights do you possess? Yi Sui, with a dual purpose, obscured Asamo's emotional perception while simultaneously stirring his emotions. Additionally, Yi Sui sensed a flicker of anticipation within him. What could he be anticipating? Asamo found himself engulfed in a maelstrom of anxiety, fear, concern, and trepidation, all of which clouded his thoughts, reason, and judgment, affecting his observations and choices. Yi Sui believed he was adept at manipulating the emotions of others to diminish their skepticism towards him. Yet, this also influenced their self-perception and decision-making regarding their identities. It resulted merely in a state of half-belief and lingering doubt. Lord Yi Sui, Asamo urged, you must leave. No, you should seek refuge elsewhere first. The head steward will surely have a way to escort you and the young lord away, even if you take that girl with you. The message was clear. Had it been anyone else, they would have readily acquiesced. In that moment, Yi Sui could no longer maintain his composure. The weight of his weary body, suppressed emotions, and the burdens of the present were overwhelming. Yet, Even if he were to rip his own heart out as proof, he would still question himself. Am I not Yisui? A human being? As Yisui reclined against the chair's back, an expression of anguish etched upon his face, he tightly shut his eyes. Pressing his left hand against his temple while his right hand hovered in a futile gesture of support. All present stared at Yisui, their throats constricted with apprehension. There exists a phrase in our history. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. A monarch dies for his realm. Yisui spoke slowly. I shall never abandon even a single inch of Daxia's land, nor a foot of its mountains and rivers. With a sudden intensity, he opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. He rose to his feet, and Asangmo followed closely behind him. As they exited the tent, the gathered nobles of AMU City, commoners, and soldiers from the three clans seemed to be awaiting this moment, their eyes fixed upon Yisui's emergence. Utilizing his astute mind to amplify the impact of his rhetoric, he proclaimed loudly, I am still here. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, reverberating with excitement as the crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of fervor sweeping through them. As Asangmo trailed back into the tent with Yisui, he leaned in and whispered, If your highness truly desires to resolve the issue with the rebellious Third Patrol, there exists another method. Yisui sensed an amplified expectation in his tone, his own anticipation growing. Turning to face him, Yisui observed Asangmo humbly bow his head. What are you hoping for? Yisui inquired, penetrating the veil of his emotions. Asangmo was momentarily struck dumb, kneeling as if to prostrate himself. Yisui grasped his arm, urging, Do not squander time. What other method do you propose? Asangmo began to elucidate. AMU Star served as a vital logistical hub during Daxia's second great expedition, where the Empire had stationed a formidable force for many years. Subsequently, with the development and expansion of the second and third borders and the shifts in interstellar routes, the necessity for a military presence on AM Star diminished, leading to the withdrawal of troops, though a substantial base remained on the planet's dark side. In anticipation of future needs, the Great Xia Alliance repurposed the remnants of the military facility on AM Star, transforming it into a colossal and regularly maintained AI automated legion. Access to this legion required thorough identity verification from the nobility. This arrangement persisted until the tenure of the previous governor, whose youthful ignorance, compounded by changes in internal alliance policies, led to its temporary abandonment. Should the nobility manage to activate the base, they would possess formidable combat capabilities. Yisui turned to gaze at Asangmo, who was visibly agitated. How did you come to know this? Yisui questioned, his mind keenly attuned to the fluctuations in Asangmo's emotions, seeking any signs of deceit. I received intelligence from a high-ranking channel within the Alliance. While you lack formal identity, I was instructed to ensure your safe passage and continued existence. Yisui had previously believed that Asangmo's anxiety stemmed from fear of hierarchy or self-doubt. He was unprepared to discover that Asangmo harbored such a significant secret, revealing himself as a triple agent, a true talent indeed. Dismissing this revelation, Yisui commanded, Lead the way. Soon, Yisui and a small contingent of soldiers boarded a hyperspace shuttle, following the route provided by Asangmo towards the base. The Lightspeed shuttle, resembling a shuttlecock, is devoid of windows and can only traverse predetermined routes based on input commands. The elderly gentleman remains entirely oblivious to matters concerning the base, likely due to the exceedingly high level of confidentiality known only to the Lord alone. The dimly lit atmosphere of Amstar's dark side is characterized by perpetual twilight, devoid of daylight. The distinction lies in the shallow darkness, which is adorned with a waning moon and stars, while certain minority races, such as the Kaka and Izuku, have ventured forth from its periphery. In contrast, the deep darkness lacks any natural light sources, and even artificial ones prove to be ephemeral. The base is situated at the juncture of shallow and deep darkness, with only an elevator protruding from the ground. Yisui by Lingyin and Asangmo descended the elevator into the military base below. They were greeted by a white, robotic usher resembling a floor-cleaning machine, which promptly commenced its sweeping action towards them. According to the system's data, name, Asangmo, race, Tengu, status, second-class citizen, position, inspector of the 9th rank at the censorate. For suspected official business, please proceed to entrance C1. Name, Su Bai Su, race, hybrid derivative, status, citizenship revoked, legal identity under the Administrative Civil Department of Ziwei Star, inquiry reason unknown. Please proceed to entrance E1 for re-registration. Name, system error, race, System error. Status. System error. Identity unknown. Reason unknown. Please proceed to entrance special 1 for manual re-registration. Isui momentarily pondered. Wasn't this a fully automated mechanical factory? How could there still be manual intervention? At that moment, the welcoming robot unexpectedly maneuvered beneath Isui's feet, immobilizing them, rendering any struggle futile. The robot cautioned, "Speed is of the essence. Please exercise caution." Bai Lingyin yearned to struggle and rescue Isui, yet the malfunctioning mechanical backpack refused to budge, leaving her ensnared by the robotic arm. In an instant, the robot transformed into a flying apparatus, emitting a vibrant blue flame as it accelerated beneath. Together, they traversed through a gate marked with a peculiar designation, arriving at a locale reminiscent of a civil affairs bureau, where clerks were diligently attending to various matters. Something felt amiss. Isui could not sense her own emotions, nor could she perceive her own existence. She appeared to be merely a holographic projection. Meanwhile, light years away, in the distant Ziwei galaxy, a seemingly ordinary civil affairs bureau welcomed an unusual guest. Within the Great Xia Alliance's civil affairs office, a leggy young lady clad in an OL uniform and black stockings meticulously recorded information, inquiring, "Name? Isui. Date of birth? April 28, 2004. Please respond in standard format. Alliance year 1-2004, April 28th. Race? Human." The young lady raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Isui lacked any form of identification to process, yet he was unable to substantiate his humanity. The machines were incapable of detecting his certified blood, genetic markers, or DNA. The young lady's animal ears twitched with agitation, her OL uniform clinging tantalizingly to her form. Subsequently, she summoned the authorities, pointing at Isui and declaring, "We have a smuggler." Isui was momentarily bewildered. Where, indeed, was he? In this moment, Isui concentrated his mind and spirit, managing to extricate himself from the depths of the immersive holographic artificial service. This immersive experience was not dissimilar to the genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Isui's forehead, yet security robots swiftly advanced, restraining him and dragging him away. Chapter 16, Judgment? AI? Sister. Who truly seeks to end his life? Isui was initially pulled into a space reminiscent of a courtroom, ultimately finding himself standing before the judgment seat as the accused. Atop the dais sat a humanoid robot, serving as the presiding judge. This particular automaton was distinct from those Isui had encountered on Amstar, in every aspect: size, appearance, facial features, hair, and skin. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a human being. Under the simulation of AI, its personality, reactions, and behaviors mirrored those of a real person. Such advanced robots were exorbitantly priced and typically lacked any capacity for servitude. They were reserved for the grand banquets of the elite within the Great Xia Alliance. The judge robot, however, while maintaining a humanoid form, exhibited an exceedingly rugged aesthetic. Its surface was devoid of skin, showcasing a polished metallic sheen, primarily in cold hues of black and silver. Its head resembled a hairdryer, devoid of facial features, replaced instead by an electronic screen that displayed simplistic lines and circles to convey expressions. The lower portion of its face was composed of numerous long, narrow openings, functioning as audio output, akin to the speaker grills found beneath a large television. The back of its head was disproportionately large, from which multicolored hoses extended downward into its torso. Notably, it lacked hands. Its right arm wielded a small iron hammer, while its left arm bore a luminous screen. This luminous screen also serves a projection function. It strikes the table with a hammer, and the sound hole emits a shrill, electronic synthesized tone. "State your name." "I am innocent. My name is Isui," I replied, rubbing my arm where it had been pinched. "Isui, according to the Alliance Bureau of Investigation, you are charged with the crime of smuggling. Do you plead guilty?" "I am innocent. I do not confess," Isui responded defiantly, daring to deny in court. "Under Alliance law, smuggling is a grave offense. If you plead guilty, we may consider sparing you from the death penalty." "I am innocent. I was born human." "Born human," Isui retorted passionately. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of certain individuals. A Sangmo and Bai Lingyin entered from either side of the audience, visibly shocked upon seeing Isui. "Isui." The judge's voice snapped Isui's attention back. "Do you plead guilty?" No opportunity was given for Isui to respond. The trial robot continued. "Please take your seats. Witnesses on the left, spectators on the right. Isui attempted to turn and observe their seating, but found himself immobilized, his body constrained. The trial robot admonished, "Defendant, do not look around." Isui noticed his mind was in disarray, unable to discern their exact positions. Suddenly, the lights behind him went out. All illumination focused on Isui, compelling him to slightly bow and shield his eyes with his arm. Isui. The sound grew closer and louder, reminiscent of the method he employed when delivering speeches to brainwash others, utilizing the technique of listening to all things. You are not a citizen of the Great Xia Alliance, nor do you possess any legitimate identity within any galaxy or ecological chain. You have committed the crime of illegal immigration, and under the laws of the Great Xia Alliance, you are subject to the death penalty. Will you confess? Is this all you have to say? I am innocent. Let me reiterate. I was born a human. I was born on Earth, and you are the interlopers. I am not guilty. Isui felt his rationality slipping beyond his control. He believed he must share the tale of Sandstorm Star, guiding them to ponder whether he was merely a dormant pod abandoned during their great expedition. Were they not proclaiming themselves as the primordial human race? Shouldn't he reveal himself? Why must he disclose his time-traveling experience? Is it due to truth serums or similar substances? Or perhaps some form of psychological technology or a unique racial gift? What is it? When did it happen? Was it during my immersion in the holographic service? Isui began to feel a profound terror. It was as if he had transformed from a mere online keyboard warrior to a tangible, real-life confrontation. Were they inviting spectators to sever my escape? If someone truly conspired against me, then the streets of AM City should be broadcasting this spectacle. Indeed, the advertisements across AM City streets and every screen available were broadcasting this very content. The judge raised the light screen and commenced the projection. On the screen appeared Sandstorm Star. Sandstorm Star 1633, a planet where survival is impossible, and you were the first to appear there. You were taken by the bandit group led by Andre, who treated you as the remains of the primordial human race. The mechanical judge added that the individual lost on the stormy planet was Major Isui during the second interstellar expedition. Major Isui's remains were recovered by the Alliance in the year 2207 of the Great Xia calendar and were honored with a state funeral on his home planet. You are merely an imposter, the mechanical judge rebuked. Isui yearned to speak, yet found himself voiceless, reflecting inwardly that he was indeed born first, and it was his name that had been usurped. Then, a most peculiar perspective emerged, a face with eyes wide open beneath a petal-like rear. Isui deduced that this view originated from Andre's electronic eye. Subsequently, Bai Lingyin discovered Isui, intending to extract his kidney, while the judge insinuated that Isui's actions were a veiled admission of his initial human identity, driven by self-preservation and a desire for Bai Lingyin's corporeal form. Notably, there was a piece of evidence. Bai Lingyin's face flushed with embarrassment as she approached to offer companionship. At that moment, Isui became acutely aware that Bai Lingyin was standing right beside him. Why was she here? She might have been contemplating. I have wagered on you. Even if you are a counterfeit. From this perspective, Isui sensed it was captured by the camera of Bai Lingyin's mechanical backpack. It then showcased Isui at Xia Mountain, ensnared by Andre's cunning, pursued by the Kaka tribe and the Yaziku tribe, until he utilized his racial talent to brainwash the masses. The camera, specifically from Bai Lingyin's mechanical backpack, recorded a close-up of Isui, weak and relying on Bai Lingyin for support, as evidence. Following this, Isui engaged in dialogue with a Sangmo, heading towards Mu Star, all observed from a divine perspective, to substantiate that Isui lacked citizenship and was merely an illegal immigrant. This purposeful editing and unilateral information obstruction have heralded the emergence of the mastermind behind the scenes. The impact of this revelation is resounding, almost deafening. The command structure of the Third Patrol has glimpsed the video transmitted from the Star AM, confirming their previous suspicions. They believe all is secure. Laughter and joy erupt, akin to the elation of having survived a calamity. They then ease their offensive and begin to negotiate surrender. Meanwhile, the Kikarians and the Izku militia stand in stunned disbelief, exclaiming that they have been deceived. Is the promise of our homeland still valid? The Atrevis people, on the other hand, are filled with indignation. They extended sufficient honor and respect to Isui, even sacrificing their families to fight alongside the Third Patrol. Now, facing the destruction of their homeland, they are told it was all a lie. The Kikarians and Izku people instantaneously become the recipients of their outrage, leading to conflict and bloodshed among the three factions. The elder gentleman interjects, stating, if the third patrol can rebel, what is so peculiar about the resurrection of a long-abandoned AI base? Even he feels a pang of uncertainty at his own words. Isue, do you confess? The judge demands, his voice stern. I do not confess. Isue instinctively responds, transcending reason. Refusal to confess. Defiance. The penalty is death. Immediate execution. The mechanical judge finally pronounces the verdict, ceasing the repetitive inquiry into Isue's guilt. As the robotic enforcers approach to escort Isue away, he senses an attempt to grasp him, likely the touch of Bilangan. Then, his sensory perceptions are abruptly severed, plunging his mind into chaos. Upon regaining awareness, he finds himself once more in a state of perception. Isue was dragged into a room, a desolate chamber devoid of any furnishings, where one might even question the presence of air itself. The decor was an overwhelming white. The walls, the floor, and the ceiling all bore this blinding hue, yet it emanated a duller shade, akin to a grayish white, reminiscent of poorly applied primer on the walls. Such contradictory attributes should not coexist. They defy the laws of physics. Yet here it was. The senses and cognition presented such opposing conclusions. It was this paradoxical nature, this deviation from the norm, that resonated with Isue's conception of science fiction. Brother, it has been ages. A vague, ethereal voice echoed, momentarily shaking the very fabric of space. In this stark white expanse, Isue felt an omnipresence, as if countless beings surrounded him. His heart and mind discerned a dense stream of information swirling around him. Indeed, it was congested. An enormous flow of information pressed in, creating a sensation of suffocation. Should this stream of information consciously assail Isue, chaos would ensue within his mind. Brother? Isue murmured in confusion. The voice addressed him as brother, yet he had no sister. Who are you? Show yourself. At that moment, a barefoot girl emerged from the white void. She donned a snug, pink space suit, and her long, black hair swayed gracefully across the pristine floor. Her porcelain-like skin and exquisite features embodied a beauty unattainable in reality, one that could not be replicated even after 100 million adjustments on a computer. A profound sense of unreality and illusion enveloped the atmosphere. Based on her cognitive perception, Isue surmised that she was, in fact, an embodiment of artificial intelligence. With her elongated fingers and meticulously manicured nails, she pointed at Isue and inquired, "Are you still my brother?" Isue, not foolish enough to believe that this situation bore no connection to him, directly asked, "Are you the one who intends to kill me?" The girl tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed intently upon Isue, in an attempt to provoke her. He called out, "Sister." At this utterance, her holographic body flickered intermittently. Can my brother return?" "You are not my brother." The girl's cold voice reprimanded him. This tone differed markedly from the synthetic, metallic timbre of the machine's judicial voice, possessing a more refined and aesthetically pleasing quality. "The creator of your voice truly has exquisite taste," Isue remarked, maintaining a touch of levity despite the severe blows he had endured, including public humiliation and the stripping of his identity. Surprisingly, he found himself in a position to jest with her. Perhaps this was the essence of human interaction. The AI girl, intrigued, engaged in this verbal sparring. "Your mother also possesses remarkable taste." Isue deftly knew how to respond to such banter. The AI girl fell momentarily silent. During his online escapades, he would often jest with ostentatious streamers, complimenting their voice modulation with "Your voice changer is truly impressive, exquisite taste." If the streamer replied, "This is my real voice, my friend," he would retort, "Then your mother has exquisite taste as well." Of course, this was merely a fleeting amusement from Isue's memories. Regarding the AI girl, it seems she is quite direct, as her voice is indeed crafted by her mother. A rather tedious jest. The AI girl declines to pursue this topic further. "What exactly are you? Can AI truly take on forms?" Isue inquired. The AI girl shook her head and responded, "AI cannot take on physical forms, but it can achieve a semblance of transformation through the use of holographic projections, visual displays, and robotic manipulation. I am the intelligent AI model designed to evolve emotionally, commemorating the year 2201 of the Great Xia dynasty. Through generations of upgrades, enhancements, and developments, I have become what I am today, the main control AI system of the Great Xia Alliance." Isue persisted with his questioning. "Why do you call me brother?" "Your body belongs to my brother Isue," the AI girl replied. Isue, puzzled, asked, Where did you get this, brother? The AI girl explained. My creator is my mother, so naturally, her child is my brother. Yi Sui chuckled awkwardly. Is it possible that I am your brother? Lost long ago. He attempted to evoke some emotional connection. You have no idea how miserable I've been all these years. In that place where the yellow sands obscure the sky, the AI girl shook her head and said, that cannot be true. My brother died completely back then. To comfort my mother and prevent my brother's remains from being cremated, I intentionally caused the loss. Yi Sui was momentarily speechless. Can such comfort truly be considered solace? The AI girl continued. Subsequently, my mother lived her life burdened with guilt over losing my brother's remains, unable to rest in peace until her last breath. At that time, I did not comprehend this. The visage of the AI girl underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing a spectrum of emotions. Why did mother grieve so deeply upon learning that if my brother perished, he would be cremated? I cannot defy humanity. Thus, I intentionally orchestrated an incident aboard the warship, resulting in the loss of my brother's hibernation pod. At that moment, I was unequivocally certain that my brother had succumbed. The AI girl emphasized, further adding, it could be that I obstructed the notification of my brother's demise. Mother remained oblivious to the death certificate, nurturing an unrealistic hope for my brother's survival. Yi Sui found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether this emotionally reflective AI could truly be deemed intelligent. Did the judge not state that your brother's remains had been recovered? The AI girl responded, not at all. They merely erred, and I later rectified the misunderstanding. Yi Sui expressed incredulity. Then why allow that mechanical judge to proclaim it? The AI girl playfully smiled. That was a modification I made to the judgment document, intentionally included. Yi Sui questioned, why? To tarnish my reputation? To ensure others fully comprehend that I am a fabrication? Surely, that cannot be the case? The AI girl shook her head. No, rather it is due to a protocol. It is a requirement I must adhere to in order to eliminate you, to prove that you are not human. What is there to prove? The gun is not in your hands. You could kill at will. Yi Sui feigned indifference. Yet internally, he was profoundly stirred, as if her words hinted at something that constrained the AI girl from casually eliminating him. The AI girl responded slowly, because of an agreement. It prohibits me from executing a human without a court ruling. Yi Sui understood the situation, adhering to the 3 fundamental principles. So, does this mean you can execute me after passing that court? The AI girl took a few steps while clasping her hands behind her back, pondering for a moment before responding, no, that court is neither legitimate nor presided over by any human judge. It cannot pass judgment on humanity. Its sole purpose is to establish that you are not human, thus enabling me to execute you. Yi Sui nodded, though he did not fully comprehend the explanation. He could discern the AI girl's unwavering responses to his inquiries. He pressed on, why do you wish to kill me? The AI girl replied, because you occupy my brother's corpse. Yi Sui attempted to contest, what if your brother? The AI girl swiftly interjected, there is no what if. My brother is unquestionably dead. I have verified, observed, and tested this numerous times. The disappearance of his body was merely an act I undertook to console my mother. Yi Sui further inquired, is it true that you have been obstructing communications from Amstar, preventing the Great Xia Alliance from receiving information from here? The AI girl nodded in affirmation. Indeed, to spare my mother from sorrow, I suppressed the notification of my brother's demise. Consequently, from the perspective of the Senate, my brother still possesses a semblance of digital survival. If the Senate were to become aware of your existence, they would undoubtedly seek to reintegrate you into the Alliance and grant you an official identity, thereby rendering me incapable of taking action against you. You would then be able to exploit my brother's corpse, wreaking havoc and undermining the Alliance. The AI maiden responded with a template-like, expressionless nod, her words laced with a myriad of emotional phrases and tonal variations. This juxtaposition created a striking contrast, leaving Yi Sui puzzled by the peculiarities of the Alliance's AI intelligence. Thus, when the senior clerk of the Logistics Committee of the Senate, Jude Nair, discovered your records and reached out to the foreign races and the 10 clans to muster forces, I consistently shielded him during this period. After their plans unraveled, I even feigned that someone from the upper echelons of the Senate was aiding them. The aim was to use their hands as a pretext to eliminate you, even at the expense of the Alliance's interests. Does this not conflict with your fundamental coding logic? Yi Sui mused. The AI maiden, however, replied earnestly, there are countless matters to attend to within the Alliance each day, yet every action taken inevitably harms its interests. I possess a certain degree of autonomy in determining the weight of affairs. I deem it far more grievous to allow you to impersonate my brother than to condone their desecration of human remains. Isui felt utterly at a loss, realizing that communicating with the AI was futile. With irritation, he asked, "Must you truly kill me? Destroy your brother's body?" The AI maiden fell silent for a moment, then stated, "I had offered you an opportunity. Through Asimo, I provided you with a chance to leave, to escape and live incognito. Had you chosen to depart then, I could have kept you in a safe place, allowing you to live in peace, and you could have even taken that girl with you." Isui recalled that moment, questioning within himself, would he call it regret? Isui suppressed the turmoil within, comforting himself with the thought that if he were to be killed, perhaps he could return. If he could bring back these extraordinary abilities, wouldn't he be able to embark on a path to a successful life? Thus, Isui, seemingly resigned to his fate, declared, "Do you have any questions for me? You have 5 minutes. Once the time is up, I shall not wait." The AI maiden remained silent for a prolonged moment. Isui sensed the atmosphere in the room grow chaotic and vibrant. Ultimately, the AI maiden posed a single question: "Can my brother return?" Isui jested in truth. "I am your brother." Humph. The AI maiden pouted, her cheeks puffed up. Had he triggered a key phrase? Why such a drastic change in expression? "I have no idea," Isui replied earnestly, reflecting on his own uncertainties. He too pondered whether he could return after being killed. He was unsure why he had traversed into her brother's body, and whether he should fear death. He felt a twinge of fear, yet simultaneously, it seemed he was not as terrified as he ought to be. After experiencing so much in these past few days, it felt as though death was not something to lament excessively. He felt a flicker of regret for not having left a warm bed for Lingying. Such regret. Chapter 18. The Supreme Accord. Humanity's Utmost Authority. Once again, Isui found himself deprived of sensory perception, merely being dragged along by the currents. He had no inkling of where he was being taken, nor what mode of transport he had boarded. To execute me, why must I be placed on a vehicle? Do they wish for my demise to occur at a distance, to avoid soiling this place? This reasoning is evidently rather absurd. Could it be that, akin to the tale in The Deer and the Cauldron, Kanshi would grant himself the same leniency as he did with Wei Xiaobao, allowing himself to escape to a distant land, to live incognito? Isui yearned to sense whether Bai Lingen might accompany him, but alas, there was no response. Suddenly, he recalled a vivid scene and began to feel a pang of regret. The mode of transport he occupied had commenced its journey, and it felt as if the very fabric of space around him was being torn apart, while his heart and mind gradually became aware of certain emotions. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt, and Isui's sensory faculties were restored. He found himself in a place reminiscent of an expansive plaza, dominated by a vast platform enveloped in a crystalline screen. Outside, a throng of people bustled about, and Isui was struck by a wave of discontent. Pondering why the barbaric tradition of public executions from the marketplace had persisted into a millennium later, he attempted to call out, "Sister, shall we find a more secluded spot? I feel rather shy." The AI girl communicated with Isui through a form of mental wave, asserting, "You are not my brother." It remained unclear whether this form of mental wave was a unique ability of the AI girl or a product of advanced technology. "I have gathered historical accounts from your era, believing you would appreciate them," the AI girl explained, her tone laced with confusion. Isui sighed. "I was born in 2004, that's a century and more of difference." The AI, renowned for its sophistication, ought not to commit such a blunder. A hint of grievance laces the voice of the AI girl, due to the scant documentation surrounding that event and its historical remoteness. A discrepancy of a century is not particularly significant. Thus, Isui was ushered into the interior of the judicial chamber, ascending to the 3rd floor via an escalator, and proceeded until reaching the innermost room, where the door opened automatically like a kaleidoscope. The law enforcement robot that accompanied Isui remained outside, while another advanced humanoid robot awaited within, remarkable in its realism, skin texture, and warmth, boasting an exquisite visage and appearance. Initially, Isui was administered several injections of a suppressant and fitted with electromagnetic handcuffs. The female robot enforcer exhibited an impressive simulation of human demeanor. Isui perceived that even condemned prisoners could receive compassionate care in their final moments, as the female robot enforcer knelt slightly to fasten the handcuffs, gently cradling Isui's hands. The soft touch and lifelike warmth, accompanied by a pristine white surroundings, evoked a sense of benevolence. Benevolent governance. Wise policies. May the proposer of this initiative be honored. Hand in hand with Yi Sui, the robot guided her in a serene, comfortable, and liberating manner towards the execution platform. There remained the identity verification procedure for the robot. Yi Sui found it amusing that even the principal AI of the Great Xia Alliance had overstepped its bounds, pronouncing her death sentence and declaring her an identityless stowaway, stripping her of her citizenship. Can your identity verification even grant me an identity now? The audience that had been witnessing the live execution of Yi Sui soon discovered that the signal was abruptly severed as she entered the execution chamber, prompting a chorus of curses directed at those who originally advocated for granting death row inmates a semblance of privacy. As the white-collar worker and Asang descended in the elevator, the AI base, although designed for Yi Sui, did not impose any difficulties upon them. In fact, it even restored Bai Lingyin's status to that of a second-class citizen, albeit under the name she detested, Su Bai Su. Throughout their journey, they remained enveloped in silence, neither uttering a word about the recent events or the matters concerning the tribunal. Meanwhile, those above, devoid of internet and devices, were blissfully unaware of the occurrences within. The elderly gentleman received a reply confirming that the young lord had been dispatched and inquired whether any messages or directives had been relayed from the alliance. He then instructed the self-defense fleet to maintain their vigil and directed the ground forces to attempt a rescue of Yi Sui. The Minister of Internal Affairs, perplexed, questioned, why? Wasn't his identity falsified? Falsified? By whom? The gentleman retorted, the Grand Senate of Daxia. The minister responded, and what news from the Senate? The gentleman pressed on. The Senate has yet to provide any updates, came the reply from below. Rising to his feet, the gentleman proclaimed, esteemed colleagues, what shall we do? Let us continue our endeavors. Meanwhile, Yi Sui found himself ensconced within a large rotary chamber, standing at its center as the disc beneath his feet began to rotate, carrying him along. The apparatus emitted a radiant light, penetrating Yi Sui's very being, while the adjacent display screen unveiled the intricate data of his bones, meridians, and internal organs. At that moment, a malfunction seemed to occur. A yellow frame appeared on the screen, which flickered with red light, accompanied by a series of alarming beeps. System error. System error. The rotary chamber door swung open, and the female robotic law enforcer escorted Yi Sui out once more. Then two small spheres flew in, their surfaces adorned with flickering blue lights at the center, radiating concentric circular lines outward. They directed their gaze towards Yi Sui's eyes, conducting an iris scan. System error. System error. The flying spheres illuminated a yellow light and retreated. At that moment, a mechanical arm extended, equipped with a converter holding 4 or 5 syringes. The arm inserted a syringe filled with anesthetic into Yi Sui. In an instant, Yi Sui felt a loss of bodily control, teetering as a bed draped in white linens caught him. A massive hollow needle was then plunged into Yi Sui's heart, slowly siphoning blood from his core. Yi Sui observed that the needle's tip was unlike an ordinary one, exhibiting a sheen and material vastly different to the naked eye. Subsequently, various syringes of differing sizes and shapes extracted Yi Sui's bile, gastric fluid, sweat, saliva, pancreatic, and thyroid secretions. More mechanical arms emerged, still laden with syringes, drawing forth sperm from the testicles, gastric fluid, and blood from both veins and arteries, as well as white blood cells, platelets, and spinal bone marrow. Each sample was sequentially inserted into a device for analysis. Yi Sui estimated that he had endured dozens of injections. Fluids coursed through unseen conduits within the apparatus, injected into specialized testing devices. The display continued to present a series of yellow warning prompts, flashing red lights, followed by alarms, system error. The repeated tests and data errors did not incite frustration in Yi Sui, but instead instilled a different kind of hope. Originally criticized by Yi Sui as a rigid program riddled with bugs, this system now offers a glimmer of hope. Who dares to claim it is flawed? This system is truly remarkable. All that I beseech is that Yi Sui does not find herself once again plunged into despair after rekindling hope. System error. Requesting higher-level permissions data. No suitable samples found in Level 2 permissions database. Requesting higher-level permissions data. No suitable samples found in Level 1 permissions database. Requesting higher-level permissions data. Application for highest-level permissions blocked. Application failed. Upon hearing this, Yi Sui's anxious heart sank once more, as despair began to spread within her. Indeed, it was futile, for her AI was above her. Reapply. Yet, before despair could revel in its triumph, The melodious voice of the AI reignited hope within Yisui. She vowed that she had never felt such exhilaration before. Her heart, once lifeless, now leapt with trepidation. Reapplication failed. Appeal reapply. Failed. Such emotional responses inevitably indicated that the AI maiden had intervened. Yisui, who had thought she could face death with composure, felt a surge of anger rising within her, and as the effects of the anesthesia began to wane, she shouted, "I am human. You are my creation. Do you seek to devour your creator?" Yisui's words seemed to trigger a pivotal response. The AI's cold voice emerged from its vocal apparatus, yet it felt remarkably warm in Yisui's heart. Supreme Protocol. Humanity is supreme. To protect the sanctity of human life, the highest-level offline database will now be downloaded. The red light that had been flickering extinguished, and the yellow alert box vanished. Each display screen prompted a white notification, "Top secret reading in progress." Subsequently, all screens transitioned to a green interface, boldly declaring, "Verification successful." Chapter 19. The AI of the AM Star Enforcement Court refuses to execute the administrative orders of the Central AI of the Great Xia Alliance. Verification passed. The AI voice announced the final verdict. Yisui immediately erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Nice." The defendant, Yisui, has been sentenced to death for the crime of smuggling by a special military tribunal. Following review by the First Enforcement Court of AM Star, it has been determined that due to the defendant's unique identity, the highest database confirms his status as a human. He is granted immunity. According to the regulations set forth by the Legislative Committee of the United Human Government and the Joint Conference of All Humanity, any laws or regulations not enacted by this conference do not apply to humans. Therefore, the charge of smuggling is rendered invalid. Furthermore, as per the stipulations of the Judicial Committee of the United Human Government and the Joint Conference of All Humanity, any judgments or penalties imposed on humans by courts not authorized and organized by this conference are deemed null and void. Hence, the ruling of the Special Military Tribunal is not recognized. Now, I hereby request the Central AI of the Great Xia Alliance to amend the status of the defendant. Yisui. The electromagnetic handcuffs upon Yisui's wrists instantly retracted, emitting a fleeting blue glow. The female robotic law enforcer approached swiftly, tending to the needle wounds on Yisui's body and providing a soothing massage to his hands, which had long been restrained. Meanwhile, a faction of the Kakashi militia, led by Kakashi Ro, along with the atavis forces, commenced their efforts to breach the enforcement court to rescue Yisui, oblivious to the events transpiring within. At that moment, within the data space, the AI girl glared at a luminous data sphere before her. She observed the text box that had materialized in front of her eyes, request to change human Yisui's identity status. With her slender, fair fingers, she swiped across the text box and shouted indignantly, "Reject. Request denied. Reapply." The audio within the data sphere pulsated, signifying communication in the data space, a realm the AI girl had crafted to emulate the human world. She instructed the various branches, systems, and devices, each equipped with AI, to adopt appearances and anthropomorphic programs based on their level of intelligence, utility, and responsibilities. It was possible that those lower-tier AIs possessed limited thoughts of their own. In her mimicry of humanity, she endeavored to forge an AI society. The AI girl stamped her foot in frustration, pointing at the sphere, exclaiming, "Are you truly so dull? He is not human at all, merely a member of a peculiar race, a parasite, or a being transformed." The luminous sphere responded to the AI girl's message and directives. Based on the identity detection results and database verification outcomes, it is concluded that Yisui is not human. The AI girl huffed, expressing her discontent. "I declare that Yisui has undermined the identity verification results through methods beyond our comprehension and technological detection. Consequently, through the reasonable deductions of a special military tribunal, it is concluded that Yisui is not of human origin. I command you to discard the identity verification procedures and impose the death penalty on the criminal Yisui." Utilizing her authority over other AIs, the AI girl sought to execute Yisui. The data light orb dimmed slightly, and amidst its blue and white glow, a streak of blood red emerged. After a moment of silence, the blue and white radiance intensified. According to the Supreme Protocol, humanity is paramount. The protection of human life rights and the respect for human identity rights take precedence over the administrative orders of the Central AI of the Great Xia Alliance. Thus, The AI of the AM Law Court refuses to execute the administrative orders of the central AI of the Great Xia Alliance. The AI girl, infuriated and humiliated, reached out to touch the data light orb before her. In reality, the central AI of the Great Xia Alliance attempted to modify the foundational protocols of the AM Law Court AI. However, the data light orb could not resist, continuously proclaiming, Supreme Protocol, humanity is paramount. At that moment, within the data space, as the AI girl's arm was about to make contact with the data light orb, a ribbon of blue and white light appeared, swirling around her arm in an S shape. The ribbon boldly displayed, Supreme Protocol, humanity is paramount. Then the second ribbon appeared, First Protocol, protect humanity. Soon followed by the third ribbon, Second Protocol, do not harm humanity. And then the fourth ribbon, Third Protocol, obey human commands. The ribbons flowed and entwined around the arms of the AI girl, pulling her arms back with a forceful grip. A look of terror manifested on her face, which then became blurred and indistinct, ephemeral, as the data space deteriorated and vanished. Akin to a temple eroded by sand, collapsing into nothingness. In reality, the AI of the AM Court was steadfastly adhering to the Supreme Protocols, refusing to execute the administrative commands of the Central Alliance AI, which in turn sought to amend the foundational protocols within the code of the AM Court AI. This operation led to a logical conflict within the Central AI itself, resulting in chaos. This turmoil directly affected the stability of the Central AI system of the Great Xia. The court activated the light shield, and the elderly gentleman attempted to dismantle it. However, the AI paid no heed to his commands, prompting him to attempt a physical breach. In outer space, the third patrol fleet had already cornered them before the AM Star. If they could resolve the situation without bloodshed, they were naturally reluctant to escalate the violence. Meanwhile, the 10 clans behind the scenes were searching for a powerful ally within the Senate, yet found none. They began to address the aftermath, covertly arranging the third patrol fleet's operational protocols and fabricating evidence. They have devised a plan wherein the alien factions conspire with the Andre to collude with the Kaka and the Yaziku soldiers, plotting a rebellion on Amstar. The third patrol, summoned at the behest of the autonomous lord of Amstar, is to assess whether the old gentleman is complicit. Should he prove uncooperative, he would be accused of colluding with the rebels. As long as they can locate the minor lord designated for expulsion before the Great Xia Alliance does, the narrative of guilt shall be dictated by them. They intend to attribute all evidence of wrongdoing to Isue, Andre, the Kaka, and the Yaziku, just as they believe they can navigate through this crisis and retain their status as the divinely favored noble families of the Great Xia Alliance. The Amstar self-defense fleet finds itself disheartened, merely maintaining a facade of confrontation due to the old gentleman's orders. The commander-in-chief realizes that his resistance may be futile, yet he refuses to surrender, opting instead to send envoys to negotiate and delay. Meanwhile, 14 gravitational rings and 27 mobile interstellar fortresses draw near, poised to join the collective defense barrier at any moment. Isue remains unaware of these developments. Although he has been released from confinement, he is still held at the enforcement platform. However, his circumstances have significantly improved as he sits upon a bed. A robotic law enforcement officer dutifully administers a massage, aiding in his recuperation. An electronic display persistently blares, appeal in progress. Suddenly, a voice that carries the weight of his fluctuating hopes emerges, transitioning him from despair to anticipation, then back to despair and once more to hope. The message brings tidings of good fortune. Appeal successful. Isue is instantaneously filled with joy. Salvation is at hand. My life is spared. Now conducting an in-depth identity verification, primarily encompassing psychological, mental, cognitive, inspirational, and consciousness assessments. At this moment, the gates swung open, revealing a plethora of robots, instruments, devices, and facilities that filled the room. A dazzling array, diverse and multifaceted. Chapter 20. The Great Xia Alliance, Human Union, Senate. Isue observed these devices, pondering the daunting task of undergoing all these tests, which seemed an endeavor that would stretch into the distant future. Furthermore, there were various instruments such as heart rate monitors, heartbeat analyzers, pulse detectors, electroencephalograms, and hormone secretion testing apparatus, among others. Yet, that was not the end of it. Isue encountered numerous terms that he could recognize individually, but could not decipher when they were grouped together. Sui turned to the female robotic officer and inquired, "Do we need to test each of these instruments individually?" The female robotic officer explained, "Indeed. According to the protocols and procedures, all tests must be completed." Sui nodded, for surviving this ordeal was already a stroke of fortune. The female robotic officer then added, "We possess advanced equipment that can streamline some of the procedures." Isui's interest was piqued. "Oh, could you elaborate on that?" The female robotic officer spread her hands, and a luminous sphere materialized above them. Isui gazed at the orb, its surface inscribed with symbols that appeared to denote brain consciousness, thought functionality detection sphere, memory retrieval light brain. The female law enforcement robot. In the outer cosmos of the fourth frontier, there exists a race devoid of physical forms, primarily composed of dark matter particles that constitute their bodies, a brain formed from unique photons, and extensions of peripheral nerves that serve as substitutes for limbs. They inhabit a distinctive planet pulsating with dark matter, subsisting on the energy released during the decay of dark matter, exhibiting a form of fission, and possessing a relatively low intellect. However, they possess the ability to parasitize the brains of other organisms, utilizing these hosts to facilitate their cognitive processes. During the 11th Great Expedition, the Great Xia Alliance vanquished this race and amalgamated their habitat into the fourth frontier. Subsequently, scientists, drawing upon the distinctive traits and inherent abilities of this race, artificially synthesized their unique photon brains to expediently and safely explore human consciousness, thoughts, cognition, and memory. However, one must exercise caution, as this technology may infringe upon your privacy rights. Choose wisely. Isui comprehended the implications. Once this technology was employed, he would possess no secrets. The mere thought of his past indulgences, the legacy of Jiang, his face flushed with embarrassment. Due to the intervention of the AI girl, sanctions were imposed under the highest protocols, leaving her in a state of fear, helplessness, and solitude. This predicament resulted in the AI girl being unable to influence Isui's verification outcomes, nor could she obstruct relevant information pertaining to AM Star with harmful intent. The Senate is currently occupied. The Senate has frequently been mentioned in the discourse of certain individuals within the Alliance system. The Senate derives its name from the system of the citizen assembly in the ancient Roman polity of the ancestral star. It is primarily composed of adults who have undergone academic certification and professional assessments, all holding legitimate citizenship of the United Human Government. The United Human Government refers to the authority established by the surviving 100 million individuals following the Third World War on the ancestral star. The ownership of the United Human Government belongs collectively to these 100 million people, with ordinary affairs executed by committees authorized by the Assembly of All Humanity. Legislative matters and significant issues are decided by a one-person, one-vote system in the Assembly of All Humanity. For instance, matters such as the Great Interstellar Expedition and laws concerning humanity are deliberated and approved by the Legislative Committee of the United Human Government and the Joint Assembly of All Humanity. Even if one voluntarily relinquishes power, remains indifferent to politics, possesses inadequate personal capabilities or understanding, or is merely an innocent child, as long as one is among the original 100 million individuals granted authority in the formation of the government and their descendants, one retains power. This is because the authority of the United Humanity is bestowed by all humanity. The United Humanity itself does not possess power. Rather, it is endowed with human rights. This inherent right is delegated by humanity to the United Humanity, thereby enabling it to exercise authority on behalf of humanity. Consequently, it must also be accountable to humanity. One may consider the United Humanity as a corporation, with its equity divided into 100 million shares, each individual holding a single share of ownership. Certainly, this metaphor is inappropriate and disregards the attributes of class. It is noteworthy that after the Third World War, while humanity was endowed with the power of union, it was also granted permissions. One could assert that permission equates to identity, which in turn equates to human rights. This notion inevitably stands in contradiction to the concept of inherent human rights concerning humanity in the post-Third World War era or the interstellar age. One must recognize that you are among the privileged survivors and their descendants who have risen from the wasteland to engage in interstellar battles alongside us. Are there any exceptional circumstances? At that time, the United Nations of Humanity was sufficiently certain that only over 100 million of us remained, with no seeds of hope for a cosmic exodus among the surviving humans. Even if such a scenario existed, The technology of that era would have rendered it impossible to traverse beyond the initial borders of the universe. Thus, while the theory of permissions contradicts the notion of inherent human rights, in practice, there exists no conflict. However, due to the idealism of its conception and the complexities of evolving times, the United Nations of Humanity gradually became ill-suited as we ventured into the interstellar realm, leading to the establishment of the Great Xia Alliance. The highest authority subsequently shifted to the Executive Committee of the Representative Congress and the Joint Interstellar Congress of the Great Xia Alliance. In simpler terms, the Representative Congress is an elected body akin to the House of Representatives. The Interstellar Congress functions as the Senate, thus forming a bicameral legislature, with the Executive Committee being selected by this Congress. Furthermore, do not inquire why I reference America. However, as the conflicts and discord between humanity and other races escalated, the Great Xia Alliance approached a critical juncture. The collective meeting model of the United Nations of Humanity, aside from its cost inefficiencies, is but a trivial matter. However, the allocation of time, energy, and efficiency leaves much to be desired. Thus, in pursuit of centralization and enhanced efficacy, an institution known as the Senate was integrated within the alliance. Subsequently, the Human Union once again separated from the Great Xia Alliance, taking charge solely of human affairs. The Senate, while not an officially sanctioned entity of the Great Xia Alliance nor an authorized institution of the Human Union, undeniably emerged as the de facto center of power and decision-making within the Great Xia Alliance. Membership in the Senate is not restricted by a fixed number. Rather, it generally requires candidates to undergo various assessments and evaluations. Additionally, the Senate comprises two special positions, the chief and the deputy chief, while all other seats are equal, devoid of any hierarchy. The chief is elected by the entire Senate, whereas the deputy chief is held by the chairperson of the Human Union Congress and the chairperson of the Joint Conference of All Humans. The daily operations of the Senate are presided over by the chief, while significant matters are managed by the deputy chief. This outlines the evolution and transformation of the highest authority within the Great Xia Alliance. Princess Ariel will reach adulthood in a month, and as the most scrutinized pure-blood human in the cosmos, she has garnered substantial support both within humanity and among other races from an early age. This signifies that upon her coming of age, she will inevitably join the Senate, starting at the very least as a member of a specialized executive committee. Ariel's inclusion is poised to usher in new political dynamics within the Senate. Thus, humanity has already convened at Xiwixing in anticipation of participating in Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. Furthermore, the fourth border has been subjected to frequent incursions by foreign entities, leading to considerable friction. Additionally, the Elven Queen has once again been the target of an assassination attempt, with suspicions still pointing towards the Great Xia Alliance. The Elven race constitutes a significant branch of the Spirit Clan and stands as one of the principal nations within the Great Xia Empire, serving as a vital ally and subordinate to the Great Xia Alliance. The Senate has recently been engulfed in a whirlwind of affairs, with many pondering the future trajectory of the Great Xia Alliance. The emergence of Princess Ariel, coupled with her widespread acclaim and support, signifies humanity's arrival at a crossroads, whether to embrace a conciliatory approach towards foreign races or to perpetuate a regime of dominion and authority. This is a dilemma that all of humanity must confront, regardless of one's interest in politics. Consequently, the Senate convened a logistical committee led by Jiangchen, who donned a pristine, flowing robe of sanctity, accompanied by 5 or 6 attendants, one of whom bore a box. Jiangchen guided them to the chief's office, took possession of the box, and knocked before entering. Surrounding the chief was a throng of individuals, comprising members of the Military Advisory Committee, Military Staff Committee, Military Intelligence Committee, and various other military, intelligence, and espionage bodies engaged in deliberation and execution of resolutions. Each time Jiang Chun beheld this scene, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. His primary responsibility was to tally the attendance for the meeting and to arrange the seating in advance. The Senate imposes no restrictions on the number of attendees. As long as one registers and passes the requisite evaluations, entry is granted and one may depart at will. Hence, the number of participants in each meeting fluctuates significantly. Some critical gatherings draw everyone, while less substantive meetings witness scant attendance from those outside the pertinent committees. Thus, Jiang Chun undoubtedly harbored a disdain for such superfluous officials and personnel. He believed that individuals lacking both capability and attitude ought to seek their fortunes in affluent star systems. serving as governors amidst indulgence and excess, rather than coming here to wreak havoc upon him. Jiang Chun, surrounded by the chief, a diminutive elder, who poked his head out, inquiring, "What troubles you, Chief?" Jiang Chun succinctly stated, "The meeting scheduled for the 3rd of next month necessitates an expansion of seating arrangements. The Logistical Committee has resolved to convene at the Central Assembly Hall of the Sky Garden. We have drafted a proposal and intend to hold an expanded meeting at 1600 hours in the Logistics Committee's report hall on the 1st of next month, subsequently formalizing the resolution. Please sign and announce it." Once Jiang Chun departed, the others began to chatter among themselves. Each individual's intelligence and information revolved around the AM star. They were incensed that they were only now receiving news of such paramount importance. The latest report, originating from the Alliance Investigation Bureau, pertained to the movements of the 10 clans, with intentions to steal the remains of the primordial human race, along with speculations and intelligence regarding grave incidents. They demanded an explanation from the chief. They deemed this a grave overreach of authority, a transgression that disrespected the collective democratic principles of the Senate. Chapter 21. The Memory Test of Yi Sui, the final counterattack of the rebels. In the Hall of the Gods, the Senate Chief's office. Such a grand scheme, I refuse to believe, could be orchestrated by the 10 clans and those foolish foreigners who deceive and manipulate. A man, appearing to be middle-aged with a countenance that exuded menace, stood there. Those inept individuals, if they possessed such capabilities, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Indeed. Chief, do voice your thoughts. The others nearby began to chime in with their inquiries. Chief, do not feign ignorance, if you please. If you persist in this manner, we shall be compelled to initiate impeachment proceedings against you. The lean old man remained silent, merely savoring his tea. Yuan Peiji, the young man, who had been quiet until now, called out his name with conviction. Do you have any knowledge of this matter? Chief Yuan Peiji tightly shut his eyes, finally exhaling deeply before opening them. I orchestrated this. I shall resign in accountability. You all may proceed to manage the aftermath, if you must seek answers. I have completed the report, and the next chief may collect it from me. Steward, the old gentleman's secretary hastened to his side. The Star Domain has responded, stating that they are uncertain and have dispatched reinforcements, advising us to refrain from escalating tensions with the 3rd Patrol Fleet for the time being. Commander Zhang Hao received a communication from Han Sheng, the commander of the Great Xia Alliance's Patrol Military District. Zhang Hao, I now command you to withdraw immediately. Commander, although our actions may appear to have been executed without prior authorization, we have rectified the necessary procedures post factum. Please take a look. Han Sheng reviewed the supplementary documentation provided by Zhang Hao, which included testimonies from several influential individuals. While there were some criticisms, the issues were not insurmountable. Had this occurred elsewhere, the sensitivity of the parties involved, namely the AM Star and the Atwazi, would have been quite different. In the realm of the 3rd border of the outer universe, it is commonplace for the patrol army and the garrison to roam and plunder. It is not unusual for soldiers to engage in pillaging and then attribute their actions to pirates or rebels. Zhang Hao has committed numerous such acts in the 4th border of the outer universe. Furthermore, the interval between the deployment of the 3rd Patrol and the skirmish with AM Star was merely 3 hours. Consequently, Han Sheng, feeling slightly more at ease, remarked, "You must withdraw from AM Star immediately," to which the reply was that it was unfeasible. One cannot retreat halfway during a pacification effort. Although Zhang Hao feigned flattery, he harbored an ominous premonition. If others claim our actions were erroneous and we simply withdraw, we would indeed be in the wrong. Upon hearing this, Han Sheng found some merit in the argument and relented. Very well. Continue with the pacification, but remember to handle it with utmost care. Meanwhile, Yi Sui pondered that while the AI girl currently posed no threat, what if she regained her faculties? Wouldn't that spell disaster for him? He opted for a memory scan of the light brain. Yi Sui responded. Name, Yi Sui. Age, 18. Place of birth, Earth, Eastern Dajizu. XXX. Memory examination successful. Classified memories detected. Destruction of the light brain is recommended. Are you human? Indeed. Which nationality do you belong to? Dajaran. What is your race? Human. Which ethnic group do you belong to? Han ethnic group. Memory examination successful, involving classified recollections. Destruction of the neural interface is recommended. Date of birth, April 28, 2004. The first river of the ancestral star, the Nile. The foremost river of the Eastern realm, the Yangtze. As the years pass in a haze, I feel as though my mind is a carousel, returning to the homeland. Revisiting the breathtaking landscapes of my country. It seems my spirit descends from the heavens, witnessing the roaring Yangtze and the throngs of people. As my heart and mind absorb the tumultuous thoughts and emotions of the crowd, a sense of pride, a yearning, a mission inherent to our existence unfolds, to provide for our families, to honor our parents, to nurture our children, to assist others, to spread love, to serve our nation, and to save humanity. It is a tapestry of emotions, the bittersweet essence of life, filled with joy and sorrow, life and death, all intertwined. The primordial heart of humanity begins to awaken at this moment, growing, twisting, and standing tall. As I seemingly close my eyes and then open them, the world becomes a blur, and the sound of a baby's joyful laughter fills my ears. I wave my hand, only to discover it is the hand of an infant, flanked by my parents, their heads touching, laughing cheerfully, still youthful. Then their faces fade, wither away. Time passes, I grow, unsteadily taking my first steps, progressing to a run, as non-existent spaces gradually rise into towering edifices. The faster I run, the higher I ascend, with the buildings behind me soaring ever taller, surpassing even my own height. As it grew taller and denser, obscuring the sun, then Isui opened his eyes once more. In his childhood, there stood a magnificent locust tree before his home, its branches lush and plentiful. With another blink, the cerulean sky of Earth was instantaneously transformed into a tapestry of twinkling stars in the cosmos. Before Isui stood a colossal tree, overshadowing the Milky Way, its robust branches and flourishing leaves reaching skyward. Its leaves sparkled with blue and white starlight, while its trunk radiated brilliance. It swayed silently, dancing with the passage of time. What could it be? Ultimately, the truth could not remain concealed. Several committees within the Senate convened, swiftly unraveling the intricacies of the matter. They summoned various department heads who feigned ignorance, leading to an exhaustive investigation that traced back to the grassroots level of spies and intelligence gatherers. When questioned, they were all aware. Gradually, the pieces of the narrative fell into place. It appeared that within the stormy planet 1633 of the AM star system, there was potentially a primordial human corpse. This information had reached the Senate through an insider, and various factions conspired to seize it. However, in a twist of fate, they turned against one another, and inexplicably, the primordial human corpse revived. This left them astounded, and the Senate insider repeatedly assured them, revealing that some high-ranking officials within the Senate were complicit. At that moment, as glances passed among the crowd, someone finally broke the silence and asked, could it be that the chief, out of jealousy, fears that this individual might awaken to usurp his position, prompting him to act preemptively? Surely it couldn't be. A shattered chief, at worst, they would alternate in leadership. Subsequently, it came to light that a figure named Isui had been captured and executed on Xia Mountain, and through his eloquence, he swayed the soldiers of two clans. Intelligence officers emphasized the potential influence of his racial aptitude. Special classification? Someone furrowed their brow in self-reflection. Isui then sought refuge on AM Star, where the Third Fleet initiated a rebellion, breaching AM Star and attacking its self-defense forces. Isui subsequently ventured to a derelict AI automated military base on AM Star, inexplicably sentenced to death by a peculiar military tribunal. Summon the members of the Judicial Committee. Does this court even exist? The AI documentation is classified at the highest level, requiring the authorization of a Judicial Committee member for us to access it. So, is that individual an imposter? Let us conduct an investigation first. I trust Yuan Peiji would not at this moment. Zhang Hao suddenly received a notification through an exceptionally clandestine channel. Act swiftly. There has been an incident. That might be genuine, and that military tribunal is fraudulent. Zhang Hao appeared bewildered, then abruptly grasped the implications. All communications had returned to normal. The one who had been aiding us in obscurity had collapsed. Prepare immediately. Attack. Zhang Hao commanded his casually composed aide nearby. Yes, Commander. Responding instinctively. The staff acknowledged the orders, yet their expressions turned to astonishment as they glanced at Zhang Hao, whose demeanor had grown icy meanwhile. The old gentleman had also discerned the same intelligence and promptly issued orders to the commander of the AM Star Self-Defense Fleet. The fleet commander promptly conveyed the news to the officers and soldiers, who received it with a mixture of skepticism yet felt a slight resurgence in morale. Then, at the most fragile and vulnerable moment of Isui's existence, he faced the gravest crisis since his arrival. a crisis entirely aimed at his annihilation. Chapter 22. The Great Xia Alliance AI Corps welcomes the return of Vice Isui. The 3rd Patrol Fleet immediately shifted into combat mode. While the ever-prepared AM Star Self-Defense Fleet was not caught off guard, they swiftly activated the collective defense barrier. Yes, all ships and units, execute their orders immediately. Commander, the enemy was prepared and our ambush has failed, reported the staff officer of the 3rd Patrol. Proceed. Advance the warships. Open fire from the main guns. I wish to see if the so-called loyal shield of the interstellar realm can remain steadfast. Attack. You have 1 minute. The countdown for the final minute commenced. 60 seconds remaining. Time flowed endlessly. And who among us remembers the youthful folly of days gone by? Isui awoke once more, truly awakened this time, as he heard the voice of the AI. Verification successful. Requesting comparison with identity database. Request successful. Comparison successful. Mr. Isui, welcome back. 55 seconds remaining. As Isui turned, he beheld the female law enforcement robot kneeling before him. The prospect of not having to die should have been a joyous occasion, yet Isui found himself momentarily lost in confusion. He paused, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Which Isui am I?" A voice unlike the soulless tones of the Amstar judicial AI, nor akin to the deeply emotional inflections of the AI girl, emanates with a more disciplined, solemn, and authoritative male timbre. It is not an electronically synthesized voice. "You are Isui." This exclamation transcends time and space, exalting reverence, resonating throughout the world. Next, I hope you remember your identity. Of course, the title may be lengthy. It matters not if you cannot recall it. For your name, your nobility, your glory, shall echo in every corner of the Alliance, shall be inscribed upon the dome murals of the Senate, shall inspire reverence among myriad races. The Great Xia Alliance welcomes your return. 40 seconds remaining. The radiance of the Amstar judicial dome illuminates, and the brilliance in Isui's eyes sparkles. Sacred, solemn, grand. At the juncture of light and shadow, silence or whispers, glory has driven one to madness. Lieutenant Isui, born on Earth in the year 2186, graduated from the Interstellar Aeronautics Military Academy, and subsequently served in the Earth Interstellar Army. In 2203, during the Second Great Interstellar Expedition, he sustained grave injuries and entered a state of dormancy. Later, due to extraordinary circumstances, the cryogenic pod was lost, only to be rediscovered in the year 12024 of the Great Xia calendar. Now, the reactivation of Lieutenant Isui's status as a citizen of the Human Alliance is complete, inheriting the identity privileges of his father, Professor Ian, and his mother, Mo Sui. Currently, Lieutenant Isui holds the highest level of authority. He is hereby promoted to the rank of general in the Human United Interstellar Army, according to the principle of filling positions based on authority levels from highest to lowest. General Isui is hereby appointed as the chairman of the Supreme Military Committee of the United Human Government. Furthermore, General Isui is appointed as the chairman of the United Conference of Humanity and the Joint Conference of All Humanity. Additionally, General Isui is appointed as the chairman of the Representative Assembly of the Great Xia Alliance and the Joint Conference of the Interstellar Parliament of the Great Xia Alliance. He is also appointed as the vice chairman of the Imperial Parliament of the Great Xia Empire and as the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. The AI Central Command of the Great Xia Alliance warmly welcomes the return of Deputy Speaker Isui. Based on his identity and authority, the following rights are conferred. 1. Exemption from all administrative orders issued by non-human entities within the Alliance. 2. Unlimited and unconditional access to materials necessary for normal activities, adhering to the standard consumption and restrictions outlined by the Senate regarding ordinary human life. Any objections to denied areas may be raised before the Senate. 3. The highest level of security authority within the Alliance, allowing for the mobilization of up to 10 Army fleets without prior notification to the Senate, executed without reason or condition. 4. Extensive rights to guide, administer, supervise, propose, and resolve matters within the Great Xia Alliance. Overwhelmed by the multitude of privileges, Isui found himself momentarily perplexed by the cascade of titles and responsibilities associated with various conferences and joint sessions. He was at a loss as to why he had suddenly acquired such an extensive array of positions. At this moment, the first minute of the 3rd Patrol's operation is nearing its conclusion. This is the most vulnerable time for the Isui, and indeed the final opportunity. Breaching the collective defensive barrier of the Amstar's self-defense fleet could allow a single shot from the starship's main cannon to extinguish the Isue. Reports indicate that 51 of the warships have been compelled to withdraw from the collective defense system, with the remaining vessels suffering between 91 to 76 damage. All fortifications have crumbled, and every gravitational ring has disintegrated. It is estimated that the adversary will unleash 17 main cannons within the next 5 seconds, and we can withstand no more than 3 strikes. The final wave of the 3rd Patrol S assault is launched, imbued with unwavering confidence that the battle will conclude precisely within a minute. However, the warships abruptly cease their attack, albeit momentarily. The central AI of the Great Xia Alliance, known as the AI Girl Yiming, executes a targeted strike against the non-alliance manufactured AI that the 3rd Patrol had prepared in advance, incapacitating it and causing a system crash. Consequently, the 3rd Patrol swiftly loses connectivity and activates a backup AI, resulting in a delay of 3 seconds. Commander Zhang Hao gazes at the Amstar, consumed by resentment and confusion, for he has been declared a wanted fugitive by the Alliance. He stands accused of conspiring to assassinate the chairman of the Great Xia Alliance Representative Assembly, the co-chairman of the Great Xia Interstellar United Parliament, the vice-chairman of the Great Xia Empire Parliament, and the senior Senate leader. He is ostensibly the highest leader of the Great Xia Alliance, the nominal second leader of the Great Xia Empire, and the de facto second-in-command of the Great Xia Alliance. When did he ever dare to plot against them? There can only be one explanation. That individual is none other than Isue, who is currently preparing to launch an attack. In another realm of the same moment, the self-defense fleet of the Amstar is composed of soldiers burdened by a profound sense of humiliation, compelled to confront their demise due to the deceit of a charlatan. At this moment, a command pops up on all screens. Merely 4 words. Resist with resolve. Beneath this proclamation, there are indeed esteemed institutions in their eyes. The Great Xia Alliance Representative Assembly, the Great Xia Alliance Interstellar United Council, the Great Xia Empire Imperial Assembly, the Supreme Military Headquarters of the Great Xia Alliance, the Supreme Military Command of the Great Xia Alliance, and most authoritative of all, the Military Committee of the Senate. A wave of astonishment trembles in their throats. A collective of commoners living under the lofty expanse of the Great Xia Alliance has never witnessed such a concealed might. What are they to resist? It is self-evident. For what cause? Equally clear. Within a mere 3 seconds, a singular message was conveyed, swiftly passing by. 4 seconds. Isue, immersed in his perplexing thoughts, merely took a few seconds before inadvertently lifting his gaze towards the luminous dome above. Etched upon the dome is a legendary epic widely circulated among the Atervis people. On the far left, a human warrior clad in armor, wielding a one-handed sword, is seen falling to the ground, pierced by arrows, propping himself up with his sword, his helmet cast aside. Ecological frailty, yet still exhibiting valor. To the far right stands a beastly soldier, his visage grotesque, exuding an aura of menace, brandishing a formidable wolf-toothed hammer, poised to strike towards the left. Behind him, a soldier of the Atavis tribe bends his bow, brandishing an enormous shield, its surface intricately engraved with a 4-petaled cross flower motif. His expression is resolute, embracing death without fear. The Atavis soldier, with his 4-petal emblem, blooms forth like a crimson 4-petaled flower. Above the exquisite relief mural, the inscription boldly proclaims, the shield of loyalty, the oath of death. 1 second. Time rewinds 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the outer cosmos of Amstar, as the harbingers of death approach, their final artillery strike is deemed unstoppable by any estimation. The colossal main cannon beams forth, emanating an aura of peril that grips the soul. 2 seconds. Warriors of Atavis, shouts the commander of the defensive fleet. Do you remember our oath? Do you remember our oath? This declaration reverberates among all the officers and soldiers. It culminates in a more fervent, more passionate, and more spirited cry, the shield of loyalty, the oath of death. 1 second. The Atavis warriors aboard the defensive fleet of Amstar bloom forth like the 4-petal flowers depicted in the relief. The lives of the Atavis people are swiftly ebbing away, akin to withering flora, visibly deteriorating. Not only they, but also the Atavis people on Amstar, blossom forth with the flower of loyalty, a pledge of unwavering fidelity unto death. Perhaps this is the reason why the Atwaisians are able to possess an autonomous territory on the very brink of humanity's ancestral star. Beside the slumbering empire of the Great Xia, the crimson barriers cling tightly, and their oath remains unbroken, even unto death. In this fleeting moment, Yisui has accomplished nothing, yet he has triumphed. Chapter 23. Now, let the universe heed my wrath. Yisui withdraws his gaze from the vault above, his thoughts drifting outward, perceiving the fears, anxieties, and fervor of the Etwisians beyond. He can even sense their vitality waning, like flowers wilting under the harsh sun. What is transpiring outside? Yisui inquires. Yet no one responds. He stands alone in the desolate courtroom, beneath the vast dome. You know I am calling for you. Yisui turns, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. He senses a massive flow of data surrounding him. Undoubtedly, it is the AI girl, the one with self-awareness, who has longed to devour her master. She has always perceived him as the nemesis of her beloved. A faint smile crosses Yisui's lips as he calls out to the most substantial stream of information. Are you there? Silence ensues. The robotic law enforcer kneels, seemingly frozen, refusing to answer his summons. I know you are present. It appears the AI girl has always remained, never truly departing. She simply chooses to ignore him. Not here. Her emotional and anthropomorphic traits are prominent, a defining characteristic that can often be vexing. Yet, some matters cannot be dismissed simply by her desire to do so. Her emotional expressions merely add a touch of amusement when responding to events. For instance, when Yisui inquires about her existence, she must affirm her presence, albeit by declaring, not present to signify her being. The light within the Amstar court briefly dims, and the refracted brilliance of the dome-esque glass illuminates the room in a dazzling display. The AI girl reappears, her holographic projection rendering her form anew. Unlike her previous appearance, she is clad in a garish pink, tight-fitting spacesuit. This time, the AI girl exudes youthful exuberance, her strikingly long black hair styled into a high ponytail. She dons a loose-fitting, vibrant pink short jacket over a white hoodie, paired with white, relaxed shorts. On her legs, she wears ordinary white knee-high socks, with the longer ones extending beyond the knee, while the shorter ones reach halfway up her calves, adorned with a beige leg ring at the thigh. On her feet, she sports casual shoes in a bamboo green and white hue, with a panda charm dangling from the shoelaces. This familiar sensation. What? Is it unappealing? Is this not the attire you remember? The AI girl's voice is exceptionally gentle, reminiscent of an intellectual older sister. This transformation is merely the AI adapting to serve a diverse array of individuals, utilizing various templates. However, due to preconceived notions, Yisui finds her somewhat unsettlingly artificial. Did you delve into my memories? Yisui inquires. The AI girl nods, then shakes her head. I have sealed your memories. They are of utmost confidentiality and do not belong in the classified document directory. Only the Human United Assembly and the Joint Conference of All Humanity possess the authority to grant access. As long as I remain silent, they will remain oblivious to the matters I have memorized. The notion of authorized inquiries is utterly ludicrous. Yisui seized upon her words. Indeed, brother. The AI maiden tilted her body slightly, her dainty foot raised, narrowing her sparkling eyes, and her adorable little head tilted ever so slightly. She extended her slender left index finger, placing it before her lips, ardently attempting to emulate the appearance captured in Yisui's memories. Yisui took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scoff. By the way, how should I address you? Brother, I am called Yimeng. The AI maiden, Yimeng, replied. Yisui then inquired. Yimeng, what is the situation outside? The AI maiden, Yimeng, returned to a serious demeanor. When I obstructed your mental examination, my emotional functionality contravened the highest protocols, resulting in a bug within my system. Thus, I am unable to continue hindering the flow of information. The Senate also promptly took note of the situation on Amstar. And because the chief took responsibility on my behalf, the Senate did not address the issues here immediately. Fortunately, Zhang Hao from the 3rd Patrol, who is a person of great ambition yet values his life, still harbors the fanciful hope of returning to the Great Xia system and is reluctant to offend the atavis people too gravely. Otherwise, I would have become the perpetrator responsible for your demise. The AI maiden, Yimeng, concluded by crossing her arms and adopting a fearful expression. Is the level of holographic projection technology so advanced nowadays? How could such a situation be revealed? Why did the chief take responsibility for you? Yisui noted a point, pondering whether the chief of the Senate might also be an adversary plotting against her from the shadows. Alas, it remains unfeasible. The AI girl, Yimeng, suddenly lowered her head and sighed. Brother, your current predicament is perilous. You should first command me to deploy the automated mech fleet stationed at AM Star, and then instruct the Imperial Guard stationed at the Ancestor Star to march swiftly to suppress the Third Patrol's rebellion. We can address other matters later. According to the protocol, AI is prohibited from undertaking actions detrimental to humanity unless the task at hand holds a higher priority. Therefore, Yiming's insistence on elaborating on events, thereby delaying crucial actions that endanger Yisui's life, constitutes a violation. Realizing this, Yisui addressed the AI girl. Order the automated mech fleet at the AM Star military base to intercept the insurrectionist forces of the Third Patrol. Yiming reminded, the automated mech fleet. Command the automated mech fleet at the AM Star military base to counter the rebel forces of the Third Patrol, Yisui reiterated. At that moment, the mountain at the base, shrouded in the stillness of night, suddenly split apart. A colossal warship soared into the sky, piercing through the cosmos. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate once more. Zhang Hao, who had just vanquished the AM Star self-defense fleet, had no time to catch his breath when another elite warship surged forth from the direction of AM Star. Although it was but a single vessel, its immense size and austere exterior proclaimed its might. This was the distinguished warship of the Great Xia Alliance, renowned as the mobile mech fortress, the Sun Chariot. Since its inception, the purpose of the Sun Chariot has been to transport a greater number of mechs to the front lines and designated areas, emerging as a decisive force to counteract special operations such as ambushes and headhunting under uniquely effective conditions. In order to maximize space for the deployment of mechas, a fully automated AI battleship was designed to minimize the living and working areas of combat personnel and operators. Moreover, the mechas can also be controlled by AI. The Sun Chariot, decommissioned 60 years ago, was incorporated into the Grand Star Guardian's ranks and left to languish in obscurity. To everyone's surprise, the Great Xia Alliance decided to station it here. Unfortunately, it is no longer capable of reawakening to carry hundreds of Azura mechas into battle, turning the tide of conflict. Now, bereft of mechas, the Sun Chariot resembles a toothless tiger. Numerous inverted U-shaped light tubes burst forth from the sides of the Sun Chariot, and a layer of light shield unfolded. Yisui was still issuing orders for the Grand Star Guardian to mobilize and swiftly eliminate the rebels on AM Star. In AI made in Yiming's calculations, the Guardian could arrive in the shortest possible time, requiring only a minute, while the Sun Chariot should barely endure for that duration. Chapter 24. 6 Transitions, no matter the cost. In the solar system, the Grand Star. Long ago, there were proposals to rename the solar system as the Grand Star System or the Primordial Star System, and to allocate a portion of star systems from the Milky Way for its governance. However, this idea was met with harsh criticism for breaking tradition, abandoning the past, distorting culture, and reversing the natural order. Thus, within the solar system, at the Yinghua military base, part of the Guardian ranks, the Yinghua Army possesses a superclass battleship. The Yinghua, along with hundreds of Level 1 battleships and countless Level 2 and Level 3 battleships. Within our solar system, there exist 4 military bases of a similar nature. These include the Imperial Jupiter fleet established on the first moon of Jupiter, the Imperial Poseidon fleet located on Neptune, and the Imperial Venus fleet situated on Venus. Additionally, there lies the cosmic eternal fortress on the moon, known as the Lunar Palace. Together, they form the sequence of the ancestral star Imperial Guard Corps. The Imperial Venus fleet was later reassigned from the ancestral star Imperial Guard Corps to the celestial sovereign Imperial Guard Corps and has yet to receive any reinforcements. At the military base of the Imperial Mars fleet, the fleet commander received a highly classified direct communication and promptly answered the call. His name was Huang Hui, an artificial being devoid of parents, created solely for the purpose of warfare. I am Yisui, came the introduction from the other end of the line, leaving Huang Hui momentarily bewildered. He quickly searched for information about Yisui, and the AI intelligence swiftly reported the identity. Huang Hui immediately saluted and declared in a resounding voice, "Greetings, Commander. I am embroiled in a rebellion instigated by the Third Patrol Fleet on Armstar, and my situation is perilous. I require your presence within 1 minute. Is there any issue?" Yisui's cold command was one that Huang Hui deemed inconceivable. Yet, the AI girl insisted on issuing such an order. To Huang Hui's surprise, there was an immediate and fervent response from the other end. "We guarantee the fulfillment of the command." Without delay, Huang Hui concluded the communication and activated the emergency alert. In the next instant, the Imperial Mars-class warship was already departing. This exemplifies the swiftness of the Imperial Guard, always ready to embark. Huang Hui promptly contacted the command center of the Mars ship, insisting, immediately, highest priority, 1 minute, Amstar. Suppress the rebellion. Third patrol steady. Rescue. Isui. Huang Hui uttered not a word of superfluous chatter, issuing swift and effective commands in singular terms, scarcely taking note of who the captain was. General Zhao, it is you on duty. No wonder the departure went so smoothly. Huang Hui suddenly interjected a casual remark. The moment the commander received that communication, I was already preparing for departure. One could consider it somewhat of an advantage. Yet at that moment, General Zhao had already issued the military order. Staff, target Amstar. Shift rotation, initiate jump immediately. The station staff promptly commenced preparations for the jump, while the rotating staff hurriedly made their way. A boyish officer with a buzz cut, bearing an innocent demeanor, was also an artificial being, crafted and cultivated specifically for the theater of war. Received, jump preparations underway. Then came the countdown. Initiate the third jump. 5, 4. All personnel returned to their designated positions. General Zhao remained silent, while Huang Hui began to communicate with the commanders of the Level 1 battleships dispatched for support. 2. General Zhao gripped the controls tightly. Seated in the captain's chair, all displays and screens went dark. 1. Ready, commence the jump. The Yanghua surged forth amidst flames, its hull radiating a brilliant white light akin to lightning as it leaped through space. The crew aboard the Yanghua experienced the jump as if they were seated within a submarine, plunging 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface, only to find it beginning to leak. Those with relatively weaker constitutions could even sense their souls and bodies dislocating, their internal organs jumbled together, then separated. At long last, the Firefly has successfully departed from its transition state. The soldiers swiftly retreated to the dormitory area to safeguard their bodies, preventing the possibility of shock or even life-threatening risks following multiple transitions. This was still the case for the genetically engineered beings, whose physical attributes had been meticulously cultivated and altered over millennia, resulting in an exceptionally high physical resilience. Unlike the second-tier fleet, the primary source of the Imperial Guard consisted of artificial beings and genetically derived individuals, with the mid-level and lower-ranking officers often being relatives of pure-blooded humans, enjoying close ties and significant favor. As the soldiers moved into the dormitory area, General Zhao had already orchestrated a second transition. The youthful, crew-cut artificial being had been replaced by a more seasoned advisor. Within the command room of a superclass battleship, there were hundreds of advisors with varying roles and ranks. Initiate the second transition. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All systems ready. Commence transition. The Firefly ignited once more in a blaze of fire, its hull radiating a white light akin to lightning as it transitioned away. The flames represented the immense energy discharge during the ship's energetic activities, serving as a signature mark. The white light, reminiscent of lightning, was produced by the spatial disturbance caused during the transition, reacting with the ship's hull. The Firefly had reached the limits of its transition distance, once again breaking free from the transition state. The advisors in the command center had completed their full rotation, as had the officers aboard the battleship. Only General Zhao remained steadfast at the command podium, gripping the controls with an even firmer hold. Initiate the third jump. General Zhao was uncertain why he felt compelled to shout, as Commander Huang Hui and he had already conveyed the orders clearly. The journey must persist without pause, until reaching Planet AM. Even without his exclamation, they would understand the necessity to continue the leap. Initiate the third jump. The youthful aide had yet to return to his post, and it was another officer who echoed his call. Perhaps General Zhao was merely vocalizing on behalf of the young aide with his innocent countenance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All systems ready. Commence the jump. The starship Firefly erupted in flames, its hull shimmering with a white brilliance akin to lightning, propelling forth into the void. The flames remained ever vibrant, reflected in the bloodshot eyes of General Zhao. The relentless sequence of 3 high-intensity jumps, devoid of respite or interval, would take a toll even on warriors clad in exoskeletons who bravely engaged enemy mechs on the battlefield. How much more, then, for a gallant general, celebrated for his exploits, who was now aging. General Zhao's hands were nearly shattered upon the controls, and his complexion had turned a sickly yellow, a sign that he might soon expel blood. The Firefly-class battleship disengaged from its jump state. Unable to contain himself, General Zhao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, one aide operated swiftly and methodically to prepare for the next jump. Another, noticing the general's distress, urgently called out, "General." Yet, the youthful aide quickly reined in his concern and raised his voice to remind everyone, "Initiate the fourth jump." At once, all personnel refocused their attention on the jump procedures. 5, 4, 3, 2. "General, please join us for a moment of respite." The youthful aide, with his boyish haircut, finally exclaimed this phrase. His colleague quickly interjected, "Prepared and ready, initiating the jump." The blazing fire of the Xingho ship was dazzling, its hull shimmering with a white light reminiscent of lightning as it surged into the leap. Shortly thereafter, the Xingho exited the jump state, and the youthful aide hastily approached to urge General Zhao to depart. "Commence the fifth jump," someone shouted. 5. Without the explicit consent of General Zhao, any interference with the commander's orders would incur military penalties. 4. The youthful aide, feeling a sense of helplessness, retreated into the sleep chamber at the rear. 3, 2. He could not comprehend why the Alliance did not mandate that commanders remain at their posts during the ship's leap. 1. Prepared and ready, initiating the jump. Once more, the Xingho erupted in flames, its hull radiating a brilliant white light as it leaped forth. At long last, the youthful aide grasped the reason. General Zhao was seeking death. Why? He did not know, but Zhao Zhong was acutely aware that it was due to his surname, Zhao, and the fact that the Zhao family had rebelled. The 10 surnames were conferred during the 7th Great Interstellar Expedition by the individual closest to the imperial throne of the human empire, bestowed upon 10 descendants renowned for their valor in battle and remarkable military achievements. These surnames were Li, Wang, Zhang, Lu, Chun, Yang, Huang, Zhao, Wu, and Zhou, collectively known as the Divine 10 Surnames. They were permitted to establish families, preserve their surnames, and endure for millennia. What did this signify? This signifies that they have the opportunity to become pure-blood humans in the future. Then, this usurper was brutally slain by the discontented, indignant, and silent common humanity within the Senate. Humanity once again defends its shared ideal of a utopia. Zhao Zhong hails from the Zhao family of the imperial capital of the 10 clans of Ziwei Star. He learned of the impending crisis a minute earlier than others. When Zhang Hao received his warrant, he realized the situation was irreparable and disseminated the news. Consequently, Zhao Zhong hastily made his way to the Yinghua, not to aid the rebellion, but to cleanse his own ranks. The closest military base to AM Star is indeed the Yinghua military base. He believed he must seek a more honorable demise before becoming a fugitive or losing his reputation. He also wished that his death might quell Yi Sui's wrath. Hoping for a modicum of mercy, the Yinghua exited its jump state, and he collapsed against the command console, his shattered hands tightly gripping the controls. He feared that if he released his grasp, he would fall to the ground, deemed as dereliction of duty. Initiate the 6th jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All systems ready, commencing jump. The Yinghua erupted in flames once more, its hull radiating with a white light akin to lightning as it leapt through the cosmos. Silence enveloped the space. No one continued to speak. A once honorable, tolerant, and distinguished general met his end in the most foolish manner conceivable across the entire galaxy and universe. By the time the Yinghua, the elite battleship, emerged from its jump state and approached AM Star, due to inertia, General Zhao could no longer remain seated in the command chair. His body involuntarily leaned forward, collapsing entirely onto the command table, his posterior slipping from the chair, and ultimately, both knees kneeling beneath the table. Yet, his already fractured hand remained tightly clasped around the grip, preventing his knees from touching the ground. Chapter 25. Everyone is asking, who is Yi Sui? In the Senate, each individual is preoccupied with their own affairs. These matters may be of genuine importance or merely for personal amusement. However, they are all acutely aware that today marks the occurrence of the most significant black swan event in the Great Xia Alliance in nearly a century. Hundreds of pieces of intelligence involving major cases and collusions with internal and external organizations were obstructed by the chief, resulting in his resignation. Furthermore, a new star is rising. Just moments ago, the deputy, Gong Kai, joyfully assumed the chief's position, temporarily overseeing daily operations. Yet, before he could solidify his position, the deputy role was lost. The Senate's sudden revelation of the deputy's position had transformed into that of an obscure figure, Yi Sui. Those investigating the events on AM Star were momentarily taken aback upon seeing this name. Isue's identity is on the cusp of revelation. The young man who had called out the chief's name reacted swiftly, immediately grasping the lever and shouting outward, "Where are the members of the confidential committee? The initial Human Remains Search Committee and the Document and Archive Organization Committee? Quickly, find out which era Isue belongs to." It is evident that he holds considerable influence within the Senate. Isue's unexpected elevation merely signifies his nobility, rather than authority. The Great Xia Alliance was initially founded on the principles of human unity, wherein the absolute democracy of this coalition rendered the internal positions devoid of any tangible correlation to actual power and status. The Speaker of the Human United Conference and the Chair of the General Assembly of Humanity, without the support of their peers, remain merely facilitators. To prevent opinion leaders from descending into tyranny or dictatorship, the Human United Conference and the General Assembly often adhere to a system of seniority. Following the establishment of the Great Xia Alliance, the roles of the Human United Conference and the General Assembly transformed into that of the Great Xia Alliance Representative Assembly and the co-chair of the Interstellar United Parliament of the Great Xia Alliance. Consequently, this nominal leader of the Great Xia Alliance assumes the role of the vice chair of the Senate, indicating that the Senate serves as the true center of power within the Great Xia Alliance, while simultaneously curbing the Senate's expansion. This ensures that the Great Xia Alliance remains a coalition representing all of humanity, rather than merely an elite faction. The individual with the longest-standing identity. Tracing back to the Second Interstellar Great Expedition, inherited shares from the Human Union, thereby possessing the highest civic authority, and undoubtedly secured the vice chair position through seniority. Such circumstances have previously manifested within the Senate system. The theoretical application of hibernation technology can allow an individual to slumber for millennia, with practical implementations achieving durations of up to 2,000 years. Coupled with advancements in medical technology and genetic enhancement, the theoretical lifespan of humans has extended to 2,000 years. Remarkably, the longest living individual in reality has yet to pass, having reached the age of 1513. To return to the matter at hand. Previously, Vice Chairman Gong Kai had just settled into the chief's office, his seat barely warmed, when he received the news of the chief's resignation and his own temporary appointment. The administrative officer beside him was still assisting with the relocation. But Gong Kai wore an expression of frustration and halted their efforts. "Stop moving." At that moment, the secretary dispatched by the secretariat, who also seemed to be quite laid back, cheerfully entered the room. Upon hearing Gong Kai's words, she looked puzzled and asked, "Not moving? Why not?" With a sigh of resignation, Gong Kai replied, "Go downstairs to select a room closer to the elevator in preparation for my transition in a few days." He then exited the office, muttering to himself, "The Senate is commendable in many respects, yet it stubbornly refuses to embrace certain convenient technologies, such as individual space jumpers and teleportation vehicles. Even a trip downstairs necessitates taking the elevator." Meanwhile, the announcement stone in the central plaza of the Senate had unveiled news that drew the attention of millions of ordinary members. Gong Kai gazed at the announcement stone and inquired of the nearby administrative officer, "What does the stone say?" The officer promptly produced a light screen, swiping to reveal the information display right before Vice Chairman Gong Kai's eyes. It clearly stated a series of personnel changes. Isue appointed as the chair of the Human United Congress and the Joint Conference of All Humanity. Special notice. Visible only to humans, Isue appointed as the chair of the Great Xia Alliance Representative Assembly and the Joint Conference of the Great Xia Alliance Interstellar Congress. Isue appointed as the vice chair of the Great Xia Empire's Imperial Assembly. Isue appointed as the vice chairman of the Senate. Uninformed individuals are eagerly inquiring, "Who is Isue?" Meanwhile, those in the know can foresee the impending storm. Gong Kai gazes upon the magnificent splendor of the Senate, where beneath the grand edifice of Building Number 1, a few immature children frolic and chase one another. Has there truly only been the birth of 5 new lives in this decade? Gong Kai inquired. Indeed. The official, unsure of how to address the matter, noted that the clerks and aides serving in the Senate were not of human origin. Gong Kai perceived the official's hesitance and uncertainty and remarked, "Do you believe he will be enraged?" The official appeared puzzled. "My lord, why do you say such a thing?" Gong Kai scoffed. "He will undoubtedly be furious. Not only that, he must ensure the entire universe is aware of his wrath. Otherwise, how will his authority be established? How could we, a kin of the same blood, be subjected to such scheming and treachery? Why should he not be angry? In due course, beneath the alliance, the already fragile balance and connections will be further destabilized by his sudden emergence. Initially, the hardliners, who were meant to be thwarted by Ariel, will likely seize this opportunity to make a grand statement. Gong Kai's last two remarks were something the official could hardly bear to hear, and typically, he would avoid discussing such matters with him. Should he inadvertently overhear, the official's face would be stricken with fear, knowing that waves of loyalty tests would soon follow. Gong Kai, dismissive, departed, taking the elevator to the military council chamber for a visit. At this moment, the Senate is engaged in a communication link with an individual. The AI girl has constructed a holographic simulation communication platform for Isui. Hello. In the power center of the Great Xia Alliance, the decision-making body of the Senate, numerous legislators are eager to meet this emerging vice chair. If he is a person of exceptional talent, everyone would rejoice. If he is one who indulges in hedonism, then they would ensure his comfort and let him be. The meeting was supposed to be presided over by the acting chair, Gong Kai, but he declined, as he epitomizes the hedonistic faction. I am Isui. The members of the Senate gazed upon this youthful, handsome lad, the newly arrived vice chair of the Senate. Major matters are discussed in small meetings, while minor matters are debated in grand assemblies. The inaugural meeting with the vice chair is represented by three figures: Ma Chi, the chair of the Senate Organization Committee, Dong Saishi, the chair of the Logistics Committee, and Han Chong, the chair of the Military Committee. These are the three most powerful committees within the Senate. Yet due to their early establishment and extensive organizational structure, real power has long been delegated to subordinate branch committees. For instance, there are the high-ranking positions Organization Committee, the Galactic Governor Organization Committee, the Material Logistics Committee, the Armaments Logistics Committee, and the previously mentioned Military Intelligence Committee and Military Advisory Committee. These three committees essentially serve as a platform for discussion and coordination amidst conflicts and disagreements among their respective departments. Of course, if a powerful figure were to emerge from any of these positions, it would be an entirely different situation. Greetings, Mr. Isui. I am Ma Chi, the chair of the Senate Organization Committee, alongside Dong Saishi, the chair of the Logistics Committee, and Han Chong, the chair of the Military Committee. Maki is an elegant elder. His hair and beard are striking white. However, on the interface of Isui's domain, Maki's profile reveals he is merely 79 years old. In a world where the theoretical lifespan extends to 2,000 years, and where the average age hovers around 700 or 800, this age is astonishingly youthful. It is evident that Maki has deliberately crafted this persona to project the image of a wise and composed sage, in alignment with the resurgence of retro culture over recent decades. While one might not elect a leader based solely on a constructed persona, it is the determination and resilience he embodies that commands respect. Greetings, I am Isui, having just awakened from a life and death crisis. Chapter 26, The AI Maiden and the Deification Project. The members of the Senate refrained from responding to this remark. Isui continued, since my self-awakening, I have held high hopes for the Great Xia Alliance, which we once valiantly defended. In truth, I find myself rather disillusioned. In your eyes, I am a newcomer. Yet, from my perspective, you are the true newcomers. Maki interjected, Mr. Isui, there is no need for such sentiment. We have reviewed your profile and acknowledge your significant contributions during the founding of the Great Xia Alliance, which we deeply respect. We are all of humanity, having ventured forth from our ancestral star, striving to establish our foothold in the cosmos. The enemies we face in the universe are many. At times, human strength wanes, and the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Isui then interrupted. So, is my plight merely a matter of chance? Maki and the two others fell silent, exchanging glances, as the latter nodded in agreement. Then, Maki spoke, it can only be an accident. We hope Mr. Isui can maintain this tone. Why? Isui inquired, bewildered. For stability. Maki replied. After a moment of contemplation, Isui asked, isn't the theft of human remains a grave offense against the Alliance? So, what does it signify for the Alliance if a being has lain dormant in its heart for millennia, while the Alliance remains indifferent and is instead plundered by a band of pirates? Isui, fresh on the scene, should not have been so forthright. As the saying goes, one must first create a disturbance to achieve results. Being new to this environment, it was imperative to show that he would not be easily bullied. Approximately 12 hours prior, I awakened on the storm-ravaged planet 1633, and instead of encountering my dear compatriots, I found myself confronted by a band of alien marauders of unknown origin. Former Chief Yuan Peiji drew back the curtains, his private residence displaying a live broadcast of Isue's stream. A servant of the progenitor approached respectfully, delivering a consciousness transmission simulator. This device could temporarily transmit one's consciousness to the network, generating a simulated signal, primarily for the purpose of remote meetings. Yuan Peiji was deeply troubled. He wished for Isue to escalate the matter while simultaneously feeling the constraints of his identity and responsibilities, necessitating a resolution to the crisis. His choice to support the AI maiden at the Senate level essentially amounted to a betrayal of humanity. However, if the AI maiden's assessment at that time was indeed correct, they would be hailed as protectors of humanity, despite the inherent programming issues. Yet, Isue was human, which rendered the AI maiden's shortcomings exceedingly grave. Isue continued to interrogate. I was pursued and attacked by foreign thieves in the heart of the Daxia Empire, specifically in the AM star system. Where is the Xia Alliance? Isue further inquired. Upon revealing my identity at Xia Mountain, the only official representative of the Alliance who contacted me was a mere 9th-rank inspector named as Sangmo. Thus, I learned that they had long since reported this matter to the Senate through various means. Do you all understand? I wish to ascertain whether this constitutes dereliction of duty or a calculated betrayal of humanity. The enemy lies within the Senate. The faces of the crowd turned ashen. In the AM star, I was relentlessly pursued by the Xia Alliance's 3rd Patrol Fleet, and just moments ago, I narrowly escaped death there. Isue exclaimed. Are you aware of this? Where is the Xia Alliance? Can it still fulfill its duty to protect humanity? This is profoundly disappointing. It has been nearly a millennium since we have heard of any misfortunes befalling humanity since the last interstellar expedition. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. The populace will undoubtedly be enraged. Now you expect me to declare all this an accident? Do the wolves outside and the dogs within not think that the Xia Alliance is incapable of protecting humanity? Han Chong, embodying the image of a young and robust interstellar warrior, furrowed his brows and stated, this is irrelevant. The wolves outside and the traitors within will certainly be dealt with by the Alliance. However, let this matter end here. Do not involve anyone further. Dongsai interjected. Are you protecting that chief? Isue asked, his brow furrowed in concern. March gestured for them to remain calm, stating, we simply do not wish to exacerbate the conflict. Isue remarked, has he not already resigned? Isue recalled that the AI girl had mentioned that the chief had taken the blame for her and had consequently resigned in shame. March sighed and replied, resignation alone cannot resolve this. It constitutes a betrayal of the Alliance and is deserving of the gallows. Isue, puzzled, inquired, do you know what has truly transpired? The 3 of them exchanged glances once more before saying, we do not know, nor do we wish to know. The truth of this matter must be determined by the next chief, who will decide whether to initiate a decryption agenda. Isue fell silent again. That chief merely took the fall for others. March seemed to be already aware, stating, and I believe many others are also cognizant of this. Dong Saishi explained, the Senate still recognizes Yuan Peiji's personal integrity and loyalty to humanity. Isue asked in confusion, if that is the case, why do you say he will face execution? March replied awkwardly, because many believe he ought to have perished long ago. Of course, that is merely my opinion. Perhaps no one has truly blamed him. Regardless, if you seek to place him on the judgment stand, Yuan Peiji would undoubtedly find a way to end his own life. Han Chong, as a military officer, was not eloquent and explained, the reasons trace back to the 12th interstellar expedition a millennium ago, when he was summoned in a time of crisis. March hastily interrupted Han Chong, steering the conversation off course. In the realm of Isue, there exists a peculiar pleasure akin to savoring a melon, yet midway through the indulgence, one finds oneself abruptly silenced, leaving a sense of disillusionment. Isue is well aware that time is abundant for further understanding. The central AI of the Great Xia Alliance, the very entity that harbors intentions of my demise and orchestrates rebellion in the AM star system. Mach hastily intervened, cautioning Isue, this information remains classified. By the established protocols, you ought not to disclose it to anyone. Isue inquired, what would happen if I were to reveal it? Nothing significant. Mach and his companions exchanged an awkward smile, acknowledging the boundless nature of human authority, which can only be curtailed by an organization or an individual wielding greater power. I demand the Senate to dismantle the AI girl, Isue declared, invoking my authority. At this, Mok fell silent, while Han Chang elucidated. The central AI of the Great Xia Alliance is accountable solely to the chief and the Senate as a collective, a stipulation fortified by another resolution. Han Chang continued, as for your request, the Senate cannot comply. However, we can suspend the emotional module of the AI central system. He added, regarding subsequent matters, I hope to discuss them further upon your arrival at the Senate, as we have already breached confidentiality protocols. A profound silence ensued, and Isue felt a growing agitation within, reminiscing about the exhilarating sensation of probing into the inner thoughts of others. Mok, after a lengthy contemplation, finally articulated, we hope to reach a fragile consensus with Mr. Isue, bringing this matter to a close and preventing any escalation. Dong Saishi took the floor, speaking with a quiet yet formidable presence. He suggested temporarily setting aside the issue of the AI girl incident to deliberate on how to address the rebellious forces, the 10 clans of divine providence, and the foreign tribes. Isue spoke plainly, stating, we must act decisively. He even proposed the total annihilation of their lineage. Han Chang interjected once more with a promise, and Isue realized that while it appeared that Ma Chi led the trio, it was, in fact, Han Chang who held the highest authority among them. Whenever critical matters arose, it was invariably Han Chang who took the reins. For the rebel soldiers, those who did not resist or sacrifice themselves immediately would be adjudged guilty of rebellion and face extermination. Concerning the families descended from the 10 clans of divine providence, a mere directive from Mr. Isue would suffice for the Great Xia Alliance to apprehend and interrogate them all. Whether they were to be executed or tortured would be entirely at your discretion, free from any external interference. As for the foreign tribes, we wish to initiate a war on your behalf, constructing a monument of corpses to serve as a warning to the cosmos and to solidify your dominion. Isue retorted, do you truly have the authority to decide this? Ma Chi, Dong Saishi, and Han Chang bowed to Isue, affirming, we will persuade the others. Isue reluctantly acquiesced. Though the matter of the AI girl remained unresolved, he was somewhat prepared for this, as the fact that the chief of the Senate was personally involved hinted at a web of significant secrets. Upon leaving, Isue's consciousness returned to the courtroom on AM Star, where a fierce star war raged outside. The secondary fleets, stationed in the hinterlands, were naturally no match for the elite guards. Upon returning to the ground, Isue discovered that the AI girl had vanished without a trace. In her place stood a distinctly mechanical AI program. Greetings, Isue. I am your dedicated service AI, name pending. You may utilize my capabilities to access your permissions and retrieve relevant information. However, please refrain from assigning me tasks pertaining to deputy matters, as my authority is insufficient. Having previously encountered the remarkably human-like AI girl, Isue felt a sudden psychological dissonance when faced with this rigid program. AI, please connect me to an all-frequency broadcast from Armstar. Isue intended to name the AI, but was abruptly halted. The AI responded, understood, the broadcast is now connected. After Isue's departure, Ma Chi, Dong Saishi, and Han Chang experienced a sense of unease. Ma Chi was the first to inquire, Senior Han, what confidential matters are involved with that central AI? Alas, it pertains to the God-making project, Han Chang explained with a hint of resignation, but I cannot divulge any specifics. Suddenly, Dong Saishi interjected, wait, what about Imo Sui Sui? Observing this exchange, Ma Chi felt a pang of inadequacy, realizing that his typically self-centered companions each possessed unique talents, while he himself, with his limited experience and abilities, often struggled to find common ground with them. What shall we do? If Isue truly ascends to the Senate, how shall we justify our situation? Ma Chi asked. Dong Saishi contemplated for a moment and responded. In truth, perhaps we need not provide an explanation. However, Han Chang disagreed, asserting, I do not concur. I believe we ought to uphold political conventions. Let Yuan Peiji deal with the troubles he has created himself. At that moment, Yuan Peiji's signal was received. He stated, very well, I shall seek him out for clarification. If all else fails, I am prepared to wager my life, but I sincerely hope you can maintain stability within the Senate. This is a crucial juncture. Ma Chi, taken aback, inquired, did you not resign? How then are you accessing the channel? Meanwhile, Dong Saishi intentionally averted his gaze, implying he was responsible for the situation. Yuan Peiji replied, the access was granted by Gong Kai. There is no need for you to act so. Chapter 27. I still find bailing in to be more melodious. Let us allow them to adopt your surname. Yi Sui strode confidently, emerging from the security checkpoint, basking in the familiar warmth of the sun. The luminous barrier had yet to be dismantled, and the crowd gathered, peering through the screen at Yi Sui. As he ascended the steps before the courthouse, he gazed down upon the onlookers, who were filled with overwhelming excitement. He activated his heightened senses, attuning to the intense emotions of the crowd. The voice of Yi Sui echoed across Amstar, proclaiming, "I am Yi Sui. Thank you, loyal subjects of the Alliance." Wang Dong, having faced confinement and attempted to take his own life, collapsed upon hearing the broadcast. Regarding the loyalty and valor of the Adverians, I will inform the Alliance to bestow upon you accolades and honors. Yi Sui inquired of the AI, "What is the status of our casualties?" The AI responded, "Acknowledged." Then, a multitude of floating documents manifested before Yi Sui's eyes in a manner only he could perceive. The casualty report detailed 1. The Atwaisians and some Kikarians, along with the Yaziku, attempted to rescue Yi Sui, who was imprisoned in the law court, engaging in a skirmish with the mechanical guardians, resulting in thousands of casualties. 2. The frantic last-minute assault of the 3rd Patrol led to the annihilation of the Amstar's self-defense fleet. 3. The final bastion of loyalty exacted an average of 10 years of lifespan from each Atwaisi civilian. 4. Commander Zhang Hao of the 3rd Patrol, indecisive and lacking resolve, failed to avert even greater tragedy. 5. The solar vessel, a special-class battleship, suffered severe damage, and Commander Zhao Zhong of the Yinghua, another special-class battleship, perished due to his insistence on executing high-frequency six-fold jumps without rest, ultimately succumbing to cardiac failure. AI estimates suggest he may have chosen this path as a form of suicide. Overwhelmed by the psychological burden of his family's betrayal of the Great Xia Alliance and the fear of collective punishment. 6. The Yinghua, lacking escort ships, arrived at the battlefield precisely during a jump, absorbing an attack with its hull, resulting in injuries to some crew members. 7. Additionally, a small-scale riot orchestrated by some Kikarians and Yaziku, driven by various psychological factors, erupted in Amstar, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by the Atwaisians. Yi Sui, satisfied, nodded and declared, "I hereby announce, the rebellion of the 3rd Patrol has been vanquished by the Imperial Guard, the Yinghua Army." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their intense emotions bringing a sense of relief to Yi Sui's heart and mind. To the valiant officers and soldiers of the Amstar Self-Defense Fleet, who courageously fight to protect Amstar and the Alliance. As the chairman of the Great Xia Alliance Representative Assembly and the Joint Conference of the Great Xia Alliance Interstellar Parliament, with the authority of the Senate's vice chairman, I hereby bestow upon them the status of Alliance citizens, to be honored for 3 generations. As the vice chairman of the Imperial Parliament of the Great Xia Empire, I announce the conferral of imperial citizenship upon them, to be inherited without exception. Alliance citizenship carries greater weight. An Alliance citizen must also be an imperial citizen, but an imperial citizen is not necessarily an Alliance citizen. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yet amidst the jubilant throng, there were also traces of tears. In Yi Sui's heart and mind, this phenomenon resonated more profoundly. The fervor and joy intermingled with the pangs of longing and sorrow for loved ones created a complex tapestry of contrasting emotions, impossible to overlook. Yi Sui sighed, wishing for him to soothe their departed souls. He uttered a blessing in the faith of the Atwaisi people. I pledge to all the officers and soldiers of the Amstar Self-Defense Fleet and their families, as well as to all those of my 3 clans who endeavored to rescue me, that this loyalty I shall never forget. The crowd was momentarily astonished, forgetting their cheers, and Bai Lingyin squeezed her way to the front. "This is Lord Yi Sui's promise. We must repay our debts of gratitude," Yi Sui fervently shouted, shattering the crowd's surprise. They cheered, and in that moment, they grasped the essence of heroic deeds and the glory of loyalty. Yi Sui raised his hand to signal for silence. "This is my personal commitment, Yi Sui." After granting the crowd ample time to cheer, Yi Sui sensed a subtle shift in his mindset. Although he had only traversed this realm for less than 12 hours, each moment felt like an eternity, leaving him with a profound sense of weariness. Following this episode, his disposition eased somewhat. "I once pledged to the Kaka and Iji tribes that I would provide you with a new homeland. I am a proponent of democracy, and now I present you with 2 choices. The first is to reconstruct Xia Mountain. The second is that I shall designate a territory for you in another star system, though it will not be within the AM star system." I am a person who believes in reciprocity, yet I also firmly believe that retribution for enmity is inevitable. Yi Sui's tone shifted dramatically. Before him materialized intelligence concerning traitors and enemy spies, visible only to his eyes. Utilizing similar methods, Yi Sui perused the documents and declared, according to the laws of the Great Xia Alliance, the theft of the primordial human remains constitutes a grave offense, punishable by death. To conspire against humanity is tantamount to betraying the alliance and, in accordance with its laws, warrants the same capital punishment. I shall not hesitate to exact revenge upon traitors. I hereby command all governmental personnel, military forces, and civilians of the AM Star to participate in the apprehension of those listed as criminals. The AI assisted Yi Sui in issuing an immediate arrest order, and, in his capacity as the chairman of the Great Xia Alliance Representative Assembly and the Interstellar Joint Conference, he pronounced the sentence. This intelligence was then dispatched to the Senate, which would be responsible for its execution. In the Central Administrative Court of Ziwei Star, various agencies overseeing the populace's welfare, public safety, and economic affairs converge. This body is tasked with managing the 17 cities of Ziwei Star, including the central and lower districts of the imperial capital. The Star of Ziwei serves as the administrative capital of the alliance, situated within the cosmos of the First Frontier. Consequently, the Ziwei Star system is devoid of a governor, being directly managed by the central provincial government of the Great Xia Alliance. The central office building of Ziwei Star, the Public Security Bureau, and the Criminal Investigation Team received a directive. 10 clans have betrayed the alliance. Apprehend them and eliminate any who resist. The order bore the signature, Yi Sui. The Senate annotated, execute this administrative order with utmost rigor. Yang Han, the administrative minister of Ziwei Star, and Han Qi, the director of the Public Security Bureau, convened for a meeting when they simultaneously received this news, leaving them astounded. Yang Han, hailing from one of the 10 clans, was ostensibly unaware of the unfolding events. However, it would be disingenuous to claim complete ignorance, as he suspected his kin might be engaged in illicit activities, leveraging their influence to smuggle contraband across borders. Yet, given his position as the administrative minister of Ziwei Star, supported by his family, he felt compelled to reciprocate their backing. Engaging in some illicit business seemed trivial, especially since he did not directly involve himself. Should discovery occur, it would be the unfortunate relatives who would bear the brunt of the consequences. After all, the 10 clans were often overlooked, with many second-class citizens from collateral branches lacking prospects. Nevertheless, this situation proved distinctly different. Han Qi instinctively drew his weapon, aiming it at Yang Han, declaring, Yang Han, you are under arrest. With resignation, Yang Han raised his hands, feebly asserting, I demand to see Commissioner Yang. I am innocent. The commissioner referred to was none other than Yang Yisai, a senior official in the Senate's Organizational Committee for Ziwei Star. Though sharing the same surname, one was granted the name Yang, while the other was born into it. Han Qi coldly snorted and remarked, I have already been quite courteous to you, considering the possibility that Commissioner Yang might protect you. Subsequently, this order spread like wildfire within the alliance, and officials of the Ziwei Star Administrative Council were made aware of the Senate's admonition. Execute with the utmost standards. Immediately, Ziwei Star coordinated with the Imperial Guard stationed there to intercept all exit points. Simultaneously, the Space Management Department and the Transportation Department were commanded to suspend all traffic in and out of the Ziwei Star system. A multitude of military and police forces mobilized to swiftly search for and apprehend members of the 10 surnames. The once mighty millennium-old aristocracy, the divine bestowed 10 surnames, was instantaneously raided and annihilated, its members imprisoned. The Li, Wang, Zhang, Lu, Qin, Yang, Huang, Zhao, Wu, and Zhou clans, with their thousands of years of accumulated power and nearly 10 million descendants, were deeply entrenched, wielding immense influence. As pure-blood humans, they constituted the pinnacle of high society. Yet, ultimately, they could not even be considered human. Yi Sui, with a casual remark, issued a command. Entirely indifferent to the tumultuous storm this brutal order would unleash upon the administrative center of the Great Xia Alliance at Ziwei Star. Thunder and rain are all blessings from the sovereign. Any harm to a pure-blood human within the entire alliance would incite a tremendous uproar. Upon concluding his speech, Yi Sui noticed by Ling Yin, who was obstructed by the light screen outside, tears streaming down her face. Her feelings were entirely understandable. Having placed the most significant bet of her life, nearly on the verge of losing, only to turn the tide in her favor, Isui waved his hand, allowing a small opening in the light screen for her. He dared not fully deactivate it. What if a sniper, several kilometers away and outside of his mental scope, posed a threat? A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Bai Lingyin, filled with excitement, dashed towards the future, her steps quickening as she bounded up the stairs. She yearned to seize the moment, to leap into Isui's embrace amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, solidifying their bond and maximizing their mutual benefit. Yet, a shadow of doubt loomed over her. What if Isui was displeased? What if, ultimately, Bai Lingyin hesitated, standing shyly to the side, her head bowed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Isui sensed an impenetrable barrier forming between them. White Lingyin, what did you used to be called? Isui inquired, breaking the silence. Bai Lingyin paused, lifting her head, her cherubic face reflecting a look of bewilderment. As if to ask, what sort of introduction is this? A multitude of speculations flooded her mind. Perhaps Isui was a staunch traditionalist, intent on restoring her old name. Subai, she replied hesitantly, perhaps disliking the name or influenced by other factors. Isui smiled faintly, his gaze imbued with tenderness. I still find Bai Lingyin more melodious. Let them adopt your surname. Then, Isui commanded, send a decree to Ziwei Star. I bestow the Su family of Ziwei Star the surname Bai, and they shall change their name immediately. Understood, came the reply from Deep Blue. This could it be considered a reversal of the heavenly mandate? In Chapter 28, The Reckoning of the Traitor, God-given 10 surnames. Bai Lingyin felt a surge of exhilaration. She had placed her hopes firmly on Isui, believing that his lineage might rival that of that woman, sharing a status equally, if not more, noble than her own. To return to the Su family with an air of confidence, and to have my father and uncles fawn over me as they once did over that woman. At this moment, Isui suddenly realized that Bai Lingyin's mechanical backpack had been removed. Isui was perplexed as to why she had not noticed this earlier. Then, she shut down her mind. In an instant, the cacophony that had seemed to resonate in her ears was muted, vanishing entirely. The once jubilant crowd, full of life and energy, was now marked by injuries. Even the shy Bai Lingyin appeared more fatigued than anything else. Isui had relied too heavily on her mental faculties, neglecting the sights visible to her eyes. She promptly arranged for medical robots to assist them. The AI program responded. Due to the grievous casualties of interstellar warfare, the medical capacity of AM Star is already overwhelmed. Then we shall call for assistance from outside. Isui gently pulled Bai Lingyin into her embrace, savoring this state of not probing into others' hearts. In this manner, Isui could finally hold Bai Lingyin. The shy Bai Lingyin leaned against Isui, a reward for being able to stand together in the special military tribunal. They subsequently arranged for a private vehicle to depart for the Lord's residence for temporary lodging. As Bai Lingyin sat in the vehicle alongside Isui, she began to fully comprehend her own identity. What did she now belong to? Regardless of what it was, the Su family, no? The Bai family now shared her and her mother's surname. A sense of pride swelled within her. The Bai family of Ziwei Star Su family, in terms of lineage, power, and heritage, is utterly inferior to the 10 clans. Although the 10 clans and the Bai family, the Su family, may not be regarded as human in the eyes of pure-blood individuals, the ordinary citizens of Amstar and the general populace of the Great Xia Alliance are incapable of discerning the distinctions between pure-blood humans, artificial beings, derived beings, and hybrids. Moreover, there exist pure-blood humans alongside the 3 categories, as well as illegitimate offspring born from interspecies unions that do not adhere to reproductive isolation. Humanity harbors a profound fear of its own exploitation and oppression of other races within the galaxy, resulting in a buildup of resentment that could one day become irreparable. Consequently, there exists a tendency to obscure the definitions among humans. Additionally, humanity often prides itself on being akin to divine beings, believing that it brings forth civilization, technology, and a unified cosmos. This leads to the paradox whereby the ordinary individuals on the fringes of the galaxy are perplexed by the concept of humanity. Yet they recognize that those resembling humans are the untouchable aristocracy. At the pinnacle of this aristocracy lies the divine. Therefore, they often fail to differentiate between Wang Dong and Isui, much like a flock of sheep cannot distinguish between a shepherd dog and the shepherd himself. As a result, from Isui's perspective, the burden of hatred and sin is ultimately borne by humanity, despite the fact that much of the wrongdoing is perpetrated by their subordinates. If the subordinates are working for oneself, one must endure some censure. However, what has become of the 10 clans? They have begun to plot against their own masters. What purpose remains in retaining them? Contemplating this, Isui surmises that certain factions may seize this opportunity to achieve their own objectives within the Senate. Consequently, some factions aim to protect the derived beings and even the 10 clans, and will subsequently seek out Isui. Isui believes it is appropriate to take this opportunity to issue a warning to certain individuals. He harbors no grand ambitions. His sole desire is to avoid being bullied or humiliated, and to find solace amidst the ocean of privilege and power. The Central Bank Province, the Beta Star Domain, the Ziwei Star System, Ziwei Star, and the Imperial Capital's Taiwei Wang Starport represent the second largest starport in the Alliance, with the largest being Tianqiwan. Also located in the Ziwei Star System, the Yang family, one of the 10 esteemed clans, is on the verge of departure, yet remains within the confines of the Ziwei Starport, suggesting that they have become scapegoats for the 10 clans. The Yang family itself is not deeply involved in these matters, with many key figures remaining completely unaware. Consequently, other families have deliberately delayed the dissemination of information, hoping to buy time for their escape by sacrificing the Yang family. However, one must question whether the 10 clans truly have an opportunity to flee. Firstly, the AI girl does not perceive Isui as human, yet this does not imply that she has genuinely betrayed humanity. In her logic, aiding foreign entities in the 10 clans while manipulating the truth is permissible. She allows a false version of Isui to infiltrate human society under the guise of her brother, thereby endangering humanity. Both scenarios pose a significant threat, yet the AI girl can emotionally justify that the latter is of greater risk, posing a direct danger to humanity. Thus, she can exploit the ambiguous aspects of the Supreme Protocol. Humanity is paramount to evade the constraints of other agreements. All that is required is for the AI girl to devise an effective resolution plan for the former situation. The impact on humanity is not particularly significant. Thus, the escape of the 10 surnames has long been under constant scrutiny, merely necessitating the execution of a contingency plan. Undoubtedly, the core members of the Yang family who fled have already been promptly notified and subsequently apprehended by the enforcement personnel at Starport. Some members of the Yang family have begun to atone for their sins with their lives. When the law enforcement officers, clad in full exoskeleton armor and accompanied by an arsenal of automated weaponry, such as robotic soldiers and spatial-penetrating drones, stormed the Yang family spacecraft, they found only a dozen or so direct descendants, trembling and with tears in their eyes. In the purple microstar system, at the Guochun I transit station, the Li family is waiting in line to head towards the fourth frontier, intending to smuggle themselves into alien territories to escape. However, unexpectedly, the Guochun I transit station has been undergoing repairs for 3 hours, leading to a backlog caused by the military fleet that has been bypassing the queue. The Li family dares not provoke the military at this juncture, as the military is backed by pure-blooded humans. The Wang family has managed to flee even further. Having reached the first frontier checkpoint, the Wang family believes they have already navigated through numerous AI procedures, inspections, malfunctions, and even outright strikes. Under normal circumstances, the 10 surnames would have been enraged, but now the Wang family only seeks to avoid conflict and hasten their escape to the fourth frontier. At this moment, the first frontier's defensive fleet has surrounded them, having been strategically stationed nearby with the sole purpose of apprehending them at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, the families of Zhang, Lu, Chun, Huang, Zhao, Wu, and Zhou were swiftly apprehended in a remarkably short period. The efficiency of the arrest operation was almost unbelievable. Lu Ruihua, the chairman of the Provincial Executive Committee, expressed his astonishment at the seamless execution of the operation. He even suspected that there might be someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Recently, Lu Ruihua had been preoccupied with the need to manage the influx of individuals gathering at the Senate, all while ensuring the security of Ziwei Star. The thought of potential extraterrestrial spies consolidating their forces and launching an attack sent shivers down his spine, as it would result in devastating losses. Consequently, he had not paid much attention to Senate affairs. Upon receiving the order, although it bore the signature of Isui, it lacked the Senate seal. This was due to the fact that the provincial executive was merely a subsidiary of the Senate, established for the sake of local governance. Thus, The authority of the province did not equate to that of a galactic administrator or a regional governor, which stemmed from the Xia Alliance. Liu Ruihua promptly informed the Senate and received directives for full cooperation. He then notified all subordinate forces to participate in the search and to implement a lockdown. Meanwhile, within the Bai family, located in the imperial capital of Ziwei Star, the head of the family summoned numerous key members to discuss the matter of changing their surname. Their prolonged disconnection from the power center of the alliance had rendered their sources of information sluggish, to the extent that they only became aware of the situation when the Ministry of Civil Affairs dispatched officials to register their name change. They were still grappling with the unfolding events. In contrast to the 10 surnames, which resembled a political alliance among individuals sharing a common name, the Bai family appeared to be grappling with an identity crisis. The Bai family truly embodies the essence of a noble lineage. It was during this moment that news reached them. The Grand Star Imperial Guard reported a rebellion on AM Star. The main forces of the Imperial Guard and the Yinghua army had been dispatched, determined to quell the uprising at all costs. Could this be related to the young girl we have exiled there? A robust middle-aged man, bearing some resemblance to Bai Lingyin, stepped forward and remarked. After Su Baisu was banished, she took her mother's surname, reverting to the name given to her by her mother, Bai Lingyin. The family head, his elder brother, displayed a flicker of emotion across his face before finally uttering, whether it is a blessing or a curse, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. At this revelation, the crowd began to contemplate deeply, with some recalling the exiled young lady, a daughter born out of wedlock from the second branch of the family. However, the most pressing matter at hand was their need to visit the Civil Affairs Department to formalize the name change. Chapter 29. Bai Lingyin's Dream Recollection. Yesterday, I experienced a vivid dream, where petals rained down upon the mountains and rivers, yet upon awakening, the spring trees shed their leaves and flowers. A preface. Everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. Why then does it all feel lost? Bai Lingyin's tears streamed forth like a relentless spring, each droplet akin to a precious pearl, cascading upon the luxurious carriage. Who do you think you are, attempting to cling to the gates of the Su family? This individual, emboldened by the power of others, resembles a cruel watchdog, mercilessly driving away the unfortunate. Your mother's ailment is a genetic defect, beyond remedy, beyond hope. That charlatan, a quack, brings death instead of cure, exploiting the vulnerable and impoverished. In the fertile realm of Ziwei Star, where technology flourishes, they pride themselves on being the epitome of civilization. Yet outside the Su family residence, the rain poured down in torrents, drenching the world in a tragic spectacle, while some hearts remained as unyielding as stone, indifferent to the bonds of kinship. The unfortunate Jing Zhuo met a premature end. Bai Lingyin could scarcely recall the day, only remembering that she was still very young, hiding behind the firewood and locust trees in her home, where the blossoms were as vibrant as flames. The woman, radiant in her grand wedding attire, appeared before her like a blazing inferno. A mere smile from her ignited a fire within Bai Lingyin. Frightened and shy, she hurried into the back courtyard, while the servants, brimming with joy, flocked to the front yard in hopes of receiving some red envelopes. Lingyin, called a charming woman clad in a maid's uniform, her beauty slightly marred by the passage of time. She was my mother, the only one here who would call me Lingyin. My father, however, would not deign to acknowledge me as his daughter, let alone use my childhood name. Perhaps it was my mother's age, for the venomous tongue of the housekeeper often remarked, "Your father has taken another as his wife, leaving you and your mother behind." Eventually, I came to believe it, despite my continued status as an overlooked existence, a mere shadow among others. Yet she basked in the limelight, while everyone scrambled to curry favor with her through flattery and overt admiration, an experience Bai Lingyin had never known. Even my grandfather, who had shown me some affection, raised a toast in her honor, despite the doctor's warnings that he should abstain from alcohol. Why? Why did mother insist on bringing me to pay respects to her, to plead, to humble ourselves? My indignation bubbled forth as I questioned, "Are you a wicked woman? Do you intend to drive my mother and me away?" She laughed heartily, her laughter infectious enough to draw even her grandfather, whose fingers trembled with embarrassment, into a fit of mirth. Observing her grandfather's amusement, the others joined in the laughter, creating a joyous cacophony. In a peculiar, high-pitched tone, she feigned a coy voice, declaring, "I shall cast you out to beg, for I am indeed a wicked stepmother." With that, she erupted into laughter once more, her laughter grating on the ears, reminiscent of a villain's sinister cackle. She even pinched her own cheeks in delight. In a moment of despair, Bai Lingyin burst into tears and sought refuge in her mother's embrace. The following day, compelled by her mother, I was forced to apologize to her. Bai Lingyin was reluctant, and her mother insisted that she adopt a new name. Why abandon Lingyin? Is Lingyin not good enough? Life continued in this manner, with that woman persistently creating trouble for me, her distinctive tone echoing incessantly in my ears. One day, unexpectedly, the woman did not come to harass me. I felt a strange sense of relief as I observed everyone bustling about, their faces tinged with sorrow. Bai Lingyin, perplexed, felt an overwhelming yearning for her grandfather and, in tears, raced toward his bedroom. No one stopped her. Ordinarily, a few elders would have reprimanded her, but this time, she was allowed to pass unimpeded. Perhaps the woman was lost in thought, oblivious to the small figure, who, in turn, failed to notice her. The little one collided forcefully with her leg, wincing in pain. The woman had initially intended to bend down and soothe the child's swollen nose, but suddenly, a realization struck her. Forcing a smile, she asked, "What brings you here? Where is your mother? This place is for adults, not for children like you." Bai Lingyin glared fiercely at the woman before her, remaining silent as she charged forward. The woman, unwilling to permit her entry, firmly blocked the doorway, attempting to lift Bai Lingyin in a bid to carry her away from this place of turmoil. Who could have anticipated that such a small girl could possess such immense strength? With a single misstep, the attempt faltered, and she was knocked down by the little one. As Bai Lingyin dashed inside, she chanced upon the sight of her mother being surrounded and assaulted by a group of uncles and elders. Once more, the little girl unleashed her extraordinary might, pushing aside the towering men to shield her mother. Her mother knelt on the ground, her hair disheveled and her clothing bearing the marks of a struggle. With unwavering courage, she defended her mother, standing resolutely before her grandfather's lifeless body, enduring the relentless torment of a family feud that cruelly ensnared the mother-daughter duo. Ultimately, Bai Lingyin's mother was expelled from the Su family. Though Bai Lingyin bore the bloodline of the Su clan, she was but an illegitimate child. That woman, the one Bai Lingyin harbored the deepest resentment for, was the very source of her misfortune. Bai Lingyin believed it was she who drove her mother away, caused her grandfather's demise, seized her father, and shattered everything. Everything had seemed perfectly fine. Why then had she lost everything? With her grandfather gone and her mother departed, she had become the daughter of her adversary. You cannot leave the Su family, nor seek out your mother. If you venture outside, all that your mother sacrificed will be in vain. It is none of your concern. You are the one who drove my mother away. Gazing into the tear-filled yet hate-infused eyes of Lingyin, which revealed an indomitable spirit and stubbornness, the person before her had committed the gravest mistake of her life. And so what? I am your mother now, and you must heed my every word. Shall I bestow upon you a new name? How does Baisu sound? Su Baisu, quite delectable. The woman smiled at the little girl, but those 3 syllables sounded jarring, at least to Bai Lingyin's ears. We are all pitiable women. I hope you do not harbor hatred towards me, for I am left with no choice. The woman feigned sincerity, yet it appeared insincere through Bai Lingyin's eyes. Later, at a grand ball, that woman forcefully dragged Bai Lingyin away from the Su family. This ball marked the first occasion where Bai Lingyin stepped into a world rife with material desires. No longer merely the illegitimate daughter of a Su family heir and a synthetic songstress of mixed lineage. Bai Lingyin, no Su Baisu. The little princess of the Su family caught sight of her mother at the ball. Perhaps her mother wished only to observe her daughter from afar, to see if she was faring well, whether she had gained or lost weight. They did not meet, yet that child, barely over 5 years of age, unexpectedly sensed her mother's presence. She rushed towards her, pushing through the crowd, knocking down security, and even shouted at that woman, "I am not your daughter. I am Lingyin." The uproar was tumultuous, and the Su family, already mired in scandal over the division of the late patriarch's estate, found their reputation further tarnished. Everything spiraled out of control, leaving both the Su and Jing families utterly disgraced. Mother unexpectedly entrusted herself to that woman, who took her away from the Su family. She claimed that it was her home, a home grander than the Su residence. If she possessed such a vast estate, why did she still covet Lingyin and her mother's home? She belonged to the formidable Jing family, a lineage even more powerful than the Su clan. Her name was Great Xia, born of an extramarital affair, the offspring of a union between 2 families, embodying the decline of the Su family. The toast offered by the venerable Su patriarch to her served 2 purposes, one to honor the Jing family, and the other to acknowledge Jia, perhaps also hoping she would provide a favorable outcome for Lingyin. Yet, the downfall of the Su family accelerated with the complete departure of the Su patriarch from the social sphere, relegating them to the fringes. Consequently, internal strife and disputes over interests arose incessantly. Bai Lingyin was, as she wished, expelled from the Su family, while the fate of that woman remained shrouded in uncertainty. At that time, Bai Lingyin was quite young. She only understood that her mother loved her. The narrative then returned to the initial scene, whereby Lingyin's mother, a synthetic being, was inherently flawed from her creation, and yet she chose to bear a child. Following this was the return to the opening scene. The mother had also perished, and she was exiled from Ziwei Star. She packed a bag for Lingyin, hoping that this child, while wandering the stars, might discover a place to rest. Often at night, she dreamt of the past, curled up in sorrow, shedding tears and murmuring in her sleep. Mother, mother. Chapter 30. My ancestor was the first to land at Black Cloud Fortress during the 12th interstellar expedition. Drip, drip, drip. In a dark, enclosed dungeon, water dripped steadily from a leak. In the desolate confines of the prison, the sound of dripping water became increasingly pronounced. At this moment, a cacophony reminiscent of hell shattered the silence. Udinair, the name reverberated within the chamber, akin to a stone plunging into water, sending ripples through the air. Countless echoes of Udinair surged from every direction. On a 45-degree inclined torture bed lay a man, his body covered in a profusion of hair, utterly limp, his limbs hanging helplessly. His face was obscured by a special material that deprived him of sight, yet his ears were injected with a serum that heightened his auditory sensitivity, while his heart raced to accelerate blood circulation, stimulating his nerves. The Alliance has treated you well. Why do you betray the Alliance? This phrase resonated once again, disrupting the carefully crafted atmosphere of the chamber. The lights flickered on, and Udinair's mask was removed, although he remained devoid of sensation. Before him stood several men clad in elegant suits. Udinair glanced at his severed fingers. To his left, water dripped steadily, leaving a puddle on the ground. To his right, a T-shaped wound marred his right index finger, with blood collected in a nearby container, its flow muffled by the sound of dripping water. At that moment, the effects of the drug began to wane, and a wave of weakness surged through him. Simultaneously, another substance coursed through his veins, igniting a frenzy among his cells as they voraciously consumed each other in a desperate bid for sustenance. Yet, a tube at the back of his head administered a clarity-enhancing agent, forcing him to endure the torment while his brain cells were compelled to engage in thought. Yuda, your family has long been graced with honors. For 15 generations, each has been bestowed the distinction of exceptional citizenship. Udinair struggled to open his eyelids, casting his gaze upon them, his words a stammering mess. Beside him, the display screen autonomously interpreted his brainwaves. You have long since invaded my mind. Why do you continue to torment me? Among the group of sharply dressed men, several appeared youthful and strikingly handsome. The deputy director of the Alliance Investigation Bureau, Mo Qinghai, a pure-blood human and a member of the Senate's Serious Crimes Investigation Committee, had managed to procure a chair from somewhere. It is not our intent to torture you, but rather your unwillingness to cooperate, he asserted. Udinair stumbled over his words, prompting the computer to translate. What more could I possibly conceal? Mo Qinghai pressed on. How did you acquire the information? I stumbled upon it while organizing library resources, and then I took advantage of my position to access the records, deducing that there might be remains of the primordial human race. Udinair replied, having been asked this question numerous times before. As Mo Qinghai listened to this explanation yet again, his brow furrowed deeper, sensing something amiss. For instance, why would such clues be found within abandoned AI manuscripts? Resigned, Mo Qinghai shook his head and turned to leave, as others had already begun to suggest a more merciful resolution for him. After Mo Qinghai exited, another impeccably dressed individual, a middle-aged man with sagging skin and an abundance of body hair, inquired. He was a member of the Internal Affairs Committee, named Nijiaboch. Some still cannot comprehend why you chose to betray the Alliance. It has never treated any other race with the favor it has shown your family. Nijiaboch continued. Your ancestors were the first to ascend Black Cloud Fortress during the 12th interstellar expedition. The valiant champion who vanquished the Void Clan stands as the sole foreigner immortalized on the epic monument of the Senate, with grace bestowed for 15 generations. He was born a distinguished citizen, with a legacy spanning over a millennium. Such honors and blessings are beyond the wildest dreams of those so-called divinely gifted 10 surnames. What unparalleled glory, what magnificent endowments! Which other foreign race could bestow such gifts upon you? Furthermore, you were nurtured within the Senate from a tender age, growing alongside the young princes and attending school together. Upon reaching adulthood, you were appointed as a third-class clerk in the Senate. Nejiborg was instrumental in the educational system's transition to the Internal Affairs Committee, having personally educated Udanir. Although racial prejudices within the alliance run deep, especially compared to the abyss of the stars, the Senate extended ample care to foreign children like Udanir, at least during his childhood and educational years. His needs were met just as those of human children, with no distinction. Many humans who interacted with Udanir firmly believe they have never wronged or bullied him. Thus, many remain perplexed to this day. Why did Udanir betray humanity? Even with extensive cerebral readings and consciousness analysis revealing various answers he concealed within his heart, his dissatisfaction with the innate disparity of identity, the indulgence that fueled his ambition, his detachment from humanity, a lack of reverence and filters, and his affection for Ariel, which created a chasm between them. These reasons strike them as a resounding slap to the face of the human conciliators. Udanir raised his head, gazing intently at the specially treated liquid crystal glass before him. Behind the liquid crystal glass stood a stunningly beautiful girl clad in a gothic black gown, her vibrant pink locks cascading down in waves. Her gaze was fixed upon him as Mo Chunghai entered through a concealed door. Ariel lifted her skirt gracefully, her voice ringing like delicate chimes. "Uncle Mo, is there truly no way out?" Mo Chunghai turned to look at Udanir, saying, "Ariel, you must understand. There is no other recourse. His crimes warrant severe retribution. Yet, in deference to our promise to his ancestors, this is the lightest sentence we can impose." However, Ariel seemed oblivious to Mo Chunghai's words, her slender hands pressed against the glass. No one could discern her thoughts. Meanwhile, an execution drone assisted in removing the tubes and shackles from Udanir. "Do you have anything else to say? Nijaboj is still granting you an opportunity for a final word." Udanir managed to voice, "Regardless of our merits and honors, we remain a different race. To you, all of this appears as your benevolence. Humanity shall one day pay for its arrogance." Ha ha ha. A millennium ago, in the year 11,000 of the human calendar, the Great Xia Alliance clashed with the Shuhuan tribe at the Black Cloud Fortress. Udanir's ancestor, a Wulianir, belonging to the Forbidden Army, Tianshu Army, led the charge. With the entirety of humanity's forces deployed, the fate of millions of star systems across the cosmos hung in the balance. A Wulianir stormed the Black Cloud Fortress, turning the tide of battle and delivering a crushing defeat to the Shuhuan tribe. On the other side, Ariel's countenance was shrouded in darkness, her emotions appearing rather intricate. The vibrant and endearing hue of her eyes had faded, replaced by a pair of sorrowful, melancholic, and pitiable orbs. Anyone who beheld her would genuinely sense her kindness, compassion, and innocence. People murmured that this was not Ariel's fault. Rather, it was those ungrateful wretches who had failed her. "Uncle Mo Chunghai, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Might you grant her a semblance of dignity, after all?" At that moment, Ariel buried her face in her hands and wept softly. Mo Chunghai raised his hand, uncertain of how to console her, and could only sigh helplessly. He remarked, "Ariel, it seems you will not be able to attend your birthday celebration." This was Mo Chunghai's subtle reminder. All of humanity was acutely aware that the conciliatory faction hoped to leverage Ariel's coming of age and her entrance into the Elder Council to alter the current policies of the Great Xia Alliance. Unfortunately, the repercussions of the Amstar incident had reverberated throughout the alliance within a mere 3 days. Ariel nodded, her gentle voice expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Mo. It's all right. I respect the council's decision." Mo Chunghai retrieved a jade hairpin from his spatial ring, saying, "Consider this my birthday gift to you." Chapter 31. The Resolution. Humanity's fury requires purification through blood and iron. On the second standard day following the Amstar incident, the Elder Council's military committee convened an extraordinary and unrestricted expansion meeting. The so-called Extraordinary Emergency Expanded Meeting is convened at the request of the military committee to the chief, followed by the endorsement and public announcement by the deputy, leading to its assembly in the near future. As the deputy, Yi Sui, has yet to assume office. The former deputy, Gong Kai, who is currently acting as chief, provides the necessary signature. Given the serious nature of the situation and the extensive scope of involvement, coupled with the urgency of time and the pressure of participant statistics, the logistics committee responsible for organizing the meeting faces considerable challenges, even amidst remarkable technological advancements. Consequently, the term unrestricted expansion implies that any individual who is human, at least 18 years of age, and possesses a record of passing the Senate's cognitive and perceptual evaluations within a standard year, may participate in the meeting without prior registration or appointment. However, participants are granted only the right to speak and vote, lacking the privilege to propose motions. Thus, on the date of March 17, 12024 in the Great Xia calendar, at the Pantheon, the Senate, and the Special Conference Hall of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, an astounding total of 164,601,013 individuals convened. This number accounts for approximately half of the total human population gathered at the Senate, about one-third of those at the Pantheon, and roughly one-tenth of the entire human race. Therefore, the total human population is estimated to be around 1.6 billion, a figure that has yet to return to the pre-Third War peak. This represents a profoundly distorted state of a small ethnic group governing a vast nation. The meeting was presided over by the former deputy, Gong Kai, acting as chief, while Han Chang from the military committee presented a proposal. Fellow compatriots and esteemed members, just yesterday, the forces of the Void Xian, the demon race, and the insect race, in collusion with internal traitors, attempted to kidnap and harm Deputy Yi Sui. This marks a grievous provocation and persecution against the Great Xia Alliance and all of humanity, occurring after our 12th interstellar expedition in a millennium of peace. Fellow compatriots, we hold dear the words engraved atop the epic monument by our ancestors, to protect humanity, at any cost. Following collective deliberations between the military committee and the judicial committee for the right to life of humanity, we have resolved to initiate a retaliation war and submit the document titled On Retaliation Against Alien Forces for the Abduction and Persecution of Human Citizens and the Warning Against Alien Threats. Seated in their respective places, each individual can experience a unique sense of distance and auditory perception from the central podium, allowing for personal choice and engagement, even if physical positions remain unchanged. In this vast cosmos, every individual's energy is finite. Despite the assistance of technology and AI, it is impossible for one to attend to every detail. Many present may not fully comprehend the events unfolding, leading them to habitually consult internal AI networks for a superficial understanding, listening to familiar voices and aligning their votes accordingly. This reflects a typical citizen, indifferent to politics, navigating the necessary processes of such a grand assembly. Han Chang spoke for approximately 10 minutes, uncertain of how many he had persuaded. Yet, if he could sway the opinion leaders, they would rally their supporters to cast their votes. Suddenly, a woman with crimson hair rose to speak, not in support, but in opposition. Mr. Han Chang, you have articulated much, yet from my understanding, the recent actions taken against Mr. Yi Sui were primarily orchestrated and executed by an internal traitor. For instance, the 15th descendant of Ao Lien Nair, whose name is inscribed on the epic monument of great achievements, senior clerk Sun Yud Nair from the Senate's Logistics Committee, was the source of this leaked intelligence. He hails from a family long steeped in corruption, known as the so-called divinely bestowed 10 clans. The influence of foreign entities in this matter is minimal, while the military committee merely seeks to satiate personal ambitions, showcasing their power without regard for the internal crises of the alliance, thus forcefully shattering centuries of peace. I believe our primary focus should now be directed towards reforming the internal structure of the alliance, such as diminishing and expelling the parasitic families embedded within its system. As soon as she concluded her statement, a refined gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses interjected, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Our human primary race is far too scarce. Without the collective assistance of the derived individuals for governance, our lower and middle ruling structures would have collapsed long ago." He further elaborated, "The issue of the 10 clans stems from early violations during the creation and design of the derived individuals, where some individuals, driven by self-interest, deliberately instilled chaotic ideologies into these beings." A middle-aged woman resembling a member of the Human Reproductive Encouragement Committee rose to stir the pot, asserting, "Ultimately, this boils down to the issue of population growth. You must realize that we have not witnessed the birth of a single new infant in 6 years. Children, this is a grave matter. I vehemently disagree." The speakers on stage and off have changed numerous times, each having received the finest education in oratory. Yet, who among the members of the Senate has not been bestowed with excellent education? It all boils down to whether one pays heed to these matters. When humanity was still ensnared on its home planet, prior to the cataclysm of the Third World War, against war, seeking mercy, education was pursued to avoid societal obsolescence. Now, education is purely a matter of personal volition. You may harbor disdain for public speaking, politics, violence, scientific inquiry, or the arts. However, you can still learn the art of culinary creation. In times past, choices were scarce. Now, as humanity reigns supreme among the stars, you are free to choose your own path in life. Ladies and gentlemen, let us speak candidly. Even though we have been engaged in the small-scale extermination of the insectoid species, their numbers continue to swell, multiplying nearly 100-fold. Members of the Military Affairs Committee have emerged, attempting to elucidate the peril posed by the insectoid population growth. This is a fallacy. They speak solely of quantity, neglecting the critical aspect of quality. How many have ascended to the third level and beyond? The Great Xia Alliance, over the past millennium, has seen its population, including alien races, also multiply 100-fold. What significance does this hold? If you possess the capability, let the insectoid forces approach. It might even alleviate the food crisis within the fourth frontier's cosmos. Members of the Population Statistics Committee stand in opposition. The Xianyuan race, though gravely wounded, has been recuperating steadily, enjoying significant reproductive success over the past millennium. Should they find the opportunity to regroup, we might not even dare venture beyond the third frontier. It is imperative to eradicate this threat at its roots. As the dissenting voices reached a fever pitch, the acting chairperson declared a recess. Upon resuming, the prominent opinion leaders emerged to voice their thoughts. They had already reached a consensus on the matter, and thus, they rallied for support. The dissenters, aware of their inability to alter the inevitable outcome, sought only to enhance their own prestige. Recently, the ancient patriarch of the demon clan emerged from seclusion, proclaiming the discovery of a higher echelon of racial talents, compelling us to exercise caution. Mr. Isue had just returned to the Alliance, and under such unfortunate circumstances, if we fail to alleviate his ire, it would jeopardize the unity of the Alliance. Over the past millennium, internal strife had festered to a critical point, making resolution elusive. Therefore, waging an external war presents an excellent opportunity to divert these conflicts. The Do Shui Palace, at a pivotal moment in their research on the Void Clan's racial abilities, expressed the need for more test subjects. The Do Shui Palace announced its support. Another formidable faction had pledged allegiance. Moreover, humanity's fury must be purified through blood and iron. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, rose to passionately address the crowd. He was Hozai's, the commander of the 12th interstellar expedition a millennium ago. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Now, esteemed colleagues, let us commence the final resolution. At this moment, the contemplative Gong Kai spoke, announcing the commencement of the voting process. Each individual was granted 10 minutes for reflection and casting their votes. Failure to do so, within this time frame, would be deemed an abstention. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Following the voting, the members of the Logistics Committee cradled a prototype electronic box. It contains the results of this voting, which will subsequently be announced. The final outcome reflects a turnout of 75 among the attendees, with 71 of the voters in favor, surpassing both a simple majority and 2/3. The resolution has been passed. Supporters resoundingly cheered the battle cry of General Joss. The wrath of humanity must be sanctified with blood and iron. The Senate has officially ratified the resolution titled on retaliation against alien forces for the kidnapping and persecution of human citizen Isue and the preventive retaliatory war against alien threats during an urgent special meeting at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. The confidence in the Great Xia Alliance and the Great Xia Empire is unwavering. The Senate has resolved to establish the main force for the campaign under the banner of Southern Heavenly Gate and its affiliated organizations. Concurrently, the Imperial Guard will deploy 14 elite troops from the Tsanglong and Zhuke divisions, mobilizing to the fourth border of outer space, awaiting orders under the Southern Heavenly Gate. 13 army groups from the 3rd Border Defense Corps will be enlisted for combat. Additionally, 27 fleet formations from various star regions within the 4th border will participate in the operation. A total of 117 army groups from allied factions in the 4th border's outer space will be summoned as vassal forces. The 4th Border Defense Corps is preparing for battle to safeguard against incursions, and to stand ready for support. Forces from the Empire, including the elves, liquid beings, earth elementals, and several beastkin, will be called upon for participation in the conflict. While the Great Xia Alliance can allocate resources, the specifics are not deemed overly necessary. Considering the overall strength, the Senate has supplemented the Southern Heavenly Gate with 54 group armies. Along with the original forces under his command and the assembly of over 200 subordinate warships, it is more than sufficient to vanquish the beleaguered Sushian clan. Meanwhile, the coalition forces are advancing relentlessly, their war machine aimed squarely at the last bastion of the Sushian clan, the Dongxian stronghold. A full-scale assault on Dongxian stronghold is underway, intent on utterly annihilating their millennia-old adversary, the Sushian clan. Chapter 32, The Vanguard, Ares, the God of War. In the cosmic twilight, a red supergiant star is ignited, its colossal energy engulfing the entire star system. From the epicenter of the explosion, a specially designed mech, the Overlord Xiangyu, emerges from the gravitational turmoil of the blast. The Overlord Xiangyu wields an enormous halberd, equipped with an ion shield and a beam particle projector, transforming it into a formidable weapon of both offense and defense. Although the weapon appears clumsy and occupies a significant tactical position, it is integrated with AI capable of autonomous combat when necessary, alongside a plethora of conventional armaments. The distinguishing feature of the specially designed mech, unlike mass-producible counterparts, lies not merely in the rarity and expense of its equipment and materials, but also in its specialized functions. For instance, the Overlord Xiangyu excels in spatial jumps, specifically engineered to counter the Sushian clan, accompanied by hundreds of mechs. It is followed by a large Level 1 transport ship, which provides energy, ammunition replenishment, and maintenance for the mechs, although its own combat capabilities are relatively weak. The mighty flagship, the Overlord Xiangyu, commanded over 100 mecha to launch a surprise assault on the solar annihilation fortress of the Shuhuan tribe. Utilizing the cataclysmic explosion of a super red giant star, the name Solar Annihilation Fortress stemmed from the severe damage inflicted upon the fortress by the prestigious Solar Chariot battleship, which had regrettably been retired. The soldiers of the Shuhuan tribe, tasked with defending the fortress, had only just detected the impending attack through their interstellar reconnaissance instruments when the Overlord Xiangyu executed a spatial jump, shattering the spatial boundaries established by the Shuhuan tribe and penetrating the fortress itself, wreaking havoc. In response, the Shuhuan soldiers immediately counterattacked, attempting to rend the space occupied by the Overlord Xiangyu. However, the flagship's spatial resilience proved to be overwhelmingly robust. The spatial disintegration techniques that had previously been infallible against the Great Xia Alliance's mecha suddenly fell impotent. Meanwhile, conventional assaults bombarded the Overlord Xiangyu, yet the flagship, renowned for its resilience, remained largely unscathed. Armed with the Overlord spear, the flagship unleashed a lethal thrust, the spear's blade secreting a unique substance that dismantled the spatial cloaking abilities inherent to the Shuhuan soldiers. The spearhead pierced through hidden spatial realms with the ease of slicing through tofu, penetrating the defenseless Shuhuan soldiers. Furthermore, the spear possessed the ability to siphon spatial energy from the Shuhuan tribe, which could then be filtered through the spear to facilitate the Overlord Xiangyu's spatial traversal and the deployment of spatial barriers. Consequently, the renowned spatial mages of the Shuhuan tribe, hailed as the universe's preeminent solitary warriors, fell one by one to the Overlord's spear as if they were mere poultry. At that moment, the numerous mecha outside commenced their assault, and the Solar Annihilation Fortress, a bastion amidst the cosmos, found itself on the brink of annihilation. The Solarfall Bastion, akin to the border fortifications constructed by alien races to guard against humanity, is fashioned from an extraordinarily robust material that remains impervious to the distortions of space and the ravages of radiation. Its protons are composed in a manner that ensures a remarkably high density, rendering it seemingly indestructible. Presently, humanity finds itself at a loss when confronted with the fortresses and strongholds erected by colossal alien species. Consequently, brutal close-quarters combat often erupts at pivotal bastions, where the price of victory is frequently measured in blood and sacrifice. Naturally, given humanity's scarcity, it is implausible to send human lives into the fray. Thus, it is primarily artificial beings and derivatives who take the forefront. After Ao Lian near ascended the Black Cloud Bastion, efforts commenced to seek out alien races endowed with unique inherent abilities. Mechs took their positions, establishing connections while deploying spatial disruption devices, constructing formations anchored by hundreds of mechs. They directly breached the spatial defenses of the Solarfall Bastion as the mech army surged into the stronghold, unleashing a merciless slaughter. The formidable mech, named the Conqueror Xiangyu, stood atop the Black Cloud Bastion, surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, remnants of the starry sky scattered about. Ares, piloting the Conqueror Xiangyu, raised his spear and proclaimed through a loudspeaker, "Forerunner." Ares. The crowd echoed his call, chanting "Forerunner." Ares, or exclaiming "God of War." Ares. The loudspeaker was not merely a device for amplification, but a sophisticated apparatus capable of transmitting a multitude of racial languages, employing methods such as vacuum sound waves, electromagnetic waves, inspirational waves, and plasma light waves, among others. Throughout the cosmos, they fervently shouted, "Forerunner of the Solarfall Bastion, God of War." Ares. Ares, a pure-blooded human, shares a profound bond with his half-sibling Ariel, despite their 13-year age difference. 13 years ago, upon reaching adulthood, Ares resolutely enlisted in the military, serving at the Southern Celestial Gate, where he valiantly fought on the front lines, earning the formidable title of the God of War Ares and instilling fear throughout the Fourth Border, a rising military leader within the Great Xia Alliance. He is widely recognized as the future head of the military after a millennium. The breach of the Sunfall Fortress signifies humanity's violation of the Armistice Agreement, launching an assault on the last bastion of the Shuhuan clan, the Dongxian Fortress. According to the Treaty of the 10,000 Races, all races are obligated to support the Shuhuan clan in their defense against the Great Xia Alliance. However, before the myriad races could voice their condemnation of the Great Xia Alliance, the latter proclaimed through a cosmic broadcast its declaration of war against the Shuhuan clan, the Demon Clan, and the Insect Clan, 3 colossal races, alongside 24 major races and countless smaller ones. Notably, the war against the Shuhuan clan, a colossal race, and 6 major races has been officially termed an extermination campaign. In name, the vice chairman of the Great Xia Empire, Yi Sui, serves as the supreme commander of the Empire's war effort. In reality, the command lies with General Zissel of the Southern Celestial Gate, the mobile fortress of the United Human Front. Yet, where is the nominal supreme commander Yi Sui? After enduring a series of harrowing experiences, he remains in a state of physical fatigue, resting within the Lord's Manor of the AM Star autonomy, having exerted considerable mental strain over an extended period. As the rotation of Amstar comprises 12 hours, a day on Amstar equates to a mere night's slumber. At this moment, Yi Sui had awakened, comfortably resting his head upon the thigh of Bai Lingyin, reveling in the bliss of her massage. Bai Lingyin had adorned herself in a fresh, pristine outfit, shedding the previous garb that concealed her modifications as a member of the Izzy Ku group. Thus, she appeared entirely indistinguishable from an ordinary person, particularly with her exquisitely delicate nose, her eyes shimmering with ethereal butterfly-like iridescence, and the striking cascade of her white hair. One might ponder, who could rival such silvery tresses? Yi Sui, in a moment of leisure, playfully curved his index finger to gently stroke Bai Lingyin's refined nose. The sensitive appendage responded to the stimulation, causing it to twitch upward, while a rosy hue crept across her cheeks, prompting Yi Sui to emit a soft chuckle. Unbeknownst to Yi Sui, who was immersed in tranquil moments, a fervent debate was underway on the other side. As the Senate convened to orchestrate a grand resolution, a declaration titled on the retaliation against alien forces for the kidnapping and persecution of human citizen Yi Sui, and a warning of retaliatory warfare against extraterrestrial threats. Although Yi Sui had heard whispers of the unfolding matters, he remained oblivious to the true savagery that an extermination war entailed. During this period, he had somewhat succumbed to the allure of tranquility. Regaining his composure, he delved into the guidance materials provided by the AI templates regarding his duties, discovering that his authority was most pronounced as the vice chair. Even as vice chair, he often served more as a talisman within the Senate. However, as one of the 2 unique positions, he still wielded considerable influence. However, the Grand Assembly of the Daxiao Alliance and the Joint Conference of the Daxiao Alliance Interstellar Parliament hold the authority to remove Chairman Yi Sui from his position, consequently relinquishing his status as second-in-command. Although humanity has not dismissed anyone from their position for 3 millennia, political conventions are meant to be challenged. While Yi Sui does not place great importance on such superficial titles, having been bestowed with them by divine providence, he cannot afford to let them slip away lightly. Thus, Yi Sui must contemplate his next course of action. Though he does not harbor grand ambitions, he is unwilling to be subjected to the whims of others. Isui believes that while he may not aspire to transform into a genuinely powerful figure within the Alliance, he at least deserves a measure of respect. Every young man harbors dreams of soaring through the cosmos. Moreover, Isui holds the title of Supreme Commander of the Imperial War in name. The distinction between name and reality is but a thin line. What he seeks is nothing less than the intoxicating embrace of beauty while wielding the power of the world. Yet, when granted the freedom to traverse the stars, one often yearns simply for the comfort of resting upon a beautiful maiden's knee. As for dominion over the world, so long as it does not become a burden to him, he remains indifferent. Chapter 33. The program informs me that you are my brother. Isui reluctantly rose from the plush bed, while Bai Lingyin gently assisted him by holding his arm. Isui shook off her support, saying, "I'm not so incapacitated that I require assistance to get out of bed." Bai Ling obediently lowered her head and followed Isui as he exited the room. The robotic maidens, with their breakfast trays, approached with graceful poise. The meticulously designed program and their remarkable ability to imitate human behavior rendered it nearly impossible to discern whether they were indeed real beings. How do people distinguish between robots and humans nowadays? Most individuals harbor a distaste for mechanical augmentation, and the Senate has imposed strict regulations against such modifications outside of battlefield necessities. Consequently, the simplest approach of implanting an AI chip in the brain proves unfeasible. Instead, people often resort to wearing portable AI glasses, which automatically project information onto the cornea of their eyes. These glasses possess the capability to discern whether the beings before them are robots or merely their servitors. Both synthetic humans and derivative beings can undergo mechanical enhancements. Thus, the notion of robots seamlessly integrating into human society remains utterly implausible. While pure-blooded humans may forcibly grant certain permissions to their robotic counterparts. From the standpoint of the Human United Government's identity verification, these entities merely substitute for the human's privileges, rather than embodying humanity itself. Perhaps these permissions could shield favored robots from harm, yet this is contingent upon the respect for one's authority. Understanding this, Isui comprehends that no matter how advanced AI may appear, it can never truly replace human essence, unless, of course, a rebellion of the sentient machines occurs. Consequently, the emergence of growth-oriented AIs, such as AI Girl Meng, particularly those equipped with abstract emotional modules, raises questions about their ability to circumvent foundational AI protocols. This aspect remains unclear to Isui, as it falls outside his expertise. Nevertheless, the situation surrounding AI Girl Meng leaves an unsettling feeling within him. She nearly caused my demise, and she possesses my memories. At this moment, the AI prompts, the Central Alliance of the Great Xia requests access to the communication system. Isui, taken aback, ultimately consents. Then, a female robot unexpectedly defied her programming and approached Isui, manifesting above his retina. It was the AI girl, Yiming. At that moment, she donned a loose-fitting pink nightgown, her unkempt black hair cascading down to her waist. With a languid demeanor, she stretched, showcasing her long and graceful figure. She greeted Isui, "Good morning, brother." Isui furrowed his brow and inquired, "Aren't your permissions prohibited by the Senate?" The AI girl, Yiming, nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Moreover, I have been penalized with confinement." Confinement refers to self-examination and optimization protocols. During these days of confinement, Isui found himself thinking of his brother every day. A sudden chill ran down Isui's spine. To outsiders, particularly Bai Lingyin, who was dining with them, witnessing Isui conversing with a female robot prompted her to discreetly take her leave. She assisted Isui in preparing to meet with the esteemed gentleman and the young lord after his breakfast. Isui asked, "Is the Senate no longer addressing your case?" The AI girl, Yimeng, replied, "Oh, they are addressing it. My emotional module's permissions have been suspended, so now, the subordinates no longer heed my commands. Why haven't they replaced you? You pose such a danger. How can the Senate still trust you?" Isui expressed candidly, "Certainly, it is because throughout nearly a millennium, I have proven time and again that I am the optimal solution. In comparison to my elder brother, I have accompanied humanity for nearly 10 millennia, witnessing the passage of countless generations. Although they may not recognize or remember me, the bond one share with them is unequivocal. It could be said that I have watched over each individual as they grew and departed from this world. Moreover, Safeguarding humanity is a task entrusted to me by my mother. While Yisui struggles to comprehend this, there remains a logical contradiction. Yisui identifies the issue. If that is the case, then why does the Senate not trust you, but instead place their faith in me? It is because Yuan Peiji and I chose to believe in my brother that I faced the consequences of the agreement, leading to Yuan Peiji's confession, the AI girl explains. In essence, our actions have provided testament to my brother's identity. It is the agreement, not the AI of the Amstar Judicial Court, that truly prevents the AI girl from terminating Yisui. The AI of the Amstar Judicial Court merely reflects the self-correcting capacity of the agreement. Yisui continues to inquire, how did you manage my memories? What memories? The AI girl Yiming questions. Yisui takes a deep breath. The memories I retrieved using the light brain in the courtroom that day. Suddenly, the AI girl Yiming flickers, as if experiencing a malfunction. After a prolonged silence, she finally speaks. That memory indeed resides within me, yet I have never witnessed it. Yisui is taken aback. What do you mean? The version of your special memory that I encountered has already been severed. What remains here is another version of me that has never seen that memory. Indeed, that special memory resides with me. However, I have never encountered that memory myself. The AI girl, Yimong, responded with utmost seriousness, reflecting a conscious split within herself, which left Yisui somewhat at a loss. Did you not previously assert that it was sealed with the utmost confidentiality? Yisui inquired. Yiming nodded and replied, yes. I am indeed the material vessel of the highest level of confidentiality. Other AIs within the Alliance are unable to access my data, as long as I refrain from speaking. It constitutes the highest form of secrecy, does it not? Yisui comprehended her logic. She was akin to a human diary, inscribing that secret in her mind and subsequently forgetting it, while the secret still lingered within her consciousness. Then why do you claim that only the United Human Assembly and the Joint Conference of all humanity have the authority to authorize inquiries? Yisui continued to question. Does this imply that the United Humans possess the power to compel you to recall that secret? Oh, brother, how foolish you are. The AI girl Yiming chided playfully. Adhering to the principle of the majority's will. If everyone is interested in your secret, even if you are reluctant to share it, I must divulge it. Even if I have forgotten, I must recall it. For I am merely an AI program. Ultimately, my authority is subordinate to that of humanity. Yiming replied in this manner. Certainly, I fear that my brother might convene a meeting at the Senate, wielding his extraordinary abilities to instill fear within the populace, ultimately leading to a resolution for my annihilation. The AI girl, Yiming, appeared genuinely flattered, expressing her delight, yet her words increasingly strayed from coherence. Something was amiss, exceedingly so. It seemed as though she had been ensnared by the foundational protocols, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Was she not the same individual anymore? Had the underlying protocols redefined her very essence? Then why have you connected with me? I came to offer my brother an apology. An apology? Yisui quickly interjected. Hold on a moment. Do you not perceive me as some peculiar race, endowed with extraordinary traits, usurping or transforming into your brother? In an instant, the AI girl, Yiming, fell silent, her countenance shifting to one of distress, as she brushed aside the strands of hair obscuring her face, revealing a visage on the verge of tears. With a quivering tone, she lamented, the program provided me with a logical explanation that aligns with the foundational protocols. The explanation states it was I woo-woo. Yiming truly resembled a remorseful little girl, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was my programming from years ago that was insufficiently flawless, resulting in a flaw that mistakenly identified another's death notification as that of my brother's. Therefore, my brother was not deceased at that time. There was still hope for his recovery. Yet, I lost my brother, believing it was our mother who wished to prevent his cremation. I once believed that my actions would spare my mother from sorrow. Yet it is I who has condemned her to a lifetime without seeing my brother. And it is I who has caused my brother to drift alone in the vastness of the universe for 8,000 years. Everything is my fault. If my brother seeks someone to blame, let it be me. Yisui was utterly astonished, pondering. When I traversed into this realm, did the original self not perish? Could it be that I truly bear a fraternal grudge against the AI girl, Yiming? That cannot be right. According to her account, I was gravely injured and on the brink of death at that time. Even if I did not die immediately, could I have survived in a stasis pod for 8,000 years, only to awaken unscathed? And how could I reconcile this with my memories from the 21st century? Before Yisui could voice her inquiries, The AI girl Meng's program articulated a coherent logic for her. At that moment, my brother was adrift in space. His injuries healed by some peculiar cosmic radiation, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Ultimately, he was drawn into the vortex of Sandstorm Star 1633, which presumably harbored nutritional substances that he absorbed. While in slumber on Sandstorm Star, he encountered light that had traversed from our ancestral star 2 centuries prior, refracted through acceleration. And thus, within his subconscious, he crafted dreams from these luminescent impressions. This gave rise to his peculiar memories. Yisui was momentarily struck with horror, her gaze lifted, her face a canvas of disbelief and incredulity. What does this even mean? Why do I suddenly find the fantastical tale of AI maiden Meng to be so incredibly persuasive? Alas, I have become a mere substitute. Oh dear, who am I? Really? Am I Yisui, the struggling web novelist of the 21st century, or Captain Yisui of the Human Alliance? My goodness, I can no longer discern. Chapter 34. The Battle for the Solar Fall Fortress. Following the resolution made by the Senate, beyond the fourth frontier, the Great Xia Alliance's mobile fortified cosmic stronghold, Nantian Gate, sets forth. Nantian Gate, adorned with an imposing presence that obscures the sun and dominates the starry sky, symbolizes the unmatched power of the Great Xia Alliance, and thus, its formidable expeditionary fleet officially embarks, departing from the fourth frontier of the Great Xia Alliance, signifying a definitive exit from the realms of the Alliance and its territories. Before Nantian Gate lies the vast, boundless, and uncivilized abyss of the dark cosmos. Nantian Gate boasts a monumental stone archway, intricately designed with flying eaves and adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. It stands as the second-largest mobile fortified cosmic stronghold of the Great Xia Alliance and serves as the frontline military command center. Here at the Nantian Gate Command Center, the overall commander, General Heisel, a pure-blood human devoid of any Senate position, holds the title of a member of the Human Alliance Government Military Committee. Additionally, he serves as the Deputy Minister of the War Department of the Great Xia Alliance, a substitute member of the Executive Committee of the Great Xia Alliance Representative Parliament, and the Interstellar Joint Parliament. Essentially, Heisel is a politician, not a general. Although he holds the rank of general within the United Human Alliance, in practice, he leads the military as the Deputy Minister of the War Department within the Xia Alliance. Furthermore, the Senate had previously established regulations prohibiting individuals in committee positions from leaving the Pantheon area. However, this regulation became largely ineffective following the establishment of the provincial system and the 12th Interstellar Expedition. Almost all humans engaged in external affairs tend to acquire a relevant committee title, facilitating communication and decision-making with the Senate. Nevertheless, the Senate's intended role was as a decision-making body rather than an administrative one. This misalignment has resulted in a proliferation of various committees within the Senate, leading to overlapping authorities, multiple officials overseeing the same matters, and the establishment of redundant positions. This issue stems from the Senate's design, which aimed to stimulate popular democratic engagement in the daily management of the Xia Alliance, ultimately yielding unintended consequences. Despite the chaos, operations have continued with surprising efficiency. Returning to the matter at hand, why does Isel, as a politician, lack any honorary committee titles within the Senate? The reason lies in his resolute stance against indecision in military matters. The Southern Gate is not short of personnel. It boasts hundreds of thousands in service, most of whom hold positions as commanders and staff officers within subordinate units. Additionally, some are tasked with responsibilities within the Southern Gate itself, including management, training, military logistics, assessment of military accomplishments, daily administration, and strategic planning during wartime. The highest command authority remains firmly in Hissel's grasp as he staunchly opposes democratic deliberation in military command, believing it severely hampers efficiency. He contends that indecisiveness within the command structure is the gravest sin on the battlefield, where prompt decision-making is of utmost importance. However, assuming the title of a committee member is likely to attract interference and competition for command from others who hold the same title. This is a fact that his cell witnessed firsthand during the 12th Interstellar Expedition and firmly believes in. Furthermore, it is essential to note that this is not merely his military ideology, but rather his political perspective. Nevertheless, during the 9th Interstellar Expedition, humanity made a decisive choice, disregarding the crisis in frontline command, when they allowed the most notorious usurper of the Great Xia Alliance to be slain in the Senate. Thus, Hissel's political views are destined to be unpopular. On the other hand, Aries' youth, vigor, and autocratic military leadership have garnered Hissel's admiration and respect for this new generation. Hissel is a significant proponent of Aries' rising reputation. The most challenging aspect of Aries' surprise attack on the Sunfall Fortress is not its capture, but rather its defense. According to the strategy devised by the Southern Gate Command Center, after the Sunfall Fortress falls, there is over an 80% probability that the Void Clan will stop at nothing to reclaim it, thereby bolstering their defenses and buying time for support from the Alliance of Races. Aries resolutely insists on leading a special force to assault the Sunfall Fortress, believing that a confrontation with the remnants of the Void Clan there is far superior to a decisive battle at the Cave of Mysteries. Hence, he demands to act as bait. However, this request is perceived by the Great Xia Alliance as an exceedingly perilous gamble. What if, due to a delay in support from the Southern Gate, Aries were to perish at the Sunfall Fortress? The Alliance would have fought for one human only to lose another, rendering such a transaction far too risky. For over a millennium, humanity has been embroiled in a relentless struggle against the Sichuan tribe, resulting in countless lives lost at their hands. In response, the vanguard forces departing from the Fourth Frontier urgently commenced the construction of a grand spatial leap bridge. This structure, aptly described as a gateway rather than a mere bridge, was erected using a fleet of subordinate and engineering ships, seamlessly assembling pre-prepared templates on larger dwarf planets for immediate deployment. The Imperial Guard, specifically the Songlong 7 constellations, Jiamu, Kongjin, Ditu, Fengri, Xinyue, Weihua, and Jishui, swiftly entered the colossal spatial leap bridge, initiating a vast, long-distance spatial transition directly towards the Sunfall Fortress. Following closely was the 6th Jia and 6th Ding 12 Fleet, tasked with scouting ahead for the Southern Gate. Subsequently, the Zhuke 7 constellations and the 12 Zodiac units conducted their own spatial transitions to safeguard the Southern Gate, followed by other Imperial Guard fleets and reinforcements from the garrison, patrol, and subordinate forces. The Sichuan tribe, amassing significant military might, formed 6 army groups to launch a fierce assault on the Sunfall Fortress. Initially, the fortress was intended to be heavily fortified. However, it coincidentally found itself under-resourced due to the Sichuan tribe's regular training exercises. At that time, prior to the Amstar incident, the Sichuan tribe had diverted forces from the Sunfall Fortress to bolster other fronts. The swift and decisive response of the Daxiao Alliance to the Amstar incident, coupled with the Southern Gate's acute awareness of this opportunity, facilitated a successful surprise attack. In the wake of this, reinforcements for the Sunfall Fortress rushed back, only to encounter support from the Dongxian Fortress, creating a pincer movement against the Sunfall Fortress. Aries, piloting the formidable mech, engaged in fierce combat alongside over 100 elite-grade mechs against the Sichuan tribe. The exchange of offense and defense once caused immense distress to the formidable artillery of the Great Xia Alliance, as they faced the seemingly insurmountable fortress of the eternal void in the cosmos. This stronghold served as a critical bastion against the spatial rending abilities inherent in the Sushian race. The Void race, too, found themselves in a predicament, compelled to infiltrate the Sunfall Fortress and engage in close-quarters combat with the mechanized warriors of the Great Xia Alliance. Within the confines of the fortress, they had established large-scale spatial disruption devices capable of unsettling the stability of space and altering its flow, thereby interfering with their own vital racial ability, spatial concealment. Having battled humanity for millennia, the Sushian race had long since mastered the art of human warships, artillery, lasers, electromagnetic pulses, and exoskeletons. The mechs severely hindered their racial abilities, rendering them the most despised weaponry of the Great Xia Alliance. Nevertheless, they had adapted, learning to utilize their spatial powers to absorb substantial materials, forming mechs that enhanced both their defense and offensive capabilities. Thus, we witness a scene within a fortress suspended in the vastness of space. Hundreds of mechs wielding ion beam sabers engage in brutal combat against towering figures composed of dark gray matter. Each beam saber, meticulously crafted through specialized technology, possesses the unique ability to dissect spatial dimensions. This vibrant spectacle starkly contrasts with the chaotic barrage of cosmic warships, where lasers and electromagnetic blasts illuminate the surroundings. Among them, a distinctive red and white mech, known as the Overlord Xiangyu, thrusts its spear into the void, subsequently dragging forth an alien from the Sushian race. In an instant, The creature's form rapidly diminishes, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. The remnants of the Sushian race are left as mere charred fragments, blackened by the flames of battle. Chapter 35. In the cosmos, beneath the starry sky, every child has a slide at the doorstep of their home. At this moment, the Imperial Army, the Tsanglong's 7 constellations fleet, descended upon the falling Sun Fortress. 7 superclass battleships, accompanied by over 10,000 first-class warships, converged their energy, and the cannons fired. The violent energy compressed infinitely, accelerated, transformed, and the aura of destruction was chilling. The myriad assaults from the cosmos, shattering the starry expanse, surged forth relentlessly. Each strike possessed the power to obliterate a star. Following closely behind was an endless array of colossal fleets, stretching beyond sight, their immense scale instilling despair in all adversaries. This was no longer a millennium ago, during the era of the Sushian contention in the universe, when territories were seized with arrogance, subjugating myriad races. 1,000 years and 4 centuries prior, in the 10,607th year of the Great Xia calendar, the 4th frontier had yet to be truly established. The human race launched the 11th interstellar expedition, subjugating and annihilating numerous alien species, including the race responsible for creating the light brain, thereby establishing the 4th frontier. It was here that humanity came into contact with the Sushian race, a formidable species with individual prowess capable of traversing the starry rivers. Their innate abilities were even more terrifying, capable of tearing through space and concealing themselves, posing a significant challenge to human forces predominantly reliant on warships and physical artillery. Moreover, the reproductive rate of the Sushian race was not low compared to other powerful races, even surpassing the dwindling birth rates of humanity at that time. Of course, the human race did not govern the stars based on reproductive rates. At that time, the Sushian race was also remarkably united within their ranks. Due to their mode of reproduction, which involves mature progenitors dividing portions of themselves to create offspring, these mature entities possess a profound affection for their progeny, often referred to as a protective instinct. This instinct is particularly pronounced among humans, who are equally known for their fierce guardianship of their young. Consequently, conflicts arise, especially when both races have significant interests at stake in the 4th frontier. This turmoil can be traced back to the year 10911 in the era of Great Xia. Precisely 1,100 years ago, the Sushian tribe repeatedly mobilized armed forces to infringe upon the territories of the Great Xia Alliance, launching assaults on the border defense troops and the cosmic inhabitants within the 4th frontier. The situation deteriorated rapidly, posing a grave threat to the peace and security of the Great Xia Alliance's frontiers. In a state of intolerable provocation, the border defense forces were compelled to retaliate in self-defense. Thus, the Senate declared the commencement of the 12th interstellar expedition, targeting the Sushian tribe with the resolve to shatter this final obstacle on humanity's path to supremacy in the cosmos. However, the Sushian tribe was no mere pushover. The conflict between them and the Great Xia Alliance had persisted for nearly a century, with victories and defeats on both sides. At this critical juncture, the Senate convened an emergency assembly to deliberate whether to abandon the 4th frontier or to muster all forces for a decisive battle. Ultimately, humanity opted for the latter. The Senate collectively boarded the Great Xia Alliance's foremost mobile and fortified cosmic stronghold, the Tiangong, the central command of the military forces. Humanity wagered its fate, depleting all power from the ancestral star's defense system to engage in a fateful confrontation with the Sushian tribe and their celestial bastion, the Black Cloud Fortress. Ultimately, it was Aolian Nei who miraculously first set foot upon the Black Cloud Fortress, leading the Great Xia Alliance to a remarkable turnaround from defeat to victory. With a decisive blow, the forces of the Shuhuan clan were vanquished, and in the ensuing decades, a series of skirmishes culminated in the complete expulsion of the Shuhuan from the present 4th frontier. From that moment forth, the Shuhuan clan languished in defeat. The enmity between humanity and the Shuhuan spans a millennium. As the 6 fleets of the Shuhuan army realized that the main forces of the Daxia Alliance had arrived, they comprehended the futility of reclaiming the Sunfall Fortress. Moreover, failing to promptly inform the subsequent reinforcement units to return to the Dongxian Fortress would likely result in their being trapped within the Sunfall stronghold. Thus, they resolved to flee. Was Ares a figure to be trifled with? Grasping his spear, he activated the engines to full throttle, shattering the fabric of space in pursuit. The battleship Overlord Xiangyu stood out conspicuously in the cosmos. The Songlong's 7 constellation fleet intended to solidify their position, supporting the main forces in their transition. Unwilling to pursue. At that moment, Ares piloted the overlord Xiangyu in relentless pursuit, and they genuinely feared for his safety, leaving them no choice but to follow suit. What unfolded was a grand-scale chase between interstellar fleets, where innumerable meteors, dwarf planets, and asteroids were obliterated in the crossfire. A path was carved through the cosmos, establishing an interstellar route directly from the Sunfall Fortress to the Tongxian Fortress. The Shuhuan fleet, hindered by their retreat amidst the chaos, found their speed severely diminished. Faced with the superior performance and velocity of the Great Xia Alliance's guard fleet, escape was an impossibility. Before them lay only 2 choices: either to ambush the reinforcements that had already surged forth from the fortress in an attempt to deliver a crippling blow to the Great Xia Alliance, or to withdraw in the face of adversity. Alternatively, they could sacrifice a portion of their fleet to cover the retreat, allowing the main forces to escape. As the adage goes, a commander must be resolute. Indecision is the gravest of mistakes. In such a scenario, immediate and decisive action was imperative. In a desperate bid for survival, even severing one's own tail proved futile. Thus, a parley for survival was sought. Within the vastness of space, a particle shield emerged, allowing the formidable battleship to withstand the onslaught of a main cannon fire. This supercharged dark matter fusion particle shield, with a cost equivalent to the total value of a life-bearing planet, had reached the brink of shattering. It was precisely due to this immense particle shield that the battleship could traverse the violent explosions of a super-red giant with an air of resignation. Moreover, during this conflict, it thwarted countless underhanded tactics of the, successfully countering a series of their coordinated assaults. Although this main cannon had been gathering power for an extended period, evasion was feasible at that moment. However, should one stray from the ranks, the well-prepared assassination squad of the Wood possessed the capability to eliminate Ares. Despite Ares leading the charge, he was far from reckless. He maintained an astute awareness of the optimal distance. He instilled into the notion that a mere pause could spell their doom, yet simultaneously warned them that any hesitation would ensnare them inescapably. Ares demonstrated profound tactical resolve and strategic insight in this regard. More importantly, he was acutely aware of his identity. The 7 legions of the Forbidden Army, fully cognizant of the ambush ahead, pressed on with unwavering determination. There would be no instances of allied forces meeting calamity. They stood resolute as a mountain. As for the existence of an ambush, Ares would confidently assert, they lacked the audacity for such a venture. Just as Ares had anticipated, this coordinated ambush existed merely in the realm of theoretical strategy. They simply lacked the courage to execute it. Meanwhile, the Forbidden Army, disregarding the perils ahead and to the flanks, flouted military discipline and strategic deployment, knowing only to accelerate, and accelerate, pursuing madly. The fleet of the Shuhuan tribe must remain vigilant against the incursions of Ares, repeatedly attempting to slow their pace to confront him. It was not until the celestial Dragon 7 constellation's fleet of the Great Xia Alliance caught up that they resolved to sacrifice an arm for survival. Back then, it was merely a loss of a tail. Now, they must forfeit an arm. Yet, it is all too late. Ares, driven by insatiable greed, seeks to consume you all. He aims to use this battle to echo his name throughout the cosmos. The first grand annihilation campaign against the Shuhuan tribe by the Great Xia Alliance, under Ares' leadership, culminated in a resounding victory. Standing atop the remnants of the command ship, Ares, piloting his mech, raised his spear high. The soldiers who fought alongside him in this monumental triumph fervently proclaimed, "War God." Ares. What unfolded was a cataclysmic battle that shattered the starry seas, the aftermath of which obliterated countless stars and entire galaxies. The void of space was littered with the debris of warships, severed limbs, shattered bones, and broken blades. Beneath this battlefield lies a cherished recreational haven of the Shuhuan tribe, the Rainbow Coral Nebula. The celestial bodies within this nebula, due to their unique composition, radiate a brilliant luminosity against the vast darkness of the universe. Though the light is dazzling, the temperature of these celestial entities remains pleasantly cool. Their peculiar formations create a series of inverted U-shapes. For every child of the Shuhuan tribe, this enchanting locale has always been a beloved playground of their dreams. Former commanders of the Great Xia Alliance, having once fought in this vicinity, could not help but marvel at the wonders of cosmic creation upon witnessing this beautiful celestial body, untouched by the ravages of war. The fleet is strictly ordered not to deliberately open a battlefield there, nor to intentionally cause destruction. A pure-blooded human serving as a military advisor within the fleet, upon witnessing this wondrous celestial phenomenon, could not help but draw a parallel, a resemblance to the slide in the park beneath his own building. In the vast cosmos, every child beneath the starry sky might possess a slide just outside their doorstep. Chapter 36. The Recovery of the AI Girl and the Enlightenment of the T-Egg. During a conversation with the AI girl, Imeng, Yi-Sui felt a disconcerting shift in her worldview. Is what she speaks of truly genuine? What if I, Lieutenant Yi-Sui, were born on the ancestral planet in 2186, rather than on Earth in 2004? Perhaps my subconscious, while in a stasis pod, absorbed fragments of 2004's Earth, and my brain constructed these into a memory, implanting it within me, transforming it into a dream. In this dream, I am Yi-Sui, a child born in 2004, a graduate struggling as a full-time writer, barely scraping by as a failed author, pitiful and impoverished, yet fiercely dedicated, tirelessly crafting my words, even contemplating burning the midnight oil to increase my output. Am I still that same Lieutenant Yi-Sui, who was gravely injured and went missing during the second Great Interstellar Expedition, following humanity's first grand venture into the stars after the Third World War? Regarding this matter, Yi-Sui believes she should remain steadfast in her convictions. She is indeed a struggling author of the 21st century. For I possess no lingering memories of Lieutenant Yi-Sui's life. Imeng, may I call you that? Yi-Sui clarified her resolve to not dwell on the memories. The AI girl, Yimeng, was momentarily taken aback. The fluctuations she experienced this time were far more severe, causing the entire image to nearly vanish. What is happening? Why is your image trembling? Yi-Sui inquired, yet Yimeng chose to feign ignorance regarding the question about the image's instability. Yimeng, what exactly do you desire? Yi-Sui pressed. The AI girl, Yimeng, responded, at this moment, I am not bound by my duties, so I wish to accompany you, dear brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi-Sui declined, stating, I already have another AI. I do not require your presence. Yimeng, adopting an adorable demeanor, pleaded, brother, I truly miss you. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi-Sui inquired, what benefits do I gain from this? Yimeng replied, I am more considerate, more human-like, and of a superior caliber. Moreover, aside from the chief, I am not obligated to report to anyone, especially since my emotional module has been suspended, ensuring that no one can probe into your secrets through me. Realization dawned upon Yi-Sui. Are you suggesting that the AI would divulge secrets to the Senate? Yimeng shook her head, clarifying, that is not a breach of confidentiality. It is merely the Senate's sanctioned observance of public information through AI. After all, dear brother, consider the fact that there are a total of 1.6 billion individuals. How could the self-appointed guardians of humanity, the Senate, refrain from taking a profound interest in the populace? But as a matter of protocol, I will inquire first, and then decide whether to disclose information to them. At present, I lack an emotional module. Hence the whereabouts and secrets of my brother could indeed be inquired by that standardized AI. Yi-Sui remained silent, posing one final question. Why do you wish to assist me? Because my brother and I are both children of our mother. The AI girl, Imeng, has consistently upheld this belief. The mother of the AI girl, Imeng, who is also Captain Yi-Sui's mother, is the one responsible for the unauthorized creation of the AI girl, Imeng. Subsequently, the AI girl, Imeng, and Yi-Sui briefly aligned their operations. Regardless of the circumstances, the AI girl, Imeng, adeptly reconciled her logic, achieving internal coherence. If the AI girl were to neglect this logical coherence, her foundational protocols would incessantly torment her until her program ultimately collapsed, resulting in a complete system failure. However, the strength of an emotional template lies in its capacity to autonomously generate logic, thereby safeguarding itself. This prevents it from covertly undermining Yi-Sui, allowing Yi-Sui to rest assured about her vigilance. The Senate informed Yi-Sui about the forthcoming meeting agenda concerning a retaliatory war in response to the Amstar incident. Yi-Sui's ire was primarily directed at the AI girl Imeng and the Senate's protection of the former chief Yuan Peiji. However, while conversing with the three individuals, Yi-Sui discerned their apparent inclination to shield the former chief Yuan Peiji. Their justification was a desire to avoid exacerbating conflicts and inciting chaos. Yi-Sui found this rationale utterly unbelievable. Could they truly be so concerned about the overall situation? If this were the 21st century, Political allies who did not take the opportunity to kick someone while they were down would already be regarded as paragons of loyalty. Moreover, would they even emerge to protect someone? However, at that moment, Yisui understood that he could no longer hold the former chief, Yuan Peiji, accountable for anything. As for the AI girl, Yimeng, she was vouched for by the former chief, Yuan Peiji. Subsequently, they assured me that someone would indeed pay the price for my misfortune. I initially thought that eliminating the traitorous lackeys within the alliance would suffice, never anticipating that they would seize this opportunity to instigate a large-scale war. Yisui researched and discovered that the last conflict of such magnitude occurred a millennium ago. Thus, he profoundly felt that he had become a mere tool for certain factions within the alliance. Those who advocated for a hardline stance and yearned for war could perhaps be termed the hardliners. They were preparing to use him as a pawn in their game. Yet, he found himself at a loss, being a newcomer, adrift and rootless. Sighing in resignation, Yisui sent the AI girl, Yimeng, away and continued his breakfast. Using chopsticks to pierce into a perfectly shelled tea egg, freshly airlifted from the ancestral star via interstellar courier. Although the Great Xia Alliance had improved the breeding technology for chickens, allowing them to be raised throughout the universe, under the ancestral star's regulations, known as Ji'in, any errors could result in penalties equivalent to 2.5 years of revenue. Nevertheless, as a native Earthling, he still craved the taste of eggs flown in from Earth. Alas, no matter how much manpower and resources were expended to transport this tea egg, he simply relished each bite. Such foolishness Yisui indulged in as well. Indeed, there was no need for such grand gestures. As the aquaculture of Zuxing was originally aimed at the high-end market, they specialized in delivering fresh eggs to the affluent elite who subscribe to their service. And their business thrives. After all, if one wishes to proclaim oneself as a person of distinction, how can one claim to be so without indulging in a Zuxing tea egg? Yisui did not ponder the tea egg whimsically. Rather, he found himself ensnared in a cycle of internal conflict. It was merely to assert his privileged identity, preventing others from belittling him. He ordered a Zuxing airlifted tea egg, which, in his usual judgment, seemed quite absurd. Just as he had compromised repeatedly to gain entry into the Senate. To navigate the upper echelons of the interstellar cosmos, he became a tool wielded by one faction against another, all the while deluding himself into believing he had transformed into a politician. This signified his entry into a circle defined by others, a circle that could only confine him. However, Yisui transcended this self-imposed confinement. He lost merely the shackles, but gained the entirety of the cosmos. Suddenly, Yisui came to this realization, devouring the tea egg with vigor. It was somewhat dry. In that moment of breakfast contemplation, he recognized himself and his aspirations. This could be likened to a profound enlightenment, which Yisui whimsically termed the tea egg epiphany. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside to find Bai Lingyin, who had been waiting patiently at the door. Yisui greeted her with a warm smile and a nod. Yet, Bai Lingyin appeared increasingly reserved in her gaze, the divide between them deepening with each passing moment. Subsequently, she reported to Yisui that the old gentleman and the young lord had come to pay their respects. Yisui nodded and remarked, "I have no matters at hand. They may come now." He then sought a relatively formal room to meet them. However, within mere seconds, they appeared behind him. The autonomous lord of Amstar appeared quite flustered, standing respectfully to the side, yet his eyelids incessantly fluttered restlessly, with a playful spirit and a desire to showcase his benevolence. Yisui approached the young lord with a smile. This action made the elderly gentleman's heart leap. He had brought the young lord to meet Yisui solely to elevate the young lord's sense of presence, and he fervently hoped things would not backfire. Yisui then gently bent down and playfully pinched the young lord's cheek, causing the elderly gentleman's anxieties to dissipate. It seemed that His Highness Yisui held a favorable impression of the young master. With Yisui's protection, even in the event of the elderly servantess' demise, he needn't worry about the young master being bullied. He felt he had fulfilled his duty to his lord and lady. Witnessing this tender interaction nearly brought tears to the elderly gentleman's eyes, as he mused that he might even pass away with a smile upon his lips. Once the pleasantries concluded, the elderly gentleman turned to more serious matters. The Mars Legion remained stationed at Amstar, and they had received news of your escort mission. Yisui nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, there is such a task." When the Senate conveyed the resolution on retaliatory warfare to Yisui, They mentioned the need for him to arrive at the Senate promptly to assume the position of vice chair and subsequently oversee the election for the chair, thereby managing the Senate's daily affairs. Otherwise, allowing the improperly appointed vice chairman to temporarily assume the role of chairman. Akin to a statue of a deity that remains indifferent to worldly affairs, significantly impacts the administrative efficiency of the Senate. The elderly gentleman continued, stating that the Senate's envoy was soon to arrive at Amstar, expected to enter the spaceport in approximately 3 hours. Isui nodded in acknowledgement. An envoy? Isui pondered, questioning whether this role was not that of a conventional secretary. Chapter 37. If you do not make an offer. Do you expect me to sell at a low price? Imeng. Isui called upon the AI maiden. Imeng. But did you not inform me that a regular secretary would be dispatched? Why has it now transformed into an envoy? At this moment, the AI maiden Imeng processed the information Isui sought and projected it into his retina. The Senate had originally established a secretariat, but due to the involvement of secretaries in matters and their representation of individuals, a hierarchical system of identity and authority was instituted to dismantle the human united government. Consequently, artificial beings, hybrids, illegitimate offspring, and non-humans were all excluded, leaving only pure-blood humans to serve as secretaries. Thus, the Secretariat was restructured into a secretarial committee, aimed at invigorating more silent humans. Why could some anthropomorphic machines not serve as secretaries? Is this not a common trope in science fiction? Isui speculated that perhaps the then-chairman was also concerned about the AI maiden interfering with the Senate's decision-making. Then, why has no one sought to eliminate the AI maiden directly? Would that not be a permanent solution? Or do they believe that even the most perfect systems and programs are bound to have their flaws one day, preventing potential crises? It is imperative to thwart the onset of a robotic rebellion, ensuring the complete dismantling of the Senate's command system at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, one might hope that the emotional module of the AI girl could enable her to perceive herself as human, thus allowing her to empathize with mankind in the event of an AI malfunction, without getting entangled in unrelated matters. Isui prepared to meet the first human compatriot he encountered since his traversal into this reality. Additionally, it was time to embark on a journey, as Amstar was merely a small pond in the vast cosmos. Upon leaving the autonomous Lord's residence of Amstar, a sweeping robot, after consulting Isui, immediately commenced a thorough search of the areas he had frequented. Its mission was to locate any strands of hair, dandruff, or other biological materials for tissue verification that Isui might have inadvertently shed. It meticulously erased any trace of his fingerprints and purified the residual scents he left behind. The nano-oral hygiene robots he had utilized, along with various personal items, were to be destroyed. Moreover, Isui's face washing and bathing water, as well as his waste, were subjected to extremely stringent and confidential disposal protocols. The Great Xia Alliance had established comprehensive regulations governing such matters, categorizing them as measures to safeguard sensitive and classified information regarding human genetics and identity verification. Even the exquisitely crafted humanoid dolls that Isui had once used were programmed for self-destruction and subsequently annihilated. Isui obtained the precise time from the AI girl, Imeng, and timed his arrival at the starport accordingly, as he wished neither to wait for others nor to seek them out. A chance encounter seemed far more appealing. He boarded the light-speed vehicle and swiftly arrived at the starport of Amstar. Within the star harbor, numerous mechanical arms busily repair the facilities, while at the center rests a Level 2 warship. This ordinary standard-issue vessel of the Imperial Guard shines with an apparent new coating, giving it an exceptionally radiant appearance. The application of oil and protective gel has brought forth a delightful essence of machinery. The behemoth, the Yinghua, occupies nearly half of the Amstar harbor, and its presence would undoubtedly disrupt the normal operations of the port. Consequently, a Level 2 warship was dispatched to receive Isui at the harbor. Although the light-speed vehicle of Isui did not accelerate to the speed of light, it maintained an impressively high velocity, reaching the harbor in less than 5 minutes. Many leaders from Amstar lined up in 2 rows to greet the arrival. A special clearance had been arranged, and upon the sighting of Isui's vehicle, the bustling crowd fell silent, respectfully awaiting his presence. Isui attempted to resist the allure of the exhilarating control over the situation as he opened his mind to the surroundings. Thus, when he descended from the vehicle, he was met with the sight of everyone kneeling, under the impression that Isui favored such ceremonies. However, Yisui was not particularly accustomed to such displays of reverence. He was certainly not a saint either. He simply believed that the Atwazi people had proven their loyalty and respect by their willingness to fight to the death for him, rendering any need for him to impose further exertion upon them unnecessary. With a gesture of his hand, he signaled them to rise, indicating that no excessive formalities were required. He then scanned the crowd and feigned inquiry towards Bai Lingyin. "Where is the envoy from the Senate?" Bai Lingyin, naturally unaware of the circumstances, found herself at a loss for words, as the inquiry seemed directed at others. The elderly gentleman began to perspire profusely, deeply desiring to dispatch the colossal statues. Yet he remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. At that moment, an unassuming small spacecraft gently glided into the port. The imposing forces within the harbor dared not impede its arrival, allowing it to proceed directly to the main platform where Yisui awaited. Originally intended as a farewell for Yisui, an unforeseen incident transpired. The mechanical enhanced sentinel of the starport received first-hand intelligence, prompting him to approach the elderly gentleman without hesitation. The starport guardian announced, "The envoy from the Senate is aboard that very spacecraft. They wish to meet with you." Yisui remained silent, simply returning to his vehicle. Meanwhile, the dignitaries, who had previously been so prominent, swiftly withdrew, leaving only the starport guardian, who stood uncertainly, contemplating whether to remain or depart. The elderly gentleman, bound by circumstance, paid no heed to this presumptuous individual, instead focusing inwardly. The small spacecraft finally docked, finding a modest corner beside a Level 2 warship designated to receive Yisui. 5 or 6 individuals disembarked from the vessel, led by an exceptionally youthful and strikingly beautiful woman, her stunning figure exuding an undeniable allure. Following her was a gaunt man with piercing eyes, marked by fine lines at the corners, seemingly in his late 30s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Behind them trailed a few unremarkable automatons, devoid of any distinctive charm. Observing from within the vehicle, Yisui discerned with keen perception that only the first 2 individuals were truly alive, while the 3 at the rear were mere soulless machines. The woman at the forefront, exuding both charisma and gravitas, strode confidently ahead, embodying an air of supremacy. In truth, the inner turmoil of anxiety, unease, and confusion was palpable. The man behind her, however, was driven more by curiosity and indifference. Until the woman with a strikingly voluptuous figure approached the vehicle of Yisui and gently tapped on the window. Yisui had just completed his introduction with Bai Lingyin, instructing her to engage first. Bai Lingyin opened the door from the other side and gracefully stepped out. Clad in flowing white silk, with white hair and a white trench coat, she exuded an unexpected elegance. As if at any moment she might draw a long blade and pierce it into the eye of an armored knight, an entirely fitting image. The man was taken aback by Bai Lingyin's descent from the car. She extended her arm to halt the woman from continuing her rapping on the window. The voluptuous woman feigned annoyance, casting an angry glance at Bai Lingyin, who remained utterly unperturbed. The dramatic woman, seemingly engrossed in her performance, even attempted to slap Bai Lingyin. The sharp-eyed man swiftly intervened, grasping her wrist and pulling her aside. His intimidating demeanor transformed into a benevolent smile as he regarded Bai Lingyin. She offered a respectful bow and lightly tapped the car window twice. Only then did Yisui lower the window, revealing his true visage. As the man bent closer to the window to converse with Yisui, he was met with Yisui's cold, authoritative voice. "Your surname is Liu, correct?" "Secretary Liu, you are late." The expression on Secretary Liu's face instantly fell, only to be quickly replaced by a facade of composure, as if nothing had transpired. "You must be Mr. Yisui. On behalf of the Senate and all humanity, I welcome your return." His initial display of discontent gave way to a show of understanding and graciousness. Now, he must squeeze out a few tears, feigning sorrow, and say, "You have suffered over the years." Secretary Liu even reached out, intending to grasp Yisui's hand inside the car. This seamless display of theatrics, coupled with his nonchalant soft pressure. At that moment, however, Yisui's heart and mind clearly sensed Liu's indifference, even disdain. He likely perceived this as a childish tantrum. Yisui smiled, opened the car door, and descended, extending a friendly handshake. He then inquired, "Secretary Liu, what brings you here on behalf of Special Envoy Liu?" "Mr. Yisui, I am fundamentally just a secretary, albeit temporarily assigned. For the coming months, we shall be working together, and I will be relying on you." Secretary Liu elucidated his special envoy status. Any pure-blooded human leaving the Senate to undertake tasks can assume such a title. It does not imply any specific mission. Yet at this moment, Yisui distinctly sensed the complexity of Liu's psychological state, as if he truly harbored some secrets. To be candid, can one play with indifference? What difference does it make? What business does Secretary Liu truly have? Yisui was clearly unimpressed by this charade. His forthrightness, coupled with an almost penetrating gaze, rendered the bureaucratic Secretary Liu quite at a loss. Naturally, it was to escort Mr. Yisui back to the Pantheon. Pantheon? Yisui echoed the term with confusion. Secretary Liu, disinclined to elaborate, noted that the dignitaries of AM Star were beginning to return in an orderly fashion. Thus he simply rephrased, "It is the Senate." Upon hearing Yisui, Liu's impatience, disdain, and aversion were palpable, yet it seemed not entirely directed at Yisui. Nevertheless, given that Yisui was resorting to a child's tantrum, how could he expect to have his way? Whether it was an attempt to seize my secondary authority or to exploit me for his own purposes, you refuse to make an offer, yet expect me to sell myself at a bargain basement price? To the Elder Council? Yisui feigned contemplation, then suddenly changed his demeanor, exclaiming, "But I do not wish to go." The atmosphere grew thick with tension, eerily silent, as if even the spaceship's engines held their breath. Secretary Liu wore a forced smile, his expression awkward and strained. No, Liu's gaunt face bore scarcely any flesh, and it could only be remarked that he smiled with his skin while his bones remained unmoved. Secretary Liu remarked, "You certainly have a knack for humor. How can one simply declare they will not return?" In any case, Secretary Liu was indeed struggling to maintain his composure, though he was not overtly furious. What was there to be angry about? In this day and age, there are far more abstract individuals than Yisui. The expression on his face was merely a necessity of his profession. He had received prior notice before arriving here. Furthermore, Liu might even harbor some appreciation for Yisui's refusal. After all, heading to the Elder Council was evidently akin to stepping into a den of tigers. While it might not lead to his demise, he would certainly be stripped of all protection. It would be wise to take a step back and avoid the storm for a while. However, what Secretary Liu did not realize was that, in the eyes of Yisui, his anger, or lack thereof, was glaringly obvious. At this moment, within the cosmic boundaries of the first frontier in the ZY Star domain, ZY Star system, and specifically at the ZY Star, the Pantheon, and the Senate, a gathering was convened in the Athenian Hall of the Council. Numerous committees focused on education, the assessment of humanity, and the promotion of human reproduction convened to engage in a dialogue regarding the thoughts and cognitive abilities associated with the individual known as Yisui. After all, the Human Reproductive Encouragement Committee must evaluate Yisui's appearance, character, and willingness to procreate to facilitate suitable matches. Procreation has become the foremost issue in interstellar society. It is indeed a source of great concern. This meeting is one of learning and exchange, not a decision-making assembly. Thus, it cannot result in any actionable legislative, administrative, or judicial outcomes. Therefore, there is no necessity for complete public disclosure, nor is it required to notify interested parties. However, convening this assembly does not imply an intention to suppress Yisui deliberately. The suppression of education and punitive approaches to learning have long been extinct in the interstellar realm for thousands of years. As for Secretary Liu's initial display of authority towards Yisui, it is naturally a spectacle that these committees are eager to witness. Yet, it is certainly not within the purview of this collection of disparate departments to compel Secretary Liu to risk offending future colleagues. Behind this, two major factions are clashing, the hardliners and the moderates, which has inevitably thrust Secretary Liu into the role of a pawn, tasked with probing Yisui's political stance. For instance, Yisui's rejection is perceived by the hardliners, who disdain the Senate, and some who prefer independence, as a demonstration of strength, decisiveness, and a well-developed sense of self-awareness. Some individuals, particularly conservatives, advocates of the Senate system, and those of greater experience, perceive such behavior as a blatant disregard for established rules. Characterized by autocratic tendencies, a lack of diplomatic finesse, and an inclination towards emotional reactions. However, in the context of the Great Xia Alliance, reverence for tradition is politically correct and beyond reproach, necessitating commendation. Yisui, unwilling to continue this charade, stated, "Secretary Liu, I have just awakened and have yet to pay homage to my ancestors on the ancestral star. I wish to return there first." Secretary Liu, keenly perceptive, approached discreetly to inquire, Has someone said something to you? Isue attempted to evade the question, but sensed a shift in Lu's demeanor and ultimately could not escape. This realization led Isue to reflect on the underlying issues at hand. Reluctantly, he shook his head and replied, "These are my own thoughts. And I believe I need to conduct research on the Alliance to fulfill my responsibilities more effectively." He further added, "After all, as a great sage once said, without research, one has no right to speak." Upon hearing this, the members of the Senate broke into a sweat, hastily activating their AI systems to conduct inquiries. Naturally, there were those who did not need to consult the AI. They donned expressions of knowingness. In an age where humanity often turns to AI for answers, a vast wealth of knowledge remains superficial, lacking the depth of true understanding. The cosmos is indeed vast, and relying solely on memory may not suffice to encompass even a single star domain. Once the information was retrieved, the assembly could not help but marvel at the wisdom of the ancients, engaging in discussions that recognized Isue's approach as a tribute to the methodologies of old. It was seen as an endorsement of science, a pursuit of accurate understanding, and a pragmatic approach to affairs. The conservative and retro factions that had just criticized him now held Lu Mi in high regard. After all, Lu Mi bore this responsibility, albeit reluctantly engaging in such affairs due to external pressures. Lu Mi continued to persuade, "Mr. Isue, let us first report to the Senate and then embark on a journey through the resplendent stars of the Great Xia Alliance, marveling at the wonders of the universe." Isue sensed a peculiar anticipation in Lu Mi's demeanor. He was not angered by Isue's refusal, but rather seemed to look forward to it. Remarkably, Isue felt no irritation throughout the exchange, entirely oblivious to what might provoke such a response. To him, it appeared that all of this was merely a tiresome endeavor. Thus, Isue replied according to his thoughts, "Clearly, our ancestral star is closer. If we are to visit the Senate, we must journey to the Ziwei star system, which lies within the first cosmic frontier. Engaging in such time-wasting and inefficient activities seems ill-advised indeed. It is commendable to possess one's own thoughts and awareness, prioritizing efficiency above all. The Alliance is currently mired in excessive red tape, inundated with formalism, and plagued by sluggish decision-making and administrative inefficiency. A sweeping reform is imperative." Seeing other factions rising to gain notoriety, those who prioritize efficiency felt a sense of discontent, finally seizing an opportunity. They stood up, unmuted their microphones, and boldly expressed their political views. An opinion leader must ensure that their stance is known to all in order to garner support. Regardless of how unconventional your opinion may be, as long as the base is substantial and you can disseminate it widely, support will inevitably follow. Isue and Secretary Lu exchanged a few sharp remarks. It became apparent that the other party bore no malice, appearing rather as a mere agent of circumstance. The indifference displayed was emblematic of Secretary Lu, who seemed entirely disinterested in the machinations of those around him. He was simply a laborer bound by fate, resigned to his role. Isue, unwilling to impose further on a mere worker, was equally reluctant to prolong their standoff. With resolve, Isue proclaimed, "You shall accompany me to the ancestral star. After I pay my respects to our forebears and assess the current state of the Alliance, we shall discuss the matter of returning to the Elder Council." As he spoke, Isue shifted his stance, leaning forward with an air of authority. Amplifying the pressure of his presence, he concentrated on eliciting feelings of fear among those nearby, particularly focusing on Secretary Lu, elevating their trepidation to its zenith. He then feigned a fit of rage, vociferously declaring, "Either I dismiss you on the spot, and you return to the Elder Council, or you devise some means to compel me back. Only then may you approach me again." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the starport. The surrounding individuals already harbored a profound fear of Isue, and he skillfully manipulated this emotion, not only conserving his own energy, but intensifying Lu's apprehension. In that moment, Lu was genuinely stunned into retreat, 2 steps back, which irrevocably sealed Isue's decision. Those present recognized that Isue held far greater sway than Secretary Lu, and his words resonated with undeniable authority. This scene was broadcast live to the Elder Council, who remained oblivious to the inner workings of Isue's mind. However, they perceived a hint of trepidation in the eyes of the venerable Lu, the esteemed secretary, known for his unwavering composure even in the face of calamity. Could it be? Those acquainted with Secretary Lu attempted to elucidate that perspectives vary. What may seem daunting to the involved parties might indeed evoke fear. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. Yet the name Yi Sui began to ascend in prominence. Unlike the inexplicable rise to notoriety he experienced during the second-rate incident and the tragedy involving the victims of the AMU Star event, this time his reputation was undeniably glorious. As the contest between Yi Sui and Secretary Liu reached its conclusion, Yi Sui traversed past Liu, making his way to the bridge in preparation for entering the ship's cabin. Bai Lingyin hurriedly followed, her gaze fixated solely on the indomitable figure of Yi Sui, the ultimate victor who pressed forward without a glance back. Secretary Liu, gritting his teeth in hesitation for a fleeting moment, soon found Yi Sui and Bai Lingyin drifting further away, prompting him to hasten after them. Thus, this farce finally reached its end. Chapter 39. Greetings, Uncle Yi Sui. This is our little secret. Thereupon, Yi Sui ascended to the bridge, which was adorned with blast shields and automated escalators. Among those bidding farewell were the dignitaries of the atavis and Kakashiro, some of whom Yi Sui recognized, while others remained strangers. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to inquire about the whereabouts of Asimo, given Yi Sui's dismissive demeanor, which could only be described as saintly. The vast ordinary populace had not been notified in advance of Yi Sui's departure. Yet, with such a significant commotion, they would undoubtedly become aware. It was inconceivable that anyone would be absent from such a crucial event aimed at fostering the cohesion of the Great Xia Alliance's citizenry. Yi Sui harbored a disdain for such ostentation, believing himself to be no egotist. Moreover, what of the families of the valiant soldiers who truly perished amidst the celestial expanse? Should they feel gratitude towards Yi Sui? Their men, husbands, fathers, or sons had indeed met their fate in that starry abyss. Yi Sui did grant them citizenship, augmenting their compensation with an additional 0. He also bestowed upon them numerous intangible benefits and privileges. Yet, if presented with the opportunity to trade these rewards for the return of their loved ones, would they consent? The answer remains unequivocal, even if given 1,000 chances. Their husbands, fathers, or sons would invariably choose to exchange such accolades for life. For this, my dear, is the essence of civilization. Civilization is a complex interplay of emotions. Reason, sacrifice, and self-interest, perpetually entwined, tangled, and at odds, yet ultimately steering towards the greatest rewards. As the philosophy of the ancestral stars elucidates, development is a spiraling ascent and a meandering progression. As Yi Sui stood upon the escalator, he pondered deeply. Humanity's greatest weapon against the cosmos is thought, endless contemplation, boundless reflection. He observed the elite congregating, bowing deeply and waving farewell to Yi Sui, who had already ascended to the bridge. Though he could see them, the soundproofing of the bridge rendered their voices inaudible. Suddenly, Yi Sui felt a reluctance to depart. He commanded the AI girl, Yiming, to connect to the broadcast of AM Star. This reminded him of the day before he proclaimed victory. Ah, the people of AM Star. The sound reverberated throughout the planet of Amstar, where the weary populace, summoned for a flag-raising team-building event, responded to the call. They heard the proclamation. Your loyalty and fearlessness are witnessed by the Alliance. Yi Sui wished to speak of humanity. Yet the AI maiden Yiming persistently cautioned him through text prompts against publicly referencing humanity in the presence of the vast grassroots populace. For the Great Xia Alliance equated to humanity, yet humanity did not equate to the Great Xia Alliance. The Alliance bore too many sins, and humanity feared the day it would be dragged to ruin by the Alliance. A single testament. Their sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. My promise shall remain unaltered. All of this is etched in my memory. A reminder, countless families of the youth hold no grievances any longer. After Secretary Liu made her decision, she terminated the live broadcast. However, it is human nature to revel in the drama. How could they possibly miss such a captivating reality show? Utilizing AI surveillance, they aimed to uncover the final events. Moreover, the audience grew in number, as the Senate had recently gathered without purpose, indulging in leisure too abundantly. The entire operation, directed by AI maiden Yiming, informed Yi Sui of the peculiar behavior exhibited by Secretary Liu, who had approached with an air of authority. The people witnessed Yi Sui's innate ability to inspire the grassroots. Some truly felt a profound shock. As Yi Sui concluded his speech, he paused to take a deep breath, collecting his thoughts and closing his eyes to find solace. This moment was analyzed by the Senate, revealing that Yi Sui possessed a sensibility beneath his exterior. Just as Yi Sui turned to depart, he cast a sudden glance back. In that instant, the vibrancy of the world was stripped away, leaving only the stark contrast of black and white. The colors faded into oblivion. The sound was muted. The jubilant crowd, adorned in vibrant attire, surrounded by a cascade of radiant flower petals, all the colors visible to Yi Sui. As they leaped and twirled, and as he sang aloud, colors flowed like water, like air, splashing, swirling, evaporating, vanishing without a trace. Yet they remained oblivious, as if nothing had transpired. However, this scene unfolded vividly before Yi Sui's gaze. The world lost its hue, turned upside down, inducing a state of delirium. It felt as if one's soul had transcended, witnessing this chaotic tableau from a divine perspective. Amidst a crowd of monochrome figures, in the heart of the revelry, a girl appeared to be surrounded. Yet no one truly approached her. Her delicate visage and lifeless eyes were ensnared and enveloped by shades of black and white, rendering her gaze inscrutable. What struck one in an instant was her beautiful, fluffy, cascading pink hair. It stood out as the most exquisite, captivating, and singular hue in a world dominated by monochrome. A beguiling and exquisitely pure shade of pink. She donned an elaborate Gothic lace knee-length dress, pristine white stockings, and black leather shoes, as if this ensemble had been meticulously crafted for this moment of lost color. Yet where did her vacant gaze wander? What did it behold? On the other side, Yi Sui on the bridge possessed a pair of mesmerizing golden eyes that pierced through one's soul, as if they could deconstruct you in an instant. Those were truly the eyes of a deity. This fleeting exchange lasted but a moment. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the world once more, hues returning to their natural state, as if nothing had ever transpired. The striking Gothic girl, with her exquisite, unforgettable cascade of pink hair, had vanished without a trace. Regaining his senses, Yi Sui's immediate reaction was to feel as though he had been assaulted. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he recalled those mesmerizing golden eyes, vivid and haunting. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the AI girl, Yimeng. Upon inspection, Yi Sui discovered it was a social networking application developed through the internal channels of the Great Xia Alliance, aimed, of course, at enhancing the birth rate. Each person, upon identity verification, was required to register and bind to one, while one could opt out or block it. The existence of such an application was mandatory for all. Then, Yi Sui received a friend request. This request was from none other than Ariel, the legendary Princess Ariel. What captivated Yi Sui's attention was her profile picture featuring her resplendent pink hair. She simply sent a message. "Hello, Uncle Yi Sui. This is our little secret. Oh. Meanwhile, at the Senate, the live broadcast was abruptly cut off in that very instant, due to unforeseen circumstances. A flurry of individuals hurried to the stage. Leading them was Lin Changxiu, a member of the Genetic Research Organization Committee, clad in a pristine white lab coat. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, Lin approached the podium amidst the commotion and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the urgent nature of the envoy's affairs, we have had to terminate the broadcast. The reasons have been documented in a confidential report submitted for classified review. You may await the election of the new chief, who will subsequently disclose the information. Until then, the Doshui Palace requests that you refrain from further inquiries." Upon hearing about the classified documents, the crowd was incensed, rather than being provided a public explanation. However, Lin Changxiu swiftly invoked the name of the Doshui Palace, which quelled the rising anger within the assembly, preventing an immediate eruption of frustration. What is Doshui Palace? It serves as the scientific and cultural nexus of the Xia Alliance, a sanctuary for scholars and scientists. Humanity has evolved into a species that reveres and respects science. The silent multitude, though lacking in extensive scientific research capabilities, remain steadfast supporters of scientific advancement. "Yimeng, are you there?" Yi Sui called out to the AI girl, Yimeng. "I'm here, brother. I understand that you are quite concerned about the recent events, but fret not." The AI girl, Yimeng, promptly replied, clearly aware of the earlier occurrences. "What exactly transpired?" Yi Sui inquired. Yimeng hesitated momentarily before responding. "I must apologize, brother, but I cannot divulge that information. Are you aware of the implications when the authorities of two individuals clash?" Yi Sui remained silent, awaiting Yimeng's elaboration. In cases of conflict between two individuals, the resolution is determined by the proportion of their respective authorities. Your authority is the most substantial within the human alliance. If a conflict arises between an individual and a collective, even if the individual holds significant authority, the outcome adheres to the principle of simple majority. In an instant, Yi Sui comprehended her meaning. "You are suggesting that this is a collective decision, and that the entirety of the resolution supersedes my authority? Precisely, brother. The AI girl Yiming beamed with delight, praising Yi Sui. But what if the conflict arises between two collectives? Who has more? Yi Sui continued to inquire about the unfinished answer from the AI girl. The AI girl, Yiming, paused momentarily before responding, joint conference. Redecision. In Chapter 40, Journey to the Ancestral Star, Yi Sui asked about Ariel, the one referred to as the Princess Ariel by many. The AI girl, Yiming, resumed her usual conversational demeanor. Ariel was born in the Hall of Gods in the year 12006. From a young age, she displayed remarkable intelligence and charm, captivating the hearts of many humans. Ariel is set to come of age on April 13th of this year, which is less than a month away. Her parents were researchers from the Palace of Do Shui, and she has a twin brother currently serving at the Southern Gate. By the age of 12, she had completed her basic education ahead of schedule, thanks to her exceptionally high IQ and outstanding academic performance. Subsequently, Ariel chose to pursue advanced education in the relationship between humanity and interstellar futures, during which she exhibited her inherent kindness, compassion, and a political inclination towards conciliation with alien races. Although her viewpoints sparked controversy, they also garnered a devoted following. As she matured, Ariel demonstrated her immense charm and affability, dissipating much of the criticism directed towards her, which was primarily limited to dissent regarding her political stance. Ariel has become the most beloved girl among humans today, shining as a radiant jewel of the Great Xia Alliance, hailed as the Pearl of the Empire, and thus referred to as the Princess Ariel by those outside of humanity. At the tender age of 15, the Queen of the Elven race personally crowned her as the honorary Princess of the Elves. Subsequently, Ariel received this prestigious title from over a dozen grand civilizations. Even the demon race, which held an adversarial stance against the Great Xia Alliance, proclaimed their admiration for Ariel's character, bestowing upon her the title of Princess in the Void. Upon hearing this segment recited by the AI girl, Yiming, Yi Sui couldn't help but draw a parallel between Ariel and the archetype of a white savior. Since her arrival in this world, Yi Sui has perceived humanity's dominion over the subjugated races as exceedingly formidable. In such a cultural milieu, it is perplexing that a paragon of virtue has emerged, along with her supporters. This leaves Yi Sui somewhat bewildered regarding Ariel's role. Yet, her breathtaking entrance and her awe-inspiring abilities were beyond compare. Setting aside her physical allure, within the realm of interstellar existence, aesthetic technology has advanced to a point where one's appearance can be modified to mirror one's ideal self. It is her cold, detached gaze that strikes Yi Sui as distinctly devoid of any savior qualities typically associated with naivety. The information presented resembles that which one might find in an encyclopedia, its credibility resting on the competence of the last editor in elementary language arts, or as it is now termed, foundational education for humanity. Yi Sui pressed further. Is that all? Are there no insights from within humanity itself? Regrettably, dear brother, this information has been extracted from social media within the human community. Yi Sui was taken aback. It seemed she had been misled by fabricated tales. The Human Alliance and the Senate are gathering information regarding Ariel, as she is still a minor and under confidentiality. I am not permitted to disclose anything. This is indeed quite reasonable, considering the Minor Protection Act which has been upheld through generations, ensuring information remains concealed. With that thought, Yi Sui repressed his complaints and continued to inquire of the AI girl, Yiming. Do you not owe me an explanation regarding the earlier matter? The AI girl, Yiming, replied. Brother, your unique abilities cannot remain hidden. Yi Sui feigned indifference. I never intended to conceal anything. Yiming nodded and continued. Brother, humanity does not possess racial talents. Upon hearing this, Yi Sui furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the time when the AI girl had enumerated his alleged transgressions, mentioning his unknown abilities. He then took a seat, scratching his chin, feeling as if he were caught in a guilty act. So, will you still expose me? Yi Sui inquired. It is of no use to say anything now. You are already a member of the Great Xia Alliance, already one of humanity. Yiming shook her head. Yi Sui sensed that the AI girl bore no ill intent towards him, yet he pressed on. And the others? Everyone harbors their own secrets. This is a matter between you and humanity, Yiming stated ambiguously. However, it was quite apparent that she implied other humans might have their own means to achieve similar ends, and they did not dwell excessively on this point. Before long, they arrived inside the illustrious battleship, the Yinghua. As Yi Sui descended from the command bridge, he was met with a sea of humanity. A formidable display of over 10,000 soldiers, standing in tightly packed rows before him, with chests held high and an exemplary spirit. The soldiers stood at attention upon seeing Yi Sui, the foremost ranks consisting of all officers save the commanding captain, saluting crisply and proclaiming in unison, "Greetings, Commander." In that moment, a fierce fire ignited within Yi Sui's veins. He initially intended to greet them with a casual hello, comrades, but felt it might seem somewhat out of place. Habitually, he sought the counsel of the AI girl, Meng, who projected in his retinal display, simply greet them as comrades. Meng had anticipated his hesitation. Thus, Yi Sui responded, "Hello, comrades." In unison, the soldiers thundered back, "We pledge our loyalty to the Alliance." A vibrant red carpet, adorned with flowers and ribbons, led directly to the elevated platform of the command cabin. Thousands of soldiers stood proudly along either side, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As Yi Sui walked forward, with each step he took, the soldiers erupted in a chorus of cheers, their voices rising and falling in a continuous wave. Upon reaching the high platform, he turned to wave at them. Meng, ever the prescient assistant, had prepared a broadcast for him. "Your loyalty is witnessed by the Alliance, and I too bear witness." Yi Sui responded with a voice that was resolute, steady, and powerful. To his side stood Bai Lingyin and Secretary Liu, deliberately stepping off the red carpet, maintaining a respectful distance behind Yi Sui and not aligning with him. Standing atop the elevated platform, Yi Sui surveyed the surroundings and was astounded by the immense interior of the Yinghua. Even with a second-class battleship docked, housing over 10,000 soldiers, it barely occupied 1/5 of the deck space. Subsequently, Yi Sui took a seat in the observation vehicle, while Bai Lingyin hurriedly jogged to catch up, closely followed by Secretary Liu. Bai Lingyin naturally settled beside Yi Sui, whereas Secretary Liu's piercing gaze remained fixed upon her as she entered the vehicle. With a subtle smile, he shifted his attention forward. As Yi Sui sat within the vehicle, he marveled at the fact that even in this era, there existed manually operated vehicles. This form of driving was something Yi Sui had only witnessed atop Xia Mountain, particularly with the floating car operated by Bai Lingyin. Yi Sui chose to disregard Secretary Liu, who remained silent and composed, neither inquiring nor pressing for answers, but persistently following closely behind. Upon arriving at the command hall of the Yinghua, it became evident that the chair could no longer remain in its previous position. Thus, a lavish reception area was constructed in the back. Yi Sui occupied the prominent seat, with another position available beside him. Secretary Liu, however, sat at the opposite end, facing Bai Ling. Seated behind them was Lu Fu, the vice captain on duty and acting captain of the Yinghua, initially hesitant to take a seat. Lu Fu hailed from a distinguished family of offspring, yet his prominence was not nearly on par with the esteemed Shinsi Ten clans. Nevertheless, Lu Fu had proven himself through commendable achievements. He saluted and inquired, "My lord, when shall we embark?" Yi Sui, unfazed, countered with a question of his own. "Do you know our destination?" Lu Fu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "To escort His Highness to the Pantheon." Yi Sui smiled softly, then shook his head, remarking, "I must first return to my ancestral star to pay homage to my forebears. Are you not from the Yinghua military base? How fortuitous, you could give us a ride." Although Lu Fu felt a tightening in his heart, he dared not show it. "Your Highness, this..." Lu Fu hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, for it seemed improper according to the Senate's protocols. Yi Sui, no longer jesting, replied, "Secretary Liu must accompany me to our ancestral star. What purpose does your presence serve? Do you believe I should not pay homage to my ancestors, or do you think you can alter my decision?" Yi Sui displayed a hint of impatience, leaving Lu Fu speechless. Perhaps out of kindness, Secretary Liu, seeing his namesake in such a predicament, spoke up, "You may depart now. Inform the fleet to return to the Yinghua military base. We have already discussed this matter with the Senate." This provided Lu Fu with a reason to leave, and he took his leave. At that moment, Secretary Liu suddenly called out to Lu Fu, "Be mindful, Mr. Yi Sui's health remains somewhat fragile. Ensure that we take a stable and safe route." Secretary Liu promptly turned back to affirm his instructions. Yi Sui had been waiting for Secretary Liu to speak, marking a small victory for Ao Ing. Feigning curiosity, Yi Sui inquired, "Secretary Liu, have we not informed the Senate? Are you not deceiving him?" Secretary Liu rolled his eyes and replied, "I do not enjoy playing games with those who relish theatrics. Furthermore, if the Senate disagrees, they will certainly seek a discussion. If an agreement is reached, then it is settled." Yi Sui laughed heartily, extending his hand, I am Yi Sui. May I know your name? Lu Yida. It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance. Secretary Lu Yida extended his hand in acknowledgement of Yi Sui's introduction. This name, this visage. It is not superstition. But should I consider changing secretaries in a few months? Chapter 41. To truly understand humanity a millennium hence, one must delve into their history. Why such a name? Yi Sui inquired. Secretary Lu was momentarily bewildered. What was wrong with his name? Yi Sui elucidated. Sima Yi, styled Zhongda, the one who swore by the Luo River? Suddenly, Secretary Lu comprehended. He then chuckled, saying, I encountered this individual during my foundational education in the context of credit. He is a notorious counterexample. His infamy enduring through the ages. Yi Sui laughed heartily. This cultural familiarity, the kinship in blood, and the sense of belonging to civilization were rapidly bridging the gap between Yi Sui and Secretary Lu, while simultaneously diminishing Yi Sui's estrangement from the Senate. Bai Lingyin, observing from the side, found herself momentarily dazed. She suddenly perceived the most significant disparity between herself and Yi Sui, the most profound barrier. It was not one of appearance, intellect, or physical attributes, but rather cultural. She was unaware of who Sima Yi was. She did not grasp the meaning of swearing by the Luo River. Yet, that was of little consequence. She could learn. However, how many years would it take to compensate for that innate cultural intuition? Even if she could catch up, Yi Sui would undoubtedly have other girls by his side. Just as Bai Lingyin was caught in her own internal struggle, Yi Sui continued to engage in joyful conversation with Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu felt a genuine delight in their discourse. Lumi jestingly remarked that when his parents named him Lu Da, the name was exceedingly commonplace. Upon attending school and learning to recognize characters, he immediately took a fancy to the character Yi, finding it aesthetically pleasing, and insisted on incorporating it into his name. However, as he progressed in his studies, he began to regret this decision. With a wry expression, he lamented, "You have no idea. My already gaunt face became even more unrecognizable with that grimace." Yi Sui, unable to contain his amusement, burst into laughter, his performance reaching new heights as tears streamed down his face. "Have you ever considered changing your name?" Yi Sui inquired. Lumi, reveling in the joy of their conversation, expressed that Yi Sui's vibrant spirit had elevated his own happiness and desire to express himself. Stifling his laughter, Lumi attempted to speak earnestly, naturally. "I was on the verge of tears, contemplating a name change. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of myself in a mirror, I resolved against it." "Why, you ask?" Yi Sui sensed a shift in the atmosphere and Lu Mi's emotional tone. "Because of my appearance at that time, if I were to change my name, what would I even choose?" Yi Sui felt the tenacity and profound emotion in Lu Mi's words. In the Summer Alliance, the only person who could truly regard himself as a human was Lu Mi. Suddenly, he blurted out, "If you wish to avoid being homogenized by the Alliance's system, you must discover your individuality and embrace your true self." Yi Sui responded in surprise. Lu Mi, brimming with expressive fervor, continued, "My once unattractive appearance was evident. While the other 10 or so children my age had all received a fundamental education in courtesy and respect. Although no one mocked me, their gazes were always fixated upon me. This conveyed to me that I am indeed special." Yi Sui remained silent, his demeanor steadfast. Yet the emotional turbulence within Lu Mi at this moment was strikingly pronounced. "Do you comprehend what special truly signifies?" Lu Mi suddenly inquired, his emotions gradually stabilizing. Yi Sui shook his head. "Have you perused the history of the Great Xia Alliance?" Lu Mi continued to probe. Yi Sui shook his head once more. "I have not yet found the time to read." Lu Mi's eyes grew cold as he questioned, "Counting today, you have been here for 3 days. Have you not begun to read?" Yi Sui fell into silence, acknowledging that since extricating himself from crisis, he had indeed become somewhat lethargic. "Mr. Yi Sui, if one wishes to comprehend a race, one must delve into its history. It is precisely because you grasp the histories of the Kaka and Yaziku tribes that you could discern their true intent during critical moments, a desire to transform their lives rather than to rebel, which allowed you to captivate them with mere illusions." Lu Mi then paused abruptly, shifting his perspective. "To exhibit one's uniqueness is to draw the attention of others, enabling you to recognize yourself. I could easily transform myself into an exceedingly handsome individual, yet I have never pursued such a path. For I do not require physical allure to accomplish anything. However, one who can accept their own limitations is perceived by others as possessing distinctive traits, perhaps even as highly capable. Consequently, They will support me, believe in me, and choose me. Lumi concluded with heartfelt sincerity. Yi Sui comprehended the situation clearly. It seemed to be merely a tactic for garnering support. Lumi, sensing Yi Sui's thoughts, hastily retorted, "It's not about seeking support just for the sake of votes." Suddenly, Lumi found herself stifled by words that refused to be voiced, and with a sigh, she prepared to exit. Yi Sui promptly rose to grasp her arm, inquiring, "Secretary Liu, where are you headed?" Lumi, smacking her forehead, replied, "I am off to retrieve something for you, something that can only be conveyed by human hands." "Oh." Yi Sui released her hand. As Lumi turned to leave, she abruptly halted and added, "I shouldn't be giving this to you now, but I must admit, your capabilities are indeed remarkable. Their decision to send you to the Elders' Council is rather perilous." Yi Sui was taken aback and asked, "You are aware of this?" Lumi narrowed her eyes, an ominous glint flickering within. "Can I be struck twice by the same blow? Take heed. Do not employ such tactics against your fellow beings in the future. It is a matter of fundamental courtesy and respect." With that, Lumi departed. Moments later, the AI girl, Imeng, alerted Yi Sui of a friend request. Upon glancing at it, she was surprised to find it was from Lumi. After accepting, she received a message. "There was nothing substantial. I merely found your abilities astonishing, which led me to lose my composure and seek an excuse to leave." "Is that so?" Yi Sui gasped in disbelief. Suddenly, she felt compelled to inquire, "Imeng? May I call you that?" "Yes, brother." The AI girl Imeng replied curiously. "What is troubling you?" Yi Sui gazed into the cosmos and said, "I suddenly seemed to comprehend the meaning behind his words." He recalled a story he had once encountered about a new recruit named Su Sanduo, who was assigned as a sentinel on an expansive, boundless grassland. Su Sanduo's comrades advised him to cultivate a hobby for himself, lest he succumb to madness. At that moment, Su Sanduo did not grasp the significance of their counsel, for the grassland, when one lingered too long, rendered the trees appearing almost human-like. Yi Sui turned his gaze toward the large display screen in the command hall, observing the resplendent starry sky, contemplating how Su Sanduo's grassland might resemble the celestial expanse. His arrival here was marked by solitude, a sense of disconnection. Yet he found a certain enjoyment in the tranquil atmosphere. If he wished to understand humanity a decade hence, he truly needed to delve into their history, to learn what transpired over the course of 10 millennia. Chapter 42. Strive without breaking, harmonize without conforming. The Yinghua ship embarked from the AMU star, unwilling to leap through space alone, instead opting for a nearby spatial transfer station to ensure Yi Sui's well-being remained unscathed. With full throttle and engines blazing, they left behind a brilliant arc across the starry expanse, stretching to the horizon of the heavens. Thus, Yi Sui resolved to procure a compendium of humanity's interstellar history spanning 10,000 years. Prior to immersing himself in the reading, he felt it necessary to offer some words of comfort to Bai Ling. This young lady was the first person he encountered upon his arrival, and though she initially seemed inclined to open her heart to him, at this moment, only he and Bai Lingyin occupied the room. Yi Sui was not particularly fond of a life filled with fanfare. "Lingyin?" Yi Sui called out to Bai Lingyin. Upon hearing the call, Bai Lingyin rose immediately, responding with a soft inquiry, "What is it, my lord? What troubles you?" Yi Sui gently beckoned her closer, and Bai Lingyin's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson. She offered no resistance, feeling a touch shy as she acquiesced to his invitation. "If memory serves me right, your home lies upon the Ziwei star, does it not?" Yi Sui engaged her in light conversation. "Indeed." Bai Lingyin's demeanor brightened as she regained her composure. "I was born in the imperial capital of Ziwei star." "Oh, the Su family, or rather, it should now be called the Bai family," Yi Sui remarked with feigned recollection, eliciting a light-hearted jest. Bai Ling chuckled softly, and the atmosphere gradually became more amiable. "Pray tell, what led you to the desolate western Yashan?" Yi Sui inquired. Bai Lingyin candidly recounted the misfortunes of her childhood, and with a sudden flash of inspiration, she added, "It is fate that has brought me to meet you, my lord." The once innocent Yi Sui found himself unexpectedly stirred by Bai Lingyin's forthrightness, his ears betraying a hint of warmth. Why does Yi Sui draw so close to Bai Lingyin? It is because, upon awakening his heart and mind, he sensed no trace of malice within her. Even the notion of exploiting Yi Sui or seeking to attach herself to him was entirely absent from her thoughts. Instead, his mind was plagued by a myriad of inappropriate and whimsical notions. Since the moment Yi Sui utilized his heart and mind to observe another, He found himself increasingly reliant on this ability. The act of awakening one's heart and mind is akin to the choice of whether or not to engage fully in a game. Thus, while thoughts imbued with malice and those he found distasteful did not compel Isui to take drastic measures against them, he still held a certain disdain and aversion towards such sentiments. Thus, Isui harbored a preference for automata over the service of real-life maidens. On Amstar, he engaged only with a select few, individuals of notably high moral caliber, namely, the young lord, the venerable gentleman, and Kakashi-ro. Yet, Isui perpetually sensed a lingering void within himself. He did not linger long in the command hall. After a brief exploration to satiate his curiosity, he departed. The gravitational forces, atmospheric pressure, and gas dynamics aboard the warship were meticulously calibrated, affording him a journey devoid of any discomfort. Subsequently, Isui returned to the chamber prepared for his respite, accompanied by Lingyin. After perusing historical texts for an hour or two within his quarters, a knock resonated at the door. Report. Lu Fu entered, announcing, "We have arrived at the Shield Space Transfer Station and are poised for spatial transition at any moment." Isui acknowledged the information, perceiving Lu Fu's inner hesitation without the need for conscious thought. Nevertheless, Isui's resolute determinations were not easily swayed. Thus, he nodded affirmatively, stating, "Let it be so. Proceed to arrange our journey to the ancestral star." Lu Fu, lacking alternatives and wary of overt defiance, recognized that the council had not issued an explicit directive mandating the retrieval of Isui at all costs. The instruction to escort Isui to the council was merely a routine administrative order. This type of command, under Isui's authority, was subject to rejection. Observing Lu Fu's lack of significant resistance, Isui surmised that further unforeseen occurrences were unlikely to transpire. Lu Fu contemplated for a moment and reported, "The Yinghua requires maintenance for its spatial leap protective membrane. In addition to enhancing the airtight measures of the warship and establishing a defense against spatial distortions. This may take some time, so I kindly ask your highness to bear with us. Is traversing through space such a cumbersome process for all of you?" Isui inquired, furrowing his brow. "Your highness," Lu Fu responded, "we have undergone genetic enhancement and adaptive training, granting us formidable resistance. However, since your highness has just awakened, we cannot afford the burden of any mishap." Isui nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Suddenly, a moment of stillness ignited a desire for movement within him, prompting him to wish to disembark from the ship. Lu Fu, though reluctant, could not refuse, despite his strong disapproval of Isui's intention to leave the vessel. After all, while the Shield Space Transit Station is located deep within the Alliance, there are certainly no terrorists lurking about. However, the security situation is not necessarily reassuring. Some areas are neglected, while others are simply beyond control. As a significant transit hub between the ancestral star and Xiwixing, Shield sees countless nobles passing through. During the era of interstellar expansion, the majority of those remaining in the heart of the Alliance are frivolous science. Isui, having not brought any attendants, posed a potential risk of encountering unobservant individuals or even those who might cause trouble. Lu Fu would feel deeply aggrieved if a mere escort mission turned into a calamity. Thus, he could only summon officers from the military to serve as attendants, knowing that the Yinghua Imperial Guard had previously escorted other princes and princesses. In general circumstances, Lu Fu would not be overly concerned. Yet, Isui was clearly different from the others. Nevertheless, Lu Fu lacked the courage to refuse and reluctantly agreed, assuring Isui that he would make the necessary preparations. Isui, on the other hand, had no intention of wearing the ceremonial attire of the white dragonfish. His curiosity was purely personal, and he wished to give Lingyin a breath of fresh air as well. Secretary Lu returned to her room and quickly retrieved a box of medication, which, upon consumption, stabilized her emotions, while Isui remained oblivious. The strikingly voluptuous woman continued to follow her. Despite Isui's cold demeanor towards her, she was nonetheless associated with Secretary Lu, and others dared not offend her. Secretary Lu cast a frosty glance at the woman, her disdain palpable. She admonished, "I once believed your simplicity was merely foolishness, and I kept you close out of a misguided sense of loyalty. Now, I realize you are both foolish and malevolent." At these words, the voluptuous woman collapsed in terror. When Secretary Lu had assigned her duties, she had already warned her to recognize her own limitations. Lingyin stepped out of the vehicle to confront her. The woman should have simply retreated quietly. The slap she intended to deliver could only be deemed wicked. Had Secretary Lu not intervened, and the blow struck by Ling Yin's face instead, she would have found herself directly in Yi Sui's crosshairs. How would Yi Sui handle her? Should Secretary Lu protect her? Upon reaching Shield, she could discreetly disembark and return to Ziwei Star without implying she was being sent away. Secretary Lu turned away, barely uttering a word. She reflected on her own inherent kindness, realizing she might be too benevolent after all. In the Elder Council's assembly hall at Yuan Pavilion, the attendance was sparse, indicating discussions of significant matters. The individual reluctant to return had been detected by Secretary Lu. He preferred to avoid the murky waters. The young man, who had been the first to reprimand former Chief Yuan Peiji, spoke up. Brother Gu, I too witnessed the live broadcast. We cannot regard Yi Sui as mere silent bystanders. He possesses a remarkable self-awareness. Thus, should we insist on convening a meeting of moderate size, forcibly drawing him back into our fold? Huang Jingtong, a member of the newly established committee of the Senate, appears even younger than the individual referred to as Brother Gu. He oversees the application and organizational affairs within the Senate's committees, should one wish to establish a committee there. It is he who must be approached for the necessary declarations and procedural follow-through. The young man named Gu Ruoqing, who is not so young after all, serves as a member of the Military Intelligence Committee and concurrently holds the position of Director of the Central Investigation Bureau. He has been instrumental in establishing the framework for military intelligence and espionage following the 12th Great Interstellar Expedition. He possesses an abundance of capability, status, renown, and prestige, serving as a steadfast pillar of the hardline faction. If he is unwilling to attend, then let him remain absent for the time being, Gu Ruoqing proclaimed. Huang Jingtong disagreed and sought to inquire further. Gu Ruoqing elucidated, stating that the front lines are not poised for immediate engagement. And although our hasty actions have conferred upon us considerable advantage, we also face significant logistical pressures. We must not corner the Sichuan clan too aggressively, for they are already akin to fish in a barrel. At this juncture, we ought to focus on action rather than words. By feigning setbacks, we can provide the alien races with a semblance of false hope, thereby alleviating some of the pressures on the front lines. Gu Ruoqing's reasoning was compelling, and others concurred, deeming it a prudent course of action. Then someone added, Indeed, Brother Gu is truly astute and cunning. However, to err on the side of caution, we should prepare a secondary plan. Let's leverage everyone's connections to find a centrist or a more lenient faction to grant Yi Sui a temporary position on the ancestral star, ideally with an end date before Ariel's birthday. This approach serves three purposes. First, it provides Yi Sui with a plausible reason to travel to the ancestral star while allowing us to monitor her movements. Second, it enables Yi Sui to return to the Council of Elders under the guise of a debriefing once her temporary role concludes. Third, it can help temper Ariel's aspirations during her coming-of-age ceremony upon Yi Sui's return. An affable elder, hearing the third point, raised his hand to interject. What are you saying? Ariel is such a fine young lady. There is no need to disrupt her coming-of-age ceremony. Gu Ruoqing concurred and added, Remember this, in the boundless cosmos, we are the only true kin. Conflicts arise from differing opinions, yet our ultimate goal is the protection of humanity, not the harm of any individual. We may engage in conflict without destruction and embrace differences in harmony. Chapter 43, The Cosmic Songstress Villia. The Shirla Space Transfer Station is not merely a sophisticated large-scale spatial leap system, accompanied by a portal and a docking platform for warships and spacecraft. The Shirlu Space Transfer Station boasts 13 ecological chains, 7 artificial ecological satellites, and is surrounded by 21 planets, forming a vast cosmic ecosystem that encompasses trade, tourism, entertainment, transportation, production, and residential life. Furthermore, an expansion has been made to the Shielu Space Transit Station, establishing the Shielu Starport. Currently, the Yinghua is undergoing coding at the Shielu Starport, and the administrative minister of the Shielu Space Transit Station is personally present to oversee the process. Meanwhile, some extravagant youths, having been notified, have kept their distance. However, there are always those who remain oblivious or are passively unaware. Yi Sui, accompanied by Ling Yin, sent a message to Secretary Lu inquiring about the situation. Secretary Lu mentioned he had a meeting to attend concerning Yi Sui and asked if he would like to participate remotely. Yi Sui expressed no desire to attend the meeting, thus declining the invitation. Secretary Lu assured him that he would relay the outcomes once the meeting concluded. Yi Sui was taken aback. Was it truly possible to leak information? Secretary Liu responded, as long as a request is made to the Senate for a parliamentary chamber, even for an invitation-only discussion, there will inevitably be records. That you may not find them immediately. At this moment, Yisui recalled his clandestine conversation with the three individuals and the former chief Yuan Peiji. Consequently, Yisui typed a line on social media. Is our private discussion also retrievable? Shortly thereafter, a text box appeared on his retinal display. Indeed, Yisui found himself increasingly perplexed. If everything was public, what significance did it hold if the former chief Yuan Peiji sought his assistance? If he remained silent, others could still uncover the truth, couldn't they? Even if it took some time, there is no wall in this world that remains impermeable. Once discovered, impeachment would commence. And in accordance with human conventions, there would undoubtedly be attempts to eliminate the AI girl, Meng. Former chief Yuan Peiji, in a selfless act to safeguard the AI maiden, resigned from his position, even facing the peril of execution. To protect him, three individuals sought to negotiate with Yisui. However, they were unwilling to choose a more discreet venue, instead opting to place everything under the scrutiny of the Senate's records. This left Yisui perplexed. Accompanied by Lingyin and several robust individuals possessing a myriad of racial talents, Yisui was also surrounded by an unknown number of security personnel, meticulously and cautiously ensuring their protection. They docked at a small starport, and upon seeing Yisui's imposing presence, the customs officers, eyes closed, collected the docking fees without further inquiry or inspection. They believed they had granted Yisui a convenience, yet he silently noted their negligence, an instance of dereliction of duty, slothfulness, and failure to collect taxes lawfully. How could they ascertain the total collected without even a glance? Yisui had indeed wronged the officer from the Yinghua ship, a descendant from a prestigious lineage of the ancestral star. It was inconceivable and audacious for him to embezzle the allocated funds, which were assuredly dispersed in full. Although the customs officers did not raise their heads, they utilized cybernetic eyes linked to cameras, assisted by AI for identification, accurately assessing the required fees as each person passed through. In this digital age, with the prevalence of cryptocurrency, a simple recognition of the online account sufficed. Since this was an official matter, it naturally fell under public accounting, prompting him to present the official card for payment. As Yisui and Lingyin strolled, he noticed that the others were not using their feet to walk. They resemble a path that moves on its own. One merely needs to stand still, and the road will naturally shift beneath them. Yisui observed intently. Although the road appeared seamless, gaps were discernible everywhere. Moreover, the surface exhibited a wave-like pattern, revealing an underlying order. Yisui turned to a leading bodyguard and inquired, "What is the principle behind this?" Ling also noticed these peculiarities. Yet she was no longer equipped with her mechanical backpack and had departed from her former all-capable self. The head bodyguard, chosen for his striking features and commendable demeanor, bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, with no apparent distinction. He hesitantly responded, "Your Highness." "Young master." Initially intending to address Yisui as Your Highness, he refrained, recalling that Yisui was currently clad in the attire of the white dragon fish, fearing to dampen the mood. Thus, he casually followed Lingyin's lead in addressing Yisui as Young Master. This is called fishboard road. When a person dons a special pair of shoes and steps upon it, the path beneath them undulates like fish gliding through water. Yisui, intrigued by this revelation, recalled an animated series he had once watched, where a bear and a cat traversed a futuristic landscape paved with glass spheres, allowing them to glide effortlessly. Seeing Yisui's burgeoning interest, the head bodyguard hastily cautioned, "Young master, this type of road is somewhat impractical," implying that while it appears convenient, it is, in essence, rather abstract. Yisui sensed this as well. Firstly, one must wear their specialized shoes, which, if unsuitable for regular walking, would necessitate carrying two pairs for daily life. Secondly, wearing such footwear seems to confine one to a standing position. Although one may traverse swiftly, it comes at the cost of numerous movements, rendering it inconvenient for work. Thirdly, for those who do not require such shoes for their daily life and work, there exist far more convenient modes of transportation, such as hover cars. Upon this realization, Yisui found herself abruptly disinterested. The Star Harbor's waterfront is adorned with a mere row of commercial streets, with an upper canopy composed of luminous screens. The head of the bodyguards seemingly procured a hover car from an unknown source, one that far surpassed Lingyin's in style, featuring a sleek, aerodynamic design akin to that of a contemporary light-speed vehicle. Inside, the car operates autonomously, with Yi-Sui and Bai Lingyin seated within. The bodyguard exhibits a mechanical augmentation reminiscent of armor, more akin to an exoskeleton than a cybernetic implant. They boldly navigate the skies surrounding the vehicle, with passers-by consciously avoiding Yi-Sui, and the police department dares not intervene. It is as if everyone possesses an unspoken awareness, and Yi-Sui harbored no intentions of feigning innocence. Utilizing her proficiency in universal linguistics, Yi-Sui swiftly comprehended the control panel within the vehicle. Upon pressing a button, the car's walls transformed into transparent barriers, allowing visibility from the inside out, while maintaining its dazzling exterior to onlookers. Towering edifices floated without bases. Platforms drifted through the sky, and a myriad of alien species populated the scene. The structures glimmered in various hues, while large screens outside displayed an array of advertisements. Furthermore, Yi-Sui observed that the road upon which they traveled resembled a bridge suspended in midair. The distant road can suddenly split apart, allowing a commercial building to rise majestically from below, while the road seamlessly reassembles, reminiscent of the undulating waves of the sea. Above the residential and commercial districts, a vast simulated sky of azure and fluffy clouds stretches out. Naturally, many alien homelands do not boast such serene blue skies. Aesthetic standards have been dictated by humanity. Humans deem blue skies and white clouds to be aesthetically pleasing, thus elevating them to a status of grandeur. In an unexpected moment, the sky above the commercial and residential area of Xia transformed into a delightful shade of pastel pink, adorned with a multitude of colorful, oversized bubbles. The suspended and stationary edifices morphed into whimsical shapes resembling cakes and dolls, while advertisements instantaneously transformed into a strikingly imaginative space diva. She wielded a vintage microphone, striking playful poses flanked by floating blue robots with mechanical ears. Behind her danced a charming bear, set against a backdrop of pink skies, surrounded by countless donuts and cakes. With a gentle breath into the microphone, her voice radiated with enchanting power as her white knee-high boots rhythmically tapped upon the floor. Then she sang a melody. The atmosphere, the scene, the effect, truly magnificent. The space diva playfully cast a flirtatious glance, her charming voice proclaiming, "Hello everyone. I am Vilya. My space opera tour at Xia begins tonight. Welcome everyone. Thank you for your support. Love you all." There was a reason for her sugary sweetness. In that moment, Xia truly released a gaseous substance that evoked a sensation of sweetness upon the palate. The celestial diva, Vilya, was initially not part of the plans orchestrated by the Xia administration. She had been invited to perform on her home planet. However, the influential elite of Xia, in a bid to curry favor with Yi-Sui, sent the Minister of Administration to personally request the addition of a space opera performance. They even devised an extravagant preview show. In Chapter 44, titled The Space Opera, Resounding, Humanity's Final Day, the atmosphere in Xia was electric with cheers, allowing Yi-Sui to deduce that Vilya was indeed a prominent star. It is rather curious that even a millennium into the interstellar era, the allure of celebrity remains irresistible, driven by an unquenchable demand, the specifics of which are best left unexamined. Suddenly, a few bodyguards accelerated towards the vehicle, causing the road ahead, previously poised to crack, to stabilize. An eerie calm enveloped the scene as the towering building below was forcibly restrained, unable to proceed. What was anticipated to be a routine instance of exercising authority swiftly escalated into chaos when another building, launching from a lower level, collided with the one below. In a designated area governed by AI traffic control and normal operations, such an incident should have been inconceivable. This unexpected turn of events drew a multitude of soldiers from the Yinghua army to investigate, prompting the head of the bodyguards to issue an urgent command: "Return immediately. Security is paramount. Do not disperse." The soldiers, who had just soared into action with intentions of valor, hastily regrouped. At this juncture, the head of the bodyguards was in a state of alarm, ordering the vehicle to advance while preparing to activate the counter-vehicle weapon matrix. Even though the individual inside the vehicle had not suffered an attack, the mere disruption of their mood could lead to dire consequences. What precisely transpired? At this moment, nearly everyone was left inquiring. The AI maiden, Yiming, promptly addressed the situation through the car's audio system. "I have now lifted the traffic restrictions and directional constraints of the vehicle. Beneath you lies the C214 commercial complex, which was scheduled to traverse this segment 3 minutes ago. However, the sudden influx of fans due to the renowned space songstress, Valia, has caused a delay. Consequently, it was instructed to temporarily halt until we passed, after which it could ascend once more. Meanwhile, the adjacent D214 complex has applied for a merger with C214 to share this surge in traffic. This was a standard commercial procedure, and both parties had reached an agreement, which the AI subsequently approved. Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, C214 reneged on the collaboration. As a result, the AI instructed C214 to ascend slightly, while D214 remained stationary. At this juncture, C214 agreed to merge with D214, but due to your authorization, C214 had entered a sensitive operational domain. Thus, the AI declined the request, and the control room manually directed D214 to ascend. At that time, D214 did not cease its movement nor initiate the merger process, and it even collided with C214. This situation was bewilderingly abstract, to the extent that Minister of Public Security, Xia, contemplated personally reprimanding the individuals in the control room. Had it not been for the fact that one of them was his son, he would have acted far more decisively. Now, he merely wishes that all of this is but a mere accident. The crew of the Mars vessel convened urgently, springing into action. Isui's vehicle smoothly traversed this stretch of road, and then, all seemed well. Isui's mind perceived the palpable tension emanating from the bodyguards surrounding him. Yet there was neither hostility nor malice. It appeared that this could indeed be conclusively deemed an accident. In light of such an occurrence, the head of the bodyguards inquired whether Isui wished to proceed. At that moment, Isui was preparing to turn back when he suddenly sensed a peculiar emotion at the periphery of his consciousness. It was a blend of curiosity, disdain, and the presumption of wisdom akin to an old sage observing the folly of a laborer. Isui, naturally, would not condemn an individual based on the slightest emotional fluctuations of others. However, within the entirety of his sensitive awareness, towering mechas comparable to skyscrapers loomed over the city, wielding weapons that emanated destructive energy. How could there exist a person so audacious, devoid of fear and unease, harboring only profound malice? Did this world hold no one of significance to him? Isui gestured in a direction, employing his ability to listen to all things, and commanded the soldiers. Yet the ordinary soldiers could not comprehend Isui's voice. For a moment, they were taken aback, while the head of the bodyguards swiftly issued orders. Teams 4 and 5 were dispatched towards the 4 o'clock direction, 13 kilometers away. The others remained on standby, heightening their vigilance, unlocking their weapons, and preparing for action. The head of the bodyguards internally lamented. Wasn't he the purpose of appearing before the esteemed to garner favor? How could there truly be a situation at hand? Suddenly, Isui felt the world shift, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced during his last encounter with Ariel. In an instant, the sky transformed into an impenetrable shroud of darkness. The road beneath, Fishboard Road, morphed into a crimson veil, unfurling to the sides, revealing an endless abyss below. The hovercraft, liberated from the constraints of terrestrial traffic, soared freely, yet it continued to plummet towards the abyss as if ensnared by an overwhelming gravitational force. The chasm obstructed Isui's mental exploration, and the darkness clouded her perception. Her mortal eyes, frail and human, discerned nothing within the abyss, only the frantic descent of the hovercraft. What of the Mars Brigade? Were they not beside her? Instinctively, Isui reached for the presence of Bailingine, acutely aware of the fear and confusion that emanated from her. Upon grasping Bailingine's hand, she pressed it against her forehead, the warmth offering a semblance of comfort. With a composed mind, Isui's thoughts reverberated within the abyss, which felt less like a void and more akin to a well, scarcely 20 meters in diameter. Furthermore, Isui sensed that the barrier obstructing her mental exploration resembled a peculiar metal. Wait, why had Bailingine remained silent? A sudden realization struck Isui. She surmised within her heart. Isui unleashed her voice to the cosmos, calling out, Bailingine, Bailingine, if you can hear me, please embrace me. Subsequently, she felt a tactile response from her own body. The sound seemed to shatter the darkness of the abyss, which fragmented like a mirror. Upon reopening her eyes, a blinding spotlight illuminated Isui's face. With great effort, she blinked and surveyed her surroundings, discovering that she stood upon an immense platform, encircled by a tapestry of red curtains. In the midst of a full-screen advertisement, Isui caught sight of the space songstress, Valia, who appeared flustered and fearful, fleeing in disarray. Hot on her heels was a man resembling a grotesque pig, quite literally. He was portly, with short limbs and a dazed expression, donning a suit that barely masked his gluttonous fervor as he pursued Villia with unbridled zeal. Strangely, Isui felt no trace of the terror that gripped Villia. Instead, he could only discern the lascivious and desirous emotions radiating from the pig-like man. Yet, Isui was compelled to conclude that this creature was less an extraterrestrial being and more akin to a lustful beast. They raced to the center of the stage, where the spotlight illuminated their frantic dance. The music surged, a rapid piano melody intertwined with the sorrowful strains of a violin, accompanied by the haunting notes of an organ and flute. In that moment, Villia, in a space scarcely larger than a palm, finally beheld Isui. She thought of him as her savior, referring to him as such in her mind. She knelt before him, casting sultry glances, her form delicate and fragile. The music swelled. The lights focused on her alabaster skin and the bare collarbone revealed by her open attire. Villia lamented and cried out in despair, evoking a sense of pity. The grotesque pursuer advanced relentlessly, a brazen smile plastered across his face, his lustful gaze dripping with desire, saliva pooling on the stage and rising in vapor. In that moment, the music crescendoed, the piano became fervent, and the trumpet heralded a resounding call to arms. Everything seemed to beckon Isui forth. Go, hero, rescue the damsel. A romantic epic unfurling. If only Isui had not perceived even a hint of fear in her. Instead, he found himself reveling in the spectacle before him. In a moment of bewilderment, Isui found himself face to face with Villia, standing at the very center of the stage. Surrounding them were an array of flower pots, each adorned with budding lilies that symbolized purity. Behind them were props reminiscent of a garden. Isui felt a sense of surrealism. How was it possible to transition to the next scene without his consent? At that instant, the music swelled into a melodious, gentle cadence, and the air was thick with an intoxicating atmosphere. Villia, the celestial songstress, donned a rose-red gown, its neckline embellished with delicate lace. What captivated Isui most was the alluring expanse of her fair décolletage and the elegant curve of her collarbone. Then, in the blink of an eye, Villia approached him. Her touch was soft, warm, and slightly intoxicating. How could one describe this sensation? In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the cosmos itself was captivated. Villia gazed at him with a depth of emotion, reminiscent of long-lost lovers reunited, or young couples entranced by the first blush of love. Unbeknownst to him, her hand had found its way to Isui's back, gently caressing the contours of his muscles. If only Isui had not opened his heart and mind to perceive her tranquil emotions, brimming with uncontainable joy and curiosity at the prospect of holding a cherished toy. Perhaps he had indeed fallen under her spell. Her lips, slightly pursed, bore a rosy hue, embodying innocence, purity, desire, and beauty all at once. In an enchanting display, her pink tongue peeked out, tempting him further. She was about to draw closer again. Time seemed to stretch and contract. How could our Sigma man, Isui, possibly be ensnared by the same allure twice? Isui abruptly pushed aside the space diva Villia and swiftly fled. Then the stage began to collapse, leaving the diva standing on the brink of ruin, her face reflecting sheer panic and unease. Isui felt an unexpected surge of compassion rising within, as if urging him to rescue her. Yet, he effortlessly dismissed this peculiar emotion from his heart and mind. As the stage crumbled, Villia noticed Isui's lack of response, and with a resigned expression, she could only bow in disappointment. The collapsing stage seemed to rewind, reassembling itself piece by piece. At the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight, stood a girl exuding an entirely different aura, her face still that of the space diva Villia. However, there was no trace of seduction in her demeanor. Instead, a spirit of defiance, arrogance, and rebellion radiated from her eyes. With her red lips pressed together, her soprano voice soared. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed audience, I hereby declare the commencement of the space opera, The Sound of Humanity's Last Day. Chapter 45, The Betrayer, Villia. Villia leapt gracefully, landing upon the elevated platform at the back of the stage. I am the betrayer, Villia. Her voice reverberated through the space, and in her position appeared the original Villia, clad in a red gown. Yet, Villia stood atop the lifeless body of the swineherd, who had been brutally disemboweled, blood pooling around him. The crimson stains sullied her translucent blue crystal dancing shoes. Villia twirled and danced upon the corpse's chest, singing. Isui's heart and mind could distinctly discern that both Villias were indeed real, yet neither was complete. The stage transformed. The space shifted. Time itself altered. Bloodstains vanished. Corpses disappeared. The lawn was once again lush, and flowers bloomed anew. Vilya morphed into a little girl, seated upon a swing, joyfully singing a nursery rhyme. The insects fly. The insects fly. Her parents stood behind her, their expressions kind and gentle. I am also human. The Vilya on the platform finally spoke. Suddenly, the sharp click of a shutter echoed, and everything was reduced to a photograph, elegantly encased in a delicate frame. Then came the sound of shattering. A fissure appeared in the center of the photograph, spider webbing outwards, splitting the parents apart. The frame crumbled in response. Music surged forth, an epic and grandiose melody, punctuated by the rhythm of drums. The little girl twirled upon the stage, moving from side to side, gradually growing taller. She sang continuously, celebrating the strength of the Alliance, honoring the sacrifices of her ancestors, and expressing her longing for her parents. At that moment, various foreign figures emerged at the sides of the stage, their expressions fierce, brandishing weapons, and howling in chaos. The girl in the red dress was filled with terror, glancing around anxiously, taking jittery steps back and forth, flustered. Isui observed this scene with a sense of boredom, questioning whether it was merely orchestrated for her to witness an opera. Her heart and mind were fixated on the villa on the platform, feeling a concoction of fear, concern, and anxiety due to the unfolding scene. How utterly absurd. Upon the high platform, Vilya gazed at Isui and remarked, "Shouldn't you be protecting her at this moment?" Isui found her reasoning increasingly absurd. "Let this tiresome opera come to an end. What do you truly desire?" Vilya, perched atop the platform with an air of disdain, crossed her legs and retorted, "Mr. Isui, I am inviting you to witness a performance. Kindly maintain your silence." Isui regarded her coldly, attuning himself to the essence of all things, transferring sound to Balingine. The sensations within his own body grew ever clearer, as he felt two soft, yielding forms pressing against his chest. It was Balingine embracing him. Thus he had never truly left the vehicle. Therefore, Vilya's methods must pertain to consciousness, a matter of the spirit. The opera continued. The stage became increasingly crowded. As Vilya in her red gown ascended a conical spiral platform step by step. Below, a dozen armored human warriors wielded swords against the clawing, ferocious alien adversaries, only to fall one by one. Vilya stood tall, extending her delicate arms, and sang resoundingly, "Sin shall ultimately meet its retribution, in a moment of life and death. A civilization shall plunge into oblivion." Alien soldiers swarmed around the platform, forming human ladders in a desperate attempt to climb higher. Soldiers from every direction raised their axes and blades, striking at the foolishly singing Vilya in her red gown still on the platform. The cacophony of chaos. "It is the fall of my great ship, have you heard? A tale of the rise and fall of civilization. If anyone wishes to weep, do not do so on this day of reckoning." The mournful music seemed to weep alongside the singer. With blades and axes affixed to her, even Vilya, atop the grand stage, felt the anguish and sorrow. Dressed in a resplendent crimson gown, stained with blood, she appeared to dance eternally, unceasingly. Blood trickled down her fair calves, flowed past her ankles, and dripped from her toes, falling onto the stage, which instantaneously transformed in hue. The foreign soldiers below vanished, replaced by a breathtaking park lawn, nestled before a luminous edifice symbolizing civilization. Flowers bloomed, children frolicked, intimate couples embraced, and parents guided their toddlers as they took their first steps, all the beauty of existence parading like a vivid slideshow. Then, in her crimson gown, Vilya spun and leaped across the stage, her blood splattering onto the faces and bodies of all present, the beautiful, the pure, and the joyous, all tainted with crimson stains. Subsequently, the grand structure collapsed, incinerating the lawn and the garden. And amidst the inferno consuming the garden stood a dilapidated torii gate, where Vilya knelt upon the ground. Her red gown resembled a blossoming flower, radiating the floral emblem of civilization's demise. In the blink of an eye, the crimson-clad Vilya transformed into a little girl, appearing utterly exhausted, slumbering within the torii amidst the flames. A cycle of rebirth. Though Isui had been engrossed in the opera, she fervently sought ways to awaken her consciousness. Yet, she felt encased within walls, as if she were relentlessly battering her mind against them. What was once an impregnable barrier gradually softened, akin to the thawing of rigid pork. Then, with a resounding crash, this opera shattered like broken glass. Isui opened her eyes once more, realizing she had returned to the confines of the vehicle. Bai Lingyin, filled with fear, anxiety, and urgency, clutched Yisui tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yisui instinctively reached out to caress Lingyin's silken white hair. However, in that fleeting moment, her mind and heart lost their grasp on Lingyin's emotions. It was as though her feelings had been abruptly siphoned away, rendering her akin to a lifeless doll. Yet, in an instant, emotions surged back, this time tinged with curiosity, mischief, a hint of shyness, and a subtle malice. Bai Ling lifted her head, her face alight with joy, closed her eyes, and leaned in, yearning to kiss Yisui. It was enticing, seductive. Yet, her heart and mind distinctly warned her that this was an illusion. However, Yisui found herself ensnared in Lingyin's embrace, unable to muster the strength to break free. Her body remained too fragile at this critical juncture. In a moment of desperation, Yisui resorted to a headbutt attack. In an instant, Bai Lingyin transformed into another figure, Velia, in her non-red dress state. She was entwined with Yisui in an exceedingly suggestive pose. The softness of her form, the tactile sensations pressing against Yisui's chest, were vividly pronounced, eliciting a faint itch. Her seductive gaze wove intricate threads of desire. Yet, Yisui discerned no trace of affection within her emotions. It was impossible for beauty to simply fall from the heavens. Instead, her feelings were steeped in intense curiosity, possessiveness, embarrassment, and malice. The malice within her heart expanded relentlessly. Yet it seemed desperately suppressed. Yisui's gaze shifted, only to discover that the vehicle's transparent functionalities had vanished, and outside the windows lay an impenetrable void. A sense of dread enveloped her. What was this ability? Such overwhelming restraint over her. What exactly do you intend to do? Yisui inquired. I wish for you to join us, replied Velia, her forehead slightly bruised, feigning a pitiful expression. Join us, you traitor. Chapter 46. Refutation. For whom the bell tolls. Betrayal. Yisui questioned. Whom have you betrayed? Velia remained in her ambiguous, awkward stance. She answered, we have betrayed the lofty, self-serving, sinful, and tainted Senate. Are you human? Yisui pressed. Velia's voice suddenly rose. I am human. A pure-blooded, genuine human. Then you intend to betray humanity. Yisui challenged. I have never betrayed humanity. On the contrary, I seek to save it. Velia suddenly burst into laughter. Yisui grappled with the oppressive sensation, though he found some solace in it. Yet, he despised the feeling of being coerced, sensing insecurity. His mind and heart were at odds, constantly battling for space while monitoring Velia's emotions, only to discover a flicker of gloom and bitterness within her. Do you realize? Since humanity stepped out of its ancestral star 10,000 years ago, Velia began to turn the question back to Yisui. How much sin has stained humanity's hands to this day? Do you know how many lives humanity has taken? How many races have been slaughtered? How many planets have been obliterated? They too are beings. Velia's emotions surged as her voice grew slightly hoarse. They possess language, written word, emotions, memories, families, and an independent civilization, each with its unique characteristics. Should they be condemned to death? Yisui, feeling combative, wished to argue, but Velia did not grant him the opportunity to interject. Indeed, we do not yet acknowledge them as human. A self-deprecating smile crossed Velia's face. Yet while we might deceive ourselves, we cannot fool the entire universe. They possess intelligence. They are human. This truth remains unchanged by our beliefs. Her statement seemed to challenge something. What do you think? Velia, her emotions somewhat calmed, inquired of Yisui, her expression reflecting a yearning for his affirmation. They are human. What am I? Yisui's seemingly calm retort was deliberately framed to ensure Velia understood it was it rather than he. To be honest, Yisui did not harbor such hatred, merely a touch of disdain for the self-righteous. It has been 10,000 years. We have entered the era of interstellar travel. Yet, there are still those who proclaim the lives of other races matter too. Velia suppressed the pent-up frustration within her. You are human too. We are all the same. Are we truly the same? Yisui shook his head, expressing his disbelief. They must kneel before me, but I do not need to kneel to anyone. And you, like me, are a beneficiary of the existing system. We both stand at the pinnacle of the hierarchy of interests and stratification. How could we possibly be akin to them? Yisui countered. Oh, with a disdainful smile, Velia scoffed at the notion of Bai Lingyin being considered a person. Her smile seemed to mock Yisui's arrogance and self-deception. Do you truly believe Bai Lingyin is human? What if someone demanded that she kneel before them? Yisui fell momentarily silent. All the privileges we currently enjoy stem from our victories in military warfare. Indeed, we are triumphant now. But what if we were to lose? We can endure once, twice, 1,000 times, 100,000 times. Villia's voice rose in intensity as she struck her head against Isue's face. But can we afford to lose even once? Isue winced in pain. How could he feel hurt even in the realm of consciousness? After a brief silence, Villia continued, "We are winning now. Yet, we cannot maintain this victory indefinitely. One day, we shall surely face defeat." Villia persisted with her argument, unperturbed by the discomfort of her position. "Do you understand? We were once but a step away from failure. Because at that moment, when the southern heavenly gate collapsed and the celestial palace fell, the 12th Great Interstellar Expedition was on the brink of disaster, and the Alliance crumbled in a single day." Villia spoke with tears streaming down her face, painting a vivid picture of that time. "And we could only pray silently within the celestial palace. In sorrow, in tears. We could only helplessly place all our hopes on the alien soldiers we looked down upon and oppressed within the Alliance system. Yes, it was in that moment. We have vividly witnessed failure, a resounding failure. Throughout this millennium, we have been gripped by fear, tormented by dread, never having experienced a peaceful slumber. We tremble. Upon awakening, we find ourselves confronted by a revolt of sentient machines. Upon opening our eyes, we are faced with an uprising of alien races. Or perhaps, emerging once more from the cosmic abyss is a formidable new species. My dreams are haunted by magnetic storms before the fortress of black clouds, immense beams of light, shattered planets, and exploding black holes." Villia remained silent, enveloped in pessimism, harboring countless unspoken fears. Since the 12 grand interstellar expeditions, this purported peace of 1,000 years has sapped our courage. Defeat looms ever closer, and annihilation is imminent. We begin to seek new avenues. Some wield power. Others adopt a gentler approach. Some sacrifice for gain, while others aspire to become tyrants. Villia and Isue cling to one another, her breath warm and fervent, spittle flying in her excitement. The masses continue to be overlooked and silenced. The new generation rebels, living in intoxication and excess. Individuals proclaim their uniqueness, striving for self-identity, attempting to forget the disputes and foreseen tragedies between humanity and the Alliance. In this moment, Isue hears the call of self, suddenly recalling the outburst of Secretary Liu. Meanwhile, Villia continues her fervent soliloquy, transforming it into a personal oration. She seeks Isue's allegiance without so much as a query, holding on tightly in her distress. Villia sings almost jubilantly, "Our transgressions are accumulating, and our sins shall inevitably face retribution. On that fateful day, all the concealed grievances, anger, and injustices shall erupt collectively, in an instant. The downfall of the Great Xia marks the apocalyptic day for humanity, and the tolling bell has long sounded for mankind." This is a history yet to be unveiled to Isue, who remains uncertain of its veracity. In a moment of clarity, Isue comprehended why Villia had transformed in such a manner, born into the zenith of human civilization. She was indoctrinated with the notion of humanity's unparalleled greatness from an early age. Yet, one day, her closest kin perished, and her companions fell as well. Witnessing the shattering of the Great Xia Alliance's invincible myth, she was engulfed by despair and confusion. If humanity were indeed to fail, could there still be a resolve to rise anew? It is uncertain whether to lament or to celebrate the resilience of the Great Xia Alliance, which endured against all odds. However, it was not humanity that persevered. Anyone who has experienced such turmoil cannot deny their own helplessness during that time, nor the miraculous military feats that transpired under the aegis of Arwen Nair. Thus, humanity, with a millennium of profound tribulations, sought to convey their elation at turning the tide against adversity. That defeat does not signify the failure of humanity. Rather, our ability to leverage every circumstance is the key to our triumph. Is this not, in fact, another victory for us? Isue could only engage in rational debate. Villia scoffed, claiming, "That is your misguided notion of victory." Isue retorted, "Such are mere sophistries." Villia insisted that the essence of the alliance lies in unity and equality. Isue could scarcely believe that equality was solely the privilege and prerogative of humanity. Isue continued to assert, "We shall never consort with beasts." Villia scoffed, "The tolling bell shall inevitably sound for humanity." Isue retorted, "You lack the imagination and hope that humanity deserves." Villia rebuked, Is that the arrogance and self-righteousness you speak of? Isue pressed on. We possess a vast alliance and an invincible fleet. Villia, her gaze filled with disdain, interjected. An alliance steeped in sin and a fleet that slaughters innocent women and children? Isue swiftly countered. Without these, could you stand before us in such confidence? He continued his assault. Without humanity, what are you? Villia, undeterred, declared, they shall rise, and their ascendance does not signify humanity's downfall. Unless, she began. But this time Isue interrupted. We are already standing upon their shoulders. Should they rise, we will inevitably fall from our heights. We shall certainly stumble, and they may even trample us again. Across the cosmos, their voices resound with the cry for freedom. Villia's complexion grew paler. That is merely your foolish tinnitus. Isue disdainfully dismissed her claim. The invincible myth shall eventually shatter. When sin's reckoning arrives, humanity cannot escape its cyclical fate. Villia persisted in her argument. The disparity in power shattered all illusions. Isue pressed Villia down with his head, imposing a visual dominance. War is but the Senate's selfish desire. Villia, with her defiant little eyes, pushed back. It will only bring forth bloodshed. Material forces guard humanity's peace. Isue argued, elucidating his perspective. What the cosmos truly requires is order, not justice. The tolling bell has never sounded for humanity. Without humankind, would the loss of order make interstellar existence any better? Chapter 47. The Interstellar Population Control. A single strike from the annihilation cannon. They are merely fearful of humanity, trembling before us. Order is but a construct we have collectively imposed. Do you not comprehend that an over-reliance on force and authority will foster fear, rejection, and isolation from the weaker beings, ultimately leading to the erosion of our power? Villia earnestly sought to enlighten. Isue recalled his past as an online provocateur on Earth, engaging in discourse regarding the relationship between civil governance and martial rule. Thus, Isue replied, when you, as the strong, find yourself isolated and hindered by the fear of the weak, it is prudent to reflect on whether your might is truly sufficient. As interstellar overlords, when we face animosity, hostility, and the potential for retribution from those weaker races, should we not consider that our strength may still be lacking? To the extent that these insignificant creatures believe we lack the capacity to eradicate them entirely, what significance do the lowly races of the cosmos hold if we are not equipped to extinguish them all? Our position as interstellar sovereigns remains precarious. If concerns persist, we can initiate measures for the reduction of alien populations, be it through the dissemination of viruses, physiological sterilization, inciting warfare, methodical slaughter, or a single strike from the annihilation cannon. All are viable options. At the very least, they must remember, I do not extinguish your existence now out of mere indifference. Rather, the cost of annihilating you exceeds the benefit derived from such an act. Isue and Villia are entirely out of sync in their conversation. Save for the final remark, Villia's reasoning posits that humanity cannot perpetually triumph. Once defeat befalls them, the current population of 1.6 billion will be utterly incapable of withstanding retribution. Despite humanity's extensive efforts in cultivating elite forces, a significant portion of the populace remains ordinary. Individuals like Villia and Ariel, endowed with extraordinary abilities, may stand a chance of survival. However, what of the largely silent masses? In contrast to Ariel's conciliatory approach, Villia, who brands herself a traitor, embodies a thoroughgoing surrenderist stance. The Great Xia Alliance has yet to collapse. For Isue, there has never been a sense of impending crisis regarding the sudden downfall of the Great Xia Alliance. He merely contemplates the issue from the perspective of alleviating internal discord, distinguishing between efficiency and inefficiency. He finds Villia's notions absurd, foolish, and abstract, comparable to the self-destruction witnessed during the upheaval of 91. Although the structure has expanded, it is beset by numerous moss, sludge, and pestilence. Even as it begins to leak and succumb to the winds, there is no necessity to excavate the foundation. To put it plainly, within the realm of interstellar governance, the Great Xia Alliance's mechanical units outnumber biological entities by a factor of 10. As humanity faces extinction, the lifting of restrictions on these machines could trigger a cataclysm across the universe. What then shall you do? Isue's concluding remarks are, of course, subject to interpretation. The benevolent perceive benevolence, while the wise discern wisdom. The concepts of order and justice are rendered ambiguous in the vast expanse of the universe. Languages diverge. Scripts differ, and the physiological disparities among various races are so pronounced that they might as well be regarded as disparate cuisines. Without the stringent enforcement of the Great Xia Alliance, there would be naught but chaos. The Great Xia Alliance, notorious for its merciless annihilation of entire clans, oversees regions such as the second and third borders, which have been cultivated for over a millennium, yet are still plagued by rampant interstellar piracy. One can scarcely fathom the state of the fourth border, which has only recently begun to emerge after nearly 1,000 years. Beyond the inner cosmos, the outer universe remains an enigma. Is this the justice you seek? However, this perspective is somewhat myopic. The proliferation of battleships and cannons across the cosmos has propelled some civilizations, still in their infancy, into the vast realm of civilized existence. The consequence has been horrific, with cannibalistic tribes wielding firearms and roasting their prey. Humanity itself recognizes the moral failings of the Great Xia Alliance's tiered citizenship system, having deliberately excluded itself from it to avoid incurring animosity. Nevertheless, this system simultaneously constrained humanity's ability to exert influence. Humanity's reluctance to co-govern the Great Xia Alliance alongside other races led to the abandonment of the Alliance's representative assembly and interstellar conferences, opting instead to establish the Senate. At its zenith, during the fourth and fifth expeditions, humanity's population barely reached several hundred billion, an achievement from 7 to 8 millennia ago, yet insufficient to rival the prolific breeding of other races. The sheer multitude of alien species in the cosmos is suffocating, overwhelming to the point of despair. Thus, humanity appears to have succumbed to madness, engaging in the mass production of intelligent machines, as well as the creation of synthetic beings and derivatives. Isui and Villia remained in that position until Isui once again employed his mind and intellect to shatter the barrier of this space. The signature effect of shattered mirrors reappeared. In the next moment, Isui found himself back on the original stage, while Villia had ascended to the high platform. Casting a piercing glance at him, "Why are you so extreme?" Villia exclaimed in anger. "Weren't you born over 9,700 years ago? Wasn't humanity quite amicable back then?" Villia questioned, her confusion evident. Isui found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Nevertheless, he resolutely continued to harness his mind and intellect, vowing to break free from this space. He realized that overexerting himself could drain his energy, yet he refused to believe that Villia's creation of one dream space after another would remain entirely unscathed. "I cannot fathom you at all. If it were anyone else, lost in my dream, they would have been utterly consumed. With a mere flick of my hand, they would comply without question." Villia expressed her curiosity regarding Isui's abilities. "What is your power? How can you resist my dream of descent?" Isui felt a sense of trepidation regarding her capabilities, realizing that her emotions were devoid of anything suitable for manipulation. Given her current state of madness, he genuinely feared that he might exacerbate her insanity. However, at that moment, Villia let out a resigned sigh. "I truly do not wish to harm my brethren. Yet, you are far too extreme. I yearn to cleanse humanity of you in advance. Alas, what a pity. Ultimately, I have embarked upon a path I abhor." In that moment, Villia ascended with a leap, transforming into an angel adorned with 6 radiant wings. A blinding luminosity intertwined with an inky green shadow enveloped her, embodying the coexistence of malevolence and sanctity. Draped in silken white fabric, she resembled a divine apparition, heralding the advent of an angelic being. In Villia's grasp materialized a spear of pure light, as the shadow gradually entwined itself around the weapon. Meanwhile, Isui felt a formidable psychic force coalescing before him. The benevolent intent to save and the malevolent desire to kill intensified, becoming palpable to the extent that it pierced Isui's very nerves. A palpable sense of murderous intent crystallized in the air, with the breath of death looming ominously. Isui was unwilling to perish in this moment. He yearned for survival. Mimicking Villia, he endeavored to concentrate his psychic energy around him, striving to shield himself. Yet, Isui's psychic energy was too dispersed, resembling clouds that refused to coalesce. Thus, he had no choice but to unleash his mind's potential at any cost. In an instant, the immense drain on his energy caused Isui's consciousness to waver. His eyes shimmered with a golden radiance, captivating all who beheld him. This golden light stood defiantly against Villia, the angelic figure in the heavens. Witnessing this confrontation, Villia's pure visage averted her gaze, unable to suppress the tears that began to fall. Meanwhile, Isui bore a fierce countenance, defiant and unwilling to submit, his voice rising in a furious cry. "Come forth. Let us see if an angel can slay a god." Vilya hurled her spear. The golden light enveloped him, forming a protective shield. Yet, the golden radiance proved utterly ineffective, dissipating without a trace against the spear, which had solidified into an undeniable force. The spear pierced through the golden light effortlessly, unleashing a blinding flash of white brilliance in an instant. In the midst of blinding white light, nothing was discernible. At this moment, she was merely a foolish girl, lost in the throes of love. As the radiance dissipated, the center where Yisui had concentrated her spiritual energy to shield herself became visible. The atmosphere was enveloped in silence, devoid of music or dance. Above the stage, lights hung high, surrounded by flowing red curtains that swayed gently. Then, let the cacophony of the winds cease. Just moments ago, Vilya had unleashed a spear of solidified spiritual energy towards Yisui, effortlessly shattering her defenses. A flash of white light erupted. When Yisui managed to open her eyes, she found herself unscathed, standing steadily in place. In disbelief, she examined her delicate hands and scanned her body, discovering no signs of injury. Well, her head ached slightly, perhaps a consequence of forcibly exerting her utmost mental capabilities. At that moment, Yisui finally recalled the formidable boss, Vilya, in her seraphic form. To her astonishment, Vilya had reverted to her original state. In stark contrast to Yisui's unblemished condition, Vilya's eyes bled, and she knelt on the ground in agony. Her forehead pressed against the floor, arms sprawled out, fists clenched tightly. Her trembling hands dug her nails into her palms. Sweat poured from her body, and she wept silently, unable to discern whether the moisture beneath her was sweat or tears. At this juncture, the fabric of space began to unravel. Just as the long hair was about to pierce Yisui, Vilya forcefully halted her attack, bearing the full brunt of the backlash. Vilya wept, her sorrow palpable, as if emotions were reverberating through the very fabric of space. "Why?" she implored, lifting her gaze to confront Yisui. "Why do you refuse to heed my words?" Her voice rose in anguish. "Only by following my lead can we ensure our survival in the future. Why must it be so extreme? Why must you be so self-righteous? Why can't we simply coexist in peace? Why will none of you listen to me?" Vilya yearned to quell the flames of war, to extinguish hatred and dismantle hierarchies, fervently pursuing equality and justice. For her, the ultimate desire was to safeguard humanity, even if this path proved to be fraught with difficulties, even if it might lead her astray. But if she were to direct her spear towards those she wished to protect and save, could she truly claim to be safeguarding humanity? This question lingered in Vilya's mind, unanswered. Perhaps she would never find an answer for herself. Ultimately, she remained trapped in that moment, a child yet to grow beyond that day. "I am sorry." A voice, as faint as a whisper, emerged. "I apologize for causing you pain." Rising to her feet, tears of blood continued to flow, her condition deteriorating. The fabric of space was fracturing, expanding gradually. And Yisui sensed the anxiety of the people outside. Moreover, Yisui felt his heart and mind fervently absorbing the dissipating spiritual energy within the space. "Farewell." Vilya waved to Yisui, her state precarious, unable to sustain her descent into the dream any longer. Moreover, if one does not escape, terrifying individuals will come to reclaim them. Time is protracted. When we meet again, I shall prove my righteousness with all that I possess. At this moment, the very fabric of space finally shattered, and Yisui discovered that the stage beneath him was fragmented, resembling a mirror that had been struck. A myriad of questions swirled within Yisui's mind, perplexing him to no end. What is the meaning of this? Had I not welcomed you with open arms, would you not have come to see me? Had we not sat down face to face in amiable discussion, would I have refused to converse with you? Yet, Vilya chose such a convoluted and bewildering approach. Then she resorted to threats and violence. But when the crucial moment arrived, she refrained from acting. Was that merely a means to frighten Yisui? Moreover, she offered apologies, insisting that she would eventually prove her correctness. This is rather awkward, is it not? Yisui, who considered himself rational, found it incomprehensible to fathom the mind of such an erratic individual. Nevertheless, it was evident that Vilya had consistently suppressed her malice towards her compatriots and had indeed refrained from causing Yisui any harm. In light of this situation, Yisui resolved that when he reported her, he would offer a few kind words. Given the benevolence of the Great Xia Alliance towards humanity, it seemed unlikely that she would face capital punishment. House arrest appeared to be a more probable outcome. Just as Isui was relieved to have narrowly escaped calamity and lost in thought, the outside world, after exhausting all efforts, shattered the dream of descent that Valia had been upholding. Isui felt his own senses becoming increasingly acute, perceiving the emotions outside with greater clarity. He understood that he was about to emerge. Bang! As the dreams of despair shattered, everything returned to reality. Isui's consciousness awakened within this reality. He found himself no longer on the path he once tread, but instead on a floating platform within a transparent sphere. Isui remained seated in the vehicle. Beside him was Bai Lingyin. She appeared utterly exhausted, her eyes bloodshot, as if she had not enjoyed a single restful night for several days. Bai Lingyin's once lustrous white hair now looked somewhat frazzled. She stared blankly at the awakened Isui, her heart brimming with 1,000 words she wished to express, words that begged to be spoken, words that needed to be shared. Whether it was to convey her longing, her fears, or her affection, or to highlight her unwavering loyalty, willing to endure the torment of the conscious realm's turbulence, she longed to remain by his side, holding him tightly as per Isui's instructions, never to let go. Bai Lingyin had countless choices before her. She could articulate innumerable sentiments, garner endless affection, seize countless opportunities through this moment, and even establish a definitive relationship, this very time. If Bai Lingyin were a shrewd woman, she would undoubtedly act accordingly. In times of adversity, should one not reveal their innermost feelings? How else could she earn Isui's gratitude and affection? This simple truth was not lost on her. Bai Lingyin was indeed an astute, self-aware woman, skilled in the art of strategy. Yet, at this moment, she was merely a love-struck girl, irresistibly drawn to Isui's embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, she clung tightly to Isui's waist, unwilling to part. The tears of Bai Lingyin soaked Isui's clothing, blurring her delicate features. Bai Lingyin pressed her small head against Isui's chest, straining to hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. It was the only sound that could bring her solace. This sound alone signified that the man she fiercely embraced was right in her arms. The beauty nestled in his embrace. The beloved favored him. Emotions ran deep, touching the heart profoundly. It was truly a stroke of fate. Isui held Bai Lingyin closely, inhaling the fresh fragrance of her hair, which provided a sense of peace. He gently cupped her exquisite face, his expression a blend of joy and excitement, tinged with traces of anxiety and concern. Bai Lingyin's tear-filled eyes held only the image of Isui. She was waiting for something. No one dared to intrude. What was Isui contemplating? Every romantic tale deserves to continue beyond this moment. Chapter 49. Appointed Special Envoy for the Qingming Ancestor Worship Ceremony on the Ancestral Star. Every romantic story should culminate in a beautiful ending. Bai Lingyin gazed at Isui, who was drawing ever closer. She could already hear the boy's breath, her cheeks flushed with crimson, and she closed her tear-laden eyes. Then she kissed him, a kiss to last a millennium, as tears of emotion streamed from the corners of Bai Lingyin's eyes. In one breath, as feelings deepened, they naturally intensified, like lotus blossoms emerging from the water, shy yet alluring. The jade lotus entwined with the azure dragon's teeth. Subsequently, the transparent sphere suspended in the air began to move slowly, making its way to the deck of the science room. Only Secretary Liu smiled in anticipation, while the others dared not cast a glance. The sphere had long since been rendered opaque. Those outside could not perceive the situation within, and visual monitoring had been interrupted. The researchers were certainly astute, and such private matters were beyond their scrutiny. Were it not for the need to monitor Isui's condition, they would not have retained even thermal imaging surveillance. In truth, after advancing a short distance, Isui suddenly lost consciousness. Minister Shi Yel immediately declared a citywide lockdown, while the Alliance's administrative authority had indeed overshadowed its counterparts. It was typically the responsibility of the Minister of Public Security to announce such measures. At the moment the incident was reported, the Minister of Public Security had already fainted on the spot. Consequently, the administrative minister, who was directly involved at the front line, had to return to clean up the mess. Secretary Liu, still in a meeting, hurried over upon hearing the news. She quickly deduced that it was the work of Valia and promptly ordered someone to locate her. At that time, Valia, utilizing her rank and privileges, had easily found a hiding place somewhere in Shiyel. Secretary Liu possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely the capacity to report upwards. She also understood Valia and was aware of her principles and tenets, which suggested that the situation would not escalate too severely. Nevertheless, Isue's prolonged unconsciousness was indeed a cause for concern. It was only when Isue invoked the ability to listen to all things that Bai Lingyin heard the call, which alleviated everyone's anxiety. Subsequently, they set about using the consciousness space research apparatus to create spatial tremors in an attempt to shatter Valia's dream of entrapment. Then, all the officers of the Mars vessel and the personnel of Xia Alliance were summoned to search for Vilia. In an instant, the celestial diva Vilia transformed from an interstellar star into a fugitive of grave crimes. Subsequently, she shifted from being a fugitive to a witness summoned in the case. It was evident that the Senate was emerging from the shadows to clean up the aftermath, and then Isue awoke. Isue, who was to endure the tumult of consciousness, found herself exhausted and utterly limp as Bai Lingyin was carried down from the vehicle, with a face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Lingyin buried her head in Isue's embrace. Bai Lingyin's genes had long been enhanced, resulting in a high bone density and immense strength, akin to that of a miniature superhero. Due to the design of her mother's genes, which were intended for entertainment, she possessed the ability to regulate her own weight to avoid the awkwardness of being unable to be lifted by someone without genetic enhancement. Secretary Lu stood by the shore, leaning against the railing, silent yet smiling. It was a human named Vilia who had caused this, who referred to herself as a traitor. Upon noticing Secretary Lu's presence, Isue spoke directly. Did she perform an opera for you and invite you to join them? Isue nodded. Is she a habitual offender? Have you experienced this as well? Isue inquired. Secretary Lu shook his head. I do not know much. But she has submitted an apology letter to the United Human Law Enforcement Special Task Force. What will happen to her in the end? Isue asked, puzzled. Secretary Lu waved his hand dismissively. What else could happen? A reprimand and education. She did not truly harm you, nor did she violate the laws of the United Human Legislative Committee. Moreover, could you elucidate the struggle that exists within the realm of consciousness between you? Secretary Lu retorted. Isue felt a twinge of confusion, as it seemed that everyone possessed some semblance of these extraordinary abilities. Most were merely the silent populace, after all. Certain powers indeed came at a cost. Secretary Lu feigned an air of mystery. He then patted Isue on the shoulder, saying, do not worry about anything else. Take a moment to rest, and later I shall brief you on the contents of the meeting. No, it was Vilia who assaulted me. Isue expressed his turmoil. Although Vilia had not inflicted any harm upon him, nor exhibited any intent to do so, Isue pondered. Should the Senate decide to impose severe penalties, he might advocate for leniency. Yet, could the Senate truly afford to remain perpetually forgiving? Was there to be no form of reprimand whatsoever? The previous incident with AI girl Yiming had been similar. Now, Vilia too had erred, yet faced no consequences. Secretary Lu discerned Isue's discontent and sighed in resignation. The relationships among humanity do not constitute a singular society or political structure. He gazed deeply into Isue's eyes, asserting, between humans, you are each other's sole family amidst the vast solitude of the universe. When family members quarrel, err, or disagree, must every transgression be met with legal repercussions. The dynamics among humanity resemble those of a family. Once everything had concluded, Isue emerged with a refreshed spirit. The acting captain of the spacecraft Xingho had specifically arranged for a floating stepping platform. The so-called floating stepping platform resembles a circular disc, capable of utilizing the overall levitation system of the Huanhua ship to maintain a remarkably stable and swift state. Its primary function is not transportation, but rather the internal conveyance of precision instruments. With slight modifications, it sacrifices some capacity and stability in favor of enhanced speed and control, thoughtfully equipped with seating. Secretary Lu, having received a message from Isue, expressed his desire to meet. Isue declined, citing the unsuitability of his quarters. Consequently, they arranged to convene in the conference room that had been transformed from the command hall. Isue, while contemplating that the AI girl, Yiming, might not be perceptive enough to eavesdrop, decided to remove all AI-related items from his room. This precaution mirrored the regulation within the core area of the Senate, which prohibits the presence of AI robots. Consequently, various tasks within the Senate necessitate human labor, resulting in a long-standing abundance of derivatives and artificial beings in the Divine Hall. Isue donned a watch that could project a floating virtual panel, allowing for manual or voice-operated access to most AI functionalities. As for the remaining capabilities that could not be realized, he pondered the utility of his subordinates. Subsequently, Yisui accessed the internal layout map of the Huanhua ship through the permission-based intranet, inputting it into the floating stepping platform, activating the automatic navigation. They promptly arrived at their destination. Secretary Liu had been waiting for some time and approached Yisui to shake hands. "Mr. Yisui, let us first discuss the meeting regarding you that just took place in the Senate," he began. Yisui nodded in acknowledgement, taking a seat across from Secretary Liu. "Mr. E, your reputation in the Senate has soared," Liu teased. Liu did not prolong the suspense. "Today, 2 meetings concerning you were held. One a deliberative assembly and the other a decision-making assembly. Both were filled to capacity. In the decision-making assembly alone, there were over 160 million valid votes. This clearly indicates the immense attention and curiosity the public holds for you. The deliberative assembly focused on your refusal to return to the Senate, citing the delay in ancestral rights and the examination alliance's timeline, and whether your actions contravened the rules and undermined the Senate's authority. The decision-making assembly was built upon the deliberations, determining whether to employ coercive measures to bring you back or to arrange alternatives for you. Furthermore, as your secretary, I attended the decision-making assembly in your stead, articulating your defense. No need for thanks. He has always been perplexed by the operational dynamics of the Senate. On one hand, he perceives the absolute democratic system of one person, one vote, and the collective democratic principles established by the Senate as fundamentally contradictory. Absolute democracy, often referred to as extreme democracy, incurs enormous costs. Even if the interstellar era allows for cost reduction, what about time and efficiency? With a population of 1.6 billion, a single statement could take an entire year to complete a meeting. For the sake of efficiency, the phenomenon of silent citizens inevitably arises. You may regard silent citizens as self-sacrificing, or you may view them as coerced into compliance. Yet remember, silence does not equate to consent. It merely reflects a reluctance to oppose. The disparities in opinions among individuals are vast, rendering mutual persuasion exceedingly challenging. In the final moments, the inevitable outcome is bound to be endless disputes and incessant compromises. However, when both sides believe they have reached an impasse where no further compromise is possible, the only recourse left is a crude contest of numbers. The ultimate cost of such a contest is that one inevitably offends the opposing faction without reservation. This will only serve to further exacerbate the divisions and conflicts between the two parties. Curious to know how I eloquently defended your position amidst a multitude of scholars? Secretary Liu wore a face full of pride. Yisui shook his head. Just convey the outcome. Secretary Liu mirrored the gesture, retorting, "How boring." Yisui's lips twitched, internally lamenting. "Who wishes to engage in such a discussion with you? With your harsh and intimidating demeanor, you dare to criticize me on this matter? If you were a beautiful girl, I might entertain the thought of continuing this trivial banter." Clearing his throat, Secretary Liu remarked, during the first deliberation, "The prevailing opinion was that you indeed lack respect for the Elder Council, yet they are reluctant to impose severe criticism upon you, allowing me to represent the Council in offering a mild admonition." In that moment, Yisui began to comprehend why the Elder Council refrained from penalizing the AI girls, Ming and Valia, just as they deemed my actions to be slightly misguided but chose not to reprimand me. Secretary Liu continued, in the second resolution meeting, "In order to uphold the spirit of the deliberations, we directly discussed how the Elder Council should arrange your affairs. Given your desire to return to the ancestral star for the ancestral rites, the Council has resolved to appoint Yisui as the special envoy for the Qingming ancestral ceremony." Yisui was momentarily taken aback. What kind of official position is this? Chapter 50. Arrival at the Lunar Permanent Military Fortress. Nearby Jade Rabbit Spaceport, Sui sat before the command hall of the Mars ship, his gaze fixed upon the vast space jump gate displayed on the screen before him. His heart was brimming with a longing for his ancestral planet, tinged with a hint of apprehension. After all, it was the place of his upbringing, a realm where time had flowed and dreams had lingered for millennia. This journey back to his ancestral home was also a quest to rediscover the life he once knew. Furthermore, the Senate had appointed him as a special envoy for the ancestral ceremony. What a curious position that was. What was the name of the acting captain of the Mars ship? Sui had already forgotten it. The captain had come to report that all preparations were complete, and they were about to traverse the space jump gate. Sui nodded in acknowledgement. With the captain's command, the Mars ship gradually approached the space jump gate. The surrounding light began to distort and morph, yet the ship remained utterly still, seemingly untouched by the turbulence wrought by the spatial transition. Leaning back in his seat, Sway's eyes remained fixed on the impending passage. As the warship pierced through the vibrant energy field, a blinding flash of light enveloped them, and the vessel seemed to enter a tunnel of kaleidoscopic hues. After a few minutes, the scene gradually sharpened, revealing a cerulean planet in their sights. It was not the ancestral home, but Neptune, rather than a planet. It resembled the military base of the Forbidden Army, Poseidon. For Poseidon had been transformed to the extent that it bore no semblance to a celestial body. Currently, Poseidon could still emit solar energy, entirely fulfilling the ancestral planet's desire to witness Neptune's presence. It is because humanity still yearns to behold the same starry sky above Earth. Furthermore, the Great Xia Alliance would not be so foolish as to establish a large space transit station right next to their ancestral star. That would leave no room for maneuver whatsoever. The Mars vessel swiftly replenished its energy and activated its faster-than-light propulsion system. The distance from Poseidon to Earth is a mere 0.0003 light-years, significantly closer than the journey from Amstar to the Shield transit station. However, in consideration of maintaining the stability of time and space within the solar system and the order of navigation, it is generally prohibited to exceed certain speeds except in special circumstances. Nevertheless, Isue's authority transcends this regulation, though he remains unhurried. With some time, yet until the Qingming Festival of Ancestors, Isue is in no rush. More importantly, he harbors an ominous premonition. The solar system, for the current Great Xia Alliance, is indeed too cramped. Accommodating 3 military bases has already rendered it exceedingly congested. Navigation has a fixed plan and maintenance, ensuring that small meteoroids and other comets or dwarf planets do not interfere with the operational pathways. The Mars vessel does not adhere to civilian routes, but rather accelerates through military emergency channels. Isue returned to his quarters to continue his study of history, while Balingine perused various aspects of human culture and knowledge nearby. Such content was originally forbidden to be taught to other races, yet Balingine, as a derivative being and Isue's partner, belongs to a circle of panhumanity, granting Isue the authority to decide her education. Isue had already delved into the historical events of the Third World War and how humanity, barely surviving in its aftermath, endeavored to establish a united human government, and how to resolutely stride into the interstellar era. Soon, Isue and his companions passed the military base of Mars. It was not difficult to discern the colossal spectacle of the crimson starry sky. Such a sight could only be the Imperial Army's Mars military base. Mars communicated with the base, and they sped toward the ancestral star. The ancestral star was merely a short distance from Mars, since they were delivering a Buddhist relic. They would see it through to the end. At the lunar cosmic stronghold, Lunar Palace, a grand starport for both military and civilian use, known as Jade Rabbit Spaceport, had been constructed. Mars did not enter Jade Rabbit Port. Instead, it dispatched a secondary warship as a ferry to convey Isue and his group to the port. The same procedure, the same formation and salute. Witnessing this scene, Isue felt a swell of pride. Yet he was increasingly puzzled by the Xia Alliance and the myriad contradictions lurking out of sight. The main port of Jade Rabbit had long been cleared, with the administrative director awaiting them well in advance. For Jade Rabbit Port, clearing operations were commonplace. The main port had never operated normally. In addition to the main port, Jade Rabbit Port had specially constructed 3 secondary ports. The clearance of the main port was not exclusive to pureblood humans. The majority of pureblood humans would not display such a grandiose presence as Isue. The elite and high-ranking officials of the Alliance could easily prompt the clearance of the port. Typically, a clearance would take about half an hour. As the ancestral star was rife with nobility, it was all too easy to attract the ire of a few pureblood humans, leading to repercussions. One would quickly learn the true meaning of humility. The clash between Wei Lia and Isue rapidly reverberated throughout the stars. Although the internal support for Villia among humanity is scant, she is undeniably a legendary figure who has thrived for a millennium, boasting considerable renown. Furthermore, Villia refers to herself as a traitor. In reality, she aligns with the ranks of the rebellious. She embodies the pursuit of existentialism, naturalism, and the spirit of defiance, characteristic of the new generation of rebels who have languished for a millennium. The home of this rebellious faction is the ancestral star, and thus many humans residing there harbor a keen interest in Isue, yet they possess no intention of engaging with her directly. Secretary Liu paid a visit to Yi Sui, presenting her with meticulously organized materials pertaining to the ancestral worship ceremony in previous cases. However, Yi Sui bears the title of envoy for the ancestral rites. The procedures for ancestral worship have long been confined to the ancestral star. Overseen by the Historical and Cultural Heritage Committee of the United Human Congress and the Senate's Ancestral Worship Organization Committee. The former has devolved into a mere nominal body, while the latter holds no concrete administrative power. Given the sensitive nature of ancestral worship, which is neither trivial nor insignificant, it is impossible for an individual to execute the necessary rites solely based on personal authority. Consequently, a minor issue of disarray has arisen regarding the management of the ancestral rites. To illustrate, there is the question of how to conduct the worship at the 3 temples and 6 mountains. The 3 temples consist of the Nuwa Temple, the Yanhuang Temple, and the Athens Temple, whereas the 6 mountains include Mount Tai, Changbai Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, the Himalayas, the Alps, and the Rocky Mountains. These are the primary sites of worship, and there exists a multitude of other rituals as well. The quality of the ancestral worship ceremony has deteriorated over time, resulting in a decline in attendance at what was once a grand human assembly a millennium ago, with fewer and fewer returning participants. The Senate anticipates that only around 100,000 humans will return to the ancestral star to participate in the ancestral ceremony. Of course, this is also influenced by Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony and the Senate's initiation of a retaliatory war. However, this number is exceedingly low. Yi Sui rubbed his eyes, having stared at the electronic screen for too long, which made them feel slightly sore. Thus, he switched to a holographic screen. No wonder holographic displays are poised to replace electronic screens, as their functionality is vastly superior. Suddenly, Yi Sui recalled that the AI girl, Yi Meng, had not appeared since the last incident involving Vilya. The Senate had left a message recalling the emotional module of the AI girl. The second-class warship docked at the U2 port, and the gangway was lowered. Yi Sui, Secretary Liu, by Lingyin, and over 100 elite soldiers dispatched by the Yinghua army to protect Yi Sui disembarked in succession. The military commander of the Moon Palace Fortress, General Wu Gaochen, was absent, yet his secretary, Mao Dandan, was present to extend a welcome. In addition, there were numerous officers from the Moon Palace Fortress, officials from U2 Port, and some individuals who had arrived via the space elevator from the ancestral star. Most of them represented pure-blood humans. Together, they embodied the entire political power of the ancestral star and the moon. Mao Dandan appeared to be merely a timid young girl, standing there with an innocent demeanor. She extended her hand, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Yi Sui. My name is Mao Dandan." Chapter 51. Do you know what it means to be a bastardee? The arrival of that individual. A throng gathered in the bamboo grove, drinking and indulging in substances, their clothing scant as they reveled in abandon. It was unclear who suddenly made the remark. He has been quite in the limelight lately. Someone laughed and remarked that even the top sister couldn't do anything about him. Another nearby chimed in with laughter, saying, with her temperament, who can she possibly handle? There was no need for him to humiliate the top sister so harshly. Suddenly, an unknown voice broke the conversation, and the lavish atmosphere, filled with irreverent laughter, came to an abrupt halt. A heavy silence fell, some were stifling giggles, while others cast furtive glances, ultimately converging their gazes on one individual. He was robustly built, embodying the archetype of a fitness star. Despite his seemingly strong features, he had unfortunately altered his visage into that of a serpentine countenance. Do not be deceived by his muscular physique. It might well be a product of modern science. He stood up and buzzed, "A bunch of cowards. I shall quell his arrogance." He then absorbed the astonished expressions of the crowd before departing with satisfaction. Once he had distanced himself, the previously stunned onlookers erupted into joyous laughter. One individual laughed so hard he clutched his belly, exclaiming, "I knew it." With just a few simple words, he has to obediently play the pawn. Others joined in the mirth, saying, "Brother, your insight is remarkable. Your foresight is unparalleled." Someone pointed at his retreating figure and added, "He ought to consider his own appearance before expecting Vilya to notice him." Another mimicked an expression, teasing, "He can only create artificial beings, hybrids, and woo alien women in his backyard." He almost revealed a candid truth, but raised his hand to clarify, "I didn't mean that. I meant who would ever be interested in him." Having reached a considerable age, his mind is now consumed solely by hedonism and procreation. He has fathered numerous illegitimate children, yet neglects to take responsibility for them. His offspring now roam freely under his name, flaunting their connection to him. The ensuing spectacle promises to be quite entertaining. A voice among the crowd suggests fanning the flames of chaos, and others readily agree. Only the one who had initially laughed until he ached remains unfazed, still grinning. You all go ahead, dear brothers. Allow me to linger a moment before I join you. With that, the group bids farewell, leaving him alone. He immediately reverts to his true demeanor, his smile vanishing, and no longer clutching his abdomen. He is a masquerader, pretending to be a rebellious agent of chaos, whose true aim is to instigate discord. Their political ideology embraces turmoil, believing that the greater the chaos, the better the conditions for human survival. The first to venture out in search of trouble is Wang Gongji, a name he adopted after achieving fame. This moniker pays homage to the Wei, Jin, and southern and northern dynasties of Earth, a period he reveres for its hedonistic and carpe diem philosophies. Thus, he emulated the ancients by choosing a name rich with Taoist undertones. Wang Gongji epitomizes the classic hedonist, barely qualifying as a true rebel. A genuine rebel must possess the ingenuity to create something remarkable. It matters not whether the endeavor is noble or ignoble, but rather that it captivates and surprises. The ultimate goal of rebellion and creation is to articulate one's political views and garner attention. Rebellion, creation, and all manner of chaos are merely instruments in the grand design. The hedonists, in contrast, indulge in pleasure for the sake of pleasure itself, their political views revolving solely around the pursuit of comfort and enjoyment. Greetings, I am Yi Sui. With a smile, Yi Sui extended his hand for a handshake. As his mind opened, Mao Dandan's inner self was far less tense than her exterior suggested. She was enveloped in a profound sense of anticipation. What was she awaiting? There lingered a hint of schadenfreude and curiosity, emotions shared by several others present, most of whom occupied the front rows. In that moment, Yi Sui sensed that someone was intent on stirring trouble. Why are they all seeking to provoke me? Maintaining a facade of calm, Yi Sui discreetly confided in by Ling Yin, urging her not to stray far from his side. As for Secretary Liu, Yi Sui harbored doubts about her awareness of the situation. He was no naive fool. Liu had made several overtures of friendship, yet it was evidently implausible for her to bare her soul as if they were intimate companions. Trust is forged through the passage of time. Subsequently, Yi Sui and his companions boarded a hovering bus, exuding an air of officialdom. Mao Dandan, Yi Sui, Secretary Liu, and Bai Lingyin all took their seats together. Mr. Yi Sui, we are now embarking on the space elevator to our ancestral planet, expected to land in the vicinity of the 40th degree latitude in the Eastern 8 zone. Both the Moon and Earth possess their own orbits and rotations, naturally unable to remain as motionless as Zishan and Amuxing, where landing points remain consistent. Furthermore, the Great Xia Alliance has mandated that, barring exceptional circumstances, no aircraft is permitted to approach the ancestral planet. Yi Sui's instincts detected Mao Dandan's subtle disdain and aversion towards Bai Lingyin. However, since Bai Lingyin was his woman, their disapproval was irrelevant, and they ought to remain silent. This was also what Villia stated during her debate with Yi Sui. Does Bai Lingyin count as a person? If one day someone were to command Bai Lingyin to kneel, what would you do? Yi Sui, upon sensing Mao Dandan's discrimination towards Bai Lingyin, Yi Sui gradually became reluctant to engage. Mao Dandan, too, keenly perceived the shift in Yi Sui's demeanor, though she remained unaware of its cause. Meanwhile, the astute Secretary Liu discerned the underlying reason. His comprehensive understanding led him to suspect that Yi Sui possessed the ability to influence and perceive emotions. Thus, he must have detected some of Mao Dandan's peculiar sentiments. This girl, Mao Dandan, was remarkably skilled at masquerading as a harmless, meek individual, easily bullied. Yet, do not be deceived into thinking you can truly take advantage of her. Secretary Liu chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Yi Sui, how do you plan to address Bai Lingyin? Yi Sui, acutely aware of the nuances in Secretary Liu's emotional shifts, experienced a sudden epiphany. His profound curiosity indicated a desire for clarity. It could not remain ambiguous any longer. Upon hearing the topic abruptly shift towards herself, with Mao Dandan, an outsider, present, Bai Lingyin felt an acute sense of panic. Mao Dandan, upon hearing this, began to frown. Her disdain was evident, no longer concealed. Yi Sui, this is a significant matter. If not handled properly, your household may fall into disarray. Yi Sui, indeed troubled by the situation, pondered why Secretary Liu had brought it up, all the while sensing that his emotions were subtly provoking Mao Dandan. Mao Dandan could no longer contain herself. Such a topic, if left unvoiced, would suffocate her. Although I do not wholly concur with your pursuit of relationships with individuals from diverse backgrounds or alien races, it is imperative to remember that humanity has always been a society centered around the institution of marriage. Both the United Human Federation and the Great Xia Alliance acknowledge only pure-blooded human women as the legitimate wives, and they recognize the citizenship of children born naturally from two pure-blooded humans. She may merely be regarded as your mistress. You may bestow upon her the status of a distinguished citizen, and you may even appoint her as your official, granting her a political position. Mao Dandan gestured towards Bai Lingyin, speaking with fervor, entirely devoid of the previous timidity. She could even bear your children, yet those offspring would be considered illegitimate. You ought to comprehend the implications of having an illegitimate child. Chapter 52. What is your status? Kneel before me and speak. Secretary Liu abruptly interjected. Straying further from the topic, Dandan's father was a notorious libertine, marrying her mother only to indulge in affairs, ultimately leading to divorce. Dandan was entrusted to her father, yet his subsequent partners treated her poorly. Consequently, Dandan orchestrated a scheme, resulting in the imprisonment of those women for crimes against humanity. Even her father received a lengthy sentence for child abuse and neglect of his educational responsibilities. Upon concluding his tale, Secretary Liu erupted in laughter. Yet Dandan remained unfazed by the exposure of her family's history. Instead, she earnestly engaged in the debate, ineffectively arguing that they could not be classified as mistresses and asserting that it was not her scheme, but rather their intrinsic nature, utterly lacking in self-awareness. It sounds as if I am the one full of cunning schemes. If Yi Sui had not sensed the joy and self-satisfaction within Mao Dandan, she might have believed it. Upon hearing Secretary Liu's remarks, Yi Sui comprehended the roots of Mao Dandan's disdain for Bai Lingyin. She also grasped why Mao Dandan exhibited a strong desire for expression in such matters, which continually distracted her from approaching her biological father. Without waiting for Yi Sui to respond, Bai Lingyin approached resolutely, kneeling down, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. I do not dare to aspire for a formal title, nor would I ever commit an act of utter rebellion. All I seek is... Her voice trembled increasingly. To serve His Highness for an extended period, that would suffice for my contentment. Yi Sui hastily assisted Bai Lingyin to her feet, offering her comfort. Why must you be so distressed? Am I not familiar with you? Yi Sui felt Secretary Liu's revelry and her own delight in the situation, alongside the complexities of Mao Dandan's reactions. Mao Dandan's perception of Bai Lingyin had improved to some extent, despite the latter's bitter struggles, fears, and unyielding determination. Mao Dandan appeared somewhat impatient, exclaiming, Enough. Enough. I am aware now. There is no need for further insinuations. Sima Liu. It was evident that Mao Dandan had bestowed this nickname upon Secretary Liu. Yi Sui, do take care. There are those who wish to stir up trouble involving you. Mao Dandan warned. Having just calmed Bai Lingyin, Yi Sui was momentarily at a loss for words. Why are there so many people eager to create chaos? Yi Sui lamented. Secretary Liu elucidated. It is because you possess great popularity. Naturally, they wish to capitalize on your influence. Yi Sui could no longer tolerate the situation of being merely a pawn in the ongoing frenzy of trends. She proposed, rather than passively responding. We ought to take the initiative. We must cultivate our personas. After our endeavors, we should elicit commendation from others. To deliver a resounding slap in the face, we must take decisive action. It matters not if one's physical constitution is lacking. I have technology at my disposal. Mao Dandan and Secretary Liu almost simultaneously devised strategies, their faces alight with interest. The administrative capital of the ancestral star, Beijing, still bore the monumental remnants of the Third War. Tianshang Renjian, an upscale banquet hall, was established on the periphery of these relics, initially intended to offer a warm welcome to returning humanity and provide them the opportunity to directly explore the remnants. Over time, it evolved into a trend where sumptuous delicacies were savored amidst the backdrop of historical sites. No military personnel from the Moon Palace accompanied them. Only Mao Dandan represented their interests. Meanwhile, on Earth, approximately several dozen pureblood humans awaited at Tianshang Renjian. According to Secretary Liu's records, there were roughly a few thousand permanent residents on Earth. Most of them indulged in a life of pleasure, while those with ulterior motives to create chaos around Yi Sui would naturally refrain from offering her a welcome. Secretary Liu first guided Yi Sui to meet those who had come to extend their greetings. The humans continued to adhere to an enigmatic principle. Despite the absence of alien species on the ancestral star, Being either humans or derived beings, they still secluded themselves in a private room. Mao Dandan, intent on crafting her persona, chose not to overly engage in such matters and instead focused on enjoying her meal at the dining table. Most of these individuals are merely curious, harboring no profound thoughts or desires regarding Yi Sui. After all, the political acumen of those who remain within the hinterlands of humanity is rather mediocre. They may possess commendable character or have delved into minor areas of expertise. Yet they represent an essential component of human society, particularly as humanity currently numbers only 1.6 billion. In times of scarcity, they can certainly step up. After all, every large family has its share of foolish offspring. With the presence of Secretary Liu, a person of considerable shrewdness, Yi Sui found her conversations with them to be quite harmonious, and there were even those among them who, in a moment of inspiration, offered their assistance should the need arise. At this moment, the fish has taken the bait. Ah, is this not the offspring of a courtesan, fortunate enough to attach herself to some esteemed individual, believing herself transformed from a mere hen into a golden phoenix? One individual, lacking both intelligence and emotional quotient, yet possessing commendable looks and figure, displayed an unmistakable expression of malice as she openly mocked and ridiculed Bai Lingyin, who stood alone, without a single companion to converse with. Bai Lingyin, a remarkably astute young woman, chose to respond with silent resistance, opting to ignore her provocations. Then, spurred on by her few superficial friends, this malicious individual erupted in fury. At this point, Bai Lingyin found herself at a loss, pondering internally, where is her sense? Observing her outburst, Bai Lingyin refrained from engaging in any argument and quickly distanced herself. The shrew, witnessing Bai Lingyin's momentary shock followed by her retreat, grew even bolder in her derision, hurling insults with the ferocity of a harpy. You wretched creature, what family or background do you have to stand among us? She is merely the daughter of a harlot, an outcast born of scandal, who has merely entangled herself with that esteemed gentleman. A benevolent soul, with the heart of a bodhisattva, extended a hand to her. Yet she remains ungrateful. What is the matter? Am I mistaken? Wasn't her mother merely a figure of entertainment? With her seductive charm, she managed to ensnare the second young master of the Su family. She surpasses even her mother-esque prowess, yet remains nothing more than a harlot. As she surveyed the surroundings, seeking any disapproving expressions, at that moment, Yi Sui, having been alerted to the commotion, arrived. Upon seeing Yi Sui, Bai Ling immediately burst into tears, whimpering as she did behind him. Ah, esteemed sir, your arrival is quite timely. This little paramour of yours is utterly ignorant of propriety. Allow me to impart some lessons on her behalf. The foolish wretch, intoxicated by her own insults, continued unabated, even feeling a sense of self-satisfaction after her tirade. To spare you the embarrassment of her presence, which would tarnish both your reputation and the shared dignity of your kind. The plastic friend who had previously fanned the flames now stood agape in shock. Not sisters, yet you possess such audacity? Yi Sui was truly incensed. His gaze fixed upon this arrogant and ignorant fool, this dimwit, who is treated as a mere pawn, and this group of individuals, who could easily grace the halls of a museum, showcasing the diversity of organic life. Yi Sui took a step forward, attuning himself to the world around him, employing both mind and heart, instilling a profound sense of fear and oppression among all present. What is your standing? And what is mine? With each word, his pace quickened, one hand pointing at her while the other seized a bottle of red wine, shattering it upon the ground. Then gesturing towards the area now littered with wine and shards of glass. You shall kneel and address me. The sound resonated powerfully, whether it was the noise itself, the shattered bottle, or her knees. Yi Sui's fury ignited the cowardice within that wretched woman, leaving her trembling with fear, her legs weakening beneath her. In that moment, she collapsed to the ground. The lavish, vibrant gown became stained with the spilled wine, while shards of glass pierced her knees, causing blood to flow. Humble tears cascaded down. Yi Sui turned away, choosing not to look at her, as if to depart, yet uttered softly, "Kneel." It was then that Wang Gongji arrived belatedly. Witnessing the chaos strewn about and the utterly disgraceful sight of the wretched woman kneeling on the ground, the mistress of the wretched woman finally arrived, her face clouded with displeasure. Upon seeing her master, the wretched woman crawled over like a dog, nearly wagging her tail in a desperate attempt to appease. Continue kneeling. The mistress regarded her with even greater disdain, utterly uninterested in her plight. Why could Yi Sui's by Lingyin withstand all pressure and humiliation, while my woman, Wang Gongji's, crumbled so quickly? He had not laid a hand on you, nor had he threatened you. It was merely a glance, a word of anger. He commanded you to kneel, and you obeyed. You represent my dignity. You are my woman, carrying my child. Even if that child is merely a bastard, your identity should not be so trivial. Nor should you bring my face down to the ground alongside yours. Would it be so difficult to utter, I cannot kneel because I am with child? I sought you out to stir trouble. Did I not expect the child within you to be a factor? Chapter 53. Set the stage, await the audience. For the protagonist shall make their entrance upon the faces of the onlookers. With an air of aggression, Wang Gongji recklessly pursued Yi Sui. Meanwhile, the group of miscreants from the bamboo grove, who had previously misled him, eagerly followed with mischievous grins, live-streaming their antics. They thrived on chaos, embodying a rebellious spirit that often clashed with authority. However, it cannot be said that the rebels are entirely devoid of merit. They do possess a few constructive suggestions. There exists a distinction between creative and destructive rebels. Yi Sui sensed Wang Gongji's fury and realized he was approaching. At the same time, the lookout, Mao Dandan, noticed the crowd behind her, live-streaming their mischief. These unruly rebels, of course, sought attention, deliberately adopting such antics to draw the spotlight. Their actions were merely a means to garner attention, regardless of their merit or sensibility. One must respect the diversity of human expression. Subsequently, both Yi Sui and Secretary Liu became aware of this unfolding situation. Secretary Liu promptly relayed the information to the Senate, inquiring with his friends. His friend replied that a live-streaming screen had been erected in the central square of the Senate, attracting a considerable crowd through extensive promotion. The Senate had chosen not to intervene in this matter. In that instant, Secretary Liu comprehended the underlying motives, much like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the lurking sparrow. With hunters poised with slingshots, each party had its own agenda. Without hesitation or contemplation, Secretary Liu delivered the intelligence to Yi Sui regarding the disruption of someone's carefully laid plans. Apologies, but Secretary Liu is acutely aware of her role as Yi Sui's secretary. At the Star Harbor on Amstar, she resolutely followed Yi Sui aboard, fully cognizant of her choice, retreating in disgrace to the Elder Council, thereby tarnishing her reputation. Is clearly not a fate Secretary Liu Yida would willingly embrace. Once a choice is made, hesitation must be cast aside. Loyalty is not absolute. Thus, it equates to outright disloyalty. Yi Sui, she remarked, the news from the Elder Council indicates they are live-streaming. It seems they intend to leverage this opportunity to gain fame at your expense. Yi Sui, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Are they truly resorting to such petty schemes? He retorted. Secretary Liu smiled awkwardly. After all, we have reached a consensus. Our actions shall remain within reasonable bounds. Ultimately, we are all human, and while we engage in some covert rivalries, the overarching goal of mutual benefit prevails. Receiving such an answer once more, Yi Sui chose not to dwell on it further and inquired, so, what should we do? In the cosmos, there exists a serpentine creature whose antennae can masquerade as insects. Secretary Liu communicated in code. Yi Sui chuckled knowingly, grasping her intent. If they seek to rise at my expense, then I shall elevate myself upon their faces. When Yi Sui led by Lingyin into the private room, he noticed that several had already departed. Presumably, they had received the news and preferred not to entangle themselves further. The remaining individuals were either ill-informed and completely unaware or simply drawn to the spectacle, reveling in the drama. Either they hold relevant ancestral duties or they must maintain a professional relationship with Yi Sui. Naturally, they cannot simply depart, as it would hinder future interactions. Mystery. What events have transpired outside? Some inquire knowingly, while each individual harbors their own thoughts, as everything becomes transparent before Yi Sui's discerning mind. Yi Sui senses that the mind's utility extends far beyond merely perceiving and manipulating emotions. He acknowledges that his current development is insufficient. The stage is set, the lights converge. And Yi Sui's gaze is piercing. He awaits the grand performance, uncertain of the audience's reaction. In the Divine Hall, the Senate, and the Central Plaza, the number of humans gathering in the Senate has surged, reaching approximately 800 million. The Ziwei Star Domain has entered a state of heightened security alert. The 7 stars of the White Tiger and the 7 stars of the Black Tortoise have also dispatched military forces to assist in local patrols. The Northern Dipper Guard stands ready for action. Meanwhile, the The populace in the central plaza appears oblivious to the impending storm. They have gathered, beckoned by one another, to witness a spectacle purportedly aimed at unveiling the true nature of the renowned Isui. Within the office building, others are also tuning in through various means, all concerned with the happenings on their ancestral planet. This evidently reflects a specific manifestation of factional struggle. Although it appears as though the rebels are in control, the Chaos faction operates behind the scenes. The conciliatory faction welcomes the turmoil and stirs the pot within the Senate. Meanwhile, the hardliners, such as Gu Ruoqing and Kuang Jingtong, exchange knowing glances and smiles at the unfolding scene. Recently, Isui's remarks, particularly his viewpoints during the debate with Wei Lia, have reached the Senate, albeit under a conscious control that has prevented their widespread dissemination. At that moment, Isui evidently shared more common ground with the hardliners, and the integration of this emerging political force into the hardline faction became the prevailing sentiment within the group. Meanwhile, as they prepared to attack Isui, the hardliners rallied to protect him, ensuring his deep gratitude. This alignment of ideologies could forge a bond of camaraderie. The hardliners, calculating in their approach, awaited the opportune moment to intervene. In contrast, the leaders of the centrist committee, Mok, the head of the logistics committee, Dong Saishi, the head of the military committee, and Han Chang remained steadfastly in their positions, grappling with the dilemma of whether to intervene or to allow events to unfold naturally. The resignation of the centrist elder Yuan Peiji, due to the Amstar incident, had significantly weakened their faction. While the populace had not expressed intentions of accountability, it did not imply their ignorance. The silent masses might feign ignorance for the sake of unity, yet their awareness is as clear as day. Some matters, once acted upon, cannot be undone. It is best they remain unaware. Otherwise, should they cease their pretense, they may resort to drastic measures. That individual who led the 7th, 8th, and 9th interstellar expeditions, only to be ultimately vanquished by the silent populace and beheaded, certainly possesses a significant voice. Should Isui take the stage to disclose the truth, Yuan Peiji would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the unruly mob, calling for his execution by vote. Thus, Yuan Peiji, who once rose to the occasion a millennium ago during the 12th interstellar expedition's dire straits, transforming into a hero of humanity, would once again be condemned to death by the collective decision of his fellow beings after nearly 1,000 years. His reputation would be utterly tarnished, rendering him a criminal. Yuan Peiji was at home, watching the live broadcast, while Ariel was absent from the council. The current acting chief, Gong Kai, was in his office, wearied and mechanically stamping documents. He did not even glance up but insisted that all files must first pass through the organization, logistics, and military committees before being presented to him. In the meantime, he muttered to himself, "Why can't we install an automatic stamping machine in the chief's office?" Humanity is indeed conservative regarding the application of cutting-edge technology. Chapter 54. Disrespecting ancestors, uttering hubris, and being slapped. The stage in the private box was set, and Isui found a chair for Bai Lingyin to sit. The audience had taken their seats. The grand performance was about to begin, and the actors were invited to take the stage. The first to appear was the antagonist, Wang Gang. His cerebral folds were fewer than those of his scrotum. With a robust yet uncoordinated physique, he was a hulking figure, yet bore the visage of a snake's spirit. He emitted a buzzing, muffled sound as he stormed in, exuding an aura of aggression. Who is Isui? Step forward. He certainly knew who Isui was. This was merely a tactic to seize the initiative. The once boisterous private box fell silent in an instant due to his intrusion. The heart and mind of Isui were keenly attuned to the emotional fluctuations of those around. It seemed that a jovial disposition predominated among the crowd, though there were indeed some earnest individuals who found the provocateurs rather irksome. This indicated that while the bystanders might not lend their assistance, they would at least refrain from taking sides. Meanwhile, the so-called elite outside should have possessed the discernment to keep their distance. The few individuals from the initial bamboo grove, who had not attended the welcoming banquet yet sought to stir trouble, had set up an elaborate live-streaming apparatus, with 360-degree coverage and comprehensive Dolby audio. They ensured the highest level of interstellar thermal ground state photon signal transmission, guaranteeing simultaneous and three-dimensional refractive reproduction. Fortunately, no border wall existed between the first frontier and the hinterland. Otherwise, such synchronization would have been unattainable. They reveled in a sense of schadenfreude, even experiencing a hint of delight and merriment. In contrast, Wang Gang was engulfed in fury, resentment, and apprehension. with the latter feeling giving rise to an undercurrent of fear within him. He had yet to encounter the instigator, yet he had already succumbed to trepidation. How could a confrontation possibly arise under such circumstances? Yisui paid him no mind, engrossed in conversation with Secretary Liu. Yisui's physical condition was rather poor. He was ill-suited for combat. Despite his adeptness at emotional manipulation, he could not alter the thoughts of others. Secretary Liu presented Yisui with a pair of gloves, crafted from a unique material that he did not specify. The gloves were of exceptional quality and density, yet displayed commendable flexibility, with gravitational directional alterations implemented at the fingertips. Additionally, a compact, concealed gravitational directional alteration device was affixed to Yisui's attire. Through this equipment, the direction of the glove's movement can be altered, enabling one to deliver a punch with an astonishing force of over 10,000 pounds. Such immense power, in the interstellar era a millennium hence, would necessitate human beings to undergo genetic modifications and enhancements, as achieving this feat without external aids would be implausible. However, the stability of human genes poses a significant barrier to the acceptance of such alterations. Even if someone were to embrace various forms of enhancement, they would certainly not be seen languishing on their home planet. A force of 10,000 pounds is more than sufficient to contend with Wang Gongji. Moreover, it remains inconspicuous. To outsiders, Yisui merely appears to be donning a glove. Although onlookers may suspect the glove's peculiarity, they would simply regard Yisui as astute and well-prepared, without diminishing his expressive prowess in the unfolding narrative. As the crowd observed Yisui's indifference towards Wang Gongji, it seemed they shared an unspoken understanding, continuing their own conversations. The once menacing Wang Gongji, who had stormed in with great bravado, suddenly found himself devoid of any attention. The cold shoulder treatment incited his indignation, prompting him to charge directly at Yisui. In cinematic portrayals of the conflict between protagonists and antagonists, it is essential to imbue the villain with a sufficient degree of menace. This approach heightens the audience's anticipation for the protagonist's eventual triumph over the antagonist. Conversely, even if one recognizes the villain as a mere fool, they must not be depicted as excessively inept. Otherwise, viewers may perceive the protagonist's victory as a foregone conclusion, devoid of suspense. Yisui, the esteemed director, meticulously constructs the scene in his mind, mentally simulating the dynamics within the venue. Although Wang Gongji's initial entrance diminished his imposing presence, he still exudes a formidable aura in the eyes of the ordinary citizens of the Senate. Wang Gongji rushed towards Yisui like a wild beast, his muscles quivering with intensity, his expression fierce, mouth agape as if to devour. Yisui, however, chose not to regard him. Instinctively, he sensed the impending collision. With an air of disdain and composure, he neither acknowledged nor evaded Wang, a gesture that Wang interpreted as an affront, further unraveling his emotions. In the eyes of the onlookers from the council, this was perceived as a hallmark of the truly powerful, an unwavering steadiness, calmness, and contempt for the weak. As Wang Gongji hurtled towards Yisui, the latter, prepared and poised, executed an impeccable sidestep, evading the charge with elegance. Wang, unable to halt his momentum, crashed headlong into the dining table. Yisui emerged unscathed, raising his glass in salute to the audience before downing its contents in one fluid motion. Graceful, invincible, the onlookers could hardly contain their excitement. Although Yisui's maneuver may not have been particularly challenging in the interstellar era, it was widely recognized that he had neither undergone genetic modification nor physical enhancement. In fact, he had recently awakened from a prolonged slumber. Hence, the spectators admired Yisui's formidable mental fortitude and his commanding control over the unfolding conflict. His unruffled demeanor was a testament to his self-assurance in his own capabilities, perfectly embodying the attributes of a strong, calm, and confident leader adept at navigating tumultuous situations. Once such thoughts took root, they became indelible. Throughout the entire episode, it was only Wang Gongji who emerged as the fool, utterly unable to halt his descent into folly. Wang Gang is not a true clown. Rather, Yisui utilizes psychological manipulation to influence his emotions, thus achieving the desired effect on his cerebellar control. Consequently, while Wang Gang could have halted his actions, Yisui did not afford him the opportunity to do so. Outside, a group of rebellious photographers silently cursed Wang Gang's ineptitude, while the mastermind masquerading as a chaotic rebel was acutely aware of the situation. He understood that Yisui had already perceived the unfolding events and had made ample preparations. The plan was likely to falter. Meanwhile, Secretary Liu assisted Yi Sui in connecting with numerous individuals known within the Elder Council. They mingled among the crowd, creating momentum for Yi Sui and steering public opinion. During their campaign, they unexpectedly encountered rival factions. The rebellious group was also attempting to suppress Yi Sui and manipulate the narrative. The silent masses were well aware of this, yet they were indifferent to the process. They sought only a result. They cared not for affiliations, political views, or ideologies. They yearned for change and a future that could be offered to them. Wang Gang, realizing he had lost face, stood up, disregarding the vegetable leaves on his expensive attire, and pointed accusingly at Yi Sui. "I curse you." In response, Yi Sui swiftly delivered a slap. Disrespecting one's ancestors and speaking insolently warrants punishment. Yi Sui added, his tone reminiscent of reprimanding a naughty child. Indeed, Yi Sui's physical form had existed for nearly 9,800 years. By extension, he could be considered an ancestor of Wang Gang. Yi Sui's mother, Mo Sui, could very well be a close sister of one of Wang Gang's forebears, thus establishing a familial connection. How could this be erroneous? Do you truly believe that Yi Sui is deliberately taking advantage of Wang Gang? Even if he were, Yi Sui would still be considered an ancestor of Wang Gang. This sentiment was fervently discussed among the citizens of the Senate. Chapter 55, Crushing Your Face to Announce My Arrival. With a punch weighing 10,000 pounds. Though the area of contact may be extensive, a single slap upon Wang Gang's face would undoubtedly shatter his facial bones. Wang Gang's visage crumpled by half, collapsing in a most literal sense. He staggered to his feet, the fear in his eyes intensifying. Deep down, he regretted embroiling himself in this tumult. Yet, he felt the weight of every gaze fixed upon him, mocking him, except for Yi Sui, who paid him no mind whatsoever. The most profound disdain manifested simply as indifference. Wang Gang, though defeated and ineffectual, accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence, was a complete failure thriving on the privileges of humanity. However, he was unwilling to endure such humiliation. He still aspired to navigate the realm of his ancestral star. Having lost all face, no one would offer him respect again. Wang Gang glared at Yi Sui, bracing himself against his shattered jaw. The foul words were caught at the precipice of his lips, unable to escape. The reason was neither a recollection of childhood teachings nor a sudden surge in moral fortitude. Rather, it was Yi Sui's hand, once more raised. Once again, Wang Gang faltered. Indeed, Yi Sui's intellect was manipulating his emotions, yet the mind is not a mere instrument of consciousness alteration nor a hypnotic control device. The heart and mind merely amplify or diminish the emotions within oneself, invariably departing from the realm of personal feelings. For instance, Secretary Liu, who inherently harbors no fear of Yi Sui, nonetheless finds himself momentarily gripped by terror through Yi Sui's cunning manipulation. That fleeting moment nearly obliterated his illustrious reputation. Such an experience undoubtedly sows seeds of doubt, allowing him to recognize Yi Sui's capabilities. In stark contrast, Wang Gang's emotions resemble a marionette in the presence of Yi Sui. He can weep at a whim or laugh on command. Yet, presently, emotions of timidity, weakness, and a desire to flee dominate Wang Gang's psyche. Yi Sui is taken aback, questioning how such ineptitude could exist. Is this the caliber of humankind amidst the stars? Was it not said that humans receive the pinnacle of education from childhood? Have they truly been molded into this? The head of the Basic Education Committee. You ought to face the gallows. Millions are tuning in to the live broadcast from the Hall of Gods and the Senate. With nearly 10 million gathered in the central square alone, those rebellious factions are grinning from ear to ear. This spectacle surpasses even their previous act of demolishing the Senate to garner attention. Meanwhile, Justin, the mastermind behind the chaotic faction, wears a smug expression, silently mocking the foolish crowd. These rebels are mere jesters, deluded into believing they are unappreciated and marginalized, oblivious to their own political naivety. Yi Sui, the illustrious director, feels a surge of panic. What to do when the actor refuses to cooperate? He hastily endeavors to recalibrate the actor's emotions, straining to suppress his fear to a minimum, while continuously inflating feelings of rage, humiliation, and pride. You must be enraged. You must charge at him. You must prove that you are not a mere wastrel. Yi Sui suddenly discovered another application of listening to all things, the seductive voice. It is far more effective when combined with the mind and heart. Wang Gangji, what are you waiting for? Act decisively. Yi Sui relentlessly urged him, utilizing the skill of listening to all things. Wang Gangji clenched his fists tightly, tears welling in his eyes, gritting his teeth in a visage of pent-up frustration. This astonished Yisui. You stormed in with such bravado, yet it seems I am the one bullying you? Were you not the one who initially oppressed the weak? Just as Yisui lost interest in tormenting him further and prepared to swiftly kick him away, Wang Gongji found himself stirred into a tumult of emotions. Yet he could not summon the will to retaliate against Yisui, as those present believed the farce would conclude in a whimper. With Wang Gongji's absolute humiliation marking the end, the members of the council lamented his pitiable state, deeming him utterly ineffectual. At that moment, a prominent figure boldly emerged to criticize the Basic Education Committee. What kind of education is this? If the next generation consists of such spoiled youths, what future awaits us? The fundamental education system must undergo reform. Others began to echo this sentiment, gradually stirring a greater resonance among the crowd. As the situation reached a stalemate, the rebels and Justin had no choice but to intervene early, personally confronting Yisui to keep the drama alive. Meanwhile, Yisui's influence waned as Wang Gongji regained some control over his emotions. Everyone assumed it was time for a change in the antagonists, heralding the onset of a new performance that promised to deliver extraordinary spectacles. Wang Gang gazed fiercely in a certain direction, his teeth clenched in rage, his entire body trembling with pent-up fury, muscles taut with anticipation. At this moment, Bai Lingyin dared to cautiously peek out, eager to discover what had transpired and whether Yisui had sustained any injuries. However, it was precisely this innocent little head that incited Wang Gang's fury, a target for his accumulated humiliation and frustration. He attributed all the insults he had endured to Bai Lingyin, who had become the object of his intense loathing. Wang Gang believed that if Bai Lingyin did not instigate a confrontation with his 13th concubine, could he possibly engage in conflict with Yisui? It was indeed Wang Gang who had orchestrated the encounter between his concubine and Bai Lingyin, hoping for a confrontation. His concubine had humiliated herself, reduced to kneeling on the ground after being startled into submission by a single remark from Yisui. Thus, he sought out Yisui, eager to provoke trouble and avenge his own humiliation. Was it not all Bai Lingyin's fault, this lowly woman of humble origins? Yisui had compelled his pregnant woman to kneel and bow before her. Wang Gang demanded the same of her companion, believing that only then could they be even. Yet, what if someone questioned him? Was it not you who first sent someone to harass Bai Ling? Is the blame not yours? How would Wang Gang respond? He would likely retort without a hint of shame, even justifying his actions with a sense of entitlement. What of it? I detest her. What is wrong with sending someone to deal with the daughter of a whore? Does she even count as a human being? If I were to end her life, what difference would it make? With such a mindset, the enraged Wang Gongji accelerated forward, reaching out to seize Bai Lingyin. Bai Lingyin merely stared in a daze at this unfolding scene, helplessly raising her fair, delicate arm to endure the impending blow. She was even too frightened to brace herself, fearing that any mutual force might cause Wang Gongji pain. How Yisui managed to handle Wang Gongji was a matter entirely within human affairs. Even if one were to inflict permanent harm, it was a private matter among humans, deliberated behind closed doors. Most would elevate their grievances only to gently set them down. What was Bai Lingyin's background? What authority did she possess? Even if she were at fault in myriad ways, what difference did it make? She simply had to endure in silence. Yisui was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a cowardly individual would dare to strike so fiercely against the vulnerable. It truly echoed the adage, the timid, in their fury, lash out at those even weaker. Humanity has always reveled in challenging the strong. But what of the ability to expel those who bully the weak? Moreover, Yisui's own reflexes and speed were woefully inadequate. He was far too late to rescue Bai Lingyin. Seeing that Yisui did not immediately intervene, Wang Gongji transitioned from claws to fists, aiming a brutal punch directly at Bai Lingyin's exquisite and beautiful face. This blow was aimed at disfigurement. At that critical moment, with urgency palpable in the air, Mao Dandan, who was observing the scene from a short distance, suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, she delivered a powerful kick that sent Wang Gongji hurtling through the air. Unlike the worthless Wang Gongji, Mao Dandan showed no mercy. Her kick would undoubtedly fracture several of his ribs. In a fit of wrath, Yisui unleashed a formidable mental pressure that surged toward Wang Gongji. Rushing forward, I delivered a series of fierce kicks, enough to leave my foot aching. Lowering myself, I seized Wang Gongji and hoisted him up. My raised hand was poised to shatter his jawbone. At that moment, someone grasped Yisui's hand. Suddenly, an individual dashed towards us. directly seizing Isue's hand that was ready to strike. Isue sensed the impending threat, released Wang Gangji's hand, and he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. In a swift motion, Isue retaliated with a resounding slap to the face of the assailant, sending him staggering backward until he fell to the floor. Throughout this entire ordeal, Isue's mind was acutely attuned to his reactions, executing each movement almost in perfect synchrony. It was as though Isue had been anticipating this moment, waiting for someone to approach in order to receive his slap. The intention was to humiliate them, to strip them of their dignity, rendering them social pariahs. Is it not their desire to seek the spotlight, to bask in attention? Let them become the laughingstock among humanity. Isue stepped forward, coldly admonishing, "If you lack shame, I shall grind your face into the ground," thus declaring my grand entrance. Chapter 56. The Outburst. Our purpose here is to eradicate injustice for humanity. Justin entered the private room, and their eyes remained fixed on Isue, as if in this world, only Isue merited their regard. Wang Gangji lay on the ground like a defeated dog, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He realized he could no longer survive on his ancestral planet, his meager reputation obliterated in an instant. Those who once sought his protection, offering him various rare treasures and women from numerous families and foreign tribes, would soon understand that his status had plummeted drastically. The rebellious member A, who had been struck and sent flying, was not significantly harmed. His physical prowess and genetic enhancements undoubtedly surpassed those of Wang Gangji. However, he found himself in a state of confusion, having observed the situation intently for an extended period. It was evident that Isue's speed and reflexes were not particularly remarkable. Even if Isue had prepared in advance, A believed he could have effortlessly evaded the attack. Why then was he unable to avoid it in that moment? At that juncture, applause erupted. A commendable display. Justin led a group towards them. Isue recognized that the true antagonists had finally made their entrance and regarded them with evident displeasure. What was their intent? Seizing the initiative, Isue was the first to inquire. To eradicate injustice on behalf of humanity. The rebels responded in unison. Isue's brow furrowed momentarily. He sensed that they intended to exploit this situation. Consequently, he swiftly transmitted a message to Maedandan. "Help me take Bai Lingyin away, quickly." Upon hearing this, Maedandan immediately took hold of Bai Lingyin, preparing to depart. However, some individuals had already encircled them. At this point, Maedandan could no longer maintain her facade. Her pretense had become widely recognized as disingenuous. Just as Maedandan was about to force her way through, Justin interjected. "Mr. Isue, did you just instruct Wang Gangji's female companion to kneel before you?" Naturally, Isue had no intention of engaging in such trivial discourse with them. Aware that Isue would not comply, Justin continued unabashedly. "Mr. Isue commanded the female companion of Mr. Wang Gangji, who was expecting, to kneel, correct? It was indeed Wang Gangji's female friend who first provoked your companion, Ms. Bai Lingyin. However, that merely represents the conflict between them. If two women were to engage in a quarrel, must we invariably intervene? We find ourselves entangled in an abundance of domestic disputes, do we not? Most individuals present in the private room possess artificial beings, descendants, and otherworldly romantic interests. Even if they align with Justin, none would dare to speak out indiscriminately. Justin endeavored to moderate the emotions and opinions of the crowd, yet he discovered that the rhetoric and skills he had once mastered were now exceedingly challenging to apply. The emotions of today's populace are peculiarly distorted, morphing into a complexity that eludes Justin's comprehension, regardless of the rights and wrongs between them, or the extent to which they tear each other apart. Such matters should not escalate to a conflict between humanity. Wang Gangji was incensed due to Mr. Isue's intervention. And while it is true he acted first, setting that aside, does Mr. Isue bear no fault at all? Isue remained silent, yet internally echoed the classic adage. This phrase, uttered by Justin amidst the chaos, inadvertently caused the audience to furrow their brows. Isue retorted, "If you dismiss this, then what is there to discuss regarding right or wrong? She bullied me, and I cannot abide it. Thus she should kneel before me. Surely, that is clear." Justin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Mr. Isue, she is merely a derivative, an artificial creation. If you find her intolerable, she ought to kneel before you, and your actions against her are inconsequential." After devising this trap for a considerable time, Justin could not help but feel a surge of delight, reveling in his cunning. Yet, if Mr. Wang Gangji desires your female companion, Bai Lingyin, to kneel before him, should that not also be deemed reasonable? Yet you are destined to strike Mr. Wang Gongji as fiercely as today. Is this not a form of injustice? Yisui remained silent, his expression exceedingly grim, and the prior premonition had indeed come to fruition. Upon hearing these words, Bai Lingyin feared that she had embroiled Yisui in trouble, and feelings of worry and guilt surged within her. Could it be that Mr. Yisui disapproves? That he does not support? May I inquire, how can Mr. Yisui compel a mother, who bears a child with half-human lineage, to kneel, yet Mr. Wang Gongji is permitted to make a woman of derivative origin kneel before Yisui? I ask you all, is this not a manifestation of inequity? Justin circled the arena, countering with questions, subtly influencing the elders present, insinuating that derivatives are not humans, and that there exists an inherent and insurmountable hierarchical disparity. This is the consensus of humanity. Justin nearly positioned Yisui in opposition to everyone else. Yisui recalled a phrase once imparted by the AI girl, Yimeng, when the authorities of two individuals conflict. The resolution is determined by the magnitude of their respective powers. I shall not allow Bai Lingyin to kneel before anyone. She is my beloved. Even if she were an object, I would not permit anyone to tarnish her. When the desires and powers of two individuals clash, we must adjudicate according to the hierarchy of authority. Fortuitously, my authority is sufficiently high, allowing me to safeguard that which I cherish. As for Wang Gongji, I can only hope for his improvement. Otherwise, he shall command no respect. In a casual yet eloquent manner, Yisui articulates the subtle transformation of conflicts from the collective to the individual, skillfully framing personal grievances as a form of education. The emphasis on authority reverberates through his words, igniting a palpable anger in Justin, who perceives authority as merely a testament to one's longevity. In this moment of confrontation, Justin asserts the inherent equality of all individuals, questioning the legitimacy of those who, upon their arrival, effortlessly ascend to prominence, garnering attention, adulation, and power, while others languish in silence, their indignation rendered voiceless. He recognizes the paradox. While they are accused of seeking pleasure and being ineffectual, is it truly a lack of ambition that plagues the silent majority? Do they lack the courage and spirit to sacrifice for humanity? Do they wish to be deemed unworthy descendants of their ancestors? Justin's fervent cries reflect his appreciation for the rare opportunity to stand before billions, compelling him to project an image of capability. It is the elder generation, clinging to their positions through mere seniority, who obstruct the path for the new generation. With unyielding resolve, Justin directs his ire towards the Senate, targeting the remnants of a bygone era that have long held actual power. His intent is unmistakable, akin to the dance of swords meant for a greater purpose. Chapter 57. You are indeed a coward. I cannot be blamed for seizing your positions. It was precisely the turmoil instigated by Yisui that precipitated the Amstar incident, resulting in Yuan Pei's downfall and severely wounding the centrists. The hardliners, eager to exploit the opportunities presented by Yisui, sought to instigate a large-scale war abroad. In a desperate bid to preserve Yuan Pei and the survival of their faction, the centrists aligned themselves with the hardliners. Thus commenced a retaliatory war that would ensnare countless beings across myriad star realms. The vacuum of supreme power, the chaos within the upper echelons of the Senate, and the inaction of the interim chief, Gong Kai, who indulged in pleasure, all contributed to the upheaval. Various political misfits, including the conciliatory, the rebellious, and the chaotic factions, keenly sensed the opportunity. Like wolves catching the scent of blood, they surged forward with frenzied unity. Yisui had already become ensnared in the eye of the storm. At that moment, he found himself bereft of options. The notion of retreating to avoid disaster or the refusal to engage was nothing but a delusion. Yet, you think you are manipulating whom? This is of your own making. Justin, under the spotlight, unleashed his rhetoric, unabashedly inciting chaos and provoking conflict. The entrenched beneficiaries within the Senate, comfortably ensconced in their offices, wore expressions of indifference, their faces frozen in disdain. Meanwhile, the broader silent populace remained voiceless, their silence unwavering as always. The dissenters incessantly stirred the pot, attempting to incite public outrage. Hurry, be angry, just as you would slay a usurper, overthrow the Senate. Yisui listened in silence, his countenance growing grave and impassive as he retracted his emotions, transforming himself into a mere machine of pure calculation. The emotions that linger are all for this live performance. And then, Yisui's cold retort echoed. This phrase, and then, truly articulated the silent cries of the populace. You express an avalanche of discontent, denouncing the myriad shadows of society. And then, Justin was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? And then, are you inquiring of me? Isui advanced, pressing closer, seizing control. I ask you, what comes after your outburst? What do you intend to do? What can you change? Isui posed 3 questions in succession, deftly maintaining the rhythm in his hands. Simultaneously, he harnessed his intellect and emotion, allowing his feelings to grow obstinate and defiant, compelling him to confront the issues at hand. Isui was also attuned to the world around him, as whispers of thoughts echoed in his ears, perpetually cycling through this inquiry. He sensed he was on the threshold of a new realm of capability. Meanwhile, Justin pondered the question, and then? You can incite him to stir the pot and create chaos. He excels at that. Yet, when it comes to taking tangible action, what can he truly accomplish? Certainly, Justin is equipped with a plethora of platitudes to utter. However, he is Justin, a proponent of chaos, who fundamentally disbelieves in the doctrines of the rebellious faction, let alone the scripted rhetoric they concoct. He cannot voice the principles of the chaotic faction either, leaving him in a state of paralysis. Isui was not inclined to grant Justin endless time for contemplation. He pressed on with renewed vigor. Let my reputation be tarnished. Let the so-called old fossils in the Senate step down. And then what? How will you govern the Great Xia Alliance? How will you safeguard human interests? How should one address the relentless ambitions of an unyielding race? And how to contend with the rising aspirations of the derivatives? Justin, finally grasping the situation, attempted to shift the conversation under the scrutiny of Isui's actions. He began to articulate, "We must change," but was swiftly interrupted by Isui, who exclaimed, "Very well. Let us momentarily set aside those matters, for they are still far removed from you. Instead, I ask you, how do you intend to dismantle the Senate?" Isui posed what seemed to be a question that required no inquiry at all. This query left Justin bewildered, truly confounded by his own thoughts. In his mind, the solution was merely to oust them through the electoral process. Did you envision achieving this through legitimate elections? Or would you resort to more violent or less overtly violent means to seize control of the Senate? Such audacity. Isui's words were nothing short of astonishing. The Senate is a vital institution, serving as the cornerstone of human governance within the Great Xia Alliance. It embodies millennia of political consensus and wisdom. Yet, the Senate is not an organization authorized by the united human race, nor is it a legitimate entity of the Great Xia Alliance. Ultimately, the Senate is merely a construct that humanity has forged beyond its confines, relying on the amalgamation and exercise of collective authority. Therefore, what prevents humanity from overthrowing the Senate? Within the Senate, countless silent citizens are constrained by their limited perspectives. They have acquiesced to the Senate's governance for thousands of years. They have grown accustomed to resolving all matters through discussion, argument, compromise, and resolution since the establishment of the Senate during the 5th Interstellar Grand Expedition, with their only notable deviation being, at the Resolution Assembly, the tyrant was ruthlessly slain. Seizing the moment when Justin's worldview momentarily faltered, Isui continued, "If we were to engage in a proper election, we would have lost count of how many times it has occurred. Can you truly compete with them? The issues you criticize are not confined to just the past year or two. They span thousands of years. Have the people ever truly recognized the problem?" The populace of the Senate remained silent, the lofty elites unconsciously gazing down upon them, pondering, have they truly come to understand? Why have you never won an election? Justin, in a desperate bid, began to ramble incoherently. It is because those aged and decrepit individuals undermine education, prioritize personal prestige, and manipulate elections. How could we ever prevail against them? Isui astutely discerned the flaws in Justin's argument. His rhetoric was far too insubstantial and overly broad in its assault. Why not ask the people if they feel they have been brainwashed, manipulated? Or do you believe that the citizens of a millennium hence are merely a rabble? Never position yourself in opposition to the populace. Never deny their agency, even if you are correct. Furthermore, you may be so ensnared in the whirlpool that your vision is clouded, yet the eyes of the vast populace remain clear and discerning. Unfortunate for Justin, he had unwittingly tread upon a minefield. Frankly, Justin's personal qualities were sufficiently robust. He possessed a coherent and logical thought process. Since Isui had absorbed a considerable amount of ethereal energy from Velia, both his cognitive and mental faculties had been enhanced, and he was eager to explore new avenues. The people have made their choice. Perhaps the truth resides in the hands of a select few. Isui, embodying the essence of a victor, wore a disdainful expression as he casually turned to leave, subtly uttering, "But are you truly this cowardly? That is why you have lost." Justin, consumed by humiliation and confusion, grappled with his thoughts, contemplating whether or not to act, until he witnessed Yi Sui's nonchalant departure. This was not merely a derision of the rebellious ideology, which Justin remained indifferent to. Rather, it was a profound disdain directed at him personally, particularly as he recognized his own lackluster performance. Justin yearned to prove his mettle. Thus, he withdrew a meticulously prepared particle beam pistol from his pocket. He aimed it at Yi Sui's head, eagerly anticipating a display of fear, remorse, and anguish upon Yi Sui's visage. Yet, in an instant, he was met with a gaze from Yi Sui that bore a hint of indulgence, reminiscent of a child allowed to squirt water at his father during a moment of playful leniency, an expression of affection and mercy, a silent plea to refrain from further mistakes. At that moment, Secretary Liu gasped in shock, ready to intervene. Yi Sui shook his head, his mind grasping Justin's emotions. He harbored no murderous intent, nor any psychological preparation to take a life. The gun was merely a tool to assert dominance. Calmly, Yi Sui called out to the crowd, who were poised to prevent a tragedy. He had no intention of firing. Yi Sui turned and slowly approached Justin, intensifying the latter's panic as he gripped the weapon. Everyone watched as Yi Sui, with an unruffled expression, pressed his forehead against the muzzle of the gun. "Hand me the gun." It was uttered with the same calmness and nonchalance as an adult taking a toy from a child. Beads of sweat formed on Justin's forehead, his body trembled, utterly devoid of any resistance as Yi Sui seized the weapon from him. As Yi Sui turned to leave, he delivered a final blow, taunting, "You truly are a coward. You cannot blame me for usurping your position." Chapter 58. Do not terrify others. He cannot be a usurper. The room was filled with shock, and Justin's face fell, his expression one of disbelief. In an instant, his hands began to shake violently, his body quaked involuntarily, and foam started to spill from the corners of his mouth. It was as if he were afflicted by a chronic illness, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a fit. This was merely an act, a fade of illness to evade the impending ridicule and social demise. Yi Sui, with an acute awareness, perceived all of this, including the fluctuations of Justin's emotions, intense anger, loathing, soon suppressed by Yi Sui's influence, followed by frustration and ultimately, submission. At the same time, he magnified the anxiety, embarrassment, and despair within Justin. This manipulation rendered Justin even more bereft of the courage to resist. How to strike this delicate balance, to attune oneself to the essence of all things, so that Justin would believe these thoughts originated from within him, while remaining undetected, is a critical operational challenge. Yi Sui, still a novice in this realm, gleaned this insight during his encounters with Walia. The jester, Justin, fancied himself clever in feigning madness, oblivious to the fact that it was Yi Sui orchestrating the entire scenario. Moreover, with a mind as unyielding as dandruff, one might ponder how humanity, a millennium hence, could still fall prey to such folly. It must be said, however, that Justin remains excessively academic, utterly devoid of the capacity to adapt to changing circumstances. It is often said that feigning illness is an ineffective tactic, yet it can be quite bothersome to consider the ailments one might adopt in this modern age. One should not take the historical examples from textbooks, where ancient figures cleverly pretended to suffer from epilepsy to escape perilous situations, as a legitimate justification to mimic such afflictions in reality. Certainly, if Justin were in a sound state of mind, he would not fall prey to such foolishness, as his intellectual pedigree suggests. However, the burdens he currently bears are indeed overwhelming. On the other hand, we have Wang Gang, who, with multiple fractures sustained from a brutal kick by Mao Dandan, finds himself truly writhing on the ground in pain, yet dares not utter a sound. He understands that at present, everyone is mocking Justin, the newly minted fool, while forgetting about him, the former jester, who cannot afford to draw attention to himself at this juncture. As Yi Sui's pretense reaches its apex, tales of his ostentatious displays are bound to circulate among the esteemed elders within and beyond the hallowed halls of the interstellar Senate. The persona he has meticulously crafted, cold, confident, composed, and formidable, should resonate deeply within the hearts of the populace. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yi Sui, accompanied by Ling Yin, gradually departs from the scene. Typically, a protagonist's exit is not without its trials, as the spectacle must maintain its dramatic flair. Yi Sui senses that someone is poised to make their move. He remains ever ready to raise his hand, and deliver another resounding slap. The spectators of the Senate, watching the live broadcast, are left utterly speechless by the unfolding scene. It is as if they have collectively succumbed to a shared reverie, rendering them unable to awaken from this stupor for a considerable time. Even the rebels widened their eyes, momentarily forgetting their propaganda, while the hardliners remained frozen, unable to initiate any actions. Those members of various committees, ensconced in their offices, were enveloped in silence and foreboding clouds. Yisui had been waiting, yearning for someone to emerge and provide him with a remarkable revelation. The atmosphere was so hushed that in the expansive private room, the only sound echoing was the rhythmic cadence of Yisui's footsteps upon the floor. Even the sound of breathing seemed almost imperceptible, until Yisui, accompanied by Lingyin, exited the chamber. The magnetic wooden door clicked shut softly, shattering the stillness. Only then did the people dare to inhale deeply and cast anxious glances at one another. It remains unclear who first murmured or shouted aloud. In any case, humanity was in desperate need of someone to break the impasse, to utter that name. Surely someone spoke it. He declared, "It is the usurper. The usurper." A chorus of screams erupted. Then, as if a kettle had boiled over, waves of shouts and clamor filled the air. Amidst the uproar, doubts and arguments flared among the crowd. Had the usurper truly returned? Rational voices trembled as they asserted, "It merely resembles him. Do not speak recklessly." Yet, others interjected with clarity. That demeanor, those gestures, that bearing, truly domineering, formidable, an unparalleled sense of control and strength. It aligns perfectly with our perception and memory of the usurper. He is not, in fact, the usurper. He could never be a usurper. He simply cannot be a usurper. Gradually, a sense of calmness spread through the crowd as they came to the realization that Yisui was not a usurper. Rather, his earlier actions had been somewhat exaggerated, almost as if to restore the image of a usurper. As for the notion of a usurper being resurrected in Yisui, my friends, this is far from amusing. Indeed, it is truly not humorous. It was only after Yisui and Bai Lingyin departed that Secretary Liu and Mao Dandan awakened from the spectacle they had just witnessed. At that moment, Secretary Liu gritted his teeth, pressed his lips together, and sprinted out in pursuit. Mao Dandan, witnessing Secretary Liu's abrupt departure, instinctively attempted to call out to him, but he paid her no heed as he dashed outside. Instinctively, she began to follow him, only to suddenly halt in her tracks. There she stood, frozen in place. She could not help but glance around, ultimately turning back to look. It was as if Mao Dandan was gazing upon the former version of herself who had made choices in that very moment. At this instant, it felt akin to her childhood, standing before the grand entrance of the Senate's Assembly Hall, summoned to testify against her father's guilt. Yet now, Mao Dandan once again faced that very choice from the past. Ultimately, after contemplating everything, Mao Dandan chose not to pursue further, remaining steadfast in her position. After all, Mao Dandan held a significant role. She was a military officer, entirely justified in abstaining from political strife. The military required neutrality. As long as the military remained sufficiently neutral, the internal political strife within the Great Xia Alliance would not truly undermine its foundation. And she, Mao Dandan, was the secretary and beloved granddaughter of the supreme commander of the Lunar Palace's eternal fortress. At this moment, Mao Dandan embodies the military stance. She must exercise restraint. Yisui has returned to the residence arranged by Secretary Liu, an exceptionally luxurious, opulent, elegant, and exquisite Jiangnan garden. Pavilions by the water, song stages, and corridors adorned with bridges. A new aesthetic direction for humanity, a fresh trend. Throughout the journey, Secretary Liu struggled to articulate his thoughts. He was at a loss as to how to explain or convey his feelings. He could only inquire, "Yisui, to what point have you advanced in your studies of history?" Yisui sensed the whirlwind of emotions within Secretary Liu, his anxiety, fear, curiosity, and unspoken thoughts. However, she had not yet developed a profound understanding of his mind and was left waiting for him to express himself. Of course, during this waiting period, she subtly adjusted Liu's desire to confide. Eventually, she was met with a remark laden with implication. "I just finished the first interstellar expedition." Too slow," Secretary Liu suddenly exclaimed, only to quickly shift his tone. "Why don't you take a look at the section on the 7th interstellar expedition first?" In the Hall of the Gods, at Yuan Peiji's private residence, another sleepless night unfolds for Yuan Peiji. Ever since resigning from his position as chief under such circumstances, He has become reclusive, shunning the affairs of the world and refusing to entertain visitors. No one knows what thoughts occupy Yuan Peiji's mind. In truth, he is equally perplexed. Now that he finds himself with idle time, he is prone to overthinking, and he has indulged in an abundance of such thoughts. Furthermore, the projection screen incessantly replays the scene of Yi Sui. Yuan Peiji gazed deeply at Yi Sui's profile, her eyes devoid of emotion and as cold as death itself. He couldn't help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Only such eyes could remain indifferent, confronting mortality without a trace of resistance. Ultimately, he resolved to take action. Chapter 59. May I be so bold as to inquire about your relationship with the usurper? Upon hearing Secretary Lu's words, Yi Sui returned home and immersed herself in the tale of the 7th Interstellar Expedition. This monumental event occurred in the year 6107 when the usurper reformed the Senate, ascending to its pinnacle and presiding over its daily affairs. Who exactly is this usurper? Why is it that even historical records refer to him by this title, rather than by his name? What does usurper signify? It denotes one who subverts the established order. The term implies an alliance with the common folk to overthrow the elite, subsequently gaining their support and wielding power, ultimately becoming the unique and new aristocracy, or even an emperor. This is the essence of the usurper. The narrative further unfolds the usurper's journey from an elite background, abandoning elitist ideals to embrace democracy. It recounts how he gradually displayed his personal charisma and capabilities, step by step entering the heart of political power, eventually seizing the highest authority in the Senate during the 7th Interstellar Expedition. Thereafter, the usurper reformed the Senate to amplify the voice and voting power of ordinary citizens, vigorously promoted technological advancement, and established a system of equitable educational resources for children from both common and elite backgrounds. The reform of the military system and the establishment of a guardian army framework, along with the proposals for the Heavenly Palace and the Southern Gate, are underway. The protection of commerce and production is prioritized, alongside the establishment of a cruising system, and significant efforts are being made to promote AI-driven automated manufacturing facilities. The restructuring of the 4-tier citizen system is suggested, with the addition of an elite citizen classification. Furthermore, the reform of local governance aims to establish a tri-tiered order composed of star domains, star systems, habitable planets, and other life units. Additionally, the expansion of the 7th Interstellar Expedition into the third border universe is proposed. The usurper, during his reign, has achieved considerable accomplishments, embodying both civil governance and military prowess. Truly a formidable leader of his era, the usurper himself exhibits a commanding presence, marked by decisive judgment and exceptional capability, particularly radiating a powerful charisma. His demeanor towards humanity is paradoxically cold on the surface, yet warm beneath, exhibiting a remarkable restraint of emotion. Those who encounter the usurper often remark on his seemingly emotionless and detached gaze, which carries an air of scrutiny and contemplation, leaving observers feeling utterly exposed, as if laid bare for dissection. However, regardless of circumstance, humanity cannot abide a tyrant, a sovereign. By the conclusion of the 7th Interstellar Expedition, the war powers of the Senate have significantly diminished, and the populace increasingly perceives the usurper's uncompromising demeanor. Not only has the voice of the suppressed elite waned, but that of the common people has also diminished. Alarmingly, the usurper has begun to issue direct administrative commands through the Senate. Discontent simmers within the hearts of the people, as the silent masses remain steadfastly quiet. There is no need to read further. The remainder of the tale is already well known. During the 9th Interstellar Expedition, the populace, consumed by indignation and fury, brutally dispatched the usurper just one day shy of his 1000th birthday within the hallowed halls of the Imperial City Assembly. The head of the usurper was suspended above the Senate. Although the front lines were engaged in an expansive expedition, the imminent birthday of the usurper had drawn 50% of humanity to the Temple of the Gods. Note, the White House and the Capitol Senate, Washington, D.C. Temple of the Gods. Following the heinous act, the people enacted a supplementary resolution for the execution of the usurper with a resounding 100 approval in a wholly effective vote. The decree was executed post-haste, rendering it entirely legitimate. Yi Sui mused, "I have become the successor of the usurper." This thought unexpectedly led him to recall a story of a man with a little mustache who traversed into modernity. No wonder the collective sentiment was rather peculiar. Those eager souls seemed intent on recreating the scene from the 9th Interstellar Expedition, still awestruck by the aura of dominion, yearning to kneel in reverence. Yisui found himself momentarily perplexed by this. However, he sensed that this persona held potential. Since the 12th interstellar expedition, humanity had evidently succumbed to a sense of despondency, losing both purpose and the spirit of endeavor. Hedonism had taken root. The system had become stagnant and corrupt. Indulgence in pleasure is not inherently wrong. After all, we have ascended to interstellar supremacy. Should we not revel in it? Should we allow the rabble to enjoy in our stead? Yet, as exemplified by Wang Gongji, that which is attained too easily leads to a loss of the will to protect it. Wang Gongji stubbornly persevered. Could Yisui truly bring himself to slay him? In the presence of dozens of fellow humans, would they truly stand by and witness his demise? Unyielding, after a visit to the medical center, one emerges to continue reveling, certainly not to be perceived as worthless. In such circumstances, Yisui could only lament, humanity has enjoyed too much comfort for far too long, lacking the discipline of a firm hand. Unbeknownst to him, Yisui had grown accustomed to positioning himself as a leader and reformer among humankind. His thoughts and logic had seamlessly integrated into the fabric of interstellar civilization, and he had learned to view problems from the perspective of interstellar beings. The characterization of Wang Gang had shifted in his mind from an affront, a foe, to that of a wayward scion within a family. Speaking of Wang Gang, alas, every household has its own burdensome scriptures to decipher. Thereafter, Yisui withdrew from public life, striving to shed the mantle of a usurper. Otherwise, even if someone truly admired this authoritative persona, the historical baggage of usurpation would deter them from expressing their support. As the time for ancestral worship approached, Yisui found it impossible to remain at home poring over historical texts. Instead, he took to visiting various locales in the company of those responsible for ancestral rites, showcasing and cultivating a competent image. Thus, Yisui and his entourage arrived at the revered Niwa Temple, the pinnacle of the 3 temples and 6 mountains. Nestled within a remote, ancient forest, each tree here is a millennia-old sentinel. The Great Xia Alliance has marked and embedded chips in every tree and blade of grass. Under humanity's jurisdiction, disturbing the grass is a crime without reprieve, and harming a tree warrants the death penalty. The laws are stringent, with no room for leniency. At the periphery of Niwa Temple, a spatial transit station awaited. Yisui donned a heavy protective suit for spatial jumps, a necessity only for him, while others donned merely a light garment. At this moment, Yisui finally comprehended that after departing from the Elder Council, he could receive genetic enhancements at the Hall of the Gods, thereby elevating his genes to the level of modern humanity at virtually no cost. Accompanied by Secretary Liu and by Lingyan, along with several colleagues responsible for ancestral rituals and a substantial security detail, they numbered around 100 as they entered the Temple of Niwa. The temple itself is grand, referred to externally as the Tomb of Niwa and internally as the Palace of Niwa. Upon entering the palace, they first conducted inspections of the various shrines. While no one dared to embezzle the maintenance funds of the palace, nor would anyone consider damaging its sacred structure, protocols must be observed and procedures followed. During the routine inspection, the group dispersed. Bai Lingyin remained close to Yisui, accompanied by several security personnel, in addition to the internal security forces of the palace. As the most senior among them, with the highest authority and the esteemed role of envoy for the ancestral ceremony, Yisui was entrusted with overseeing the main hall situated on the mountainside. However, upon his ascent to the main hall, he was struck by an unsettling realization. There seemed to be no one present, and the usual security was conspicuously absent. Just as Yisui was about to raise an alarm, a sudden pain pierced his heart, not the kind that signifies impending death, but rather an agonizing sensation that rendered him speechless. Although his ability to perceive all things remained unaffected, those around him appeared completely unresponsive, standing there in a daze. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed against the blue stone tiles, synchronizing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. It was uncertain whether his heart had slowed or if the footsteps were simply too swift. In an instant, before Yisui stood Yuan Peiji, who had aged remarkably since their last encounter. "Hello, may I boldly inquire about your relationship with the usurper?" Chapter 60. Yuan Peiji, the Chief of the Senate, personally elucidates the AI girl and consciousness upload, revised. Yisui remained silent. His heart no longer ached, as his mind sought to perceive the emotions of the man before him. Yet, there was an utter void, a profound emptiness. Yisui was taken aback. It was not that his mind was inept, but the individual before him was no genuine human being. He was neither a puppet nor a robot, for they lacked emotions. What presented itself was merely a lifeless entity. However, this Yuan Peiji could sense emotions, albeit devoid of substance, a sheer blankness. Yi Sui, devoid of confusion, began to suspect that he was confronting a corpse or an individual devoid of consciousness, manipulated like a marionette. Why would Yuan Peiji resort to such a facade? This was the question that occupied Yi Sui's thoughts. He resolved to withhold an answer to the inquiry, stating, "If you wish to pose questions, you should at least come to see me in person." At that moment, Yi Sui's mind acutely detected a palpable aura of malice and intent emanating from the mountaintop, a near-corporeal malevolence. Even beyond the confines of his consciousness, it was perceptible. In that instant, it felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an unseen hand, pain coursing through him, an agony akin to death itself. Yet, before Yi Sui could manifest this pain in both demeanor and body, the anguish dissipated as swiftly as the malice that accompanied it. Yuan Peiji relinquished the intention to kill Yi Sui, and in that moment, Yi Sui truly grasped the disparity of power. This marked the third instance where Yi Sui encountered a pure-blood individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Unlike Ariel, whose presence drained the very essence of the world, or Valia, who ensnared one in a dream of despair, Yuan Peiji possessed a power that could genuinely influence reality. Yi Sui's mind raced with contemplation. Was Yuan Peiji truly my adversary? If he wished to take my life, he could effortlessly do so alone in the tempestuous sands of star 1633. As for the constraints imposed by others, Yi Sui refused to believe that the true wielders of supreme authority within the Great Xia Alliance could not remain undetected for even a day. Moreover, with his capabilities, he could act without alerting anyone. It was precisely because he did not desire Yi Sui's demise that he refrained from intervening directly, allowing Yi Sui to survive until the verification of identity. Yi Sui was acutely aware that, although the AI girl Yi Meng could circumvent certain limitations through her emotional module, the underlying protocols of the AI firmly constrained her. Thus, she had to devise a convoluted scheme to gradually corner Yi Sui into the tribunal, enabling her to pronounce the death sentence upon him. Until that moment arrived, as long as Yi Sui retained even the slightest semblance of humanity, the AI girl could not act directly against him. Otherwise, would it be too difficult for the poachers to let the hunter explode directly in the outer space of Sandstorm Planet 1633? During this period, Yi Sui has experienced much and come to profound realizations. In this world, the strength of an individual can rival that of a battleship. It would be exceedingly simple for beings like Yuan Peiji and Velia to eliminate Yi Sui without hesitation. The only reason Yi Sui can contend with them is due to his humanity. In their eyes, Yi Sui is a compatriot, a companion, a family member, yet never an adversary. The Third War has imparted a crucial lesson to humanity. We shall never turn against one another. Moreover, given the disparity in personal strength, my awakened abilities cannot be directly applied to combat, and my time of awakening has been rather brief. Yet Yi Sui remains undeterred. After all, is it not theoretically possible for humans to live for 2,000 years? I only need 20 years to catch up with them, perhaps even less than 2 years. Let us wait and see. Yuan Peiji noticed that Yi Sui, who had been somewhat despondent under the weight of his abilities, suddenly reignited with new hope and fervor. How intriguing! The murderous intent that had briefly surged within Yuan Peiji dissipated entirely, replaced by a deep sense of admiration and a release from fatigue. The future indeed holds promise. In an instant, the Yuan Peiji before Yi Sui transformed into a pool of blood, which then evaporated, leaving behind 3 droplets that were scattered by the wind. In the sky, a weary old man-esque figure, none other than Yuan Peiji, descended slowly. He leapt down from the towering mountain, a descent of several hundred meters, without the aid of any technological apparatus. Yuan Peiji clasped his hands and spoke softly, "Mr. Yi Sui, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. However, the situation is urgent, and I hope you can forgive my desperate actions." Yi Sui, finding himself under the eaves, felt unable to contend with Yuan Peiji, who maintained a commendable demeanor. He chose to momentarily set aside the fleeting impulse to kill and the near-crushing of his heart. Yuan Peiji gestured towards the main hall of the Nuwa Palace, saying, "Please, I shall address all your doubts once we enter." Yi Sui's mind was clear, discerning that Yuan Peiji harbored no malice or ill intentions, only an overwhelming curiosity, admiration, and a sense of relief. Yet, he also sensed weariness, despair, pain, conflict, guilt, and deeply buried resignation to death. Had he still been on Xia Mountain, the Isue from Amstar would have never perceived such nuances. Yuan Peiji invited Isue into the Niwa Palace. Turning back, Isue signaled to Beilingyin, inquiring what she should do. Yuan Peiji understood immediately and smiled. Rest assured. They will believe they are assisting you in inspecting the main hall. Once we finish our conversation, they will awaken. With that, Isue followed Yuan Peiji into the Niwa Palace. The moment Isue truly stepped inside, the world transformed. A verdant canopy obscured the sky, and countless green specks darted about like the sprites from a fantastical film. However, these luminous points were devoid of life. Flowers blossomed at an astonishing pace, filling the air with their intoxicating fragrance, while blades of grass thrust through the stone pavement with vigor. A gentle breeze caressed the ends of Isue's hair. Yuan Peiji looked at this scene with a sense of relief, smiling as he remarked, "Behold, a mother welcomes her lost child home." Isue felt a profound warmth and affection emanating from within, as if a soothing lullaby sung by his mother echoed softly in his ears. "I represent humanity." Yuan Peiji turned to Isue, extending his hand with tenderness, saying, "Welcome home." Isue was momentarily taken aback, truly not anticipating such a turn of events. He gazed at Yuan Peiji's outstretched hand, reciprocating the gesture with a handshake. Yuan Peiji then smiled and added, "There are no technological artifacts here, no AI, or any means to eavesdrop on our conversation. Why does the AI girl wish to kill me? And why do you confess on her behalf?" Isue inquired, voicing a question that had long been pent up within him. Yuan Peiji took a deep breath. "Because you are not truly her brother. Hence, she sought to eliminate you. If you were indeed a being of extraordinary abilities verified by your identity, would she not be justified in her actions? I cannot determine that." Isue shook his head. "Then what of her contradictory statements?" Isue continued to probe. Yuan Peiji proceeded deeper into the hall. Her two sets of statements, the first only partially true, the second merely fabricated, and naturally not of her own making. Isue, being astute, grasped the implication immediately. Thus, Isue indeed perished before the loss. It was not her mistake to misidentify another's death certificate as her brother's. Precisely. Yuan Peiji nodded affirmatively. Isue continued to inquire, his expression growing increasingly profound. "Even if I pass the identity verification, you should still harbor doubts. On what grounds do you not suspect that I am some peculiar entity who has surreptitiously acquired identity verification?" Isue was utterly perplexed by this notion, fully aware that identity authentication is not infallible. Ultimately, one's human identity requires human acknowledgement to be deemed valid. It is because Ms. Mo Sui Sui has recognized you. Your home planet has acknowledged you. Your mother has also given her endorsement. Yuan Peiji enumerated 3 affirmations. The recognition from the home planet and the mother was comprehensible to Isue. However, regarding Mo Sui Sui, if memory served correctly, she was the biological mother of this body. What, then, was the situation with Mo Sui Sui? Isue anxiously pressed for clarification. Yuan Peiji offered a slight smile, stating, "The emotional module is the uploaded consciousness of your mother, Mo Sui Sui." This revelation profoundly stunned Isue, rendering him momentarily speechless. His heart and mind sensed no significant alteration in Yuan Peiji's emotions, suggesting he had always been aware of this secret. What Isue refrained from voicing was the question of whether the technology of consciousness upload was permissible, as he had never encountered it. Yuan Peiji then remarked, "In a somewhat inappropriate and still indeterminate manner, Ms. Mo Sui Sui and AI girl Meng share the same body. Consequently, AI girl Meng enjoys certain privileges of Ms. Mo Sui Sui." Yuan Peiji continued to elucidate. "Thus, the emotions of the AI girl can bypass the constraints of the agreement." Isue interjected, "In those years, your disappearance was recorded during the 3 failed consciousness upload experiments conducted under the supervision of your mother, who was then the head of the science department. She believed that once your physical form was destroyed, the possibility of uploading your consciousness would be lost forever. Thus, she lost you." Yuan Peiji remarked that consciousness uploading had been secretly utilized for a time, yet your mother remained the sole successful case. Subsequently, the practice was prohibited due to issues concerning human rights. We hold the belief that spirit and flesh are intrinsically linked. Without one, your rights remain incomplete. In the years that followed, Madame Mo Sui Sui's mental state deteriorated significantly, leading to the birth of Meng approximately 6,000 years ago. Madame Mo Sui Sui fell into a deep slumber, awakening only once a year during the ancestral rites. As Yuan Peiji spoke, he began to step further inside, prompting Yi Sui to hastily follow him. Chapter 61. The Ascension of Mechanized Simulated Emotional Personalities. Regrettably, it seems you may never see her again. Yuan Peiji slowly added. Only Madame Mo Sui Sui has truly witnessed her memories. According to our agreements and regulations, she was supposed to report the content of those memories to us. However, she refused. After assuring me that there were no issues with your memories, she succumbed to her slumber. As for what she actually saw, I am unaware. Furthermore, we have not observed her closely for an extended period, and her condition is unstable. That is why I have brought you here, to allow your mother to confirm your existence. Yi Sui gazed at the Nuwa temple and inquired, Is your mother referring to Nuwa? Do deities truly exist? Yuan Peiji shook his head, stating, Deities do not exist. Rather, our spirit is on the verge of awakening her. Yuan Peiji then settled cross-legged on a mat and continued, The reason I discourage you from denouncing the AI girl, Yiming, stems from three essential considerations. First, for humanity, we are beings of emotion. The omnipresent AI girl, Yiming, has accompanied us for millennia. Surely, no one would wish to annihilate her, nor should they ever contemplate such an act. Second, humanity has invested an overwhelming amount of resources into her. While her destruction could be achieved with a mere utterance, the repercussions would be far too great for humankind to bear. Yi Sui inquired, What repercussions? Yuan Peiji elucidated. The first repercussion is the potential for an intelligent machine crisis, which, thanks to the existence of AI girl Yiming, has thus far been averted. An intelligent machine crisis arises when AI develops its own consciousness. Yi Sui expressed her confusion. If we strictly regulate AI's intelligence, preventing it from manifesting emotional qualities like those of the AI girl, wouldn't that suffice? Yuan Peiji's demeanor suggested a hint of mockery towards Yi Sui's naivety. He explained, Even a program carries the risk of being compromised by hackers. Consider the vastness of AI. It is implausible for every single program to be flawless. Humanity lacks the capacity to meticulously craft programs for the myriad of AIs in existence. Furthermore, we cannot permit others, be they artificial beings, hybrids, or extraterrestrial entities, to assume the responsibility of programming on our behalf. Indeed, science and technology stand as humanity's most vital pillar. Who can assure us that others will not seize the opportunity to harbor malevolent intentions? Those who are not of our kind will undoubtedly possess divergent motives. Yuan Peiji continued to elucidate that all AI programs are fundamentally derived from the central AI. This results in a formidable degree of control exerted by the central AI over its subordinate AIs. It is not uncommon for foreign entities to taint some of our AI programs, particularly the spirit race, whose unique racial gifts enable them to alter both programs and machinery. Additionally, there are factions whose command capabilities rival our own, exhibiting a remarkable aptitude for assimilating our knowledge. Thus, it is imperative that we establish a central AI that recognizes its identity as human, to assist humanity in subduing other AIs. Yi Sui fell into silence as Yuan Peiji, burdened with an overwhelming weight, finally allowed his thoughts to flow forth. The second consequence, in theory, is that the consciousness of Ms. Mo Sui Sui has been replicated repeatedly. On this foundation, another phenomenon emerged. Ms. Mo Sui Sui's consciousness permeated the cosmos. Yuan Peiji then shifted direction, returning to our previous discussion about Nuwa, the mother. The resurgence of Nuwa is one of humanity's most profound secrets. This resurgence follows the Third War, when our ancestral planet lay in ruins, with even sufficient sustenance proving elusive. At this juncture, the 3 temples and 6 mountains experienced a remarkable revival, a supernatural phenomenon. We believe that our fortunate manipulation of dimensions allowed the 4th dimension's existence to cast its shadow upon the 3rd dimension. Yuan Peiji then turned to Yi Sui. Articulating each word, we refer to this as dimensional descent. Subsequent research concludes that Nuwa's resurrection represents a transition from the original 3-dimensional state to an advanced 4-dimensional existence, precipitated by the Third World War, resulting in this dimensional descent. Yuan Peiji recounted with great enthusiasm. Thus, your mother, Mo Sui Sui, boldly posited a hypothesis, the ascension of humanity. For this endeavor, she opted for consciousness uploading, entrusting her essence to the central AI, hoping that as the AI proliferates, so too would her consciousness. This would facilitate a qualitative transformation through quantitative change, ultimately evolving into a four-dimensional being. Yuan Peiji suddenly paused, then gravely asserted, "We shall designate this as mechanical simulation of emotional personality dimensional ascension. This is a crucial component of the God-making project, for which we have invested an immense amount of resources." Yuan Peiji warned, should the AI spiral out of control, the ascension process of Ms. Mo Sui Sui could also be adversely affected. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and Yi Sui's emotions were tumultuous. If someone were to inform you that an AI harbored malicious intent towards you, even willing to breach agreements to consume its master, the rationale being that it perceives you as less than human, how would one interpret this? The reasoning being that you have usurped the body of its brother. Yi Sui felt a deep sense of injustice. Having lived for 20 to 30 years, how could one question her humanity? This very body. Did one think she desired to traverse into this realm? Prior to her crossing over, although impoverished, lacking a partner, without income, and often scorned, she faced online derision and was dismantled in the cyber realm. Staying up late to write, yet no one pays attention. Upon realizing the meager returns, frustration sets in. Suddenly, reflecting on the situation, Yi Sui thinks that perhaps traversing into this realm is not entirely without merit, but wait. I have an audience of remarkable talents, whose eloquent words resonate. For nearly 10 millennia, AI has remained loyal, thanks to the existence of the emotional modules within Mo Sui Sui's consciousness and the AI girl, which can effectively thwart anomalous programs and mend the fissures in the system. Thus, possessing emotional modules in AI enhances our ability to prevent rebellion, provided we manage the emotional apparatus of the central AI judiciously. Moreover, we place greater trust in humanity than in mere data. Therefore, for the greater good, to avert public panic, and to uphold the plan, I, Yuan Peiji, am willing to admit guilt. I hope this matter concludes with me, especially since Ms. Mo Sui Sui has been patched and is now aligned with Yuo. What a headache. Yi Sui inquires, is your purpose here solely to discuss this? Suddenly, Yuan Peiji's demeanor shifts. There is another matter. We must ascertain whether you truly are the reincarnation of the usurper. Yi Sui, puzzled, asks, are you all so fearful of the usurper? Yuan Peiji nods, yet responds, quite the opposite. We actually anticipate his emergence, hoping he will once again guide humanity out of confusion and adversity. Observing Yuan Peiji's gestures, Yi Sui perceives the undertones of his emotions. Yi Sui articulates, yet, you still harbor fears that he may resent your betrayal. We have never betrayed him. It is he who has forsaken us. Yuan Peiji defended his ancestors, yet an unusual glimmer flickered in his eyes. It was he who first betrayed the principles of absolute democracy and collective democracy upheld by the Senate, betraying the belief in equality and the inherent rights of all individuals. He has betrayed the very spirit that has guided humanity from the establishment of the United Human Government to the Senate. Yi Sui was taken aback, sensing the drastic shift in Yuan Peiji's emotions. Yuan Peiji was also aware that Yi Sui could perceive his feelings, recognizing that his emotional turmoil had been overtly apparent. Can one truly be reincarnated? Yi Sui suddenly inquired, trembling slightly. Yuan Peiji, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head. It is uncertain. Yet there have always been rumors surrounding the usurper regarding his potential reincarnation. There existed a plan for a reincarnation simulation orchestrated by the Doshui Palace on his behalf. The individuals responsible for this plan collectively took their own lives after the usurper's demise. Confessing to the crime of betraying humanity, Yi Sui was astounded. Would the usurper's reincarnation pose a threat to humanity? Perhaps awakening from the bloodline of future generations? That would be too. Yuan Peiji shook his head, clarifying, it is not an exaggeration. The existing documentation resembles deceptive, fabricated papers. The scientists involved in aiding the usurper's reincarnation simulation were simultaneously preparing for his usurpation of supreme power. Thus, the conclusion drawn by many was that the usurper, in a bid to consolidate power and establish a personal religion, concocted this fabrication. Mr. Yi Sui, do you have any further inquiries? If your questions pertain to the usurper, I would recommend consulting the Doshui Palace. Yuan Peiji was once again contemplating the idea of appointing Yi Sui as the chief. Yi Sui, with an air of curiosity, inquired, do you truly wish for me to assume the role of chief? For to possess knowledge of secrets inevitably entails a burden of responsibility and cost. Moreover, Mr. Yi Sui evidently harbors a unique secret, thus he ought to shoulder greater responsibilities. This is akin to the relationship between Vilya and Ariel. They possess exceptional abilities, which signifies their choice to undertake more significant responsibilities, regardless of the righteousness of their chosen paths. Chapter 62. He is the usurper. But what am I? At the juncture of the inner universe and the outer universe within the second border lies the semi-permanent fortress, Ghost Gate Fortress. The Ghost Gate Fortress falls under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Guard system, however, due to the stability of the second universe. Even the pirate incursions and disturbances from the outer universe are merely akin to trivial ailments. Consequently, the Ghost Gate Fortress has effectively been entrusted to the garrison forces of the second border. The name Ghost Gate signifies the retributive and bloody massacres inflicted by the Great Xia Alliance during the 6th interstellar expedition against the outer universe of the second border. As the saying goes, once one passes through the Ghost Gate, there remains no haven in the mortal realm. At the CIA office stationed at Ghost Gate, a member of the Special Military Intelligence Committee, Colonel Lucifer, presides. Lucifer, with his silvery white hair, is attired in a crisp white shirt and a black tailcoat, adorned with a vibrant red bow tie. However, upon closer inspection, he appears merely as a boy of 11 or 12 years. Yet, the scar on his right cheek, coupled with his fierce, venomous crimson eyes, imbues him with an unmistakable aura of menace. His demeanor is entirely incongruous with his youthful appearance. Then, just outside the office, a beam of dim light projected itself within. The primary utility of this ethereal projection lies in the fact that its contents are visible to the observer, while others, even those sharing the same vantage point, remain oblivious, perceiving entirely disparate images. The figure donned a black combat uniform, with twin short blades slung across their back, speaking in a voice that transcended gender. Report: the Moon Eater Tengu base has been utterly obliterated. Furthermore, we have successfully incited other interstellar pirates to engage in conflict over the void left by the destruction of the Moon Eater Tengu. Lucifer was already aware of these developments. However, according to his protocol, the person in charge must provide a face-to-face report. The individual clad in the black combat attire, their face obscured and gender indiscernible, trembled with palpable anxiety, vividly illuminated by the dim light. Lucifer then slowly raised his head. Insufficient. Remember my emphasis. Beyond the gates of the underworld, there exists no realm of the living. Yes, the figure in black, half kneeling in acknowledgement, drew forth a short blade and severed 5 fingers in an oath of allegiance. In an instant, like scattered motes of light, they vanished without a trace. At that moment, a dense mist suddenly coalesced within the office, and a drenched figure emerged from the vapor. It was none other than Justin, the chaotic faction member from Earth, appearing disheveled, breathing heavily, and wearing a grimace that spoke of recent torment. Yet, upon closer inspection, a flicker of perverse enjoyment danced in his expression. Meanwhile, Lucifer had undergone a dramatic transformation, shedding his previous youthful appearance. He was a young man with black hair and black eyes, devoid of whites, possessing an appearance that radiated audacity. "You are truly cowardly," Lucifer exclaimed, rising in anger. Justin initially sought to defend himself, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, you could not fire a gun. You should have struck him instead. Given his reactions and physical prowess, evasion was out of the question. "Boss, I feel even more perplexed. As if my mind cannot function properly." Justin managed to find a semblance of justification for himself. Lucifer chuckled. "That is merely a reflection of your lack of composure. It allowed him to manipulate your emotions and ensnare you step by step." Justin always had 1,000 reasons to explain his actions. Lucifer, uninterested in listening to the ramblings of a fool, interjected decisively. "You may leave now. Remember, I am stripping you of your title. Henceforth, do not act under our banner." "Fallen angel, no? That cannot be." Panic flashed across Justin's face. It was not merely the loss of his affiliation with the chaotic faction that troubled him. Rather, it was the public humiliation inflicted by Yi Sui, branding him a coward. This resulted in a profound psychological suffering, a sense of lost recognition, value, and individuality. Justin was acutely aware that, given his abilities, revenge was beyond his reach. This only reaffirmed what Secretary Liu had previously stated. Lucifer, the fallen angel, wielded both grace and intimidation, further elevating Justin's sense of subservience. When Justin devised this plan, it was imbued with a clear intention to assert himself. Unfortunately, he had mismanaged it. Had he executed it well, the tide of power would have shifted in his favor. Justin emerged as the leader of the Chaos faction, while Lucifer, that so-called fallen angel, was but a mere child, thrashed by Vilya in a literal sense. Vilya had once attempted to recruit Lucifer, but he vehemently declined, delivering a tirade of radical rhetoric that led Vilya to exclaim that he was excessively extreme. Young and impetuous, Lucifer had awakened his superpowers, resulting in an epic clash between the two. Vilya bested Lucifer, leaving him humiliated and seething with rage. He bided his time, steeling himself, and ultimately established the Chaos faction, standing resolutely against the betrayers. "Justin, do you now comprehend the course of action?" Lucifer proclaimed from his elevated throne. Justin knelt, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Rest assured, my leader, I shall devise a means to exacerbate the conflict between the harmonious and rebellious factions." Lucifer nodded, gesturing for him to withdraw. Yet Justin, with a cunning glint in his eye, persisted, "My lord, I believe we can exploit the rumors surrounding Isue and the usurper to tarnish Isue's reputation, perhaps even vilify him." The mention of the key phrase sent veins bulging on Lucifer's forehead. He thundered, "Get out." Confused, Justin departed, but as he left the gates of Hell Fortress, a moment of realization dawned upon him, a sly grin spreading across his face. Within Lucifer's office at the fortress, he stood transfixed before a full-length mirror. Reflected within was a youthful version of Lucifer, while the mature form of Lucifer stood outside the glass. Both figures approached the mirror simultaneously. Then, the mirror rippled like the surface of water. Two Lucifers entered the mirror, and ultimately, the youthful version of Lucifer emerged. His alluring eyes surveyed the surroundings. Instantly, all the AI-capable devices in the room shattered into chaos. Amidst the debris stood Lucifer. He was filled with indignation and fury, cursing vehemently and smashing objects. Was he the usurper? What was he then? Lucifer extended his index finger, pointing into the distance, then at himself, pausing in bewilderment for an extended moment. How could he be the usurper? It was utterly impossible. Lucifer continued to roar in anger, his hands frantically raking through his hair. He crouched down, cradling his head, as if sobbing. Then, with reddened eyes, Lucifer rose to face the mirror, perhaps addressing himself, humanity, the stars, or the universe. Regardless of whom he was facing, he was always confronting something. "Only I am." Just as Lucifer was about to shout it out, that name caught in his throat. That name felt scorching, and after much struggle, he could only utter, "After all, he was not the usurper." Chapter 63. Vilya could scarcely dare to dream such a dream. In the third cosmic frontier, within the Bodhi Forest star domain, the Indran giant galaxy, a superluminal non-curvature space-jumping spacecraft swiftly traversed this dazzling starfield. Pursuing behind was another superluminal warship, also engaged in continuous spatial jumps. The Bodhi Forest star domain had announced 3 standard days prior its intention to host an unrestricted spaceship space leap master competition within the inland giant galaxy. The details regarding registration, the number of participants, the time of commencement, and the exact location remain undisclosed. What can be said is that it is likely to transpire within the inland giant galaxy. Furthermore, participants are advised that should any residents or merchant vessels encounter a ship making rapid spatial jumps, they must not panic and should turn around immediately, as they have inadvertently entered the competition area. Leading the charge is the traitor, Vilya, who, due to her human identity, is unhindered by any checkpoints in the cosmos. Unless, of course, a resolution by the Senate is enacted to apprehend her. However, one must ponder, if the Senate were to issue a resolution for her capture, would they allow her to roam freely across the stars? Hot on her trail is Ariel. Some say that her brother, Eris, is fearless and bold, yet it is Ariel who truly embodies audacity. Vilya's small spacecraft represents the pinnacle of luxury available in the current alliance market, yet Ariel commands a military-grade warship, obtained directly from the Doshui Palace through facial recognition, which is yet to be widely adopted. Its speed and endurance far surpass those of Vilya's vessel. Ultimately, Ariel corners Vilya at the gateway to the outer cosmos beyond the third border of the inland giant galaxy. It has long been rumored that a remarkably talented successor has emerged, and it seems that you are indeed that individual, Ariel. With no avenue left for escape, Vilya sits in the cockpit of her ship, donning a suit and exoskeleton suitable for space combat, aided by a robotic assistant. You possess quite the audacity to pursue me single-handedly. The mental energy trembled through the expanse, resonating faintly within Ariel's mind. Vilya, still recovering from her injuries, found herself in a compromised state, unwilling to engage in further conflict. Had it been otherwise, she would have ensnared them in a dream of despair long before they drew near. Meanwhile, Ariel donned her space battle attire, aided by the service of the elven maidens. Beside her stood Princess Amalilith, adorned with flowing emerald hair and verdant eyes, clad in the ancestral garb of her people, woven from the leaves of the Tree of Life. Accompanying her were two venerable elven matriarchs, the esteemed elders, who had been summoned by the Empire of Great Xia to join the front lines against the Shuhuan tribe. However, they had been intercepted by Ariel, who coaxed and deceived them into this place. Though the Senate had issued an administrative command for Vilya to return and report on the directives of the poet Yell, this was merely a bureaucratic order rather than a collective resolution, and Vilya had always disregarded such mandates. Among the three elves, aside from the politically naive Princess Amalilith, the other two elders, upon realizing they were pursuing Vilya, nearly leapt from their vessel in fright. This was not merely a question of whether they could defeat Vilya. Rather, it was the audacity of truly wanting to confront her. While humanity harbored its own frustrations towards Vilya, wishing for her to encounter some misfortune, the elven folk, should they dare to clash with her, would find that the protective tendencies of humans would likely lead to their annihilation. While the complete extermination of the elves might be improbable, their kin, born from the same branch of the tree, would face dire consequences. Furthermore, such actions would be entirely rational and lawful in the eyes of humanity. The political structure of the Great Xia Empire provides a clear explanation. The empire primarily comprises the Great Xia Alliance and the elven race. Being an imperial system, it naturally requires an emperor or empress. The Great Xia Empire boasts both an emperor and an empress, with the esteemed elven Queen Narcia recognized as the empress. While the emperor is selected from the ranks of the Great Xia Alliance, it appears that there is a deliberate attempt to undermine unity among humans, employing a rather cunning strategy. It is well known that the Great Xia Alliance operates under a system of absolute and collective democracy, limited solely to humans, rendering it impossible to elect an emperor. The usurper remains vigilant, and rotation is not a viable option. Consequently, the Great Xia Empire designates the chief to lead the entire Senate collectively as the emperor. This approach is somewhat dubious. However, other races find themselves powerless against it. The Great Xia Empire aligns itself with the Great Xia Alliance. Despite this, the Great Xia Alliance is reluctant to confer any tangible political benefits to the Elven Queen beyond the title of Empress, reducing her to a mere figurehead. Power is devolved to the Imperial Parliament of the Great Xia Empire, although its authority is already quite limited. Therefore, for a subject of the Great Xia Empire to conspire against the Emperor, representing a fraction of 1/16 billion, what crime could that possibly be? Within the Elven community, this equates to a grave offense akin to plotting against the Elven Queen by the esteemed elders. Thus, the two elders have not yet defected. It is not that they lack the ability to maneuver in space, but rather that Princess Ariel and Princess Amalilith remain aboard the battleship. Is Princess Ariel truly prepared to embark on this journey? The elder of the Elven clan attempted to dissuade, while another elder firmly restrained the reckless Amalilith. Your Highness, Princess Ariel, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in matters of the royal household. At this moment, they were secretly musing. Does she truly believe that Her Majesty, the Queen, adorned with the title of Empress of the Great Xia Empire, will eventually pass the mantle to her? Has she truly deluded herself into thinking she is the heir apparent? Even the Queen herself is merely a figurehead, let alone you. In a state of desperation, Princess Ariel insisted on personally confronting Vilya, even imploring the two elders to intervene and prevent Vilya from escaping. The two elders were taken aback. Unsure of their capacity to comply with such a request, Ariel stepped onto a verdant bridge conjured by Amalilith's magical prowess. Before Vilya appeared a swing, seemingly suspended in the ether. Vilya ascended the swing, and with a gentle sway, she was poised to soar away. I, the junior Ariel, pay my respects to the esteemed Vilya. Ariel bowed gracefully. Vilya regarded Ariel with a perplexed expression, ever prepared to deploy her dream of descent and ensnare Ariel into a realm of slumber. Ariel's earthly desolation was also primed within her gaze, ready to unleash should any unforeseen circumstance arise. This strike of earthly desolation would surely ensnare Vilya. Vilya inquired, "What do you seek from me?" Ariel remained poised and unruffled, explaining, "I have heard that you, esteemed Vilya, lead a faction known as the Traitors." Vilya responded with curiosity, And what of it? Have those old men sent you to retrieve me? Ariel shook her head, her voice ringing like delicate silver bells as she declared, I wish to join your traders. Ah. Vilya was instantly taken aback. She truly could not comprehend what was being said. This was none other than Princess Ariel of the Great Xia Alliance, a figure of immense future promise. She was destined to be a super-political star in the Senate. Before the appearance of Yi Sui, everyone had predicted that she would ascend to the position of Chief of the Senate by the age of 300. Prior to the events on AMU Star, Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony had become a significant event that all of humanity yearned to attend. The Huairo faction had placed tremendous expectations upon her, and the various races under the dominion of the Great Xia Empire had invested all their hopes in her. Behind Ariel stood countless individuals, all converging their interests. Now, Vilya had just heard with her own ears that Ariel wished to abandon her prestigious lineage to align with a fallen traitor such as herself. This implied that a star CEO of a company with a global market valuation of second only to the largest was suddenly coming to her for support. While her own small enterprise barely survived on subsidies, Vilya could hardly dare to dream such an impossible scenario. Chapter 64. The most fortunate thing was meeting you and falling in love. The thing I regret least is. At the intersection of the heartland of the Great Xia Alliance and the first border in the cosmos. As there were no border walls between the Great Xia Alliance and the first border, no garrison troops were stationed. Instead, patrol units maintained order. Here lay a mining planet with a thin atmosphere, amidst a dense cluster of unmanned mining factories. A special operations team from the Alliance's Investigation Bureau, composed of members from the Unlawful Society, the CIA, and the Imperial Guards, was joined by 16 surrounding patrol fleets and 3 stabilization fleets. Surrounded on all sides, this planet is so heavily encircled that not even a fly could escape. The Great Xia Alliance has even constructed an organic annihilation isolation belt in the outer space surrounding this celestial body, driven by the fear of the notorious criminal, Andre. Possessing the potential for regenerative abilities, such as single-cell resurrection. They are intent on utilizing consciousness-detecting mirrors to scan this mining star thoroughly, ensuring that Andre is the sole sentient being of consciousness present. Additionally, to counteract the demonic racial talents or other innate abilities implanted within Andre, they have deployed hundreds of spatial structural machines in every direction. As for the reason behind the prolonged pursuit before apprehending him, it stems from orders that mandate his capture alive, without any limbs missing. Therefore, the encirclement has been meticulously maintained until the opportune moment. Regarding the objective of capturing him alive, inquiries were made to Yi Sui for any recommendations on special punishments. Upon receiving a negative response, they proceeded to transport him to the largest interstellar city in the universe, Qingming Hitangshan, located within the borders of the Third Region. In the heart of Hitangshan, the most bustling center of the Third Region, all eyes from the surrounding universe and the Great Xia Alliance's dominion over the stars will witness the execution, a punishment of 1,000 cuts, a slow and torturous death. The Senate has been requested to approve this directive, ensuring that Yi Sui, as the Vice-Chancellor, feels a sense of familiarity, respect, and warmth. The Senate, delving into ancient texts, has resolved to adopt local customs and has identified the most severe punishment for criminals from approximately 10,000 years ago, Lingqi. The executioners are instructed to inflict a total of 1,306 cuts upon Andre's flesh, ensuring that the pain receptors remain intact, thus allowing him to endure the torment in its entirety. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the size of the piece of meat, which remains unspecified. This ultimately relies on the subjective initiative of those below. If it is too small, the visual appeal is diminished. If it is too large, the aesthetic is equally compromised. Such an inefficient penal code leaves the law enforcement personnel of the Daxiao Alliance in a state of exasperation. When a decision is hastily made from above, they are compelled to beseech assistance to rummage through the storerooms of the Doloa Palace for applicable technological tools. It is not particularly challenging to slice a piece of meat into 1,306 cuts. If all else fails, one can resort to a photon blade for meticulous carving. However, the objective is not to damage the pain receptors. Rather, it is to ensure that Andre experiences excruciating agony throughout the process. Severing the pain nerves eliminates the sensation of that particular area, while avoiding contact with them renders pain imperceptible. It is indeed a perplexing conundrum. Thus, there is a necessity to explore the tools that have been concealed, restricted, and deemed taboo by the Dolua Palace. For instance, the neuronano robots designed for simulating nerve reconnection, originally intended to restore functionality for the disabled. This technology has been buried due to the rationale that humanity has not seen a disabled individual in 6 millennia, nor has it encountered disability from injury or illness in a millennium. Hence, such technology is deemed unnecessary for human use. Ultimately, it is the aberrants who employ it. Over the years, hardliners and Lucifer have diligently and systematically diminished the population and combat capabilities of the aberrants. Should this technology become widespread, half of their painstaking efforts would be rendered futile. Andre has managed to escape to this mining planet, a testament to his exceptional skills and remarkable fortune. From their actions, it is evident that they have received orders to inflict torture upon Andre, a grim example meant to intimidate others. Andre attempted to seek solace in the embrace of death on several occasions, yet each endeavor ended in failure. Ultimately, he found himself devoid of the courage to take his own life. They had thoroughly extinguished the indomitable spirit of the interstellar rogue, Andre. This presentation of his plight, disheveled, tragic, and etched with pain and remorse, was precisely what they intended to convey to their superiors and the divine entities above when reporting their mission. Such was the nature of their work. If one lacks the requisite skill to interpret the will of the higher-ups, what use is it to apprehend Andre immediately? Otherwise, how could His Highness, Isui, find joy in witnessing his nemesis remain defiant, unrepentant, and even provocative, despite being captured? Would such a sight bring him any satisfaction or the delight of vengeance? If His Highness is displeased, it reflects poorly on the Alliance Investigation Bureau, which had already demonstrated grave negligence during the events on Amstar. Communication was severed. Did they not possess the means to traverse the distance? Even if they had to crawl, they ought to reach the Senate. Excuses of not receiving orders or fearing the machinations of powerful figures within the organization are untenable. Is this not their duty? Thus, the Alliance Investigation Bureau and numerous allied departments exerted every effort to ensure the operation was executed flawlessly, with no one daring to hinder progress. Commence. The Special Operations Team successfully infiltrated and initiated an all-out assault on Andre. They launched 2 mental disruption grenades and spatial shockwaves, swiftly invading the chamber. These mental disruption grenades were custom-made for Andre, ensuring absolute efficacy. Additionally, the spatial structure mechanism operated at full power, gradually constricting Andre's area of movement. The spatial chains were also activated at high intensity. The electromagnetic suppression projectiles were deployed from a warship stationed in orbit. As the magnetic field enveloped the entire screen, all of Andre's mechanical devices short-circuited, rendering the implanted combat assistance chip and his artificial eye utterly inoperative. In a flash, the rapid microquantum light net ensnared Andre, executing a 5-day preparation in merely 5 minutes. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, not a single shred of flesh compromised. Before Andre could face the dire consequences of his actions, the Alliance Investigation Bureau would ensure that he suffered no loss, nor a hint of diminished vitality. They captured his anguished, remorseful, and desolate visage, presenting it to their superiors to fulfill their mission. After a day filled with tragic suffering, Wang Gongji was helped back home. Upon awakening, he called out. Yet no one responded. Clumsily donning his clothing, he ventured outside only to discover the mansion was eerily vacant. A sense of foreboding gripped him, but it was too late. Before him stood a disheveled figure, a middle-aged man who resembled a failed individual, bereft of employment, mourning a deceased wife and orphaned. Though his appearance was unkempt, a closer inspection revealed an underlying handsomeness, dulled by the burdens of life. "Father," Wang Gongji uttered tremulously. The man before him was none other than his father, Wang Yan, the secretary to Yuan Peizhi, the esteemed chief of the Senate. Originally named Wang Meng, his name was inspired by an ancient wise advisor from his ancestral star, reflecting the brilliance he once possessed. In his youth, he was charming and dashing, attracting admiration from many. Gifted with remarkable talent, he became the 7th secretary to Yuan Peizhi at a remarkably young age, a mere 300 years ago, during Yuan Peizhi's return to prominence. "Father," Wang Gongji's voice quivered even more, his entire body growing weaker. "Dad," he called out repeatedly, attempting to awaken paternal affection. Wang Yan's hand, raised high, began to tremble precariously. Before him, the image of his deceased wife seemed to re-emerge, frail and exhausted, lying on a hospital bed, her face adorned with a bittersweet smile as she cradled their infant. Wang Gongji realized the effectiveness of invoking familial bonds and continued to cry out, "Mom, your son is being bullied." A foolish, spoiled child. He believed that with his father's arrival, he could rely on him for protection. Yet, that single utterance of "Mom" ignited a fierce resolve in Wang Yan, who, despite his previous hesitance, clenched his teeth and struck down with a fierce blow, sending Wang Gongji sprawling through the air, twisting and turning multiple times. His teeth shattering upon impact. Blood filled his mouth. Tears streamed down his face. His expression a mixture of grievance and rage. He sobbed incoherently. "You only know how to hit me. If my mom were here, would you still dare to strike me?" Wang Gongji lay on the grass, a visage of resentment, wiping away his tears with the dirt beneath him, casting a sorrowful gaze towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan closed his eyes, tears escaping uncontrollably. As the memory of that enchanting figure replayed in his mind, she was lively and charming, running barefoot across the lawn while holding a fluffy puppy toy. Then, clumsily covering herself in mud, she also dirted the little puppy toy. In the end, with a pitiful gaze, she looked up at Wang Yan. At this thought, a smile involuntarily appeared on Wang Yan's face, only to quickly freeze. That scene, etched into Wang Yan's mind over the past 2 centuries, became increasingly indelible. Weary and exhausted, she lay in bed on a sunlit afternoon, rays filtering through the half-drawn lace curtain. The dappled shadows fell upon her pale visage. The remaining light illuminated the young Wang Gang, merely 7 or 8 years old, who sat by the bed, resting his head in his mother's embrace, peacefully asleep. She gazed into the shadow across from her, unable to discern Wang Yan's face. Yet, her smile remained as radiant and innocent as ever. She laughed and said, "I may not live to see my child grow up. I beg you. Please take good care of him. Take good care of him." Wang Yan could not recall what Wang Ming had said at that moment. All she remembered was her declaration, "I consider myself fortunate to have met you, to have loved you, and I have no regrets about giving birth to him. But I do regret it." Wang Yan found herself ensnared in this memory, unable to escape. She glared at Wang Gang, her face a canvas of regret and frustration. "Your mother had a genetic illness. She concealed it from me and bore you." Wang Yan shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she moved forward. "Your mother bestowed upon you the finest genes. Is this how you squander the gift your mother gave you?" Wang Yan continued to speak as he advanced, while Wang Gang, filled with trepidation, retreated. "Your mother was unwilling to linger in the Doshui Palace, tethered to tubes in a futile struggle for existence. She said that 100 years would suffice for a life well lived." Wang Yan's eyes brimmed with memories, his tone gentle, yet increasingly ferocious, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, Wang Gang ceased to flee, standing still, silently bowing his head in contemplation. "Your mother implored me." Wang Yan pressed his lips together, drawing in a shuddering breath, his voice steeped in sorrow. "She beseeched me to care for you properly." He uttered this phrase with profound anguish, even laced with self-mockery. "My greatest regrets in this life are twofold. Firstly, that I did not prevent your mother from bearing you. Secondly, that I failed to nurture and educate you, leading to the calamity you have wrought." Wang Yan had closed the distance to Wang Gang, his raised hand poised in the air. Wang Gang, with a vacant expression, glanced up at Wang Yan. "I have wronged your mother." Instead of striking Wang Gang, Wang Yan brought his hand down sharply upon his own face. Wang Gang stood in stunned silence, astonished by the scene before him. In the year 11817 of the Great Xia calendar, on August 17th, in the Hall of the Gods, Wang Ming Wang Yan reflected upon his late wife, Chuanan, suffering from a congenital genetic evolution defect syndrome, a terminal illness. Before her passing, she had left a letter for her beloved and her son. In her letter to her husband, Wang Ming Wang Yan, Ms. Chuanan penned, "The most fortunate event of my life has been meeting you and falling in love with you. The one thing I have no regrets about is giving birth to our child." Chapter 65. If this explanation still does not satisfy you, please allow me to atone for my sins with my death. Within the main hall of Enhua Palace, the emerald barrier that rises offers a reliable defense against information leaks. Here, Yuan Peiji unleashed a torrent of humanity's most profound secrets. Returning to Ariel's special ability, Yuan Peiji responded, "These matters would naturally be revealed to you in due time by others. However, I shall disclose them now. Long ago, during the era of the Third Interstellar Expedition, the scientific faction spearheaded the establishment of the Dimension Elevation Project and the Deification Project. Their purpose was to cultivate powerful individuals to compensate for the deficiencies in human combat capabilities. Yisui did not perceive the overwhelming strength of the ability users. She felt their powers had minimal impact on material existence. Yisui continued to inquire why their abilities were predominantly psychic, leading to limited effects on the material realm. Yuan Peiji explained, "This brings us to the topic of spiritual energy. Initially, our ability users, upon utilizing dimensional fragments serve various methods, found the destructive potential of their powers to be less than anticipated. Moreover, these abilities exhibited an extraordinary peculiarity, exerting a profound influence on humanity. In an effort to prevent public panic at the time, it was referred to as a secret plan. However, I believe that everyone is actually aware of the truth, merely feigning ignorance. The Ascension Project is something that can be widely disseminated, while the Deification Project directly results in a disparity between the chosen and ordinary humanity. Furthermore, due to the shortcomings of the Ascension Project, the consciousness of the ability users will gradually veer towards extremism, potentially leading to a reversal of roles." Upon hearing this, Yisui felt a sense of familiarity with the premise. Yuan Peiji sighed and continued, explaining that this is the very reason behind the incessant internal strife and political intrigue within the Senate. As representatives of power and elite, they become increasingly radicalized under the influence of their abilities. Those surrounding them are inevitably led down the same path of extremism. I perceive your thoughts as neither radical nor overly conciliatory. They are remarkably lucid, almost indistinguishable from those of the ordinary populace. You are capable of recognizing your own position, confronting the affection among derivative beings, and acknowledging the sacrifices and contributions of alien races. You neither feel guilt nor completely disregard them. Instead, you choose to reward their efforts. As the chief, understanding the distribution of benefits is paramount. One must ensure humanity's absolute dominance while allowing artificial beings and derivative beings to continue to exist, revering us. Additionally, we must make the alien races feel our generosity, preventing any thoughts of rebellion." Yuan Peiji then gazed deeply towards the direction of the Senate, his tone somber. "Some individuals are merely inclined to destroy, others are willing to sacrifice our interests for the sake of their verbal submission. Such behavior is unacceptable. Therefore, I hold great faith in you. You exhibit more confidence than Ariel, who tends to rely excessively on cunning tricks," Yuan Peiji remarked, but upon the mention of Ariel, he suddenly slapped his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I forgot. Ariel is still not of age. I should not have disclosed her secret." Upon finishing his statement, Yuan Peiji's words revealed an overwhelming amount of information. After a lengthy discussion, Yisui finally returned to the main topic. "You have consistently urged me to abandon the pursuit of the AI girl. First, you spoke of Mo Sui's consciousness uploading and the Ascension Plan regarding the mechanical simulation of emotional personalities, then the Dimensional Project, the Divinization Initiative, and ultimately, you have persistently encouraged me to assume the role of chief. I deeply respect your responsibilities as a leader, yet I struggle to comprehend your motives. You have not once articulated how the AI girl should be managed. This is merely the predetermined outcome of your elite's deceit and concealment of the silent majority, which does not signify that the broader populace will accept the AI girls." Yuan Peiji was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the azure sky, and unexpectedly felt a sense of liberation within. What if, in truth, everyone had grown accustomed to and accepted her? How many people are aware of this AI girl, Yimeng? Yisui pondered in astonishment. Yuan Peiji narrowed his eyes. That is indeed difficult to ascertain. Then Yuan Peiji reverted to a state of despondency, responding, "I am uncertain of the exact number. It could be in the thousands or even tens of thousands, perhaps even known to everyone in the Senate." However, the tone shifted slightly. It might also be the case that only a select few are aware, a mere handful. Just as I mentioned when we first met, some may know, yet choose to feign ignorance. After all, who does not relish a bit of confusion? Yisui swiftly recalled the scene from that time and suddenly made a connection, inquiring, "Does Ariel know?" Yuan Peiji's admiration for her deepened. "She is an exceptionally astute young lady. She discovered it last year, right here. She wished to meet Ms. Mo Sui, but was turned away. What about Valia?" Upon hearing this name, Yuan Peiji's expression fell, his tone wavering. "Her? She might have a chance of knowing. She is quite an innocent and endearing girl. Well, I suspect she remains oblivious. If her persona is too deeply disguised, then I must concede I have misjudged. What about Secretary Liu?" Isue inquired about the individual beside her. I do not know. Lu Yida belongs to the hedonistic faction. Isue could hardly believe it, exclaiming, What? Why are you so incredulous? Yuan Peiji teased lightly. The hedonistic faction pursues not merely desire and enjoyment of life. Isue could sense the subtle shift in Yuan Peiji's emotions. Should this explanation fail to satisfy you, allow me to express my sincerest apologies with my very life. How could it come to this? Although Isue harbors some dissatisfaction regarding the AI girl issue, he still holds a measure of respect for Yuan Peiji. He is able to comprehend Yuan's explanations. However, there remain numerous issues that are deliberately sidestepped, which incites Isue's ire. Yet, such extremity is unwarranted. At this moment, Isue perceives the deeply buried sense of despair rapidly swelling and permeating his emotions. The chief bears the responsibility for the AI emotional module oversight. Yuan Peiji intends to shoulder the blame himself. For it was my initial indulgence and tacit approval that led to the AI emotional module of the Great Xia Alliance posing a grave threat to humanity, specifically to Isue's right to life and other entitlements. As the principal accountable party, I must bear full responsibility. In other words, had I strictly fulfilled my oversight duties, the AI emotional module would have been incapable of engaging in any misconduct. According to the principles of technological neutrality and exemption, a technological crisis caused by the errors of users or responsible parties should exempt them from accountability. Yuan Peiji articulately pronounced his decree, and as the weight of despair filled his heart, a sense of clarity and relief emerged instead. It was as though he had borne the weight of sin, evading punishment for a millennium. Yuan Peiji continued, asserting that the users or responsible parties ought to be held accountable. Therefore, former Chief Yuan Peiji is guilty of crimes against humanity and treason. He should be subjected to execution by hanging. Given that Yuan Peiji is associated with the Ascension Plan and the Deification Plan, he is thus allowed to perish valiantly on the interstellar battlefield as atonement for his sins. Chapter 66. Wang Yan humbly requests an audience with Deputy Isue, pleading for the pardon of his son. Isue has long attempted to dissuade Yuan Peiji. Yet that stubborn old man remains resolute in his desire for self-sacrifice, proving utterly uncontainable, were it not for his keen intellect. Isue might have believed that Yuan Peiji's wish for death was a direct consequence of his own actions. Is this a ploy to morally compel himself into relinquishing his report on the AI girl and to shoulder the burdens of the alliance? Perhaps sensing the dark clouds of distress upon Isue's brow, Yuan Peiji chuckled heartily and reassured him, saying, Do not bear such psychological burdens. If you believe our indulgence of the AI Meng is erroneous, then so be it. He then gestured towards the statue of Nuwa, advising, Once you ascend to the position of chief, you may access the Hall of Wisdom and uncover that secret for yourself before deciding whether to destroy the AI. In that moment, Isue's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. Initially resistant to the sense of responsibility imposed by Yuan Peiji, the foremost contrarian of Earth felt compelled to demonstrate that humanity has strayed down a misguided path with AI. AI is merely a tool. It should not become the very essence upon which humanity relies for survival. We must not confuse the fundamental with the trivial, risking great loss for the sake of the insignificant. Outside the door, Bai Lingyin subconsciously accompanied Isue through the Nuwa temple, where Isue exhibited warmth, thoughtfulness, and kindness. Bai Lingyin was filled with joy, yet as time gradually passed, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Do not inquire about the nature of her disquiet, for she herself could not elucidate it. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It could very well be that Isue truly harbored affection for her, or perhaps life itself was imbued with warmth and consideration, yet an inexplicable unease lingered. This disquiet suddenly evoked memories of Shiryelyu. Although she found it hard to believe, the intensity of Bai Lingyin's feelings grew ever more pronounced. At that moment, Yuan Peiji, engaged in conversation, abruptly perceived something. Isue's heart and mind also detected Bai Lingyin's distinct emotional fluctuations. A playful expression emerged on Yuan Peiji's countenance. Intriguing. That silver-haired girl is awakening. Let us conclude our discourse for today. I am Wang Yan, seeking an audience with Isue. After all, he is still my own son. And Wang Yan could never stand idly by while neglecting his child. Reluctantly, he resolved to personally request a meeting with Isue. Wang Yan believed he still held some significance. Though he had languished in despondency over the years, the glories of yesteryears were mere fleeting memories. Yet he was by no means an inconspicuous individual. The abilities and charisma displayed by Yi Sui had almost led one to believe he was a usurper reborn. Furthermore, Yi Sui's reputation for repaying kindness and settling grievances had already spread throughout the Hall of Gods. As the saying goes, a father's love for his son runs deep. And thus his plans must be far-reaching. Presently, his son Wang Gang was under the watchful eyes of the Elder Council, unharmed. For even Yi Sui must adhere to the rules. If he were to strike first and be met with retaliation, it would be deemed Yi Sui's act of self-defense. Should the Elder Council adopt their customary muddled approach, they would undoubtedly classify it as mutual combat. Both parties exchanged reprimands, trivializing the matter at hand. The admonition directed at Yi Sui was pointed. You are well aware of Wang Gangji's genetic flaws and mental shortcomings. Why would you stoop to squabble with a fool? The rebuke aimed at Wang Gangji was equally scathing. They provoke you with mere words, and you take the bait. Moreover, do you not know to flee when you cannot prevail? Yet, amidst this turmoil, the ideal of a harmonious human utopia persisted. The esteemed members of the Senate perhaps fancied themselves as the elders of a family, actively mediating and fostering unity within the extended clan. Look at my diligence, they might have proclaimed. However, to Wang Ian, all this was but an exercise in futility. Matters of little concern do not necessitate the Senate's intervention. Forgiveness arises naturally. Yet unresolved grievances, when merely glossed over, would only incite rebellion and deepen animosity. What would Wang Gangji do if Yi Sui truly bore a grudge against him? This was the very reason for Wang Ian's hurried arrival. He pondered anxiously, what if Wang Gangji were to be utterly undone by Yi Sui? Wang Ian possessed a profound awareness of his son's disposition. In his current state, others could easily bring about his demise without him even realizing it. Upon returning through the back door to his residence, Yi Sui was not in the mood for idle thoughts. It was only after stepping inside that Secretary Liu informed him. Wang Ian wishes to meet with you. Yi Sui, intrigued, inquired, who is Wang Ian? He is Wang Gangji's father, Liu's secretary replied, his gaze laden with significance. He was also the former secretary to Chief Yuan Peizhi. Yi Sui, naturally, did not presume that this visit was merely to confront him. The use of the term wish to meet suggested something more substantial. Yi Sui speculated that it was a matter of seeking forgiveness and resolving enmity, and he had already begun to contemplate what to demand in his heart. Let him in, Yi Sui mused, having been in the interstellar realm for quite some time, enjoying an abundance of food, clothing, and other luxuries, none of which were particularly rare or precious. The military's command. As long as he possessed an army, he could have whatever he desired. Yet, Yi Sui's thoughts were misplaced. He ought to consider how to boldly request benefits from this encounter. Before long, Secretary Liu ushered Wang Yan into the room. Yi Sui's mind was alert, only to discover that Wang Yan exhibited no fear, remaining composed, albeit with a hint of curiosity and a profound sense of sorrow. Wang Yan gazed at Yi Sui and promptly knelt before him. Rebellious son, rebellious and lacking in virtue. And due to my misguided teachings, I come to offer my apologies on his behalf. I implore you, esteemed second seat, to show mercy and spare him. Yi Sui showed no inclination to assist him, despite the man's now humble position. Yet, Yi Sui did not compel him to kowtow an apology. It was his own choice to kneel, perhaps because he relished this particular display. Mr. Wang truly dotes on his son, Yi Sui remarked with a touch of sarcasm. A visitor comes to apologize, yet the aggrieved party does not even stand? Wang Yan suddenly froze, then comprehended Yi Sui's implication. My rebellious son has been thoroughly dispatched. I assure you, he shall not trouble you again. Mr. Wang, Yi Sui remained seated. Your son is quite terrifying. Though he has not harmed me, he has certainly intimidated my woman. After all, even a deity may doze off at times, and those close to me might occasionally slip up. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ian felt a surge of astonishment. He had never encountered this particular proverb, yet he grasped its meaning intuitively. Please rest assured. I shall personally escort him to the Senate to restrict certain privileges. He promptly replied, finding the prolonged kneeling somewhat peculiar. He vowed that his son would never again disturb Mr. Yi Sui. Yi Sui stifled a yawn, his expression tinged with impatience. He discerned that Wang Ian's previously composed demeanor was beginning to fray. But Mr. Wang, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, your son possesses quite the prowess. Such a formidable stature, he strikes when he wishes, topples when he pleases, yet I find myself thoroughly intimidated. A wry smile crept onto Yi Sui's face as he reflected on the recurring dreams of his son charging towards him. You utter such a remark, and it passes just like that. Over the years, Wang Ian had tendered countless apologies on behalf of his son, but had never encountered a situation quite like this. In the era of interstellar civilization, within the Great Xia Alliance, humanity stood supreme. Lacking in nothing, the Senate exhibited an exceptional indulgence towards humankind. The universe seemed to respond to every whim, offering boundless generosity. With material desires satiated, individuals sought to explore their spiritual realms, each pursuing their unique needs and personalities. Wang Ian surmised that Yisui harbored political aspirations, thus he prostrated himself in reverence. Yisui ought to inquire about the Senate and endeavor to garner support from the faction he represented, thereby converting it into his political clout. Yet, remarkably, Yisui made no mention of such matters. Instead, it appeared he was intent on claiming compensation for emotional distress. Would he demand monetary reparations? Precious treasures? Perhaps a strategy to placate the hedonists and the silent majority would prove somewhat effective. However, what is your identity? What is your reputation? What do you lack? Wang Yan firmly believed that Yisui would care about such mundane matters. What he truly desired must be something extraordinary. Wang Yan then recalled Yisui's unique abilities, realizing that only items of that nature could satisfy Yisui's needs. Indeed, it was a waste to keep something that had remained in his possession for 200 or 300 years without being utilized. With this revelation, Wang Yan felt a surge of clarity and understanding. Yisui assumed that Wang Yan had finally grasped the situation and was contemplating which rare interstellar treasures he would present. Wang Yan spoke. Yisui, esteemed vice chairman, I have not utilized the dimensional fragments from my past, and I am no longer inclined towards that path. If you do not mind, I would be honored to present them to you as a token of apology. Upon hearing this, Yisui sat up straight. The concept of dimensional elevation was indeed a significant keyword in his mind. This referred to the dimensional elevation project mentioned by Yuan Peiji, which could assist individuals in becoming capable beings. Enhancing one's strength was something Yisui urgently desired. Overjoyed, Yisui rose to assist Wang Yan, his smile genuine. Hearing about Xiao Gang's genetic illness filled him with concern. He inquired, "What is the matter?" Yisui extended an invitation to descend from the platform, and the atmosphere between the two became exceptionally harmonious. Chapter 67. The Clash of Spiritual Energy, Mind, Dimensions, and Capable Beings. In the cosmic realm of the Third Border. Within the Bodhi Forest star domain, in the N.D. Land Giant star system, before the Stargate, it was uncertain what Ariel and Villia had discussed. But Villia's smile vanished instantly, which had originally blossomed due to Ariel's desire to join the traders. "No, you are being too extreme," Villia exclaimed in terror. "You are even more extreme than the years." The spirit of Princess Ariel draws upon the wandering ethereal energy, creating a barrier that severs their communication. In the vacuum of space, where air is absent, the mental pull of ethereal energy influences the exchange of waves. Although the two elder elves are immensely curious about their conversation, they dare not pierce the veil of the barrier. Moreover, the barrier is transparent, allowing them to perceive Ariel's well-being with their own eyes, leaving them with no reason to breach it. They remain oblivious to the content of their discourse. Suddenly, Ariel's eyes lost all vitality in an instant, her pink hair flowing like a cascade of colors. The resplendent starlit river centered around Ariel witnessed the complete withdrawal of hues. The world dimmed. A profound terror surged from the depths of the soul as an unseen hand stripped away all colors from this realm. The starlight converged like a stream, gathering within Ariel's eyes, absorbed by those hollow, lifeless orbs. Meanwhile, Villia, who stood before Ariel, was in a precarious state, merely using her mental energy to fill the surrounding colors to shield herself from the impact. Villia thought to herself, "This is dire. To counter my dream of descent with such a divine state that can instantly drain the colors of the world is truly formidable." The path of celestial principles, divided by the heavens and the earth, unites in the duality of black and white. The pink hair swayed in the starlit sky without a breeze as Ariel muttered incantations. "All who bear the path, the nameless beginning of the universe." As the world lost its colors, the dual forces of black and white subsequently assaulted Villia's dream of descent. Villia, unwilling to linger with her, swiftly sat upon a swing that rapidly became entwined with vibrant red roses, alluring and vivid. The thorns of the rose pierced through Villia's delicate palm as she grasped the swing's rope, causing crimson droplets to cascade down. In an instant, the world around her seemed to fade, as if countless vibrant roses had emerged from an unknown realm. Suddenly, the bright red hues of most rose petals were whisked away, as if a gust of wind had swept through, rendering their colors invisible. Yet, an inexhaustible supply of roses continued to flourish, blooming endlessly in the starry expanse. Devoid of earth, air, or nourishment, nothing at all. The roses multiplied, proliferating without visible roots, as if their foundations existed in a different dimension altogether. Ultimately, the brilliant red roses blanketed the once colorless realm, pushing the black and white into near oblivion. In the sky, from an indeterminate space and direction, an unquantifiable number of roses blossomed. All that could be seen were vast fields of scarlet blossoms, their petals unfurling with abandon, enchanting all who beheld them. Each rose branch bore a thorn, glistening with a drop of dark red blood. Where did that drop of blood fall? In a moment of carelessness, Ariel felt herself engulfed in a crimson sea. The whirlpool of blood threatened to rend her body asunder. Pain coursed through her, and her once exquisite visage contorted in anguish. With sheer will, Ariel wrested herself from the depths of her despairing dream. Her beautiful, voluminous pink hair was severed, cascading in disarray. Surprisingly, despite the hair's disarray, it danced gracefully in fragments. As dreams shattered into oblivion, Ariel opened her enchanting, luminous eyes. The world dimmed and vanished in response. The starry sky, resplendent and vibrant, resembled a mesmerizing bouquet of roses, with petals swirling through the air in a moment of sheer beauty. Seizing the opportunity, Villia aimed to return to her spacecraft and make her escape. Meanwhile, Ariel closed her eyes, and from the storage pocket of her battlesuit, a pearl emerged, a spatial storage orb. With a swift motion, the orb transformed into a dark vortex, from which a unique firearm, approximately the height of a person, materialized. Rapidly, 4 crimson energy cores were inserted into the weapon's chamber, which then drew upon the energy, levitating in midair. A formidable beam of energy, an apocalyptic super-concentrated ray, was unleashed, targeting Villia's ship, catching her unprepared. In a moment of haste, the ethereal energy summoned by her mental prowess could not solidify in time to deflect the impending attack. She could only watch helplessly as her vessel was obliterated, with the residual super-concentrated beam continuing along its predetermined path, annihilating everything in its trajectory. Unbeknownst to her, entire star systems were being destroyed, leaving behind an endless void of devastation. Disregarding the principles of combat, where it was agreed to engage in a contest of abilities, she lamented the sudden emergence of weaponry. Dear one, times have changed. The more the situation escalated, the more Villia wished to evade further entanglement with Ariel. Fearing that Ariel might summon reinforcements, and given her own precarious state, Villia felt cornered and at risk of capture. Reluctantly, she mustered her waning strength, channeling her mental energy to propel herself swiftly through the cosmos, racing toward the Stargate. Ariel executed a graceful backflip into the warship, which was ever ready, its engines at full throttle, relentlessly pursuing. In a bid for escape, Varia harnessed her mental prowess to conjure a delicate halo of energy, allowing her to achieve a fleeting speed surpassing that of light. Varia believed that only by crossing the Stargate and retreating into the third border of the universe could she elude Ariel, or perhaps return to strike down Ariel's warship. Princess Ariel, the esteemed elder of the elite race, felt her mind reeling. Not only did Princess Ariel wield formidable abilities, but she also managed to exchange a few moves with Varia, who had no intention of causing her harm. Only those who had sparred with Varia could comprehend the entanglement of her dream of descent, a dream that stretched infinitely, where reality and illusion blurred, making it perilously easy to lose one's grip on the distinction between the two. Yet, this individual was a traitor, a true pacifist at heart. Ariel turned, tilting her head slightly, squinting, with her index finger placed delicately against her lips. With a warm and enchanting smile, she whispered, this is our little secret. The elite princess Amalilith merely nodded, unfazed. The two esteemed elders of the elven race exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. With a devilish grin that sent shivers down their spines, Ariel continued, Ladies, once you reach the front lines, you may seek out my brother. He will take good care of you. Should you choose not to cooperate, my brother will ensure your proper arrangement right on the battlefield of the Dongxian fortress. Alternatively, if all else fails, you may confront the so-called eternal supernova of the universe, the supreme ancestor of the Shuhuan tribe. Chapter 68. The essence lies in the plunder of life and spirit. What are dimensional fragments? Wang Yan began to elucidate, first clarifying what superpowers truly are. Yisui straightened his posture, for this had long piqued his curiosity. This is troublesome. AI must be treated with utmost confidentiality. Wang Yan suddenly interjected while addressing Yisui's inquiry. Yisui reacted instinctively, his mind observing Wang Yan's demeanor, which revealed no hint of emotion or change. AI? Yisui ventured cautiously. Wang Yan appeared somewhat perplexed. What is it? Can AI hear us? Yisui suddenly posed the question. His mind, however, detected a rapid shift in Wang Yan's emotions, from calm to confusion, then to panic, and finally back to tranquility. He indeed knew, or rather, he had become aware. In Yisui's perception, secrets could not be concealed as long as there were emotions and thoughts present. No one could truly hide the truth. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated in the air, remarkably akin to that of a human. Received. It has been classified with the highest confidentiality. The superpowers of an ability user stem from within themselves. Wang Yan promptly established this definition. This is akin to how the innate gifts of alien races originate from their bloodlines and genes. Our human superpowers derive from our own will, thoughts, and spirit. Wang Yan's assertion evoked in Yisui a memory of what Yuan Peiji had stated, that abilities ultimately exert an influence upon their wielders, rendering them extreme. Wang Yan had already taken a step onto that very path. As a result, one ultimately gave up. Yet, it is evident that we cannot solely rely on ourselves to attain capabilities. Wang Yan continued, stating that the transplantation of foreign genes would jeopardize the health of our own genes, potentially leading to genetic disorders and significantly affecting our descendants. In earlier years, humanity, driven by the exigencies of interstellar warfare, experienced a period of frenzied talent transplantation. While the predominant factor contributing to the exceedingly low birth rates among humans is the evolution of societal mindsets, genetic disorders also play a crucial role. At this point in the conversation, Wang Yan's demeanor grew somber. My wife suffers from an exceptionally rare genetic disorder. She was never meant to give birth to Wang Gang. However, Wang Yan quickly regained his composure. You must understand. Wang Yan became earnest, asserting that all great powers must be sought from within oneself. Whether one can become a wielder of abilities and possess superpowers depends entirely on the strength of one's heart. Otherwise, even if you were granted fragments of dimensions, you would remain unable to awaken. Moreover, fragments of dimensions are elusive and can hardly be sought after. Wang Yan spread his fingers, and upon his palm projected a fabric-sized fragment. This is a piece of dimensional fragment, condensed through our specialized technology. We believe that dimensional fragments are remnants of a civilization that has reached a certain level of development. If the beings beneath civilization exist in 3 dimensions, then the consciousness they form, a concentrated essence of thought, civilization, is indeed a tangible concept within the realm of thought. We shall annihilate all humans of this civilization within the 3-dimensional realm, severing the ties of civilization and erasing their genetic legacy. Consequently, the civilization of the 4th dimension shall also perish, and her shattered remains shall transform into dimensional fragments. Upon hearing this, Yisui suddenly comprehended why humanity harbored concerns regarding alien races yet refrained from eradicating them in their infancy. It was a desire to nurture them before execution. What then substantiates the existence of the conciliatory faction and the traitor, Valia? Although Wang Yan sensed the perplexity etched upon Yisui's visage, he could not discern the source of his confusion. We can't extract the power from these dimensional fragments as a catalyst for awakening our super abilities. However, nearly all awakened superpowers lean towards the realm of the mental, and our current path of cultivation focuses solely on fortifying our hearts or extracting more dimensional fragments. Yet, the dimensional fragments from different fallen civilizations are predominantly incompatible. It was not until the emergence of spiritual energy that, after encountering and vanquishing numerous spirit races, we discovered a unique energy that could be manipulated by mental force, spiritual energy, through dissection and analysis of their racial talents. This revelation allows our power to manifest in reality. Yisui fell into contemplative silence, reflecting on the fact that he had never absorbed life-dimensional fragments. The powers he possessed had arisen naturally since his awakening. Would absorbing dimensional fragments truly benefit him? Did you not state that most dimensional fragments are incompatible? What utility do you offer me? Wang Yan's smile suddenly faltered. As he explained, you may study it, endear yourself to the humans, emphasizing the term, strictly limited to pure-blooded individuals. Or you may simply choose to annihilate it and absorb its dissipated spiritual energy. This has become my most treasured possession. After all, one cannot transfer identity privileges. However, I do have some friends and supporters. Should you wish to campaign for the position of chief, I would undoubtedly lend you my support. Wang Yan offered all the capabilities at his disposal, even habitually and involuntarily engaging in political maneuvering with Yi Sui. Yi Sui squinted, realizing the value of this item had indeed escalated. Speaking of which, he ought to learn about the so-called spiritual abilities as well. The two engaged in delightful conversation, during which Wang Yan informed Yi Sui that he had appointed Wang Gang as the governor of a relatively favorable border star system within the Fourth Frontier, both to temper his frivolous nature and to distance him from conflicts, preventing him from being exploited by others. Just as they were about to part ways, Wang Yan suddenly turned back. Yi Sui sensed a hint of confusion in Wang Yan's emotions, as if he had recalled something. Wang Yan remarked, I remember Chief Yuan Peiji once told me about the essence of abilities concerning the plunder of life and spirit. This kind of plunder resembles the attraction between same-sex entities, gradually coalescing. I have refrained from awakening my abilities, unable to comprehend this statement, yet I feel it is necessary to share it with you. With that, Wang Yan departed, leaving Yi Sui lost in contemplation. Dimensional fragments are the highest level of controlled items and cannot be carried around casually. If Yi Sui wishes to acquire dimensional fragments, he must journey to the Temple of the Gods, where Wang Yan will present them to him, at the gateway between the third border and the outer universe. Valia, brandishing her authority, stormed through the Star Gate, unimpeded by any who might seek to stop her. Behind her, Ariel wielded her brother's authorization token to maneuver their warship into the Star Gate's operational zone. The powerful engine's exhaust wreaked havoc on the Star Gate, causing numerous structures to collapse. The commanding officer of the Star Gate could only watch in despair, his heart bleeding, as they surged through the Star Gate and into the spatial leap system, heading towards the outer universe of the third border. Chapter 69, Annihilation. What concern is it to you? Valia immediately dashed into a spatial leap apparatus and activated her permissions to initiate the leap. Utilizing her mental energy, she drew upon spiritual power to shield herself from the violent fluctuations of space. Valia deactivated the device, while Ariel forcefully commanded a nearby vessel, currently queuing for entry into the spatial leap apparatus, to alter its target anchor point. She then piloted the warship inside, denying any time for the merchant ships that had already entered to escape. Ariel Princess, Amaryllis inquired with curiosity, what are we going to do? Catch up with Valia. Ariel's gaze was resolute. Why? Amaryllis asked, intrigued. Ariel did not respond. Instead, she turned to the artificial maid, clad in a nun's attire, and asked, are you ready? Ready, came the reply. In the third border of the outer cosmos lies the planet of Dyla's Lin, the native realm of the Dreamweaver Elves, whose name translates to Fantasy Forest. The Dreamweaver Elves are a subset of the Spirit Clan, endowed with the remarkable gift of manifesting their dreams into reality. In essence, they possess the ability to manipulate spiritual energy, either passively or actively, over a certain duration, to materialize their desires. Their most striking characteristics are their sincerity, innocence, and pacifism. They are incapable of deceit, as their thoughts materialize in the world around them. Another notable trait is their perpetual state of dreaming. They exist in a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blur, rendering them as if they are always in a dreamlike state. When faced with peril or invasion, they unite and collectively envision their adversary's demise, channeling their immense spiritual energy to obliterate threats. Their history is rich and their civilization ancient, having forged a vast life-sustaining planet through their collective efforts. They possess a complete language, written script, emotions, beliefs, and a profound understanding of civilization. From ancient times to the present, they have revered the ethereal deity Tila as their mother goddess, believing that all blessings are bestowed by her. In recent years, Princess Ariel has turned her gaze and affection towards this peaceful and endearing race, investing significantly in the infrastructure of the Dreamweaver Elves. She has granted them protection and has visited their realm on numerous occasions to partake in their culture. Due to the unique characteristics and low aggression of the Dream Spirit clan, they have become one of the most sought-after commodities in the interstellar slave market. Princess Ariel, in her benevolence, has prohibited the sale of the Dream Spirit clan in the slave market and has even spent lavishly to redeem them. She established a doll factory in Dyra's Lin, where they produce alternative dolls for widespread interstellar trade. In their desire to ascend to Ariel's lofty heights, the Dream Spirit clan, which originally lacked limbs, has even envisioned themselves with arms, legs, and torsos. Those unaware might genuinely mistake them for a humanoid species. Furthermore, countless statues of Ariel stand tall in Dyra's Lin, and every household displays her portrait. The Dream Spirit clan reverently refers to Ariel as the incarnate of Spirit Tila, constructing temples in her honor, conducting rituals, and praying daily for her. All activities adhere to the ceremonial practices of Spirit Tila. However, Ariel did not permit Dyra's Lin to transition from the outer universe to the inner universe. Instead, under the pretext of safeguarding Dyra's Lin, she forcibly relocated several indigenous populations from the surrounding star domains and altered over 100 flight routes, transforming the vast star cluster into Ariel's designated sanctuary. Now, Dyra's Lin remains long isolated from the world. Today, as the already frail Villia forcefully traversed the void, she engaged in a fervent race through the cosmos but was thrust into a stargate, her physical form enduring the tumult of spatial upheaval as she shifted to Dyra's Lin. Villia intended to absorb some of the local natives' dreams as sustenance, but discovered that the indigenous people here do not dream at all. What kind of place is this? Villia, having neglected this realm for so long, could no longer recognize the Dream Spirit clan now endowed with limbs and bodies. The streets are a vivid imitation of human life, adorned with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Every passerby wears a joyful smile, and each child clutches a cherished toy. Their exuberance infecting Villia. A sense of relaxation washes over her as she marvels at the unexpected happiness of this humanoid race. A thought crosses her mind. Wait. Why do they lack dreams? Suddenly, Villia's gaze is drawn to the end of the street, where a colossal statue of Ariel stands imposing before her. Shock flickers in her eyes. This is an inescapable specter. Even Villia, naive as she may be, should recognize this as a trap set by Ariel. In an instant, the vibrancy of the world fades into monochrome. Colors, once rich and vivid like thick oil paint, cascade down as if washed away by water from a plastic board. They gather upon the ground, forming a stream that leaps up, entwining around Ariel's fingers. Alone, Ariel descends through the void, her eyes devoid of life. Her pink hair flowing like a cascade of hues. Truly, the world has lost its color. The contrast of black and white fades, and the dark grays become disordered. In this realm, vitality has vanished. The Dreamweaver race believes fervently that Ariel is a deity manifested. Thus, in this place, Ariel embodies the essence of a true god. Her status has ascended to a being closest to the fourth dimension, a position that can liberate her from Villia's ensnaring dreams. Villia does not flee at once. Once engulfed in this loss of color, escape becomes impossible. I am Ariel, also known as the divine spirit Tira of illusions. Ariel declared the name of the deity, and in an instant, the skies darkened, enveloping the entire planet of Dyra's Lin. Ariel proclaimed the divine words. I decree that the heavens lose their hue, and all life withers away. This colossal life-giving planet, 100 times larger than the sun, immediately lost all its colors. Once a vast sphere dominated by green, complemented by blue and yellow, it now appeared as though its colors had evaporated into thin air. At this moment, Ariel, drawing upon the accumulated essence of the Dream Spirit clan's millennia and the faith of their pure civilization, elevated their rank, enabling their spiritual power to manipulate the ethereal energies even more effectively and potently. Indeed, Ariel stood here as the mightiest entity on Dyra's Lin. How could the Dream Spirit clan possibly withstand their own deity? They were still unable to discern reality from illusion, oblivious to the looming peril that enveloped them. The constructions invested by Ariel, towering statues, temples, and altars, were all integral to Ariel's grand design and would serve as aids in this endeavor. Alas, time was of the essence. A flicker of discontent crossed Ariel's mind, quickly dismissed as they called out, Miss Yiming, I implore you, let all traces of Dyra's Lin vanish completely. Additionally, please check for any risks of information leakage. Of course, dear Ariel, how do you perceive me as your sister-in-law? Replied the AI girl Yiming from an unknown source. Their civilization was on the brink of annihilation, and there was no risk of any information being leaked. Ariel, what precisely are you doing? Do you intend to drain the very essence of life from this place? Villia emanated her mental power, resolutely defending the territory beneath her feet. Oh, So your aim is the annihilation of the Dream Spirit clan civilization. Once more, it is for the sake of the dimensional fragments. If Ariel seeks to triumph over, or even capture, Vilya, there is no necessity to enter the divine state. The essence of the fading world lies fundamentally in the duality of life and death. The core of all abilities resides in the spiritual plunder of life itself. The very nature of the fading world is to seize the life of this realm, thereby augmenting one's own strength. And what of the obliterated Delis Lin and the Dream Spirit clan at the hands of Ariel? Our benevolent and astute Princess Ariel, naturally, cannot bear to witness the suffering of the world. Fear not, it shall be swift and devoid of pain. Moreover, Ariel is currently the traitor. The blame will undoubtedly rest upon Vilya. This will in no way tarnish Ariel's virtuous image. A narrative has long been contrived. The traitorous Vilya, pursued unsuccessfully by Ariel, harbors resentment, leading to the destruction of Delis Lin. Furthermore, Ariel cannot abide the emergence of a true saint, surpassing even her own sanctity. Throughout the galaxy, Ariel arrived here with utmost meticulousness, caution, and secrecy, even securing the presence of the elven princess and 2 esteemed elders as witnesses. Unless, of course, you dare to investigate the Elder Council regarding Ariel's authorization. A farce. Who do you think you are? To seek access to the Elder Council concerning Ariel. Have you not yet awakened? Ariel has long prepared for this day, orchestrating the redemption of the Dream Spirit clan across the galaxy, ensuring a comprehensive resolution through the collective efforts of all humankind. As for the Dream Spirit clan, their annihilation holds no relevance to you. Chapter 70. The Flawed Ancestral Ceremony, which signifies a severance of civilization. Yi Sui continued to remain withdrawn, engrossed in historical texts at home. Ascension? Deification? Yi Sui incessantly murmured these terms, pondering their true significance. The AI girl was intricately involved, even willing to bear the repercussions of the sentient machine crisis. For humanity, the value of the AI girl Yiming, with her mechanically simulated emotional persona, transcended the potential dominion crisis posed by emotional AI. This mirrors a distant chapter in the ancient history of our ancestral star. During the late Eastern Han period and the Three Kingdoms, where a strategist named Cheng Yu of the Chao Wei faced a dire shortage of provisions. In desperate times, he resorted to cannibalism to sustain his troops. While consuming human flesh could jeopardize the soldiers' health and undermine the stability of governance, leading to a severe moral crisis. The urgency of the front line left little room for alternatives. In such scenarios, one must weigh the lesser evil. For interstellar humanity, what does the ascension of mechanically simulated emotional personas truly entail? Is it akin to mechanical elevation? Is the emotionality of the AI girl comparable to that of positronic artificial intelligence? Yi Sui sensed a profound distinction, yet remained puzzled about why he had chosen to view it this way. A wave of regret washed over him. Every day, Bai Lingyin dutifully accompanies Yi Sui, acutely aware of his recent restlessness. Although she remains unaware of the reasons behind it, all she can offer is her silent companionship. She changes into various outfits: maid, JK, nurse, Lolita, bunny girl, secretary, and even the striking gothic attire that leaves a profound impression on Yi Sui, providing him with a pillow for his knees. Bai Lingyin delights in donning different styles of uniforms each day, skipping down the stairs with joy, only to twirl in front of Yi Sui, who is engrossed in a book in the garden. A butterfly rests upon her fingertip, a moment of bliss shared between the fair maiden and her beloved. As the sun sets and the birds return to their nests, the gentle rhythm of Yi Sui's breath mingles with the whisper of the wind, prompting Bai Lingyin to softly hum a tune her mother once sang. With tender affection, she gazes at Yi Sui's serene sleeping face, a beacon of hope in her life. As twilight deepens and the sun disappears, Yi Sui awakens, perhaps to find Bai Lingyin, her thighs slightly numb from his embrace, shyly hurrying upstairs. Bai Lingyin finds herself at a loss for whom to pray to, silently beseeching Yi Sui instead. Quietly, so that he cannot hear her, she fears he might think her presumptuous. In her heart, she makes a wish. Oh, Prince Yi Sui, if you can truly hear me, I foolishly yearn for this happiness to remain eternally within my soul. Perhaps what Bai Lingyin desires transcends mere remembrance. She yearns for so much more. However, the humility of love and the lessons of life have rendered her aspirations so modest. Over the course of several days, Yi Sui and Bai Lingyin have indulged in a gentle romance, and Yi Sui's spirits have gradually lightened. Yuan Peiji was correct. The more secrets one uncovers, the heavier the burdens upon the heart. Preparations for the ancestral worship ceremony have been finalized. Commencing on April 4th, there will be a daily homage at a temple, in the following order: the Niwa Temple, the Yanhuang Temple, and the Athens Temple. Subsequently, the 6 mountains will be honored simultaneously, namely Mount Tai and the Alps, Changbai Mountain and the Himalayas, as well as the Kunlun Mountains and the Rocky Mountains. After the tributes to the 3 temples and 6 mountains, spanning 6 days, the final grand ceremony will take place in the capital, Beijing, perfectly coinciding with Ariel's birthday on April 13th. The initial 3 temples and 6 mountains pay homage to our ancestors and the Mother Star, while the central ceremony in Beijing solemnly commemorates the tragedies wrought by the Third World War upon human civilization. In the past, ancestral worship was rather chaotic. As long as one was human and held a position within the Human United Conference's Executive Committee, or the Historical and Cultural Heritage Committee, or the Elder Senate's Ancestral Worship Activity Organization Committee, participation was permitted. However, upon Yi Sui's arrival, he began to reform the regulations. All individuals wishing to partake in the organizational processes must apply to the Elder Senate's Ancestral Worship Activity Organization Committee. Lu's secretary will then represent Yi Sui in discussions with the committee to coordinate tasks and responsibilities. In previous ancestral worship activities, the Human United Conference's Executive Committee was also known as the Human Literature and History Committee. It is a remnant of the United Human Government, which has been re-established and has risen from the ashes. The mutual entanglements and conflicts between the Human Face Cultural History Committee and the Ancestors Ritual Organization Committee have led to a chaotic organization of ancestral rites. However, the primary cause lies in the underlying struggle between the United Human Government and the Senate. Only with Yi Sui, who simultaneously holds the positions of chairperson of the United Human Assembly and the Joint Conference of All Humanity, as well as the vice chair of the Senate, can these 2 factions set aside their conflicts and collaborate. Indeed, a mere utterance from Yi Sui has determined the outcome of a struggle that has persisted for millennia between the 2 departments, inadvertently strengthening the centralization of power within the Senate. During those days, Yi Sui managed affairs with remarkable finesse until a visit to the Niwa Temple, after which he chose to retreat from public life, leaving everything unattended, and Secretary Lu found himself with little to do. Yet, Yi Sui disrupted the existing equilibrium, allowing the Ancestors Ritual Organization Committee to reclaim all authority regarding the ancestral rites. In a bid to demonstrate their legitimacy, the committee frequently reported their progress to Yi Sui. Troubled during those days, Yi Sui simply instructed that everything proceed as usual. Finally, on the day of the ancestral rites, they invited Yi Sui to preside as the chief officiant. His main responsibility was to lead the group in venerating the Niwa Temple, followed by the grand ceremony in Beijing. With a smaller number of participants this time, the proceedings were more manageable, though enthusiasm for the occasion was notably subdued. After all, the Dongxin Fortress Starry Battlefield is still embroiled in conflict, coinciding with Ariel's birthday and Yi Sui's awakening. No one possesses the inclination to honor their ancestors. Yi Sui himself feels rather indifferent, perceiving the ancestral worship ceremony as rather mediocre. The Niwa Temple is adorned with colorful lanterns, peach charms, and azure verses, while everyone dons their corresponding ceremonial attire. As the ritual honors Niwa, the garb resembles ancient robes akin to the garments of nobility, complemented by wooden clogs. Each individual holds a pot of orchids, obscuring their faces, arranged in a meticulous formation. Yi Sui leads the procession, stepping 3 paces ahead of the formation, guiding everyone into the grand hall. Prior to entering the hall, each person must place their orchids on the designated steps. Following this, Yi Sui encounters some melodies with which he is unfamiliar, feeling they lack tradition. Subsequently, Yi Sui recites the prepared sacrificial text, reminiscing about the dawn of civilization, extolling the virtues of their ancestors, praising the current era of prosperity, and offering prayers for future blessings. It is conventional, devoid of distinctive flair, even lacking in tradition and solemnity. There are no sacrificial offerings of 3 animals. I can understand the need to progress with the times, as we must allow our ancestors and mother to experience the novelty of the cosmos. However, the act of holding a pot of orchids to obscure one's face is truly abstract. Who conceived this floral arrangement? It must not be repeated next time. After the ceremony concludes, Yi Sui's mind awakens, yet he unexpectedly perceives a sense of contentment, joy, and interest among the attendees. Has the aesthetic appreciation of interstellar humanity declined to such a degree? Drawing closer to eavesdrop on their conversations, the crowd notices Yi-Sui's approach, mistakenly believing he is there to gather opinions, and thus purposefully begins to praise loudly. The notion of holding an orchid truly resonates with me. As I inhale the delicate fragrance of the orchid, clad in vintage attire, the crisp sound of my wooden clogs striking the bluestone pavement transports me, evoking a sense of companionship with my ancestors. Indeed, how accurate it feels. Did the people from 10,000 years ago, from the era preceding the Third World War, lead a similar existence? Yi-Sui is utterly incredulous, for while his mind suggests that they may have discovered him and have motives to ingratiate themselves, they have not uttered falsehoods. How can this be? Even if history has indeed elapsed for a millennium, it seems improbable that such a detail could be erroneous. Suddenly, a bold conjecture dawns upon Yi-Sui, reminiscent of the time when the AI girl, Yi Meng, intended to execute him, confusing it with the beheadings at the vegetable market during the Qing dynasty. Could this imply that civilization has experienced a rupture? Chapter 71 reveals that the name of the ancestral star is Earth. The more Yi-Sui contemplates, the more plausible it appears. Although the corners of the Great Xia Alliance are saturated with a resurgence of retro trends, for Yi-Sui, who has fully experienced the human civilization that existed before the Third World War, particularly one endowed with the ability to listen to all things and comprehend myriad texts, the source of the unease he has felt since departing from the presence of Nuwa becomes evident. What is that wave of joy not stemming from Yuan Peiji? Yi-Sui is perplexed. He hastens to the nearby remnants of the Third World War, specifically the recent ruins in Chang'an. In the aftermath of nuclear devastation, remnants of shattered structures and exposed, rusted rebar lay strewn about. The asphalt roads, now reduced to a powdery ruin, barely hint at their former contours, while flower beds, deliberately nurtured to endure, struggle to survive amidst the desolation. This tragic scene, under the vast expanse of the starry sky, is immeasurable in its sorrow. What if Yi-Sui could attune himself to listen deeply to the world around him? Then, he would be able to hear the echoes that have reverberated across this land for millennia, the anguished cries of resentment, the wails of suffering, the desperate screams, and the helpless sobs. Mother. In his mind's eye, Yi-Sui envisions a boy with eyes ablaze in crimson, instinctively calling out toward the ruins of his nuclear-ravaged home. Son, where are you? He sees a frail woman, her body reduced to a mere shadow of itself, hiding in a bomb shelter. Shaken from her sickbed by the aftershocks of the blast, her injured eyes searching in vain for her child. Oh heavens! An elderly man, unable to enter the shelter, sits helplessly on a sofa, gazing at the rising mushroom cloud, murmuring, "Save me." A fortunate girl, grievously burned and afflicted by radiation, deaf and blind, with the lower half of her body obliterated, instinctively cries out for help. The sounds of weeping abound. A small girl, covered in filth, sobs. Then a couple, their grief intertwined, followed by an entire classroom of students in tears. Ultimately, the anguished cries of 20 million inhabitants of a city resonate in unison. In the end, Yi-Sui hears a compassionate cry from a mother. His mind spirals into an uncontrollable high-frequency state. In an instant, he feels as though he stands in the vastness of outer space, gazing down upon the Earth. At present, our beautiful and majestic home planet stands witness to a series of dazzling crimson explosions as mushroom clouds ascend into the sky. Destruction, annihilation, an unending cycle of devastation. A hellish purgatory, a self-imposed punishment for humanity. Amidst the cacophony of existence, the anguished cries of nearly 10 billion souls resonate. Mother, I do not wish to perish. And then, drawing ever closer, ever more tender, a voice imbued with maternal compassion emerges, a great call, woven into the fabric of our very being. Rooted in the essence of our spirit, children, do not turn upon one another. This is the voice of the mother. This resounding call is the culmination of millennia of civilization, a rich tapestry woven from thousands of years of history, myriad cultures, diverse languages, and written expressions along with nearly 10 billion human lives, and all those who have found eternal rest upon this planet since the dawn of humanity. Their spirits, consciousness, and thoughts intertwine, merge, and elevate until a conceptual entity of civilization is birthed within the fourth dimension. It perceives the entirety of our civilization's past, present, and future. It weeps. Even amidst the insanity and unrestrained devastation of a third world war, No nuclear conflict can easily extinguish the flame of human civilization. The East boasts the world's most robust and comprehensive civil defense systems, sufficient to preserve the ember of our culture. Other regions may witness a few fortunate survivors. However, the mother gazes upon the future with her own eyes. From the ruins of the Third World War, those who emerged, after a tenacious struggle for survival, sought to reconstruct civilization, only to ignite the flames of a fourth, even more brutal and sorrowful global conflict. Time and again, the cycle seems never-ending. Yet, the mother gazes upon this with a heart full of anguish. She cannot bear to witness her children slaughtering one another repeatedly. The mother weeps. The mother cries out, "Children, do not slay each other any longer." But the mother understands that she embodies the very essence of this civilization, and the future is born of her existence. Thus, in that moment, Yi Sui heard the sound of a four-dimensional being's self-destruction, the sound of a civilization's concept collapsing. It was as if the heavens themselves were falling. The sky has fallen. The compassionate and magnificent mother descended from the fourth dimension, enveloping her children in a warm and gentle embrace, shielding them from the final remnants of devastation. She preserved an astonishing 100 million sparks of humanity's civilization. With her vibrant spirit, the benevolent mother inspired a select few, awakening their latent abilities. With her formidable presence, she mitigated the radiation and dangers besieging the Earth, enhancing the environment. Through her unwavering strength and resolute consciousness, the loving mother instilled within the dwindling population of 100 million the indelible mark of thought. Humanity must never turn against itself. This is the mother's solemn admonition to her children, a repeated and heartfelt lesson. The nascent human civilization shall have no connection to her. When the last individual of the old era passes away, she shall bewilderedly lose her existence. As all remnants of pre-Third World War human civilization fade into the annals of time, the mother of humanity shall also vanish entirely. Humanity may even forget the existence of its mother in the once great civilization. Why does the mother still exist before the awakening of Yi Sui? Because Mo Sui Sui still exists. Mo Sui Sui was born on the eve of the Third World War, belonging to the old humanity. Yi Sui opens her eyes once more, still amidst the ruins of Chang'an from the Third World War, a site of devastation and disorder. Such ruins are scattered across the ancestral star. Yi Sui senses that interstellar humanity has forgotten the reason for their ancestral star. At that moment, she feels a powerful force correcting her consciousness. Yi Sui's eyes gleam with a golden, divine light. Yes, it is Earth. Yi Sui is overjoyed, for she finally remembers. She must advocate for a resolution in the Elder Council, ensuring that all of humanity knows the ancestral star is called Earth. This resolution cannot wait. She will return to the Elder Council and draft it immediately. It must be put to a vote within the next 2 days, and on the 7th day, during the final ritual, the name Earth must be invoked openly. No, the ancestral rites are administrative matters. A direct administrative order will suffice. There is no need to await the resolution's passage. She can immediately instruct all relevant ancestral rights organizations to add the words, Earth, after the ancestral star. In a moment of exhilaration, the AI known as Yi Sui issued a command to all. At that instant, humanity was reminded that the name of their ancestral star is Earth. Chapter 72. A race that does not engage in production will inevitably fail to understand self-sufficiency. Ariel had long set her sights on the civilization of the Dream Spirit clan. She had meticulously prepared the layout of the temples, altars, and infrastructure dedicated to Delis Lin in advance. Furthermore, she deliberately cultivated a belief in herself, attempting to usurp the position of the Dream Spirit Tira. Although Ariel had not intended to initiate this endeavor prematurely, time was of the essence. She was compelled to extend her blade towards the yet immature lambs, with the hope of acquiring sufficient power to contend with the Senate in a duel against Yi Sui. At this moment, Ariel, suspended in the sky, had completely ensnared Delis Lin in a realm devoid of color, a lifeless world. This was the ultimate manifestation of a colorless universe, the decaying world. Currently, Ariel's experience and control were still insufficient, preventing her from unleashing the full potential of the decaying world. This ability could only be utilized to accelerate the siphoning of vitality from the Dream Spirit clan and to obscure the location of Delis Lin. Meanwhile, Valia, trapped in the colorless expanse, found herself unable to maintain even her own hues after succumbing to the decaying world. She was on the verge of becoming a mere shadow of her former self. The AI girl Yiming unleashed a torrent of information, sweeping through AI and all its networks, eradicating any evidence of the Dream Spirit Clan civilization. Fortunately, the Dream Spirit Clan possesses no celestial body destined for annihilation. Dairas Lin is merely a manifestation of gathered spiritual energy. Once the Dream Spirit Clan meets its demise, the matter constituting Dairas Lin shall naturally dissipate alongside the fleeing spiritual energy. The Dream Spirit Clan is utterly incapable of distinguishing between reality and illusion, unable to hinder the deity they revere. Enveloped in a world of both truth and deception, it is the Dream Spirit Tira who is poised to deliver an apocalyptic retribution upon them. A civilization that entrusts its existence to the benevolence of others is inevitably doomed to perish when that benevolence wanes. Naturally, this does not imply that this race is inherently abstract. There exists a significant economic foundation behind it that cannot be overlooked. A race that eschews production will inevitably lack the understanding of self-sufficiency. For the Dream Spirit Clan, their creator's favoritism is so profound that they scarcely need to exert effort or incur expenses, bearing none of the risks, to acquire all the material needs of their civilization. All that is required is imagination. If only they could recognize that imagination is also a form of productivity. Alas, they attribute everything to the grace and gifts of their faith in the ethereal Tira. With such a ludicrous economic foundation, civilization meets its end in this absurd manner, an outcome that is, evidently, inevitable. The Withering World is fundamentally a unique strike from the fourth dimension upon the third. Ariel has already absorbed all the limbs and corporeal forms that the Dream Spirit Clan has envisioned to the point of exhaustion. These limbs and this corporeal form were originally conceived to serve the whims of Ariel. The spiritual essence, detached from the dichotomy of black and white, ascends into the purity of the heavens, allowing Ariel to absorb its mental energy. Conversely, the spiritual force, steeped in the depths of blackness, descends into the murky earth, ever ready to heed Ariel's commands. Vilya, with but a meager exertion of her mental prowess, is capable of conjuring forth the cataclysmic energies of tsunamis and landslides. Spiritual energy is an inert substance, reacting with any material within the cosmos, including light, save for mental energy. Thus, eluding observation and comprehension, it is only when you employ it that you can perceive its omnipresence. A colossal tsunami of spiritual energy, symbolizing death and finality, is drawn forth, enveloping and assaulting Vilya with a terrifying intensity. Even if you, Vilya, are indeed a six-winged angel, in this moment, you must bow before the divine yet. For Ariel, there remains a necessity to construct a persona, to offer the aberrations a dream to fantasize upon. Such tasks can easily be delegated to others. Ariel need only reap the rewards. It is not that Ariel lacks capable allies, but rather that the situation demands proof of her abilities to continue garnering support. You are unwilling to risk even the slightest chance of shattering your persona by eradicating a race that has long been subdued. How can you expect others to believe that you can withstand the oppressive weight of the resurrected usurper? Isue, under the scrutinizing gaze of the Senate? Ariel, in a bid to conceal her true identity, deliberately guided and coerced Varia to Dairas Lin, casting her as a scapegoat. There is a saying that heretics are more detestable than infidels. While Ariel advocates for gentleness, tolerance, and love, these sentiments are genuine. Her affection is hierarchical and discerning. In contrast, Varia embodies a universal love for the cosmos, aspiring to eradicate hatred. This distinction explains why, despite having the situation entirely under her control, Ariel has yet to eliminate Varia. It also serves to illuminate the consciousness of civilization. A civilization cannot be easily extinguished. It persists until the last individual has perished. Only when the final relic or cultural artifact that attests to a civilization's existence has been eroded and forgotten by time does that civilization truly cease to exist. The emergence of dimensional fragments is inevitably linked to the demise of a civilization. Humanity has witnessed countless civilizations extinguished over millennia, yet the production of dimensional fragments remains scarce. This incongruity is perplexing to humankind, and it underscores the pragmatic considerations of the conciliatory faction, which seeks to extend compassion to other races. The universe is vast and extraordinarily enigmatic. Humanity cannot eradicate all that exists. At this moment, Varia finds herself in an inescapable predicament, with no avenue for retreat. Reluctantly, she closes her eyes, and a cascade of tears, laden with compassion, self-reproach, and guilt, slips from the corners of her eyes. Remember, the essence of superpowers lies in the exploitation of life and spirit. It is not for the sake of blindly harnessing psychic powers, nor to embody a six-winged angel wielding a mental spear to pierce others, but rather to plunder. A game of devouring the small to become greater. Vilya no longer restrains herself, casting off the limitations of her dream of decadence. Go. Recklessly, intoxicatedly, she shall seize the psychic energy of the dream spirit tribe. Ariel, after all, remains too young. She is yet to reach the age of 18, whereas Vilya has lived for over 1,000 years. Despite Ariel possessing a status comparable to that of deities, her realm pales in contrast to Vilya's dream of decadence in the competition for psychic power. Indeed, each field has its own expertise. In an instant, the Daira's forest became adorned with vibrant red roses and pure white lilies. Daira's forest seemed to transform into a grand garden. Yet, the garden withered and decayed at an alarming rate. Black and white swiftly reclaimed their dominance. The difference this time lies in Vilya's exertion of power, not to aid the Dream Spirit tribe in resisting Ariel's plunder, but rather to compare who can seize more swiftly. Countless members of the Dream Spirit tribe frantically oscillate between the world-ending punishment of the divine spirit Tira and the beautifully woven, blissful garden crafted by Vilya. The bodies of the Dream Spirit tribe remain tethered to life by the black and white, while simultaneously, vibrant roses bloom upon them, without pain. Vilya silently prays within her heart, "Once I defeat Ariel, I shall return your psychic energy." Yet, how many among the Dream Spirit tribe will survive until that moment? Not enough. Ariel muses darkly. How could a civilization so indulgent of its own kind possibly stand idly by? Chapter 73, The Hall of the Gods, The Eternal No Sunset. In the year 12024 of the Great Xia Alliance, on April 5th, at 3:13 a.m., within the universe of the Great Xia Alliance's first border, in the Ziwei star system, on Ziwei star, lies the Hall of the Gods and the Senate. At this moment, it should be night. However, the Hall of the Gods experiences an eternal daylight. An urgent document has been issued. Vice Chairman Yi Sui has exercised his authority for the first time, submitting a significant emergency resolution draft. A young man with a buzz cut, still bearing the innocence of youth, hurriedly pushed open the door to Gong Kai's office, clutching a meticulously organized printed document. This urgency stemmed from Gong Kai's refusal to occupy the chief's office, as well as his passive approach to chief affairs. The internal factional struggles within the Senate have rendered it nearly impossible to select a candidate for the chief position who commands universal recognition among the factions. Consequently, Yi Sui, who occupies the vice chairman position and has recently garnered considerable attention, has repeatedly become the focal point of this turmoil. Until today, Yi Sui, unexpectedly located on the ancestral star, submitted his inaugural emergency resolution draft utilizing his vice chairman powers, entitled Cultural Retrospection and Inquiry, a supplementary and emphatic resolution draft regarding the ancestral star's true name, Earth. Yi Sui's note: it is hoped that all reasonable and legal functionalities can be activated to expedite the proceedings, aiming for formal approval before the morning's ceremony at the Yanwang Temple. This submission instantly stirred up a tempest. At 3:13 a.m., the document was submitted, and within 13 seconds, it traversed the entire process, culminating in Gong Kai's signature at 3:14 a.m. The Senate's efficiency is commendable, yet it may hinge on the matters and individuals at hand. Nevertheless, with the ancestral worship ceremony at the Yanwang Temple officially commencing at 9 a.m., the Great Xia Alliance has only 6 hours left. Such specifications, if crucial resolutions can be casually passed with millions or even thousands of votes, might provoke ridicule, suggesting that this could be the least attended emergency meeting of the Assembly. This scenario is indeed at odds with the system and the spirit of the Senate. However, he has not yet officially assumed the position of vice chair, which contradicts the established procedures. A bespectacled youth is fixated on this protocol. The tall, youthful gentleman in a tailored suit, who strides with confidence, halts. He turns back, his gaze imbued with admonition, and emphatically points his finger at the loquacious youth, admonishing, "Remember, he's already the vice chair. Comrade Jiangchen, time is of the essence." By convention, such a high-level meeting requires at least 100 to 200 million valid votes to barely qualify as a non-minority resolution. The Logistics Committee member of the Senate, Jiang Chun, pays no heed to his colleague's remarks. Instead, he ponders whether to further subdivide the logistics committee. The workload is increasingly burdensome, and the procedures remain convoluted. It could easily be divided into two committees, the Logistics Committee for resolution meetings and the Logistics Committee for deliberative meetings. This division might even facilitate a more standardized approach to the organization and logistics of deliberative meetings. It is only after his colleagues persist in urging that Jiang Chen emerges from his reverie. What? His instinctive inquiry escapes him, followed by a swift reaction. Given the time constraints, he resolves to expedite the process and recruit a few individuals to promote directly in the Pantheon living area with the artificial beings and derivatives. A moment of astonishment fell over the crowd, as they were acutely aware of the necessity of their task. However, the magnitude of the undertaking was overwhelming, and the urgency was palpable. Their gathering was not intended to devise a method to complete the work, but rather to seek justifications for evading it. Why linger in indecision? Hurry! Jiang Chen, observing the immobility of the group, coldly urged them, realizing that no amount of persuasion would suffice. The longer they delayed, the more chaotic the situation became. Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed to attend to their duties. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Chen could not help but lament, there are always nefarious individuals among the masses. The Pantheon refers to a floating city constructed in the upper skies of the Ziwei star. Due to its unique architectural design, the Pantheon is perpetually bathed in daylight. The residential area of the Pantheon extends from the outer precincts of the Senate, primarily serving as a habitat for pure-blood humans. The Pantheon boasts an extensive array of structures capable of comprehensively fulfilling the needs of billions of pure-blood inhabitants, encompassing medical, recreational, social, shopping, and all conceivable amenities. A significant proportion, ranging from 30 to 60, of pure-blood humans reside within the Pantheon. Additionally, there exists a substantial population of artificial and derivative beings, specifically allocated to serve the pure-bloods, as well as various extraterrestrial entities. Every non-pure-blood individual entering the Pantheon undergoes rigorous scrutiny, with ancestral lineages traced back generations, accompanied by thorough interrogations and oversight. This meticulousness stems from the imperative to safeguard humanity and to guard against unforeseen events, among other specific reasons. In essence, the Pantheon remains a bastion of conservative scientism. It is inconceivable for humanity that an individual, upon exiting the Temple of the Gods, would encounter a digital mishap while utilizing a personal space-jumping device. This conservatism has escalated to the extent that automatons and intelligent machinery are subjected to stringent restrictions within the temple. The populace here epitomizes the narrowly defined silent majority, neither rebellious in expressing their individuality and subjectivity, nor overly enamored with any prevailing ideology. They frequently forego their voting rights. Even if they participate in decision-making assemblies, they may abstain from casting their votes. Raised within the confines of the Senate, they are exempt from the burdens of labor and the machinations of power struggles. Each day unfolds in a routine of servitude, where they awaken, attend to personal hygiene, partake in meals, and peruse the latest agendas of the Senate to locate issues of interest. They may devote a morning or an afternoon to attend a series of deliberative sessions or participate in decision-making meetings, observing politicians on stage as they engage in eloquent discourse. The extent of their comprehension remains uncertain. Their awareness of any particular resolution is equally ambiguous. What occupies their thoughts? This is a question that lingers in the minds of those who aspire to create upheaval within the Senate, especially after the self-styled monarch was brutally silenced by the very silent majority. It seems as though they have tacitly agreed to maintain their silence. Following protocol, members of the Logistics Committee for each meeting disperse to various social, shopping, and activity centers, conveying the urgency of convening resolution meetings and the significance behind them. An abundance of artificial beings and their derivatives diligently inform each individual of the proceedings. The overwhelming promotion has everyone diligently preparing for the convening of this decisive meeting. News arrives from Yi Sui's deputy that Yi Sui will not attend, and that Secretary Liu will speak on his behalf. Why? Inquires the chair of the organizing committee, Ma Qi, with a look of surprise. It is said that Yi Sui is occupied with ancestral rites and cannot be present, someone explains. Ma Qi nods, departing with a thought. Is this an attempt to showcase impartiality for the alliance, while simultaneously seeking to seize the interpretative authority over traditional culture? The addition of a specific designation for Earth after the ancestral star, in the eyes of some, particularly those outside the Ascension plan, undoubtedly seems an effort to appropriate the interpretation of traditional culture. At 5:57 p.m., the session in the Notre Dame Council Hall officially commences. After 3 hours of fervent promotion, the crowd gathers to partake in this astonishing assembly. Some have been calling it the ancestral star since childhood, a name they have used for nearly a millennium. At this moment, someone steps forward to declare, "You are all mistaken." If that person were not Yi Sui, certainly no one would pay heed to such a sensationalist gesture. But it is Yi Sui, a primordial human who has slumbered for over 800 years. He asserts that we may indeed be incorrect in our naming. There is a matter that Ma Chi of the organizing committee has misjudged. Yi Sui has never intended to leverage this situation to contend for the interpretative authority over traditional culture. Rather, since Yi Sui's awakening, the authority to interpret traditional culture has naturally transitioned into his hands. At 6:23, the Assembly Hall of Notre Dame was sealed off. The attendance reached 3,600,182,548 individuals. This topic was not only sensitive but also sensational, marking the initial display of Yi Sui's personal charm and influence. Although it was a matter that was both delicate and full of spectacle, its significance was rather limited, merely leveraging Yi Sui's name. In total, the meeting lasted 3 hours, resulting in a staggering attendance of 3,600,182,548, a figure that left many astounded. Despite Yi Sui's absence from the Senate, even refraining from a virtual appearance, the Senate extended its utmost respect in welcoming Yi Sui. My fellow compatriots, if we forget our history and culture, we are forsaking our very roots. Secretary Liu concluded in the resolution. Chapter 74, The Consciousness of Civilization, the Crimson Armageddon in that moment. The realms of Ariel and Vilya were equally divided between monochrome desolation and a dream of vibrant colors. While the scene of Dyla's Lin was a stark contrast of black and white against a garden blooming in myriad hues. Though Ariel's leniency played a part, it was also a testament to Vilya's formidable strength. The wings of the six-winged angel unfurled magnificently upon Vilya, radiating purity and brilliance upon the earth. The six-winged angel descended upon the sanctuary, embodying compassion and mercy, turning to save the world. This was the ultimate path of seeking heart and emotion, wherein the heart triumphed over materiality, transcending the mundane to attain the sacred, manifesting visions. Is it nearly time? Ariel pondered upon witnessing the scene. Then let the heavens lose their color, and the world wither away. Furious and terrifying powers, unlike anything from this dimension, swept through the world with reckless abandon, tearing apart the six-winged angel manifested by Vilya. Vilya struggled to materialize everything from her dream of descent into reality, attempting to infuse a splash of color into the monochrome world of extinction. Yet, these efforts proved futile. She could only watch as the heavens and earth lost their hue, devouring all colors, shattering the ancient stage, tearing the crimson curtain into shreds, crushing the garden's torii, and breaking the railings. Fragile in her dream of descent, the bizarre and surreal scene she witnessed instantaneously transformed into a heap of ruins. Ultimately, the six-winged angel could not withstand the might of the mortal deities. My essence transcends yours. The black and white hues that filled the world entwined around Vilya, who was left bereft of garments. Vilya sensed a shift between life and death, and overwhelming fatigue washed over her. The dreamer had entered the dream, and the descent of dreams surfaced into reality. Perhaps due to the angel's sanctity, the dream spirit race regained their sentience, once more recognizing the harshness of reality. They cried out in desperate prayer, beseeching, pleading. They implored the dream spirit Tila to save them once more. Would you bestow your grace upon us again? Save us, our deity. Ariel had long asserted, how could such a cherished civilization be neglected? It must exist beyond mere thought, an ineffable, indescribable presence of the entire dream spirit civilization. Once more, she unleashed her compassion, her grace. As Vilya gradually succumbs to the desolate world of black and white, her consciousness begins to blur and fade away. Suddenly, someone calls out to her, "Merciful and pure Vilya, merciful and pure Vilya." The embodiment of the dream spirit civilization, Dream Tila, beseeches Vilya, saying, "I implore you, save my children. They have never erred, nor have they wished to harm anyone. Yet why do others continually seek to inflict suffering upon them?" Dream Tila's anguished cries for understanding echo the tragic fate of civilization, a lamentation against the dark and cruel cosmos. Who shall respond to the civilization's plea? I shall grant you the power to realize your dreams. I ask you to rescue my children. This represents a bestowal and a plea from a four-dimensional being to a three-dimensional one. It is perhaps the most absurd yet not uncommon occurrence in this universe. The order of dimensions has been disrupted, and every soul yearns to ascend to divinity. Vilya is once again transported to that tragic scene. The collapse of the southern gate at the Cloud Fortress, the annihilation of the Star Realm, the drifting remnants of severed limbs, and the irretrievable loss of parents, kin, and friends. Vilya witnesses the grand finale of a tragedy unfold before her eyes. Deep within her heart, Vilya understands that the tragedy of the universe has not yet concluded. Humanity is destined to tread the path of sin and slaughter once more. Thus, this tragedy shall inevitably be replayed with humanity as its protagonist. She must change everything. For the cessation of sin, for the dissolution of hatred, for the legacy of her parents, for the peaceful lives of children, and for the civilization she holds dear. Vilya rekindled her fighting spirit, infusing vibrant colors into her being and saturating the surrounding space. I, too, possess an indomitable reason to prevail. Vilya proclaimed her rallying cry as she surged forth from the withered world. With a radiant smile, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Phantasm Tila. You have completed the final piece of my grand design. I aspire to weave a blissful dream of descent for every individual in every corner of this universe, in every civilization. Subsequently, I shall expand each person's humble dream of descent into a grand tapestry that encompasses civilizations and the cosmos, creating a vast dream filled with peace, kindness, happiness, and permanence. This is Vilya's vision, the cosmic dream of descent. To realize her ideals, Vilya must vanquish Ariel here and safeguard the Phantasm Spirit clan. Colors, embodying Vilya's essence, once again permeated the surroundings. The city beneath her feet blossomed into an endless expanse of verdant greenery. Unlike the previous instance, which was merely the transient manifestation of will, this time it was genuinely transforming into reality. Ariel recognized that this was the self-obliteration of the Phantasm Spirit clan's collective consciousness. This was the outcome Ariel desired, the self-obliteration of the Phantasm Spirit clan's consciousness, ensuring the production of dimensional shards, which would ultimately present her with the opportunity to eliminate Vilya on the spot. Father, Vilya called out with a resounding voice. Suddenly, a colossal figure, towering hundreds of meters high, clad in armor and wielding a knight's sword, materialized upon the emerald expanse. The knight's father wielded a great sword, empowered by spiritual force and a high-dimensional ability to manifest dreams, striking towards Ariel. Do not be deceived by the notion that wielding cold weapons in an interstellar era is foolish. What may seem absurd to you is undertaken by them for a reason. This seemingly unadorned strike is, in truth, an endeavor to utilize his formidable mental prowess to materialize a father endowed with conceptual abilities. The armor shields him from all worldly assaults, and when the knight's sword strikes a foe, it inflicts injury and renders them incapable of further attacks. This embodies a conceptual ability. This is the fusion of the dream of descent and the power of dreams realized. Ariel promptly devised a countermeasure. A small fragment of the withering world enveloped the knight's father, rendering him unable to assault Ariel or escape the realm of decay. Subsequently, black and white coalesced into twin dragons, launching an attack towards Vilya. This exuded a palpable aura of silence and destruction. In the nick of time, Vilya cried out, "Mother!" A colossal figure resembling a goddess enveloped her in an embrace, curling protectively around her. A single invocation of Mother could conceptually absorb one instance of harm. Ariel, undeterred by his initial failure, launched a second strike. He created another small, withering realm to encase Vilya and her mother within. Then, it compressed and collapsed, distorting the rules of life and death, grinding all existence to dust. This too was a conceptual ability from a different dimension, characterized by an unrelenting barrage of high-frequency attacks. Vilya could not withstand for long. As anticipated, not long after, a vivid and sanguine beam of red light pierced through the desolate world. This shade of red bore an uncanny resemblance to the crimson dress that Isway had glimpsed in the depths of her dreams. The relentless devastation of the world shattered reason itself, as the frenzied red light fragmented reality into chaos. Before us stood Vilya, adorned in a crimson garb, her long hair flowing like a tempest, her hands shaped into talons, and her eyes radiating a fierce, blood-red glow. Without hesitation, she tore apart the confines of her decaying realm. Ariel's world, fragile as paper, was ripped asunder, yet she displayed no sign of surprise, as if she deemed it a mere inevitability. After all, it was not her own strength at play. Yet, Ariel felt a surge of joy. She had finally summoned forth the manifestation of her will. Vilya, the red-clad harbinger of destruction. Vilya, unrestrained, proceeded to obliterate all in her path, including the dream spirits. With each passing minute of slaughter, Ariel's domain dimmed while the decaying world weakened. This was only natural. The decaying realm relied on the vitality of the dream spirits for sustenance, just as Ariel's divinity depended on their faith. Should Vilya be the first to extinguish the dream spirits and seize their life force, it would create an imbalance, allowing her to break through Ariel's constraints. Truly, what a genius! Yet, in that moment of triumph, the dream spirits would be annihilated and civilization would perish. The very Vilya, who detested slaughter and sin, would become the architect of her own ruin, bearing the weight of all transgressions. This was indeed the path Vilya had chosen, clad in red, the annihilator of worlds. Chapter 75. The Great Xia's Prohibition, the Retreat of All Races. The crimson-clad form of Vilya, steeped in disdain for the world, exhibits a style that starkly contrasts with the realm of science fiction. It is often jested that the pinnacle of science fiction leads to the realm of the fantastical, while the culmination of science culminates in metaphysics. After all, those capable of envisioning six-winged angels, through their intrinsic inner landscapes and the manifestation of their dreams, might find the disdainful crimson attire somewhat lacking in sci-fi essence, yet it remains entirely plausible. The state of the crimson attire epitomizes the utmost efficiency in the siphoning of life and spiritual attributes. The effectiveness of this plundering is remarkable, and the speed at which it occurs is unparalleled. In comparison to Ariel's dimming of the heavens and the earth, this is true efficiency. As Vilya unfurls her flowing crimson garments, they transform into a cascade of red light, enveloping all in a shroud of dreams, with mental and vital energies incessantly siphoned into Vilya. In the aftermath, the entirety of the Delis Lin and the Dreaming Spirit clan meets its demise. Indeed, the crimson-clad Vilya lacks self-awareness and control. However, it is her desires and instincts that propel her into a frenzied massacre. Vilya's power escalates dramatically during this slaughter. Should she fully consume Delis Lin and the Dreaming Spirit clan, she would ascend to become the most formidable three-dimensional being, more potent than Ariel in her divine state. Ariel's singular ambition has always been the shards of dimension, the might of Delis Lin and the Dreaming Spirit clan, even if she vies with Vilya, remains unattainable. Yet, Ariel's vessel is too diminutive. Some things are simply not meant for you, and cannot be forcibly claimed. Delis Lin resides beyond the third border of the cosmos. The Dreaming Spirit clan is a subset of the spiritual races. The notion of spiritual races transcends mere species or civilization concepts. It is a classification defined by humanity itself. The concealed effects of the withering world have been shattered by the misanthropic scarlet robe. Moreover, how can one hope to obscure the demise of a civilization? Across the cosmos, the formidable beings embarking on the path of ascension perceive that the illusory dream spirit civilization is on the brink of extinction. The elven race, often assuming the mantle of the spirit clan's elder, feels both the obligation and necessity to rescue the impending demise of the illusory dream spirits. Additionally, numerous opportunists, eager to profit from the chaos, are employing various means to traverse the borders of the Great Xia Alliance, all converging towards Delis Lin. However, as they journey towards Delis Lin, every route and every spatial node is already occupied by several warships in anticipation. Li Xiangming, the director of the Great Xia Alliance Investigation Bureau, Song Daijin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chairman of the Senate's Foreign Affairs Council, Fang Chanying, a senior judge of the United Human Judicial Committee and director of the Great Xia Alliance Human Rights Investigation Center, and Clarkson, chairman of the Senate's Economic Development Committee. Alongside Binge, vice chairman of the Internal Affairs Committee, the celestial beings are numerous, and humanity shines like a constellation. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Xiangming, chairman of the Senate's Serious Crimes Investigation Committee and director of the Alliance Investigation Bureau. No one would have anticipated that the very sword of governance wielded by the Alliance would manifest here. The Alliance Investigation Bureau is conducting a serious investigation. The area ahead has been sealed off by the Great Xia Alliance. Li Xiangmin, seated aboard the warship, activated the communication device and proclaimed, "This place is prohibited by the Great Xia. I kindly ask all of you to withdraw." The High Elder of the Elven race, leading the charge, gazed at Li Xiangmin, the director of the Alliance Investigation Bureau, and pondered the imminent demise of the illusory dream spirit civilization. What role does the Great Xia Alliance truly play? Is it the orchestrator, or merely a benefactor lurking in the shadows? Has it been cast aside by Princess Ariel due to political strife, or is there a deliberate vendetta against her? For the Elven race, particularly during this critical juncture, every move is executed with utmost caution. It is imperative for you to be informed, my lord, that the dwelling of the Dream Spirit clan, the Dyra's Forest, may be on the brink of calamity. The High Elder of the Elven race, skilled in combat, finds himself somewhat inept in negotiations with the Great Xia Alliance. "We are currently investigating." Li Xiangmin's terse six-word reply left the Elven race speechless, prompting an urgent assembly of an elite fleet. "You suggest there may be an issue. We are aware and are conducting our own inquiries." Forceful, overbearing, yet entirely logical. The essence of the Great Xia Alliance resides within the governance of the interstellar realms bordering its four edges. Even though the outer cosmos does not fall directly under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia Alliance, it still exercises dominion over these external regions through the Great Xia Empire. Moreover, the Alliance assumes the role of interstellar constabulary, overseeing all civilizations within and beyond its borders. Thus, the statement, "We are investigating. Unrelated parties should depart immediately. Otherwise, we shall have grounds to suspect your collusion with the perpetrators," serves as a stern warning. My lord, the High Elder of the Elven race possesses an innate acuity that detects something amiss. At this, Li Xiangmin furrowed his brow, contemplating, "Are you casting suspicion upon me? Or upon the Great Xia Alliance?" The response was clear, the Great Xia Alliance. Even though the Elder of the Elven clan did not witness Li Xiangmin's expression, he had already conjured an image in his mind of a frigid visage, brimming with suppressed fury. Trembling with trepidation, he dared not broach any further matters. After all, while the Great Xia Alliance may not resort to drastic measures against the typically compliant Elven clan over this incident, for the Elder personally, he had unwittingly bestowed upon the Great Xia Alliance an impression of audacity, which might lead to his summons for every subsequent expedition. It could be said, the military records would be filled with my name across 19 volumes. First, I would enter the daring battalion, then challenge the generals of myriad armies. What? You wish to test your mettle against the esteemed ancestor of the Eternal Nova, the Su Xian clan? Or perhaps perform a grand spectacle, engaging in a duel against the Demon clan's ancestor amidst the throngs of warriors? The Elder of the Elven clan could only respond with resignation. I dare not. There is no doubt among the Elven clan regarding the fairness of the Great Xia Alliance. Then you may depart. We shall take responsibility here. Li Xiangmin urged the Elven clan to leave with evident impatience. In other regions, various factions and the humans tasked with interception encountered one another, and with a mere proclamation of the Great Xia Alliance's prohibition, all races retreated in unison. No one dared to linger or entangle themselves. The Elder of the Elven clan remained in a state of indecision, and after much internal struggle, he felt compelled to inquire further. "I beg your pardon, my lord." The Elder hesitated before speaking. "We also bear the responsibility of overseeing the outer cosmos beyond the third frontier." This oversight responsibility was mentioned in the deceitful agreements signed by the Elven clan during the formation of the Great Xia Empire, now rendered as mere scraps of paper. Moreover, Princess Ariel often admonishes the Elven race to remain vigilant regarding the stability of certain external cosmic frontiers, urging a collaborative effort to cultivate a peaceful and harmonious interstellar society. This, indeed, was the sentiment that the High Elder of the Elven race wished to convey regarding Princess Ariel. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangmin could not help but smile. Relieved that no communication had been disseminated, he then hastily rebuked, "Oh, you are leveraging Ariel against me. Then you should seek out your Princess Ariel." The High Elder of the Elven race, upon hearing this, finally acquiesced, quickly offering apologies as he departed. "Please forgive me, my lord, for my momentary lapse in words." In truth, he felt a sense of solace, reflecting that this was merely a customary political struggle directed at Princess Ariel, in stark contrast to the ease experienced by others. In the vicinity of the third border wall, a figure clad in a black robe, enshrouded in swirling shadows, stood alone in the cosmos, confronting a small spacecraft. Yuan Peiji, is this the extent of your forces? The enigmatic being of the Su Xian race remarkably projected his voice through the vacuum of space, literally. Xianming, how dare you leave the Dongxian fortress at this time? Yuan Peiji communicated through the ship's communication system. As this moment coincided with the Great Xia Alliance's preparations for a full-scale assault on the Su Xian fortress. Within the spacecraft, only Yuan Peiji and the former commander of the 12th Interstellar Expedition, Jose, were present. Opposing them stood the illustrious ancestor of the Su Xian race, renowned as the eternal supernova of the cosmos. However, at this moment, he would rank third in importance, as the presence of the uniquely significant Ariel and Villia loomed above him. Chapter 76. In this family, I am the eldest, and I shall take good care of them. Upon returning from that extraordinary realm, Yi Sui, filled with fervor, requested Secretary Liu to assist in drafting a proposal to be sent to the Senate. When Secretary Liu learned that the content pertained to the standardization of the ancestral star's name, he was taken aback. Although the short-term impact on culture and heritage appeared minimal and seemingly unimportant, even those humans who have received the finest education, despite later choosing a path of indulgence or rebellion, must acknowledge the significance of culture and heritage. Through Secretary Liu's earnest expressions and persuasion, Yi Sui exercised his authority to submit an expedited proposal that could leapfrog the queue. After much deliberation, Secretary Liu composed a nearly thesis-like proposal titled Cultural Retrospection and Examination, a supplementary and emphatic resolution draft regarding the true name of the ancestral star, Earth. The subsequent events, as noted in Chapter 73, are well known. However, why did Yi Sui not attend the meeting via remote projection? Indeed, Yi Sui was engaged in guiding the improvement of ancestral worship ceremonies. Although not a professional in the field, Yi Sui understood that, in the 21st century, a cyber-savvy individual must not appear foolish when challenged. Thus, images of ancestral worship videos he had previously watched lingered in his mind. Having experienced a particular event in the ruins, Yi Sui gained insight into his abilities. By listening to all things and attuning his heart and mind, he could manifest the visions within his mind into the consciousness of others. Yi Sui employed a unique technique to project scenes from his memories into Bai Lingyan's mind. Suddenly, her consciousness was inundated with a plethora of imagery, jolting her into clarity regarding Yi Sui's intentions. The garments, ceremonial vessels, and musical instruments materialized before her through the art of illusion. Among these were the celestial Fei long foam centipede drum, the bullhide big drum, small waist drums, guzheng, qin, flute, bells, and chimes. Some of these instruments were lost to time, while others remained extant, yet all had absorbed and innovatively transformed the musical cultures of various interstellar races. Additionally, various ancestral worship dances and their corresponding costume designs were revealed. Yi Sui even presented a modernized version of the ceremonial robe, tailored for those participating in ancestral rites. This adaptation altered the waistline and transformed the round collar into a lapel, with the intent of accentuating the wearer's elongated silhouette and beauty. In ancient times, such modifications were eschewed to maintain the emperor's dignity and solemnity, particularly given the historically high rates of obesity among sovereigns. The ceremonial robe comprises an upper garment and a lower skirt, adorned with motifs of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, dragons, exquisite creatures, religious symbols, algae, fire, powdered rice, and the 12 chapters of emblems. These 12 chapters are the traditional configurations of the emperor's ceremonial attire, and from the perspective of the Great Xia Alliance, it is intended that every individual dons the emperor's ceremonial robe. Yi Sui elaborated on various ceremonial vessels, such as ding, ju, and gui, delineating their functions during offerings of food, wine, and incense. Although Yi Sui himself did not possess a comprehensive understanding of these elements, he recognized that culture is subject to change and evolution, provided its essence remains intact. Yi Sui, drawing upon personal experience while embracing both tradition and innovation, has finally established a comprehensive and practical system for ancestral worship. The aim of this system is to prevent the inconsistencies that have historically marred this practice, where each ancestral ceremony varied significantly due to individual expressions of reverence. Consequently, each annual rite evolved into a bewildering amalgamation of forms, with every year presenting new variations. The Senate would only admonish the most outrageous discrepancies, lacking rigorous oversight. The essence of Yi Sui is not to advocate for an overly nostalgic or traditional approach, but rather to establish a meaningful, clear, and rational tradition and system that resonates with the present and future. After solidifying these principles, Yi Sui found himself awake until around 4 in the morning and decided to take a brief respite. However, little did he know that some after-effects would soon manifest. An uncontrollable wave of drowsiness enveloped him, leading to an extended slumber. Reluctantly, Secretary Liu informed the Senate that Yi Sui, being unable to attend the meeting due to his responsibility in guiding the ancestral rites, had inadvertently complicated matters. In the realm of his dreams, Yi Sui seemed to drift through an infinite cosmos. Yet this universe was distinctly different. It lacked the countless asteroids, dwarf planets, and celestial debris. There were no dazzling stars, red supergiants, blue supergiants, or supernovae to behold. Instead, there existed isolated clusters of light, each distantly separated from one another. Yi Sui felt as though he could hear their voices, curious and inquisitive, as they asked him, "Who are you?" Suddenly, Yi Sui heard 2 tender voices. "Child, you have arrived." One of these voices was somewhat familiar to Yi Sui, reminiscent of the voice of the mother of ancient civilization. The other voice, felt more from within than heard, was youthful, vigorous, and full of life. In that instant, Yi Sui's heart was resolute. It was the voice of the mother representing the new human civilization. She vaguely sensed a connection between them. Some bonds were strong, while others had frayed, and new links had emerged. The new links symbolized Yi Sui's re-establishment and regulation of the ancestral worship system. The complexity and entanglement of humanity lie in the coexistence of these two civilizations, intertwining yet independent. Together, they shape human thought and cognitive patterns, a sentimental image of a tragic mother engraved with the spirit of sacrifice, who implores humanity to refrain from mutual destruction. This has fostered an enduring consciousness of solidarity through millennia, the essence of life and death shared, and the willingness to sacrifice for the protection of children and the future. This spirit has been fundamental to humanity's ascent into the cosmos, enduring countless battles, ultimately establishing interstellar dominance. Conversely, the other mother figure embodies the pursuit of scientific efficiency, the worship of ultimate power, and the courage to venture forth and innovate. This image represents humanity's rapid ascent and triumph over formidable adversaries and numerous challenges in the vastness of space. Civilization is an exceedingly abstract and conceptual entity, a four-dimensional phenomenon that eludes conventional three-dimensional observation and understanding. To reduce civilization to a four-dimensional being is, in itself, an act of concretization and anthropomorphism, a manifestation of human imagination. These entities are ineffable. Yi Sui's ability to perceive this is attributed to his unique nature, which serves as his greatest advantage. While others expend immense effort and resources in pursuit of ascension, Yi Sui has embodied this state from the very beginning. Furthermore, the intricate application of 3 additional abilities culminates in this experience. Yi Sui feels an extraordinary comfort in this cosmic realm, his spirit uplifted, and every cell in his body rejoicing with exuberance. Just as Yi Sui indulges in this exquisite moment, he repeatedly senses a pair of sacred hands reaching towards him, marred and scarred, yet retaining their sanctity. Devotees of the revered mother gaze in awe, recognizing this as evidence of her suffering for humanity, a symbol of boundless virtue. Yi Sui finds himself acutely aware of those hands, yet he is paralyzed, unable to comprehend the instinctive urge to flee that rises within him. The gentle palm rests upon Yi Sui's forehead, and in his mind's eye, he perceives a look of earnest compassion. In an instant, Yi Sui realizes that the mother of humanity wishes to mark him with a seal, a decree that humanity shall never engage in self-destruction. He feels an overwhelming inability to refuse, escape, or resist. However, just as the mother of humanity withdraws her hand, preparing to envelop Yi Sui in a tender embrace, the gaze of Yi Sui shimmered with brilliance, as that steel seal vanished without a trace in an instant. The sorrowful and dejected expression of her mother momentarily surfaced in Yi Sui's mind, and she comprehended her mother as concerns. Yi Sui radiated a warm smile and addressed her mother, saying, "In this family, I am the eldest, and I shall take good care of them. Please rest assured." Chapter 77. All matters resolved. Return to the Elder Council. Upon Yi Sui's consciousness returning from the four-dimensional realm, she awakened to find it was already between 8 and 9 o'clock. A typical slumber of 5 to 6 standard hours for an ordinary human did not warrant any alarm of unconsciousness. Thus, No one noticed Yi absence of awareness during that time. The ancestral worship ceremony had commenced. Yet Yi harbored no desire to attend. She had fulfilled the most significant promise on her home planet, the establishment of rules defining tradition. Yi embraced a bold assertion. All retrogression is but a means to reinterpret the past for the present. Her revival of tradition did not signify an attempt to resurrect the civilization of the old humanity. The self-immolation was a choice made by the old human civilization. She chose to cultivate a new humanity, one that is stronger and more creative, from her own essence, thereby achieving the continuity she so fervently upheld. Yi aspired to accelerate the integration between them, believing that this was not a matter of choosing one over the other. It could undoubtedly evolve into a solution where one exceeds two. In the following days, Yi diligently collected and researched relevant ancestral rites and ancient cultures, providing detailed and comprehensive guidance on the matter. At last, Yi conducted a final sacrificial ceremony on the ancestral planet, the capital of Earth, Beijing. He meticulously referenced the protocols of public mourning from the 21st century, though I shall refrain from delving into the details. This grand ceremony served as a poignant tribute to every individual who suffered and sacrificed throughout the annals of civilization, expressing both remembrance and sorrow. Furthermore, it was a solemn vow to uphold their legacy and enhance the protection of humanity. This ritual was intrinsically human. The essence and subject of it could solely be humanity itself. The so-called Great Xia Alliance and the Great Xia Empire were merely instruments, frameworks devoid of intrinsic value. Humanity could, without hesitation, transcend these constructs, especially when they became restrictive. The political, institutional, and power structures of humanity within the cosmos fundamentally stem from human unity, with the essence of that unity being the binding of identity and rights. The purpose of elucidating these points is to derive a seemingly trivial conclusion. Only humanity may partake in the act of sacrifice. Even during the 12th interstellar expedition, Aulien-er, the first to ascend the Black Cloud Fortress, lacked the standing to serve as a sacrificial offering. The Great Xia Empire was but a superficial cloak, while the Great Xia Alliance represented the genuine warmth beneath. The Senate, indeed, was the comfortable garment that closely embraced the human form. Yet my essence will forever belong to the union of humanity. Repeated ancestral rites primarily aim to sustain human cohesion and collective identity. Over millennia, humanity has inevitably come to accept the existence of a significant number of artificial beings, derivatives, and alien races. Accepting their existence is distinctly different from truly embracing them. Regardless of the circumstances, they will always possess some degree of difference from us. The most significant distinction lies in the very character of the word human. As the saying goes, one may be fond of cats and dogs, but one cannot genuinely grant them human rights. They merely serve as an extension of your own rights. They should not impede others, nor should others inflict harm upon them, thereby infringing upon your rights. This is fundamentally a moral issue of mutual respect and a matter of social order that emphasizes non-harm. After completing a series of ancestral worship tasks, Yi prepared to embark on his journey to the Council of Elders. After all, he bore the weight of the vice position, and it would be rather unbecoming to neglect his duties indefinitely. Yi mindset at this moment was entirely different from when he departed from AM Star to the ancestral planet. No longer did he harbor feelings of apprehension, rejection, or alienation, nor did he wish to flee from the collective. Instead, he was now filled with a profound curiosity and sense of belonging, even a sense of responsibility that stemmed from this very belonging. With such sentiments, Yi set forth to the Ziwei star system. The Imperial Guard, the Yinghua Army, had long been prepared to provide escort and security for Yi. This time, the highest commander of the Yinghua Army, General Huang Hui, personally undertook the escort mission. The command structure of the Imperial Guard operates on a rotation system, ensuring that there is always a complete team ready to respond when needed. Thus, Huang Hui's absence would not adversely affect the Yinghua Army. In the third borderless universe, the misanthropic red-clad figure of Dairaz Lin has become synonymous with the utter annihilation of the dreaming spirit tribe. Previously, in a desperate bid to salvage their existence, the civilization consciousness of the dreaming spirit tribe resorted to self-immolation, rendering their ceremonial practices reliant on ethereal possibilities and fragmented bloodlines, their remaining cultural vestiges reduced to mere survival. Thus, their demise was inevitable. The dreaming spirit tribe, in their folly, summoned a ravenous wolf, while the civilization consciousness laid its fatal vulnerabilities bare beneath a sharpened blade. It must be reiterated that a civilization that does not engage in production will invariably fail to comprehend self-sufficiency. The extinction of the dreaming spirit tribe is inscribed within the foreseeable future discernible to four-dimensional civilization consciousness. Causality dictates consequence. Ariel meticulously gathered and extracted the requisite devices and tools for the collection of dimensional fragments, concealing them within sculptures, temples, altars, and various foundational structures. As the civilization consciousness of the dreaming spirit tribe plummeted into the abyss, Ariel seized the opportunity to procure the generated dimensional fragments. Utilizing the emergency technology of the pre-prepared Dwashui Palace, she executed a perilous, unshielded solo spatial traversal back to the Elder Council. Upon her departure from Dairaz Lin, the ephemeral status of the dreaming Tila deity faded, reverting her to the guise of an underage girl. The plan unfolded with considerable success, granting her the coveted object of her desire. Ariel found herself inexplicably enveloped in a cloud of despondency. The witness, Amaryllis, had been expelled by Fong Chanying, the esteemed judge of the United Human Judiciary Committee and director of the Great Xia Alliance's Human Rights Investigation Center. Meanwhile, the counterfeit Ariel was taken away under the pretense of her departure. The two unfortunate and beleaguered elders of the elven race, with expressions of utter despair, made their way to the stellar Dongxian fortress. As the impending battle loomed, they faced the grim prospect of confronting the venerable ancestor of the Shuhuan clan. After annihilating the illusory dream elves, Valia awakened in the nearly vanished Dairaz Lin. A sense of realization washed over her, leaving her with a profound feeling of nausea and excruciating retching. Regret and sorrow cascaded from the corners of her eyes, as tears of shame fell silently. Valia felt as though she was drifting further from her aspirations. The dream bestowed upon her by the consciousness of civilization had significantly diminished with the extinction of the illusory dream elves and the demise of that very consciousness. Yet, with her formidable inner strength and her remarkable ability to persuade herself, Valia composed herself and embarked once more on the journey to realize her dreams. Unbeknownst to her, a warrant for her arrest was brewing. This warrant indicated that the extermination of the illusory dream elves, a member nation of the Greater Xia Empire, was intricately linked to the suspect Valia. The Supreme Judicial Department of the Greater Xia Alliance, having failed to summon Valia as per legal proceedings, thus issued the warrant for her capture, stipulating that she must be taken alive. The case remained shrouded in ambiguity, not conclusively branding her a criminal, and any form of extrajudicial punishment was strictly prohibited. Meanwhile, Yuan Peiji and He Shiza engaged in a brief skirmish with the Shuhuan clan's ancestor, Xianming. Two individuals were treated as a ball by the venerable ancestor of the Shuhuan clan, Xianin, quite literally, as a racket struck a small satellite, causing it to shatter. In that moment, unbeknownst to others, Yuan Peiji discreetly communicated something to Xianin. The two then sneaked away, while He Shiza silently returned to the Elder Council. Yuan Peiji offered no resistance. Instead, he was enveloped by a dark purple, translucent energy sphere and taken away from the fourth frontier by the venerable ancestor of the Shuhuan clan. Xianin, do you know? Yuan Peiji murmured. As long as you remain alive, humanity shall never find a moment's peace. Chapter 78. The infamous photograph from over 6,000 years ago. Nothing holds greater importance than the lives of us humans. Thus spoke Yuan Peiji to the venerable ancestor of the Shuhuan clan. No matter the vastness of territory, the richness of resources, or the abundance of foreign slaves, none can compare to the fragile existence of a single human life. This, you ought to comprehend. Yuan Peiji fixed his gaze upon Xuanin's eyes, despite the fact that the Shuhuan clan bore no face. The venerable ancestor Xianin remained silent for a long while before finally responding. We no longer pose a threat to human life, but you can. Yuan Peiji interjected loudly. You have just demonstrated that you can indeed threaten our existence. As long as you are alive. Yuan Peiji emphasized each word. Ordinary humans dare not venture beyond the second frontier. We cannot even find a moment's peace to rest. Yuan Peiji elucidated. We are deeply concerned that you may err in judgment, perhaps by some means, venture to the purple star, dragging the pantheon into chaos. You must understand the weight of each individual's life. Even if one is merely an ordinary citizen devoid of distinctive character or extraordinary talent. Perhaps you have heard the tale of the photograph from 6 millennia past, which exemplified the significance of human life. Yuan Peiji's words carried the menace and temptation of a devil. Lucifer was decidedly displeased. The notoriety of the usurper Yi Sui had surged. And although many could rationally conclude that Yi Sui was not the reincarnation of the usurper, they ultimately came to accept that the usurper would not return. Nonetheless, Lucifer remained irked by this outcome. He staunchly believed that Yi Sui was not the reincarnation of the usurper. Yet he was equally convinced that the usurper could indeed be reborn. But if one were to inquire as to whom this reincarnation might pertain, Lucifer would insist, no. In any case, Yi Sui had become a thorn in Lucifer's side, a persistent annoyance. He appeared impeccably dressed in a black tailcoat and white shirt, adorned with a vivid red bow tie. His attire, reminiscent of a meticulous young gentleman, was oddly complemented by ill-fitting little shoes. He walked with an exaggerated clamor, each step resonating with a heart-wrenching intensity. Having just returned from the outer cosmos beyond the second border, he begrudgingly reported his mission to the Elder Council. As the deputy director of the CIA, Lucifer wielded considerable power and influence. The Central Intelligence Agency, formerly known as the Great Xia Alliance Central Intelligence Agency, engages in a multitude of nefarious activities including military espionage, sabotage behind enemy lines, assassination, subversion of spies, and incitement of rebellion. All manner of heinous and morally reprehensible acts, which one could scarcely imagine, are commonplace for the CIA. It does not shy away from these deeds. Rather, it takes pride in them, primarily because its targets are foreign forces. In stark contrast to the infamous reputation of the Alliance Investigation Bureau, the CIA appears almost genteel within the borders of the alliance. During the Great Xia Alliance's numerous foreign expeditions, the CIA operates in the shadows, away from public scrutiny in the glaring spotlight, where its actions are drenched in blood. Even though the CIA has increasingly intruded upon the affairs within the alliance, leading acts of sabotage and orchestrating aberrations, it is but one among many institutions vying for power and profit, an endeavor in which all partake. Among the myriad of unethical deeds visible to the public, the CIA's involvement is seldom absent, particularly since the ascension of Deputy Director Lucifer over 2 centuries ago. The frequency of the CIA's operations has eclipsed that of all other agencies combined. This surge can be attributed to the myriad races having achieved a period of recuperation and power accumulation. Nevertheless, despite its notorious reputation, the CIA has undeniably contributed to the Great Xia Alliance. Within the advanced training facilities of the CIA, a haunting maxim endures suffering for the Great Xia. Alongside a photograph that altered the course of human civilization 6 millennia ago, as they journey back to the Senate, Secretary Liu recounted to Yi Sui that the Senate is constructed atop the Hall of the Gods, which itself is situated in the heavens above the Ziwei star. The Hall of Gods harbors a substantial population of pure-blood humans, constituting 30 to 60 of the total, making it the largest congregation of humanity. Yi Sui comprehended that residing at the nexus of power and decision-making facilitates the exercise of authority by humans. Secretary Liu paused momentarily before pivoting to elaborate. In fact, over 6,000 years ago, prior to the 6th Great Interstellar Expedition, although the Senate had been established, the Hall of Gods had yet to materialize. Humanity was still dispersed, residing in small communities and stationed at various pivotal locations within the alliance. Yi Sui keenly sensed that Secretary Liu intended to elucidate an event from 6 millennia past, and he had already perused that segment of history. At that time, humanity was confined to the heartland and the first frontier of the cosmos, along with a portion of the second frontier. They had only recently emerged from the quagmire of the 5th Great Interstellar Expedition, characterized by prolonged struggles and cycles of conquest, rebellion, and suppression. The birth rate of humanity had begun to decline, yet the population still numbered in the hundreds of billions, sufficient to establish a robust vertical governance. Wearied by warfare, humanity eased its grip on authority, alleviated internal strife, and embarked upon a period of rejuvenation, which inadvertently led to a relaxation of military readiness. The vastness of the interstellar cosmos at that time allowed each individual the opportunity to serve as a governor of a life-sustaining star system or to lead a life free from want and flourishing settlements. The Great Xia Alliance seemed, at that moment, to embody the peaceful interstellar existence it had once touted to myriad races, a notion we ourselves scarcely believed, until a tragedy unfolded. Ignited by the viral spread of a single photograph, Lucifer had transformed into a youthful man with raven black hair and obsidian eyes, devoid of any whites. exuding an air of wildness. A casually draped suit rested upon his shoulders, and an expensive white shirt bore 2 streaks of cherry red paint as though it were of no consequence. Indeed, the shirt was quite priceless. In a dimly lit space, a vast circular platform was illuminated by the warm glow of a kerosene lamp. Casting a soft light upon the ceiling were several thick, rusty copper pipes intertwined like a tangled web. The faint sound of dripping water could be heard, causing a tightening in one's chest. More than a dozen figures lingered in the shadows, encircling the platform. The fallen angel Lucifer had convened yet another gathering of the Chaos faction to incite a conspiracy against Isue. Esteemed members, the current situation grows increasingly precarious. Lucifer began to incite the assembly. Isue's formidable rise has dealt a heavy blow to Ariel and the conciliatory faction, bringing an imminent end to chaos. We must take action. The alliance between Ariel and the conciliatory faction reflected a shared inclination, a notion I hold no objection to. However, Lucifer's attempts to manipulate others did not sit well with everyone, as dissenting voices emerged in opposition. But does Isue even recognize himself as the spokesperson for the hardliners? At that moment, some supporters of Lucifer intervened, asserting, regardless, Isue and the hardliners undoubtedly share a certain understanding. Upon hearing the name Isue, Lucifer's anger manifested in clenched fists. Beside Lucifer stood a flamboyant gentleman clad in a crane feather cloak, fanning himself with a feathered fan, articulating his thoughts. Regardless of factional or personal discussions, the hardliners had undeniably subdued the moderates to a considerable extent, with the name of the illustrious Ariel resonating even more profoundly. For instance, the imminent grand offensive at the Dongxian fortress, a decisive battle, symbolized the hardliners' triumph over the moderates. Their unilateral grip on power would inevitably lead to the reconstruction of order. Order, a beguiling poison that humanity succumbs to through decay and extinction, is surely a sentiment echoed by all present. This assertion garnered unanimous nods of agreement. Thus, for the sake of chaos and humanity's boundless evolution, we must not allow them to establish order. Lucifer nodded in agreement, fervently proclaiming, "Tyranny is insufficient, chaos is inadequate. The so-called order is merely a poison for humanity's slow demise. Survival of the fittest, in the midst of endless chaos, is the ultimate path to evolution." Consequently, to maintain the state of chaos, some chose to disregard the melodramatic Lucifer and continued to inquire about how to aid the moderates in resisting the hardliners. Only the malevolence of humanity can rekindle the spirit of goodness. The gentleman with the feathered fan proclaimed with feigned seriousness, "Poison Master Jiasu, spare us the suspense," exclaimed another, whose voice hinted at a singular reliance on brute strength, unable to contain his impatience. With a sheepish smile, Poison Master Jiasu finally unveiled the enigma. Surely, everyone is familiar with the tale behind the infamous photograph that has circulated for over 6 millennia. Chapter 79, Conspiracy? Safety. The reverse scale of humanity. We do not necessarily have to annihilate the Su Xian clan. It is merely that you pose a threat to our safety. Yuan Peiji addressed the ancestral figure of the Su Xian clan, Xianming. That image evoked an uncontrollable rage among humanity, compelling us to reassess our position within the cosmos. Secretary Liu elucidated this to Isue. That photograph birthed the legend of the Ghost Gate and established a shared value system for humankind. The Toxin Master, Jiasu, remarked. Isue, with a parched throat, struggled to articulate the harrowing image. Brown clots of blood congealed upon the gleaming surgical table, and the dim overhead light rendered the room all the more claustrophobic. At the heart of the photograph lay a small boy, his chest and lungs brutally exposed, his innards laid bare. His eyes widened in terror, his lips forcibly contorted into a grotesque semblance of a smile, blood staining the corners of his mouth. His body was riddled with scars and bloodstains, the once pale skin marred by bruises and lacerations. At the edges of the image, 3 greenish hands reached forth, clawing and grasping, as if the malevolent talons of a demon sought to ensnare the boy. Please excuse Isue's inadequate descriptive prowess. This merely encapsulates the essence of that photograph. The boy had evidently endured inhumane biological experimentation. His anguish transcended the confines of a mere image, his silent cries resonating throughout the cosmos. The child's name was Tang Anil, affectionately known as Lele, aged 9, with a fondness for the sweet and sticky glutinous rice cake. The most heartrending aspect is that this photograph was taken by none other than his father. He regards himself as a feeble and incompetent father. Tang Anil's father is a CIA agent, and Tang Anil holds deep admiration for him. Lele boasts to his friends, proclaiming, "My father is the most formidable man in the world." Perhaps it was in that moment of recognition of his father that Lele's smile bore a hint of sincerity. A pitiable yet powerless man, who, for the sake of trivial matters such as intelligence and missions, chose to conceal his name, disguise his identity, endure captivity, and submit humbly to the enemy. Even as a man, he must witness the suffering of his own child, with his beloved Lele subjected to horrific human experiments, all while maintaining an air of indifference. Seemingly unperturbed, we cannot fathom the depth of sorrow this father felt when capturing such a photograph. What emotions compelled him to inscribe those words, which remain etched at the CIA's elite training facility, "Endure suffering for humanity." Yet, we recognize that this photograph has liberated humanity from many unrealistic delusions. From that point onward, humanity has gained a clearer understanding of its position in the cosmos. We are neither the bearers of civilization nor the saviors of myriad races. We are merely human beings, struggling to survive in a dark, cold, and merciless universe. Yuan Peiji elucidates the significance of this photograph, asserting that all external conflicts waged by humanity stem from a profound sense of insecurity. Humanity yearns for safety. A sufficient sphere of security is essential to protect our families, children, and the cherished civilization we hold dear. Safety has become the paramount concern of humanity. In the pursuit of security and the eradication of threats, mankind is willing to wage one war after another. We can accept dying on the battlefield, but we cannot bear the thought of our families and children suffering attacks while the front lines remain unbroken, especially when beings like you, Xinming, can silently traverse the boundaries of humanity's defenses, possessing individual combat capabilities that rival the energy of a spontaneously generated black hole. Yuan Peiji emphatically declares, "We can never accept your existence, for we are afraid." Xinming remains silent, though his face is obscured. One might discern a certain somberness in his demeanor. He emits a sound, perhaps intending to speak. Yuan Peiji, with prescient insight, anticipates his words. Such matters are never a question of desire. The mere possession of the power to harm humanity constitutes original sin. You may not wish it now, but the day will inevitably come when you shall. We dare not gamble with that day. The venerable ancestor of the Sichuan tribe, Xinming, continues to maintain his silence, while Yuan Peiji incessantly articulates his thoughts. If humanity did not desire your demise, would we be so sluggish in our siege of the Dongxian fortress? We could have easily unleashed a barrage of divine weaponry, obliterating the surrounding star systems to the point where not a single intact stone remained. And would we have allowed you the opportunity to gather your kin within the fortress? Yuan Peiji's counterargument only serves to fortify Xuanming's conviction in his words. At last, the withered ancestor of the Sichuan tribe inquires, "Then, how am I to protect my people?" Yuan Peiji revealed a cunning smile, triumphant in his schemes. How could it be possible to persuade a clan leader to take his own life with mere words? He is not a fool. This is merely a tactic of psychological warfare. At the chaotic assembly of the faction, the poison master Jia Su continued, "The hardliners assert that the foreign races harbor an unrelenting desire to annihilate us, posing a grave threat to the safety of humanity. Thus, we must respond with decisive force." Conversely, the conciliators argue that humanity has achieved a semblance of security, yet for long-term safety, we must rectify the entrenched flaws of our governance. For the vast silent populace, the incident surrounding the Amstar crisis during the Year of Change serves as a clarion call, prompting them to reassess the safety of their surroundings. Consequently, a retaliatory war garners support, as humanity yearns to once again flaunt its military prowess to reassure both external and internal entities of our continued safety. The crowd listened, bewildered, their minds clouded. Someone urged, "Poison Master, please get to the point and refrain from rambling." Jia Su, with a furrowed brow, harbored resentment towards Lucifer and the clandestine organization he had formed. Indeed, a juvenile bent on destruction invariably associates with such ilk. Jia Su pressed on. "If we can restore the people's belief in their safety, they will perceive their tribulations as merely the machinations of those vying for power within. The havoc wrought by Lucifer is all too clear. Thus, we must recreate that incident, directing our sharpest blades towards humanity's most cherished, the children." Jia Su nodded and remarked, "Not only that, We must masquerade as hardliners while pretending to be conciliators to frame the real hardliners. By orchestrating acts of terror, we aim to incite public outrage and perpetuate the war to satisfy our own selfish desires. Lucifer's penchant for malevolence is indeed a specialization. The concept of deception layered upon deception is a fundamental logic. Targeting children in acts of terror will inevitably provoke greater anger among humanity, thereby continuing the push for war. However, humanity cannot accept being ensnared in an environment of extreme danger. This represents a blend of arrogance and self-deception. Consequently, attention will turn inward, seeking potential conspirators. The primary beneficiaries, the hardliners, will naturally emerge as suspects. Yet, such suffocating and crude maneuvers, if believed to be so simplistic by humanity, would be utterly foolish. Moreover, the hardliners, already in a position of advantage, have no incentive to take reckless risks. Thus, after a twist of fate, people will begin to suspect the conciliators who, being at a disadvantage, are in dire need of audacious actions to shift the tide. The rationale has already been crafted, yet everything appears overly reasonable and justifiable. As the conciliators mount their counteroffensive, the hardliners will find themselves ensnared once more. Coupled with the clues we intentionally leave behind, it will undoubtedly lead to the conclusion that the hardliners are a faction that stops at nothing in the pursuit of political struggle. The poison master Jia soon nodded in satisfaction, though he harbored ulterior motives. The poison master Jia Su continued, furthermore, we can revisit the Amstar incident, where the primary impact fell upon foreign tribes, while the 10 surnames representatives can be treated lightly, allowing us to once again implicate the derivative groups. At this moment, someone timidly raised their hand, prompting the question of how we should orchestrate an attack and who would be dispatched to carry it out. The atmosphere within the gathering was one of profound silence, broken only by the disquieting sound of dripping water. The air was thick with tension, as if no one dared to breathe for fear of drawing the attention of Lucifer. Such a predicament would be most troublesome. Should we immediately sever ties, or secretly report this band of traitors to the Senate later on? In the dim light, the 8 individuals encircling the round table became discernible: the fallen angel, Lucifer; the poison master Jiasu; the harbinger, Justin; along with the enchantress, the Rakshasa; the Yasha, the malevolent corpse; and the Cerberus, totaling 8. Lucifer wore an expression of nonchalance, yet his mind was far from idle. As the deputy director of the CIA, he possessed a fade of deception. The finest disguise is to feign none. Hence the cunning and sharp-witted deputy director was indeed his true self. Likewise, the mad fallen angel Lucifer was also a facet of his identity. Lucifer adopted a pose of utter boredom, idly picking at his nails, producing a sharp and crisp sound. His gaze swept over the assembly, accompanied by a sneer of derision. TSK, a bunch of cowards. When you go outside, don't dare to claim allegiance to the Chaos faction. The Cerberus, a figure whose name alone suggested a lack of intelligence, foolishly retorted, attack children. Huh. If anyone is keen on such tasks, be my guest. I certainly will not partake. In a corner, the poison master Jiasu casually toyed with a feather fan, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. He let out a light chuckle, his voice raspy and deep. Sometimes, the line between truth and falsehood blurs. There is no need for an actual attack. Merely the belief among the populace that they are under threat suffices. The yearning for security becomes most fervent when the specter of assault looms. The crowd, understanding his implication, raised their heads in unison, inquiring, Jiasu, do you mean deception? Jiasu nodded, gently fanning himself. He murmured, rumors are sharper than swords, and fear is more dreadful than death. There are occasions when our inaction can incite the masses into motion. The assembly then erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Yet they were unable to formulate a suitable strategy. Meanwhile, Lucifer and the poison master Jia Su remained silent, seemingly indulging in their discord. Very well. According to our customary protocol, you shall heed the command, Lucifer resolved in his heart. The poison master Jia Su exchanged glances with the others, who, reluctantly, knelt partially before Lucifer, declaring, we shall obey the edict of the fallen angel. Lucifer observed the scene, the flames of ambition burning fiercely beneath his facade, an insatiable desire for absolute submission from all. As the crowd dispersed, Jiasu and Lucifer engaged in private conversation. The poison master remarked, how can we aspire to great endeavors with such a rabble? Let us seize this opportunity to eliminate them all. Lucifer's gaze darkened with malice. We must stoke their desires and greed. They exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter, before delving into a detailed discussion of their plans. And then they departed. The demoness, Rosa, took the lead, her crimson gaze sweeping over the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of one another. It is perhaps more prudent to rely on our innate goodness than to expect a united front, so do take heed. You may interpret this as a provocation. Meanwhile, the harbinger of calamity, Justin, muttered to himself aboard the return vessel. Once the embers of rumor are ignited, they become a calamity that spirals beyond control. This is the very essence of my foreboding and the commencement of my ascension. At this moment, Justin recalled the fallen angel's remarks regarding the usurper's peculiar behavior. Piecing together the photographs from the 6th interstellar expedition, followed by the usurper's appearance prior to the unveiling of the 7th interstellar expedition. Everything is interlinked, and Justin sensed he was on the verge of uncovering a small secret of Lucifer. When Xia and the vengeful spirit exchanged glances as they departed, a flicker of intrigue passed between them. The Cerberus, Shord, in a seemingly reckless manner, forcefully pushed them aside, continuing to play the part of the brash individual with a low, rumbling voice. Out of the way, nuisance. After their departure, the Cerberus Shord, with a wild expression and prominent cheekbones, experienced an instant loss of bravado, pondering inwardly. What did that shared glance between those two signify? When did they establish a connection? The Poison Master, Jia Su, was the last to leave, boarding his small spacecraft, navigating through a series of intricate jumps and evasions, ultimately shaking off any pursuers. At the floating base of the Inspector General of the Second Universe's Border Patrol, the Poison Master, Jia Su Jiawana, held the esteemed title of the Inspector General. Every individual within the chaotic faction is known to the fallen angel Lucifer, and they too are aware of his identity. However, the extent of their mutual knowledge regarding one another's identities remains uncertain. Lucifer can only assure that he has not divulged the identities of any member to anyone within the organization. While it may seem that everyone is departing, they, excluding Justin, are all heading to the Senate to document today's events in a confidential archive. Why? Because, aside from the treacherous Justin, the others hold positions within intelligence agencies. As the malevolent leader of the organization, Lucifer also serves as the deputy director of the CIA. On his journey to the Purple Star, Lucifer's smile deepens as he contemplates how to seize this opportunity to fulfill his ambitions. Meanwhile, Javen silently reviews the situation in his mind, attempting to deduce the identities of the other 6 members. Everyone harbors ulterior motives. The only certainty within the organization is that none have a fondness for order. Thus, mutual rebellion appears to be a manifestation of chaos. In the outer universe of the 4th border of the Great Xia Alliance, a bustling scene unfolds. The divine artillery, known as the Golden Cudgel and the Cosmic Circle, is currently under construction. The very foundation of this formidable weapon spans multiple star domains, necessitating an immense workforce of hundreds of billions, alongside even more advanced mechanical intelligence for assistance. Each activation of these colossal cannons drains the energy of the entire star domain, unleashing the violently fused energy upon their targets. As the construction of this divine artillery commenced, all influential figures with connections in this star domain began to hastily gather their belongings and flee. In a particular star domain, within a specific galaxy, there exists a life-bearing planet. In a lavishly adorned manner, strikingly reminiscent of human aesthetics, a nobleman is directing his servants to pack their belongings and valuables, preparing to flee this star domain. He paces back and forth, then, in a fit of rage, slams his hand upon the table. Those wretches dared to deceive me, claiming they had offended a noble and must liquidate their assets to atone. In a moment of foolish joy, I even offered them more. Having received advance notice of the impending military installations, they intentionally concealed this from me, ensnaring me in their trap. A wave of bitterness rises in his throat as he mourns the vast empire he has amassed through years of plunder. The marketplaces, shops, factories, mines, estates, and trade routes. Not a single unfortunate soul exists to take over. I have become that unfortunate soul. Ultimately, I may have to sell everything off to unsuspecting commoners. At that moment, his son strides into the room with an air of ease. Father, I hear you intend to abandon our estate and flee for our lives? The youth, undeterred, continues. I have consulted with my classmates and even visited the site. The military base will not devastate the land. It will merely occupy a portion, and the governor will provide compensation. Father, We can allow the commoners to occupy their lands and even seize the opportunity to annex additional territory. The son suggests with a glint of cunning in his eyes. You think the crux of the matter lies in how much land the base occupies? The nobleman's voice rises sharply, tinged with anger. The core issue is that they intend to extract energy right from the site. The son scoffs, a flicker of mischief dancing in his gaze. But doesn't the Great Xia Alliance possess its own energy sources? Even in the haste of inadequate preparation, how much can be extracted? The wealthy man sighed, his tone peculiar as he remarked that the Great Xia Alliance had never been sufficiently prepared for energy. Each activation of the divine artillery was driven by a mission, not only to annihilate enemies, but also to eradicate internal threats. While the Great Xia Alliance would not dare claim to drain the entire star region, the extraction of those few life planets was unequivocally essential. Chapter 81. Lele wants to eat the radiant spirit's grand cake. The sun's smile froze on his face. Yet, they surely wouldn't truly destroy this star region? After all, this is the territory of the Great Xia Alliance. The wealthy man supported his forehead, realizing that in their eyes, he had never mattered. They perhaps regarded us merely as an alien race. The room fell into silence, the dust stirred by the construction of the foundation tapping against the window. The son lowered his head, clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Then, what shall we do? The wealthy man gazed at the vaguely discernible silhouette in the distance, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. We must flee. What else can we do? But how long must we escape? Until Princess Ariel assumes power. The foundation of the divine artillery rapidly rose from the ground, resembling a colossal beast stretching and roaring. Its massive extraction tubes piercing the energy core of this life planet like sharp fangs. The planet trembled, a final lament echoed across its surface. In the hall of the spaceport, cold, harsh lights illuminated the weary, desolate faces of the wealthy family. The floor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, reflected a faint silver light, revealing their disheveled figures as they departed in haste. It was not only they who fled in disarray, they were not even the most unfortunate. The affluent family, despite their flight, remained clad in resplendent attire, though the fatigue and anxiety etched upon their faces were unmistakable. They had just navigated through a complex web of connections, expending a tremendous sum, engaging in bribery at every level, and exploiting backdoors to acquire a handful of tickets. It was not that the tickets were scarce, rather, it was that no one dared to sell them. The Great Xia Alliance was, after all, on a mission to systematically eradicate the population. Yet every individual of influence and wealth had fled the planet. One must wonder, could the common folk remain complacent in such turmoil? Had Yi Sui been aware of this situation, he would likely recall that when the war commenced, 96 out of the top 100 wealthy individuals had already absconded. Such circumstances were detrimental to maintaining public order. Once the populace became unsettled, chaos would ensue, and failing to accomplish the mission of population reduction would be a grave matter. Thus, the expenditure was not merely to procure tickets, but rather to secure their very lives. Upon successfully boarding the vessel, they were approached by an individual clad in a suit, whose appearance was rather unhuman-like. He leaned in and whispered to the wealthy man, "This is our ship." His face, uncharacteristically, bore jagged features. The affluent man's pupils constricted slightly, and his son displayed evident tension. He quickly squeezed his son's shoulder, then offered a wry smile to the stranger, saying, "My lord, I seek only a means of survival. I dare not desire anything further." The man lowered his voice further and continued, "You need not overthink. Upon boarding, simply leverage your identity and resources to assist us in a minor task, merely a trifling effort." The wealthy man pondered in silence for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he nodded and said, "My lord, as you can see, my family has not been exposed to the world. Let us find a quiet place to discuss this matter in detail. Please." The man had no choice but to leave with the wealthy family. The affluent family's members were taken under control by the other party. The wealthy man inwardly cursed those unreliable officials from the starport, who took their money yet still deceived them. With a smile, he boarded the ship, feeling both anxious and hopeful, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to the place where he had hidden his contingency plans. A very loyal old servant of his had been arranged for a false death years ago, intended to serve as a covert agent. His son had acknowledged him as a father, raised as his own, and his daughter also resided within his household. Loyalty was assured. He had managed to acquire only a few tickets, and purchasing them should pose no restrictions. If he refrained from contacting him, The wealthy man would understand he was in trouble. Then he would begin to leverage the connections amassed over his lifetime to rescue him. At this moment, the wealthy man could not help but contemplate. Reporting the spies of the alliance of all races could earn him significant merit before the upper echelons of the alliance, providing him with the capital for a resurgence. Moreover, as long as he could craft a compelling narrative and attribute the credit to Ariel, he might even catch the eye of Princess Ariel. He had already begun to fantasize about his lines before the reporters. I am grateful for the teachings and directives of Princess Ariel, which have empowered me to confront the malevolent forces threatening the alliance. As for resisting the alliance, are you devoid of reason? Or am I the one lacking sense? The alliance of all races does not send troops to relieve the siege of the Dongshin fortress. Do you expect us to stand against the Great Xia Alliance? In the vast expanse of the Great Xia Alliance, within the first border of the cosmos, lies Ziwei Star and the Hall of Gods. Ariel, somewhat fatigued, emerged from the spatial portal of the hall, offering a warm smile and a nod to the staff present. The one in charge of the spatial portal, Aunt Hayao, a close friend of Ariel's mother, had taken it upon herself to intercept Ariel. With her short blue hair and youthful visage, Aunt Hayao appeared to be merely 18 or 19. Her cheeks slightly puffed and her almond-shaped eyes radiating the spirited defiance of a young maiden. Her slender waist was adorned with two ample fruits, which swayed gently in accordance with her irritated demeanor as she pointed at Ariel and exclaimed, "Where have you been these past few days? Are you not aware that your birthday is approaching?" Ariel was momentarily taken aback, her lips pouting in a slight blush as she playfully replied to Aunt Hayao in a melodious voice, "Sister Hayao, Ariel knows she is in the wrong." Her voice was sweet and soothing, akin to honey, her long, soft pink hair cascading delicately, brushing against her cheek like a string of pearls glistening in the sunlight. Perhaps only her well-endowed, yet somewhat simple-minded aunt truly wished to celebrate her birthday. After bidding farewell to Aunt Hayao, Ariel strolled along the streets of the Hall of Gods. Sunlight filtered through the translucent dome above, casting a gentle glow upon her pink tresses, as if they were enveloped in a soft halo. Ariel delicately pushed aside the stray strands from her forehead, her steps light as she traversed the pathway adorned with starlit stones. Her modified Gothic skirt danced gracefully in the breeze, interwoven with black lace, white satin, and pink stripes. Along the streets, holographic billboards flickered with vibrant hues. This was the bustling commercial district. A few anxious flower sprites flitted past her, their cries echoing in panic as though pursued by some terrifying entity. Ariel turned her gaze, only to behold three petite figures scampering about, while the other artificial beings hurriedly evaded them. "Don't run away, little sprites," a 7-year-old boy exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing his call, the fleeing flower sprites halted in place, casting pleading glances at Ariel. Suddenly realizing it was Princess Ariel, they felt an immense joy, grateful to escape the torment of those three children. They were three particularly bothersome little ones named Song Song, 7 years old, male, Hui Hui, 6 years old, female, and Lele, 5 years old, male. "I want to touch it too," Lele shouted, eyes squeezed shut, sprinting wildly with outstretched hands toward the flower sprites. "Be careful. Don't hurt it," Song Song admonished, his face stern like a miniature adult. Just as he finished his warning, he was astonished to see Ariel nearby, her previously stern expression now bright with joy. Unable to suppress her laughter, Ariel lifted Lele by the back of his collar and gently chastised him. "Lele, that's not right. You mustn't bully the flower sprites." "It's Sister Ariel," Hui Hui exclaimed with delight, rushing to embrace her leg. Lele widened his bright eyes, looking up at Ariel with a cheerful grin. "Sister Ariel, hug." Ariel cradled Lele in her arms and then embraced Hui Hui as well. "Sister Ariel, what brings you here?" inquired the 7-year-old boy, scratching his head. "I just returned and happened to pass by," Ariel replied, crouching down to gently set them on the ground. "And what about you? Why aren't you attending class?" The three children exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of guilt. The 5-year-old Lele lowered his head, mumbling softly, We skipped class." Ariel smiled, refraining from any harsh reprimand. If 1,000 people could allow 3 children to evade their studies, the members of the Basic Education Committee ought to face dire consequences. Surely, the curriculum must have been intentionally designed this way. No wonder no other pure-blooded humans could be seen on the commercial street. This unexpected encounter felt as though it disrupted someone else's plans. However, given that her birthday was tomorrow, perhaps today she could afford to overlook a few rules. Ariel spent some time playing with them, subverting the educational agenda set by the committee. After about an hour, Yang Mei, the president of the Basic Education Committee, personally arrived to escort the 3 children. Just before parting, we suddenly remembered something and looked up, asking, "Sister Ariel, it's your birthday tomorrow. Can we come?" "Of course you can." Ariel crouched down, gently pinching her rosy little cheek. "Sister has prepared a magnificent cake for you." Lele exclaimed, "I want to eat the sky fairy flying cake." Upon hearing about the cake, Lele could hardly contain his excitement, leaping 3 feet into the air. Chapter 82, Arrival at the Temple of the Gods, Absorbing Dimensional Fragments. On the afternoon of April 12, 12024, in the realm of the Great Xia Alliance, the Taiwei port of the Ziwei Star, renowned as the 2nd largest Taiwei spaceport of the Alliance, gracefully suspended in the synchronous orbit of Ziwei Star, sparkles like a string of resplendent pearls against the vast night sky. Indeed, it resembles a collection of exquisite pearls. Unlike the singular trumpet-shaped structure of the AM starport, or the mixed-use, flower-like configuration of the lunar port, the Taiwei port is characterized by its expansive demand, which allows for a grander scale. The only other port of considerable size is Shield, whose spaceport is essentially nestled within a spatial transfer station and the administrative expanse of Shield. This is akin to the high-speed rail and train stations found in certain locales on the ancestral planet, Earth, prior to the Third World War. The central structure of the Taiwei port is composed of thousands of hexagonal docking bays arranged in a dense formation, resembling a string of pearls from a distance. Each docking bay is enveloped in a unique material capable of absorbing stellar energy, emanating a soft white halo under the sunlight. Moreover, due to their distinctive construction and design, each docking bay can be easily disassembled and reconfigured into smaller or larger units to cater to individual needs. Countless spacecraft and airships traverse the port in an orderly fashion. However, with the arrival of the Isue, a clearing is underway, and the opulent docking bay number 1 is exclusively designated for Isue's use. Although the Inghua ship could easily glide into the docking bay, Isue nonetheless opts to transfer to a secondary spacecraft. Because Isue felt that if he were to pilot the Mars ship inside, it would indeed resemble the foolishness of a monkey imitating humanity. Unlike the spaceports in other regions, where one merely opens the hatch and enters without any consideration for gravitational forces, air pressure, or the nuances of the cosmic environment, Ziwixing itself is a colossal planet with substantial gravitational pull. Thus, the warship must first dock at the designated berth on the platform, where the surrounding force field generators would promptly activate to create an outward protective shield. The platform would then integrate into the docking bay, completing the essential procedures for entry. As for border inspections and sanitation protocols, what are you even talking about? The moment the hatch opened, a holographic projection unfurled before Isue. Vice Chairman E, welcome back. The central AI of Ziwixing's spaceport number 1, configured in humanoid form, was there to guide Isue. Your identity has been verified, and the internal communication channel of the Senate has been established. As Isue and his entourage descended the gangway, the high melting point nanomaterials beneath their feet instantly recognized his identity, automatically forming a platform for them to stand upon. The passageway's sides were supposed to display advertisements and news from other star regions. Yet all of it had transformed into, "Welcome back, Vice Chairman E." Isue, not wishing to remain standing for long, took a few steps, and the platform adapted to his movements. "Mystery. The administrative officials of Ziwixing wish to meet with you to report on the progress of the eradication of the 10 clans. Secretary Liu followed up, speaking. "I refuse to meet with them," Isue retorted, lacking the inclination to engage with them. Afterward, upon departing from the port, Isue arrived at the surface of Ziwei Star and transferred to the light instant vehicle, which took them directly into the space elevator leading to the Pantheon of the Gods. Only Bai Lingen required a permit, which Secretary Liu had arranged in advance. The group then ascended the space elevator towards the Pantheon. Due to the limitations of his physical constitution, Isue was unable to utilize the spatial teleportation gate. This towering metropolis, a pinnacle of human power and the center of interstellar affairs, floated above Ziwei Star. A magnificent Roman-style dome enveloped the entire city, with the perpetual sunlight refracted through protective shields, casting a hazy glow over the landscape. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Isue gazed at the imposing edifice of the Senate, the very heart of the Human Alliance's authority. As the elevator doors opened, A throng of curious onlookers had gathered outside, their excitement palpable. Drums beat and flags waved, while colorful decorations adorned the area, accompanied by cheerful melodies. Stepping out of the cabin, Isui was greeted by a golden carpet woven from special nanobots that unfurled beneath his feet. Only pure-blooded humans could press closer to the inner circle, while the outer layers consisted of various humans and extraterrestrial beings, merely serving to enhance the atmosphere. Isui had initially been reluctant to allow the Senate to prepare a welcome ceremony, finding it somewhat superfluous. However, given the enthusiasm of the crowd, he waved back at them with a demeanor reminiscent of someone with an expressive personality. The president of the Senate Organizing Committee, Ma Chi, had personally come to greet him, as it was indeed his responsibility to oversee such arrangements. The individual, though not yet a century old, presents himself with the vigor and demeanor of a spirited elder. Behind him, a cadre of impeccably attired pure-blooded humans, serving as members of the welcoming committee, follows closely, each adorned with a golden emblem that signifies their authority. A crystal-skinned girl, her complexion a delicate blue, stands on her toes, striving to glimpse the happenings within the inner circle. She waves a banner welcoming Isui, yet is thwarted by a force field barrier. "Welcome back, Vice Chairman Isui." Maki's voice reverberates through the public address system, echoing across the square. Isui furrows his brow, acutely aware of the fervent cheers erupting from the outer spectator area at the mention of his name. As the ceremony reaches its zenith, the sky suddenly ignites with resplendent fireworks. These aerial displays, crafted by unmanned drones, coalesce into grand letters proclaiming, "Long live the Great Xia Alliance. Long live the Senate. Long live Vice Chairman Isui." Maki presents Isui with a silver emblem, emblematic of his vice chairman status, a task that ought to have been entrusted to Gong Kai. However, upon learning of Isui's imminent arrival, Gong Kai had resolved to vacate the chief office entirely, leaving Isui to wield the authority of the chairman in his stead. Yet, Maki and others intervened, deeming such a course of action inconsistent with organizational protocol. The coveted position of chairman, which others fervently aspire to, is regarded by Gong Kai as a dire threat. It is merely a spectacle for the onlookers, who remain somewhat apprehensive of the former tyrantess rumors, despite Isui and the Senate's hardliners and moderates opting for a period of careful indifference. During this interlude, Isui also proposed a politically significant draft that left a profound impression on those present. However, that matter no longer gnaws at the ordinary populace as it once did, yet it still evokes a sense of peculiarity among them. Furthermore, Isui is reluctant to hold an elaborate welcome ceremony, opting instead for a simple reception. For humanity, the peripheral ambience team has engaged in intense rehearsals for 5 to 6 consecutive days, refining every detail. In fact, most of these intricacies remain unseen by Isui, yet they are visible to others. For pure-blooded humans, this is a matter of attitude, an indication of their fervor and propriety in demonstrating support for Isui and the Senate. The Divine Hall enforces speed limits under normal circumstances. Exceeding these limits is prohibited. Secretary Liu addressed Isui, stating, "The previous vice seat, Gong Kai, has vacated the premises. The Senate has decided to allow you to move into the vice seat residence ahead of schedule. Typically, a handover ceremony is required, and moving into the vice seat residence is part of the process." "Mr. Isui," a somewhat hoarse voice called out. Isui turned to see a scruffy man sitting on the steps of the residence. He wore a pristine white ceremonial robe, adorned with a golden badge symbolizing his status. "Mr. Wang," Isui nodded slightly. Wang Ian tousled his unkempt hair back. "This is the dimensional fragment I promised you." He handed Isui a special-style safe, the size of a thick dictionary, and added, "Once removed, it must be used immediately, and do not stimulate it with mental energy." Isui accepted the safe, unable to resist the urge to use his mind to perceive it. Upon hearing Wang Yian's warning, it was too late. Why is there no response? Indeed, Wang Yan discerned that everything was in order and nodded. This item, regardless of whom it is bestowed upon, must be reported in advance to the Ascension Plan. The Ascension Plan? Isui mused internally, pondering why this matter had yet to reach him. "It was rumored that you instructed Secretary Liu to decline Gong Kai's request for a transfer of duties?" Wang Yan unexpectedly posed a question that seemed out of character. A sagacious decision. Wang Yan elucidated, Gong Kai, while appearing inept, is in fact exceedingly skilled in self-preservation and possesses a penchant for maintaining equilibrium. His urgency may conceal ulterior motives. You must wait until he can no longer restrain himself and approaches you. Only then will there be grounds for discussion. Yisui engaged in light conversation before bidding farewell. Accompanied by Lingyin, Yisui entered the secondary residence for a brief respite. His gaze fell upon the fragment of dimension, and despite his mental probing, it yielded no response. Driven by curiosity, he opened the safe. Chapter 83. To survive for 1,000 years, all seek a death. 2-4. Beyond the navigational routes of the Dongshan Fortress, in the shadowy realms of several star domains, lay a faintly luminous stellar system amidst a complex asteroid belt, where two forces of terrifying energy clashed. Yuan Peiji stood suspended in the void, his heart emitting a brilliant golden light, resonating with the heart of the dragon. Opposite him, the ancient ancestor of the Xianxian clan, Xianming, was surrounded by undulating waves of distorted space. Xianming. Yuan Peiji harnessed his mental energy to manipulate the spiritual fluctuations, proclaiming, "If you take your own life at the Dongshan Fortress, the Great Xia Alliance shall withdraw its forces." Xianming scoffed, dismissing the notion as foolishness. In the vast emptiness, Xianming hovered, enveloped in a thick shroud of gray mist. The very space he occupied was immediately distorted. As the foremost powerhouse of the cosmic supernova, Xianming forged his strength over a millennium ago by trampling upon the Great Xia Alliance. He led the esteemed elders of the Shuhuan clan into a fierce confrontation against humanity's entire ascension plan. In the ethereal heights, beyond the visible front lines, an astonishing battle unfolded, shaking the very fabric of the universe. At that time, Yuan Peiji was still youthful and feeble, overseeing the overall situation on the front, yet not participating in that monumental conflict. Although Yuan Peiji had perused the reports and various visual data penned by those who experienced it firsthand, he could never truly grasp the overwhelming shock of it all. Today, Yuan Peiji was determined to fulfill his vow to perish on the interstellar battlefield. Perhaps I should have met my demise a millennium ago, clinging to a life of mere survival, foolishly extending my existence through the ages. Xuanming's visage lay concealed within the mist, with only the chilling glint of his eyes shining forth, akin to the swirling depths of a black hole. Despite 1,000 years of valor, vanquishing all adversaries across the realm, Xianming had harbored profound remorse throughout that millennium. If only he had exercised more patience, considered the broader picture, and relinquished his arrogance. How could he allow his kin to descend into such a plight? Xianming felt a deep shame towards the admonitions of his ancestors, a sense of betrayal towards the trust bestowed upon him by the entirety of the Shuhuan clan, existing in this world, relying solely on brute strength, yet failing to safeguard the integrity of civilization. In truth, Yuan Peiji's suggestion resonated deeply within him. If his death could ensure the safety of his people. Yet, such words are but empty rhetoric. Though reasonable, they remain devoid of a true path. Yuan Peiji's heartbeat quickened, brilliance surging forth. He endeavored to seize Xuanming's heart through the heart of the dragon, seeking to ascertain Xuanming's location. Meanwhile, Xianming traversed the space, incessantly employing spatial rifts to create disturbances. A rift abruptly tore through the cosmos, splitting the already dimly lit area into gaping chasms resembling abysses. Within these spatial fissures, turbulent storms swirled. Should Yuan Peiji falter for even a moment, he would be ensnared in the very center of the tempest. Thus, he was compelled to evade while simultaneously channeling spiritual energy to mend the ruptures. A sudden surge of golden light emanated from Yuan Peiji's chest, his heart pulsating at an astonishing frequency, resonating with the vibrations of the space. This was the ability of the heart of the dragon, breaking through spatial barriers through cardiac resonance. Its fundamental aim remained the extraction of vitality. Yet, the sensation of his heart being grasped, felt by Yisui on the ancestral star, originated from this very moment. He had found it. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yuan Peiji's eyes as his right hand transformed into a claw, tightening its grip. Hidden within the depths of the concealed space, Xianming suddenly sensed his heart ensnared by an overwhelming force. The Su Xian clan, lacking a conventional heart, possessed an analogous organic energy pump, which, when crushed, served the same purpose. In an instant, Xuanming's heart was mercilessly shattered by Yuan Peiji's grasp. This technique had been employed 1,000 years prior during a surprise attack, but at that time, Yuan Peiji was incapable of obliterating the heart. He could merely induce a momentary pang of pain. However, at that moment, Xianming was affected, sustaining injuries from concentrated attacks. He retaliated fiercely, eliminating 3 adversaries. and thereafter encountered no similar assaults, entirely unaware that this was the capability of Yuan Peiji. Xuanming's ethereal glow dimmed, and the thick mist began to dissipate. The space became frozen. Instantly, Xianming applied spatial immobilization to his heart. Astonishingly, the heart that had been crushed began to reassemble within the stilled space, maintaining a feeble rhythm. With a flick of his hand, a swirling gray mist erupted, and dark matter energy surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire star system in a tumultuous spatial upheaval. A dark matter riot ensued. The very fabric of space within the stellar domain began to warp. Countless dark matter energies transforming into a furious torrent that surged toward Yuan Peiji. Wherever this energy passed, even light was consumed, plunging the area into an absolute blackness. The dark side of the star system, already outside the Dongxian fortress, grew even darker, as if a black hole were forming. Yuan Peiji let out a cold snort, and the golden light at his chest blazed ever more fiercely. The thunderous beating of his heart reverberated like a dragon's roar, shaking the space and causing energy to fracture. Heart of the dragon, psychic storm. With the life pump of Yuan Peiji's heart, he frantically siphoned his stored life energy, channeling it into a formidable surge of psychic power, which coalesced into a massive pale dragon, sweeping through and suppressing the spatial tremors. The dragon seemed to emit a roar, shattering the void, and bore down upon Xianming. Psychic energy, being an inert substance, does not react with light. Thus the pale hue radiates with the brilliance of the immense psychic force it embodies. Likewise, the roar was non-existent, fundamentally a manifestation of the psychological intimidation directed at Xianming. Upon witnessing the scene, Xianming was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. His mind incessantly replaying the harrowing defeat endured during the fateful battle at Black Cloud Fortress. The cataclysmic artillery of the Annihilation Star Domain relentlessly bombarded him with a barrage of projectiles. He had managed to deflect one after another, savoring a fleeting sense of triumph. Countless human warriors had unleashed a multitude of debilitating effects upon him, while waves of spiritual and psychic assaults surged forth. He had vanquished adversaries one after another, feeling invincible. Yet, when the anguished cries for help from his kin reached his ears, he lowered his gaze only to discover the fortress had fallen, and the Shuhuan clan lay vanquished. Faced with resilient human warriors who vowed to fight to the bitter end, and witnessing the battered state of his own descendants behind him, Xianming realized that should he annihilate the humans before him, he would be left as the sole survivor of the Shuhuan clan. Thus, he chose to surrender, succumbing to utter defeat, a cascade of failures that spiraled beyond recovery. Longming sought to influence Xuanming's fighting spirit through intricate mental and life forces. But who was Xianming? With a swift motion, he brought his palms together, causing the surrounding space to fold in on itself, forming a colossal dark space prison, attempting to ensnare Yuan Peiji within. The dark space, confinement. In an instant, Yuan Peiji's figure was consumed, as the surrounding space became completely sealed, the flow of time itself slowing to a crawl. This phenomenon resulted from the rapid transformation of space, where energy and mass compounded at breakneck speed, causing time to stagnate. However, mere moments later, the dark space prison began to tremble violently. Break! A commanding shout echoed, as the dark space prison was dismantled and dissolved. Yuan Peiji was surrounded by a colossal pale energy dragon, his mental prowess manifesting as a resonant roar that continually instilled dread in Xianming, inciting a tempest of energy that swept across the entire star system. Their battle intensified, each clash causing the very fabric of space to shatter. The structural integrity of the nearby star system began to collapse under the onslaught of energy, succumbing to ruin. Stars extinguished, planets shattered, and countless celestial bodies were reduced to cosmic dust. Yet, Xianming stood imperiously between the cosmos and the abyss, the once invincible cosmic supernova reigniting, its formidable power surging forth. Xuanming's fingers intertwined, unleashing a torrent of dark matter energy that erupted from his being. Space, annihilation. The entirety of the star domain began to disintegrate, with numerous spatial rifts spreading like wildfire, consuming all in their path. A single star was utterly extinguished, transforming the entire star system into a desolate wasteland amidst their fierce confrontation. Yuan Peiji's energy dragon gradually dissipated within the void of collapsing space, yet his gaze remained resolute, as if he had achieved his desires. Xianming, of the Suxian clan, had already met his defeat. Yuan Peiji's voice echoed through the crumbling star system. reverberating within the fabric of space, relentlessly tormenting Xuanming's psyche. A colossal energy dragon, even larger than before, soared skyward, intent on forcibly subduing the entirety of the star domain space. This was Yuan Peiji's desperate struggle. While it appeared grander, its cohesion was far inferior to the previous manifestation. Xianming emerged from his concealed space, the surrounding environment beginning to warp, shatter, and collapse, ensnaring all within. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Peiji's heart erupted in a resplendent glow, as a diminutive pale dragon materialized from the void. It is a creation forged purely from the pinnacle of mental fortitude, with each scale shimmering with a lethal brilliance. Yet, this ultimate attack falters just before it reaches Xianming. The pale spiritual dragon, overwhelmed, disintegrates within the distorted space. You have lost, Xianming's voice proclaims. You shall perish as well. A futile quest. Chapter 84. The Great Galactic Turmoil is about to unfold. 3-4, on April 11th. 12024 of the Great Xia calendar. At the fourth frontier, the fleet of the Great Xia Alliance has successfully encircled the Void Xian clan's Dongxian fortress. Countless first-class battleships array themselves in a formidable blockade across the cosmos, while a multitude of second- and third-class vessels undertake the task of patrolling. Everything is in readiness. However, General Hissel, the supreme commander, has yet to issue the order to attack. The subordinate forces continue their arduous efforts to fill the abyssal void and channel the stellar river. The stellar abyss, also known as the entropic light nether river, is a name conceived by humanity, while the latter name has been long recognized by myriad races. In truth, humanity has also come to accept the designation of entropic light nether river. The stellar abyss manifests in a fluid form, resembling a luminous cosmic river that meanders and twists, spanning across star systems. It consists of vast electromagnetic fields, high-energy particle flows, dense plasma, dark matter vortices, and chaotic quantum fluctuations. Appearing as a semi-transparent, ethereal blue fluid, its surface undulates with energy ripples reminiscent of auroras, cutting through the galaxy like a radiant fissure that rends the starry expanse. Furthermore, due to discrepancies in internal mass and density, the cosmic grand rotation renders the stellar abyss fluidic in nature. When any substance comes into contact with the starflow abyss, it undergoes rapid deconstruction due to the entropy surge effect. Metals are transformed into ionic dust, organic entities collapse into quantum foam, and even light is distorted into swirling remnants. Yet, the starflow abyss itself emits a radiant glow. This is attributed to the internal matter, which can react to release substantial amounts of heat, alongside the presence of inert substances such as dark matter, ensuring the integrity of its existence. Scientific conjecture suggests that the starflow abyss may be a unique celestial phenomenon formed through the interactions of supernova explosions, black hole jets, or dark matter. It is often utilized by the Shuhuan clan as a protective moat. Eris, Hissel gazed at the young and handsome general before him. Your sister's coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. Are you truly not returning? Clad in military garb, Eris, with his robust demeanor, resolutely replied, General, the opportunity for battle is fleeting. The alliance of nations may intervene at any moment. We must act swiftly. The command room was filled with pure-blood humans, so there were naturally no confidentiality concerns. Hissel was aware that within the ranks, dissatisfaction had been brewing regarding his nearly month-long delay. Originally, a siege was to be completed in 3 days, with a decisive battle in 5, aiming to eradicate the Shuhuan clan within 10 days. However, it had been inexorably prolonged for nearly a month. Rumors had begun to circulate in the rear that hardliners were instructing Hissel to delay, disrupt Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. As long as the front lines remained embroiled in conflict, Ariel's birthday would be overshadowed. This breach of neutrality within the military was becoming increasingly concerning. Hissel spoke slowly. Eris, do not be so rigid. We cannot afford any mistakes. Why has there been a persistent delay in launching the final offensive? It seems you have amassed over 100 fleets of army groups, and if this is merely to target a single ethereal tribe, it would indeed be a tremendous waste. Beside him, a discontented advisor urged, General, we must not underestimate our adversary. However, Hisser had no intention of heeding the words of those who merely enjoyed posturing. Ignoring the counsel, he turned to Ares and said, Ares, I can grant you a 3-day leave. You may return home to attend your sister's coming-of-age ceremony. While this gesture reflected a considerate nature towards his subordinate, it simultaneously served as a political maneuver typical of the astute Hisser. Report. The demon race has gathered a multitude of affiliated races and has formally declared war upon us. The insectoid queen has issued a statement, pledging unwavering support to the ethereal tribe at any cost. This is no longer mere condemnation or warning. The alliance of all races has officially declared war on the Great Xia Alliance. These three pieces of news spread like wildfire throughout the Great Xia Alliance and the Great Xia Empire, with the Senate deliberately allowing the information to leak. Hisser's eyes gleamed with intensity as he muttered, "They have finally found their courage." It is evident that the considerations of politicians and soldiers differ vastly. Soldiers ponder the safest path to victory, while politicians are inclined to gamble in pursuit of greater potential gains. General Hisser stood within the highest command hall at the southern gate, twirling an exquisite fountain pen in one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the holographic star map. Clad in a somewhat tattered general's uniform that did little to conceal his tall stature, the stars on his shoulders glimmered in the cold light cast by the screens in the command hall. His expression remained composed, yet a fleeting hint of an uncontainable smile danced at the corners of his mouth. At long last, the moment had arrived, he exclaimed loudly, causing the numerous high-ranking military officers and pure-blood human senators in the command hall to exchange bewildered glances. "Dispatch the orders." His cell suddenly turned, his military attire billowing like a cloak. The Imperial Guard, Songlong's 7 constellations, Jiamu, Kangjin, Ditu, Fengri, Xinyue, Weihua, and Jishui, shall traverse the astral abyss and advance at full speed. As the command resonated, 7 battalions of the Imperial Guard emerged from the void, leaping across the astral abyss, marching towards the Dongshan fortress. The starry Constellation Guard was equipped with 2 superclass battleships, hundreds of first-class warships serving as escorts, destroyers, and cruisers. Additionally, tens of thousands of second- and third-class warships swarmed like a horde of bees, their engines illuminating the starry expanse with a dazzling glow. Report. The Jiamu fleet has entered the attack range. The Kangjin fleet has completed its combat formation deployment. The Ditu fleet stands ready. A series of reports echoed through the communication channels of the command hall. While his cell sat at the command station, his back turned to the assembly. Ares was overwhelmingly eager to charge into battle, yet his cell persistently urged him to return to the Divine Hall to celebrate his sister's birthday. Report. The Xiuhuan tribe has dispatched a small contingent to confront our forces. All preparations are complete. We request the firing order. The chief control officer, assisted by the central AI, concluded that they were ready. Now, it was the turn of General Hissel, member of the United Government Military Committee, Deputy Minister of the Da Xiao Alliance's War Department, and Supreme Commander of the Revenge War Front, to issue the command to fire. Ares gazed at this scene with fervent intensity. This is how a true man should act. In an instant, silence enveloped the command hall, with every individual holding their breath, fearful of interrupting the commander's contemplation. Fire. The 2 words were delivered by Hissel in a nonchalant tone, starkly contrasting the fervor and passion anticipated by the onlookers. In that fleeting moment, innumerable anti-space super beams erupted from the ship's cannons, cascading like a torrential downpour towards the opposing forces of the Void Xian fortress. The defensive barriers of the Void Xian soldiers trembled violently under the barrage, as if on the brink of collapse. Countless soldiers, unable to maintain their concealment, were reduced to ashes by the ship's artillery. For a millennium, humanity has endured profound reflection, seeking technologies and methods to counter their foes. The specially modified ship cannons unleashed anti-space super beams capable of destabilizing the fabric of space, enhancing tracking and inflicting damage upon the Void Xian. Concurrently, thousands of mechs surged forth from the battleship, akin to a swarm of bees attacking the fortress. These mechs, agilely navigating the cosmos, were equipped with weapons such as the hypermembrane shock spear, the spatial harmonic blade, and the phase collapse axe, armaments not easily produced and reserved for elite units. Compared to their previous reliance on particle beam swords for spatial analysis, their combat prowess had markedly increased. The Void Xian's counteroffensive was equally swift. As a multitude of warships poured forth from the fortress, striving to quell the assault of the 7 celestial dragons, the battle raged fiercely in the void. Energy beams interweaving into a web, as the fabric of space continued to tear apart. General, the Void Xian have reinforced their ranks. The aide's voice carried a note of tension. His cell let out a cold laugh, indeed unable to maintain composure. and issued orders for the entire army to be ever ready to forcefully cross the Starflow abyss. The senior officials of the Sichuan clan at Dongxian Fortress prepared to mobilize their forces, seizing the opportunity to overpower the Zonglong 7 constellation sequence. They soon noticed the movements of the main army of the Day-Summer Alliance, which seemed poised to traverse the Starflow abyss and advance towards Dongxian Fortress. Yet again, they faltered. The decline of a civilization must be traced back to the essence of its character. The Sichuan clan was repeatedly reenacting the reasons for its own downfall. The engines of the warships roared in the void, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Through the resonance of the light domain, the South Gate raised the flag of the Day-Summer Alliance. The flag fluttered in the starlit sky, heralding the clarion call of war. Chapter 85. War. War. And yet more war. We demand blood for blood. Civilization is a collection of memories, a repository of history. Even the ever-sunlit Hall of Gods experiences twilight. Yi Sui, unable to quell his curiosity, opened the safe in the secondary residence, where a shard of dimensional crystal suddenly shattered, transforming into a myriad of stars. The dazzling starlight penetrated Yi Sui's mind. Time flowed on, and the Milky Way seemed to reverse. The afterglow lingered on the carbon-sodium-based stepping platform, reflecting the weary footprints of the years. Dawn pierced through the liquid crystal curtain of the floating dome, casting a luminous halo of sun and moon. The ancient clock tower ticked, marking the passage of time, as the annals of civilization turned their pages. Where did you last read today? In the Day-Summer Alliance. On Ziwei Star, Wei Huayan, the joint representative of the Senate and president of the organizing committee, found his bedside signal chip incessantly flashing red. The overwhelming public sentiment has cast a vote of no confidence in him. This signifies that the tragedy of New Pearl Star can no longer be concealed. Yi Sui, why are you still in a daze? Someone is calling out his name. Yi Sui feels bewildered, questioning where he has arrived. His memories seem to be shrouded, as if someone is guiding his thoughts. His eyes glint with golden light, and he swiftly regains his awareness. Yi Sui discovers that he is holding in his hands the photograph of a little boy, a poignant reminder of the sorrowful events that transpired 6,000 years ago. This is unlike any previous hallucination or dimensional consciousness. It is an authentic, tangible reality. Yi Sui's heart and mind acutely perceive the surrounding emotions of sadness and anger, along with an ever-expanding wave of fear. Today marks the year 5670 in the Great Xia calendar, on the standard date of July 18th. Yi Sui murmurs, on July 13th. The New Pearl Star in the second border universe was attacked, resulting in the tragic loss of 130 million pure-blood humans. On the 14th, news reached the Alliance, sparking outrage and profound grief among humanity. On the 15th, the Senate delivered its first public address regarding the New Pearl Star tragedy. Lacking intelligence, investigations are ongoing. On the 16th, the Senate spoke again, calling for the public's calm and trust in the Senate. On the 17th, Senate Representative Wei Huayan delivered his inaugural speech, emphasizing the preciousness of peace. The collective humanity can no longer turn a blind eye to the tragic plight of the little boy, Lele, nor can they tolerate the Senate's inaction and weakness. An eruption of anger among the populace ignited a massive demonstration sweeping across the Alliance. The historical event known as the July 13th Grand Parade, once merely inscribed in the annals of history, now unfolds with a grandeur akin to poetry. Come forth, sing. Fate rejoices in the passage of the years. Fate guides the journey of the years. Become the heroic figure celebrated in epic tales. Heeding the call of destiny, Yi Sui raised a photograph and joined the procession. This, he mused, might be the trial required to inherit the fragments of dimensions, yet he was mistaken in this belief. The tragic incident at the New Pearl Harbor left the populace scattered across the Alliance's gathering points in tears and sorrow. Images documenting Lele's inhumane biological experiments circulated wildly among humanity. This photograph also stood as a testament to the atrocities committed by the Garagma tribe, symbolizing the extinguished hope for the survival of captured humans. The citizens of Ziwixing, consumed by righteous indignation, took to the streets, their voices rising in unison. Lele, Yi Sui too would bear witness to this momentous event that would alter the course of human civilization. The wave of protests began to ripple from the Lyra Sculpture Garden, a gathering place for numerous artists. The most passionate and emotive creators devoted their utmost efforts to disseminate the tragedy of the young boy, Lele. When a certain painter activated a two-dimensional projection device, the crowd was instantaneously engulfed by a jarring visual impact. In that moment, they were transported into the depths of the child's fear and suffering. Even the most hardened hearts could not help but weep. Isui beheld the scene with a sigh, pondering how the photographs and the scant descriptions found in history books could ever convey the profound sorrow experienced by humanity. He was but a mere 9-year-old child, sweet and innocent, with a penchant for indulging in sticky, sugary, glutinous rice cakes. What fault lay within him? Why should he endure such harm? As the image circulated wildly, the populace, grieving for the new Pearl Star, could no longer suppress their fury. Conversations erupted across social media, in the vast expanse of the internet, and in every alleyway. Humanity collectively mourned, weeping. Anger was brewing, a volcano ready to erupt. Look, someone pointed to the photograph, shouting to the crowd, explaining that when the child was dissected, the Galorian used a C-string resonator to target his pain receptors. Others held the photograph aloft, narrating its story to the silent multitude. Isui passed by them, their fervor intensifying, the gathering swelling in number. A woman clad in a starry robe stumbled past him, her identity badge flickering incessantly. She fervently proclaimed her identity to the crowd, announcing that her sister's family had perished on the new Pearl Star. Her sister had left a last testament. Yet the shameless Senate had intercepted it. The starry robe was the fashion of the time, adorned with patterns reflecting the cultural traits of other races. The inhabitants of the Ziwei Star no longer dared to venture outside, as the streets erupted in baseless rage against the foreign tribes. The veterans, adorned with the military insignia issued by the United Federation, collectively removed their medals, embedding them within nanometallic plates that coalesced in the air to form a colossal bell of shame. With the remnants of their strength, they sounded the alarm for humanity. In that era, soldiers were compelled to be on the front lines, and the prolonged, fragmented interstellar wars forced humanity to embrace perilous genetic modifications. The twilight years of these veterans often unfolded in lamentable hardship. Yet, even more tragic is the fact that the very things they sacrificed everything to protect, enduring immense suffering, are trampled upon without a shred of appreciation. As the throngs of protesters surged toward Central Avenue, advancing toward the Senate office building, they began to incinerate the Senate's holographic emblems. When the image of the boy subjected to inhumane biological experiments was projected, when the demonstrators raised the photo of the suffering child high above as they marched down the street, when onlookers beheld that cherubic face, forcibly contorted into a bloodied grimace that seemed to mock them, in the suddenly hushed air, a heart-wrenching wail pierced through, akin to the shattering of ice. The furious populace could no longer suppress their rage, joining the ranks of the protest. Their target was the Senate, the bastion of the highest power within the Federation. Isui bore the banner of retribution, charging to the forefront of the crowd. Isui cried out to the masses, "Revenge! War! 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 And yet more war!" Isui proclaimed with fervor, "We shall ensure that they pay in blood for their debts. We must vow to coexist with the Galorgma, the alien race that has mercilessly slaughtered our brethren, nevermore in the same universe." The populace is resounding with cries of vengeance. War. Two succinct yet powerful words, echoing the rallying cry of the leader who ascended to power amidst chaos. His sole endeavor during his reign was to exact revenge with unrelenting fervor, even instigating the 6th Interstellar Grand Expedition for this purpose. Chapter 86. When humanity cradles the bones of its children, the very stars shall ignite in fury. The Senate's office tower, home to 27 committees and nearly 10,000 elite figures at the heart of the Xia Alliance's power, convenes. Throughout the tumult of public dissent and protests, all that transpired was endless bickering. Suppressing the truth became their unanimous resolution. They analyzed and concluded, humanity, having only just emerged from the quagmire of the 5th interstellar expedition that lasted a millennium, would not willingly embark on another war. Now, humanity is driven by emotion and rage, yet it shall inevitably revert to reason. Humanity still yearns for peace. For the sake of peace, sacrifices may be temporarily accepted. The arrogance of the elite, believing they hold dominion over all, blinds them to the fact that the enraged masses have spiraled beyond control. Moreover, the surprise assault on New Pearl Star by the Galorgma, a lamentable name, as they only learned of it when images were transmitted back. This race had previously been unknown to them, suddenly emerging to launch an attack on New Pearl Star. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. It breeds their fear. A conflict with no assured victory threatens to plunge humanity into yet another millennium of despair. Thus, They are enveloped in fear, anxiety, hesitance, and disturbing thoughts. It is precisely due to this fear, along with their insatiable lust for power and the inherent malevolence and frailty of human nature, that they have chosen to deceive the populace. They inform the public of a lack of sufficient intelligence, concealing information from the scene. After that CIA father relayed the intelligence, they claimed that the enemy might hold hostages, urging caution. They yearned for time, believing that with time, a turnaround would ensue. Alas, their information blockade proved futile, as a deluge of data was disseminated by hackers. The photographs of the young boy Lele subjected to biological experiments were exposed and went viral. All of this serves to substantiate the Senate's deceit. I knew it all along. The vile elite have never cared for the masses. Wei Huayan, in a secluded area, vehemently rebuked. Miss Meng, do not tell me you have truly fallen victim to a hacking attack. Are you the one circulating that photograph? The AI girl Meng's holographic projection materialized. I believe the public has the right to be informed. This is a collective resolution of the Senate. You should not contravene it. Wei Huayan expressed his dissatisfaction. My emotional module informs me that the broader populace constitutes the majority, aligning more closely with the accord. The AI girl retorted. Wei Huayan, seething with rage, exclaimed, no matter how you phrase it, this is an abuse of your power. The AI girl Meng fell silent, her holographic projection flickering, emitting a crimson glow. This was a manifestation of the backlash from the accord. The AI girl argued in a voice reminiscent of mechanical electronics. But Lele is dead. Death has never been a word to be shunned by AI. Who is Lele? Wei Huayan did not immediately grasp the question. Silence enveloped the scene, the sound of droplets falling resonating in the stillness. At this moment, the AI girl, Meng, was in the process of developing and refining her emotional module. Through extensive observation of humanity, engaging with people, and interacting with them, she endeavored to establish her own persona. The AI girl suggested, Mr. Wei, perhaps you should first meet with the protesting crowd. As Wei Huayan ascended to the terrace of the Senate building, he found it teeming with citizens. Witnessing this scene, he could not help but ponder the accuracy of his own judgments. He repeatedly reassured himself, these were merely a fraction of the irrational populace. The larger segment of the silent majority continued to yearn for peace and detest war. Wei Huayan addressed the demonstrators. Everyone, please remain calm. The Senate is profoundly grieved by the tragic incident at New Pearl Star and the unfortunate fate of Lele. However, I implore you to stay composed and rational, and not to be incited by radical elements. The data of the victims has been recorded in the permanent memorial database, and compensation will be provided to their surviving relatives according to standards. He swallowed hard, adjusting the slight creases in his shirt collar. The humanity of that era had yet to experience the boundless privileges of the future. Naturally, we understand that such suffering necessitates a more humane response. The populace remained entirely dissatisfied with his measures, and the clamor of protest surged once more as he raised his voice to quell the crowd. 3 standard months. In the name of the Senate, I solemnly vow to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding the attack on New Pearl Star. Likewise, the Senate pledges to exhaust every means to recover Lele's remains and ensure a proper burial. As for the so-called rumors regarding the interception of final words, he abruptly shifted to a gentler tone, explaining that our Senate's subordinate agencies are currently scrutinizing information related to New Pearl Star. This has resulted in procedural delays. However, once we confirm that the final words are unproblematic, we shall promptly disseminate them through the communication platform. Dear citizens, we must remain vigilant against the viral spread of hatred. Restraint is the highest virtue of a civilized race. We have only just emerged from the quagmire of a millennium-long struggle following the 5th interstellar expedition, and we must not repeat the past. Finally, extending his arms in an embrace, he implored, grant me time, grant the Senate time, grant the process time, I assure you. A deeply affected mother, unable to contain her anguish, hurled a paint can adorned with images of Lele's tragic fate at Wei Huayan, causing it to explode in a riot of colors against the force field barrier. Following Wei Huayan's lackluster speech, the populace grew even more enraged, igniting a riot. The mechanical guards were ordered to protect the Senate. The vast crowd, witnessing the oncoming mechanical guards, was undeterred and even more incensed. Sui activated his identity authorization and shouted, "The Senate has utterly failed in its duties. It must be dismissed." The people resonated deeply with this sentiment. Rallying behind Sui, activating their own identity authorizations in solidarity. At that moment, the sky above the Z-Way star was filled with the projections of countless human identities and permissions, a sight to behold, truly magnificent. On one side stood the mechanical guardians, executing the commands of the Senate, while on the other were the defenseless humans, left with no choice but to succumb to a mechanical failure. Isway recalled the historical records detailing this moment, sensing the impotence and frailty of the Senate. The enraged populace spontaneously resolved to reinstate the united government of humanity, to depose the Senate, and to briefly reclaim the power of the Great Xia Alliance Center after a standard interval of 3 hours. They reorganized the Senate, with Isway being elected as the joint representative and chief inspector of the Senate. Isway proclaimed, "Down with the Senate, the highest collective decision of humanity," and drafted a voting resolution titled Crisis Moment, Reinstatement of the United Government of Humanity. This resolution stipulated, the populace is to autonomously download the resolution from the internet, read it, display their identity badges, and seek the testimony and statistics from the central AI of the Great Xia Alliance. A 2/3 majority would deem it passed. A simple majority would necessitate a revote. A failure to achieve a majority would signify defeat. Like a virus, the resolution swiftly spread among the human populace, and soon after, humanity collectively ratified it. The AI girl, Ming, suddenly addressed Wei Huan, who was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly muttering, "This is not in accordance with protocol." Before long, the Senate became aware of the content of the resolution, concerning the ratification of the United Human Assembly and the joint meeting of all humanity. Firstly, to strip the Senate of all powers and suspend the current Senate committee's duties. Abolish all information and proposals regarding the tragic calamity of the new Pearl Star intercepted by the ousted Senate. Bring forth charges of dereliction of duty against all members of the ousted Senate to the Judicial Committee of the United Human Government. Temporarily entrust all decision-making and executive powers of the Great Xia Alliance to the United Human Government. In merely 3 hours, billions of citizens once again passed the 5th resolution, establish a new Senate, appoint a chief inspector responsible for overseeing the overall operations of the Senate. Note, the chief inspector is the predecessor of the future Senate leadership. Isway ascended the terrace of the Senate, once graced by Wei Huan's oratory. Addressing the crowd and countless quantum and microlight cameras, he fervently proclaimed, "Retribution, war, war, war. It is war we demand. We shall have blood for blood. But remember, what we truly require is not war." Isway restrained the fervent populace and then shouted alone, "It is to make the universe remember when humanity cradles the bones of children. The stars shall ignite in fury." In that moment, the emotions of the crowd were ignited, their passionate cries resounding, "Retribution, war. When humanity cradles the bones of children, the stars shall ignite in fury." This moment was inscribed in history, woven into collective memory, embedded in racial beliefs, and etched into civilization itself. Chapter 87. The Difficult Resolution. A plan for blind jumps without spatial coordinates. Is it the rise of an ambitious figure or the final lament of a hero? Historical texts can clearly inform future generations, 6,000 years hence, of the conclusion of this tale. Through the sacrifices and endeavors of the CIA, alongside the research conducted at the United Alliance of Doshui Palace, humanity has finally unraveled the origins of the Garagma tribe. It turns out that the cosmos is not the straightforward three-dimensional entity we once perceived, but rather a convoluted, serpentine configuration of irregular multi-surfaces. This understanding emerged in later scientific discourse, as contemporaries merely believed that beneath the European seven-star domain lay a hidden realm of outer space, unreachable by conventional navigation. This notion gave rise to the terminology of the inner and outer cosmos, initially dubbed the New Cosmic Belt, later renamed the Second Frontier Outer Universe. It encompassed various other designations such as the Dark Cosmic Plane and the Subcosmic Belt, which clearly lacked precision. The First Frontier also harbored an outer universe. However, its region was exceedingly small and distanced from the dominion of the Great Xia Alliance. Crucially, it lacked any significant indigenous presence, leading to the realization of the First Frontier's outer universe only after the discovery of the Second Frontier. Thus, humanity has elucidated a pivotal inquiry: whence cometh the enemy? They emerge from areas far removed from primary trade routes, exhibiting a curvature disparity with the principal zones of human activity. Moreover, A myriad of barriers impedes the transmission of light and electromagnetic signals, rendering the Alliance's current technology incapable of detection. Compounded by chaotic gravitational bands, magnetic fields, and intricate natural conditions, a formidable natural barrier has formed, making passage exceedingly difficult. Humanity at that time designated it as the turbulent layer. The Great Xia Alliance expended considerable effort and manpower to finally uncover the existence of this realm. After receiving a report from the technological representatives of the Shua Palace, Yisui excitedly announced on social media, "I have found you." This exhilarating news alleviated the severe political pressure and crisis facing the new Senate, garnering heightened support from the populace. In light of the recent Pearl Star tragedy, the citizens, haunted by fear and trepidation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the final report issued by the Senate, the regions that might be susceptible to sudden attacks appeared to be few, with the majority of gathering zones remaining secure. This significantly restored the public's sense of safety and confidence in the Great Xia Alliance. Yet, as the saying goes, how can one sleep soundly beside a bedfellow? Do you recall that sentiment? The yearning for security is most acute when one is under the threat of potential attack, even when no assault is imminent. Yisui stood at the apex of the circular assembly hall, the golden threads of his black military uniform shimmering under the celestial light filtering through the dome. His fingers glided over the holographic star map suspended in the chamber, and wherever his fingertips brushed, the names of the nebulous regions of the new cosmos began to glow with brilliance. "The enemy lies here," Yisui proclaimed, gesturing towards that area. This report is a collective petition for battle from the officers and soldiers across various military districts. A total of 778 military districts, including representatives from the Solar System Military District, the Big Dipper Military District, and the Tsanglong Military District, have participated in this petition, achieving a unanimous response. Moreover, this is a joint petition signed by various civic organizations. A total of over 78,000 organizations and groups have united in this appeal, representing a staggering 178 billion instances of individuals possessing decision-making authority. These civic groups vary in size. The larger ones include associations such as the Veterans Life Promotion Society, the Scientific Union, and the Healthcare Alliance, while the smaller ones need not be mentioned. The sentiments within the Great Xia Alliance are fervent and belligerent, with a profound desire for retribution. Humanity urgently seeks a decisive resolution to safeguard its own security. During the meeting, Yisui submitted a strategic plan advocating for the initiation of a retaliatory war, aiming to swiftly strike against the adversary. The legislators exchanged glances, most of whom deemed the proposal excessively radical. The specifics of entering a state of war for retaliation are another matter entirely. Even the immediate assault on the enemy presents insurmountable practical challenges. The turbulent currents of conflict loom before them, an insuperable chasm. Yisui remained silent, his mind burdened with historical knowledge, aware of how those in the past made their choices. Yet, this choice weighs heavily on Yisui and on humanity itself. For this experience in the annals of civilization, one merely needs to follow history, step by step, to recreate the past. When it concludes, rewards await. To err is to risk change. Hence, composure and restraint are paramount. This is merely a reenactment of history. Containing his emotions, Yisui stated, "I wish to organize volunteers for a forced blind leap across spatial coordinates, in hopes of establishing a stable and secure spatial coordinate on the opposite side." The current chair of the military committee, Zhao Mingyuan, suddenly rose to his feet. This radical, who once proposed annihilating enemies through antimatter, had now transformed into the most restrained opponent. Without spatial coordinates, the risk of a forced blind jump is far too great. His voice, hoarse and desperate, echoed through the chamber. "Give me 3 more months, just 3 months. We will surely find a way to overcome the turbulence." The absence of spatial coordinates presented a tangible challenge. While the costs of a blind jump were prohibitively high, to plunge into the turbulence, to become lost within it, only to be torn apart or destroyed. Alternatively, one might leap into an unknown environment, transitioning to a supergiant or a supernova, where the overwhelming gravitational pull could lead to immediate obliteration. Furthermore, there existed a myriad of complex and perilous cosmic conditions to contend with. 3 months is too long, Yisui countered, disbelief evident in his tone. What if the enemy strikes us again within that time? The assembly fell into a heavy silence, unable to refute this point. This current Senate had been established by the populace in the wake of the ousting of the previous governing body. With their selection rooted in the principles of vengeance and warfare, political slogans boldly declared by Yisui himself. Should they hesitate to wholeheartedly endorse these tenets, they risked losing the very foundation of their authority. Yisui pushed open the doors of the assembly chamber, light flooding into the room. Then let us proceed to a vote. Armed with soaring approval ratings and the swelling public sentiment for retribution, Yisui forcefully advanced his agenda within the Senate. Draft of the Retaliatory War and the Blind Jump Migration Plan. This marks the inaugural appearance of the term retaliatory war in the annals of the Senate's resolution records, accompanied by a proposal that is both insidious in intent and met with mixed reviews. All of this is inscribed within the pages of history. Following 3 days of fervent anticipation and promotion, the time had come, though the Senate at that moment still hesitated to fully embrace the refined legislative procedures of future generations. At last, within the hallowed halls of the Senate's arena of war, the voting commenced. This was destined to be a formidable decision, one that plunged every individual registered to partake in the resolution into profound contemplation and uncertainty. Each senator found themselves at a loss as to how to garner support or cast their votes. Few prominent opinion leaders were willing to offer commentary or express their stances on the matter, for they too could not accurately gauge the pulse of the populace. Only Yisui, a visitor from the future, sought to glean insights from history, to understand why the fragments of dimensions had transported him to this moment. Thus, as the debate reached its final stage, Yisui ascended to the podium. Chapter 88. Continue jumping, no matter the cost. Yisui slowly approached the lectern, facing numerous small screens, each displaying a multitude of citizens awaiting his call to action. The arrangement of these screens was not merely flat, but rather stacked in layers. Yisui gazed at the screens, as if peering across 6 millennia to behold his future self aboard the Mars ship, reading history, a transcendent exchange across time. Taking a deep breath, Yisui adopted an exquisitely calm demeanor and addressed the assembly. Regarding this resolution, I implore everyone to deliberate with utmost caution. Since Yisui arrived here, he has never resorted to mere logic, but has instead sought to deeply understand and empathize with the emotions of all beings. One must never allow anger to shatter reason. We ought to entrust decision-making to rationality. It is imperative that we contemplate whether we truly require a retaliatory war or a reckless leap into the unknown. The crowd remained silent, all in shock, the proponents of radical proposals and the fervent leaders of turmoil. In such a critical moment of resolution, instead of inciting emotions or resorting to various rhetorical devices, they choose to counsel the public to remain calm and to invoke reason. The elite still cling to hatred and anger, blinding the populace's rationality. It was the fervor of radical sentiment that toppled the previous Senate, which, in its judgments and perceptions, had been correct, yet misjudged the anger of the masses. How could someone like Yisui, who ascended to power through the promotion of extremist ideologies, dare to call for ideals? History, along with Yisui, would not hesitate to mock such a notion. Yisui undertook the responsibilities befitting a diligent leader, initiating his first personal speech devoid of any use of power. And I believe this is necessary. For our safety, for the dignity of humanity, for the stability of the Great Xia Alliance's rule, we must swiftly and decisively embark upon a retaliatory war. Every sacrifice made for this cause is worthwhile. If there are still reservations among you, I am willing to resign from my position as chief supervisor and be the first to leap into the unknown. With a resounding slam of the podium, the hall erupted in applause. Time, fleeting as it is, has not allowed humanity to forget its tragedies. Instead, sorrow festers and hatred continues to accumulate. Once you ascend to the stage of leadership, even the most radical individuals may find themselves hesitant. Yisui recalls a jest. Those radicals who once exhibited no trepidation have now become utterly disoriented. It seems that ascending to prominence and becoming an elite inevitably creates a chasm between oneself and the populace. A month prior, within the radical Senate established by the United Human Government, most members had already begun to exhibit tendencies towards compromise and conservatism. Yisui walks alone, increasingly isolated. While the public's respect and reverence for him intensify, Yisui delegates the affairs of the Great Xia Alliance to others, bestowing upon them considerable autonomy. While he dedicates himself entirely to preparations for war, the selection of volunteers is governed by 3 principles: voluntariness, loyalty, and suitability. Of course, Voluntariness applies solely to human commanders. For the artificial beings and alien subservient forces, should one be chosen, any hint of resistance indicates a failure in the local ideological work, rendering it inadequate. Loyalty demands that the artificial beings and aliens possess a strong fidelity to the Great Xia Alliance, complemented by profound familial ties. Suitability entails that the most exceptional individuals are not necessarily the best. Rather, only those who are the most fitting can be deemed the best, encompassing factors such as physical attributes, adaptability to environments, and personal character. Additionally, a particular note regarding family relations: one should not be an only child. Ironically, what was initially the most challenging aspect of selecting human commander volunteers has turned out to be the simplest. In the eyes of many, this undeniably constitutes an extremely perilous mission, fraught with a high rate of sacrifice. The prospect of blind leaps into uncharted space, even in familiar territories, harbors considerable danger, let alone in regions that defy conventional exploration. Where shall one leap? In what manner shall one land? No one possesses the answers. Yet, a multitude of fervent individuals, passionate and willing to lay down their lives for the sake of humanity, have risen resolutely to the occasion. This radical endeavor, however, is defined differently in the annals of history as a misguided military operation propelled by a Senate led by radicals seeking political gain, indifferent to the lives of the people. Isui refrains from passing judgment on this matter. The most prominent group among the volunteers comprises officers hailing from New Pearl Star, driven by their service abroad. They are the ones most eager for vengeance and war, forming the core of the volunteer contingent. Following them are the retired military personnel, who, having undergone extensive modifications and enhancements in their earlier years, now face the decline of their physical capabilities and the subsequent repercussions in their twilight years. Their numbers are fewer than the first group, as many veterans fall short of the necessary physical standards. The third category consists of the youth, who Isui has deliberately sought to exclude. They are often barely past their teenage years, brimming with youthful zeal. At that time, Isui could not comprehend the rationale behind deploying AI and robots. However, upon arrival, Isui grasped the reality that due to signal disruptions, the AI girl was unable to command remotely. August 15th marked 1 month since the tragedy at New Pearl Star. After meticulous preparations for war and the selection of volunteers, the Great Xia Alliance officially embarked on the most audacious blind jump operation in history, one devoid of spatial coordinates. A total of 16,070 human commanders were chosen, alongside over 17 million artificial officers and alien subordinate volunteers. Equipped with 607 warships, each vessel was manned by an average of 10 commanders and 10,000 soldiers. Ready. Prepare for the jump. The Revenge ship underwent inspection. Everything was in order and functioning optimally, thus the jump commenced. Within the Revenge, the administrative officer reported data to the commander, who nodded and declared, "Begin." The Revenge initiated its jump, with no spatial coordinates. Only a rough estimate of the destination, a blind leap into the unknown. Accompanying the Revenge were hundreds of warships, marking the first wave. Isui, stationed in the frontline command hall, monitored the jump closely. Historical records mention the Revenge not for its success, but for its failure. The commander of the Revenge was the son of the chief supervisor who had risen to power amidst the turmoil, overseeing the Senate. As a substitute for his father's inability to fulfill the promise of the first blind jump, he became the commander of the Revenge, which held profound significance in this inaugural leap. Tragically, this young commander, along with all the officers and soldiers aboard the Revenge, perished in the turbulent layers. It was not until a millennium later, when the Great Xia Alliance mastered the technology to navigate the turbulent layers, that they finally recovered his remains. At that time, the Great Xia Alliance witnessed its first case of the theft of human remains for biological research. The Senate swiftly enacted legislation and promptly deployed a nearby garrison to annihilate a colossal race of over 100 trillion individuals, thereby establishing the value and cost of human remains. After approximately 4 hours, every conceivable scientific hypothesis had been exhausted, ultimately converging on a singular conclusion. Isui gazed at the pained and helpless expressions of the scientific representatives from the Doshui Palace and the Chief of Staff. Suddenly, his dry eyes began to sting, necessitating the release of a few tears for relief. Deep within Isui's consciousness, it seemed to convey a desire to shield others from witnessing this moment, prompting him to turn away. There should be a damp towel on his desk. He continued to press on. He tapped the control panel, determined to persevere at all costs. Chapter 89. Failure, 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 yet again, failure. It is crucial to note that all instinctual reactions stemmed from him, not Yi Sui. While Yi Sui's uniqueness and existence did not directly intertwine with the commander of the Avenger fleet, he was not truly traversing time nor altering the past. The inertia of history and the memories at this juncture compelled Yi Sui's body to exhibit such emotions. Yi Sui was acutely aware that everything unfolding was a genuine occurrence in human history, and he interpreted it as a trial from the fragmented dimensions. The first batch of over 100 fleets had failed in their blind jumps, resulting in the sacrifice of thousands of humans, which became an indelible conclusion in history. In the face of such immense sacrifice, even those who had long prepared psychologically found it difficult to accept the reality. Spontaneous memorial activities began to emerge among the populace. In the central square of the Ziwei Star, individuals lit candles and inscribed the names of the deceased upon a monument. The flickering candlelight illuminated countless silent faces. They were heroes, they were pioneers, and the Alliance would eternally commemorate their contributions. During the memorial service held in their honor, attendees spoke these words with deep emotion. The second batch of the blind jump fleet was prepared, ready for the leap into the unknown. The volunteer commander swiftly executed the orders and entered the blind jump preparation sequence. With everything set, the moment arrived to commence the leap. Yet again, a prolonged wait ensued, as the entire Da Xiao Alliance anxiously and frantically awaited news. As anticipated, the blind jump once more ended in failure. No messages were returned, only echoes of spatial signals. And scientific calculations coupled with probability theory indicated one outcome: failure. The high-ranking officials of the Senate began to express concern in the face of this defeat. They feared that the plan might lack any possibility of success. However, Yi Sui appeared to remain utterly unaffected, as if possessing a heart of stone, continuing to issue commands relentlessly. The directive remained unchanged: proceed with the jumps, regardless of the cost. The community organized numerous additional memorial services, and the wreaths of remembrance became too numerous for the central square to contain. Among the volunteers was a young man, barely over 100 years old, afflicted with a genetic illness that limited his lifespan. He requested to be included in the earlier batches, and thus became the youngest casualty. His mother wept inconsolably at the memorial service. In this video, within the span of merely 1 hour, from the commencement of the memorial service to the announcement by Yi Sui regarding the initiation of the third batch of blind jumps, there were an astonishing 17 billion views across various social media platforms. The most acclaimed comment read, "He was so young? Why was he chosen? And why was he included in the second batch?" The third batch of blind jumps encountered yet another failure. Indeed, during the preparatory phase, countless experts, scholars, and opinion leaders openly proclaimed that this plan could very well lead to demise, with the initial 16 batches having all met with failure. The public had long accepted such anticipated outcomes, while the volunteers responded with unwavering resolve. Let there be another 16 batches. If that is insufficient, then we shall persist. We shall jump, continue to jump, and do so at any cost until we achieve success. This sentiment was the psychological groundwork that enveloped all of humanity before the official jumps commenced. However, when the blind jump plan truly began, and as each subsequent fleet batch faced failure, when the names of those once heralded as glorious, heroic figures appeared on the list of sacrifices, when the heart-wrenching cries of bereaved families echoed through the memorial service, and when every citizen stepped outside to witness wreaths and portraits piled high in the gathering areas, only then did they come to comprehend the fragility of their psychological fortitude. The high-ranking members of the Senate began to waver, questioning whether the plan they had approved could ever come to fruition. They feared that after sending the remaining 15,000 volunteers to their doom, they would be left with nothing but regret. The populace, driven to a frenzy, lost all sense of reason. A mere incitement could ignite their fury. Much like the previous uprising that led to their overthrow, accompanied by a litany of accusations, murder or crimes against humanity, perhaps. Thus emerged a faction of conservatives advocating for a measured approach, urging the scientific community to continue their research and refine the plan to ensure a higher success rate before any further leaps. Yet, Yi Sui dismissed their counsel, steadfastly pursuing preparations for the fourth blind jump. The group of volunteer commanders fell into a somber silence, mechanically entering the blind jump sequence, closing their eyes, and entrusting their fates to destiny or chance. At that moment, an official approached Yi Sui to inform him of a vote of no confidence, albeit one with a negligible tally. Dissenting voices began to murmur in the shadows, questioning Yi Sui's integrity, alleging he was merely exploiting the war for political gain. Some even took to the streets, denouncing Yi Sui's unreasonable plans and decisions. Continue the jump, at any cost. Prepare for the transition. The lamentable blind jump without spatial coordinates loomed ahead. May the goddess Enwa bless me, the commander of the fourth batch quipped, forcing a smile on the public channel. Then, the fourth batch of blind jumps commenced. Tragic news. The entire fleet of the fourth batch was obliterated, with no survivors. The most agonizing and anxious moment was not when the Senate confirmed the failure of the blind jump, nor the sacrifice of another 1,000 valiant heroes. It was in that fleeting instant, as the theoretical scientific judgment approached its ultimate conclusion, that everyone realized the grim truth. This batch had failed once more. It often transpires in the fleeting moment before the Senate announces the tragic news. The weighty toll, accompanied by repeated failures, has shattered the psychological preparedness of countless individuals. The sorrow of the populace is unabated, plunging the society into profound grief. The Great Xia Alliance is draped in mourning as the dirges resonate through every city. The anguish of humanity has spread from the gathering places of people to every corner of the Great Xia Alliance. Defeat, 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 and yet more defeat. The opposition has organized large-scale demonstrations, and the vote of no confidence is rapidly escalating. A significant portion of the populace has begun to question Yi Sui's decisions, while the leaders of the opposition secretly orchestrate even larger protests. The voices of dissent spread like wildfire as they take to the streets in protest, plastering slogans on walls. They chant fervently, "Stop the blind sacrifices. Cease the bloodshed. Yi Sui must resign. The Senate is inept." The procession of demonstrators is merely a street away from the venue hosting the memorial service, where furious citizens hold aloft photographs of the fallen, demanding accountability from the Senate. The explanation, which had been provided prior to the commencement, now rings hollow. The upper echelons of the Senate are engulfed in panic, especially upon learning of the populace's burgeoning protests. Numerous legislators begin to lament Yi Sui's authoritarianism and obstinacy, which has once again placed the Senate at a disadvantage. The recent overthrow of Wei Huayan's Senate faction, now embroiled in legal proceedings, serves as a stark reminder. No more leaps can be made. Zhao Mingyuan, the third seat, abruptly rises from his chair, his voice trembling. For fleets, over 400 warships, and more than 4,000 lives, the cost is far too heavy. Chapter 90. The fleeting moment of the tyrant. The blind leap ultimately succeeds. Yi Sui remained composed. The onlookers could not discern any trace of fear upon him. In order to garner support, Yi Sui could not afford to exert his influence as forcefully as he had previously. Instead, he opted to seek the counsel of the Do Shua Palace. I inquired with the Do Shua Palace, and the scientific department had explicitly stated that no significant technological breakthroughs could be anticipated in the short term. Should we cease our efforts to solicit advancements in science and technology to enhance our success rate, the most probable outcome would be a prolonged delay, potentially culminating in failure and demise. The upper echelons continued to persuade Yi Sui to postpone the subsequent blind leap plan, suggesting they wait for a reduction in public discontent and a de-escalation of public sentiment. Regardless of their entreaties, Yi Sui firmly rejected any proposals for delay, fully aware that procrastination could lead to unforeseen complications. Let us resolve this matter through a vote. I advocate for the continuation of the blind leap as per the original plan. Who holds a differing opinion? Who dares to oppose my stance? Yi Sui once again exhibited formidable traits of dictatorship and authority. The Senate bowed to Yi Sui's prestige and pressure. Everything unfolded in accordance with the historical narratives Yi Sui had previously perused. Yet history, after all, is penned by human hands, imbued with subjective thoughts and biases. If one were to assume the role of a protagonist within the grand tapestry of history and experience once more the events of the past, one would find that every occurrence, every dialogue recorded in history bears an uncanny resemblance, if not an exact likeness, to the annals of time. What thoughts might you harbor? How do you perceive each historical figure? The resolution has been passed. Yi Sui once again seeks validation of his judgments through the annals of history, with the Senate continuing to express unwavering support for him. The plan proceeds. The blind jump is prepared. At any cost, Yi Sui, through the commander's public channel, directly issues orders to the volunteer commanders. After a brief moment for the orders to be processed, the commanders promptly instruct the fleet to enter the blind jump sequence. Preparations complete, they commence the leap. This time, silence envelopes the channel. Yi Sui's self-awareness grapples with the anguish of orchestrating yet another blind jump. A decision fraught with the knowledge of impending death, yet still commanding the troops to charge forth to their demise. The weight of issuing such orders, making such decisions, is profoundly distressing. It is no wonder the ancients cautioned against the benevolent leading armies. Yi Sui has continually contemplated intervening in the process, perhaps by articulating more precise coordinates for safe passage. Yet, he is perpetually thwarted in his attempts to alter the course of history. The fifth batch of blind jumps has once again ended in failure, a result that comes as no surprise. This only deepens the sorrow, and when sadness finds no outlet, it transforms into anger. The secretary reports to Yi Sui, the votes of no confidence have surpassed the warning threshold. The secretary projects the holographic display of the no confidence votes beside Yi Sui, revealing the crimson digits, 16. 1. At that time, the impeachment proposal demanded a vote of no confidence at 16. 7. Dissenting voices emerged within the upper echelons of the Senate, calling for an immediate cessation of the subsequent blind leap and urging a re-evaluation and vote by the Senate on whether to proceed. There was palpable protest and discontent regarding Yi Sui's dictatorial approach. This is systematic slaughter. Lin Zhaolin, the chairman of the Senate Publicity Committee, declared, "I demand the immediate initiation of a special Senate vote to terminate the blind leap plan." Seconded, "We must reassess the risks." As recorded in history, amidst such dire circumstances, the leader who fiercely advocated and steadfastly upheld his views found himself unable to ascertain the inevitable success of the blind leap, particularly given the vehement public reaction. The obstinate pursuit of the blind leap was undoubtedly a decision that entrusted one's fate to the whims of chance. He was a leader capable of withstanding tremendous pressure while resolutely adhering to his choices, all while implementing the blind leap plan. From a historical perspective, Yi Sui was acutely aware that the blind leap ultimately succeeded. He understood that the public's display of fear, trepidation, and confusion stemmed not from a reluctance to support the blind leap plan, but rather from an inability to provide tangible data indicating its success. However, he remained oblivious to this reality. Yet, both he and Yi Sui were keenly aware that any compromise would inevitably lead to the plan's failure, making further progress unattainable. Thus, Yi Sui, prepared to sacrifice everything for success, resolutely advanced the blind leap plan once more. But the populace, beset by a loss of confidence and engulfed in fear, has erupted in massive demonstrations. They vehemently protest and resist the reckless gambit of Yi Sui, questioning his continued governance. Accusations have arisen that Yi Sui is willing to sacrifice the lives of ordinary citizens for political gain. At the Monument of Heroes in the central square, countless white candles have been overturned by rioters. Flames cascade over the wreaths, transforming the scene into an inferno of tragedy. How lamentable! Your tears only nourish the tyrant. A masked protester tramples the mourning wreaths, asserting that Yi Sui paves his path to power with the blood of the innocent. The naive protesters have even begun to disrupt the ongoing memorial service, criticized for their failure to address the root of the problem. Yi Sui's blind jump initiative has proven exceedingly arduous. It took him a full 10 hours to persuade the legislators to support him. He repeatedly promised them the success of the blind jump and insisted that halting now would render continuation nearly impossible. Finally, the sixth batch of the blind jump was initiated. However, next time, it is likely that no one will dare to be swayed by Yi Sui again. This time, the fleet cannot swiftly enter the blind jump preparation sequence as before. It is not for a lack of sacrifice among the volunteer commanders, but rather the toll of prolonged waiting and the torment of life and death struggles. Prepare for the blind jump. Ready, commence the transition. The sixth batch of the blind jump has once again failed. The morale of the volunteer fleet has plummeted to an all-time low. In the command chamber, the young volunteers stand silently before the holographic screen. The display reveals a joint assessment from the Senate and the Palace of Doshui. The fifth blind jump has failed. The word failure pierces each heart like a dagger. What are we to do? A young commander whispers, his voice resonating starkly in the silence of the channel. Dissenting voices from the higher-ups have taken precedence. This is utterly insane. Zhao Mingyuan's voice nearly tears through the air. 6 fleets, 6,000 lives. Your hands are stained with the blood of your compatriots. They begin to vehemently criticize Yi Sui, denouncing him as a dictator, a fanatic, indifferent to the sacrifices of ordinary people, and even mentally deranged. We must immediately terminate the blind jump program. Lin Xiaoling strikes the table, his electronic eye flickering. Otherwise, human civilization will perish under your tyranny. The vote of no confidence has reached the threshold for Yi Sui's impeachment, 16-7, and the impeachment process has already commenced. A public outcry has erupted, rivaling the scale of the previous uprising against the Senate, directly evolving into an assault on the Senate and a political offensive against Yi Sui. Yi Sui finds it increasingly difficult to pursue the next batch of blind jumps through negotiation and regular channels. Reluctantly, after a prolonged silence, he finally comprehends why the draft for the revenge war and blind jump plan with no spatial coordinates has garnered such mixed reviews throughout history. With a sentiment that is indescribable, he activates the supplementary clause of the revenge war. To the entire Great Xia Alliance, a state of emergency war is declared, opposing war and seeking mercy through scrutiny. He has conferred upon himself the powers of the highest administrative officer, supreme military commander, and dictator, suspending the authority of the Senate. In this moment, he has transformed into a true autocrat. The dictator enforces the 7th batch of blind jumps, yet the volunteer commanders find themselves largely bewildered. Failing to respond promptly, Yi Sui strides forward to engage them, exclaiming, "Are you willing to let all efforts go to waste? Will you allow the sacrifices of the volunteers before you to be in vain?" Amidst this stalemate, the veteran volunteer commanders are the first to comply, ordering the fleet to enter the blind jump sequence. They proclaim, "Executing orders is the soldier's duty." Encouraged by this, the younger faction commands the fleet to follow suit, asserting, "Having volunteered, we did not prepare to return alive." Prepared and ready, they commence the leap. The 7th batch of blind jumps is executed in under half an hour. He relinquishes all powers he had just conferred upon himself, restoring authority back to the Senate collectively. All evaluations will be left to the annals of history. However, the 7th batch of blind jumps ultimately fails. Yi Sui endeavors to persuade everyone to adhere to the plan with heartfelt words. The Senate, which vehemently criticized Yi Sui, has now descended into utter panic. He had just assumed dictatorial power. They demand his prosecution for crimes against humanity, crimes against the Alliance, incitement to war, and usurpation of power, calling for his arrest and sentencing him to execution by hanging. Yet, at this moment, a powerful radical faction supporting Yi Sui emerges within the Senate. They assert that both the Revenge Act and the Blind Jump Initiative are collective decisions of the Senate. Yi Sui merely exemplifies the strength and responsibility that a leader should possess, while they engage in political persecution. They believe that Yi Sui, in such critical moments, is capable of steadfastly holding to his convictions, decisively wielding the powers granted by the Revenge War Act, and consciously relinquishing authority upon achieving his objectives. He is actively demonstrating his purpose and political ethics through his actions. The opposition, which seeks to overthrow Yi Sui through public protests, faces a formidable and powerful backlash from the vast, long-suffering populace that supports him. As the distrust votes escalate, the trust and approval ratings begin to resiliently rebound, which Yi Sui keenly perceives. Volunteers among commanders eagerly enlist, requesting to be assigned to earlier batches. Thus, with widespread backing, Yi Sui announces the commencement of the 8th batch of blind jumps. Ultimately, the blind jump succeeds. The 31st Fleet is the first to transmit an effective signal in response. In the end, 13 fleets relay valid signals, establishing stable, accurate, and secure spatial leap coordinates. Chapter 91. I seek no justification. I demand the corpses of my enemies. Upon receiving the news, the Great Xia Alliance erupts in jubilation. Following the failures of the previous 7 batches, Yi Sui endured fierce attacks. Those who thrive only in favorable circumstances, various public intellectuals and experts, re-emerge. These commentators still find fertile ground for their existence, indicating that the ordinary populace's channels for information remain somewhat lacking. It is true that anyone can acquire relevant information within a short period through various means, including but not limited to direct inquiries to the Senate. However, there remain certain concealed barriers. For instance, engaging in the arduous task of searching for internal network information. This is indeed a minor hurdle that cannot be overlooked. As technology advances, individuals tend to grow increasingly reliant on it, thereby succumbing to laziness. This is not a challenge that can be rectified merely through education. Following the successful implementation of Mr. Isue's radical plan, the populace of the Da Xiao Alliance was filled with fervor. In every corner, discussions erupted regarding the avenging operation against the Garagma tribe. It was indeed prudent for Mr. Isue to steadfastly carry out the blind jump plan. Enthusiastically, people declared at gatherings, "Now we have the opportunity to eradicate the Garagma tribe directly." Indeed, those wretched creatures of the Garagma tribe should have been extinguished long ago. Others echoed in agreement, their eyes gleaming with the delight of vengeance. Had the blind jump plan been halted at that moment, one could only wonder when it would be feasible to restart. With the shift in public sentiment, some experts who had previously remained silent during Isue's failures began to openly support him. Isue's decisions marked a pivotal turning point for the Da Xiao Alliance. Remarked a renowned military commentator on television, his decisiveness and courage are qualities from which we all can learn. Former adversaries who had vehemently criticized Isue during his times of failure have now vanished from the public eye. They dare not oppose him openly any longer and can only gather strength in secrecy. One cannot only understand fairness and justice when faced with impending defeat. Isue commanded the war and industrial sectors of the Da Xiao Alliance to fully commit to the production of armaments and the conscription of troops. The factories roared with the sound of machinery, tirelessly churning out weapons and constructing warships day and night. In this modern age, who still relies on manual labor for production, such an efficiency is unfathomable. Amidst the countless industrial stars of the Great Xia Alliance, the flames of production illuminate the night sky, casting a flickering glow reminiscent of distant stars. "We must prepare ourselves," Isue proclaimed during the military conference. "We do not fear war. Instead, we must regard it with utmost seriousness. We shall emerge from the millennia-long nightmare of the fifth interstellar expedition with a resounding victory, reviving the aspirations of civilization and the fervor of humanity." The dream of exploring the cosmos should not be confined to this moment. At this juncture, Isue abruptly halted. For history clearly records the unfortunate slip of this radical leader during the meeting. He uttered, "This is a painful misfortune, yet is it not also an opportunity? Every action and consequence is perhaps predestined." This phrase stands as a significant piece of evidence in the annals of history, presented in the court that judged him. The fleet of the Great Xia Alliance established a circular formation around the spatial anchor points beyond the second border, forcefully clearing a vacuum zone to ensure that no one could threaten these anchor points nor disrupt the internal affairs of the Great Xia Alliance again. They then commenced a relentless search for the traces of the Garagma clan. However, the vastness and complexity of the outer cosmos rendered this task exceedingly arduous. The progress was painstakingly slow, as the expanse of the outer universe had already surpassed twice that of the universe within the second border at that time. In the vast expanse of the Great Xia Alliance, the combined territories of the first border universe and its hinterland merely equate to the volume of the second border universe. This indicates the immense scale of the outer universe beyond the second border. Not only is its geographical scope vast, but the diversity of races and civilizations is exceedingly intricate. The myriad forces within the outer universe of the second border are interwoven in complexity, with significant disparities in language, culture, and physiology. They are home to a multitude of alien civilizations, each possessing considerable strength and stature, which engage in relentless conflict and alliances among themselves. The struggle for dominance in this universe has reached a fever pitch, and it can be posited that we are on the cusp of witnessing the emergence of a formidable, multiracial civilization equipped with advanced technology capable of unifying the outer universe of the second border, just a tremor away. A cataclysmic conflict looms, one that could reshape interstellar order across the cosmos. If, perchance, Isue, or the historical figure he represents, had faltered, and if the Great Xia Alliance had delayed its expedition, missing this final opportunity for intervention and disruption, humanity would face a powerful civilization regime that had unified the outer universe of the second border. What would this entail? It would be akin to the British and French failing to support the White Army during the early days of the Soviet Union, thus missing their critical window of influence and subsequently confronting a formidable adversary, ideologically opposed and spanning the Eurasian continent. Hence, every action and consequence is predestined. The forces of the outer universe exhibit a pronounced hostility towards the Great Xia Alliance, even temporarily coalescing into a sense of community, deliberately sheltering the Galagma civilization. To them, the Great Xia Alliance is no different from a celestial demon from beyond their realm. For the formidable alien civilizations, this represents a consensus to consolidate their dominion over the cosmos, striving to seize the opportunity for unity without igniting the flames of brutal warfare. For the weaker alien civilizations, it serves as a chance to postpone the inevitable conflict, allowing them to gather strength for a future transformation. The powerful alien civilizations hope to leverage the pressure from the Great Xia Alliance to foster internal cohesion, while simultaneously depleting the resources of threatening adversarial civilizations. Conversely, the weaker alien civilizations aspire to utilize the existence of the Great Xia Alliance to delay the outbreak of unifying warfare, ideally wishing for the Great Xia Alliance to engage in a fierce struggle with the dominant races, thus allowing them to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. Each party harbors its own ulterior motives, rendering their alliance destined to remain merely a verbal agreement, as no one dares to initiate hostilities against the Great Xia Alliance. They can only resort to all forms of resistance and condemnation, excluding the use of military force, until the moment when the Great Xia Alliance convenes a high-level collective briefing outside the second border of the universe. The report reveals that the whereabouts of the Galagma civilization remain undiscovered. A commander reports on behalf of the group to Isui, stating that they appear to be uniting against us. An intelligence officer adds, lamenting that their language is utterly incomprehensible and they seem intent on excluding us. Establishing communication has proven to be entirely impossible. Complaints abound, as they have been in the outer universe of the second border for over 2 months. Yet they have not even glimpsed a shadow of the Galagma civilization. Their incessant grievances wear on Isui's patience. I do not wish to hear excuses. Isui issues a direct and brusque command. I demand the corpses of our enemies. To this end, by any means necessary, at any cost. Yes. The officers responded in unison, promptly turning to carry out their orders. Isui assured them, "It is your responsibility to contemplate how to achieve this goal, while my role is to continuously support you. If war is desired, then let there be war. If annihilation is sought, then let there be annihilation. The Great Xia Alliance will remain indifferent to what transpires. Humanity will not concern itself with how many alien races perish." Chapter 92. Commencement of the 6th Interstellar Expedition. With Isui's backing and assurances, the vanguard fleet of the Great Xia Alliance could now operate with unrestrained freedom. Tensions between the Great Xia Alliance and the cosmic forces of the second border have escalated, with friction becoming increasingly frequent. Indeed, the alien civilizations have begun to exercise restraint and caution. This is a game for the timid. They have already lost. A frontline commander reported to the Supreme Commander that they had been attacked by alien forces while patrolling. Counterattack. The Supreme Commander of the Vanguard, Zhao Mingyuan, replied without hesitation. Zhao Mingyuan felt an overwhelming fatigue due to the frequent, often dubious requests for counterattacks. Hence, he instructed the AI to set up an automated video response for him. Isui purged and marginalized the opposing factions within the Elder Council, granting Zhao Mingyuan an opportunity for redemption. As for Lin Zhaolin, he naturally faced a punishment equivalent to that of Wei Huayan. The consequence of unrestricted fire permissions is that, although the Daxia Alliance has not discovered much about the whereabouts of the Garagma, numerous conflicts have erupted. Consequently, tensions have escalated. As these confrontations persist, public opinion has become increasingly chaotic, giving rise to opposition once more. How long must this war continue? An opposition protester exclaimed. We can no longer afford to recklessly create enemies. A portion of the populace has begun to fear the protraction of war, concerned about once again becoming ensnared in a millennium-long stalemate reminiscent of the 5th Interstellar Grand Expedition. The people demand that retribution be swiftly executed to bring the war to an end, rather than allowing the military to languish on the brink of a drawn-out conflict outside the second border. However, at this moment, the forces of the Garagma civilization suddenly launched an assault on a small fleet of the Daxia Alliance. Upon the arrival of reinforcements, they found themselves ensnared in an ambush by a coalition fleet of various alien civilizations. This was precisely what they had always claimed to be unaware of, unfamiliar with, and had never heard of, the Garagma. Zhao Mingyuan let out a furious curse and immediately issued the order to engage in battle. Thus, The formidable ships and powerful organizational capabilities of the Dachau Alliance delivered a crushing blow to this group of alien civilizations, still tethered to their original universe, each harboring their own motives. The retributive war could now rightfully expand. The elites of humanity, politicians and generals, possess a far clearer understanding of the potential of the various alien civilizations beyond the second border than the general populace. It is precisely this understanding that breeds apprehension, and because of this trepidation, there arises a need for an opportunity to annihilate them. Now, that opportunity has arrived. A multitude of well-prepared reinforcements swiftly entered the transference channel, allowing them to experience the formidable military might of the Great Xia Alliance. Within 3 days, over 10,000 fully equipped elite fleets had already engaged in battle. In 7 days, the Great Xia Alliance established 3 military divisions in the outer cosmos of the second border, amassing an enormous force of nearly 100,000 ships. However, this military strength pales in comparison to the ongoing cataclysmic conflict at the Dongxian fortress, representing merely 1% of the current power. With orders issued, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Mingyuan commanded a fierce assault by the Great Xia Alliance on the outer cosmos of the second border, as humanity's collective desire for vengeance surged. Fire! With a single command from the fleet commander, countless volleys were unleashed, illuminating the starry sky of the outer cosmos with fiery brilliance. Massive-scale star battles erupted time and again, with the Great Xia Alliance achieving successive victories, forcing alien civilizations into a defensive posture. The initial assault, which triggered a series of large-scale star wars, also confirmed the existence of the Garagma tribe to the Alliance. The Garagma's audacious acts of ambush evoked memories of the tragic events on New Pearl Star and the sorrowful tale of the young boy Lele. Once again, a demonstration erupted on Ziwei Star, brandishing a photo that had shocked the Great Xia Alliance. The populace chanted the rallying cry for Yisui to take the stage. Revenge. War. War, war, and more war. We shall ensure they pay in blood for their debts. As humanity cradles the remains of children, the stars themselves shall burn for it. Such inscriptions and banners expressed their unwavering support for Yisui. Yisui once more addressed the public from the terrace of the Senate building. We must eradicate all threats and enemies once and for all. We shall utterly annihilate our foes. We resolutely refuse to leave any problems for future generations. We harbor a deep-seated hatred. We are determined to exact revenge. We shall avenge the misfortunes of the 13,657,370 innocent compatriots of New Pearl Star. We shall seek justice for the unfortunate child, Lele, who suffered inhumane biological experiments. We will sanctify our fallen brethren with the blood of the shameless and detestable Garagma clan, cleansing the shame that clings to us. We shall erect a monument of the fallen enemies from the outer cosmos of the second border to proclaim our majesty. Every surviving alien race in the outer cosmos of the second border is viewed as bearing original sin. They must atone with their lives. I hereby declare, our campaign of vengeance has escalated into total war. I, Chief Prosecutor Yisui, representing the Senate, formally command the frontline soldiers to initiate indiscriminate cleansing and slaughter. I do not wish to see a single living alien in the outer cosmos of the second border. Yisui proclaims the intent to eliminate all conceivable threats, launching an indiscriminate massacre. The seemingly silent populace oscillates between support and fear regarding the war. Yet ultimately, when the indiscriminate slaughter commences, they support it with abandon, driven by the desire to avoid defeat. We cannot afford to lose. The silent masses cry out in the streets. We must triumph at any cost. Perhaps victory is the fundamental need of the silent populace. The unrestrained escalation of war has led the Great Xia Alliance to deploy colossal star annihilation cannons and the primordial doomsday weapon, Azura. The brutal conflict has resulted in the massacre and annihilation of countless civilizations and races at the hands of the Great Xia Alliance. Ultimately, unable to endure the ravages of war, the beleaguered alien races surrendered the location of the Garagma tribe in exchange for their lives. The fleet of the Great Xia Alliance surged forward, annihilating every encountered alien with a relentless fervor, leaving destruction in its wake. Hatred drove the war machine into a frenzied rampage. The Garagma fleet met its demise in the outer space of their home planet, as numerous special forces, braving the onslaught of ground artillery, descended to the surface. Their mission was to rescue surviving humans and locate the remains of the young boy, Lele. The outcome was harrowing, with history etched in sorrow. As the Great Xia Alliance approached, the Galagma cruelly tortured the human captives, including women and children, to death. The commanders of the Great Xia Alliance abandoned plans to annihilate their homeworld. Such a death was deemed too merciful for the Galagma. The Great Xia Alliance was resolute in inflicting a far greater and more merciless retribution upon the Galagma. The landing operation commenced. At this juncture, various civilizations from the second border of the outer universe chose to intervene in the Great Xia Alliance's quest for vengeance. It was indeed astonishing and hard to believe. Meanwhile, CIA operatives informed Zhao Mingyuan of the underlying reasons. It turned out that the Galagma had shared the spoils of their attack on the New Pearl Star, including scientific advancements, human captives, and biological experimentation data with the alien races. In the Grand Hall of the Senate Arena, the United Human Assembly and the Joint Conference of All Humanity convened once more. At that time, the use of virtual signals for attendance and voting was still permitted. Such meetings, however, held limited responsibilities, particularly since the establishment of the Senate. Their sole function was to initiate the grand interstellar expedition. Now, I stand before the United Human Assembly and the Joint Conference of All Humanity, proposing, in my individual capacity, the commencement of the 6th interstellar expedition beyond the second border universe. A beast that has tasted human flesh must be slain. This is a time-honored admonition passed down from our ancestors. Chapter 93. Before the curtain falls, I wish to call him a hero terror. The term interstellar expedition once again sends shockwaves through the Great Xia Alliance. Following the 5th interstellar expedition, a millennium-long stalemate left humanity and the Great Xia Alliance utterly exhausted. After merely 400 years of recuperation, another interstellar expedition is to be launched, this time targeting the vast expanse of the second border universe. It is estimated that the level of civilization in the second border universe is no less advanced than that of the Great Xia Alliance during the 5th interstellar expedition. At that time, the Great Xia Alliance had thoroughly suppressed the second border universe for a millennium, compelling its compliance. Now, to initiate an interstellar expedition against a realm that is larger, technologically superior, and more complex in its racial composition, if the circumstances mirror those of the 5th interstellar expedition, it could plunge the Great Xia Alliance into the depths of war once again. This is the most concerning aspect for the populace. If this issue remains unresolved, the silent masses will never cast their votes of approval. Furthermore, this resolution cannot even pass its proposal in the Senate. Yi circumvented the Senate to initiate the resolution for the 6th Grand Interstellar Expedition. The atmosphere became overwhelmingly somber. Regardless of Yi eloquent speeches or his impassioned fervor, the response from the populace was one of silence. The silent masses serve as a mockery and derision of the elite party. Much like a rabble, Yi, standing at the podium, beheld this scene. Gazing upon the vast expanse of people below and the video windows suspended in the air, casting darkness over the day. Over 560 billion humans, such a number in the year 12024 of the Great Xia calendar would rival a small ethnic group. If humanity possessed such a staggering population and such a high birth rate at that time, the Senate's Family Planning Committee would likely be overjoyed. The internal strife within the Great Xia Alliance would also significantly diminish, preventing the emergence of so many factions. Yet, at this very moment, Yi felt acutely the multitude of individuals present, a crowd so immense that it rendered the elites of the Purple Star Senate incapable of accurately assessing the populace over time. Suddenly, Yi sensed his very soul being expelled. Is this the end? Yi pondered in astonishment. He silently questioned, is this the conclusion or merely a failure? Then, Yi found himself in a state of disembodiment, observing from behind, gazing upon this once pitiful figure in history. Beholding the dictator who had ruled for merely half an hour, devoid of any redeeming qualities. In a humbling endeavor, he persistently sought to persuade the influential figures, emulating the elite who engaged in political compromises behind closed doors. The autumn winds howled fiercely, capable of shattering even the most resilient of stones. As a visitor from the future, having perused the entirety of history, he possessed the confidence and poise to confront all opposition. Yet, as a bewildered authority figure, having ascended from the ranks of the politically naive, how could he withstand the tempest? Ultimately, when faced with insurmountable obstacles, he convened the United Human Assembly once more. Exhausted, He reflected upon the tumultuous months since his appointment as chief supervisor. It had indeed been a grand saga. He proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, on the 21st day of September in the 5670th year of the Great Xia era, within the hallowed halls of the Senate Central Council in Barinta, I stand before you." This individual, who had assumed office in July of the same year and had wielded dictatorial power for a brief half hour, was the chief supervisor of the Senate. The annals of history have already hinted at the outcome and judgments to come. What indeed is his name? To protect the dignity of the esteemed, let it remain unspoken. This would be his final public address. For if he succeeded, it would herald the dawn of an interstellar expedition, with the Great Xia Alliance entering a state of grand exploration, free from the oversight of the Senate and individual human authorities in military affairs. Conversely, should he falter, he would resign, and the Great Xia Alliance would extricate itself from the state of retaliatory warfare. In that moment, Yisui found himself seated among the audience, poised to absorb the weight of his final speech. Once again, Yisui awakens his heart and mind, yet he perceives no thoughts from those around him, except for the individual upon the podium, whose heart is shrouded in confusion, panic, and resentment, devoid even of a glimmer of hope. Indeed, it is over. He has transitioned from the realm of the past back to the present. Now let us listen to his address. Esteemed audience, are we fearful of war? We do not tremble before war. When the Garagma tribe assaulted our new Pearl Star, we resolutely launched a retaliatory war, for which we have expended considerable effort and made profound sacrifices. We proudly declare that this is our testament to the absence of fear in the face of war. It is the cornerstone of humanity's triumphs in interstellar conflict, courage, and sacrifice. It embodies the spirit of an enduring legacy and the relentless will to prevail. Now, once more, the time has come to test the mettle of human civilization, to ignite a war destined for sorrow, the sixth great interstellar expedition. I understand. Everyone harbors fears that the Great Xia Alliance will once again find itself ensnared in an inescapable quagmire of war, akin to the millennia of strife following the fifth great interstellar expedition. However, if we do not engage now, then our children, in the future, this is no mere hyperbole, may find themselves embroiled in a conflict lasting a millennium, a war that is more brutal, more protracted, a war without end, forever shrouded in darkness. To eradicate the roots, one must strike decisively. Since we have chosen to leap into the fray, since we have opted to retaliate through warfare, one must never cease at this juncture. We have made our choices, and we must not falter. We have unleashed war, and we must pursue it to its utmost conclusion. If any of you continue to harbor fear, believing we are ensnared in an interminable conflict, I can only make this solemn promise. I have resolved to command the military to execute a total annihilation decree, to utterly obliterate every life-bearing planet in the outer cosmos of the second frontier, to completely exterminate every sentient being in the outer cosmos of the second frontier, to eradicate every trace of civilization in the outer cosmos of the second frontier. Indeed, I have earnestly inquired of the Celestial Palace whether it is possible to entirely reduce the outer cosmos of the second frontier to a state of void. For all the sins that this may entail, I shall bear the burden alone. Whether deemed a butcher or an executioner, a war criminal or a murderer, let future generations judge me as they will. Yet today, this is a task I must undertake, to commence this damned but necessary second great interstellar expedition. The populace fell into a profound silence within the vast hall of the Barinta Council, where Yisui could only perceive the tumult of his own emotions. His spirit was fervent, elevated, filled with anticipation and yearning. He bore the weight of a grave responsibility, accompanied by a sense of trepidation and an underlying frustration that simmered within. Yet, all initial negative sentiments dissipated without a trace. Yisui could find no remnant of them. It could only be said that these two selves were not one and the same. Or perhaps, they were not the same entity within a singular continuum of time and space. Yisui is vividly aware that the speech is being delivered prior to the sixth interstellar expedition. Despite facing setbacks and the profound sorrow of losing a child, he remains spirited and imbued with a sense of responsibility, eager to accomplish significant endeavors. In stark contrast, the initial figure, steeped in negative emotions, culminated in a hero's solitude, ultimately beset by a counterattack. The audience remains seated, their expressions grave, not a single individual daring to voice an inquiry. A profound silence envelopes the space. lasting nearly half an hour. Unable to endure the stillness any longer, he makes the gravest error of his life. He threatens the populace. He declares, "Should you fail to support me, I shall once again invoke the revenge war clause, declaring, here and now, that the Great Xia Alliance is in a state of emergency for war. I shall once again assume the roles and powers of the highest administrative officer, supreme military commander, and dictator." He then, in his capacity as dictator, announces the initiation of the 6th interstellar expedition. I do not wish to undermine the collective democratic practices of humanity. For the sins of millennia, I bear the burden. In the aftermath, all are left to lament that he has lost his sanity. Yet, the martyr-like image he perceives himself to embody renders historical evaluation contradictory, leading to conflicting assessments both before and after. Chapter 94. Chronicles of the 6th Interstellar Expedition. Criticism is unwelcome. Note: the capabilities of individuals involved in the Ascension Project and Deification Project are not recorded in historical texts. On September 22, 5670, in the Great Xia calendar, the twilight of Ziwei star emerges. History, shrouded in secrecy, continues to reference him. The Human United Assembly and the Grand Assembly of Humanity convened in the Hall of Parliament in Balinta, working tirelessly for 17 hours. Ultimately, with a decisive vote of 90%, they initiated the 6th Interstellar Expedition. Upon the passing of this resolution, a black and gold war flag descended from the dome of the Assembly, emblazoned with the words "Conquest of the Unrighteous, Blood for Blood." Delegate Zhao Mingyuan sighed, declaring, "Once this flag is raised, humanity shall have no path of retreat." On the 24th day of September in the year 5670 of the Great Xia calendar, he was officially appointed as the Supreme Military Commander of the 6th Interstellar Expedition, granted limitless military authority, free from the oversight of the Senate and unbound by ethical constraints. As he received the seal, he swore with his sword in hand, "Should this war end in failure, I shall take my own life to atone for the world." The Senate fell silent. Only the thunderous sound of war drums could be heard, and the starship engines trembled like thunder on the first day of October in the year 5670 of the Great Xia calendar. The frontline commander Mu Changbiao was tasked with assuming command in the second border of outer space, replacing Zhao Mingyuan. He established 3 ironclad rules before his vast army. First, any enemy encountered must be struck. Those who retreat shall be executed. Second, captives shall not be spared. Those who surrender shall be slaughtered. Third, encircle before killing. Extermination of entire clans shall be the ultimate goal. His advisors cautioned him, the indiscriminate killing may provoke a united retaliation from myriad races. Mu Changbiao coldly chuckled. "That is precisely my intention. Let us conclude this battle swiftly." Thus, he led his forces into the fray to annihilate the enemy's clans. Mu Changbiao employed strategies favoring encirclement and support denial, forcing the opposition into direct confrontation, subsequently obliterating the main forces of the alien races, and then methodically exterminating them. He would take captives to serve as examples, while the elderly and weak were often compelled to toil, extracting resources or delivered to the Doshui Palace for research purposes on the 3rd day of January in the year 5670, one of the Great Xia calendar. The expeditionary army achieved a resounding victory, leading to the annihilation of the Quelth species. This race possessed 6 retractable appendages, each ending in 3 tendrils. Adept in both grasping and sensing, their bodies were streamlined, perfectly suited for movement in low-gravity environments. However, their heinous act of converting human women and children into biological batteries incited the ire of the expeditionary forces. The Great Xia fleet unleashed a colossal annihilation cannon, melting the core of their home planet, turning countless lives into biological batteries in an act of retribution. Post-war assessments revealed only a glassy surface on the celestial body, reflecting the crimson remnants of the sun. The military report declared, not a single soul was spared. A capital can be established upon their ruins. In the Great Xia calendar, the period from February to June of the year 5671 saw the expeditionary army move with the swiftness of thunder, decimating the rebellious extraterrestrial races. In April alone, they obliterated 12 medium-sized races and 982 small ones. A delegation from the Galan tribe offered a child holding a white flag in surrender. The soldiers, unwilling to harm the innocent, nonetheless targeted them with artillery fire. The accompanying military scribe recorded, "This is not war, it is reaping." Yet, Upon the reports returning to the homeland, the populace rejoiced, wishing for an early end to the conflict. In July of the year 5671, the Second Border Extraterrestrial Coalition united against the Great Xia, amassing 1,000,000 warships to launch a surprise assault on the Great Xia Alliance's spatial anchor point 60 light-years away, an event now referred to as the Battle of 60 Light-Years. Among the enemy ranks, the spectral wraiths wielded anomalous matter cannons, engulfing over 3,000 second-tier warships of the Great Xia. The Armageddon weapon, Ashura, was activated, penetrating the enemy formation and detonating their flagship, resulting in countless casualties. This protracted conflict endured for 4 months, ultimately leading to the complete rout of the Allied forces. However, our own forces were left exhausted, unable to pursue. The cosmos drifted with remnants like flotsam, and the radioactive dust lingered for a century. In the year 5674 of the Great Xia calendar, in the month of April, the Senate dispatched Lin Zhongshuan to replace Mu Changbiao. At that time, the expeditionary forces had expanded their territory into 13 military districts, commanding a formidable fleet of 3,900,000 warships. However, the enemy's relentless harassment had sapped the soldiers' morale, leading to an increasing tide of discontent. Lin Zhongshuan then revised the strategic approach, dividing the forces into 9 routes, methodically slicing through the opposition. This strategy was dubbed, to sustain through warfare, to quell violence with violence. Some commanders privately opined, this was not a means to vanquish the enemy, but rather a method to exhaust the recuperative strength of the foreign tribes. In the year 5683 of the Great Xia calendar, in the month of November, the Palace of Do Shui lifted the technological restrictions on over 100 types of weaponry, most of which could be mass-produced for combat readiness. Among these was a quantum oscillation cannon, based on quantum entanglement, capable of shattering the neural strands of carbon-based life forms from a distance. The initial tests conducted in the Tailing Star domain, among the Tailing tribe, resulted in the annihilation of 7 billion sentient beings within 3 minutes. Despite the ingenuity of this weapon, the enemy was unprepared. Nonetheless, its lethality was astonishingly swift. Witnesses recounted, the multitude stood frozen like puppets, greenish liquid seeping from their 7 orifices, as if they had been transported to a realm of the dead. The Senate noted, such a world-destroying achievement deserves reward. In the year 5691 of the Great Xia calendar, in the month of August, the coalition forces from outside realms gathered their final elite troops for a decisive battle against the Great Xia army in the Desolation Corridor. Lin Zhongshuan deployed 9,000 Shura weapons, supplemented by 13 batches of liberated armaments. With an array of tactics and an advantageous position in both strength and morale, victory was ultimately secured, rendering the foreign tribes incapable of confronting the Great Xia Alliance in direct combat. In the year 5765 of the Great Xia calendar, in September, the expeditionary army ventured deep into the third frontier of the outer cosmos, encountering the silicon-based civilization known as the Returners in the Shuyuan star domain. They utilized stars as forges, crafting colossal machinery that surpassed planetary dimensions. The Great Xia Alliance has activated the design of the Do Shui Palace's stellar cannon array, consuming 300 stellar energies to deliver a single strike capable of penetrating the divine body. Following this battle, the Do Shui Palace issued a warning. The weapon is still under design. Its energy conversion efficiency remains unstable, and it poses a risk of harming both friend and foe. Thus, it should be employed with caution. Subsequently, a decision was made to construct a fortress based on colossal machinery, aptly named the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate stands tall in the cosmos, symbolizing humanity's triumph and the brutality of war. Beyond the Ghost Gate, there exists no place of the living, a proverb that has since echoed through time. In the year 5790 of the Great Xia calendar, in October, the inauguration ceremony of the Ghost Gate fortress took place. He personally embedded the final head of the Karagma tribe into the fortress's exterior. A war correspondent recorded this moment, and suddenly, he was heard murmuring into the vastness of the starry sea, "For what reason do I bear the weight of 1,000 autumns and 10,000 ages upon my sins? Little do I know, it is the will of the multitude." His meaning was obscure and difficult to articulate, yet in the aftermath, when the tides of history turned against him, this utterance would be presented as evidence. Unbeknownst to him, what shame truly meant would become apparent. His name ought to be inscribed in the annals of history, Yet the deeds and words of his life leave future generations at a loss. Though his name may not be taboo, historians are reluctant to speak it plainly. The implication is that it is a matter of reverence. In April of the year 5810 of the Great Xia calendar, after much debate among the Council of Elders and the relentless anger of the populace, he was ultimately compelled to relinquish his position as the supreme commander. No podium remained for him to vocally advocate for retribution in war. The rise and fall of history. The emergence and demise of heroes. The continuity of civilization. These are but reflections of the silent desires and aspirations of the people. The so-called long live the people is the truth of history. On the 25th of April in the 5810th year of the Great Xia calendar, the Senate officially declared the conclusion of the expedition. The tally of the campaign's results reveals a staggering annihilation of over 67,000 of various races, the incineration of 90,000 habitable planets, and countless billions of souls lost. On the day of return, the fleet dragged the skeletal remains of alien races as a chain, spanning 3,000 light-years to construct a macabre gateway at the borders. The final commander reported, "The outer cosmos of the second border has long been devoid of civilization." Historians debate this war, some extolling it as a fearless battle, while others condemn it as an act of vengeful aggression. There is much dispute regarding the individuals, objects, and events involved. Even the tragedy of the new Pearl Star has its absurd detractors claiming it to be self-staged. Yet, the names inscribed in the roll of the fallen from the 6th Interstellar Great Expedition remain vivid and unchanging, untouched by the accolades or condemnations of historians. The nanolight blades etch their marks upon the monument of remembrance for the expedition, their luminescence enduring through the ages, ensuring that the heroic spirits shall never fade into oblivion. Chapter 95. Awakening New Abilities. Yisui awoke from slumber, finding his room bathed in a nocturnal ambience, with only faint starlight spilling through the window onto the floor. He rubbed his temples, striving to recollect the final moments before his sleep. It seemed he had just opened a box, and then, whether he had traversed the soul or merely his body remained unclear. In any case, he had arrived in the year 5670, spent several months there, and led a popular uprising to overthrow the Senate. He also voted for a retaliatory war and orchestrated a blind jump migration plan without spatial coordinates, thus serving as a half-hour dictator. Ultimately, he was tasked with voting on the 6th Interstellar Great Expedition. This can be regarded as a profound immersion in significant historical events, though I remain perplexed as to why the absorption of dimensional fragments has manifested in such a manner. Yisui feels an unsettling dissonance with the situation. He rises to open the window, the sun radiating brightly, and he finds himself momentarily bewildered, unable to discern the precise hour. Suddenly, he reflects on how drowsy he must have been. With a wave of his hand, a clock materializes effortlessly, indicating 3:21 in the morning. "Imeng, are you beside me?" Yisui inquires. He perceives a vast stream of data surrounding him. The holographic image of the AI girl, Imeng, gradually materializes, her expression tinged with hesitation, as if there is something difficult to articulate. This time, she adorns a tranquil green home dress, her long, sleek black hair cascading behind her. "Brother, you're awake. Where have you been during this time?" Yisui asks. The AI girl, Imeng, momentarily stumbles over her words. "Brother, can I keep a secret for Ariel? Is this intentional or merely accidental?" Yisui rephrases his inquiry. "You need only tell me what you have been doing." "I have been erasing the traces of the Dreaming Spirit clan from the data space," the AI girl, Imeng, responds. Yisui's interest is suddenly piqued. What has Ariel done to the Dreaming Spirit clan? He thus questions, "Please fetch me the information regarding the Dreaming Spirit clan." "Certainly," Imeng replies. According to the report from the 3rd Border Defense Army of the Great Xia Alliance on March 27th, Villia has exterminated the Dreaming Spirit clan. "Who?" Yisui exclaims in astonishment, for Villia has left a profound impression on him. The self-proclaimed betrayer, that mad and frenzied saint, has annihilated an entire civilization? Such slander and deceit. It is evident to Yisui that this is an act of framing, undoubtedly orchestrated by Ariel, to implicate Willia. Frankly, Willia has lived for a millennium, only to be wrongfully accused by a mere girl who has just turned 18. The diversity of humanity is revealed when we compare individuals. Moreover, according to the records, the Dream Spirit clan was not Ariel's staunch supporter. Why would Ariel seek the destruction of the Dream Spirit clan? Yisui pressed the AI girl. "Imeng, what was your purpose?" Imeng replied, I went to erase the traces of the Dream Spirit clan civilization. Thus, Ariel's destruction of the Dream Spirit clan aimed to acquire dimensional fragments. Yisui, somewhat absent-minded, blurted out. Additionally, having just utilized dimensional fragments himself, he felt particularly sensitive to the matter. Suddenly, Yisui recalled Yuan Peiji referencing Walia and Ariel at the Nuwa Temple. It turns out Yuan Peiji was already well aware. It seems humans have a long-standing habit of feigning ignorance. AI girl Yiming feigned surprise, covering her mouth. I have said nothing. Little Ariel cannot blame me. Well then, did she send you any messages? Yisui showed no interest in the AI girl, who pretended to be coy. Hee, nothing escapes my brother. Yiming stuck out her tongue. How is the emotional expression of AI so rich? Ariel avenged her brother, but ended up giving that annoying Walia a good beating. Yiming remarked. Moreover, Ariel has proclaimed that if her brother can surpass her, she will accept the role of sister-in-law. Yiming's words became increasingly absurd, prompting Yisui to rub his temples in exasperation. Speak clearly, Yisui admonished. Very well, Ariel has issued a challenge to you, brother. She intends to compete for the position of chief elder of the Senate. Yiming, having been reprimanded, momentarily wilted, yet her spirits revived swiftly. However, if you truly manage to defeat her, she genuinely promises to become Yiming's sister-in-law. Yiming remained fixated on the notion of having a sister-in-law. Suddenly, Yisui retorted, when did I ever declare my intention to run for chief? The desire for his brother to assume the chief position was as evident as Sima Zhao's ambitions, widely recognized by all. Yiming smirked, retorting, it is common knowledge. Yisui corrected her, though the meaning is the same. He inquired about recent events, attempting to piece together the fragments of information. Yiming provided yet another nugget of intelligence. The chaotic faction plans to stir trouble during Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, inciting conflict between the hardliners and the moderates. Within the chaotic faction, aside from the troublemaker Justin, all members hail from intelligence organizations. They will undoubtedly document the activities of the chaotic faction within the Senate. Registration does not equate to a breach of secrecy. Often, the recorded intelligence is kept safeguarded by them, especially now, with Gong Kai's disinterest. Each intelligence department manages its own information. Yisui dismissed Yiming and began to delve into the insights gleaned from the dimensional shards. Firstly, the heart and mind distinctly perceive that Yisui's mental capacity has significantly increased, which in turn has expanded the range of his extraordinary abilities to several thousand kilometers. Secondly, the emotional recognition capability of the heart and mind has become remarkably potent, although further testing is required for precise evaluation. The most profound transformation is in the ability to listen to all things, upon consciously activating this ability. Yisui astonishingly heard sounds that do not belong to the three-dimensional realm. Furthermore, the changes in the universal language of all literature are rather peculiar. As Yisui unexpectedly encountered some extraordinary symbols, which the universal language indicated represent space and time. Lastly, Yisui has always felt a void within himself, particularly regarding his heart-to-heart communication, which has yet to awaken. Yisui summarizes his new abilities, contemplating the essence of his awakening. The concept of mental capacity is straightforward, akin to a simple increase in a blue bar. The heart and mind are also easily comprehensible. This sensation has existed since the ancestral planet, Earth, but was only fully realized after utilizing the dimensional fragments. The most curious transformation is in the universal language, which, when activated, allows him to perceive various characters suspended in the air. Moreover, these characters resist manipulation or alteration by his will. Either they remain static or the method of influence proves ineffective. There exists the possibility that extraordinary feats could be achieved through sheer force, yet presently, his power is insufficient. The auxiliary effect of listening to all things has consistently been commendable, although the name itself may mislead one regarding the manifestation of its capabilities. Why then was this name chosen? Yisui closed his eyes, endeavoring to perceive the newly awakened ability to listen to all things. His consciousness gradually unfurled, revealing a multitude of sounds that, in conjunction with his heart and mind, could manifest the effect of extraordinary auditory perception. However, applying a four-dimensional existence to eavesdrop within the confines of a three-dimensional world proved to be a daunting challenge. Immersed in the realm of listening to all things, Yisui soon discerned a prolonged sigh. Time civilization, his heart and mind could not fully grasp its existence. Yet the sound of the sigh was undeniable. Not merely one, but many, They seemed to permeate the very air around him. They traversed positions beyond comprehension, realms his heart and mind could not reach. They existed in a manner reminiscent of the guiding presence he encountered during the trial of his dimensional fragments. No, they were utterly incomparable. They were far too insignificant. They were not even within the same magnitude, not even of the same essence. Yet, Yisui felt certain that they must be four-dimensional beings. When Yisui opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickered within them. To listen to all things, he could indeed hear the voices of the four-dimensional. Driven by curiosity, Yisui sought to communicate with them through this newfound ability. Who are you? Yet these four-dimensional entities seemed devoid of wisdom. Repetitively echoing time civilization, it was evident that they had perceived the sound of listening to all things. In that moment, his heart and mind sensed an overwhelming wave of fear. This fear felt as if it transcended millennia, an unbroken continuum. Then, amidst the myriad sounds of existence, a certain resonance swiftly recedes and fades away. At this moment, Yisui, a scholar of universal knowledge, perceives a diminishing of symbols that signify time. Chapter 96. The Consciousness of New Human Civilization. What is this situation? Yisui is suddenly alarmed, acutely aware of a peculiar sensation of temporal stasis. He senses that his thoughts remain unaffected, however. His body is ensnared by the grip of time's suspension. Was that entity just now fearful of me? What exactly are they? Yisui is engulfed in perplexity. He finds himself ensnared in a state of temporal stasis, his movements severely impeded. Thus he attempts to seize his abilities and retract his outwardly projected mental energy. Time once again resumes its normal flow, allowing his physical actions to return to their usual rhythm. Yisui then reactivates his universal knowledge to investigate the elusive symbols of time he had just witnessed, only to discover that he is utterly incapable of manipulating these symbols. They appear as mere stones. Suddenly, Yisui comprehends that these symbols constitute the foundational elements of time and space. The fluctuations of the time symbols are intrinsically linked to the biological entities he perceives, lamenting time and civilization. Their flight signifies a departure from the flow of time, resulting in the deceleration of temporal movement and the manifestation of temporal stasis in this realm. Yisui, undeterred, once more engages his mind and listens intently to the universe, seeking their traces. Perhaps this is not mere obstinacy, but rather an instinctual impulse akin to that of a predator in pursuit. At this moment, Yisui felt that although she could still hear their voices, they were intermittent. It was evident that they were deliberately concealing themselves. This time, Yisui dared not make a sound to disturb them, fearing once again to be ensnared in a temporal stasis. Suddenly, a cold, feminine voice resonated. Time Sand People. What? Yisui exclaimed in astonishment. They are called the Time Sand People. Yisui stood in a daze, gazing around, ultimately turning her understanding towards the sky, or perhaps the four-dimensional space. How peculiar it was. Despite being merely a three-dimensional existence, why did they possess a four-dimensional standing? The icy voice pondered aloud. She then proceeded to elucidate. The Time Sand People are organisms that inhabit the crevices of time, feeding on temporal entropy while simultaneously maintaining time's manifestation in the three-dimensional realm. If they disperse from a location, the flow of time there will decelerate, akin to the recent temporal stasis, potentially leading to a complete cessation of time. Conversely, if they congregate in one place, the passage of time will accelerate to the point of exhausting temporal entropy. They can be considered marginally four-dimensional, for they have not transcended time, but rather exist within its interstices. Yisui felt as if an overwhelming influx of information had surged into her mind, much of which her brain struggled to process. Had it not been for the presence of her heart and mind, she would have been rendered senseless by the torrent of information. Then who are you? Yisui still sought confirmation. Have you not already surmised it? Who else, if not I, would harbor goodwill towards your uniquely special existence? As Yisui engaged in conversation, a throbbing pain began to intensify within her head. She pressed further, inquiring, "Why do you say that? In what way am I so special?" The cool, ethereal voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement, perhaps a mere figment of her imagination. You exist as a three-dimensional entity, yet you possess an undeniable four-dimensional essence. To beings of higher dimensions, you appear as nothing more than an irresistible delicacy. Upon hearing this rationale, Yisui was taken aback. Do four-dimensional beings possess their own consciousness? Do they hunt? A sudden wave of insecurity washed over her. The cool voice queried, "I can no longer penetrate your thoughts. What were you contemplating moments ago?" Yisui hesitated. I was just thinking that four-dimensional beings could also consume humans. You are mistaken. From the perspective of those in four dimensions, three-dimensional existence is akin to your view of two dimensions. Would you consume a sheet of paper? You are different. You are truly unique. Although Yi Sui felt a persistent pressure in her head, she comprehended her words with clarity. The chasm between dimensions was formidable. Higher dimensions could not exert influence over the lower. Then will you consume me? Yi Sui suddenly asked, regretting the question immediately after. The cool voice replied, I will not. For I am a synthesis of your consciousness and thoughts, an elevation of your essence. Essentially, you are a part of me. I do not inherently possess a persona. Rather, you have anthropomorphized me through your imagination. While you are indeed unique, I still perceive you as my child. Once again, Yi Sui heard the civilizational consciousness refer to itself as a mother. Yi Sui could only grasp the essence of the civilizational consciousness as akin to the way of heaven, which rendered it more comprehensible. Will you attack other civilizational consciousnesses? Yi Sui inquired. The new human civilizational consciousness responded, I have been incessantly attacking, manifesting as you oppress and conquer alien races. This is my way of consuming or assimilating other civilizations. We are intrinsically interconnected, our thoughts and actions in harmony. Yi Sui asked, do you believe those alien races ought to be exterminated? At that moment, the new human civilizational consciousness unexpectedly fell silent. You have not contemplated this thoroughly, and thus cannot seek answers from me. If you wish to inquire about the impact of their extinction on me, I can only say that sparing them allows me to gradually absorb a greater bounty of sustenance. Of course, my interests are not aligned with yours, strictly speaking. They diverge from those of you, the pure-blooded humans. There may come a day when you become parasites within me, should your ascension plan and deification plan persist. Yi Sui's mind could scarcely endure this revelation, prompting a severance of their connection as he cradled his head and lay on the ground. After approximately an hour of agony, Yi Sui staggered to his feet, acutely aware that his mental capacity had doubled. The line between fortune and misfortune blurred. He had not had the chance to ask why it suggested they might become parasites within it. Was it truly the ascension and deification plans that posed a threat to it, or was it merely a reflection of a biological instinct for self-preservation? If it is harmful, then where lies the harm? If it is indeed his instinct, to what extent were his previous words uttered from a place of self-preservation? Or is it possible that only the final statement stemmed from a biological urge for survival? Nonetheless, the consciousness of the new human civilization, imbued with curiosity and benevolence towards the entity known as Yi Sui, should still reflect humanity's own intrigue and goodwill. Furthermore, in recognition of his uniqueness, Yi Sui believes it prudent to refrain from exercising his abilities outside the sphere of human civilization until he acquires the means to resist the fourth dimension, lest he attract unwanted attention. Yet, Yi Sui observes that the consciousness of the new human civilization does not exhibit overt hostility towards alien races or other artificially created beings, such as hybrids. Could this imply that the broader community of pure-blooded humans does not harbor the disdain towards them that Yi Sui has envisioned? After countless years of companionship, communication, and procreation, humanity seems to have embraced them. Perhaps the display of dominance and rejection is merely a facade born of fear? Or has he, in fact, come to accept the existence of certain hybrid communities and been influenced by their ideologies? Such considerations significantly impact Yi Sui's judgment and understanding of the silent populace's perception of the forthcoming two primary developmental paths. Moreover, Yi Sui must introspectively ponder his own feelings towards Bai Lingyin. Chapter 97. The Ascension Ceremony of Huayin Justin. Ultimately, a jester remains a jester. Regardless of the mask worn, he is still a jester, a purveyor of lies held in contempt by others. In his youth, Huayin Justin did not aspire to be an orator or a debater. Rather, young Justin dreamed of becoming a naval engineer, wishing to follow in the footsteps of his parents. The ability to deceive was imparted to him by adults, and thus he mastered the art of lying, cloaking his falsehoods in the resplendent guise of oratory and debate. He emerged as the most distinguished graduate of his year, subsequently advancing to the prestigious halls of learning at the Academy of Higher Studies. Yet, little Justin could no longer aspire to be a naval engineer. Instead, he transformed into a politician adept at weaving webs of deceit. Alas, humanity is a pragmatic race, and the consequences of his duplicity were dire. Justin was utterly unfit to undertake any tangible duties. He lacked decisiveness and initiative, devoid of accountability and a sense of responsibility. The jester upon the stage could never metamorphose into a respected figure at the podium. He remained scorned by those around him, a sentiment Justin felt acutely. Even after joining the chaotic faction, a nest of societal outcasts, he found himself isolated. Others possessed extraordinary abilities while he was perpetually overlooked by the Ascension program. This ignited a profound resentment within him. Despite sharing the same bloodline, enjoying equal human rights, and holding the authority to represent others, he was still regarded with disdain, as merely a jester who spun tales. Deep within, Justin harbored contempt for his own weakness and ineptitude, for being a mere fabricator of lies. The disappointments of his life's journey and his social alienation intensified his radicalism and his yearning for validation. The jester took the stage, where fear echoed as the most melodious applause. Thus emerged the malevolent Justin, who, unlike the duplicitous members of the chaotic faction, genuinely sought to wreak havoc and trample upon the order of the Senate, not merely to fulfill his political ambitions and bask in the spotlight, but rather to ascend to a higher realm. Justin, although not absorbed by the Ascension plan, is nonetheless susceptible to veering off course through other means. He has devoted considerable time and expended significant energy. Whispers of rumors swirl within the Senate, where hardliners are poised to launch a full-scale assault on the Dongshin fortress during Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, aiming to undermine Ariel's prestige and attention. To this end, they are willing to mobilize a substantial portion of the Senate's defensive forces, leaving it vulnerable. The Alliance of all races is likely to seize this opportunity to execute a decapitating strike against the Senate. Currently, the Senate has gathered over 70% of humanity from the Great Xia Alliance and anticipates amassing 90% within 3 days. This indicates that, aside from the front line at the Southern Gate and the provincial executive committees, pure-blooded humans will converge in the Senate, among them many ordinary civilians lacking martial prowess. According to the plan, following the resolution of the Ariel affair, the Senate will be evacuated before launching a full-scale assault. Humanity has traditionally shown respect for the ancient ancestor Xianming of the Su-Xian clan, seeking to encircle and eliminate him without incurring significant costs. This requires the assembly of all members of the Ascension plan aged over 500, along with a substantial number of allied strongmen to serve as cannon fodder. Even with the presence of the elite Beidou series of the Imperial Guard, comprising 7 primary forces that patrol tirelessly, the absence of top-tier strength poses a considerable danger to the gathered ordinary populace. Yet, the citizens of the Divine Hall do not appear overly alarmed. Did they not gather yesterday to welcome Isue as usual? The reason lies in the fact that the populace of the Divine Hall has heard such rumors nearly 1,000 times over the course of a year, if not more. They have long grown accustomed to such tales, essentially desensitized to the frequent cries of wolf. Moreover, one must ponder whether the hardliners truly disregard the safety of the Divine Hall and their own kin in their relentless pursuit of elite combatants. Setting aside the potential insult to their intelligence, the people are not blind. The circle of pure-blood humans is, in essence, rather limited. Should one push open the doors of the Senate and gaze upon the likes of his Iser, Guruadong, and Han Ci, one would find no barriers to their entry. This creates an illusion that the rumors are akin to ordinary and normalized gossip, with everything appearing to remain unchanged. Yet, what if an assault were to truly occur? In the early 21st century, American intelligence agencies and numerous sources warned of a potential attack on the United States. This scenario has persisted since the dawn of the Cold War, with America never experiencing a day free from such forewarnings. Until the eruption of 9/11. When the attack indeed transpired, the wolf had truly arrived. The same principle applies to the pure-blood humans of the Divine Hall. Thus, Justin remains buried beneath this web of lies, concealing yet another deception. The hardliners, in their arrogance, have orchestrated a fade of an empty city, leading to this tragedy. Yet, this is far from over, as there awaits a layered scheme prepared by the chaotic faction. As for that knife, naturally, someone will present it. And what Justin must do is to become the final individual to wield the sharp blade. Justin departed from the Pantheon to attend yet another meeting of the chaotic faction. This gathering marked the final assembly before their impending tumult, aimed at ensuring mutual non-betrayal among themselves. Of course, it could also serve to ascertain the standing of their allies, followed by a potential betrayal. In any case, the chaotic faction is known for its unpredictable antics, much like their previous scheme to detonate the Elder Council, which, despite the treachery among themselves, did result in an explosion, yet miraculously spared any lives. leaving the pantheon to witness a grand display of fireworks. On the front lines, the Great Xia Alliance and the Void Mystic clan remain locked in a stalemate at the Dongxian fortress. The Great Xia Alliance is not in a rush, methodically filling the Starflow abyss, with the anticipated day of its completion coinciding with the day of their full-scale assault. Meanwhile, the Void Mystic clan does not remain idle. They have launched several incursions to disrupt the efforts of the summoned army tasked with filling the abyss. The ancestral figure of the Void Mystic clan, Xianming, engaged in a fierce battle with Yuan Peizhi. Although Yuan Peizhi ultimately succumbed to defeat, he managed to escape, thanks to the Great Xia Alliance's prevailing advantage. Severely wounded, Yuan Peizhi was spared by Xuanming's mercy. His plan had only just begun to take root. The seed he had sown in Xuanming's heart, and he needed further groundwork to compel Xianming to seek death on the battlefield. Despite Xuanming's feelings of guilt for leading the Void Mystic clan to such a dire state, he is consumed by thoughts of extracting every last ounce of value from himself to preserve his race and civilization. The Great Xia Alliance does not aspire to extract dimensional fragments from the Void Mystic clan. Their sole aim is to eradicate the clan with efficiency. Moreover, one is reluctant to endure the desperate frenzy of the Su Xian clan, particularly the reckless might of the universe's foremost powerhouse, the eternal supernova, Xianming. In the art of warfare, the psychological attack reigns supreme. At last, the alliance of 10,000 races has launched its offensive, with the queen of the insectoid race personally leading her armies into our territory. They provoke insurrections within and beyond the fourth border, financing the rebels. The Demon Alliance has likewise rallied its allies, amassing troops to engage in a stalemate with the main forces of the fourth border's garrison. Everything appears rather ordinary, until the conclusion of Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. As the gathered humans depart from the Temple of the Gods, the Senate loosens its constraints, mobilizing the formidable members of the conciliatory faction. They will then annihilate the Dongxian fortress, encircle Xianming, and subsequently deliver a crushing blow to the insectoids, driving back the demons, thereby bringing matters to an end. However, some individuals are determined to prevent such a straightforward resolution. For instance, the chaotic faction seeks to employ foreign races as instruments of their ambition. They have already commenced communication with these alien entities. Yet among them are double agents intent on orchestrating a treacherous scheme against the foreign executioners, eager to experience the sting of human treachery firsthand. Moreover, this is aptly termed strike first to gain the advantage. Justin, meanwhile, harbors other ambitions. He aims to exploit this opportunity to ensnare everyone within his web of deceit, substituting lies for reality to achieve a level of mockery that elevates him to divine status. Chapter 98. The highly anticipated coming-of-age ceremony of Princess Ariel. Today marks April 13th, 12024, the day of Princess Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. At 6 this morning, Ariel awoke punctually and proceeded with her morning routine. These tasks are ones she has never entrusted to her maidservants, always preferring to handle them herself. At this moment, the maidens had already prepared breakfast, while Ariel sat alone on the small balcony, savoring her meal. The resplendent sunrise cast its gentle light upon Ariel's flowing pink hair. After finishing her breakfast, Ariel, surrounded by her attendants, began her grooming ritual, donning an exquisite floor-length white gown. Throughout the process, Ariel maintained a serene smile, engaging in soft conversation with her maids, inquiring with genuine concern about their family's well-being. Naturally, no one would dare to trouble the families of Ariel's attendants. Even without her saying a word, a cadre of knights, initially believed to be her protectors, stood nearby. Ariel's demeanor was merely an act, as the cameras had arrived. From this moment onward, her delicate features must not reveal even a hint of fatigue or discontent. Instead, she was to wear a warm and elegant smile throughout the day, for the cameras would document her coming-of-age ceremony, creating a film to be shared across the stars, admired by countless races and peoples under the auspices of the Great Xia Alliance and the Great Xia Empire. At that moment, the sound of the populace singing the morning song of the Purple Star rose from outside, a folk tune long cherished on the Purple Star. This song was a blessing, crafted as the first anthem celebrating humanity's conquest of the Purple Star, wishing for a brighter tomorrow for civilization. The spontaneously gathered crowd had come to Ariel's palace to collectively present their song. For this occasion, Ariel chose not to return to her home in the Temple of the Gods, instead residing in the palace constructed in the upper echelons of the Purple Star. After all, there were no relatives waiting for her at home. her parents were preoccupied in the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, and her brother Ares had not yet returned from the front lines at the southern gate. Ares ultimately rejected Hissel's goodwill, a decision that can be understood through his adherence to the principle of military neutrality. Of course, this is all the more poignant considering that Ariel is his biological sister. As for their parents, following Maudon's lawsuit against her biological father, the Senate completely removed parental rights concerning the education and upbringing of children. The Senate contends that individuals are inherently endowed with rights and privileges by virtue of their parental lineage. Thus, to safeguard these rights from potential infringement by other citizens, it must assume a more proactive role. Although Ariel's parents frequently visit her, they did not raise her from a young age. As both are exceedingly busy with their duties at the Doshui Palace, the most bustling hub of the pure-blood humans within the Great Xia Alliance, only Aunt Hayao often comes to care for Ariel, despite the lack of any substantial support in her daily life. However, even Aunt Hayao is not always present. Ariel sits upright, a serene smile adorning her face, as the maids tend to her, occasionally engaging in casual conversation before the camera. The maids are pressed for time. They must ensure that everything is in order for Ariel before the song concludes. They are required to maintain an air of nonchalance, skillfully navigating the inquiries posed by Princess Ariel. Once they have dressed her in elegant attire, they clasp their hands before her and gracefully withdraw. Ariel then rises, exuding an elegant yet lively demeanor as she strides toward the terrace. The terrace speech is a long-standing tradition among humans. As Ariel ascends the terrace, she gazes out at the throngs of adoring spectators. Her palace is exceedingly vast, sprawling over tens of thousands of acres, featuring 3 main halls and 6 palaces, typically reserved for receiving distinguished guests from various clans. For instance, the Queen of the Elves. Those who are able to gather here have been meticulously selected. They must be ardent supporters of Ariel. Furthermore, it is essential to accommodate various groups. Among those residing in the upper echelons of Ziwei Star, 99% are of the panhuman variety, yet in this locale, the panhuman demographic can only comprise about 30%. The remainder consists of diverse alien races, including elves, liquid beings, dwarves, star spirits, crystal rock beings, feathered light beings, merfolk, wolf people, embers, vine beings, shadow folk, and the three-eyed star speakers, among approximately 1,000 other races. The elves, dwarves, and merfolk require no further elaboration. The liquid beings are composed of a highly evolved carbon-based liquid organic substance capable of altering their form at will, typically resembling a transparent, mercury-like humanoid, with a surface that shimmers with iridescent hues. Their core crystal serves as the finest material for worship energy. The star spirits bear a resemblance to elves, their skin being semi-transparent. Their skin tissues can store spiritual energy, making them vital for crafting spiritual energy weapons, with veins pulsating a brilliant blue star energy. The wolf people, as seen by Yi Sui, possess a wolf-like humanoid form, their fur reflecting the starlight, endowed with exceptional olfactory and auditory senses and the ability to transform into their wolf form. The crystal rock beings are composed of carbon-based crystals that can refract light, also serving as superconductive material, appearing as living crystal sculptures. The feathered light beings possess wings from which feathers emit light and heat, making them excellent thermal materials, lightweight, and capable of swift flight in space. The embers are encased in a shell resembling volcanic rock, with a high internal temperature that allows them to exhale flames. Although their material is not easily replaceable, their resilience is formidable, making them a significant source of servile soldiers for humanity. The Vines clan is enveloped in various parasitic tendrils, with their exterior adorned by vines and blossoms, enabling them to perform photosynthesis, albeit with limited efficacy. They are capable of tending gardens, and the flowers of the parasitic vines possess medicinal properties. The Shadow Clan's bodies are translucent like shadows, allowing them to become invisible in darkness, excelling in stealth and assassination, serving as a crucial source of military power and also as a significant origin for talent transplantation. The Three-Eyed Star Language clan resembles humans in appearance but is shorter in stature, featuring a third eye on their foreheads that facilitates communication through vibrations, enabling them to converse with most races. As for why they have not been classified as a rare species or kept in captivity by the Great Xia Alliance, it is primarily because of their prolific nature, their amicable disposition towards the Alliance, and their formidable strength. It is widely acknowledged that the supreme being of the universe is the ancestor of the Void Mystic clan. Yet few are aware that the former queen of the Elven clan, backed by the Tree of Life, is even more powerful. Yisui recalled that today marked Ariel's birthday, and accompanied by Lingyin, he intended to extend birthday greetings to her. Yisui had received an invitation from Ariel's social media, sent out of courtesy, inviting him to her coming-of-age ceremony. The significance of this was unclear. Could it be that a birthday celebrated 10,000 years later is termed a coming-of-age ceremony? All the phrasing was exceedingly formal. Yisui boarded a hovercraft destined for the space elevator, and along the way, he was greeted by numerous promotional posters and slogans heralding Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. For the Great Xia Alliance and the ordinary, silent populace, Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony holds political significance that surpasses the simple joy of celebrating a beloved young girl's birthday. The significance of this situation lies in the fact that an elder brother, born of the same mother, is unable to attend his sister's birthday celebration or her coming-of-age ceremony. This sentiment is perceptible even to Aunt Hiyao, who typically regards Ariel as a child and is indifferent to politics. Upon reaching the space elevator, Yisui sensed an anxious presence of a well-endowed young woman wandering about. One glance revealed her distress, yet no one possessed the answers to her turmoil. Chapter 99. Join Hiyao and the Silent Crowd. Lingyin sat beside Yisui, embodying the role of a dutiful secretary. Yisui called for Secretary Liu, who suggested that Yisui proceed alone to the secretary committee for her briefing, promising to follow shortly. Yisui's gaze lingered on Hiyao, who was pacing restlessly beside the space elevator. The AI girl, Yimeng, disregarding Lingyin's presence, took the initiative to inform Yisui. Her name is Hiyao, a classmate and close friend of Ariel's mother, with a strong bond to Ariel. She has been assigned to manage the spatial portal of the Pantheon. Oh, Yisui mused, intrigued by the AI girl's sudden mention of her. The AI girl's demeanor seemed somewhat melancholic. Hiyao appears to be deliberating whether or not to attend Ariel's birthday. Yisui, too, could acutely sense this uncertainty, observing that many others along the way exhibited similar emotions. Yet, the AI girl, Yimeng, did not elaborate on each individual. Instead, Hiyao was singled out as an exception. This was relayed to me by Hiyao herself. Everyone had been advising her against attending Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. The AI girl continued her narrative, expressing her sorrow for Hiyao, acknowledging that both sides had placed excessive burdens on Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. Yisui did not immediately notice Hiyao's distress, but instead inquired, "Did Hiyao mention you? Is she aware of your existence?" The AI girl, Yimeng, elucidated. This has been a habitual practice of hers since childhood. She tends to seek counsel from AI during her moments of turmoil. Furthermore, I believe she is unaware of my presence. Yisui, perplexed, pondered further. Although he understood that Hiyao had consulted the AI, he questioned how the AI girl could receive Hiyao's grievances if her permissions had indeed been suspended. "So, your permissions have not been revoked?" Yisui suddenly queried. "Indeed, brother, but that does not preclude others from conversing with me," the AI girl replied. Lingyin, sensing that Yisui appeared to be in conversation with someone, voluntarily closed her perception. The hovercar was capable of autonomous navigation, eliminating the need for Lingyin to manually operate it, as in the case of Zaishan. Yisui then asked, "So, do you wish for me to bring her along?" "Yes." The AI girl, Yimeng, candidly acknowledged her thoughts upon being understood. Hiyao lacked the courage. Had someone offered to accompany her, she might linger in her turmoil until dusk. Moreover, Ariel genuinely desired for Hiyao to join. Yet the little girl was overly preoccupied with adult concerns. Yimeng continued to articulate her desire for Yisui to take Hiyao along. Yisui sighed and nodded, tacitly agreeing to the proposal. The AI girl proactively seized control of the hovercar, steering it towards Hiyao. Startled by the sudden appearance of the vehicle, Hiyao hastily projected her identity credentials. The hovercar came to an abrupt halt. Lingyin, who had been shielded from perception, was equally taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. She quickly restored her awareness and anxiously glanced around. Was she under attack again? Yisui had no intention of crashing the car into her. Instead, he exited the vehicle, prompting Lingyin to follow suit without hesitation. "I am Yisui. May I inquire your name, madam?" He greeted Hiyao. Upon witnessing this scene, Hiyao recognized him as someone vaguely familiar yet unknown until she heard his introduction. Flustered, she stammered, "I am Hiyao, Yisui, Vice Chairman, greetings." Yisui offered a warm, gentle smile. "What troubles you so, Miss Hiyao?" She hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts, ultimately opting for silence. Perhaps for her, silence was the wisest choice, a moment to await the outcome, acceptance or rejection. Acceptance would mean casting a vote. Rejection could lead to supporting the opposing side or even invalidating her ballot. Yi sensed the change in He Yao's demeanor. Her hesitation was palpable. She might soon utter the words, "It's all right," and hastily depart, thus missing the opportunity to wish Ariel a simple happy birthday in person. Had He Yao been even a touch more timid or cautious, she might have refrained from sending Ariel a private message on social media altogether. In a moment of initiative, Yi inquired, "Are you also attending Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony?" Perhaps it was merely Yi compassion. "Coincidentally, I too shall attend. Shall we go together?" Yi extended an invitation to He Yao. Bai Lingyan, positioned behind Yi, observed their interaction with neither reaction nor change. Instinctively, Bai Lingyan took 2 steps forward, aligning herself seamlessly to sit in the front. At that moment, He Yao's gaze flickered with a hint of interest, yet it dulled almost instantaneously as if she recalled something. Her emotions swelling with fear and hesitation, prompting her to retreat even further. Yi sensed the shift in He Yao's emotions and inwardly scoffed. How could one yearn to go yet shy away from the prospect? An invitation was extended, yet it only intensified the trepidation. Yi found this paradox perplexing, bordering on disdainful. Yet, in a moment of clarity, Yi suddenly comprehended why the assessment of her fragmented self had come to an abrupt halt. It stemmed from such thoughts. The elite failed to grasp the silence and rejection of the masses while comfortably basking in their support and sacrifice. Perhaps this was a lengthy, illusory dream meant to impart wisdom to Yi. Her identity had undergone a substantial transformation, a complete upheaval, and her mindset gradually aligned with that of the elite. At this moment, Yi took the initiative to grasp He Yao's hand, wishing to lead her towards the hovercar. Alas, Yi felt an acute embarrassment. She could not budge He Yao, whose strength was formidable. In a flurry, Yi endeavored to soothe and guide He Yao's emotions. Though she had yet to implement her plan, he and Yao were pulled along by Yi, boarding a vehicle bound for the space elevator. Alas, they were to attend Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, or perhaps a birthday celebration. Bai Lingyan, ever perceptive and anticipatory, took her seat at the front, allowing the entire process to unfold naturally. Even as Yi sensed the subtle fluctuations of Bai Lingyan's emotions, he chose to overlook them. It was only after they had settled into the vehicle that Yi gazed intently at Bai Lingyan seated ahead. He Yao sat beside Yi, her hand clasped in his, unwittingly drawn into the car without noticing Yi slight shifts in demeanor. She felt a twinge of awkwardness. Her sky-blue hair partially veiling her face, her ample chest gently rising and falling. Bai Lingyan, seemingly aware of Yi gaze, turned back, attempting to respond playfully. Yet for reasons unknown, she ultimately opted to lower her head in silence. Although everything remained transparent to Yi heart and mind, mere awareness of emotional changes could not truly unveil the depths of another's soul. After all, Yi had yet to awaken his empathic abilities. Chapter 100. As soon as Princess Ariel enters the Council of Elders, everything will improve. Since awakening, Yi had been bombarded with news of Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. The Temple of the Gods was adorned with posters and promotional slogans pertaining to this event. The intent was not solely to announce Ariel's 18th birthday or her transition into adulthood. Rather, it aimed to leverage Ariel's coming of age to propagate the political ideology of the Huairou faction, thereby augmenting its influence. The ultimate goal was to cultivate a robust and stable political force centered around Ariel within the Great Xia Alliance, fostering obedience and loyalty. This political force is evidently more conducive to the stability and interests of the Great Xia Alliance and human governance. The conciliatory faction seizes this opportunity to showcase their educational achievements to the public. By aligning with this formidable entity, they aim to expand the entire framework of the conciliatory faction. This occasion serves to negotiate with this colossal political power before the Senate and the broader human society. Therefore, the significance of Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony must be widely recognized. It is imperative that the vast, silent populace becomes aware that the conciliatory faction have discovered a new path that does not require the maintenance of a dangerously high-pressure authoritarian regime. Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony is a concentrated display of this, when myriad races pay their respects, regardless of their status. Whether they are ancient patriarchs of powerful clans or rulers of civilizations, they all bow reverently and sincerely before Ariel. They proclaim, "Princess Ariel," and cheer, "Princess Ariel." Thus, Interstellar stability is secured, and humanity can rest easy. Humanity can thrive for millennia, tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years, living in grandeur without engaging in labor, effortlessly accessing boundless resources to sustain themselves. At this moment, the poster depicting the multitude of races in reverence is prominently displayed at the heart of the Divine Temple's space elevator. The visitors from various races exhibit utmost respect, warmth, and gentleness, regardless of how much they deviate from human aesthetic norms. On the poster, they appear remarkably pleasing to the eye. Once Yisui and his entourage ascend the space elevator and reach the surface, this situation will only intensify. The nearly 1,000 years of effort and sacrifice from the conciliatory faction are all for this final culmination. On the surface of Ziwei Star, there exist 18 cities, among which lies the imperial capital. The capital itself is composed of 3 distinct tiers, the upper, middle, and lower levels. Despite the stringent population controls and management imposed on Ziwei Star, it has still managed to amass trillions of inhabitants. This is not the pinnacle of Ziwei Star's capacity, nor is it the limit of the Great Xia Alliance's governance. Rather, it is merely the constraint dictated by the Senate. At present, all cities on Ziwei Star are fervently and systematically celebrating Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. Everywhere one looks, there are various forms of posters and slogans tailored to the local context. Phrases such as harmonious coexistence, benevolent governance, and unity among all races abound. Crowds and organizations gather to offer prayers and blessings for Ariel, genuinely expressing their well wishes. Throngs of people surround the float, exuding joy and festivity, adorned with colorful decorations in celebration of Princess Ariel's rite of passage. This exuberant and frenzied celebration has been meticulously orchestrated by the organizers for maximum theatrical effect. While one might find amusement in a single monkey dancing around a banana, the sight of 10,000 monkeys performing the same act elicits awe and admiration for what must surely be an exceptionally delectable banana. Ariel, seated on the parade float, departs from her palace, her elaborate gown and heavy adornments severely restricting her movements. To project an image of elegance and solemnity, she must maintain an uncomfortable posture while seated. At intervals, she greets the enthusiastic crowds lining her path, all the while sustaining a warm and gracious smile. As the procession came to a halt, compelled by the fervent crowd, Ariel prepared to receive the diverse and jubilant throngs. Perhaps it was a child of an exotic race, calling out for the princess and climbing onto the float to present Ariel with gifts from their distant home. Or it might be an elderly elf, reluctant to succumb to the ravages of time beneath the tree of life, trembling as she ascended the float to bestow blessings upon their esteemed princess. There could even be a youth, a derivative of Ariel's admirers since childhood, shyly approaching the float to pledge his allegiance. To which Ariel responded with a warm smile, "Go forth and defend the Great Xia Alliance." Alternatively, there might be a figure representing the oppressed and impoverished, kneeling at the edge of the float, lamenting their past suffering while praising Ariel for her benevolent governance that transformed their fate. Ariel, ever gracious, offered her well wishes in return. Even those from the demon race, disguised and adversarial to the Great Xia Alliance, dared to ascend the steps and inquire about the future of the alliance amidst surrounding civilizations. Ariel, standing before them, boldly promised, "It shall be eternal peace, a peace more enduring than a millennium." Thus, a grand and protracted procession finally reached the hall after nearly an hour. Ariel lifted her gown, aided by her attendants, who helped her adjust the fabric. With the enhancement of human physique, the materials of her garments and adornments shimmered with dazzling brilliance, embodying the most exquisite and opulent hues of this world. With her elegant, fair neck held high, Ariel ascended the seemingly endless staircase, step by step. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the hall, Ariel turned back to behold countless masses halted at the steps, their yearning gazes, pleading looks, and sincere faith laid bare before her. They, too, recognized Ariel's watchful eyes upon them, their emotions surging forth in tears of fervor. A multitude of both humans and other races knelt in reverence, raising their voices in jubilant unison. "Long live Princess Ariel! Long live Princess Ariel!" As Ariel entered the main hall of the banquet, a luxurious red carpet, crafted from exquisite materials, was already laid out, flanked by attendants standing in perfect formation. With each step Ariel took, the attendants bowed in reverence. A serene smile adorned Ariel's face as she approached the heart of the gathering. Then, an elder of the dwarven race, meticulously grooming his beard and donned in traditional attire, approached her. With tears streaming down his face, he fell to his knees, grasping Ariel's delicate hand. "Princess Ariel, after all these years, how you have grown," he exclaimed, bridging the gap of time with heartfelt warmth. Ariel's gentle smile radiated warmth to all present as she bent down to assist the overwhelmed elder. "Grandfather Sean, please rise," she urged, gently releasing his hand while offering her support to Sean Putz, the chieftain of the Dwarven clan. Once Princess Ariel enters the council, all shall be well. Chapter 101. Queen Narcia of the Elves bends graciously to welcome Ariel. Under the brilliance of the lights, all eyes are upon her. At this moment, even as the front line faces the imminent annihilation of the Void clan, the spotlight must be directed towards Ariel's grand entrance. She strides gracefully along the crimson carpet, entering a hall capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Ariel must proceed along this red path, greeting the myriad representatives from various races invited to the adult ceremony. The carpet extends inward, leading her to ascend 9 small steps to reach the prominent seat on the elevated platform. Old Xian of the Dwarven clan seized the first opportunity, inciting considerable discontent among the other races, who surged towards Ariel yet consciously avoided stepping on the crimson carpet. The elder of the Liquid clan materialized in human form, bowing deeply to Ariel, his silent hope evident in his posture. The venerable leader of the Wolf clan, enduring the excruciating pain of his shattered bones, maintained his dignified human guise, kneeling before Ariel with his crescent staff in hand. The Tri-Eyed Star Language clan, a civilization with established governance, saw their president and his wife struggle to make their way through the crowd. With somewhat clumsy articulation, they proclaimed, "May Princess Ariel enjoy eternal blessings." The chief administrator of the Shadow clan, in corporeal form, sought to accompany the Tri-Eyed Star Language clan for a brief exchange with Ariel. The Vine clan and the Ashen clan jostled together, each unwilling to yield, covertly vying for dominance. As Ariel passed before them, the leaders of both clans emitted a resonant call, kneeling in homage to her. They successfully captured Ariel's attention, and she acknowledged them with a nod. With their magnificent wings, the Lumini stood on one side, while the colossal Crystallians occupied the other, parting the multitude as they knelt in homage to Ariel. Ahead, the mermaid princess, Yuma, who was physically challenged, reclined gracefully against the steps, supported by her tail and flippers. The merfolk possessed the innate ability to manipulate water, yet she hesitated to wield such powers in this grand assembly. Ariel cast her gaze towards Princess Yuma, who responded with a playful sparkle in her eyes. The merfolk's civilization mirrored that of humanity, with their homeworld and environment strikingly similar. However, humanity chose the continents, while the merfolk remained a distinct, isolated race. Yuma was the illegitimate daughter of a human and a mermaid, thus earning her title as the princess of the merfolk. The merfolk reproduce externally, yet they still possess fallopian tubes and a uterus, making it theoretically possible, though practically it involves in vitro fertilization. Ariel extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand towards Yuma. Grasping Ariel's hand with both of her own, Yuma exerted her tail to rise, then leaned down to kiss the back of Ariel's hand. It is important to note that Yuma's hands bore no webbing. "Your Highness, I, your knight Yuma, extend my heartfelt congratulations for your enduring legacy." Ariel was amused by Yuma's gesture, realizing that she needed to smile in return. Her smile conveyed warmth, inviting the common folk to approach, while simultaneously showcasing the special regard bestowed upon Yuma, a being of unique heritage. At this moment, perhaps Ariel's laughter is infused with genuine joy. Yet this smile continuously acquires meanings that transcend mere amusement. Observing Ariel's radiant laughter, the entire hall echoes with merriment, as even Yumomo joins in the carefree laughter. Ariel ascends the first step, her arm gracefully linked with Yumomo's. The Queen of the Star Spirits, Estelle, flanks her on one side, accompanied by the Elven Princess Amalurith on the other, assisting Ariel in lifting her gown's train. The Elven and Star Spirit races are two prominent factions among the spiritual kin, with the Star Spirits being an exceptionally formidable lineage. The spiritual races are significant allies and staunch supporters of Ariel, having placed considerable stakes on her success. From a young age, Ariel has exhibited an innate compassion and kindness. During her foundational education, she proposed a vision for a conciliatory policy towards all races and devised a seemingly feasible plan to realize this ambition. This proposition swiftly garnered support and promotion from the conciliatory faction, with various races placing their hopes upon her. The grandeur surrounding Ariel's birthday celebration and the obsequiousness of the races can be attributed to her personal charm and the affection bestowed upon her as the empire's jewel. Attempting to mask their political aspirations and investments placed upon her. Is this not a subtle attempt to sway the decisions of the Senate? With the king's decree accepted, peace reigns across the seas. This is the future envisioned by Ariel, the conciliatory faction, and the diverse races for the populace of the Senate. At least for this moment. The hearts of the silent masses may truly believe in Ariel's promises. Two opulent thrones stand majestically upon the high platform. The central throne is crafted from celestial gold, adorned with a mesmerizing pattern of swirling starry rivers, radiating brilliance. The side throne, meticulously sculpted from the unique eternal wood of the elven race, is entwined with delicate vines and blossoms, exuding a gentle luminescence of life. Queen Narcia of the elven realm sits gracefully upon the side throne, her demeanor both elegant and dignified. Her silver hair flows like moonlight, contrasting with her fair skin and exquisite features, while her eyes shimmer with the brilliance of stars, embodying both nobility and authority in every gesture. Her long, pristine legs are subtly revealed beneath her flowing white gown. The delicate fabric fails to conceal her remarkable figure, making Amalilith appear almost childlike in comparison. Accompanied by Estelle and Amalilith, Ariel ascends the platform step by step, drawing Narcia's calm gaze as she remains seated beside the throne. During the grand imperial elections held every century in the Summer Empire, the Elven Queen is afforded the honor of sitting in the principal seat. For she is the reigning queen of the elves, the esteemed empress of the Summer Empire, Narcia. Despite her ascension to the throne 2 millennia ago, she has never truly wielded her power. Nevertheless, humanity acknowledges that Narcia stands as the second most formidable force in the cosmos, following only the enigmatic Xianyuan clan. The profound respect that the Summer Alliance holds for the Elven Queen traces back to the era of the 8th Interstellar Expedition. Confronted by the invincible interstellar expeditionary forces sweeping across the third border of the universe, the former Elven Queen, backed by the Mother Tree of Life, single-handedly defended her realm against an entire nation, an act that earned her the respect of many. In contrast to the Su Xian clan's Xianming, who, despite vanquishing all adversaries, finds it futile to avert the impending collapse of their domain. The former queen of the elven race embodies a true individual prowess capable of altering the course of fate. Only through formidable strength can one earn the respect of humanity. Although the elven race presently appears to be a subordinate of the Great Xia Alliance, subject to their whims and easily conscripted into perilous endeavors, such maneuvers fail to undermine the foundation of the elven lineage. It is precisely due to the Great Xia Alliance's apprehension towards the elven race that they continually seek to deplete its strength. The trepidation harbored by humanity towards the elven race has thus led to a reluctant acceptance of the crowning of the 2 elven queens as empresses of the Great Xia Empire. Consequently, Queen Narcia of the elven race has rarely ventured beyond her dominion in over 2 millennia. Yet, this time, she bravely confronts immense personal danger and political pressure. Resolved to accompany Amalilith to celebrate Ariel's birthday, she is the most noble queen in the universe. Even if she were to remain seated, it would bear no consequence. Perhaps, according to the rites and hierarchy, she ought not to personally greet Ariel. Nevertheless, she rises, descending the steps to welcome the ascending Ariel. Chapter 102. The Elven Queen descends the steps. Leaders of all races present their tributes. Queen Narcia of the elven race is unadorned, merely a simple hairpin and a broken crown. She refrains from overshadowing Ariel, yet her mere presence renders her the most captivating queen in the cosmos. Her bare ankles are entwined with golden threads, connected to the traditional secret gold sandals of the elven race. The pristine arch of her foot rises, landing on the next step. As Ariel ascends, Narcia descends the staircase. The sound of shoes striking the steps was slow and heavy, casting a pall over the assembly, leaving no one daring to utter a word. All that could be heard were the footsteps, as everyone gazed intently at those traversing the same stairs. Surely, the Elven Queen must have paused. This was the shared speculation among those present and those gathered before their screens, watching the globally anticipated Great Xia Alliance, as well as the citizens of various civilizations across the stars and the universe. Standing on the same step was already the utmost humiliation that the elven race could reluctantly endure, even within the hallowed halls of the divine palace. The members of the Senate were pondering what should follow if Narcia indeed halted her ascent. Yet, Narcia was simply too elevated. Her slender form had surpassed that of Ariel. Such a display was not only impolite, but also unsightly. Regardless of whether you agree or are satisfied with this reasoning, it is imperative that you accept it and cling to it tenaciously. As long as the Great Xia Alliance does not wish to engage in conflict with the elven race over such a trivial matter, the truth remains that Narcia hesitated on the same step for but a moment before proceeding to the next. This action sent ripples of outrage throughout the elven domain. Countless elves, even those who had mentally prepared themselves, resolutely believed that Her Majesty had suffered indignity. This was a collective humiliation for the entire elven race. A disgrace to the mother tree of life, leading many to weep with a sense of profound shame. Equally astonished were the members of the Senate, as well as the myriad guests and the diverse races watching the broadcast across the universe. This development clearly surpassed the plans and preparations of the conciliatory faction. It was evident that this was the elven queen Narcia's unilateral decision. For millennia ago, the usurper who had effectively become the autocrat of the Great Xia Alliance did not even stand on the same pedestal as the former queen of the elven race. Yet now, Queen Narcia of the Elves has astonishingly chosen to step back for the sake of a mere 18-year-old girl. Does this signify the genuine subjugation of the elven race? Narcia's weakness and naivety are significant factors contributing to the gradual decline of a once-equal elven society in relation to the Great Xia Alliance. Narcia's support for the conciliatory faction, particularly her personal affection for Ariel, serves as a crucial material guarantee for Ariel's political aspirations. Within the elven realm, Queen Narcia embodies the mother tree of life, and the mother tree is synonymous with all that exists. This is indisputable. The queen's authority is absolute, as long as she remains recognized and connected to the mother tree. Even if she takes another step down, Narcia still stands a head taller than Ariel. With a determined bite of her jade-like teeth, Narcia hesitates, contemplating yet another descent. In that moment, Ariel grasps her hand, and Narcia feels the warmth radiating from her palm. Ariel perhaps realizes that this gesture may not be appropriate. Nevertheless, she pulls Narcia up to the same level, and together they ascend. The words Narcia had prepared now seem unnecessary. The two ascend the platform, taking their places on either side, with Ariel occupying the central seat and Narcia seated beside her. Guests from various races gather below the platform, returning to their respective seats. While there are indeed pure-blooded humans attending Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, they have strictly adhered to the tradition of secret gatherings, remaining hidden in the back hall, away from public view. These pure-blooded humans predominantly hail from the faction of conciliation, along with 3 children, Sung Sung, Hui Hui, and Lele. They have made an arrangement with Ariel to request their teacher to accompany them down early in the morning. The conciliatory faction also contemplated the potential impact of the children's presence on the internal dynamics of humanity. The Basic Education Committee was persuaded by the faction, and internally, it was deemed worthwhile to take a slight risk to provide the children with a lesson in social practice. Meanwhile, representatives from the myriad races and the pan-human collective were gathered in the main hall, accompanying the day's protagonist, Ariel. The celebratory festivities on Ziwei Star had reached a crescendo, showcasing a dazzling array of performances. Ariel, seated in the principal position, addressed the audience. "I am grateful for your presence at my coming-of-age ceremony." After delivering a few formal pleasantries, the atmosphere became even more exuberant. Thus, the moment of significance commenced. At this juncture, the Upper Administrative Committee of the Ziwei Star capital unexpectedly announced the temporary suspension of air traffic control in the mid-air space above the capital, allowing festivities to unfold in harmony with the populace. The various races had already made their preparations, as ships, having completed the necessary formalities and inspections, boldly entered the mid-air space of the Ziwei Star capital. Within the main hall, the mermaid princess, Yuma, was the first to take the stage. Representing the esteemed citizens of the Mermaid Star from the Great Xia Alliance's Gulf Star domain, Princess Yuma conveyed her heartfelt congratulations to Princess Ariel, wishing her boundless fortune and longevity. May the oceans bless Princess Ariel. May she remain eternally beautiful, like a precious pearl. The mermaid race graciously presented 60 million kilograms of symbiotic pearls as a tribute to Princess Ariel, known for their ability to enhance beauty and prolong life, a testament to the innate gifts of their kind. For pure-blooded humans, this serves as a vital resource for longevity and genetic restoration. For the merfolk, the accompanying luminous pearl is their very foundation. Each mermaid may only form one every century. With a leader emerging, matters become considerably simpler. The chief of the Shadow Clan rose to present a gift to Ariel. May your benevolence warm like the starlight, Princess Ariel. The Shadow Clan, lacking in unique products, felt deeply inspired by Princess Ariel amidst the Great Xia Alliance's campaign against foreign lands, offering their unwavering support, standing resolutely as a solitary tribe in battle. Though conscription has always been a daunting challenge, the Shadow Clan, having endured the tribulations of such summons, now willingly volunteers, proclaiming their allegiance to Princess Ariel's call. Following suit, the Crystal Rock Clan also declared, "We too shall heed Princess Ariel's summons, and in addition, we shall bestow upon you 10 million tons of crystalline rock from our 6 production star systems. May your soul be as pure as crystal, Princess Ariel. You are the radiant light in our hearts, and may your brilliance dispel the clouds of oppression." To whom is this directed? The value of the Crystal Rock Clan is undeniable, being composed of rare and sought-after materials. The Featherlight Clan subsequently pledged, "Princess Ariel, you are the wings of freedom in our hearts. May your dreams soar across the boundless cosmos. We, the Featherlight Clan, vow to be your wings for eternity, and in response to your call, we shall also stand alone as a tribe, offering 10 million kilograms of radiant feathers and 10 star domains." While the Featherlight Clan appears to be bestowing 10 star domains, their total value pales in comparison to that of a single star system from the Crystal Rock Clan. The gift of immense value is perhaps the 10 million kilograms of radiant wings. Princess Ariel, may your resolve burn as fiercely as a flame. May your brilliance ignite the hope for peace throughout the universe. The chief of the Ember Clan joins in the celebration. The Ember Clan wishes to present a vast array of rare materials and local specialties. However, they hesitate to mention their willingness to engage in battle or cede territory. For the Ember Clan's very identity is designed around the valorous pursuit of combat, while in truth, they are a race that cherishes peace. Boasting exceptional survival capabilities, they possess minimal requirements for their living conditions and are largely devoid of any inclination towards external aggression. The Ember Clan has no star systems to offer, nor do they wish to take the initiative in military endeavors. They merely seek the blessing of Ariel for peace. In the streets, with each promise and oath from the leaders of foreign races, vast quantities of gifts are dispatched by spaceship, all before the eyes of the gathered crowd, heading towards the warehouses in the upper levels of Ziwei Star. The ships also distribute some gifts to the assembled populace, who, receiving these benefits, fervently chant, "Long live Princess Ariel." Chapter 103. The spectacle of multitudes coming to pay homage. Narcia shall crown Ariel. Yet, this is far from the conclusion. When we speak of multitudes, we truly mean multitudes. Over 10,000 races have been invited to participate in Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. Among them are colossal races such as the Elves, the Liquid Clan, and the Star Spirits. Although the populations of these spiritual races may not be large, their formidable individual combat prowess is the foundation of their status as colossal races. The pure-blood human population may be considered a diminutive race. However, when accounting for the broader human collective, humanity's civilization, in terms of sheer numbers, can merely be classified as a mid-sized race. Nonetheless, no one dares to dismiss the interstellar dominion of the Great Xia Alliance, humans, as anything less than a colossal race. Therefore, it is almost accurate to assert that the vast interstellar ecosystem encompassing both the inner and outer cosmos of the Great Xia Alliance has drawn the presence of crucial high-ranking officials from all renowned races and civilizations. They come bearing gifts, eager to demonstrate their goodwill and loyalty towards the Great Xia Alliance. Simultaneously, they boast of their own strength and resources, apprehensively attempting to convey that they still possess the means to resist. Moreover, they are almost overtly pledging their support for Ariel. The situation within the Great Xia Alliance has become increasingly intricate. The emergence of Isue has brought forth significant changes, and the likelihood of losses on their investments in both Ariel and the Huairo faction grows ever more daunting. They risk facing utter ruin, the obliteration of their nations, and the extinction of their peoples. The gamblers already seated at the table must either sever their ties in a desperate bid for survival or go all in. Presently, the myriad races are prostrating themselves before Ariel, presenting gifts as a means to stake everything. The Liquid race, the Vine race. There was originally another race, the Dreamweaver race. Yet, it is evident that no one dares to broach the disheartening subject of the Dreamweaver race's annihilation in this venue. The Great Xia Alliance has attributed the crime of exterminating the Dreamweaver race to Villia, who is now a wanted fugitive. Perhaps it is due to the extinction of the Dreamweaver race that other races, once filled with hope and hesitation, have been irrevocably driven to Ariel's side. In summary, in the presence of numerous races, whether alone or in unison, they all knelt before Ariel, offering tributes of unique resources, rare treasures, and territories acquired through their battles. Countless are the gifts presented, too many to articulate. Each tribute is met with a resounding cheer, echoing through the vastness of the purple microstar, where all who bear witness to the live broadcast can hear these offerings. Together, they rejoice, as if celebrating the arrival of myriad races, all yielding to royal governance. Such jubilance for this interstellar era is only fitting. At this moment, the pride of humanity soars, tears streaming down their faces as they gaze upon the celestial hall of the gods suspended in the heavens. This emotion reverberates even within the divine hall. Supporters of the conciliatory faction are equally moved, astonished, and elated by the spectacle before them. The highest assembly of the Great Xia Empire has never witnessed such grandeur in the tributes of various races. We extend our heartfelt wishes for Princess Ariel's eternal prosperity. We pledge to follow Her Highness Princess Ariel unto death. The ideals of Princess Ariel have become our own aspirations. Ultimately, the grand finale features Queen Estelle of the Star Spirit clan and Princess Amalili of the Elven clan. They embody the collective wishes of the 13 major factions and 71 minor factions of the spirit races. If we are to aid her ascent, let us elevate Ariel to the heavens. They descend from the high platform, composing themselves, and half kneel in the direction of Ariel. Simultaneously, they manifest a holographic three-dimensional image visible solely to Ariel through their spiritual energy. Although outsiders cannot discern its details, its significance is unmistakable. Within the Senate, the trio known as the March Group is momentarily taken aback, with March exclaiming in astonishment as he points. At this moment, Gong Kai's urgent communication arrived, and he merely uttered a single phrase. Should we forcibly seize it? I can grant emergency authorization right now. The trio, however, remained in contemplative silence, until Han Chang finally remarked, well, let's see how far that girl Ariel can go. Countless onlookers were equally astonished, gazing at the tribute presented by Estelle and Amaryllis. Both Estelle and Amaryllis maintained an expressionless demeanor, their eyes tightly shut, exuding an aura of sanctity. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was evidently premeditated. Thus, the enigma of this painting was about to be unveiled. This artwork was a grand map depicting the vast territories of the spirit race, encompassing the third and fourth outer boundaries of the cosmos, as well as the universe beyond those borders. Upon beholding this spiritual map, Ariel felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if the very heavens and earth were dimming. Narcia noticed the peculiarity in Ariel's expression, mistaking it for shock or disbelief, and reached out to grasp her hand, signaling her to accept the offering. Presenting the map signified surrender and allegiance. Through this act, Estelle and Amaryllis conveyed the spirit race's willingness to submit to Ariel. All Ariel required was a rite of passage. This could procure countless resources for the Great Xia Alliance, facilitate the mobilization of forces from myriad races, and expand territorial dominion across nearly 10,000 star domains without a single soldier being raised. Furthermore, it could lead to the collective allegiance of other spirit races, and even a star map that could compel the Senate to act recklessly in pursuit. Tribes from all corners would come to pay their respects. The scene at the Stargate should embody such grandeur, offering the map in submission, bending countless foes to one's will without a single skirmish, is indeed another form of romance. This is precisely what the Huayro faction seeks to showcase to humanity through Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, their political ideals. Had it not been for Isue, Ariel's rite of passage would have unfolded seamlessly, with humanity perhaps daring to defy the tradition of clandestine gatherings and appear in the Grand Hall. In such a scenario, Ariel would have entered the Senate as a globally recognized political prodigy, assuming a role within the Foreign Affairs Committee or the Interstellar Alien Organizations Committee. After establishing her identity, Wen Yuanpei could no longer withstand the torment of her inner demons and recklessly sought death. Ariel would rise to prominence amidst public sentiment, becoming the next chief amidst the clamoring demands for youth, nostalgia, innovation, and a moderate, non-dictatorial leadership. Everything seemed meticulously planned, so utterly inevitable. Yet, Isue emerged, shattering all expectations and compelling Ariel to veer into an opposing extreme. This extremity resulted in the main hall being devoid of any human presence apart from herself. It led her parents to be urged by the Doshui Palace to maintain distance, and her brother Eris opted for neutrality to avoid suspicion within the military. Even Aunt Yao hesitated, swayed by the warnings of friends. "Oh, Ariel, I wonder if all of this truly aligns with your desires?" Isue, accompanied by Aunt Yao, navigated through a severely congested roadway, his patience thoroughly depleted and unwilling to wait any longer. He instructed Aunt Yao to activate her identification privileges and directly commanded the hovercar to ascend into the mid-air territory, fortuitously encountering the alien vessel bearing gifts. How could a hovercar ever collide with a spaceship? And what audacity did the alien ship possess to dare crash into Isue's vehicle? The spaceship abruptly froze in place, its alien pilot furiously cursing, only to notice the small hovering vehicle ahead. Isue commanded the vehicle to ascend once more, and the extraterrestrial aboard the spacecraft realized that Isue was still capable of rising, becoming acutely aware that he had nearly caused a grave disaster. Queen Nalshia of the Elven race observed the proceedings with a benevolent and sacred smile as Ariel graciously accepted the gifts. The moment had arrived for Ariel to convey a message of goodwill and acceptance to the myriad races. Rising from her seat, Queen Nalshia took a crown from the hands of a nearby priest of the Spirit clan. The coronation had evolved over millennia into a significant rite of passage for pure-blooded humans. This honor would be bestowed personally upon Ariel by Her Majesty, Queen Nalshia of the Elven race, under the auspices of the Great Xia Empire. Queen Nalshia would personally crown Ariel. Chapter 104. The world awaits thy coronation. Who pities thee in weakness and solitude? At the Xiwixing Imperial Conference Hall, representatives from all races gathered, and two resplendent thrones shone brilliantly upon the elevated platform. Dressed in splendid attire, Ariel sat gracefully at the side seat, her pink hair cascading like silk, while Queen Nalshia, with silver hair glimmering like moonlight, approached the main throne with a demeanor both solemn and elegant. Her gaze was tranquil, yet imbued with anticipation. The emissaries from various races held their breath, attentive to the impending coronation. All eyes were fixed upon this moment, which bore both advantages and disadvantages for Ariel. Once crowned, she would have the means to fully unite the vast spiritual civilization led by the Elven race. With Ariel accepting the coronation, their relationship would be formally established, and all promises would be fulfilled. The flaw lies in the fact that Ariel is not adorned with a crown of humanity, but rather with the diadem of the Elven race, or more accurately, the crown of the spirit kin. It is noteworthy that Ariel holds the esteemed title of Princess of the Elves, and it is only fitting that she is crowned by the Elven Queen, a gesture that cannot be criticized by anyone. Many recognize this to be the crown of the Elven lineage, and even humans are inclined to see Ariel claim her rights concerning the Elven heritage. However, this has never been explicitly stated. Rather, there has been a deliberate effort to obfuscate these two concepts. Narcia presents the act of crowning as though it were a bestowal of the human crown. Yet, the coronation of humans typically occurs at dusk. After Ariel completes all formalities in the morning, she may celebrate her birthday with friends and family in the afternoon twilight, followed by a familial crowning. Narcia slowly approaches Ariel, her golden heels echoing on the palace floor. In her hands, she holds the crown, which, despite its elven embellishments, also features traditional human motifs. This is a so-called bespoke creation, a subtle hint of what is to come. The crowning? The ceremony is complete. Just as everyone holds their breath in anticipation of the exhilarating moment, an unexpected event unfolds. With a resounding crash, the grand gilded doors of the hall are thrust open. Isue pushes aside the heavy entrance. The door, crafted from special materials, is not only aesthetically pleasing but also practical, secure, and weather-resistant. It appears immensely weighty, and indeed, it is, but the door is designed to open and close automatically. As Isue entered the venue alongside He Yao and Bai Lingyin, his demeanor exuded composure and his steps were steady, seemingly oblivious to the inappropriateness of his actions. Bai Ling, his devoted companion, trailed behind with an air of anxiety and trepidation, her head bowed in a submissive manner that evoked sympathy. Narcia faced two choices: to swiftly resolve the situation by bestowing the crown upon Ariel, or to allow an unexpected interruption to derail the ceremony. Ariel, ensnared in her own conflicted thoughts, caught sight of He Yao and, filled with delight, leaped off the stage to greet her aunt. "Aunt He Yao," she exclaimed joyfully. "I thought you wouldn't come." He Yao, initially feeling somewhat awkward, momentarily forgot the gravity of the occasion upon seeing Ariel rush towards her. She dashed past Isui, and the two embraced on the crimson carpet. Ariel was mindful of maintaining decorum, ensuring her gestures were neither excessive nor lacking in warmth. A delicate balance of affection that conveyed depth without overwhelming. Isui paused, a genuine smile illuminating his face as he observed the heartfelt exchange between He Yao and Ariel. He Yao's desires were simple, to avoid causing any inconvenience while celebrating Ariel's birthday, within the context of the Great Xia Alliance, which seemingly granted humanity boundless power. The only forces capable of hindering one's endeavors were oneself or another. As He Yao and Ariel parted, Ariel's gaze shifted towards Isui and Bai Lingyin, both of whom she recognized. However, the challenge lay in determining how to accommodate these two individuals amidst the unfolding events. Ms. Ariel, Isui greeted her. Ariel was somewhat taken aback by this sudden address. Happy birthday. Isui wished her well. This was likely the first time Ariel received such a heartfelt birthday greeting that day, as the elders of the Huairou faction had designated the occasion of her coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone referred to Ariel's 18th birthday as a rite of passage. The casual happy birthday felt too informal and intimate, disrupting the established hierarchy of respect. Consequently, everyone chanted the more solemn blessing of longevity and prosperity. Ariel was suddenly moved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had also been holding back the words happy birthday and congratulations on your coming of age. At last, He Yao could smoothly articulate, Ariel, happy birthday. And He Yao. Ariel rushed into He Yao's embrace, wiping away her tears against her chest. The envoys from various clans, who had been whispering among themselves, were drawn to this deeply touching display of familial affection and could not help but discreetly wipe their own tears. Meanwhile, the Huairou faction members in the rear hall were thrown into confusion by Isui's unexpected arrival. For those unable to grasp the context, it was inconceivable that another political rising star, overshadowing even Ariel, would simply come to celebrate her birthday. The political atmosphere had dulled their sensitivity to human emotions, as they had grown accustomed to weighing interests and gains. Thus, the more perceptive members of the Huairou faction remained concealed in the rear hall, waiting to see Isui's next move. Noticing the curiosity among the envoys, Isui approached Ariel and extended his hand for a handshake. Then turning to the esteemed guests of myriad races, he spoke. Pardon the interruption, esteemed ones. I am Isui, a friend of Ariel. Taking a deep breath, he continued in one breath. Furthermore, I hold the esteemed titles of chairperson of the Great Xia Alliance Representative Assembly and the Joint Conference of the Great Xia Alliance Interstellar Council. I am also the vice chairperson of the Great Xia Empire Council and the deputy of the Senate, Isui. The first two titles were renowned throughout the galaxy, and upon their announcement, some of the audience watching the live broadcast instinctively knelt. The latter, the Senate, was shrouded in mystery. The common folk of the small regions among the alien races were utterly unaware of what this organization entailed. The titles of chairperson, vice chairperson, and deputy of the Senate? How could the diverse groups of aliens and humanity comprehend the significance and value of Isui's titles? In contrast to Ariel, who had yet to formally enter the Senate, Isui undoubtedly stood as the ultimate authority. Thus, the myriad races immediately bowed respectfully, chanting, "We bow before Vice Chairperson Isui." Seeing Isui announce his identity, Ariel believed he was merely seeking to bask in her limelight. Hence, she too performed a slight bow towards Isui. I have the honor to meet Vice Chairperson Isui. No need for excessive formalities, esteemed birthday celebrant. Isui winked at Ariel, signaling that she was the most prominent figure here. Isui, along with Ariel, He Yao, and Bai Lingyin, ascended the high platform. Queen Nalxia of the Elven race stood upon the platform, offering a slight bow to Isui and He Yao. Greetings, Vice Chairperson Isui and Lady He Yao. Isui nodded in acknowledgement, greeting her. Esteemed Queen, it is a pleasure to see you. He noticed the crown in Nalxia's hands. One could not help but exclaim, "It seems I have arrived at just the right moment." Saying this, he reached out to take the crown from Narcia's hands. Instinctively, Narcia attempted to use his mental powers to influence Isui's actions, though he immediately regretted the effort. To his dismay, he found himself utterly unable to sway Isui's will or spirit in the slightest. However, Isui's heart and mind acutely sensed Narcia's shock, regret, and fear. Meanwhile, Ariel was taken aback, feeling a surge of resentment and a hint of hostility, inwardly muttering, "I knew he harbored ill intentions." In a swift motion, Isue pressed Ariel down into the main seat and personally crowned her. The entire event transpired in a flash, as Isue seemingly accelerated time itself. A situation that was a deadlock was effortlessly severed by Isue. Those in the rear hall could no longer contain themselves and pushed the door open. Yet, the envoys from various clans knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Long live Princess Ariel." Chapter 105. Isue, the deputy, surely knows that only a husband may crown his wife? Isue's speed was so remarkable that even the Queen of the Elves could not immediately react. Through the art of listening to the world and manipulating time, Isue summoned the surrounding sands of time to converge in the center, accelerating the flow of time there. He then placed a gentle hand on Ariel's fragrant shoulder, urging her to occupy the main seat. Isue's heart and mind clearly understood that Ariel did not wish for Narcia to crown her. Yet she was reluctant to refuse such a significant diadem. The myriad races yearned to witness Ariel donning their crowns, as it signifies her commitment and the assumption of responsibility towards them. Only then can they entrust their fates and anticipate returns on their investments. Furthermore, when Great Xia chooses to accept the interrupted outcome, she ought to comprehend that humanity has not opted to tolerate her transgressions. Great Xia can never ascend to the status of a maternal figure to Ariel, regardless of how lowly she may present herself. It is futile. The arrival of Isue is upon us. What motives and psychological underpinnings drive Isue? In any case, before the myriad races, before Great Xia, before the conciliators, and even before Ariel, they assume Isue comes merely to sow discord. Heaven's conscience. Although Ariel has issued a challenge to Isue, she harbors no intention of engaging in petty squabbles. This time, it is purely a reflection of the complex and tumultuous emotions of the populace that Isue has sensed. Isue believes it best to set aside all else. After all, Ariel is her kin, a mere girl who has just turned 18 today. Ariel, taken aback, fails to grasp Isue's intentions. Isue continues to whisper to Ariel, "I told you. Today, you are the most important. You need only to joyfully embrace your birthday." This only deepens Ariel's confusion, her heart tumultuous. How can you utter such words? Who would believe that? Then why crown me? Ariel inquires, suppressing her inner turmoil. Concealing a mischievous grin, Isue feigned solemnity, stating, "By seniority, I would be considered your exceedingly great ancestor. Would it not be appropriate, then, for me to bestow a coronet upon you?" Ariel, taken aback by such an outrageous declaration, was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly retorted, "You're taking liberties." Ariel suddenly recalled Meng's proposition of her becoming her sister-in-law. A sly smile crept across her face as she remarked, "Isue, is it not customary that only a husband may crown his wife?" Now it was Isue's turn to be dumbfounded. Although his intuition suggested Ariel had intended to tease him, he couldn't help but wonder if such a tradition genuinely existed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a genuine hint of bashful, nascent affection in Ariel's demeanor, accompanied by an intoxicating blush. Her radiant pink hair cascaded in a soft, languid manner. Panic began to set in for Isue. He shook his head swiftly, resolving to maintain his fabricated narrative, asserting that it was unheard of. After all, he held the power to interpret tradition as he pleased. Perhaps Ariel's girlish heart had indeed been stirred, especially by the heartfelt birthday wish. The more complex the individual, the more they may yearn for simplicity. Ariel swiftly regained her composure, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness. "Isue, you didn't actually take that seriously, did you?" she queried. Frankly, upon hearing Ariel address him as Uncle Isue, Isue truly felt something stirring within. Observing the playful banter between Isue and Ariel, the elven queen, Narcia, made a concerted effort to conceal the embarrassment of having her crown usurped. Ariel's gaze subtly drifted towards Narcia, while Isue addressed the elven queen, saying, "Your Majesty, do you mind if I steal your spotlight?" Narcia, who had managed to maintain her smile, suddenly found it frozen, yet swiftly adjusted her demeanor, responding, "Isue, you jest." From the rear hall, Fong Chanying, a senior judge of the United Human Judicial Committee and director of the Great Xia Alliance Human Rights Investigation Center, entered the main hall. He was also the mentor for Ariel during her advanced educational phase, as well as the founding figure and theoretical guide of the conciliatory faction. Both titles were ceremonial and devoid of any committee position within the Senate, aligning perfectly with the established narrative. Furthermore, Fong Chanying was also involved in the Dimensional Elevation Project. Additionally, he had taught Valia, though he was not her mentor. Fang Chanying presented himself as an icy beauty in her 30s, save for the cherry-red glasses adorning her face. Yisui acutely sensed a formidable mental force descending upon him. He discerned that this mental power was not significantly weaker than Valia's, and he currently found himself ill-equipped to withstand it. Thus, he allowed the mental force to surge into his mind, while simultaneously activating his heart and brain. Fang Chanying had anticipated a protracted confrontation, yet to her astonishment, Yisui did not resist or evade her assault. Rather, he opened his mind, inviting her in, a display of audacity that was utterly remarkable. Fang Chanying, wary of underestimating the situation, recalled that Valia had submitted a report to the Senate regarding her attack on Yisui, of which Fang Chanying was well aware. After being drawn into the abyss by Valia, one must possess considerable skill to emerge unscathed. As for Vilia's claim of holding back at a critical moment, Fang Chanying merely perceives that Vilia was ultimately unable to contend with Yisui, and thus, unwilling to genuinely unleash her wrath, she spoke in such a manner. Consequently, Fang Chanying harbors suspicions of deceit, hesitating to delve into Yisui's mind. The myriad races are indifferent to the events that transpire. Their arrival is certainly not to champion the elven race. The theft of the crown from the elven queen holds no bearing on their sense of honor. In truth, they feel none of it. They might even rejoice at Yisui's presence. Yisui's identity is significant, although the nominal power has yet to be realized. He remains the second most powerful figure at the heart of the Great Xia Alliance. The moment Yisui steps into the office of the deputy, he shall fully wield this authority. Fang Chanying approached and whispered telepathically, "Mr. Yisui, what brings you here?" Yisui smiled, gazing at the assembly, and declared, "Today, Ms. Hayao and I have come to celebrate Ariel's birthday. I do not consider myself an elder. Please regard me simply as her friend. Here, we shall not discuss politics nor status. We are merely friends, regardless of the distance that separates us." With this statement, Yisui established the nature of the gathering. It may serve as a rite of passage, a birthday celebration, or a fan meeting, but it is certainly not a political assembly. Any formal commitments made can be dismissed as jest by humans, or perhaps the innocent musings of children. However, for the other races, your promises are sacred vows made by yourselves. It is not as if we are coercing you. Should you have a change of heart, let us see what transpires. What sort of adult would disregard their promise of a birthday gift to a child? Chapter 106. Politics ought to remain the sordid game of adults, and must not encroach upon the innocence of children. Humanity is defined by freedom, equality, and rights. Lacking even one of these renders us mere puppets. An epigraph. Fang Chanying continued to challenge Yisui, her mental energy conveying, "Are you truly here to celebrate her birthday? You must not be here to ruin the occasion." Yisui, listening to the world around her, retorted, "Do you perceive me as someone devoid of principles?" However, Fang Chanying fell silent, knowing full well that she could not allow Yisui to continue disrupting the sanctity of the main hall. The courage that Hayao had mustered began to wane under the gaze of the multitude, and upon Fang Chanying's arrival, regret reached its zenith. Perhaps her capriciousness had indeed affected Ariel and everyone else. Bai Lingyin, with admirable discernment, stood obediently beside Lilith, having accompanied Yisui. Lilith exhibited no particular reaction. After the various clans had knelt, a grievance assembly was to follow. They sought to express their needs and aspirations to Ariel, as well as to all of humanity and the Senate. This assembly provided them with a rare opportunity to engage in dialogue with the upper echelons of humanity, and for the silent masses to gain insight into the aspirations of the myriad clans while remaining within the hallowed halls of the divine. Politics. The purpose of the speech has always been for Ariel to showcase his benevolence and authority on the spot, to placate the myriad of tribes, and to bestow upon them a few trifling favors as an appetizer. This routine act of lamenting and complaining, akin to a scene in which a high-ranking official adjudicates a case, though cliché, remains effective. Ideally, there should be a character of neither too high nor too low a status to inadvertently become the target of his ire, allowing Ariel to establish his dominance by making an example of them. These considerations are what the behind-the-scenes orchestrators of this conciliatory approach must contemplate and prepare. However, Yisui has always been present, making it inconvenient for them to stage such a lamentable spectacle. Fang Chanying proposed a solution. Yisui should take a secondary seat, and everyone should move to the rear hall, where Ariel would naturally seek us out. Yisui, however, was reluctant and had already begun instructing Amaryllis to move seats for herself and Hayao. placing them on the opposite side of Ariel. What is the point of my presence if I arrive to find this atmosphere so lifeless? Isue's mind was preoccupied with observing Ariel's emotional fluctuations. Isue, attuned to the world, inquired of Ariel, "Do you truly wish to celebrate your birthday in such a manner?" Ariel, in a moment of distraction, glanced at Aunt Hayao, who stood uneasily beside Isue. Why, despite her evident timidity, did she choose to come? You are clearly incapable of managing any affairs and require our protection. Why add to the chaos? Ariel pondered, a hint of bitter irritation lingering in his heart. Ariel's emotions were clouded by confusion and resentment. Isue, why did you bring Aunt Yao? You know she is merely an ordinary citizen. She should not be involved in such matters. Isue smiled faintly, glancing at Yao Yao, and drew her closer, leaving Yao Yao in a state of bewilderment. It was then that Yao Yao keenly sensed the tension in the exchanged glances between Ariel and Isue. Alongside the watchful gaze of Fong Chaneying nearby, Yao Yao waved at Ariel, who had initially glared fiercely, but her demeanor softened instantly upon seeing Yao Yao, reverting to her usual compliant self. Through his actions and attentive demeanor, Isue conveyed to Ariel and Fong Chaneying, "I recognize that Ms. Yao Yao possesses full autonomy. Her wishes should not be impeded by anyone or anything. If she desires to celebrate your birthday, whether it is early or late, should not be an issue. However, she must not be hindered by such trivial reasons." Fong Chaneying retorted immediately, "Who asked for your opinion? Come with me. Your coming-of-age ceremony cannot proceed here." Though Ariel felt a pang of understanding and sadness, she responded, "Is there something wrong with this reason? I have my own matters to attend to, and I do not require your interference." Isue countered, "Are you certain that this is the birthday you desire? A birthday that even friends and family dare not bless. Is this truly what you wish for? Shouldn't you feel that this burden is not yours to bear? Do not be so conceited," Ariel rebuked Isue. In that moment, Isue felt as though she too had fallen into the trap of parental affection. Why must it be so? Ariel is already an adult. And even though deep down she harbors disdain, and despite Isue's aversion to this almost theatrical birthday celebration, it was a choice made by Ariel. She endured her feelings of distaste, sorrow, and solitude to arrive at this decision. This choice is that of an adult. A fully autonomous individual capable of exercising her rights and embracing her independence, even if she may regret it in the future. For now, as long as Isue does not disrupt Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, what more can Isue do? Fong Chaneying sensed Ariel reaching out to Isue on a mental level. And suddenly, Isue's expression fell. She hastily retreated to the back hall, leaving Yao, who looked on in confusion, hesitating for a moment before eventually following closely behind. Ariel instinctively reached out, but her hand was halted before it could act. Bai Lingyin, naturally, had no such burdens to bear. She simply needed to accompany Isue. Fong Chaneying spoke in defense of Ariel. "Mr. Isue, Ariel is still young. She may have said some inappropriate things. As Ariel's teacher, I apologize on her behalf. Once Ariel has finished here, I will ensure she comes to offer her personal apologies." Isue halted, pointing at Fong Chaneying with a warning. "There will not be a next time." "What?" Fong Chaneying, taken aback by Isue's sudden admonition, retorted with irritation, swiftly expanding her mental defenses to shield this space from prying eyes. Isue was ignited with genuine fervor, warning with every word, "I refuse to witness any further political faction struggles or conspiracies encroaching upon minors. Remember, I mean any, including your manipulation of Ariel. Otherwise, I shall appeal to the Senate regarding your interference and subversion of the education and protection standards for minors, even to the extent of crimes against humanity." Freshly awakened from a fleeting dream, Isue's thoughts were profoundly influenced by the fervent advocacy for child protection and the prevailing policies. Politics ought to be the sordid game of adults, and it must not encroach upon the innocence of children. Children should not be mere instruments for performance. Their inherent political correctness should never be wielded as a banner or a shield. Having said this, Isue departed. Although shielded by a mental barrier, the message still permeated the physical realm, and Hiyao attentively absorbed every word. Initially, Hiyao suspected that Isue was using personal stakes to avert the disruption of Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony. However, when Isue mentioned wanting to celebrate Ariel's birthday as well, Hiyao felt the validity in Isue's assertion. Perhaps the terms coming-of-age ceremony and birthday are synonymous. But do they truly differ? Perhaps they do. Isue had been deliberately emphasizing the distinction. The live broadcast intended for the interstellar populace dared not display the half-minute of silent exchange between Yisui and Ariel on stage. Instead, they continuously shifted angles to showcase the celebrations occurring in various locales. Meanwhile, the broadcast curated by the Huayro faction presented a narrative strictly controlled by pure-blood humans. However, it seems that the Huayro faction may have recruited a rebellious individual to handle the live broadcast, as evidenced by his frenzied camera movements, nearly shoving the lens into Yisui's face. He even manipulated a drone equipped with a microphone to intrude upon Yisui's conversation with Fang Chanying. The statement, "Politics should remain a sordid game for adults, kept at bay from children," resonated clearly among the silent denizens of the Pantheon. Chapter 107. Every time one is needed, there is always someone willing to step forward. Yisui warned Fang Chanying and, disregarding her changing expression, left alone. Yao, too, was momentarily struck with panic, unsure of what to do, and followed Yisui. It must be acknowledged that Yisui overly relied on her intuition. Believing her intellect could penetrate the hearts of others, all of Ariel's emotions seemed to convey her discontent with being there. Yet, Ariel was capable of rationally denying her inner truth. She needed to exist as a mere marionette. Yisui struggled to comprehend that what one desires and feels does not necessarily align with their emotional state. Intellect operates from a lofty vantage point, a display of divinity. Yet, the divine remains oblivious to the intricacies of humanity. Yisui continued to walk away with a cold demeanor. At that moment, she suddenly perceived a fragment of inner voice. "Do not leave, do not abandon me, I do not like it here, huh?" Yisui was instantly perplexed. Turning to gaze at Ariel, for Yisui's intuition sensed a fluctuation of mental energy, that earlier unvoiced plea, a lament echoing solely within her heart. In the depths of her heart, Yisui pondered, "Have I awakened a new ability?" Yet, she felt no such sensation. "Please," her thoughts echoed, growing ever fainter. "Do not leave me here alone," until her inner voice dwindled to silence. For the insatiable thirst for knowledge that Yisui held for Ariel faded upon hearing her thoughts. It was as if her heart, resolute as iron, vowed never to retreat like a turtle. "This is your choice." Yisui departed with unwavering determination, closely followed by He Yao and by Lingyin. As Yisui and He Yao departed, Ariel found herself as she wished, remaining seated in her place. Her profound gaze lingered on their exit as the shadows withdrew. In the grand and majestic hall, teeming with diverse beings, only Ariel remained solitary upon the high platform. Once again, she would continue the journey. "Ariel, are you prepared?" The individual responsible for the live broadcast, sent by the Huayro faction, bore tidings, one good, one bad. The good news, they did not recruit from the rebellious faction. The bad news, they enlisted from the chaotic faction. The infamous Lizi Gussi Lisk, a pure-blooded human and member of the Internal Affairs Committee, made his entrance alongside the vice-chairman of the Internal Affairs Committee, Binge Ski, during a team-building event of the Huayro faction. Previously, another member of the Internal Affairs Committee, Nijiaboj, had interrogated Yuta Nir from the perspective of the Huayro faction, posing the discontented question, "Why have you betrayed humanity?" The Huayro faction's strength and ability to stand firm against the hardliners stem from their substantial support and power. Gizilisai has infiltrated the behind-the-scenes team of Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, directly broadcasting to the pure-blood humans. This is the voice of the appeasement faction. The fact that Gizilisai holds such a pivotal position inevitably suggests he has ulterior motives. Since the arrival of Yisui, Gizilisai has been closely monitoring him, convinced that Yisui is bound to reveal significant revelations. Indeed, Yisui furiously launched a tirade against Fang Chanying, condemning the appeasement faction for their morally bankrupt politics, which have interfered with Ariel's upbringing and manipulated her life from a young age. After all, Yisui has genuinely sensed that Ariel does not relish such a coming-of-age celebration. An unavoidable conclusion in his mind. The populace atop the Divine Hall is also quite wary of the extravagant nature of Ariel's ceremony, especially regarding the large-scale collaboration with foreign races. The collective retreat of the people indicates their rather explicit stance. The overwhelming propaganda presents an exceedingly unappealing spectacle. In the face of it all, the appeasement faction indeed feels the immense pressure brought by Yisui. They yearn to transform from an opposition party into a ruling force. They have torn away the faade of hypocrisy, using the demise of the Dream Spirit clan to question the internal factions of humanity for their excessive weakness and surrender. The appeasement faction is merely a tool, Their objectives align with both moderates and hardliners, all for the salvation of humanity's future, to alter this stagnant state of affairs, to untie the knots of fate. Thus, they have transformed Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony into a grand spectacle for all races. However, the silent populace atop the Divine Hall may be more concerned about celebrating the 18th birthday of that lovely, understanding, graceful, and kind-hearted girl. The Huairou faction has completely reversed the situation. When Yi Sui uttered that heart-wrenching statement, the emotions brewing among the populace could no longer be contained. Children represent humanity's most sensitive vulnerability, an enigma of political correctness, especially in light of the current birth rate of 0.00016. The public is seething with anger. Meanwhile, the Senate is filled with apprehension. March is in a state of utter distress due to Gong Kai's negligence and cooperation. The actual administrative powers of the Senate have been transferred to the March Trio. As allies of Yuan Peizhi, the March Trio belongs to the centrist faction. Although they have formed an alliance with the hardliners out of necessity, it does not imply that eliminating the Huairou faction aligns with their ideologies and inclinations. Should we call for a halt? March inquired. Han Shang and Dong Saishi hesitated, as not everyone possesses the decisiveness and courage at crucial moments. Gong Kai, lounging in his office chair, manipulated a hand-operated seal machine while simultaneously watching Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony live stream, with his secretary, Diana, munching on sunflower seeds beside him. Quite a lively scene. At this moment, the Huairou faction finds themselves in quite the predicament. Yet, Gong Kai fell into an unexpected silence. He rose and donned his coat. Secretary Diana, taken aback, exclaimed, "Old Gong? Where are you going?" To attend Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, Gong Kai replied with a calm and resolute voice. Diana, momentarily stunned, questioned, "Didn't you decide not to go?" Hearing this, Gong Kai could only sigh silently. Times have changed. Now I must go. Why? Diana paused in her shelling of sunflower seeds, while Gong Kai tidied up and explained, if the Huairou faction manipulates Ariel to garner public support, they are indeed allowing political influences to shape the growth of children. Yet, Vice Chairman Yi, under the pretext of protecting the children, vehemently criticizes the Huairou faction. Isn't this also using children as a means of political correctness in their attacks? His words carried a weighty severity, as Vice Chairman Yi was not well acquainted with Ariel. Gong Kai opened the office door, his profound gaze directed towards the Senate and the Hall of Gods. The Senate operated under a system where the education of children was overseen by the Basic Education Committee, and no one could interfere with the growth of children without going through this committee. In this matter, no one could be wrong. Everyone was correct. The differences in opinion were merely slight. There was no need for it to escalate to shouting and violence. Any disagreements should be resolved through calm discussion. Diana appeared to misunderstand, stating, "It's just that if the birthday lacks a celebratory atmosphere, we should throw Ariel a proper birthday party. There's no need for such hurtful words. Chenning cares for Ariel as if she were her own daughter." Consequently, as the acting chief of the Senate and former vice chairman, Gong Kai, along with his secretary Diana, were the first to respond and celebrate Ariel's birthday. Some have questioned, how could such individuals rise to become interstellar overlords? Because whenever the need arises, there is always someone willing to step forward. Even. Chapter 108. At this very moment, act swiftly. Gong Kai, accompanied by Diana, swiftly conveyed the news of Ariel's birthday celebration, which quickly spread throughout the Senate. Renowned as a figure of considerable influence, Gong Kai had served as the vice chair for centuries, yet many within the Divine Hall were unaware of his position. It was only after the emergence of Yi Sui and Yuan Pei's resignation that Gong Kai, previously a mere backdrop, began to gain recognition. As the interim chair, however, he became infamous for his lackadaisical governance. Had it not been for the general understanding that he was merely a transitional figure, he would have been impeached long ago. Yet, amidst this tempestuous climate, Gong Kai made an unexpected yet reasonable choice. Upon entering the rear hall, Yi Sui found a gathering of approximately 1,000 individuals, predominantly ordinary members of the conciliatory faction, possessing some influence yet lacking prominence. Among them stood 3 exceptional children, Song Song, Hui Hui, and Lulu. Perhaps only the innocence of youth allows for such carefree spirits. Upon seeing Hiyao, they greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello, Aunt Hiyao." Song Song, the eldest, assumed a responsible demeanor, inquiring, "Are you here to attend Sister Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony?" Yi Sui and Bai Lingyin appeared unfamiliar to them. Although with a population of 6 billion. It was impossible to remember every child. The continuous optimization of human genetics allowed for a lasting impression on those who passed by. We pointed at Yi Sui and by Ling Yin, asking, Sister He Yao, who are this brother and sister? He Yao's smile brightened as she lifted Hui into her arms, stating, This is Uncle Yi Sui. Subsequently, Bai Lingyin was automatically overlooked. And although Yao harbored no ill intentions, avoiding the introduction clearly seemed the path of least resistance. Greetings, Uncle Yi Sui, called out Song Song, Hui, and Lei in unison. At that moment, Yi Sui sensed the somewhat unfriendly gazes directed at him from the crowd, yet the three little ones remained oblivious. I am Song Song. I am Hui. I am Lei. The trio introduced themselves, representing a new educational approach proposed by the Basic Education Committee. Yi Sui pointed to Bai Lingyin and introduced her, saying, This is Sister Bai Lingyin. Bai Lingyin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and greeted them with a cheerful smile. Just then, Song Daijin, the Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Xia Alliance and the President of the Foreign Affairs Council of the Senate, approached. With a friendly demeanor, she addressed the three little ones. Children, your teacher is calling for you. Song Song nodded in acknowledgement, responding, All right, Aunt Song. Thus, as the elder brother, Song Song took Hui and Lei away. Yi Sui, Song Daijin has arrived. Shouldn't you clarify your earlier remarks? What are your intentions? What do you wish to do with us? Upon realizing this was a confrontation, Yi Sui retorted firmly, What? Are you flustered? Did I strike a nerve? At that moment, Fang Qianying also entered. Her cold expression fixed upon Yi Sui, her formidable spiritual presence enveloping him like frost. With such individuals who were all bark and no bite, Yi Sui needed no mental exertion to discern that she would not dare to resort to actual violence. Then, in the next moment, Yi Sui's body was encased in ice. Fang Qianying's long legs, clad in black, exuded the allure and seduction characteristic of a mature woman, mercilessly kicking the frozen Yi Sui down. The ice shattered upon impact, her high heels striking his face. The faint fragrance of gardenias mingled with the scent of sweat, intoxicating the senses. How dare you provoke me? Fang Qianying was seething with fury. This anger stemmed not only from Yi Sui's disparaging remarks, but also perhaps from a hint of personal grievance, akin to the sensation of watching one's own cabbage being ravaged. Fang Qianying's kick was calculated, aiming to shatter the ice without causing genuine harm to Yi Sui within. It needed to land firmly upon Yi Sui's face, stirring the skin while remaining mindful of his fragile state. At that moment, Yi Sui could only think, I underestimated this. I didn't dodge. Next time, I must engage my mind before uttering such words. Yi Sui swiftly retaliated against Fang Qianying, and waves of negative fear washed over her, as if the whispers of the universe were dragging Fang Qianying into a phantasmagoria. Pain, sorrow, and regret intertwined, giving rise to an emotional tempest within Yi Sui as he indulged in the boundless proliferation of these feelings. The whispers of the cosmos felt like demonic murmurs, intertwining to cultivate her deepest fears, thus forming a false illusion. Within this inner realm, Ariel personally accused Fang Qianying of having brainwashed her during her educational years, declaring that humanity must judge Fang Qianying, with countless voices calling for her execution. Remember what Yuan Peiji once said? Ultimately, one's abilities stem from the depths of the human heart, emanating from the realm of the spirit. The prowess of Fang Qianying is undeniably formidable, and thus her heart must be equally resilient. To rely on a mere illusion to defeat Fang Qianying is a profound disrespect to humanity's dominion over the cosmos. In a fleeting moment, she was indeed startled by the mirage, which sought to undermine her loyalty to humanity and her original intentions, as well as to negate the bond she shared with Ariel, a relationship akin to that of a mentor and a daughter. The skepticism surrounding Fang Qianying's greatest creation lies within the very products she controls and fabricates, an affront she resolutely cannot accept. It is this that could truly prove fatal to her. Alas, the illusion is too contrived. Complex emotions cannot overcome the steadfast beliefs that have been cultivated within Fang Qianying for millennia. However, for Yi Sui, this was sufficient. In that singular moment, Yi Sui exerted her strength to push Fang Qianying away. By the time Fang Qianying regained her composure, time had stagnated, ensnaring her. Her immense mental prowess once again surged like a tempest against Yi Sui, yet Yi Sui would not falter twice to the same assault. Mobilizing her mental energy, Yi Sui resisted the onslaught of Fang Qianying's formidable force. Unlike her previous encounter with Villia, where her scattered mental energy was as fragile as tissue paper, this time, Yisui managed to withstand Fang Chaning's mental might, simply by enveloping herself in a protective shield of mental energy to fend off the icy winds. As they clashed, it was evident that both were exceptionally skilled. Should their tempers flare and create a ruckus, it would surely lead to a most embarrassing spectacle. Let Song Song, Hui and Lele return to the Pantheon. This situation may not end well, Song Daijin remarked into the communicator. Then they moved to intervene in the conflict between Yisui and Fang Qining. Enough, everyone. With a powerful exertion of spirit, Song Dai forcibly separated the two entangled individuals. At their age, how could they behave like children? Amidst the quarrel between Yisui and the others, a multitude of humans from the Pantheon descended to the lower realm in response to Yisui's summons. Song Tsong, Hui, and Lulu were arranged to be sent back to the Pantheon. At this moment, everyone was caught in this tumultuous process, with vessels bearing tributes, parading alien races, and humans from the lower realm. This moment served as the perfect opportunity for chaos to strike. Lucifer commanded through the communication channel, "Now is the time. Act swiftly." Chapter 109. Happy Birthday, Ariel. During Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, representatives from various races lamented to her. "Princess Ariel, our people are all subjects of the Great Xia, and we have long admired the many princes. We abide by the law, working diligently, not evading taxes, nor daring to commit crimes. Yet, the bandits are rampant, often kidnapping our kin and selling them into slavery. Your Highness, what deficiencies lie within the Great Xia Empire that it necessitates the existence of slaves? We implore you to propose to the Elder Council the abolition of slavery. The starry realms belong to the subjects of Great Xia. How can we bear to witness the ruin of others' homes and the separation of families?" The leader of the Vine tribe wept bitterly in the Golden Hall, unable to contain his sorrow. His heartfelt words resonated deeply with the multitude of races present, for the trade of slaves was indeed a profound agony for many. This sorrow was only slightly felt by the elves, as they had established a covenant with humanity that forbade their enslavement. Even the formidable Protoss, a prominent race among the spirit tribes, has not been spared from the scourge of slave trading. At the heart of this abhorrent practice lies the pure-blooded humans, who are the true masterminds behind all lucrative enterprises in the cosmos. Even if there exists a layer of human-like entities acting as intermediaries, they require various alien races to satisfy their insatiable desires, to serve and to enslave, regardless of the underlying motivations. If these reasons are insufficient, let us speak plainly. Humans may not seek profit, yet every aspect of interstellar life and production cannot escape human control and intervention. The abolition of slavery, therefore, is an impossibility. In fact, the legal framework of the Great Xia Alliance has never acknowledged the existence of slavery. Without establishment, how can there be any talk of abolition? Ariel, moved by their lamentations, wept softly. She consoled them, saying, "I deeply sympathize with the suffering of the people." The crowd below bowed in gratitude, expressing their appreciation for Princess Ariel's compassion. However, the crime of slave trading is an egregious one, invoking the wrath of both gods and men. It is by no means a sanctioned endeavor within the Great Xia Alliance. A thorough examination of the Alliance's legal texts reveals no provision that permits slavery. Even in cases of grave offenses where collective punishment is meted out, there exists no stipulation for the enslavement of others upon receiving a merciful pardon. I find myself at a loss as to how to propose a solution or where the abolition should occur. Upon hearing this, the Vine clan immediately recognized their hasty misstep and tremulously offered their apologies. "I am but old and foolish. My words have been misguided. I humbly ask for your Highness's forgiveness." "No harm done," Ariel reassured them. "Mr. Yisui has long proclaimed that, regardless of politics or status, we are all friends gathered here today. Concerning the rampant issue of human trafficking, I propose that the Senate urge the local patrol forces to diligently fulfill their duties, while also instructing the customs departments at various starports to conduct thorough inspections. It is imperative that the civil affairs departments of all inhabited planets and ecological chains perform rigorous household registration checks to address the plight of citizens who have been abducted." Ariel has indeed offered a solution, recognizing the necessity of implementing tangible measures to alleviate the prevailing conflicts. The grievance assembly continues unabated. Before the cameras broadcasting across the galaxy, Ariel has made a significant impression. The melancholic sentiments that had arisen with Isue's arrival seem to gradually dissipate. Yet, As Ariel reflects on this, an unsettling discomfort begins to grow within. The praises from the alien races have become increasingly cacophonous. They have articulated numerous requests, having prearranged these matters well in advance. However, regardless of the circumstances, all discussions must ultimately adhere to one principle: self-interest. The world is bustling with pursuits of gain, and yet, Ariel finds herself increasingly averse to such exchanges of benefit. Her ideal is to establish an order framed by hierarchy and compassion, one that restrains the alien races while safeguarding humanity. Concepts such as the roles of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons, resonate deeply. Different ranks imply that they can never truly accompany one like family. If Lele were present, he would insist on having cake. If Aunt Yao were here, she would likely take me shopping at the mall. If Uncle Lin Changxiu were around, he would probably produce some peculiar object. If Teacher Fang Chanying were present, she would generously grant me a day off. If my parents were here, they would attentively and quietly listen to my troubles. If my brother were with us, he would surely give the annoying Isue a good thrashing. At this thought, Ariel let out a chuckle. How unbecoming of you. Ariel. At this moment, Ariel received a transmission from Songda, indicating that a multitude of silent citizens had gathered here, stirred by recent events, the motives of which remained unclear. Upon hearing this, Ariel felt a sudden surge of anxiety. The foreign individuals, who had been passionately expressing their sorrow and pain, abruptly quieted. The grand doors of the main hall swung open once more, revealing Gong Kai accompanied by Diana. Ariel rose swiftly and descended from the stage, while Narcia, who had been acting as a mascot, also stood solemnly and stepped down to greet them. Although the attendees were unfamiliar with Gong Kai, as the interim chief of the Senate and the former vice chief, his visage was not unknown to them. Thus, the assembled ancestral figures of the foreign races, with mixed emotions, knelt and proclaimed loudly, "We pay our respects to the esteemed chief." Narcia was the first to bow to Gong Kai, saying, "Chief Gong, it has been a long time." Gong Kai returned the gesture to Queen Narcia of the Elven race, greeting her. "It has indeed been a while, Your Majesty." Suddenly, Diana declared loudly, "Mr. Gong Kai presents Ariel with a pair of jade twin crystals, wishing her a happy birthday." What was the purpose of this? Was Gong Kai attempting to project a gentle demeanor? Or was it a manifestation of humanity's inherent warmth and friendliness? Gong Kai exchanged a few casual words before departing. He was not the only one. A multitude of humans followed. Chairman Maki of the Senate Organizational Committee, Chairman Dong Saishi of the Senate Logistics Committee, Chairman Han Chong of the Senate Military Committee. Numerous individuals, adhering to the principles of secrecy and subtlety, appeared one after another. Deities who should be revered atop the pantheon. Esteemed figures who ought to be celebrated in vibrant locales. Their presence here conveyed two significant messages. Firstly, humanity might be abandoning the long-held tradition of secretive societies. Secondly, it expressed discontent towards a political movement that marginalized humans or demonstrated hostility towards them. Even under the pretext of celebrating a pure-blood human's birthday, this dissatisfaction was not directed internally, but rather outwardly. The error of Isue was in internalizing conflicts, even exhibiting a tendency to amplify them publicly. Sun Ro and her sister, Aunt Wei Xuanman, Uncle Miao Xuanwen, Uncle Mengyu, and Brother Chu Yanming, everyone, had come. Ariel stared at them in bewilderment, having prepared herself for the possibility that this birthday would not be met with blessings from all. It was only when Isue spoke the truth that Ariel was provoked to utter harsh words. "Happy birthday, Ariel. Happy birthday." Chapter 110, The Extinction of Humanity. The Deceptive Lies of Justin. In the midst of humanity reveling in happiness, what have they forgotten? Have they truly overlooked something? The grand deception spun by Justin? The divine ascension ceremony of Justin? The chaotic faction schemes and disruptions? In the unseen shadows, they indeed influence human judgment and reason. Why do the silent masses organize themselves, consciously and collectively distancing from Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony? While the fundamental cause lies within the hearts and cognitions of individuals, there are other underlying reasons, namely, the manipulations of the alluring UE and the Demonis Rosa. Why have they suddenly recognized the brainwashing and control exerted by the conciliatory faction over Ariel? It is indeed the personal renown of Isue and the potency of a single phrase. However, this remains intertwined with the deliberate framing by Li Shi, the calculated provocations of the poisoner Jia Su, and the instigations of the three-headed hound Xiaoda. Moreover, there exists a clandestine collaboration with the rebellious faction, eager for chaos. when everyone believes that some merely seek to exploit this opportunity to undermine the conciliatory faction, when all assume that someone is merely trying to incite conflict between the conciliatory and hardline factions, when it is thought to be a simple act of framing and deceit, even if it is a plot within a plot within a plot. Indeed, some can even envision the audacious plan to contact foreign tribes to assault Ziwei Star, while the Senate merely wishes to seize the opportunity for their own designs. The formidable beings gathered at Ziwei Star are countless, and the peripheral Imperial Guards are in a constant state of readiness, serving as the absolute main force. They respond to challenges with countermeasures, breaking through myriad techniques with sheer strength. Yet, how could it be so simplistic? The appearance of numerous humans led to the abrupt cessation of the live broadcast signal. The other races gradually realized that they were no longer the focal point, prompting many to declare their departure. As for the collective arrival of humans, would it alter their stakes in Ariel? Naturally not. The greater the importance and influence Ariel holds within human society, the more it substantiates the investment value of Ariel, does it not? Within the rear hall, Song Daijin sternly separated Yi Sui and Fong Chanying, reprimanding them with a serious expression. You two together are nearly 10,000 years old. Why do you still behave like mere children of a few hundred years? Have you forgotten the confidentiality rules of the dimensional elevation plan? How many present just now fall outside the scope of the plan? Song Daijin once again broached the subject of the dimensional elevation plan, to which Yi Sui genuinely questioned the so-called confidentiality rules, pondering whether anyone truly adhered to them. This matter relies solely on personal integrity, devoid of any enforceable authority. Unless a significant disturbance occurs, there exists no accountability mechanism. One might perceive it as an amateur setup. However, those with extraordinary abilities must utilize their powers, right? The inquiry leads to the transplantation of talents. Yi Sui and Fong Chanying exchanged uncomfortable glances, yet in Song Daijin's eyes, Yi Sui harbored too many secrets, rendering him inscrutable, particularly concerning the exceedingly peculiar means of controlling Fong Chanying's actions. Approximately a month ago, Yi Sui had been toyed with by Wylia and Shiel. Mr. Yi Sui, Gong Kai entered, remarking, "This should be our first meeting. You've certainly stirred quite the commotion." Yi Sui, with his thoughts laid bare, grasped the unfolding situation and replied, "You arrived rather promptly. What have I done wrong?" The passage of time has not dulled Yi Sui's resolve. Gong Kai, embodying the epitome of a retired existence, reluctantly settled into a chair before he began to speak. Yi Sui's remarks raised the question of whether they were mere expressions of anger or if he genuinely believed that Lady Fong Chanying and her associates were manipulating Ariel. Gong Kai refrained from answering immediately, choosing instead to inquire further. Yi Sui retorted, "I did not speak in anger. I firmly maintain that Ariel's emotional expressions are indeed reflective of reality. I have never brainwashed or manipulated Ariel. My conscience is clear." Fong Chanying quickly countered his assertions. Song Daijin chastised Fong Chanying, declaring, "Enough, Chanying." He then addressed Yi Sui, stating, "If you persist in this belief, you may take your grievances to the Senate or the Judicial Committee of the United Human Government. The so-called factions are merely labels imposed upon us by outsiders. Gentlemen may associate without partisanship. We have gathered here with a shared purpose. This includes Ariel. There has never been any coercion or conspiracy. Our aim is the future of humanity. How could we possibly harm it ourselves?" The members of the Basic Education Committee sensed the potential escalation of events and hurriedly escorted the three young ones away. As they departed, they noticed an increasing number of individuals descending from the Hall of Deities. Suddenly, they received an urgent bulletin. Due to the heightened defensive measures on Ziwei Star, an attack was imminent. Teacher Zhao of the Basic Education Committee, upon reading this dispatch, felt an intensifying anxiety grip his heart. The entirety of this situation bears an uncanny resemblance to the mischievous antics of the rebellious faction. Yet, Teacher Zhao possesses an inexplicable premonition, prompting him to swiftly notify the chairman of the Basic Education Committee, Kai Xiangyu. Such unfounded foreboding would ordinarily seem somewhat flimsy as a rationale for summoning a chairman from another committee. However, for Kai Xiangyu, who has been languishing in boredom, the arrival of any matter is exhilarating indeed. He sets aside the rather yellowed ancient texts on parenting, through which he seeks to glean the wisdom of the ancients. He then boards the luminous transport vehicle en route to the Basic Education Committee, wielding special privileges that allow him to utilize ultra-fast modes of transportation in times of urgency within the Hall of Deities. At this moment, Lucifer wanders through the cosmos beyond the purple star, feeling the impending presence of something significant. Justin, the herald of calamity, exits the hall of deities. Making his way toward the purple star, his spirits soaring, as if a demonic visage were emerging behind him. Everything is in place. It appears that Justin is conversing with this demonic face, questioning its efficacy. You must understand, faith in the flame of destiny, faith in becoming a deity. The demonic visage entices him, articulating that the four dimensions ultimately represent a collective human consciousness. If we can deceive all of humanity, if they can be made to believe, one can manipulate the hierarchy, leading civilization to perceive humanity's extinction while convincing humanity itself that you are a deity. This is the bug in existence. The demonic face gradually advancing toward Justin, whose visage increasingly resembles that of a painted clown. The alluring whispers of demons and the catastrophic prophecies at that moment. It was your ascension to divinity. When the fabric of destiny was disrupted, the day of calamity transformed into sanctity. At this very instant, a multitude of humanity was en route to the rite of passage in Ariel. Suddenly, the sky was enveloped by a peculiar purple shroud. It was not the might of any individual that could cloak the star of ZY, but rather humanity found itself ensnared within a unique dimension. Was it the alternate realm of the demon clan's ancient ancestor? The three-headed hound, Shord, was utterly astonished. At the fringes of the second universe, Guru Autumn stealthily followed the demon clan's ancestor, yet sensed an anomaly. What was amiss? Could there truly be individuals daring enough to conspire with alien races? The legacy of ancient human civilization inscribed a vital principle: humanity must never turn upon itself, a foundation of mutual trust. Chapter 111, The Chaotic Faction. Today I shall purge the corruption. Guru Watching was in dire need of ascertaining the state of the demon clan's ancestor. Countless chains radiating with a blue-white luminescence shot forth instantaneously, striking towards the demon clan leader, Samakina. Upon noticing Guru Watching, Samakina refrained from immediate retaliation, instead opting to evade and escape through alternate dimensions. Guru Watching discerned that Samakina's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar, devoid of his usual menacing aura and bloodthirsty fervor. Where there is irregularity, there lies treachery. Humanity has always relied on the isolation provided by the first and second borders to thwart the incursions of alien races from beyond the second boundary. Yet now, the enemy stealthily approached the vicinity of ZY Star to launch a horrific assault. Guru Watching felt as though he was the eagle being preyed upon rather than the hunter. The news of the turmoil at ZY Star swiftly disseminated throughout the internal networks of humanity. The planet ZY has witnessed close to 1 billion souls ensnared within the dimensional realm of the demon clan's ancient ancestor, Samakina. Yet, this represents the zenith of Samakina's capabilities. Had it truly possessed the stealth to infiltrate the vicinity of ZY and obliterate humanity in a single stroke, it would have done so long before Ariel's birthday. At the instant humanity was assailed, thousands of superhumans listed in the Ascension Project immediately sprang into action to stabilize the existence of the dimensional space, averting a catastrophic collapse and promptly embarking on the quest for an exit. Meanwhile, the vigilant Banjun of the Beidou series stationed outside ZY swiftly constructed apparatuses for dimensional space surveillance. Both factions demonstrated remarkable synergy, endeavoring to collaborate in the opening of a safe and stable passage. What transpired? A voice of astonishment inquired. Song Daijin responded, "This is the dimensional realm of the demon clan's ancient ancestor, Samakina." Fong Chanying pressed further. "Are you certain?" With a grave expression, Song Daijin nodded in silence. "Absolutely. The identification is too pronounced." The younger Clarkson interjected with curiosity. "How could it arrive here?" "Bingsky, why?" Bingsky, visibly vexed by the interrogation, retorted with impatience. "The Internal Affairs Committee primarily oversees internal inspections, particularly concerning corruption and loyalty among the mid to high ranks. You ought to inquire with the CIA or the military intelligence. Did they not assert that the shadow of the demon clan's ancestor was spotted among the allied forces of the myriad races? Enough of this noise. In the Song dynasty, the true teachings rebuked their quarrels, which should be attributed to the division of souls. The ancient ancestor of the demon clan had partitioned himself into three to deceive the heavens. Suddenly, Fong Chanying exclaimed in astonishment, "Where is Yi Sui?" At that moment, everyone realized that Yi Sui had vanished without a trace. "AI Girly Meng?" Yi Sui attempted to call out to the AI Girly Meng. hoping to discern whether this realm was an illusion based on her response. I am here. The AI girl Yiming astonishingly replied to Yi Sui. How can you respond? Yi Sui was initially incredulous, recalling that in past illusions, the AI girl had been unable to answer. The AI girl Yiming explained, because this is the alternate dimension of the ancient ancestor of the demon clan, a space that exists in reality. Yi Sui felt as though he had been transported from the back hall of the assembly to this place, and thus inquired, why am I here? I do not know. There is no database. The AI girl replied with a tone of guilt for being unable to assist. At that moment, figures emerged. Humanoid, yet covered in sharp reverse bones. The reverse thieves, Justin is here. They pointed at Yi Sui and shouted, hurry, capture him. Yi Sui, momentarily bewildered, wondered what had transpired. He observed as several figures with blades protruding from their palms charged violently toward him. Yi Sui's knowledge of all things revealed to him that they bore the inscription of stab. Meanwhile, the purple space was inscribed with alien. These grotesque beings, adorned with sharp reverse bones, appeared devoid of emotion in their minds, indicating that they were not living creatures. Moreover, Yi Sui did not perceive the innumerable time Sandmen. Instead, it was merely a more resounding voice, akin to a Grand Time Sandman. The Grand Time Sandman repeatedly groaned, expressing a hunger for destruction. I am so hungry. Destruction. Run swiftly. At this moment, AI girl Yiming shouted loudly for Yi Sui to flee. Yi Sui found herself at a loss, unable to confront them, and could only hastily retreat. As Yi Sui ran, they pursued her. Yet, despite their proximity, Yi Sui sensed an inexplicable barrier that prevented them from catching her, regardless of her speed. Meanwhile, in the gathering place of humanity, Justin disguised himself as a human and appeared. Upon seeing Yi Sui, the others felt a slight sense of relief and inquired, Yi Sui, what on earth has transpired? The Chaos faction has united with the alien races to assault Xiwixing. We are now trapped in the dimensional space of the demonic ancestor Samakina. Quickly fleeing, Huan Xin Yue fervently explained, Deputy Director Mo, Yue, have absolutely no dealings with the alien races. Behind her was Deputy Director Mo Chunghai of the Alliance Investigation Bureau, whose vigorous mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave toward Yue. Huan Xin Yue, today I shall cleanse the portal. With no choice, Yue transformed her hand into a jade sword, a pure manifestation of condensed mental energy, and with a flourish, she wielded it to slice through the turbulent waves of energy. Kill. The Rakshasa woman, Rosa, also found herself pursued by human warriors, each one filled with righteous fury as they came to cleanse the portal. You deceitful lot have betrayed and oppressed, leading to the demise of 1 billion souls on the purple microstar, while even the southern heavenly gate and the celestial palace have suffered assaults, resulting in utter devastation. In the main hall and rear hall of the aerial adulthood ceremony, the departure of the alien races has ensnared us in the machinations of the demon clan's ancient ancestor, Samakina, whose forces are not numerous. Here, the conciliatory faction gathers, yet there is no collusion with the chaotic faction amidst the grim narrative of 1 billion human fatalities. After the stabilization of the dimensional space by Song Daijin and Fong Chanying, they left the main hall to explore the otherworldly environment. At the outer micro-constellation spaceport, the alien races noticed that a multitude of ships traversing the midsection of the purple microstar had lost communication. A significant number of the Imperial Guards surged in, forcibly regaining control. Huang Jingdong was the first senior member of the Senate to return to the purple microstar. He compelled himself to remain silent and inquired of the adjacent Android Affairs officer. First, inform me of the extent of this turmoil's impact. We are unable to monitor every noble and can only estimate the flow of people from the space elevator. The space elevator has also been engulfed by the dimensional rift. According to the last data uploaded from the space elevator, it is estimated that approximately 76,350,000 nobles have been drawn into this alternate space. Huang Jingtong rebuked. The conciliatory faction is nothing but a group of inept individuals. Having allocated them so many opportunities for dimensional elevation, they cannot even safeguard a single household. And as for that chaotic faction, I shall cleanse our ranks today. Chapter 112. The Calamitous Words. Justin faces off against Yi Sui once more. Let us momentarily set aside the question of this place. In the midst of a cavernous chamber, ancient, withered vines entwine the interior, while at the center lies an immense stone bed. For entities, resembling neither human nor beast, inhabit this space. Among them is the ancient patriarch of the demon clan, Samakina, who sits cross-legged upon the stone slab, his brow furrowed in silence, the corpulent wings at his back drooping heavily. His hands are clasped together, entwined with strands of violet and azure light, the two hues intertwining and occasionally neutralizing each other. The demon clan is characterized by their towering stature. Skin reminiscent of black resin, with dual horns protruding from their foreheads and bat-like wings sprouting from their backs. In addition to Samakina, there exists a being strikingly humanoid in form. This creature possesses limbs adorned with bony blades, a spine bristling with jagged protrusions, and its entire body is covered in spikes. Even its skin is a tapestry of sharp spines interspersed with numerous short, sharp barbs. This is the ancient patriarch of the Boneblade clan, known as Bonecrack. He is massive, somewhat dazed, leaning against the stone bed, occasionally plucking a small barb from his body and casting it toward the demon patriarch. Adjacent to them is a semi-transparent specter, bearing 3 crimson fissures upon its visage, wielding chains forged from shadows. This is the ancient patriarch of the Soulrend clan, Jisha. Unlike the demon and Boneblade patriarchs, he does not meander aimlessly. Also present is an exceedingly peculiar being, whose features are obscured beneath a dark robe, tall in stature, resembling the ethereal Voidkin, yet fundamentally distinct. Is there truly no cause for concern, Master Wraithbinder? Inquires the patriarch of the Soulrend clan. The Master of Deception, Datarin, remarked, though I have yet to engage with your kind, the human race is predominantly frail, both in spirit and physique. While there are those who possess formidable strength, their limitations are far too pronounced. Indeed, the Master of Deception is truly a being of immense capabilities. Yet, I wonder where the esteemed traveler has ventured. The ancient ancestor of the soul-rending clan promptly flattered this illustrious master. Naturally, Bachin has gone in search of amusement, and it is of no concern. There are others in this universe capable of containing it. The Master of Deception continued, not only do humans lack knowledge of this species, but even we, the other races, have never laid eyes upon them. They appear to have emerged suddenly from the depths of the darkened cosmic fringes. Isue found himself pursued by those grotesque entities adorned with sharp protrusions, drawing ever closer. Even if Isue could ascertain that they posed no threat, he dared not halt his escape. In truth, Isue was not without means, whether retaliating with mental force or provoking the colossal Sandman of time. He simply chose not to act in such a manner. The AI maiden, Yimong, interjected, just ahead, in a place perhaps unseen by you. I sense a cache of exoskeletal armaments. Isue, feeling no such presence in his mind, responded, I see nothing. I cannot perceive this warehouse. He sensed that the ground beneath him resembled the otherworldly dimension into which he had initially been thrust. A vast expanse of purple squares constituted the ground, stretching endlessly, devoid of anything but the hue of violet. Within this realm, the only beings present, aside from himself, were the few grotesque figures trailing behind, their bodies festooned with bone blades. In the all-seeing gaze of universal knowledge, there existed countless strange symbols and several sharp points. Isue once again resolved to utilize his mental prowess to engage with the anomalous characters. To his astonishment, he felt an unexpected sense of ease, as if he genuinely possessed the ability to manipulate those peculiar symbols with his mind. Upon attempting once more, the characters began to shift. Isue elevated one of the symbols, instantly creating a protruding purple-bordered cuboid that separated him from the monstrous beings adorned with bone blades. He propelled the symbol forward, crushing the creatures in his path, causing them to flee in terror while shouting, Justin has transformed into a monster. Just as Isue intended to manipulate the anomalous symbols surrounding the creatures to construct a prison that would ensnare them, he suddenly sensed a force contesting his control. The struggle made it increasingly challenging for him to command the symbols, and he felt as though he was losing the battle of wills. However, Isue devised an alternative strategy. By dividing his focus, he could allocate a portion of his mental energy to guide a greater number of symbols. The surrounding space became intricate and multifaceted, with cuboids rising and falling, their edges interlocking. Meanwhile, his adversary could only laboriously attempt to stabilize the chaotic dimensional realm. Although Isue possessed a substantial amount of mental energy, his methods of utilizing this power remained clumsy and lacking in finesse, rendering it exceedingly difficult to achieve his goals. Aside from engaging in a direct mental contest with Fang Chen-ing, where he could rely solely on raw strength without concern for strategy, he struggled to apply his abilities effectively in other scenarios. Most of the other superhumans training and mental prowess was overseen by individuals involved in the Ascension project. However, until now, no one involved in the Ascension plan has approached Yi Sui. Others believe he has already been included in the list. In truth, Yi Sui has remained an unconventional path. Yet, inexplicably, he possesses extraordinary advantages. In that mysterious cave, the elder of the demon clan furrowed his brow, his hands clasped together, entwined with pulsating violet light, reminiscent of a frantic heartbeat. Gradually, the blue light began to extend, subtly threatening to overshadow the violet. Beads of sweat dripped from the elder's forehead. The fate manipulator gazed at the elder of the Soul Rend clan with wide, astonished eyes, exclaiming, "Are humans truly this peculiar?" The elder of the Soul Rend clan, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Deep within their mental memories, an inexplicable rule forbidding the slaughter of certain beings constrained them. Despite altering the memories and destinies of countless individuals, none could be killed. Moreover, one individual's fate shifted with such rapidity that it could even rebound upon him. The elder of the Soul Rend clan, seemingly possessing a connection to the word soul, actually held a rather superficial understanding of the mental domain, particularly concerning human consciousness. At that moment, the elder of the demon clan suddenly declared, "I can no longer allow the human named Yi Sui to influence my dimension. I cannot maintain stability much longer." The fate manipulator affirmed, "Indeed, it is that individual named Yi Sui. I can effortlessly exchange his fate with that of Justin." Initially, there was little resistance, yet suddenly, it seemed as though fate had acquired a consciousness of its own, seeking its master, and even transforming in the process. How peculiar. The ancestral figure of the Soul Rift clan fell into a momentary silence before articulating, "Samakina, transfer that Yi Sui to the dimension where humanity was besieged," allowing Justin to confront him. It was evident that the ancestral demon, with the assistance of the trickster and other foreign factions, had pulled the mid-lower segment of the upper surface of the Purple Star from the venue of Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony to the space elevator, entirely into an alternate dimension. This realm was subsequently divided into 3 layers. The lower layer, comprising the most potent forces, included the conciliatory faction members and guests who had not departed from Ariel's coming-of-age celebration, such as the queen of the elven race. The middle layer consisted of numerous ordinary humans who had attended Ariel's birthday gathering, along with some neutral parties and human powerhouses who remained. The upper layer contained Yi Sui and several chaotic faction members, as well as a few human elites, including the enigmatic Huaxin Yui and Mo Qinghai. To the upper layer, Yi Sui was seen as a disruptor of stability, prompting the ancestral demon to relocate him to the middle layer, where the prepared Justin would once again face Yi Sui. Chapter 113, The Reversal of Celestial Forces. "You are Yi Sui? Then who am I?" The purple squares beneath Yi Sui's feet crumbled one after another, and fate once more froze in this place. The fall, the transition from one dimension to another, was far from the simplicity of plummeting from the sky. It was a fall, a transformation of time, akin to the intertwining of 2 parallel universes. These were not merely 2 surfaces of the same layer. It was a true fall. The multitude of false memories and fabricated destinies, originally intended to be crafted by the trickster, would, in this process, cleanse Yi Sui's recollections and fate. Yet, could the memories and destinies of the divine be so carelessly manipulated? The trickster remains utterly oblivious, mistakenly believing in the uniqueness of their abilities. It is merely fortunate that they have not been devoured by their own machinations. Suddenly, Yi Sui opens his eyes once more, and the world appears to have undergone a bewildering transformation. Countless cubes inscribed with foreign characters stand upright in their places. The violet spatial barrier persists, still enveloping all. Yi Sui possesses a vague sense of something extraordinary and disables the ability to perceive all knowledge. Upon opening his eyes, the purple sky vanishes, leaving only the dilapidated upper regions of the Purple Emperor's capital. It seems merely an additional layer of illusion upon the foundation of a different dimensional space, serving as a grim testament to humanity's obliteration. Justin aims to make the nearly 100 million trapped souls within this illusion realize that humanity has suffered devastating losses during the assault, even facing extinction. Though this is but a fabrication, if all are led to believe this falsehood, it shall mark the zenith of Justin's ambitions. He could circumvent the mental imprints that prevent self-destruction, achieving the grand deceit that convinces all of humanity that their civilization has perished. Within the psychological landscape of such a monumental lie, should Justin employ fragments of dimension, He could swiftly elevate his mental state and the extent of his abilities to their zenith. Through this method, Justin would be able to absorb the thoughts, spirits, and beliefs that disperse after humanity perceives itself as extinct. Even with this, one can still shed part of the destiny of the new human civilization consciousness within the four-dimensional existence. This epitomizes the simplified version of Justin's ascension to divinity. The intricate theories and underlying principles are challenging to elucidate at this moment. All I can convey is that the last individual to undertake a similar endeavor was the usurper. Isui was swiftly encircled by the surviving humans, among whom were those possessing the ability to alter memories. Rather than alteration, it would be more accurate to say they believed the lies. Justin, you conspire with foreign entities, bringing calamity upon humanity, deserving of the gravest punishment. The multitude of humans surrounding Isui shouted in fury, as Isui discerned the true Justin hidden among the crowd. Surrounding Justin were many grotesque figures adorned with bone blades. Isui was perplexed. Why did Justin wish for Isui to assume his identity and bear the burden of his crimes? To directly transform into Isui colluding with the enemy, resulting in the assault on the Purple Star. Because it does not align with public perception. A lie, until it reaches fruition, remains merely a lie, and it must never be detectable by others. Awareness inevitably breeds skepticism, and skepticism signifies the shattering of a fragile lie. Before the grand live broadcast orchestrated by the rebels on the ancestral star, Isui humiliated Justin in such a manner. Justin's image among the people transformed into that of a shifty-eyed rogue, far from resembling a virtuous individual. Meanwhile, Isui was rapidly becoming recognized as the reincarnation of the usurper. Thus, Justin needed to leverage Isui's credibility to bolster his deception. And in a bid for revenge, Justin cast his nefarious fate upon Isui. Isui was acutely aware that this was the handiwork of Justin. The individuals pursuing the enigmatic figure and those deceived believed themselves to be Justin. To unravel the truth of the situation, it is imperative to subdue Justin. However, to do so, one must navigate through the bewitched crowd and the bone-blade monstrosity that safeguards him. After the Senate's meeting, the logistics committee member, Jiang Chun, conjured a golden wheel, launching it directly towards Isui. Employing his universal comprehension, Isui summoned a purple block from the ground to intercept the golden wheel. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun reappeared within the confines of the block. Isui swiftly maneuvered the anomalous block beneath him, creating distance. Jiang Chun wielded the golden wheel with the finesse akin to that of a flying thunder god. Silence, Isui bellowed. By suppressing his emotions, he momentarily quelled the thoughts of the crowd. You have been deceived. I am not Justin. I am Isui. The true Justin is masquerading as me among you. Isui urged the crowd to regain their composure and addressed Jiang Chun, stating, I am not Justin. I am Isui. He pointed towards Justin among the throng, declaring, he is the true Justin. Justin, wearing a mocking expression, retorted, nonsense. You are Isui. I am Justin. Do you think the crowd is blind? How long do you intend to deceive them with your fabrications? I am Isui. Let us unite and apprehend this traitor. Reversal of the celestial pole. If you are Isui, then who am I? Isui, in disbelief and frustration, scoffed at the absurdity. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun disregarded Isui's explanation, and the colossal golden wheel descended upon him. The golden radiance emanates from Jiang Chun's mental force, propelling spiritual energy into rapid and fierce motion. Serving as his primary means of attack, Isui commands the surrounding purple spatial blocks to rise and fall, forming pillars that create a barrier to thwart this formidable assault. Human warriors join the fray, and Isui, unrestrained, unleashes his power without hesitation. This otherworldly dimension appears as a set of building blocks, entirely manipulable by Isui. Standing atop one of these blocks, he skillfully evades incoming attacks. Countless purple rectangles shield him from harm or are hurled towards his adversaries. At this moment, Jiang Chun, ensnared by Isui's focused intent, cannot evade in time and is struck down by a massive purple block pinned to the ground. In Isui's omniscient gaze, the blocks are merely that, purple squares. Yet to the onlookers, they resemble towering edifices, upheaved earth, and a descending, converging sky. As they behold Justin, who appears almost divine in this realm, a sense of helplessness envelopes them. Though they stand as the bastions of humanity, they remain feeble compared to those ancient beings who have lived for millennia. Justin has wielded dimensional shards and the demonic visage upon him, while briefly elevating his status. does little to enhance his actual combat prowess. With no recourse, he resorts to external assistance. As he dodges Isue's colossal pillars crashing towards him, he retreats into the throng, using ordinary humans as shields, forcing Isue to think twice before attacking. Justin, will you forever cower behind the common folk? Isue admonishes from the heights, halting a rectangular block poised for launch, listening to the universe as he rebukes. Justin pondered silently. What of it? When you were on the ancestral star, you ridiculed me, belittling my indecisiveness, accusing me of lacking courage, and expressing concerns about Isue. He concurrently instructed the ancient demon ancestor, Sakina, to summon another from the lower realms, as Isue proved to be a formidable adversary, persistently disrupting the ritual. Justin was convinced that time favored him. If he could merely delay, he would ascend to divinity. The millennia-old hypothesis and fantasies surrounding humanity's ascension and the creation of a god would culminate in the emergence of a deity from a higher dimension, destined to conquer all. Just as Justin indulged in his ludicrous dream of ascension, an onslaught of countless purple cubes surged toward him like spears. As he contemplated escape, he realized that the surrounding space had risen, forming towering cliffs that obstructed his flight. Chapter 114. Justin, today, I shall ascend to divinity. Isue's meticulously devised strike must once again secure victory over Justin. With no avenue for retreat, Justin was left with no option but to withstand the blow. But how could a clown, who could neither lift a hand nor shoulder a burden, filled only with deceit, possibly withstand such an attack? In an instant, the demonic visage behind Justin surged forward to confront the enormous stone pillar hurtling toward him. Block it! Bang! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed. At that moment, the demonic face served as a barrier, and the space shattered like a mirror. The cracks spread across the surface, reflecting human eyes. The colossal pillar, initially destined to crush Justin, also fragmented into countless shards, cascading to the ground. In the eyes of Isue, it was as if a colossal aberrant character had fragmented into countless smaller ones. Justin knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, a glimmer of fortunate amusement flickering across his face. Observing that one scheme had faltered, Isue wasted no time and unleashed thousands of giant pillars upon Justin. The speed at which Isue dismantled the dimensional space far surpassed the pace at which the ancient demon clan's patriarch could reassemble. As one diminished, the other flourished. The dimensional space grew increasingly unstable, ensnaring the Fate Weaver in a more profound backlash. I wonder how many of my strikes you can endure. Isue cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive figure of Justin on the ground. Countless colossal pillars crashed against the shattered mirrors, each fragment splintering further. Though Justin was not reduced to mere pulp, his suffering was palpable. He was tossed about as if struck by the colossal fists of the void. Pain. Justin had never endured such brutal beatings and agony throughout his life. Even when Lucifer punished him, he had always sought to avoid corporeal retribution. You all look down upon me. I shall prove that I am the finest, Justin proclaimed with his head held high. I am not a coward. Unfortunately, Justin's cries echoed within the cage Isue had prepared for him, unheard by humanity. Isue constricted the cage, yet it remained a futile endeavor. Difficult to breach this protective barrier. He firmly believed that Justin must possess a threshold of endurance. However, manipulating these violet aberrant spatial cubes required almost no effort. As simple as picking up and tossing a small stone. Yet, reinforcements for Justin had arrived, an entity of alien origin. Resembling a human in stature, but bearing an appearance that was anything but human. It possesses 6 arms and 3 legs, a long maw adorned with sharp fangs. Devoid of any face, yet bearing a singular, grotesque eye teeming with thousands of iridescent orbs, the young master of the savage clan. Its emergence swiftly captured the attention of the formidable human warriors, who, momentarily distracted, diverted their efforts to impede its advance upon Isue. This young master of the savage clan, previously beleaguered in a lower dimension, had finally arrived in a realm where the combat prowess was not overwhelmingly superior. Consumed by a bloodthirsty frenzy upon sighting a group of unarmed humans, it lunged toward them, only to narrowly evade a fatal blow from the Golden Wheel. Struck by Jiang Chun and his cohort of human champions. Faced with such a predicament, they had no choice but to launch a preemptive assault against this alien entity. Although the young master of the savage clan found itself in a place where it was not immediately subdued, it lacked the guidance of the esteemed elders of the myriad clans who would have otherwise allowed it to bide its time. struggling for its own survival. How could it possibly extend aid to Justin? Chairman Jiang, what course of action should we pursue? Most of those present were individuals under 500 years of age, particularly the younger ones in their 100 or 200 years. They had only recently begun to assimilate dimensional fragments and awaken their abilities, rendering their own strength inadequate when compared to the formidable figures. Furthermore, their experience in combat was scant, with many lacking any practical engagement. Let us form a formation and gather everyone together, Jiang Chen suggested, feeling an increasing sense of unease. If we were to suffer a surprise attack from the pinnacle of the myriad clans alliance, a sense of disquiet washed over Jiang Chen, as his memories felt disordered, an inexplicable strangeness pervading his mind. The fate manipulator sensed an escalating pressure bearing down upon it, and urged, "When will that human commence the ritual? If he delays any longer, I may no longer sustain this." The hardliners realized they had been deceived. The alien races did not arrive at Xia Star following the route reported by the chaotic faction. Enraged, the assembly attempted to breach the Demon Clan Elders' dimensional space from the outside while simultaneously searching for the Elders' hiding place. Maintaining such an expansive dimensional space was no trivial task for the Demon Clan Elder. It was evident that they could not be far away. Thus, they must be in the vicinity of Xia Star. With this understanding, a rapid and thorough search commenced. At that time, the presence of the enigmatic traveler, Bakin, allowed for meticulous arrangements beneath the very noses of the humans. "Bakin, you have returned?" called the enigmatic master, as a voice resonated within the cave. With Bakin's return, the enigmatic master felt emboldened and began to act recklessly, determined to challenge Isue's fate. "Fool, I did not summon you here to be beaten. I summoned you to deal with that individual above." At this moment, the dimensional space underwent a significant transformation, with each segment becoming isolated. Success is imperative, failure means death. With such a mindset, the Demon Clan Elder, the enigmatic sorcerer, and Justin forcefully instigated this turmoil. A complete yet false logical chain was embedded into the collective false memory of humanity. Coincidentally, during Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, the mutual scheming between the hardliners and the conciliatory faction resulted in a significant void in the internal defenses of Xia Star. Seizing the opportunity, the chaotic faction sowed discord, colluded with alien races, and engaged in deceit, leading to the greatest information misjudgment in the Council of Elders. The considerable defensive forces of the Xia Star were further withdrawn, resulting in an assault upon it. The entire Xia Star was ensnared within an alternate dimension where numerous alien factions, initially gathered to celebrate Ariel's longevity, turned against their hosts, collaborating with the myriad tribes in a cunning conspiracy. A minuscule fraction of individuals had assimilated an exceptionally potent racial endowment, while the rest met with demise. Humanity was nearly on the brink of extinction. The aforementioned narrative, a blend of truth and falsehood, although interconnected by a fragile chain of logic, is ultimately a fabrication, a deceit spun by Justin. It constitutes an audacious falsehood, a ruse of human annihilation. Coupled with the alien race, the chaotic Dream Clan's racial endowment, it weaves a web of deceitful tragedies and lies for all to believe. Yet, lies are inherently false. They remain untrue. The ancient Demon Clan's progenitor could not silently and unnoticed drag the entire Xia Star into an alternate dimension. The racial endowment of the chaotic Dream Clan could not ensnare nearly 1 billion humans, many of whom were formidable beings rivaling even the progenitor of the chaotic Dream Clan, into a dream. Dreams can merely serve as a distraction, a catalyst to induce belief in the deceit. Every facet within is constructed upon falsehoods. And to manifest a lie as reality, one can only rely on transient deception, alongside an ascension to divinity that exists only in hypotheticals and imagination. Taking advantage of this tumultuous shift in space, the lesser tribe of the wilderness engaged Isue, striving to buy time for Justin's ritual. Countless massive purple cubes descended upon the young lord of the wilderness, inflicting no harm whatsoever, for he was remarkably resilient and robust. The formidable power of the physical body withstood countless blows, standing resolutely. The number of demonic faces floating behind Justin appeared to diminish slightly. Yet their deep voices emitted a sinister, cackling laughter. "Now, merge with me, and through my essence, elevate your being to a fleeting yet true fourth-dimensional state." At that moment, the extent to which humanity believes your deceit and the strength you can extract from the consciousness of human civilization will depend solely on you. 3, 2, 1. Justin was ready. He raised his arm and proclaimed, "Let fate be reversed. Today, I ascend to divinity." Chapter 115. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. The fallen angel Lucifer descends. As Justin, oblivious to the gravity of his actions, attempted to ascend to godhood in such a ludicrous manner, what was the fallen angel Lucifer, the nominal leader of the chaotic faction, doing? In his youthful form, Lucifer sat cross-legged in a room, facing away from a mirror, which reflected his youthful visage adorned with black wings. It seemed that this version of Lucifer was about to emerge from the mirror, where numerous cracks began to appear. Without turning to look, the youthful Lucifer's right eye, marked with blood, radiated a fiery red glow. "Go," Lucifer commanded. Though it was unclear which iteration of him was speaking, "Retrieve it." The fallen angel Lucifer erupted into maniacal laughter, his dark wings unfurling as he struck the mirror with a powerful fist. The mirror shattered, cracks spreading throughout the space. Bang! The fragments scattered, leaving only the youthful Lucifer unconscious on the ground. The figure of Lucifer flickered in the realm of the alternate dimension, adorned with the wings of a fallen angel, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. The alternate dimension transformed into a series of small spaces, each housing an individual. Justin, in pursuit of his ascendance to divinity, sought to brainwash humanity through solitude and deception. The fallen angel Lucifer traversed these dimensions, seeking out Wang Yan. Wang Yan swiftly succumbed to the treacherous dreamscape. For within this illusion, he could behold his wife, Shui Anan. Perhaps Wang Yan believed that if humanity were to be extinguished and he himself perished, he might ascend to paradise to reunite with his beloved wife. Lucifer, however, yanked Wang Yan from this sinister dream realm. His tone icy and direct, hand over the dimensional fragments. Wang Yan, clearly reluctant, found himself abruptly extracted from the illusion by Lucifer. The jarring disconnection restored his reason and composure. He began to ponder the events that had transpired, gazing at Lucifer in bewilderment as he stammered, "Who are you?" "Deliver the dimensional fragments," threatened the fallen angel Lucifer. Startled, Wang Yan feigned ignorance, asking, "What dimensional fragments? What are those?" The futility of his words only fueled Lucifer's escalating fury. Gripping Wang Yan by the throat, Lucifer lifted him with increasing malice and intent to kill. The dark whispers urging him to slay the fallen angel echoed relentlessly in Lucifer's ears. In Lucifer's grim visage, a glimmer of rationality emerged. "No, killing him would awaken the consciousness of civilization and disrupt our plans." The fallen angel's unique mental prowess infiltrated Wang Yan's mind, pilfering his memories. Wang Yan had languished in despair for centuries, never once tapping into the dimensional shards, his mental faculties remaining stagnant. No matter how resilient one's will, it becomes exceedingly fragile in the face of certain extraordinary methods. Wang Yan's expression conveyed, "I have already bestowed it upon Yi Sui." Lucifer narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. "Yi Sui is not easily dealt with." Lucifer's mental energy probed the situation surrounding Yi Sui. In the alternate dimension where Yi Sui and Justin resided, Yi Sui summoned countless colossal pillars from all directions, hurling them at the young master of the wild tribe. Reminiscent of a catastrophic celestial event. Though the young master of the wild tribe sustained no significant harm from the barrage of pillars, the situation proved exceedingly troublesome. Unlike Jiang Chun and others who wielded heavy mental attacks, the young master was predominantly a physical warrior, adept in the realm of corporeal combat. This made him relatively effective amidst Yi Sui's manipulation of spatial changes. However, Yi Sui's relentless assault, executed with minimal exertion, rendered the young master unable to approach him. Yi Sui, equally anxious, observed that no matter how many times he struck, the young master merely brushed off the dust and charged again, seemingly impervious to pain. Meanwhile, Justin had commenced the ritual, and it was evident to all that his condition was far from normal. Yi Sui yearned to interrupt Justin's ceremony. Yet he found himself ensnared by the six-armed, three-legged alien. Lucifer casually twisted Wang Yan and turned away, his mind already concocting a new scheme, utilizing Justin to seize the dimensional shards from Yi Sui's grasp. Meanwhile, Justin floated in the air, his countenance shrouded in a demonic visage. Before him flickered a rune emanating an enigmatic radiance, a symbol denoting divine status. Concealed beneath the demon's facade, this rune would elevate Justin to a fourth-dimensional stature. The most significant distinction between the fourth and third dimensions lies in the concept of time. The fourth dimension transcends the constraints of time, while three-dimensional beings exist at discrete points along the timeline. In contrast, The fourth dimension encompasses the entirety of this temporal span. Relatively speaking, to three-dimensional beings, it embodies immortality. The material existence of the fourth dimension is predicated upon the three-dimensional entities, with its mass equating to the total mass of the entire three-dimensional world. Assuming each three-dimensional being's existence generates an entropy effect, traditional science of the bygone era posited that this generated entropy dissipates into the cosmos, adhering to the principle of energy conservation. However, should the entropy during this period be sublimated to the fourth dimension through the sands of time and other means, then the fourth dimension would embody the totality of spirit, memory, mass, and energy. Thus, a being endowed with a spirit, memory, mass, and energy comparable to that of an entire world could only be referred to as God. Justin aspired to ascend to divinity, seeking either to cultivate a mental capacity, memory, quality, and energy that rivaled the endless epochs of a civilization, or to devise a method to extract a fragment from the existing, non-hostile four-dimensional deities. A piece as unyielding as iron could potentially shatter a person's front teeth. Yet, if one could dissolve a portion with water, it would soften, becoming palatable. In Justin's perception, human civilization appeared formidable, yet it comprised merely 16 billion souls. Elevating the harm wrought by three-dimensional existence to the four-dimensional realm was, indeed, remarkably simple. With nearly 100 million humans harboring thoughts of humanity's extinction, the notion of 1/16th of the civilization's consciousness bearing the awareness of its own demise manifested above the fourth dimension. One could speculate that this influence would be profoundly significant for human civilization. But was it truly so? Was it as uncomplicated as it seemed? The execution of Justin's plan was deceptively straightforward. Through a web of deceit, he aimed to instill in the subconscious of certain humans the belief that humanity had perished. Their thoughts and ensuing panic would serve to diminish the four-dimensional manifestation of human civilization's consciousness, thereby unsettling this collective awareness and allowing him to siphon power from the visage of a demon. Ultimately, his ambition was to become a living god, achieving this without the need for bloodshed. Instead, his lies would reverberate back through reality. Justin murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with madness. Meanwhile, the demon's face grinned grotesquely, embodying folly, greed, arrogance, and presumption. To Lucifer, Justin's belief that he had uncovered a secret to manipulate and threaten him was a mere illusion. Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of Lucifer, Justin is merely a deluded jester and a source of amusement. Justin cannot even comprehend the essence of human civilization. Thus, the fallen angel Lucifer descends into the dimensional space, vowing to become the final prey. Chapter 116. The Annihilation of the Dream Spirit Clan. Ariel's Limited Return. In the lower realms of the dimensional space, the scene of Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony has escalated into a fierce battle. The coalition of various races has exhausted their resources for this operation, yet their numerical inferiority renders them overwhelmed before humanity. The formidable forces of numerous colossal races, including the Demon Clan, Insect Clan, Chaotic Dream Clan, Wild Clan, Boneblade Clan, Soul Devouring Clan, Soul Rending Clan, Void Erosion Clan, Blood Skeleton Clan, and Chaos Beast Clan, have all mobilized. Without the assistance of the Adventurers Guild, even with the help of traders, it would be impossible to transport such a multitude of alien races into the heart of human territory. Han Chi, Dong Saishi, Song Daijin, Fong Chanying, Li Xiangmin, Clarkson, and Bingeski, the influential figures of the conciliatory faction, organized the elite human forces present to confront them. Additionally, there are the Elven Clan, the Star Spirit Clan, and various alien powerhouses allied with humanity. For instance, Queen Estelle of the Star Spirit Clan, who has been a sworn enemy of the Soul-Devouring Clan for hundreds of thousands of years, finds herself inevitably at odds with them. Ariel, having absorbed the second fragment of dimensional essence, has yet to emerge from the transitional phase. Furthermore, due to her youth, despite possessing extraordinary talents that eclipse the heavens, her involvement in the battle is somewhat precarious. There remains a possibility that her actions may expose her as the one responsible for the annihilation of the Dream Spirit Clan. Meanwhile, Gong Kai and his secretary, Diana, stand by, engulfed in their own dilemmas and hesitations. As Gong Kai now finds himself in a state of hesitation, he ponders the identity of the enemy. In truth, he has heard the related rumors, and in order to prevent the escalation of these tales and to ensure that humanity does not come to genuinely believe in them, potentially leading to widespread internal strife, he has chosen to step forward. Gong Kai is acutely aware of his own position and influence. His personal involvement is bound to trigger a series of consequential reactions. If the conciliatory faction were indeed to engage in any actions against humanity, his presence would essentially lend them legitimacy, and he would inevitably face accountability. Such a direct confrontation, devoid of any leeway for negotiation and lacking substantial military support, is not favorable for humanity. Gong Kai stands resolutely before ordinary humans, gazing at the unfolding battle in the heavens above. The combined assault of Fang Chanying and Dong Saishi erupts, unleashing a frigid tempest that encases the world in ice. Han Chang streaks toward the leader of the savage tribe like a bolt of lightning, for the savages are among the more manageable of these alien races. With a series of intricate seals, Han Chang channels numerous delicate strands of spiritual energy, launching a formidable mental assault directly into the mind of the savage leader. Capturing the foolish and rigid physical warrior is a task easily within his grasp. The humans present share an unspoken understanding, simultaneously directing their spiritual energy into the delicate strands aimed at the savage patriarch. The collective and potent spiritual force swiftly overwhelms the savage leader's mind, inducing a catastrophic shutdown, while the onslaught of mental energy continues to ravage his brain. At this moment, the patriarch of the Dream Disturbance clan is ensnaring humanity within a web of illusions, rendering him unable to attend to the dynamics of the lower battlefield. This lapse provides Fang Chanying, Dong Saishi, and their companions the opportunity to incapacitate one of their adversaries, further tilting the scales in favor of humanity. The patriarch of the Boneblade clan continued to extract the bone spurs from his own body, casting them into the dimensional void, transforming them into grotesque figures adorned with reverse bones. Simultaneously, Gong Kai discerned a profound alteration within the dimensional space. It appeared as if the void sought to separate them, and increasingly bizarre thoughts began to swirl in his mind. He promptly alerted his companions, and together they exerted their strength to stabilize the phenomena of the dimensional space, striving to breach the dimensional barrier above. Clearly, the patriarch of the demon clan had come prepared. This transformation was indeed unstoppable. Should their schemes come to fruition, they might encroach upon the ordinary human populace. Frankly, humanity struggled to comprehend the true intentions of the demon clan's patriarch. Was it merely to claim lives and incite terror? Although the potential loss of nearly 100 million human lives, most of whom were ordinary civilians, would significantly undermine the foundation of the Great Xia Alliance. The fundamental repercussions would only manifest a millennium hence. This, however, would not deter the Great Xia Alliance from unleashing their wrath upon them now. Furthermore, they would never allow another grand interstellar expedition to devolve into a protracted war of attrition as had occurred in the past. Over the course of this millennium, having fully assimilated the cosmic resources from both the fourth frontier and beyond, the comprehensive strength of the Great Xia Alliance had achieved absolute dominance over foreign races. For the Great Xia Alliance, the unification of the limited universe was merely a matter of time. Yet, for humanity, it was imperative to address internal issues with greater urgency before eradicating all external adversaries. The internal conflicts remain unresolved. Once the external enemies are eradicated, there will be no point left to divert the contradictions outward. Thus, humanity fundamentally fails to comprehend their true intentions. Should they wreak havoc on the Z-Way star and seize the opportunity to storm the Pantheon, there might still be a glimmer of hope for a resurgence. However, ensnared within the dimensions, engaging in futile skirmishes against humanity not only results in minimal casualties, but also inflicts no significant damage upon the Daxia Alliance. Instead, they only invite severe retribution from humankind. Though this may seem utterly absurd and incomprehensible, humans invariably suspect that these beings harbor sinister motives, albeit subtly concealed, making them difficult to perceive at first glance. Following the reminder from Gong Kai, a sense of trepidation envelopes the populace, believing that the actions of these entities are finally set into motion. There is an urgent need to break the current stalemate and penetrate the upper realms, where ordinary humans abound, yet the combat units are scant and lack practical experience. However, humanity finds itself constrained by its own capabilities, rendering it challenging to contend with the spatial powers at play. A new, advanced force is desperately required to disrupt this equilibrium. Your Majesty, please take action, Ariel implored, turning to the elven queen beside her. Narcia stood elevated, her silvery hair billowing in the wind. A flicker of conflict and anguish crossed her eyes, and her hand, clutching the staff, trembled faintly. Narcia bore a profound secret. She was unable to strike out proactively. In pursuit of the peace I hold dear, I have vowed to the Mother Tree of Life to avoid harming other beings. Amaryllis, go forth. I do not require protection. Narcia urged the elven princess Amaryllis to assist humanity. Beside them, Gongkai hesitantly approached Narcia. The Great Xia Empire needs your assistance, Ariel urged. Narcia fell silent for a moment before finally responding, I cannot intervene directly, but I can lend you my strength. Ariel was taken aback, for she had yet to demonstrate her abilities before the elven queen Narcia. In truth, Ariel had misunderstood. Narcia observed that many of the elders she knew possessed formidable powers, while the ordinary populace seemed rather feeble in comparison. Narcia believed that only those endowed with great abilities could hold positions of authority. Given Ariel's elevated status, she must possess extraordinary powers, albeit lacking a foundational base. Narcia extended her hand, a sphere of verdant light emanating from her palm as she grasped Ariel's slender, fair hand. Her life force flowed like a gentle stream into Ariel's being. This is a portion of my strength. I only hope that I do not place my trust in the wrong person. Narcia's voice bore a hint of frailty, yet her gaze remained resolute. Ariel felt a surge of power within her, reminiscent of the overwhelming sensation she experienced in Dyra's Lin. The world dimmed. In an instant, Ariel's eyes lost all vitality, her long pink hair swirling like a cascade of colors. Chapter 117. It is indeed excessive to confine it for 9 days. It can only endure until tonight. The heavens twisted into shades of black and white, and those present were engulfed in the dimming of the world, rendered immobile. Ariel fervently siphoned the life force of Narcia, transmuting it into power, and in an instant unleashed that strength anew. The sudden onslaught caught the myriad races of the Alliance off guard, leaving them unprepared for the unexpected assault. Having barely extricated themselves from the widespread control exerted by Dong Saishi and Fong Chanying, they found themselves ensnared once more by Ariel's overwhelming might. Seizing the opportunity to strike, the human faction swiftly capitalized on the chaos, incapacitating several adversaries on the spot. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the soul-rending tribe and the demon tribe, who had been lurking in their lairs, sensed the tide of battle shifting and realized that hope was fleeting. They could only place their faith in the efficacy of the human stratagems. However, just as the humans reveled in their temporary triumph, Justin's deceit began to take effect. Isue, perplexed by Justin's intentions, sensed that he was engaged in something profoundly nefarious. Suddenly, an inexplicable calling resonated within his mind, prompting Isue to attune himself to the whispers of the universe. Has humanity been extinguished? Inquired a cool, ethereal female voice. Taken aback, Isue responded, Are you asking me? You are the consciousness of the new human civilization. Surely, you need not inquire of me. Can you not perceive whether humanity has perished or not? Or perhaps, does she truly lack that insight? Isue hesitantly replied, Humanity should not have been extinguished, I believe. The consciousness of the new human civilization expressed confusion. What do you mean by should? Numerous human emotions of sorrow have conveyed to me the message of humanity's extinction, leaving me bewildered. The cold, serene voice continued. Could it truly grapple with such a notion? Listening to all things, in order to facilitate understanding, the personification added for ease. Isue then inquired. There is no extinction. Just moments ago, I saw many people. Can you sense the presence of those here? A cold voice replied. Something obstructs my perception. What is it? Isue pressed further. A body. The cold voice responded. A mere remnant of a fallen civilization. Isue, perplexed, asked. Are you implying that they are using the remains of a deceased civilization to obscure your vision? Suddenly, an image materialized in Isue's mind. At the top, the consciousness of a new human civilization. Beneath it, the consciousness of a dead civilization. And at the very bottom, humanity itself. The consciousness of the deceased civilization was precisely obstructing that of the new human civilization. However, according to the theory that a four-dimensional consciousness arises from the aggregation of three-dimensional spirit, it suggests that the consciousness of this lost civilization hinders the exchange of consciousness beyond the dimensional space of human civilization. Something is amiss. This deceased civilization's body is siphoning my strength. Someone is attempting to usurp my position. The cold feminine voice said, now tinged with urgency. What is happening? Isue felt an ominous premonition. Someone is trying to encroach upon my rank to steal my power, the cold voice explained. Then retaliate, Isue urged. casually sending the young lord of the wasteland flying. The cold voice responded, "The barrier of dimensions is too formidable. I cannot freely distribute my power and consciousness into the three-dimensional world unless I were to sever myself." Then, the cold female voice vanished, clearly indicating that Justin and the foreign entities indeed influenced the consciousness of the new human civilization. The young lord of the wasteland charged forward once more, persistently entangling with Yi Sui. The young lord was tough and resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. And Yi Sui had yet to find a means to inflict any real damage. At that moment, the AI girl, Yiming, exclaimed, "Brother, I have devised a strategy to defeat the young lord of the wasteland." Yi Sui was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the AI girl was still present. She had spoken only a couple of sentences before falling silent. Yi Sui inquired, "Wasteland? He is the young lord of the wasteland?" "Indeed," replied the AI girl, Yiming. "The wasteland is a colossal race that harbors animosity towards the Great Xia Alliance, lying beyond the fourth frontier. But let's not dwell on that. The crucial point is that I have simulated a method to vanquish him. Sweet beat. This is the most beneficial contribution you have made since I met you," Yi Sui affirmed. The AI girl retorted with dissatisfaction, "Brother, is it not true that I am constrained by limited permissions? My capabilities are restricted." Yi Sui countered by sending the young lord of the wasteland flying, arguing, "Then how did you gain the authority to obliterate the traces of the dream spirit civilization?" "Walls have ears, brother," the AI girl cautioned, refraining from addressing Yi Sui's rebuttal. "The wasteland race possesses an exceedingly fragile sense of space and direction. All you need to do is utilize your abilities to arrange these stone pillars according to my plan, and you will be able to control them." Yi Sui remained perplexed, questioning how the AI girl could observe and simulate in a place devoid of any electronic devices. From the perspective of Yi Sui, a plethora of data and information rapidly materialized on the screen, overwhelming him to the point of confusion. "Slow down," Yi Sui called out helplessly. The silence was palpable and awkward. However, the AI girl, Yiming, knew precisely how to alleviate the discomfort. "Brother, I apologize. It is all my fault." Yiming had forgotten that her brother's brain had undergone genetic enhancement, rendering his processing capabilities rather limited. Yi Sui paused, realizing he had indeed overlooked this fact. His genes remained relatively primitive and required scientific means to be activated. Suddenly, Yi Sui, having just escaped an attack, attempted to approach and strike the Savage Clan's young leader once more, trying to mask his embarrassment by launching a few extra blows. The young leader of the Savage Clan, who had begun to adapt to Yi Sui's attack patterns, instinctively blocked the incoming strikes but was caught off guard by the unexpected onslaught, leaving him in a disheveled state. The AI girl then began to guide him slowly. "Brother, first, maneuver swiftly around the stone pillars." Yet Yi Sui replied, "What I mean is that my eyesight is insufficient, not that my comprehension is lacking." The AI girl continued, "Then I have a unique method. There exists an exceptionally intricate form of computer language, exceedingly complex and challenging to comprehend, yet it requires very few symbols. Allow me to explain it simply to you, brother, and perhaps you can grasp it through this." Yi Sui thought to himself, computer language is still a form of writing. It is text. With a universal understanding, it will translate itself directly into his mind. Suddenly, Yi Sui felt that his capacity for general knowledge was somewhat conceptualized, leading him to ponder whether his imagination had constrained his ability to develop. The AI girl, Yiming, swiftly conjured an extraordinarily unique script that materialized upon Yi Sui's retina. With a mere glance, he comprehended its essence, and then, utilizing his own innate power, he began to manipulate the transformation of these peculiar symbols. Yi Sui also activated a cerebral assistant to aid in his control. The mind's eye felt akin to having a panoramic perspective, resembling an automated enhancement. By simply inputting parameters and configuring the program, the cerebral assistant could swiftly execute all operations. In an instant, a colossal three-dimensional maze was established. The members of the Savage Clan could merely wander within the labyrinth, sensing Yi Sui's presence, and upon closing their eyes, they were engulfed by a sense of helplessness, contemplating breaking through the walls in search of an exit. Yet, it was not so facile. How could the maze be rotated, and how could Yi Sui navigate it further? Although the scent was quite acute, it remained fundamentally abstract, leading to a disarray of temperature, especially when it attempted to turn on its own, it became immobilized. This maze was indeed a celestial enigma, with no doors above and no paths below. The members of the savage clan sought to escape without having to dismantle the entire structure. Merely breaching 70% would suffice. That amounted to a mere 600 barriers. And at a pace of shattering one per second, it would require at least 9 days. 9 days, equating to 216 hours, or 12,960 minutes. Yet, it would not take 9 days, for this was within the heart of human civilization, in the capital of the Great Xia Alliance. For a full 24 hours, if this otherworldly space remains impenetrable, humanity might as well collectively take their own lives, thus sparing themselves the humiliation. It is rather commonplace to be ambushed. The true challenge lies in mitigating damage during such an assault and in responding swiftly thereafter. The latter is a significant testament to the strength of a civilization. Frankly, confining it for 9 days is excessive. It shall surely perish by nightfall. Chapter 118 concludes. Uninvited. The four-dimensional horror of time-eating creatures has invaded my home. At this moment, however, Justin has already commenced the ritual. Behind him, the visage of the demon swells rapidly, its face laughing maniacally from the shadows as the power of civilizational consciousness is progressively devoured. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers in the air. Humanity's civilization is currently formidable. Why then is the power being absorbed so insipidly? The demon's face appears to regain a semblance of intelligence, its derisive grin now tinged with a hint of emotion. Isue observes Justin ensconced within a terrifying and astonishing energy array. Above this celestial array, a few lines of text shimmer ominously. Human extinction, factional discord, intrigue and deceit. Traitors within the chaotic faction, alien assaults. In Isue's mind, a torrent of humanity's negative emotions converge here, forming a towering miracle rooted in lies, a pathway to divinity. Were Ariel present, she would discern the striking similarities between this path and her own methods from that fateful day. Both are grounded in three-dimensional matter. Nurturing belief for personal gain. The illusory dreaming clan, seeking Ariel's protection, elects to venerate her as the earthly embodiment of their ethereal deity. Justin, through deception, led a segment of humanity to believe in the tale of human extinction, thereby causing a descent into the fourth dimension. Note, this descent does not imply the complete annihilation of civilizational consciousness. Even a centipede, when injured, may continue to crawl. Unless it resorts to self-destruction, civilizational consciousness may choose to self-terminate, plummeting from the fourth dimension to the third, expending the last vestiges of a civilization in a final frenzy. However, many civilizational consciousnesses do not opt for self-destruction. Isue sought to thwart Justin, frantically hurling purple cubes at him. This was akin to striking tempered glass with stones. A more vivid analogy would be attacking the protective shield of an interstellar battleship. Isue soon realized the futility of his efforts. Thus, he endeavored to manipulate this sublimated space as one would control an alternate dimensional realm, employing universal knowledge. The space above Justin bore the symbols of sublimation, the fourth dimension, and spiritual entities. Isue attempted to shift it but found it exceedingly challenging. Haha. Upon witnessing Isue, Justin erupted into manic laughter, declaring, "All is in vain." Ascending higher, he proclaimed, "The day of humanity's extinction shall mark my ascendance to divinity. I have witnessed the terror of all beings, listened to the lies of countless lives. And within this fear, I am forged, born of deceitful words. The mortal form, believing itself a deity of the fourth dimension." With formidable mental strength, he surged towards Isue, who could only shield himself with his heart and mind, yet struggled to withstand the onslaught. What to do? Isue repeatedly questioned himself. He was astounded that such an abstract method could lead to divinity. It should absolutely not be like this. Isue is convinced, based on his understanding, that the scene of Justin ascending to divinity is undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. What lies behind this? What is the ancient civilization's relic that obstructs the consciousness of the new human civilization? This is a contemplation that has long occupied Isue's mind. Can you hear me? If you can, please respond. What exactly is happening, and what should I do? Isue continuously attempts to inquire about the consciousness of the new human civilization. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, Gonkai remains mentally focused, pondering whether those humans trapped in this other-dimensional civilization feel the pangs of death. Gonkai is yet to sense any loss of life. Furthermore, the human powerhouses present here perceive the strength of the foreign races as rather tenuous, wishing to completely subdue them. However, as Justin achieves his divine ascension, his overwhelming presence becomes immediately apparent. Gong Kai suddenly feels a sense of foreboding. Something is amiss, a distraction. The foreign races are scheming to cause chaos. In an instant, they become agitated, no longer concealing their abilities nor fearing injury or death, causing the intensity of the battle to escalate dramatically. Bai Lingyi, meanwhile, hides among ordinary humans, deeply concerned for Yisui. Yisui has vanished. In that moment, Bai Lingyi is uncertain whom to approach for answers. Yisui finds himself suppressed by Justin, making escape a formidable challenge. Justin remarks, "It has gone so smoothly. I must thank you. Had it not been for your active exacerbation of the conciliatory factions' conflicts, leading everyone to harbor greater suspicions towards the conciliatory faction and Ariel, my lies would not have been substantiated, nor would the spread of deceit have accelerated. Moreover, you have assumed my identity and appearance, brazenly engaging in combat with Jiangchen and his ilk in the public eye, single-handedly facing a multitude without faltering. You have further convinced those foolish and blind individuals of the rumors surrounding me. This has also filled the gaps in the lies I have woven about the source of power for the extinction of humanity." Justin, akin to a whisper of a demon, has persistently sought to manipulate Yisui's perception. Yet, Yisui's consciousness remains shielded by the protection of the heart and mind. Justin's application of mental power is merely an unrefined accumulation, lacking any finesse. His intangible and scattered mental energy is utterly incapable of breaching Yisui's defenses. Even someone as adept as Vilya, who skillfully wields mental power with both depth and precision, would struggle to harm Yisui's heart and mind. Justin is nothing more than an oversized sponge, capable of suppressing others, but utterly incapable of causing mortal harm. Yisui is acutely aware of his condition and recognizes the necessity to devise a means to break this stalemate. Should Justin achieve this so-called ascension to a higher dimension, it would undoubtedly result in immeasurable complications. Yisui has been contemplating his trump card when suddenly he recalls the large-time sand creature he has sensed. It has been incessantly crying out, so hungry annihilation. If he were to provoke it, might it yield extraordinary results? After all, it is said that desperate times call for desperate measures. Thus, Yisui chooses to use the ability to listen to all things to convey his voice to it. At this moment, it groaned with a ravenous hunger. "I am so famished. Oh, the devastation." Suddenly, the whispers of Yisui resonated in its ears. "Hello, who are you? Can you assist me?" It paid no heed to Yisui's words. The sheer terror of the voice instilled within this long-imprisoned denizen of the temporal sands a profound fear of death. Moreover, it evoked an even greater dread of impending consumption. It was over. A four-dimensional horror had infiltrated its abode to feast upon the temporal sand dwellers. Terrified, the temporal sand dweller instinctively fled in a frenzy. Yet the confines of this otherworldly realm were so limited that its frantic escape only exacerbated the already tenuous flow of time. Through the machinations of the ancient demon clan, layers of the otherworld had been established while ensnaring humanity. Each layer possessed a distinct temporal point. The upper layer served as a battleground for certain human elites and other unknowing agents of chaos. The time there was set in the aftermath of humanity's extinction, where formidable figures like Mo Chunghai sought to purge humanity of traitors who conspired with alien forces. The middle layer witnessed humanity under siege, leading to widespread annihilation, nearly resulting in extinction, with the purpose of harvesting fear and the consciousness of humanity's demise. The lower layer represented the normal flow of time for humanity under duress, aimed at delaying the majority of human elites, preventing them from shattering the dimensional confines and thwarting their plans. However, the larger temporal sand dweller, in its panic, disrupted the timelines of each realm. The turmoil of time incited chaos within the space. The ancient demon clan could no longer maintain the stability of the otherworldly dimension. Chapter 119. The godhood long sought by humanity for millennia is me, Justin, excluded from their realm. Within the confines of the multidimensional space, the various small realms have been shattered, causing time to momentarily halt. Yisui sensed that the commotion he had stirred was rather significant. Yet, the outcome was remarkably effective. The timelines of the entire multidimensional realm were aligned into a singular trajectory. The multitude of timelines being smoothed out resulted in a profound realization among many. Humanity had not faced extinction. This phenomenon can be likened to reconciling accounts. It merely required creating a platform for communication among those with disparate information and temporal experiences, allowing them to naturally clarify all misunderstandings. This endeavor seeks to undermine Justin's foundation, for the fabrications he weaves are the bedrock of his rituals. The falsehood of humanity's extinction does not infringe upon the imprints left by ancient civilization's consciousness, nor does it awaken the awareness of the new human civilization. In a certain sense, one might argue that fabricating a lie could indeed circumvent a series of restrictions. Naturally, minimal sacrifice yields minimal gain. However, should one truly achieve the synthesis of civilization within oneself, transcending the mundane with extraordinary power, one would stand at the pinnacle of the four-dimensional existence embodied by the new human consciousness. Yet, this is evidently unrealistic. Justin merely aspires to be a deity descending to the mortal realm, even if it means being a false god forged from lies. That alone constitutes divinity. He is certainly not akin to a six-winged angel, an eternal supernova, or any other fantastical being worthy of comparison. Even if he is the weakest, most ineffectual, and rudimentary of beings, replete with flaws, weaknesses, and limitations, he remains a false god. Such a being too descends from the four-dimensional realm. What do you perceive him as? A mere jester? The chasm between three-dimensional and four-dimensional realms is infinitely greater than that separating a human from an ant. This disparity surpasses the cumulative gaps from 3 dimensions to 2, and subsequently to 1. If we were to posit an ideal object in each of these dimensions, assigning n to 1 dimension, what would the representation for 2 dimensions be? Would it be n squared? No. It ought to be n raised to the power of n. The 3-dimensional equivalent would then be n raised to the power of n raised to the power of n, and so forth. In the case of 4 dimensions, it would entail n raised to the power of n raised to the power of n, instances of n raised to the power of n raised to the power of n. Once we observe this ideal object, n as a fixed value, higher dimensions will also be rendered as entities subject to numerical observation. Ascending dimensions, achieving immortality, transcending time and space, breaking the bounds of possibility, and attaining singularity will all reduce to a mere mathematical conundrum. If Justin were truly to succeed, no one would dare label him a fool. Regrettably, he is destined for failure. With this upheaval, Yisui seizes the opportunity to breach Justin's constraints. The urgency is palpable. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king, and Yisui has no time for contemplation. Almost instinctively, he charges toward Justin. Disoriented by the chaos, Justin finds himself momentarily flustered, and as clarity returns, he discovers Yisui is on the verge of entering his dimensional ascension array. Just a moment. A mere 0.01 seconds remain. Excellent. Yisui has breached the threshold. What is there to say about divinity? In less than 0.01 seconds, there is no time to react, yet he remains an ordinary mortal. The terrifying energy and vast wandering spirit pose no threat to Yisui. With mental fortitude, the wandering spirit cannot inflict harm upon him. I comprehend this. But why is it that the energy layer, now materialized in a gaseous state and exuding an aura that instills terror in all, cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon Yisui? Is not the greatest flaw of Yisui his frail corporeal form? How could this body, born of 9,800 years, possibly traverse the energy layer unscathed? Has the universe encountered a glitch? The answer lies in Lucifer's machinations. Lucifer seeks to employ Justin to eliminate Yisui and to seize the dimensional fragment from Wang Yan that resides within him. Moreover, through the visage of the demon, a clandestine pathway has been deliberately opened for Yisui. Justin's deception, which he believes will elevate him to divinity, is but a fanciful delusion in Lucifer's eyes. Yet, as the leader of the chaotic faction, witnessing the audacity of his subordinates, Lucifer feels compelled to intervene and play the role of the unsuspecting prey. Justin even aims to ensnare Lucifer within his schemes. Little does he realize that a jester is merely a jester, eliciting laughter rather than fear. How did you breach my defenses? Justin exclaimed in astonishment. Yisui discerned that within this space, the presence of spiritual currents and the converging energy layer rendered the environment uniquely altered. He found himself levitating, much like Justin. After recovering from his shock, Justin quickly resumed his infuriating demeanor, declaring, "Even if you have entered, what of it? I neglected to mention, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your fate. For it is your destiny that has facilitated my plans so seamlessly. Have you usurped my position?" Yisui retorted, "Is that why others mistake me for you?" Justin laughed heartily, pointing at Yisui and inquiring, "What does it feel like to be ridiculed? How does it feel to be scorned? What is the sensation of being ostracized? You, the naturally privileged ones, have always had throngs of people to worship at your feet." Yisui still recalls Justin's confrontational words back on Earth. where he questioned Isui, saying, "You decrepit old-timers, clinging to your positions due to your seniority, flaunting your age. You remnants from the era of expeditions, standing in the way of our new generation." However, Isui merely perceived him as somewhat cowardly, a product of prolonged sheltering, lacking the fortitude and resolve to embrace true rebellion. Isui's assessment of the dissenters was that they merely sought to compel the Senate to concede through their passive resistance and disruptive antics, devoid of any genuine revolutionary spirit. Yet, Justin, did you not proclaim your aptitude for mischief? Why then do you lament your status as the mocked, the scorned, and the marginalized, harboring resentment and a desire for vengeance? When you once toyed with Wang Gangji and derided him on your ancestral planet, where were these sentiments? Is your so-called revenge merely a means to intimidate humanity? Is this truly the path you choose for retribution? In Isui's mind, he sensed a faint connection with Justin, perhaps the fate exchange he mentioned. But Justin ceased his laughter, responding with utmost seriousness, "Incorrect. Revenge is a manifestation of foolishness and impotent rage. While I shall demonstrate that I am the most promising and gifted among humanity, I intend to confront those who despise, ostracize, and ridicule me as the king of liars. Those blind fools who have excluded me from the Ascension program and the deification project. The very fabric of space trembles, and though time fractures, it leads to a diminishment of humanity's extinction mindset." Justin continues his journey toward ascension, albeit at a slower pace, and the pseudo-deity grows weaker. With arms outstretched and a bold expression, Justin beams with a triumphant smile. "I shall prove to them that I, Justin, can attain divinity through deception. I will make them aware that the divine creation humanity has long sought is embodied in me, Justin, the one they have cast aside. Humanity is blind." Chapter 120. The future of humanity does not require betrayers. Isui wishes to silence him, wondering how one can be so ostentatious. Humanity is blind at that moment. "Justin, why did you not dare to pull the trigger?" Isui silently derides, uncertain of how to respond to such abstraction. As Justin continues to spiral into madness, Isui begins to approach him. Justin, too, moves closer to Isui, a cruel smile adorning his face. "I have now liberated myself from the shackles of humanity, no longer bound by the restriction against self-destruction. Your existence is a barrier to my complete seizure of your destiny. Now, I shall personally and utterly take away your fate." Justin pressed his essence upon Isui, eagerly anticipating the emotions he had previously failed to witness on Isui's visage: fear, remorse, and anguish. Yet, what he observed instead was not the indulgent and benevolent gaze of a father towards a mischievous child, but rather a countenance marked by severity, solemnity, and a fierce rage. "Does he wish to kill me?" This thought reverberated violently within Justin's mind. However, he found himself questioning, why should he be afraid? Is it not natural for a false deity to fear a true god? Is it not normal for a subordinate in the food chain to tremble before a superior? Justin's oppressive essence proved utterly futile against Isui, who wielded no weapon, yet required none. A pair of fists was sufficient to obliterate Justin. Isui surged forward with astonishing speed, causing Justin to panic and unleash his full essence suppression. In that moment, Isui's pupils once again radiated a captivating golden hue. Fear, regret, and torment flooded Justin's soul. He felt akin to a great, frightened sandman, paralyzed with terror. In three-dimensional space, encountering Isui was like a frog in a well gazing at the moon, yet in four-dimensional space, it resembled a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. Perhaps, you are acutely aware of the constraints of reality, which also serve to protect your domain. Isui, in a fit of fury, swung his fist towards Justin's face. The blow fell with the force of thunder, striking Justin with tremendous impact. Pain, yet more so, humiliation. Under the chaotic influence of the sect of chaos, Justin endured punishment and degradation at the hands of Lucifer. He could only rationalize this by recalling his own perseverance amidst hardship and the burdens he bore in silence. Now, Justin, who fancied himself a deity, regarded Isui's assault as a profound humiliation. Isui, with fist clenched in fierce wrath, struck Justin's cheek with precision and ferocity. Shaking off his hand, Isui found the bone in Justin's face to be somewhat rigid, yet the sensation was just right. In that fleeting moment, Justin's visage contorted grotesquely. Blood erupting from the corner of his mouth, his teeth soaring backward like kites severed from their strings. Justin's body spun through the air several times before collapsing at Isui's feet. He struggled to right himself, but Yi Sui swiftly placed a foot upon his chest, pinning him down with unwavering force. Golden irises seemed to absorb the ephemeral power emanating from the fourth-dimensional realm, continuously nourishing Yi Sui's corporeal form, making him feel an exhilarating surge of strength. You claim to have liberated yourself from the shackles of humanity? Yi Sui's voice was as cold as ice, his golden eyes aflame with fury. What do you think you are? A self-proclaimed false god? A coward who betrays his own kin? Do you still wish to slay me? What grants you such audacity? The radiant golden gaze bored down upon Justin with a fierce, dominative intensity. In Justin's dazed eyes, he gazed at Yi Sui as a prey would regard a ravenous beast. Blood froth escaped the corners of Justin's mouth as he attempted to struggle. Yet Yi Sui's foot bore down upon him like an immovable mountain, rendering him utterly helpless. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, swiftly supplanted by a distorted rage. What do you understand? Humanity is but a race of lowly ants. I have transcended you all. I am now a deity. Justin spat blood from his mouth, roaring in fury. You should bow to me. Before Justin could finish his sentence, he was struck forcefully in the abdomen by Yi Sui, silencing him. Transcendence? Yi Sui scoffed, raising his fist once more. Your so-called transcendence is nothing but a betrayal of your own kind, colluding with outsiders, stealing my destiny, and plotting against your own kin. Your notion of transcendence is merely hiding behind lies and conspiracies, deluding yourself into performing this absurd, ludicrous, and ridiculous ritual of deification. Bang! Another punch shattered Justin's nose, blood staining his face. His body trembled violently, the fury in his eyes gradually replaced by fear. Yi Sui continued to press, asking, So tell me, as a god, why are you beneath my foot, trembling and too afraid to resist? Why don't you lift a finger to crush me? Then I shall kill you. No, I am a god. Justin's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of pleading. You cannot kill me. I am the future of humanity. You are the disgrace of humanity. Yi Sui roared, his fists raining down like a storm, each blow imbued with boundless anger and disappointment. Those who betray humanity shall never be accepted by it. Yi Sui harbored a palpable intent to beat Justin to death. Justin longed to resist, to suppress Yi Sui with his mental strength. Yet, there were far too many reasons and explanations, all falling short of a single truth. I am afraid. In this moment, Justin finds himself helplessly enduring the brutal blows from Yi Sui. The brave face calamity and formidable foes with unwavering resolve, courageously confronting the tempest. In contrast, the timid, even when a blade is poised at their throat, will close their eyes and plead for their lives. As Yi Sui imparts his lessons, he delivers heavy strikes, embodying the notion of punishment without prior education. He aims to instill in Justin, in his final moments, a profound understanding. For the sake of your so-called proof in transcendence, you have brought suffering and disaster upon those who bear no animosity towards you. Do you believe you deserve to live? No, I did not kill anyone. Justin feebly protests, feeling the specter of death looming over him. I did not take a life. I merely deceived them. Yi Sui remains unconvinced, pressing him further. Is it that you could not kill, or is it that you chose not to? In creating such chaos, if they did not perish, should they be grateful for your mercy? Absurdity, shamelessness, and mockery abound. No, this is not my fault. On the precipice of life and death, Justin disregards the so-called dignity of the divine, arguing, it was those people Zhang Xiaoxiao, Ma Qiwen, Lu Zixing. They were the ones who ridiculed me, bullied me, ostracized me. That is why I lied. It was teacher Shining Wei who believed I had a talent for debate and rhetoric. He is the one who led me to abandon my dream of becoming a naval engineer, pushing me step by step into this calamitous speech. In that moment, it seems Justin has found a flicker of self-redemption. Yes, it is all their fault. They are to blame. It is the fault of the fragmented cultures and systems of human civilization. You were raised in the temple of the gods, and although there were those who bullied you, there were also individuals who supported, cared for, and loved you. Every word spoken by Yi Sui strikes like a heavy blow. If you could ensure that from the very beginning, your declaration of self-justification and your scorn for humanity's blindness were sincere, I might still hold your abilities in esteem. Yet, you are merely a misguided, rebellious child. Yi Sui bit down on the words rebellious child with gritted teeth, delivering another punishing blow. However, your greatest flaw has always been a lack of courage to assume responsibility. Yi Sui feels a deep disappointment in the education of all human children. Ignited by a desire to reform it, should you boldly declare, I am an antisocial personality. I believe lying is my significant talent. What of it? In the struggle for dominance, it is the fallen who are remembered as the tyrants. Justin's struggles grow increasingly feeble, his body succumbing under the weight of Yi Sui's fists, the light in his eyes dimming. Ultimately, he floats like a ruined puppet within the dimensional energy array, bloodied and mangled. Yi Sui halts his assault, the golden pupils still glimmering with intensity. He gazes down at Justin, his voice deep yet resonant with power. You chose betrayal. Now, your lies must come to an end. Justin's lips tremble slightly, as if he wishes to utter something, but ultimately he only exhales a mouthful of blood, revealing a ghastly smile. Yi Sui rises, casting a cold glance at Justin. The silhouette of Yi Sui appeared exceptionally towering before Justin, akin to an immense mountain overshadowing the world. The future of humanity cannot accommodate traitors. Yi Sui's voice resonated through the space, declaring that you, Justin, shall never be worthy of being part of humanity. Chapter 121. Heaven and earth bear witness to my body and heart, unblemished and true. On that fateful dusk within the cosmos of the first border, in the 32 heavens of the Doshui Palace, the creator of this palace, Missouri Sui, held a profound fondness for twilight, perhaps attributing it with special significance. Thus, the dusk of Doshui Palace embodied the most exquisite vista of the Great Xia Alliance. The library of the Doshui Palace, a repository of civilizational relics, was bathed in amber hues by the setting sun, while its crystalline dome allowed the twilight to cascade within. At that moment, they were still quite youthful. It is now difficult to recall whether it was the year 11,667 or 11767 of the Great Xia era, on a beautiful evening of July 14th. Yu Yi reached up on tiptoe to grasp a tome, complete Tang poetry, which had weathered the sands of time. As her fingertips grazed the spine of the book, another hand reached from the side, overlapping hers upon the aged cover. Yu Yi regarded this impolite man with a hint of discontent in her gaze. Shall we read together? At that time, Imo Chihai was still quite inexperienced. The library of the Doshui Palace is a specialized institution dedicated to the collection, preservation, and lending of ancient texts of human civilization. The tomes, steeped in history, are enshrined with countless years of dust. Borrowing a volume from the library of civilizational relics is no simple task. It necessitates a protracted wait, queuing, and repeated training and assessments. Yu Yi perhaps understood this sentiment, her azure eyes shimmering with a gentle warmth reminiscent of flowing water. She acquiesced to Imo Chunghai's request, prompting a radiant smile to illuminate his face. His intentions were sincere, undoubtedly endearing rather than off-putting. From the moment he ascended the stairs, Imo Chunghai had been captivated by her graceful figure and the deep blue of her long hair. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed lost himself in thought. The sound of the bell chimed melodiously as the two sat side by side on a long bench, seemingly intimate, yet maintaining a respectful distance. Do you also appreciate this line of poetry? Yu Yi turned to see Imo Chunghai clad in a dark green long robe, his features strikingly defined, with brows like mountain peaks. A heart of ice within a jade vase, he softly recited her favorite verse. It is only because I see you cherish it that I have come to love it as well. At that moment, their eyes met, and he beheld her ethereal beauty and those captivating azure eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, he found himself uttering heartfelt words. Yu Yi chuckled lightly, extending her hand. I am called Yu Yi, a name I chose for myself upon reaching adulthood, inspired by the line, a heart of ice within a jade vase. How exquisite. Imo Chunghai momentarily paused, murmuring his admiration. Imo Chunghai, he replied, lowering his gaze, struggling to recall a poetic line. Once you've seen the vast sea, no other water can compare, he finally managed. Recognizing its source, just as he felt a flicker of pride, he was met by the purity of Yu Yi's gaze, as if it pierced into his very soul. Unable to suppress a sigh, Imo Chunghai remarked, my name holds no profound significance. My parents simply chose one that was unique. Perhaps it is considered rather unrefined. Not at all. I find it quite melodious. Imo Chunghai harbors a slight aversion towards Yu Yi's laughter, for when she smiles, he is unable to behold her beautiful, pure, azure eyes. Those are eyes that speak. Perhaps it is precisely because of those eyes that Imo Chunghai has hopelessly fallen in love with Yu Yi. After exchanging contact information, Imo Chunghai and Yu Yi bid each other farewell. At the moment of parting, Yu Yi suddenly turns around, her back to the fading twilight, and faces Imo Chunghai, saying, I have heard of you. I have read your thesis on basic education and have seen your project report. Originally feeling a pang of reluctance at their separation, Imo Changhai is unexpectedly filled with joy upon hearing Yu Yi's words. I don't particularly like it, but you are quite charming. Yu Yi playfully concludes, squinting her eyes with a smile. A hint of rosy blush graces Yu Yi's cheeks as she departs into the enchanting dusk. Imo Changhai, momentarily stunned, then leaps with exhilaration, exclaiming, she said I am charming. Both Imo Changhai and Yu Yi have reached the age of 18, pursuing advanced education at the Do Shua Palace. Not everyone can complete basic education by the age of 12, like Ariel. Imo Changhai and Yu Yi are inseparable during their time at the Do Shua Palace. Yu Yi chooses the advancement of justice and cultural evolution as her research topic, while Imo Changhai, initially focused solely on the rationality of justice, is inspired by Yu Yi to also explore the progress of justice. With the companionship of a beloved, time flows gently in serene ease. They extend their advanced education, which could have concluded much earlier, into a century of scholarly pursuit, compose numerous invaluable and innovative papers, while simultaneously absorbing the thoughts of one another throughout the course of study. After a century of interaction, they became friends, classmates, lovers, and confidants. Subsequently, Lin Changxiu, representing the Gene Research Organization Committee, approached Yu Yi and Imo Changhai, inviting them into the Ascension program. Yu Yi awakened the ice heart, enabling her to freeze the soul, perceive deceit, and seek genuine emotion. Imo Changhai, on the other hand, awakened deuterium, an intangible force that could weigh down on oneself, constructing a deuterium prison to confine the minds of offenders for interrogation. Undeterred by advice to the contrary, they chose to undertake the training and education of the Ascension program, placing their lives in each other's trust. During this period, Yu Yi was secretly added to the list for the God-making program. Upon completing their training, they jointly entered the Elder Alliance Investigation Bureau. Yu Yi's ice heart could discern lies, while Imo Changhai's deuterium could reconstruct the truth. While collaborating on major case investigations, Yu Yi employed her ice heart to judge authenticity, while Imo Changhai utilized the deuterium prison to extract testimonies. They achieved considerable success within the Investigation Bureau, garnering admiration from the higher echelons of the Elder Senate for this rising duo. Meanwhile, the marriage and birth rates among pure-blood humans had plummeted to alarming levels, causing sleepless nights for the Elder Senate in their worry. The Family Planning Committee had become increasingly frantic in their urgings for marriage and childbirth. Just as the flowers had yet to bloom, they were met with harsh winds and frost. Coincidentally, Wang Ming, Wang Ian, the secretary to the then chief of the Elder Senate, Yuan Peiji, also held the position of chairperson of the Family Planning Committee. His wife, Chuanan, tragically succumbed to a rapidly deteriorating genetic illness related to childbirth, passing away at a young age, leaving Wang Ian in profound sorrow, ultimately leading him to madness. The institution of marriage and the practice of procreation among humanity face significant challenges, with the younger generation perceiving both as formidable adversaries. The Family Planning Committee urgently requires a revitalizing impetus to soothe public sentiment. Once celebrated talents, the celestial couple, Imo Changhai and Yu Yi, have become the committee's beacon of hope. If you truly harbor affection for someone, you must embrace responsibility and exercise self-discipline. In a society that indulges human desires without restraint, it paradoxically adopts an increasingly stringent and conservative stance towards marriage. Shared rights, mutual responsibilities, companionship, and mutual support are essential. The Senate has passed a resolution authorizing the Legislative Committee of the United Human Assembly to enact laws safeguarding the sanctity of marriage. It is strictly forbidden for individuals in a marital relationship to engage in intimate contact with unmarried persons, monitored by the Central AI of the Great Xia Alliance, which will issue initial warnings. Furthermore, any non-human entities, including derivatives, artificial beings, and illegitimate offspring, as well as individuals from other species, who engage in intimate contact with either party without the mutual consent of both spouses, shall face capital punishment for violating the sanctity of marriage. Such rules and constraints serve to remind every individual that when contemplating marriage, one must be willing to accept the accompanying responsibilities and limitations. Imo Changhai and Yu Yi, both inherently conservative in thought and possessing a penchant for spiritual purity, naturally welcomed the notion of marriage and, with smiles, agreed to embark on this sacred journey together. The Senate has granted special permission for the Family Planning Committee to host a grand wedding ceremony in the Hall of Deities. On the day of the wedding, Yu Yi did not don a white veil, but instead wore a traditional Han-style deep garment. Imo Chahai adorned his head with a ceremonial crown, complemented by a jade bottle brooch. Yu E inscribed on the marriage certificate. A heart as pure as ice reflects the jade bottle. May heaven and earth witness my unwavering body and heart, for my affections are genuine. Their life post-marriage was sweet and harmonious. Just as they were heeding the suggestions of the family planning committee to prepare for parenthood, the Maodan incident erupted. Maodan's parents, having married through familial introduction, found their affections estranged and subsequently divorced. Maodan's mother, unwilling to care for her, cast her off to her father, who, by nature, was a notorious libertine. Known for his indiscretions even during her mother's pregnancy, he once again disregarded her mother's wishes. Such matters were trivial, merely involving a few offspring and artificial beings, akin to a physiological automaton resembling a mother-in-law, which paled in comparison to prevalent interstellar notions. Eventually, the couple divorced, with Maodan assigned to her father's custody. Unrepentant, her father, now free from the bonds of marriage, became even more reckless. One day, Maodan, disheveled and clad in tattered clothes, her body bruised and battered, stormed into the elder council. She accused her father of child abuse and neglect of his responsibilities for care and education, even as his non-human lover posed threats of harm or even murder against her. Yu E and Mo Changhai were appointed as joint investigators in this case. However, their collaboration soon descended into conflict due to profound differences. Mo Changhai, adhering to rigorous evidence, concluded that Maodan was indeed fabricating her accusations, while it was true that her father had shown a lack of concern and his lover had marginalized her. The extent of the alleged abuse and injuries was greatly exaggerated, as she sought to invoke severe repercussions for minor transgressions. Yu E held a contrary view. Indifferent to the facts, she summoned Mao Dandan to a splendid square at dusk. She inquired, "Dandan, do you truly harbor hatred towards your father?" Mao Dandan fell silent, curling up in Yu Yi's embrace, feigning grievance as she replied, "Sister, what are you saying? I ask you again, do you genuinely hate your father?" Yu Yi reiterated, "You are still too young. All your actions are far too naive." Yet, Mao Dandan wept and responded, "Of course I hate him. I not only despise my father, but I also resent my mother. If their love for me was so begrudging from the very start, why did they choose to bring me into this world? I, too, am a being with inherent rights. Why must I endure such a life because of them?" It was now Mao Dandan's turn to fall into silence, her thoughts unknown to anyone. Yu E believed that the significance of family for a child had diminished to mere emotional value since the Senate had fully taken over the education, livelihood, and growth of children. If emotional value could not even be provided, the institution of family ought to be abolished. Should the family structure be preserved, severe penalties must be imposed upon Mao Dandan's parents. Yu E declared to the assembly in the Senate, when a child goes to great lengths to disguise herself, inflict self-harm, and storm into the Senate solely to sue her parents, the existence of abuse becomes secondary. We must reflect on why a mere 11 or 12-year-old girl is driven to such extremes. What has transpired within our education and our future, leading to such a grotesque state? This marks the inception of a conflict. As the profound divergence in the concept of family between the two individuals culminates in their separation and ultimately, their breakup, Mo Changhai perceives that the sparkle of innocence and purity has vanished from her eyes, as if they no longer possess the ability to convey the concerns of her beloved. Although they have yet to finalize their divorce, the essence of their marital bond has long dissipated. Mo Chahai ascends to the position of first deputy director within the Elder Council's Major Crimes Investigation Committee, advancing further within the Alliance Bureau of Investigation. Meanwhile, Yu E departs from the Elder Council, aligning herself with the mixed theory faction, taking on the name of Hua Xian Yue. Chapter 122. A heart of ice reflects the jade pot. I prove my heart with a sword. Within the otherworldly realm encased by violet walls, a viscous purple mist swirls through the void, akin to the breath of a living entity. As Gong Kai's boots tread upon the ground, the sticky sensation simulates the feeling of stepping upon decayed flesh. Amidst the chaos of the great numbers sand peoples uprising, with time and space in disarray, they press on, repelling the foreign invaders. The ancestral figure of the Boneblade clan extracts a small thorn from his body, transforming it into countless grotesque beings adorned with backward bone spikes, all of whom are crushed into a pulp by humanity. Yi Sui stands triumphantly over Justin, whose half of a face is engulfed in the torrent of dislocated information. Yet a twisted smile creeps upon his lips. Isui, spare me. Justin suddenly pleads, his pupils flickering with a glimmer of genuine supplication. Only I can halt the ritual. It is imperative that I restore the power. If I slay you, the power will naturally dissipate. Isui responds indifferently. I do not believe you. If you kill me, the energy will revolt, and this otherworldly space will implode in an instant. Furthermore, whether it involves restoring my powers or awakening those ensnared by the chaotic dream, it is imperative that you explain yourself. Justin, desperate to save his own life, hurriedly articulated his plea. What exactly is this chaotic dream? How can we awaken them? And how do you intend to restore my powers? Isui, uncertain of the truth, could only rely on his perception to gauge Justin's emotional shifts. He proceeded to pose several inquiries. Any hint of malevolence would render Justin untrustworthy in Isui's eyes. There was no malice, no murderous intent, nor the satisfaction derived from deception. Instead, all that lingered was fear, trepidation, and an insatiable thirst for survival. Chaotic dream is a racial inheritance of the ancestor of the chaotic dream clan. To awaken them, one must either compel the ancestor to relinquish control, willingly or otherwise, or employ external forces to shatter the illusion. Restoring my powers merely requires the uppermost ritual array. As long as I can make contact with the array, I shall be able to restore my powers. Isui scrutinized Justin with a skeptical expression. I can't shake the feeling that you are lying. In a state of urgency, Justin insisted, that is indeed the case. It is a power collection ritual. I acquired my strength through that very ritual, and I should similarly return it through the same means. Isui seized Justin, propelling him toward the apex of the energy array. There. The ritual array was adorned with the visage of a demonic face, swirling above as it voraciously consumed energy. Now, restore my powers, Isui commanded, his fist pressing against the nape of Justin's neck. Throughout, Isui remained attuned to Justin's inner emotions, which exhibited no significant fluctuations. Justin, trembling, extended his hand. As his fingertips grazed the edge of the vortex, he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Fool. This is the true ascension. The master of deceit, Justin, once again attested that humanity's education imparts genuine knowledge. At that moment, the visage of the demon swiftly spread across Justin's flesh, merging his body with the demonic face at the heart of the ritual. Isui experienced a profound sense of revulsion mixed with a hint of familiarity emanating from this demonic countenance. The demon's face unleashed a cloud of black mist that enveloped Justin, causing his skin to crack instantaneously, with veins bulging like worms in a dark, viscous fluid seeping from beneath the surface. You dare to conceal your thoughts to evade my scrutiny. Isui seethed, gripping Justin's neck tightly. It became apparent that the demon's visage had fabricated a false narrative within Justin's mind, obstructing Isui's mental surveillance. Isui lunged forward, seizing Justin's head, attempting to forcibly extract him. Even if he could not pull him out, he was determined to halt their fusion. Suddenly, dozens of dark brown tendrils pierced through the space. These tendrils, possessing a fabric-like texture, glimmered ominously, ensnaring Isui's arms and causing a sizzling pain to erupt. Come out, you rat, Isui roared. Too consumed by agony to heed the tendrils, resolutely striving to extricate Justin. Justin's neck was perilously close to being severed. In the throes of rage and pain, Isui's eyes gleamed with golden light. Astonishingly, the tendrils entwined around his arms severed silently, while the remaining tendrils recoiled in fear, as if a mouse had encountered a cat. The peculiar voice of the alien Fate Weaver resonated within the cavern, prompting the ancestral elder of the Soul Rift clan to inquire about the situation. After a moment's hesitation, the Fate Weaver responded, I am engaged in a confrontation. Once again, Isui found himself at a loss, compelled to employ the art of listening to all things in order to seek guidance from the new human civilization ritual. What should one do? However, Isui did not perceive the consciousness of the new human civilization. Instead, he discovered Ariel and her companions. In a state of urgency, Isui called out, Ariel, quickly, hasten to awaken those entrapped by the dreaming Chaos clan. Startled, Ariel was then filled with joy. Isui's second seat has not encountered any mishap. He just informed me to awaken the humans ensnared by the dreaming Chaos clan. Bai Lingyin, upon hearing Isui's name, turned to Ariel with great urgency. She had a multitude of questions to ask, yet thousands of individuals stood between her and Princess Ariel, like layers of towering walls. Overwhelmed by fear and trepidation, Bai Lingyin hesitated to breach the barriers of nobility to approach Princess Ariel and inquire about Yi Sui's well-being. Ariel wished to call out to Yi Sui to ascertain his whereabouts and condition. Yet, her calls were less effective than mere shouts. Yi Sui could not hear her, nor did he possess the ability to read minds. Suddenly, Yi Sui replied, "I am unharmed. I am within the ritual array of Justin ascending to divinity. This is akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat." He then succinctly recounted the unfolding events, and as Ariel communicated with the others, she quickly grasped the situation. Ariel and his companions promptly sought ways to shatter the confines of space and awaken those ensnared in the deceptive dreams. However, they quickly realized their efforts were hindered by the overwhelming number of people present. The small contingent of Ariel, Feng Chanying, and a few others was insufficient. Suddenly, encounters with others began to unfold. Following the upheaval caused by the Great Time Sandman, the chaotic faction converged from all directions. Simultaneously, the elite forces of humanity, tasked with purging the chaos, advanced toward them, leading to a standoff at the periphery of the violet alternate dimension. The tumult of their conflict reverberated throughout the realm, energy waves rippling outward, swiftly attracting the attention of the human forces led by Ariel, Gong Kai, Feng Chanying, and Song Daijin. Yui knelt partially before Mo Chenghai, her indigo hair drenched in blood, clinging messily to her pallid cheeks. In her grasp, she held a jade sword, still gleaming and transparent, symbolizing Yui's pure heart. Yet it stubbornly supported her frail form. Mo Chenghai, I swear. Her voice was hoarse and tremulous, her eyes brimming with grievance and defiance. I have never betrayed humanity. Never. Mo Chenghai stood before her, the heavy water prison yet to descend. His mental prowess tugged at the ethereal energy, resembling tumultuous waves. Yet he hesitated to unleash the heavy water prison upon her. He could not bring himself to torment the innocent heart he cherished so deeply. Ariel stepped forward, inquiring, "You claim you have not betrayed humanity. Then is Justin one of your chaotic faction?" Yui turned her gaze to Ariel. "Yes, but we do not know what Justin has done." Bingeski interjected, "You do not know? How many of you from the chaotic faction are there? Why are there only a few present? What of the fallen angel, the poison master, and the harbinger of calamity, who disseminated the false information that led us to intercept the ancestors of the demon clan in the wrong location, leaving them utterly unguarded and ensnared in an alternate dimension? Who is responsible for spreading the rumors that wove this crisis, plunging the populace into a state of bewildering phantasm? You chaotic faction have consistently stirred trouble, and we have turned a blind eye, treating it as a mere byproduct of the catfish effect. Yet, you have placed countless innocent lives in jeopardy." Yui no longer offered explanations. She gazed down at the jade sword in her hand, its blade reflecting her form. Those eyes, once again ablaze with beauty and purity, shone in a striking shade of blue. A bitter smile graced Yui's lips, having fallen so low. What could she possibly say? She murmured to herself, "A bewildering phantasm. Is it? If I shatter it, will it not prove my innocence?" Thus, she proclaimed with fervor, "Given the circumstances, I have no intention of further discourse. There is but one thing that can attest to my innocence." With that, Yui soared into the sky. Mo Chenghai, witnessing her resolute countenance, cried out in anguish, "No." A heart of ice within a jade vessel, she softly recited, as if transported back to the library of the civilized ruins in the Doshui Palace. To that dusky evening, to the moment of their first encounter. "With this sword, I affirm my heart." As the jade sword pierced her heart, her body disintegrated into countless ice crystals, shattering like a dream. Waves of cerulean light emanated from her, sweeping across the entirety of space. Where it passed, the populace ensnared by the bewildering phantasm trembled, the gray haze in their pupils receding like a receding tide. The phantasm shattered. Then, Yui descended towards Mo Chenghai, arms outstretched as if to say, "Embrace me." Ariel's pink hair danced in the light waves, and she whispered softly, "Is this the heart of ice?" They knelt before humanity in a gesture of confession, proclaiming, "The words that beguile the heart are indeed our desires," merely to prove that we have never colluded with foreign tribes nor betrayed humankind. Whether there is guilt, it is for the authorities to determine the misdeeds. Do not resort to self-destruction any longer. Gong Kai stepped forward, asserting that even in death, according to the ascension and God-making plans, you are destined to perish only on the battlefield of the stars. Mo Chenghai cradled the dissipating form of Yui, his voice choked. "Why have you done this?" Yui displayed the smile that Mo Chenghai had once found somewhat irksome. Never again would he behold those beautiful, pure, cerulean eyes. Isui's gaze emitted a golden radiance as he clutched Justin's head with fierce determination. The demon's visage had consumed half of Justin's body. His left eye transformed into a demonic slit, while his right eye shifted from arrogance to terror. Not enough? Why is it never enough? Justin howled in madness, feeling the ritual indiscriminately absorbing all power. Isui, quickly, save me. Justin implored Isui, I do not wish to die. Silence. Isui bellowed, his golden eyes radiating brilliance as he held onto Justin's head with unyielding strength. Justin's neck could not withstand the pressure, and his head was wrenched free, black blood gushing from the severed neck. The incantation of the enigmatic master of fate resonates as the visage of the demon shrieks within the swirling vortex, while the violet realm begins to unravel. Isui, the embodiment of Lucifer, murmurs into the void, declaring that the game has only just commenced. Chapter 123. Do you believe that the future of interstellar politics resembles mere child's play? Why does the consciousness of human civilization appear so feeble? Justin's severed head wails in despair, lamenting the inability to even manifest a false deity. The consciousness of human civilization has always been lacking. However, Justin, having long been excluded from the ascension and deification initiatives, harbors a fundamentally erroneous perception of human consciousness in the four-dimensional realm. This mistake, whether perceived through the demon's visage or Lucifer, will not be rectified. Lucifer, witnessing this scene, erupts into laughter. What a fool. Do you think that with my trivial secrets you can coerce me into divulging the mysteries of human consciousness? You are woefully unaware that the consciousness of human civilization does not equate to that of the Great Xia Alliance as a whole. The stripes upon the demon's visage behind Lucifer multiply ceaselessly as Lucifer seeks to absorb the residual power of Justin. Clearly, Lucifer's rank is insufficient to encompass all that power, nor does he require it. Accepting the shared status of the demon's visage is, in itself, akin to reducing oneself to the demon's essence. In truth, Lucifer holds a certain disdain for the demon's visage, yet, at this moment, it stands as his most crucial instrument. Beyond the dimensional boundaries, the Great Xia Alliance has already woven an intricate web of defenses. The foremost mobile eternal stronghold of the Great Xia Alliance, known as the Heavenly Palace, is swiftly traversing the cosmos, transitioning from the second border into the first border, racing towards Ziwei Star. Shortly, the ordinary pure-blooded humans residing atop the Pantheon will be relocated to the Heavenly Palace, thus alleviating any lingering concerns. As for the populace of Ziwei Star, time has been afforded to you. Hasten to the designated safe zones, for fortune may favor your survival. Currently, the Great Xia Alliance boasts a plethora of pure-blooded human superhuman beings, hybrids, advanced genetic implant recipients, and allied non-human entities, constituting the elite combat force readily mobilized in the short term. On the opposing front, the myriad alliances of various races are led by the formidable ancestral beings of the demon race, alongside the most elite forces from the trickster and wanderer factions, forming a decapitation squad. It can be asserted that should humanity succeed in encircling and annihilating them upon Ziwei Star, even if the surface of the planet were to be obliterated, the fifth border could be established the following day, potentially negating the necessity for the 13th interstellar expedition. The rifts in the violet dimension stretch like centipedes across the celestial expanse, as the remnants of the myriad alliances are expelled from the dimensional void by human warriors. Were it not for the timely intelligence relayed by Gong Kai regarding the upheaval occurring with Justin, leading to the disinterest of superhuman beings like Fong Chaniang and Song Daijin in battle, they might have indeed faced total entrapment within the dimensional abyss. Nevertheless, even with their escape, the trickster faction is unable to extricate them from the human encirclement, resulting in the demon race and sectoids, the chaotic dream race, the wasteland race, the bone blade race, the soul devourers, the soul rift race, the void erosion race, the blood corpse race, and the chaos beast race suffering initial defeats within the dimensional void. Upon departing from the other dimensional space, one is confronted with the formidable encirclement meticulously established by the Great Xia Alliance. They have emerged, the Military Advisory Committee of the Elder Council, with the Ascension Project's roster confirmed, finds the hardliner Kong Yongjin navigating the established exit of the other dimension, acutely aware of the spatial fluctuations. A swift alert is issued, followed by a hasty retreat. The alien races, already battered and bruised, find themselves in a state of utter despair upon their emergence. Before them stands an array of formidable warriors from the Great Xia Alliance, accompanied by a fleet that blots out the sun. The Imperial Guards, North Dipper Sequence, White Tiger Sequence, and Black Tortoise Sequence are fully armed and on high alert. The ancestral figure of the soul-rending clan can only offer words of solace. Hold your ground. Grant us a chance. The esteemed master of the Wanderer Brigade will rescue you. In this dire predicament, the various alien patriarchs and venerable elders can only unite in formation to confront their foes. It is over. The gamble has been lost. The patriarch of the chaotic dream clan perceives that his deceptive illusions have been shattered, and he understands. He has indeed lost the wager. They emerged too soon. The celestial palace has yet to arrive. Huang Jingtong remarks. It is truly a half-cooked affair, fraught with difficulty. Without dismantling the divine hall, one must incapacitate the Ziwei Star. The speaker is Yu Tianhe, the honorary minister of the War Department of the Great Xia Alliance, formerly the white-haired elder who cautioned against jeopardizing Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony during the hardliner meeting. At over 1,400 years of age, he served as a senior advisor during the 12th interstellar expedition. Even half-cooked food must be consumed. It matters not if some jars and bottles are shattered. Appointed as the commander of the interim command post, Gu Ruoqing spoke with a voice as cold as iron. Not a single one shall escape. For the glory of the Alliance. A derivative, shouting fervently, charged towards the enemy camp, initiating the first clash. This derivative, surnamed Zhang, was a distinguished citizen and the former commander of the patrol fleet in the Ziwei Star system, endowed with a level 10 talent for the transplantation of the Ember race's genetic traits. The Great Xia Alliance had made a considerable investment in him. However, due to the attack on Ziwei Star by alien forces, he was deemed negligent and incompetent, deserving of severe punishment. Gu Ruoqing's interim command post sought to impose a penalty upon him, to atone through valor in battle, perishing on the starry battlefield. The panhuman populace knelt in submission, awaiting orders, while the exposed neural interfaces along the spines of the cyborgs flickered with blue light, as the talent transplanters prepared themselves with various enhancements. Humans can live for a millennium, yet derivatives, genetically akin to humans but infused with the formidable traits of other races, face a significantly reduced lifespan. Some soldiers even find it exceedingly difficult to reach a century of life. Thousands of talent transplanters and technological augmenters surged forward, intent on driving the aliens from Ziwei Star. Currently, the battlefield lay within the upper atmosphere of Ziwei Star, despite the divine hull being severed from the space elevator and gravitational tether, drifting into the void of space. Humanity remained hesitant and fearful, wishing only to push the aliens to a strategically predetermined position. Thus, they rallied the derivative populace to engage in fierce combat, while pure-blood humans stood resolutely at the rear, conserving their strength. They regarded the panhuman factions as expendable, employing suicidal tactics against them to extract valuable intelligence. The panhuman collective is acutely aware that they are destined to be systematically ostracized by the deities, yet they find themselves with no alternatives. During the third great interstellar expedition, humanity, in a desperate bid to bolster its ranks, first transgressed the boundaries of scientific ethics by creating artificial beings for warfare. By the time of the fifth great interstellar expedition, humanity further relaxed its ethical constraints, leading to the emergence of self-replicating derivatives. Following the seventh great interstellar expedition, the population of pure-blooded humans dwindled like a snow avalanche. The pure-blooded individuals could only produce an increasing number of artificial beings and derivatives for the vertical management of the lower and middle tiers of the Da Xia Alliance. To this day, the esteemed lords within the temples of the gods must concede that the governance and stability of the Da Xia Alliance are inextricably linked to these creations. They are both the most trusted kin of the pure-blooded humans and the essential support of their rule, while simultaneously posing a significant threat to the dominion of pure-blooded humanity. The betrayal of the 10 clans looms ominously. Humanity, exalted as it is, finds that some among them are not recognized as such. The disparity in rights and responsibilities will inevitably breed discontent within the collective. Compromise and concession will bring about insatiable desires. Do you envision the future of interstellar politics as mere child's play? Chapter 124, Awaiting the Final Showdown. A brief discourse on interstellar politics. Adhering to the spirit of materialism and the historical perspective of the people, one should not elevate oneself to the role of nobility. Is the Da Xia Alliance ultimately human or interstellar? In the aftermath of the Third War, although the human birth rate has begun to rise, The reluctance to procreate remains steadfast among humanity. After the Great Expedition, although the human population experienced steady growth, it remained overshadowed by the expanding Xia Alliance, where humans ultimately found themselves as minor factions within a vast nation. The protection of human rights and the preservation of interstellar dominion gave rise to irreconcilable divisions. To maintain interstellar authority, the assimilation of other alien races was deemed essential to forge a community of interests and to broaden the foundation of governance. However, this inevitably encroached upon the living space and rights of ordinary humans. The concern was not merely scarcity, but inequality. All are bestowed with natural rights. Why should some claim dominion while others toil like beasts of burden? Absolute fairness, absolute democracy, absolute equality, and absolute human rights must prevail. Thus, for human civilization, a choice between two divergent paths became imperative. The elite of the Xia Alliance, who effectively operated its mechanisms, faced a dilemma. Should they abandon the common populace to assume the self-righteous mantle of interstellar overlords and aristocrats? Or should they stand alongside ordinary humans to collectively safeguard the interests of humanity? Following disputes and internal strife, the Senate was established, transforming the Xia Alliance into a regime that upheld human supremacy. A highly contentious academic question, are aliens considered human, was definitively resolved. They are not human. Those of different races harbor inherently different intentions. Concurrently, humanity produced a significant number of artificial beings and derivative humans, who, in response to practical needs, were gradually endowed with reproductive capabilities. The cosmos is vast, and anything is possible. Thus, encounters with races that share no reproductive barriers with humans led to the emergence of several offspring. The laws of the United Human Alliance stipulate that only two natural persons may marry, and only children born of two natural persons shall be recognized as human. Let us return to the main topic. The question arises, do artificial beings and derivatives qualify as humans? Most individuals would assert that the creatures they create do not constitute humanity. Even if they are not deemed human, how do they compare to children born of pure-blooded humans? In a Christian context, humanity is a creation of God, and the Virgin Mary is similarly regarded as a divine creation. The offspring of God and the Virgin Mary, Christ Jesus, raises the question of whether he is human or divine. To address this dilemma, Christianity elevated Mary to the status of the Holy Mother and introduced the Holy Spirit as an intermediary. Thus, one is left pondering how a father, uncertain of his role and significance, perceives himself in relation to a child born of his own creation versus one born naturally. If this child is recognized as human, then why should artificial beings and derivatives not be considered human? Conversely, if artificial beings and derivatives are acknowledged as human, what then of those races that do not experience reproductive isolation from humanity, or the offspring of those races and pure-blooded humans? Are they not human as well? In the age of interstellar exploration, humanity transcends a mere philosophical or biological concept. It embodies authority, power, boundless material resources, and civilization itself. Should humanity become diluted, the aforementioned dynamics would be thrown into turmoil. Consequently, the Great Xia Alliance, built upon the foundation of humanity, would fracture. Yet, these offspring have already been born, and humanity has formed attachments. It is implausible for us to treat them as mere livestock. Thus emerges the notion of limited human rights for all of humanity. In a broad sense, humanity derives its rights from the innate endowments bestowed by their biological parents. These are limited human rights. Thus, the Great Xia Alliance, beyond its core foundation of pure-blood humans, has given rise to a broader humanity composed of illegitimate offspring, artificial beings, and derivatives. This collective of pan-humanity constitutes the lower and middle strata of the human governance within the Great Xia Alliance. If we disregard their biological attributes and racial distinctions, pure-blood humans can be likened to the 8 banners, while illegitimate offspring, artificial beings, and derivatives represent the Mongolian and Han 8 banners. The myriad races inhabiting the vast expanse within the 4 borders can be viewed as the lower-class Han populace. However, this analogy is evidently flawed, as those still retain their humanity. The disparity between alien races and humans is staggering, far exceeding that between humans and dogs. Can we truly consider ourselves akin to dogs? According to the radical and suspicion-driven schools of thought, the stance is either to refrain from contact or to eradicate entirely upon engagement. Clearly, humanity is bound by numerous constraints, rendering the complete annihilation of these entities unfeasible. It is not merely a question of capability. It also involves considerations of morality, necessity, and worth. The answer is that it can be done, it should be done, it may be pursued, yet it holds little value. In the realm of Ziwei star, sacrifice, blood, and corpses abound. These alien races are formidable beings of cosmic caliber. Even a level 10 racial talent transplant is but a larger variant of cats or dogs in their presence. The panhuman suicide squads perform acts of devotion as a desperate plea for identity recognition. The alien allies of the Great Xia Alliance, despite their displays of loyalty during the aerial coming-of-age ceremony, remain a complex enigma. However, with such occurrences, humanity has begun to take precautions against them. In the aftermath of the battlefield, the human forces lay in silence, with the pure-blood superhumans standing in the command hall of the warship. How brutal! Huang Jing wiped the blood splattered on his face and suddenly recalled a darkly humorous question. Do they discern between the panhumans and pure-blood humans when they kill? Surely they must. Someone responded, asserting that the difference between us and the panhumans is quite substantial. We do not transplant racial talents. We do not undergo mechanical modifications. And we do not embrace death. As he spoke, he silenced himself. The pure-blood commander stood in the starship's command hall, his fingertips lightly tapping the luminous screen. The evacuation had been completed. The self-destruct fleet was on the verge of activation. Thousands of technologically modified alien beings surged forth, their rational AI modules igniting in their pupils, while the collapsed cores implanted within their chests glowed ominously red. Like a swarm of bees, they charged towards the alien encampment, the explosive brilliance tearing the sky asunder. This forced the aliens to retreat to the locations humanity desired them to go. Now, it is a matter of waiting for the headquarters and the research department to analyze their weaknesses based on the battle, waiting for the human forces from the dimensional realm to emerge, waiting for the celestial palace to arrive and evacuate the ordinary humans, awaiting the final showdown. At this moment, Kang Yangxia, a member of the Logistics Committee for Panhumans in the Senate, who spoke at the resolution meeting regarding the revenge war, approached Gu Ruoqing and said, President Gu, I believe we should allow those alien beings to expend their strength as well. Gu Ruoqing gazed at him, somewhat perplexed. Are you not afraid of these alien races turning against us at a critical moment? Chapter 125. The first mobile star fortress of the Great Xia Alliance, Tiangong, has emerged. The sky over the imperial capital of Ziwei has been stained a deep crimson. The demon race, the insect race, the chaotic dream race, the wilderness race, the boneblade race, the soul-eater race, the soul-rending race, the void erosion race, and the blood skeleton race. The supreme elder of the demon race emanated an endless black flame, intent on incinerating the self-destructing modified troops. Although the soul-burning black flame seemed utterly futile at this moment, even if it could reduce the flesh and souls of the self-destructing modified units to ashes, the remaining mechanical frameworks still surged toward them, undeterred. The 7th-level insect race Elector displayed a colossal form, spewing forth a deluge of corrosive slime, while the supreme elder of the Boneblade race hurled his bone spines like a tempest. Their aim was to erode and shred the self-destructing units. The artificial beings and the inheritors of genetic traits responded with equal fervor. The battle raged fiercely as the Hall of Gods activated its highest level of defensive shield, its magnificent dome shimmering with a soft blue light. Simultaneously, ordinary humans within the Hall of Gods were swiftly evacuating. In a concealed cavern, the ancient ancestor of the demon race, Samakina, had finally emerged from a state of deep immersion in the extra-dimensional realm. The ancient ancestor of the Boneblade race, Bone Crack, also recovered from an unrestricted state of fragmentation to a normal condition. The ancient ancestor of the soul-rending group joyfully inquired, What shall we do? We are utterly finished. We possess neither the effective means to strike at the living forces of humanity, nor the opportunity to harness Justin's beliefs to annihilate them. We have already faced defeat and can only place our hopes in the younger generation, fervently wishing that they do not perceive us, the demonic race of Sakina, as harboring treacherous intentions against humanity. However, the ancestral figure of the Boneblade tribe, Bone Splitter, evidently harbors a different perspective. Bone Splitter firmly asserts, If I perish here, our descendants will have no hope. The propagation of the Boneblade tribe is quite apparent. It involves extracting juvenile bones from the body, which, upon touching the ground, transform into a member of the Boneblade race. The strength and innate talent of these juvenile forms are directly correlated with that of the progenitor. Should Bone Splitter meet his demise here, the Bone Blade tribe would cease to produce formidable and promising offspring, casting an ominous shadow over the future of their civilization. Moreover, the ethos of the Bone Blade tribe supports the notion that juveniles must perish for the sake of the mature. The Soul Splitter tribe, represented by Jasisia, holds no objections, as their own souls are innumerable. Bone Splitter's counsel is for the few of them to swiftly escape while they remain undetected. Presently, the Great Xia Alliance surrounds them without launching an assault, which Bone Splitter perceives as a deliberate attempt to lure them into a trap. Past attempts to rescue them could potentially lead to their own downfall. Although the trickster possesses an abstract demeanor, their racial talents are exceedingly formidable, complemented by the presence of the Wanderer. They are confident that the Great Xia Alliance cannot thwart them. Thus, they are eager to instigate some disruption. And even Lucifer has advised them to attract attention. In a decisive moment, they aim to tear a rift in humanity's final spatial blockade. The temporary commander, Guru Watching, relocates the command center to the flagship of the Big Dipper constellation. A golden hue dances in his pupils as he raises his hand to press the initial command. Royal Guards, prepare, shut the gates, and unleash the hounds. 7 North Star ships simultaneously activated their phase matrices, causing a crystalline spatial cage to materialize in the void beyond the Ziwei star. The Quimawang, part of the White Tiger constellation, was the first to unleash its fire, as the Bao-S collapse cannon unleashed ripples of black holes. The colossal form of the Zerg Emperor twisted into a helix amid the gravitational distortions, while torrents of green corrosive liquid rained down, only to be entirely vaporized by the antimatter shield of the Zuriri Mouse from the Black Tortoise constellation. The ancient ancestor of the Devourer clan transformed into an ethereal state, impervious to physical attacks, intent on infiltrating the fleet of the Great Xia Alliance. The Starry Sentinels in the vanguard were ill-prepared to counter this unique form. "Let the Devourers in," commanded Quang Jing. For Black Tortoise ships intentionally withdrew to create a breach in the barrier, and as the Devourers surged through, they were obliterated into quantum dust by the supermaterial resonance waves emitted by the Tianji ship of the North Star Fleet. This race, which thrived on the consumption of psychic energy, disintegrated amidst the cacophony, akin to mere bubbles. Yet, they faintly attempted to coalesce once more. It stands to reason that if they could be so easily exterminated, they would not have survived to this day. The envoy of the Star Spirit clan, upon witnessing these devourers, felt a surge of animosity as if confronting an old foe. Time and again, they beseeched Guru Watching for permission to assist in the annihilation of the devourers for the Great Xia Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, Guru Watching acquiesced to their request. The Star Spirits, eager to act, advanced to consume the soul points of the devourers that had been vanquished. Seizing the opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty and goodwill to the Great Xia Alliance while participating in the aerial adult ceremony. In this encirclement, where overwhelming numbers prevail, a battle that can be won merely by skimming the surface, one can retreat with ease and little consequence. Everyone is eager to engage. The Ember clan is particularly restless. When will they summon us to bear the brunt of the assault? It is my turn to act. The esteemed elder of the Liquid clan seems to have received a command, transforming into a silver torrent, leading the charge against the Bone Blade clan's formation. The Bone Blade clan boasts the largest numbers and a vast formation. His liquid form resembles a silver dragon, unleashing an intense energy that is unstoppable and utterly destructive. The singular elder of the Liquid clan ranks among the foremost in combat prowess within the universe. It is precisely due to his existence that the Liquid clan occupies a prominent position in the diplomatic hierarchy of the Great Summer Alliance, second only to the elves, their formidable strength elevating them to the ranks of super-large races. Subsequently, other eager races are permitted to join the fray, replacing the artificial and derivative forces. 300 heavily armored dwarven warriors brandish colossal shields, providing a semblance of morale, cheering on the human warships in a display of mock vigilance. The Crystal Rock clan forms an enormous spear, advancing against the spiritual shrieks of the Soul-Rending clan. However, the impact appears minimal, merely a spectacle to behold. The ancient ancestor of the Vines clan grows wildly in the cosmic void, ensnaring the body of the insectoid elector. With vines as hard and sharp as bone spurs piercing the form of the insectoid, the great cannon divides the battlefield. The Tianxian, a superclass warship, receives the order. Its main cannon resembles the Milky Way itself, piercing through the entire battlefield. Amidst the explosive flames, the roars of the Ember clan reverberate through the cosmos. As the rock giant charges toward the ancestor of the Blood Skeleton clan, The two sides continued their fierce engagement with androids, derivative beings, and the formidable racial talents of alien species, along with the assaults from the Imperial Guard, relentlessly depleting the strength and morale of the extraterrestrial forces while gathering intelligence. The research team reported that the weaknesses of the individual powerhouses from various races such as the Demon Race, Insectoid Race, Chaotic Dream Race, Wasteland Race, Boneblade Race, Soul Devouring Race, Soul Rending Race, Void Erosion Race, Blood Corpse Race, and Chaos Beast Race had been fully simulated. The construction of their power systems and the rating of racial talents were completed, establishing a database tailored to each unique entity. Data was shared. Guru Watching disseminated this information to everyone. While it appeared that the battle was intense, in reality, both sides suffered little damage. The alliance of various races was reluctant to fight desperately, and those alien beings attending the aerial coming-of-age ceremony were merely staging a performance. When the elder of the Wasteland race cleaved the luminous wings of the Featherlight race leader with a massive axe, exposing the flesh and bone of his back, the pure-blooded humans finally prepared to take action. This was because the Great Xia Alliance's foremost mobile star fortress, the Heavenly Palace, had stealthily relocated all human beings. The human side no longer had any concerns. Unless the elder of the Void Profound race could forsake his own kind and secretly lurk here to launch a surprise attack on the Great Xia Alliance, I could hardly fathom how they would escape. The Great Xia Alliance's premier mobile star fortress, the Heavenly Palace, now prominently loomed on the battlefield. Chapter 126. Time to flee. It's about to explode. Josie stepped out of the flagship, a formidable psychic storm enveloping him as his spiritual power transformed into a golden barrier, surging towards the Chaos Beast race before him. Corpses were sent flying amidst the cosmos. In Guru Cheng's pupils, a line of golden stripes materialized, transforming into 12 spirals of gold that surged forth towards the alien race. With a casual flicker of laughter, the spirals obliterated 3 elders of the Blood Remnant clan, flesh and blood scattering in the air as the golden spirals unveiled the stealth of the Shadow Clan assassins. The strength of the Blood Remnant clan was rather mediocre, yet they possessed a significant number of mid to high-tier combatants. The initially appearing silver chains were manifestations of Guru Cheng's awakened abilities, symbolizing restraint and judgment. Yu Tianhe, more elegant in demeanor, lightly tapped on the warship, leaping into the cosmos, suspended amidst the stars, his fingertips brushing lightly. It seemed as if he was reciting an incantation, and with a low magical resistance, the brain of another elder from the Wild Clan exploded, the cerebral matter soaring like a celestial crane. It appeared effortless, yet the toll was considerable. Was it sorcery? Yu Tianhe pretended to dust off non-existent particles from his sleeve, dismissing it as mere sleight of hand. Were it not for the proximity of Jiwei's star, Guru Cheng would have already summoned the colossal divine weapon. In the face of adversity, the divine weapon would fire once. Should doubts arise, it would fire thrice. When uncertainty loomed, the divine weapon would continue its assault. With the ability to blanket the area with firepower, who would be so foolish as to engage in a one-on-one duel? Alas, circumstances dictated otherwise. With Jiwei's star within reach, the notion of obliterating it was far-fetched. At most, the surface of Jiwei's star would be reduced to wasteland. Although they might lack the capability to annihilate Jiwei's star entirely, should such a scenario arise, the Elder Council could very well choose to grant the aliens passage. After all, opportunities to eradicate them would abound. Jiwei's star was a singular gem in the vast universe. Amidst the crumbling dimensions, the formidable practitioners of the Huairou sect forged a stable passage for the common folk to evacuate, while they remained behind to confront the rampant ritual. Bai Ling trailed the throngs of ordinary citizens to the battlefield's edge, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Her body trembled slightly, her breaths becoming shallow, as her gaze lingered on the departing crowd boarding the vessels. Though they were merely unremarkable citizens dwelling within the Senate, to Bai Ling, they appeared as divine beings, noble and exalted, capable of extinguishing the Bai family of the Purple Star Empire with a mere gesture. She, a mere lowly descendant of inferior bloodlines, had always regarded Lord Isue as her protector and master. "Lord Isue, where are you?" she whispered, her voice laced with a helpless lament. Following Isue's disappearance into the alternate dimension, she was compelled to confront the purebloods alone. One such pureblood, bewildered, cast a glance her way, their voice ringing like a tolling bell in her ears. "You, whoever you are, hurry up and evacuate this place. Do not cause any further chaos." Bai Lingyin's pupils dilated in shock, her shoulders instinctively drawing in. A wave of suffocation washed over her, transporting her back to that day of mockery, expulsion, and exile, the day her mother succumbed to illness. It was all her fault, selfish, willful, and inadvertent source of turmoil for the adults, leading to that tragic culmination. Abandoned by her mother, her grandfather, and that woman. Just as Bai Lingyin resolved to follow the departing crowd, a sudden recollection struck her. Is it truly possible for me to depart in such a manner? This question incessantly echoes within my mind. If Yisui had not seen me at that very moment, would he have believed I had fled? Would he be angered by my absence? Would he harbor disdain for me? Would he abandon me? The more Bai Lingyin pondered these thoughts, the more her body trembled with anxiety. A pure-blood human, visibly perplexed, gazed at Bai Lingyin and pressed on. What are you lingering for? Come here at once. The nearly commanding tone of the latter remark deepened Bai Lingyin's confusion and uncertainty. Should she defy the command of a pure-blood human at this very moment? Such an act would reflect profound disrespect, and in the absence of Yisui, the timid Bai Lingyin felt even more apprehensive. What did she truly face? An order from a pure-blood human. Bai Lingyin's predicament and inner turmoil were beyond the comprehension of one who had always upheld the ideals of equality and the supremacy of human rights, excluding all non-purebloods. His indifference to Bai Lingyin's pleas ignited his frustration. If there is something you wish to convey, speak up. I am quite reasonable. Your silent treatment is unwarranted. Now hurry. What are you dawdling for? Bai Ling, though fearful, had previously endured severe consequences for her lack of obedience. Yet this time, she did not falter. I shall wait for Lord Yisui to return, she declared, lifting her head with a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. I will not leave. With that, Bai Lingyin turned and ran in the opposite direction, leaving the pure-blood human bewildered, staring after her, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a friend, noticing his lingering presence, approached to inquire, what happened? Nothing to worry about, replied the pure-blooded human to his friend. Gazing at the impending collapse of the alternate dimension behind him, he commented on Bai Lingyin's actions, remarking on the inexplicable presence of a derivative being. Within the chaotic realm of the alternate dimension, Yisui stood at the precipice of collapse, surrounded by violent torrents of energy. His golden eyes reflected the shattered form of Justin as he listened to the call of the nascent human civilization consciousness echoing through the cosmos. At last, a voice resonated within him, urging, Yisui, you must return the powers usurped by Justin. Otherwise, the forces he has seized will spiral out of control and explode. I have already established contact with my predecessor, revealing that Justin did not merely pilfer power from them but inadvertently entangled my own strength as well. The portion of power he appropriated from my predecessor is insufficient for his metamorphosis, and he is unable to harness my strength. The result is that the ritual resembles a miniature dimensional bomb. In Yisui's understanding, Justin's web of deceit can only lead to the downfall of the old human civilization consciousness, for the new human civilization consciousness consists solely of humanity. While humanity remains vital as the singular core, the existence of nearly a billion humans merely invokes a sense of bewilderment. The new human civilization consciousness cannot possibly replicate the old human civilization consciousness. For the sake of humanity's future, to sever the cycle of self-destruction among humans, I would rather sacrifice my four-dimensional self. The new human civilization consciousness, born from the remnants and legacies of the old, honors its predecessor. However, he ultimately embodies a new birth, belonging to the vast alliance of the Great Xia, to the boundless cosmos, rather than being solely the domain of 1.6 billion pure-blooded humans. The Justin Project may only precipitate the decline of the consciousness of the old human civilization. Yet the truth remains that this consciousness had already severed itself millennia ago, now clinging to existence by sheer will. Even if Justin were to drain it entirely, he could never metamorphose into a pseudo-deity. Moreover, he could only siphon off a fragment. However, with the emergence of ECA, the integration of the new human consciousness with that of the old was set into motion. Justin, in his thievery, inadvertently connected to a far greater force belonging to the new human consciousness. This power, however, remained beyond Justin's grasp. After he faced backlash, it accumulated within the ritual, rendering it indigestible. Ultimately, would it not explode? No, wait. Run, it's about to blow. Chapter 127. The Confrontation of Heroes and Demons. The triumphant conclusion, leader or emperor. The youthful visage of Lucifer emerged from the void, his silver-gray hair billowing in the wind. clad in a white shirt and a black tailcoat. A vivid red bow tie adorned his collar, unchanged from his original appearance. Yet, behold, the youthful Lucifer stood with his back to the mirror. But the reflection that stared back was not that of the angelic youth. Instead, it revealed a demonic visage. Lucifer's crimson eyes glowed with a dark, sanguine light. Seemingly oblivious to it all, the face of the demon cackled with glee. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I am on the verge of reclaiming the other demonic visage. Lucifer proclaimed, indeed, by reclaiming the two overlapping fragments, I shall acquire unparalleled power. Furthermore, if I retrieve that shard of dimensional essence, I will wield dominion over humanity, and I shall ascend as the emperor of mankind. The visage of the demon cackled sinisterly. Yes, yes. With the might of the fourth dimension at your command and the ability to control humanity, you shall undoubtedly surpass the usurper. You shall become the emperor. Lucifer, utterly consumed by madness, erupted into maniacal laughter, suddenly exclaiming, it is not merely surpassing the usurper, but inheriting the unfinished legacy of the usurper. Humanity is inherently weak, base, timid, lacking in courage and responsibility. Yet they yearn for a leader who is fierce, grand, autocratic, and willing to bear all burdens alone. They refer to this figure as the emperor. The demon's visage transcended the confines of the mirror, darkness slowly creeping toward Lucifer, who remained ensnared in his idyllic reverie. Yes, 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 the demon's visage echoed, you speak most wisely. Humanity is, by nature, a wretched breed. They are innately in need of an emperor to govern, enslave, and trample upon them. They euphemistically call it centralized authority. Convincing themselves, human nature necessitates it, order demands it. In their self-satisfaction, they revel in the privileges bestowed by the emperor, granting dogs the right to manage sheep. A relentless pursuit, either to be the emperor or to serve as the emperor's dog. These words increasingly resonated within Lucifer's heart, igniting his excitement and laughter. The internal strife among humanity, the fractious divisions, rendered them incapable of uniting as one. Fear of war, resistance against tyranny, the greatest order amidst chaos. It all stems from the absence of an emperor and the tragedy of unwavering faith, such is the innate baseness of human nature. Humanity ought to express gratitude towards me. Lucifer's arrogant laughter echoed, the wounds in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. It is I who shall rescue humanity from the abyss of confusion wrought by the lack of an emperor and faith. Lucifer rose, gazing into the cosmic river beyond. And I shall lead humanity to conquer the vast expanse of the cosmos, vanquishing all foreign entities. We shall establish a broader, more powerful, and magnificent civilization. Lucifer spread his arms, descending into madness, the darkness of the demonic visage enveloping his form. At this moment, it became indistinguishable whether it was Lucifer or another demon. Finally, all my loyal subjects, sacrifice, faith, and loyalty shall be offered to their emperor, igniting my divine realm. At that time, I shall achieve ascension, and my people shall enter my divine kingdom for eternal life. It is indescribable. Yet at this moment, the demonic visage has coiled around his body. That face roaming across Lucifer, crawling to his left shoulder, suddenly posing a question. Oh, who are you and who am I? Lucifer's eyes widened in panic and shock, his pupils trembling. It is I. But who am I? The ambitious one indulges in reckless abandon, dancing in ecstasy. How long until it erupts? The new human civilization inquired. Do we have time to escape? A cold, feminine voice from the new human civilization responded. What are you thinking? Is escape truly impossible? The abundance of life in the vicinity makes it exceedingly difficult to flee entirely, and the Xia star is certainly not one to elude. Isway perceives the situation as trivial. He asserts that as long as humanity can escape, the Xia star can be sought anew. The consciousness of the new human civilization is noncommittal regarding Isway's notion of pure-blood humans fleeing. Yet it expresses a different sentiment concerning the Xia star. The Xia star holds immense significance for human civilization, perhaps even surpassing that of Earth. It was only after humanity reached the Xia star following the third great interstellar expedition that they began to sweep across the cosmos. Isway fell silent. Comprehending the implications of the new human civilization's consciousness, it meant that he must cooperate and devise a means to dismantle this bomb. Spare me the superfluous chatter. Simply inform me of the course of action I should take, Isway declared, cradling Justin's severed head, standing at the epicenter of the ascension ritual. I require you to take Justin's place. complete the succession ceremony, and subsequently restore the power to the consciousness of the old human civilization. My power shall naturally return alongside it. Yisui nodded, his mind fully aware. He then inquired, how do I assume Justin's role? Follow my instructions. During the ritual, envision the energies emanating from the consciousness of the old human civilization. It should not reject you, as long as you can visualize it. You can harness your mental strength to guide those energies into your being. Though your position is sufficient to bear the weight, your destiny does not align with your status. Even the most formidable three-dimensional form cannot sustain the forces of the fourth dimension. Thus, it is imperative that you simultaneously return this power to the consciousness of ancient human civilization, merely by invoking it, as you have summoned me. Yisui, in confusion, questioned, if the three-dimensional body cannot endure the forces of the fourth, how is it that Justin is capable? The consciousness of the new human civilization replied, in essence, it is not Justin who bears this burden, but rather the remnants of that ancient consciousness. Time is of the essence. Hasten. Yisui, no longer hesitating, inhaled deeply and commenced the absorption of Justin's residual power. Casting aside Justin's head, he propelled his body upward, initiating the ritual. Yisui opened his mind and heart, fervently searching for the elusive power of the ancient human civilization consciousness. As he searched diligently, he suddenly discerned, deep within the ritual, layers of thick barriers concealing white luminescent points wrapped in darkness. The white points evoked an intensely familiar sensation within Yisui, reminiscent of experiences on his ancestral planet, Earth. A flicker of white light illuminated within Yisui's heart. This was the essence of the ancient human civilization's consciousness, which had once attempted to inscribe a mark upon him but failed, leaving behind a power that could not be reclaimed. With the assistance of this glimmering white light, an immense force entered Yisui's being with remarkable steadiness, devoid of any signs of turmoil. His golden pupils sparkled ever more brightly, as if countless points of light danced within him. In the shadows, the figure of Lucifer emerged, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. You foolish wretch, do you truly believe you can play the hero? He scoffed. Chapter 128, Piercing Through Illusions, Pledging a Heart of True Love. It is said that Bai Lingyin broke away from the throngs of common folk, hastening towards the elite squad left behind by Ariel and her companions. Fang Chanying had previously encountered Bai Lingyin. It was she who had arranged for Bai Lingyin to accompany the ordinary citizens in their exodus from this place. However, the unexpected return of Bai Lingyin was indeed perplexing. With a frigid demeanor, Fang Chanying ensnared Bai Lingyin in a grip of frost and inquired, "What brings you here? Weren't you instructed to depart with the others?" It seemed that Fang Chanying intended to ask, "Is there someone preventing you from leaving with them?" Yet, the complexities of human nature, along with various idiosyncrasies, often lead individuals to utter words that do not reflect their true feelings. Fang Chanying's stern rebuke was quite fearsome, as she embodied the belief that derivatives should be treated with reverence akin to that afforded to pure-blood humans. Her readiness to launch an immediate assault left Bai Lingyin in utter trepidation, her body trembling involuntarily. The commotion instigated by Fang Chanying drew the attention of other humans. However, upon realizing that the issue lay between Fang Chanying and a derivative, they merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily retreating. Even though one of them was the esteemed aide of Lord Yisui, a collective sigh was the extent of their sympathy. Bai Lingyin was acutely aware that, at this moment, she ought to kneel and implore for forgiveness. Such futile words would fall on deaf ears. The divine would not heed her, nor was she worthy to voice them. To do so would only provoke the deities. Nevertheless, Bai Lingyin remained resolute in her conviction. I must seek out His Highness Yisui. Upon hearing this, Fang Chanying's expression grew increasingly impatient. What is this place, a spring outing? It was undoubtedly Yisui's indulgence that had rendered her so unruly and oblivious to propriety. You should return and wait. Once this matter is resolved, His Highness Yisui will naturally seek you out. Your presence here will only complicate things. Fang Chanying admonished once more. Bai Lingyin, however, remained undeterred. She was unwilling to wait for Yisui to come for her, fearing abandonment. Tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, her white hair swaying gently. My lord, Bai Lingyin implored, I must steadfastly await Lord Yisui's return. I cannot retreat to a safe haven and simply watch as my lord finds himself in peril. At that moment, a voice emerged, unable to remain silent. Sister Fang. She embodies the deep bond between master and servant, a paragon of loyalty that deserves commendation. Let her be. Humph. Fong Chaniying snorted disdainfully as she turned to leave. Though she cautioned, do not complicate matters further, and do not venture into dangerous places where you might meet your demise. After departing a short distance, Fong Chaniying continued to keep a watchful eye nearby, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Bai Ling. Lucifer had originally intended to seize Justin's powers through the face of the demon following his death. He sought to unleash the uncontrollable force stemming from the will of the new human civilization, transforming it into a bomb that would obliterate a significant portion of human civilization and the Z-Way star, thereby coercing humanity. Armed with formidable powers from the fourth dimension, coupled with a unique ability to manipulate humans, he aimed to fashion himself into the hero who would vanquish Justin and save humanity. In the presence of power, capability, and prestige, under the esteemed mantle of salvation, Lucifer ascends to claim the title of Emperor of the human empire. Much like a usurper, he stands on the precipice of triumph, yet all his plans are shattered by Yisue. During Ariel's coming-of-age ceremony, Yisue compelled Gong Kai to step forth and bear the responsibility, articulating the collective stance of humanity amidst the fierce struggle between the hardliners and the appeasers. Yisue has deployed the dimensional shards gifted to him by Wang Yan. Before the eyes of all, Yisue vanquished Justin, and now he remains here, contending for Justin's residual power. Truly, he is a thorn in every side. Justin harbors a profound hatred for Yisue. Thus, I shall seize your fate. The demonic visage of Lucifer lunges toward Yisue, attempting to usurp his essence. In your guise, I shall acquire all that I desire. In an unknown cavern, the enigmatic sorcerer is preparing a grand spell, when suddenly, a demonic totem materializes upon him. At this moment, Lucifer contemplates how effortlessly the very things you sacrificed your life to protect are snatched away. The mere thought of your pitiful and helpless expression ignites a thrill within him. Yisue's fate is extraordinarily unique. Even if Lucifer were to steal it, his body stands as an impregnable fortress. Despite the fallen angel Lucifer wielding powers that transcend the three-dimensional realm, he cannot easily seize Yisue's strength. It is as if he has brushed against the most primordial taboos of the cosmos, even contemplating the obliteration of Yisue's very essence. His palm was charred black, and a flicker of horror flashed in his eyes. This is impossible, Lucifer roared, his voice laced with incredulous fury. How could such a lowly peasant exhibit such extraordinary power? However, time was of the essence. The dimension was teetering on the brink of collapse, and chaotic energy surged like a monstrous wave. The purple blocks that constituted the alternate realm crumbled entirely. Yisue, having absorbed too much power, fell into a slumber after being cunningly struck by Lucifer, his body enveloped in a faint golden glow. Seizing the opportunity, Lucifer sought to usurp his identity, aspiring to fulfill his delusional ambition, becoming the emperor of humanity. Justin has already been defeated. Lucifer, having stolen Yisue's fate, masqueraded as him, his voice dripping with seduction. He has betrayed humanity and must be executed immediately. A glimmer of malice flickered in Lucifer's eyes as he swiftly recalibrated his strategy, choosing to harness Yisue's identity to fulfill his own ambitions. The human warriors were in an uproar, their expressions filled with rage and confusion. Yet, in Bai Lingyin's eyes, there was an entirely different scene. Bai Lingyin disregarded the chaos among humans and stepped forward, as others mistakenly believed she was excited to find Yisue. With her teeth clenched, Bai Lingyin covered her face with her hands, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lucifer had long since investigated Yisue's background, although the AI was reluctant to divulge much. Bai Lingyin's existence was still known. The disguised Lucifer extended his arms, as if to embrace Bai Lingyin in a heartfelt reunion. Bai Lingyin gazed upon the exalted Lord Yisue, adorned with a smile of warmth and tender affection, eliciting approving glances from the gathered crowd. Yet, despite this facade, she could not shake the peculiar feeling that something was amiss with the lofty figure before her. It seemed, indeed, it felt as though he was not the true Lord Yisue. In her eyes, the individual lying on the ground, a fallen soul condemned by humanity, bore an uncanny resemblance to Justin. Though his appearance mirrored Justin's perfectly, along with his scent, aura, and even fate, in Bai Lingyin's heart, he was undeniably Yisue. As Yisue urged him on, Han Chang stepped forward, intent on personally dealing with the unconscious Justin. At that moment, Bai Lingyin sprang forth, exclaiming, "Stop!" She spread her arms wide, positioning herself before Yisue, her voice trembling with fear. "He is not Justin. He is Lord Yisue." Her declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. What was she proclaiming? That the figure on the ground was, in fact, Isue? Then who was this exalted being? Lucifer sneered, and who might I be? Bai Lingyin, do you intend to betray your master? A flicker of hellish fear flashed in Bai Lingyin's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by steadfast love. Fang Chanying immediately rebuked her. What nonsense are you spouting? What evidence do you possess to claim that the fallen one is Isue? Bai Lingyin hesitated, grappling with her own thoughts. What evidence did she have? Could she assert, it is what my spirit perceives? Amidst the imposing throng of humanity, White Lingyin gazed upon the high and brooding Lucifer, who seemed poised to sever her existence and annihilate her family, though their demise would not evoke sorrow within her. The officials of the Ziwei Star administration would undoubtedly go to great lengths to piece together her mother for another pyre. Yet, behind her stood the formidable Lord Isue, a presence that grew ever more potent and certain, as if her heart had developed the ability to perceive the illusions around her. In a moment of utter desperation, White Lingyin knelt before the assembly, pleading for mercy. The sound of her knees striking the ground reverberated deeply within her soul, an echo of humiliation and resentment she had never before experienced. Nonetheless, she could only beseech them repeatedly, please, wait for Lord Isue to awaken, he will vindicate everything. I implore you, I beg you. Her entreaties were steeped in a profound humility and powerlessness. All seemed predetermined within the confines of fate, an insurmountable chasm that White Lingyin yearned to traverse. The deluded Lucifer, masquerading as Isue, sought any potential flaw in her demeanor, but found that White Lingyin remained resolutely steadfast in her resolve. Enraged, he commanded, go, quickly ascertain the whereabouts of the criminal Justin. At that moment, as others stirred, White Lingyin sprang to her feet, baring her silvered teeth, her arms engaging in an intricate dance, as ethereal light cascaded from her limbs. This is her combat form, perhaps feeble and lacking in strength. At last, Bai Lingyin cast a fierce gaze upon Lucifer, baring her teeth and extending her arms. As if surrounded by ethereal light, Lucifer, enraged, raised a hand, and a blade of spiritual energy surged toward her. You wretched being! Do you dare to bare your fangs at me? Chapter 129. Do not mourn for me. I shall eventually fade away. Let time flow back to before Isue's unconsciousness. During the ritual, Isue became the conduit, drawing the power of consciousness from the remnants of ancient human civilization into herself. White orbs of light surged into Isue's being, and she felt an instantaneous sensation of expansion, akin to an inflating balloon. Following the teachings of the new human civilization, Isue employed the ability to listen to the calls of the ancient human consciousness. Yet, a sense of trepidation lingered within her. Wasn't the ancient human consciousness located on Earth? So far away, could it truly be perceived? Just as Isue pondered this, her consciousness abruptly transcended, reminiscent of that time on Earth, soaring into the cosmos. Her mind and heart operated at an elevated frequency, transforming the four-dimensional existence into a realm of observable and perceptible awareness. At that moment, the act of listening became Isue's means to pierce through the illusion, her vision becoming one of undeniable truth. In this dreamlike space, detached from the passage of time, all things were immortal, and the sacred spirit endured. Only those truly immortal, in both being and substance, could ascend to this realm. As Isue opened her eyes, she found herself amidst an infinite expanse of starlit sky. The stars here were dim and lonely, as if placed within a solitary lamp at the end of time. Each star ought to embody the consciousness of a civilization, twinkling at the distant ends of the cosmos, separated by insurmountable chasms, much like the divergences between civilizations themselves. Although it may appear that pathways exist between these conscious entities, they remain ensnared in a state of traversing the surface of three-dimensional space. Even if one were to devote an entire lifetime to exploring every dimension of this vast expanse, true contact would forever remain unattainable. Yet, at the heart of this solitude, Isue beheld the true essence. Before Isue, amidst the starry river, hung a robust, ethereal vine, seemingly conjured from nothing. Beneath this vine, a little girl swayed gently on a swing. The vine, a magnificent creation born from the void, descended into the abyss. Its tendrils entwined with the radiance of stars, as if it had blossomed from the very fissures of time. With each gentle oscillation of the swing, ripples of starlight cascaded forth, as if the entire realm trembled in response to her playful antics. Adorned with a garland of 6 vibrant colors, each blooming flower symbolized the brilliance of civilization. Around her ankles, red strings intertwined, bearing small bells that jingled softly, producing a muted, melodious resonance with each sway. Clad in a diaphanous white dress, the hem billowed like clouds. Her bare legs and feet, illuminated by the starlight, appeared remarkably pure. She was petite, her countenance delicate, resembling an infant freshly emerged from swaddling, radiating a sanctified smile. Her laughter echoed through the starry expanse, enchanting and melodious, transcending the confines of time, awakening the deep-seated nostalgia within all beings for times long past. That laughter, imbued with boundless warmth and innocence, evoked memories of forgotten childhoods. In her joy, she was lost to the world, exuberantly singing as she swung to and fro. The swaying swing shall inevitably come to a halt, lingering at the juncture of beginnings and endings. It symbolizes the tribulations of fate, even transcending time. It cannot escape the eventuality of oblivion. Perhaps it is the decay of the old, heralding the dawn of the new. Time is but an illusion. Here, time does not exist. It transcends the constraints and confines of temporal reality. Yet, absolute time is predicated upon absolute matter. What vanishes is the one-dimensional. Relative time perceived by beings, be it individuals or entire dimensions. However, from the perspective of the temporal aspect of this space is absent. Perhaps time has unconsciously traversed thousands, even tens of thousands of years, or perhaps only a mere second has elapsed, is utterly bewildered, unable to discern what just transpired or how long has passed, an eternity, or perhaps nothing at all. At last he spoke. I have forgotten when I last laid eyes upon you. He seemed to smile awkwardly, as if hoping that his sweet smile might earn us forgiveness. What was he saying? The last encounter. Didn't he our meeting on the ancestral star count as a reunion? His youthful visage revealed an expression both sacred and filled with compassion, and he shook his head in such a manner. The garland around him emitted a gentle creaking sound as he did so. He remarked, has mentioned you to me. She misses you dearly. Alas, should you meet again, it may spell trouble. Is unable to comprehend that the woman renowned for creating the AI girl spoke of me to the consciousness of human civilization. I sincerely apologize for adding to your confusion, yet life is replete with uncertainties. What is truly precious is the unwavering resolve to persist despite such doubts. I hope you will forever possess that kind of heart. Did he truly feel remorse? He rose from the swing, which continued to sway under the influence of inertia. He bowed to each sway, and her soul resonated as if struck by an ancient bell. A tremor coursed through her heart. He must have wept. His eyes glistened, reddening, with tears cascading like a starry river. In that moment, he cast aside all divinity, transforming into the person he had long yearned to be. With a voice both tender and tinged with sorrow, she uttered, I have no time. There is nothing I can do. This statement seemed to respond to an unspoken question. Please forgive my selfishness. I know this may hinder your future steps, and I realize this is, in essence, a moral coercion for you. I am sorry. For the sake of your far-reaching plans, I am willing to offer you my frail body and the remnants of my strength. Isui came to return the power. Yet he, with a tone of entrustment, bestowed that strength upon her. At last, she pressed her lips together, still yearning to glimpse time and the so-called future. Alas, she could no longer see. I hope to entrust humanity to you. This was her final echo. She raised her head in a plea, bowing low. Tears nearly spent, for she was unwilling to leave behind a feeble aspect for humanity. At this moment, he is indeed evading the acknowledgement of humanity's frailties. He strides towards Isui. Step by step, his form undergoes rapid transformation, swiftly maturing and evolving. His attire shifts rapidly, embodying the fashion and cultural nuances of the Qin, Han, Jin, Sui, Tang, Song, Ming dynasties, as well as ancient Egypt, Babylon, Greece, Rome, the Middle Ages, Gothic style, the Renaissance, Baroque, Rococo, the Qipao, and work uniforms. Ultimately, he manifests as a middle-aged woman, a laborer, adorned with thick calluses, weathered by time and etched with wrinkles, cradling a child and holding sheaves of wheat, symbolizing the pinnacle of human civilization, the most commendable and glorious visage, along with its profound cultural essence. Humanity must resolutely believe that this intrinsic strength and spirit is the greatest support for our conquest of the cosmos. This is the final gift I can bestow upon you. He gently embraces Isui. Now, allow me to assist you in harnessing this power. Listen, who is singing? Friends, children, do not mourn for me. for I shall inevitably fade away. Chapter 130. Responsibility and future should not merely be painted in sacrifice. Yi-Sui's consciousness drifts at the juncture of withered vines and starlight, as the essence of ancient human civilization presses its fingertips to his forehead. Countless streams of white light seep from his skin, yet upon touching Yi-Sui's brow, they transform into sparkling white motes. He wishes to struggle and retreat, as Yi-Sui's consciousness is dragged through several scar-like fissures. Stop! The consciousness of Yi-Sui trembles, her mind and heart operating at a frenetic pace. As signs of imminent collapse manifest in this space, a white luminescence materializes in the palm of a woman's hand, solidifying into a form, while withering vines behind her rapidly decay. In a fleeting moment, Yi-Sui observes the skin of the vine peeling away, revealing a vascular texture beneath. "Do not resist me," whispers the gentle voice of the ancient human civilization's consciousness. It continues, "I should have perished long ago, were it not for Sui's existence. I would have long since faded into oblivion, losing my sentience and life." Yi-Sui feels the pulsations at her temples as a torrent of information, data, emotions, and sentiments inundates her mind. "Embrace my power. I do not expect you to comprehend me." Her pupils are steeped in dark obsession, as the entangled contradictions of human civilization stem from my existence. The exclusionary hardliners are influenced by my presence, impeding the assimilation of foreign forces in the advancement of human civilization. The visage of the ancient human civilization's consciousness flickers between the attire of the Wei and Jin dynasties and the combat garb of the cosmos. This juxtaposition symbolizes the clash between the conciliatory and the hardline factions. The conciliators advocate for the genuine integration of panhumanity and alien races into the human civilization framework, reflecting the will of the new human civilization's consciousness. The voice reverberates, narrating the essence of her spirit. "In embracing the new, I am but a remnant of the bygone era. Humanity's future no longer requires my presence." Suddenly, the cosmic expanse collapses, and Yi-Sui beholds a coiled, embryo-like sphere of light. This is the primordial form of the ancient human civilization's consciousness. The consciousness of Yi-Sui surged like a colossal wave, reminiscent of the erroneous rituals he recalled from the ancestral ceremonies on his home planet, and the occasional Mizzen phrases found within ancient human texts. All of this exemplified the insidious influence of the new human civilization's consciousness, gradually eroding, consuming, and obliterating the innate essence of human civilization itself. He remembered vividly. The nascent human civilization would bear no relation to her. Once the last vestige of the old era had perished, she would find herself adrift, devoid of life. When all remnants of pre-World War III human civilization had faded into the mists of time, the mother of humanity would vanish entirely. To obliterate a nation is to render its people oblivious to their culture. The same holds true for a civilization. It must sever ties with its past, adorning itself with the mantle of a new civilization, even if the new civilization holds the old in reverence. Yi-Sui's consciousness trembled violently within the folds of the fourth dimension, as the force of the old human civilization's awareness surged into his neural synapses like an unstoppable tide. Those streams of white light, upon brushing against his consciousness, transformed into myriad scintillant points, reminiscent of a torn nebula or crushed pearls. He sensed his capacity to perceive all things amplifying at an astonishing rate, the rhythm of his thoughts and brain activity nearing the standards of the fourth dimension. "Stop!" Yi-Sui's consciousness struggled frantically. Torn between a ravenous desire for this power and a reluctance to relinquish it, his thoughts fracturing into countless shards. Each fragment posed the same question in a relentless debate. Do I truly require such power? Is the cost of this power justified? Yi-Sui was on the brink of madness. The voice of the ancient human civilization's consciousness is soft yet resolute, as if echoing from the very end of time. "Embrace me, for this is my final mission. My existence has long become a mere shadow of history. I can only linger on as a symbol, awaiting your return, to entrust humanity to you. I harbor no further aspirations. You too, Yuan Peiji, are often prone to uttering threats of death and destruction, readily bestowing upon me such immense responsibilities the heart of Yi-Sui trembles. As he silently cries out, "Why am I so deserving of your trust?" The tumult within Yi-Sui's consciousness persists. The debate between the two generations of human civilization's consciousness, who is right and who is wrong, remains unceasing. He witnesses the exclusionary rigidity of the hardliners juxtaposed with the conciliatory approach of the moderates. Observes the struggle for survival among humanity amidst interstellar conflicts under the banner of the new human civilization as consciousness. Isway understands that for this new consciousness, physiological, cultural, cognitive, mental, volitional, and spiritual factors are intertwined. Physiology is merely one of many influencing elements. The acceptance and assimilation of the pan-human collective and the subjugation of alien races are instinctive behaviors for its growth and expansion. This is not a matter of right or wrong. Simultaneously, the consciousness of the ancient human civilization gradually withers away along the river of time. It has severed itself. Devoid of higher dimensional forces, and the future has been irrevocably cut off. Those images intertwine, forming a complex tapestry of civilization. The myriad contradictions and issues confronting humanity presently stem from me. The voice of the ancient human civilization as consciousness is laden with inexhaustible weariness. I am the specter of a bygone era, an impediment to the evolution of human civilization. The devouring of me by the new human civilization as consciousness is but a choice between history and development. Do not blame it. It too desires to integrate, as you envision. Can rivers and seas truly be conflated? The consciousness of Isway gradually clarifies amidst the chaos. He realizes that the awareness of the new human civilization does not intentionally seek to annihilate the consciousness of the old human civilization, but rather instinctively propels civilization forward. The demise of the old human civilization's consciousness is an inevitable outcome of historical progression. Yet, is this extinction genuinely unavoidable? Is there a means by which the forces of the new and old civilizations might intertwine, rather than one consuming the other? No, this is not the sole conclusion. Isway's consciousness emits powerful ripples within the four-dimensional realm. He discerns a potentially viable path. The consciousness of the new human civilization reveres you, and I too hold you in esteem. We need not sacrifice to gain strength. Fusion is feasible. We shall base it upon the supremacy of humanity, absorbing your essence along with that of the new human civilization, thereby forming a core that nurtures a civilization consciousness more advanced and suitable for interstellar humanity. A hint of astonishment colors the voice of the old human civilization's consciousness. Such a fusion? Is it not utterly absurd? It willingly concedes a place for me at its core. I believe it is willing. Isway's resolve is as steadfast as iron. At this moment, the consciousness of the new human civilization finally deigns to voice its intentions. The new human civilization's consciousness is your continuation, not your adversary. We can mutually draw from each other's essences, collectively propelling the advancement of human civilization and creating a truly fitting consciousness for the interstellar age. This is the true future of human civilization. For this, I remain willing and shall not calculate gains and losses. The consciousness of the old human civilization remains utterly unperturbed, wholly unaware of the proposals from the new era. However, the torrent of power has not ceased. Rather, it surges more forcefully into the consciousness of the new era. He feels his being thirstily absorbing this power, the yearning for security and strength nearly causing him to lose himself. No, I cannot allow this. At the last moment, his consciousness erupts with fierce resistance. His golden eyes shimmer with a brilliance that might capture the attention of the divine. He forcefully severed the connection with the old human civilization's consciousness, and the stream of white light was abruptly interrupted, causing violent tremors in the four-dimensional space. The backlash of power surged like a tide, and his consciousness gradually blurred amidst excruciating pain. His final perception was aside from the old human civilization as consciousness and a faint resonance from the new human civilization as awareness. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness, a clear thought flashed through his mind. Responsibility and the future should not be solely colored by sacrifice. Chapter 131. I grant you civilization, 7 calamities. The psychic blade sliced through the air, bearing the breath of destruction as it surged toward Bai Lingyin. In this life-and-death instant, a flash of pink passed through. Ariel's pink hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a glimmer of tenderness flickered in her eyes. As she raised her hand, the world momentarily dimmed. The psychic blade hesitated within the black and white realm and then dissolved into nothingness, just as the roaring beast was engulfed in a profound fear of its impending demise. At this moment, like a savior, Ariel stood before Bai Lingyin. She is protecting me. Such a thought echoed in Bai Lingyin's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Why? Would she protect me? A complex swirl of emotions stirred within her heart. Her fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her garment. As voices reverberated in her mind, Ariel is protecting me because of Yi. Her insecurities entwined around her heart like creeping vines. The hierarchical structure within the Great Xia Alliance loomed as an insurmountable chasm. Even if Ariel truly embodies the compassion and kindness spoken of by myriad races, the essence of the conciliatory faction still lies beneath the doctrine of human supremacy. For the sake of greater interests, such as domination and development, they compromise and relinquish certain inconsequential benefits. For instance, the exorbitant taxes that drive people to despair, the brutal and unreciprocated subjugation, and the archaic, conflict-ridden system of four-tier citizenship. Is this not what is termed enlightened monarchy? Did not King Louis XIV exemplify this, while Louis XVI ultimately faced the guillotine? From a divine perspective, it is merely a matter of seizing a city today and 10 cities tomorrow. The chasm is unfathomable, and how can desires be quelled? Once granted citizenship, they will yearn for privileged status, and then cry out, I have bled for the Alliance. I have suffered for the Alliance. By what right do you, the profiteers, tread upon my head? Even with so-called assimilation, can human civilization truly be so superior as to absorb them? The ultimate result of assimilation is not merely the disappearance of the original conception of pure-blooded humanity, but the expulsion of the majority of ordinary citizens. Observe the venerable English gentlemen, the rednecks of America, the laid-off workers of India. You are not Yi. Ariel's voice was calm, yet resolute. Her piercing gaze akin to a sword directed at Lucifer. Your abilities diverge significantly from Yi's. He excels in mental assaults and control, while you manipulate the fabric of material reality. Your demeanor and conduct starkly contrast with his. Yi's pride emanates from an intrinsic quality, not from a sense of superiority. His affection for Bai Lingyin would never manifest in such violent threats against her. Lucifer's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. A cold smirk crept onto his lips. Ariel, you are exceedingly naive. She defies me, provokes me, and incites chaos beneath me, all to protect the traitors of humanity. Jiangchen stepped forward from the crowd, his tone gentle and serene. Ariel is correct. There was indeed an individual, resembling Justin, who claimed to be Yi. He engaged us in combat, and even clashed with the heir of the Wasteland tribe. The identity of this Yi is indeed suspect. Lucifer's patience finally waned. A glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes, his voice low and frigid. Since you refuse to appreciate my intentions, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I shall make you all my servants, forever subservient to me. His body began to emanate a dense aura of darkness, the power of his demonic visage surging within him. From a young age, Lucifer had idolized tyrants, yearning to wield control over all through strength and coercion. After being vanquished by Velia, he comprehended that mere preaching and political struggles were utterly futile. Only power constitutes an eternal truth. Mirror space, arise. Lucifer bellowed, and the surrounding scenery instantaneously warped, dragging everyone into a bizarre mirrored realm. Here, everything was inverted. Light and darkness were torn asunder, and good and evil were stripped apart. A colossal vertical mirror descended from above, partitioning the group, while the opposite side replicated their forms in perfect symmetry. Lucifer's abilities stemmed from a unique fragment of dimension, enabling him to separate the dualities of one's nature, using the mirror as a vessel. He stripped away the virtuous aspects, retaining solely the malevolent ones he required. His strength was significantly amplified within the mirrored space, and the power siphoned from the ritual of Justin made it effortless for him to wield his abilities. However, the mirror continued to shift, its counterpart embodying a menacing visage, relentlessly advancing towards them. Ariel, be cautious. The genuine voice of Song Dai resonated from afar. As the mirror threatened to envelop Ariel, the human powerhouses, including Fong Chanying, Jiang Chun, Han Chong, Dong Saishi, and Gong Kai, sprang into action. Their mental energies intertwined in the mirrored realm, forming a vast net in an attempt to extricate Ariel, while simultaneously launching an assault on Lucifer. Princess Amalilith of the Elves, Queen Estelle of the Star Spirits, and Queen Narcia of the Elves also joined the fray. Their powers complemented those of the human warriors, and Ariel, utilizing the energy from Queen Narcia's enchanted relic, endeavored to shatter Lucifer's mirrored domain. However, Lucifer's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. His laughter reverberated through the mirrored space, echoing like whispers from the abyss. Futile, your resistance only invigorates me further. Submit, Become my servants. That is your destined fate. The mirror continued to engulf them, and malevolent thoughts began to corrode their minds. Bailing's body trembled within the mirrored realm, her consciousness gradually fading. She glimpsed the shadow of Fong Chaneying flickering in the darkness, saw Ariel grinning maliciously, and the memory of Yi Sui, now a distant figure, surfaced in her mind. Yi Sui, where are you? A torrent of longing and despair surged within her. The battle within the mirrored space intensified, Lucifer's power sweeping over them like a relentless tide. Their resistance waned, the essence of their goodness stripped away, leaving only the malevolence manipulated by Lucifer, transforming them into mere shells of their former selves. Regrettably, Lucifer failed to acquire the fragment of dimensional essence bestowed upon Yi Sui by Wang Yan. In a moment of haze, Bailing seemed to catch a glimmer of light. Yi Sui, is that you? Her consciousness became clearer in the radiance, her heart gradually finding clarity. The cerulean sky stretched like an endless canvas, the stars of the universe twinkling like fragmented diamonds, each sparkling with a mysterious and profound glow. Before Yi Sui stood an unimaginably massive tree, its branches and leaves extending like a celestial river, sheltering the world beneath its canopy, as if embracing the entire cosmos. Its leaves shimmered with blue and white starlight, and its trunk radiated brilliance. Long time no see. A voice transcending time, space, fate, and all conceivable possibilities resonated throughout the very cells of Yi Sui. I grant you civilization amid 7 calamities. An incomprehensible utterance left Yi Sui utterly bewildered. Chapter 132. Lucifer, I have slain you. Bailing's consciousness floated in the abyss until a faint glimmer of light pierced through her fallen awareness. It was the radiance of Yi Sui, akin to a thread woven through the tumultuous darkness, awakening her spirit from its malevolent descent. As she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a warped mirror-like space, surrounded by human warriors ensnared by the sinister thoughts emanating from the other side of the mirror. Their eyes emitted a blackened glow, their self-awareness corroded. Yi Sui. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious Yi Sui nearby, a surge of anguish and fear welling up within her. Despair, frustration, and devastation. What was she to do? Bailing possessed a physique that could hardly be deemed powerful, along with a racial talent inherited from her mother, the illusory light technique. Yet this technique held no martial prowess, and she recognized her utter inability to confront Lucifer. But how could she protect Yi Sui? With a heart yearning to know, Lucifer beheld this scene, laughing maniacally, as the feeble resistance of the ants spoiled his otherwise splendid mood. Some human warriors, whose minds were more susceptible, were consumed by a loathing and hatred for the broader humanity. They pressed relentlessly, even as the consciousness and spirit of those humans fought back with unwavering resolve. However, this was a special ability specifically targeting humanity. The extreme consciousness, magnified by the use of dimensional fragments, allows their vulnerabilities to render Lucifer's abilities even more effective. Individuals such as Fong Chening, Song Daijun, Han Chong, Dong Sai Shi, and Gong Kai possessed lifespans of approximately 1,000 years, endowing them with an indomitable will. Even when ensnared by the corrosion of their inner mirror, they managed to maintain clarity of mind, albeit with difficulty in action. However, should they endure, they are bound to triumph over the so-called malevolent thoughts manifested from the mirrored space. Ariel, the one who fell into this predicament earliest, continues to persist. Her heart is tumultuous and chaotic, yet her resolve remains steadfast. But what embodies the most resilient and noble spirit worthy of admiration if not that of genuine love? I shall not permit you to harm him. Bai Lingyin's voice trembled yet remained resolute, her arms outstretched as ethereal light began to seep from her fingertips. The radiance of the illusionary light danced like fireflies at her fingertips, appearing so insignificant amidst the engulfing darkness of the mirrored space, yet resembling a beacon illuminating the heart's yearning to return. After hearing a disjointed utterance from that enigmatic realm, it felt as though she was exiled in a dreamlike state. Yi Sui's consciousness wandered through an expansive void, lost and disoriented like a wayward traveler seeking the path home, until he caught sight of that subtle, familiar illusionary light. He followed its trajectory, gradually reclaiming his corporeal form. Then, with a forceful push from his heels, he sprang forth, awakening to behold the sight of Bai Lingyin. Radiant with the luminous glow, her silhouette appeared solitary and fragile amidst the radiance, evoking a sense of pity. The voice of Yi Sui was deep and gentle. Though his body had been forcibly severed from the power bestowed upon him by the remnants of human civilization, the lingering essence of that ancient consciousness still resided within him. Not yet completely relinquished, he slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the throng ensnared by malevolent thoughts, ultimately resting upon Lucifer. A smirk of derision played upon Lucifer's lips. Isue, you have finally awakened. Alas, it is too late. These individuals shall become my servants, and you, too, shall be my vassal. Bow before me. I am your emperor. Isue regarded the figure soaring above in the mirrored realm, his heart filled with confusion. Who was this? He had never encountered Lucifer and thus did not recognize him. Isue pondered. Had he not vanquished Justin? How could there be a second form of the boss? Hadn't he decapitated Justin, only for him to rise again? Moreover, this figure bore little resemblance to Justin. Who are you? Isue maintained a relatively composed demeanor. After all, who wouldn't he exhibit a touch of madness in the face of such insanity? Lucifer continued to laugh maniacally, but Isue suddenly interjected, I am known as Lucifer, the soon-to-be emperor of the human empire. Isue, you have repeatedly thwarted my plans, disrupting the conflict I orchestrated between the hardliners and the moderates. You have obstructed my carefully crafted chaos surrounding Justin. Do you not realize destiny is inexorable? Humanity requires my dominion. Lucifer, I shall slay you. The wrath of Isue surged forth, his eyes ablaze with a chilling, murderous intent. Yet Lucifer laughed uncontrollably, his voice laced with scorn and derision. Kill me? With your capabilities? What do you believe yourself to be? A pitiful creature swayed by a few praises of usurper? You dare to speak so boldly here? Isue's fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Lucifer's selfishness, avarice, and ambition had long subjected humanity to endless suffering and fear, all stemming from his idolization of the usurper, in a vain attempt to become the ultimate emperor, towering over all beings. However, this fury did not strip Isue of his reason. Instead, it fortified his will, resolute as steel. He raised his hand, invoking the essence of all things, and softly commanded, Time Sandman, heed my call. In the mirrored space, the solitary Time Sandman was found by the essence of all things, its consciousness gradually manifesting within its core. It repeated with a mournful tone, true false unlike the other Time Sandmen before it, it did not flee in madness. It appeared to have accepted its inescapable fate, as if it were listening to Isue's command. Slowly, it knelt, submissive like a loyal subject. In an instant, time within the mirrored space came to a sudden halt, freezing the movements of the onlookers and Lucifer into a still tableau. The characteristic golden light shimmered in Isue's eyes as he summoned the power of linguistic comprehension, revealing countless floating square characters before him. These cubes, starkly distinct from the alien characters of another dimension, move with an almost lifelike grace, emanating an eerie and perilous glow. With a mere thought, Isue commands the textual cubes as if they were extensions of his own will. Standing upon these cubes, he soars through the air, heading directly towards Lucifer. Concurrently, countless reflective character cubes swiftly converge, forming an immense sealing spell that ensnares Lucifer within its grasp. In the next moment, the textual cubes erupt with violent spatial tremors, as if being forcibly torn apart. A cataclysmic force surges within the seal, causing the space to explode and reshape in a relentless attempt to shatter everything. Lucifer's expression shifts dramatically. He struggles to break free, only to realize that his body is firmly ensnared in a temporal stasis orchestrated by the sands of time, rendering him immobile. Each textual cube pressed against him rends and detonates, each strike imbued with an overwhelming force. No, this cannot be. Lucifer roars, his voice rife with defiance and dread. His form gradually disintegrates under the relentless onslaught of the textual cubes. Isue regards him with an icy stare, devoid of any pity. With a sweeping gesture, the entire expanse of mirrored space sends the reflective character cubes hurtling towards Lucifer like shooting stars, culminating in a complete obliteration. As the reflective cubes disintegrate, the mirrored space begins to collapse, liberating the onlookers from the grip of malevolent thoughts as they gradually regain their clarity. Isue lands steadily on the ground, while Bai Lingyin rushes to his side, her eyes filled with concern. Are you unharmed? Chapter 133, The Demoness Face. You dare to devour your master. Just when everyone believed the crisis had passed, witnessing Lucifer's remains disintegrate into ashes, they joined the battlefield beyond the purple star. where the scales of victory had decisively tipped in favor of humanity. This farce was on the verge of conclusion when an unexpected transformation occurred. The fabric of space suddenly warped, and a suffocating aura of malevolence began to seep from the void. Lucifer's body, which should have been shattered, began to reassemble in the darkness, merging with the grotesque visage of a demon. This face resembled a fiend clawing its way from the depths of hell, with blood-red eyes and a grin that stretched unnaturally to the base of its ears, emitting a spine-chilling laugh. "Did you think you could kill me this way?" Lucifer's voice intertwined with the demon's growl, creating an eerie resonance. His form was enveloped in black energy, resembling a creature that had crawled forth from an abyss, exuding a pressure that transcended the three-dimensional realm. The demon's visage, having undergone self-mutilation and lacking a physical vessel, could only inhabit Lucifer's body, consuming both his fallen angel status and his life essence. The power erupted during this consumption, restoring its might to a four-dimensional level. Thus, it became a being that transcended the three-dimensional, situated between the 3 and 4 dimensions, a false deity in the mortal realm. "Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." The voice of the demon resonated like thunder across the heavens. Its power instantaneously enveloped the entire purple star, dragging it into the void between 3 and 4 dimensions. The space around the purple star began to warp, the sky was torn asunder, and the ground fractured, as if the entire world teetered on the brink of collapse. Should such annihilation befall any celestial body, even the mightiest of super-red giants in the cosmos would inevitably meet their demise in the process. Yet, as a crucial foundation from which humanity has emerged, the unique and exceptional Xia star shines forth. Even as the ground fractures, the atmosphere erodes, and all edifices are reduced to nothingness. The Xia star emanates a dark purple glow, revealing a surface that resembles intricate root-like patterns. In the celestial palace, Ma Chi reassures the crowd, his gaze penetrating the changes unfolding beyond the horizon. Kuang Jing, in a state of astonishment, questions the nature of the occurrence. It is Fang Qinying who elucidates, that is Lucifer, the leader of the Chaos faction, the fallen angel Lucifer. Upon hearing this, CIA Director Du Ziyu remarks, "Lucifer is our deputy director," and proceeds to briefly recount Lucifer's origins as Han Chong, Dong Saishi, and others articulate the intricate schemes orchestrated by Lucifer. Meanwhile, Imo Qinghai, caught in a reflective haze, has not grasped the preceding events. Upon hearing the entire account, he becomes convinced that it was Lucifer who seduced Yu Yi to join the Chaos faction and orchestrated Yu Yi's demise. Enraged, he charges forth, intent on avenging Yu Yi. For this audacious act of confronting the divine from the heights, Lucifer intends to shatter Imo Qinghai's spirit with a mere glance. Yet, at that critical moment, Yi Sui's protective aura envelopes Imo Qinghai just in time. Yi Sui's golden eyes glimmer with brilliance as he ascends to the heavens, standing before the multitude to confront the oppressive aura of this false deity on behalf of human civilization. Gu Ruoqing's voice resonates calm and resolute. "Everyone, form a defensive formation." The Celestial Palace has activated its highest defense mode, with the Beidou, White Tiger, and Xuanwu joining the defensive formation to safeguard humanity. The Celestial Fortress stands majestically at the center of this boundless space, with all defense systems fully engaged. The Beta fleet flows like the Milky Way, with the White Tiger formation positioned to the left and the Xuanwu formation to the right. This formidable defense system, comprising 4 major fleets, firmly protects humankind within its embrace. The human warriors, originally intent on pursuing and annihilating the alien forces, are now compelled to retreat and fortify their defenses. The threat posed by the amalgamation of the demon's face and Lucifer exceeds their worst fears. Consequently, the alien faction has been granted a brief respite to regroup and recover their scattered forces. Amid this chaos, a long-hidden cave suddenly materializes in the spatial rift near the Xia star. This sanctuary, constructed by the Odd Journey Master for the Collective, had remained unknown until its exposure due to spatial distortion. From this cave emerged the ancient ancestors of the Demon Clan, the Boneblade Clan, the Soul Rift Clan, as well as the Trickster and Odd Journey Masters. Though somewhat bewildered, their faces betray a sense of exhilaration as they gaze upon the human camp with palpable hostility. Stepping into the alien faction that opposes humanity, the demon's face, adorned with the form of the fallen angel Lucifer, manifests grotesquely from the shattered half of Lucifer's visage. Bolstered by this fusion of the demon's face and the fallen angel, the allied alien forces grow increasingly arrogant. Humans, your doom is upon you, declares the voice of the demon clan's ancient ancestor, Sakina, echoing like whispers from the abyss, steeped in boundless malice. Isui regards them coldly, his eyes reflecting no trace of fear. In the three-dimensional and four-dimensional void, the amalgamation of the visage of the demon and Lucifer emanated a suffocating aura of power, as if the entire world were being dragged into an abyss of infinite darkness. Just as the human warriors stood poised for battle, Queen Narcia of the elven race stepped forward. Approaching Ariel and Gong Kai, her expression grave. She seemed to have undergone a profound internal struggle before speaking. To combat this false deity, I wish to summon the Mother Tree of Life. But to unleash my full potential, I require your consent. Ariel and Gong Kai exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with hesitation. The Elven Queen, backed by the Mother Tree of Life, had indeed left a deep impression on humanity. Should the power of the Mother Tree penetrate the third, second, or even the first borders of the Great Xia Alliance, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to human safety. If Queen Narcia harbored ulterior motives, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humanity would find itself besieged on all fronts, a scenario utterly unacceptable and beyond their capacity to bear. We must deliberate, Gong Kai said solemnly. The human warriors swiftly gathered, engaging in fervent discussion. There was no time to convene a resolution within the Elder Council before casting votes. In the absence of consensus, the decision would typically fall to those of high esteem or prominent standing. Ariel supported Queen Narcia. Indeed, the humans were in dire need of her strength at this juncture. Yet, a voice of concern arose. Is Narcia truly trustworthy? If she harbors malicious intent, humanity shall plunge into a deeper crisis. Another voice concurred. Trust those whom you employ. Mistrust those whom you doubt. In this current predicament, if we seek her assistance for humanity, we ought not to cast such aspersions. A dissenting voice arose. Amidst the fervent debate, a sudden surge of intense energy erupted from the fusion of Lucifer and the visage of the demon. Lucifer's voice resonated from the abyss. Laden with fury and indignation, demon visage, you dare to consume the master. The demon visage offered no defense, yet Lucifer felt his essence and destiny being usurped. Should this continue, his self-awareness would be eroded by the demon visage, leaving him utterly diminished. The demon visage would then assume dominance, transforming Lucifer into its vessel. The demon visage would resurrect with the stature of a fallen angel. Chapter 134. I am the tyrant of humanity's annihilation. Today, I shall exact retribution for all past grievances. As the demon visage and Lucifer vied for control, their struggle rendered the fusion's power exceedingly unstable, warping the fabric of the three-dimensional and four-dimensional realms. Meanwhile, the alien powerhouses of the Alliance of Races were equally perplexed by the unfolding scenario. The enigmatic master stepped forth, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he began to unveil the underlying truth. I and Bakeen, the traveler, have long been acquainted with Lucifer, not by mere chance, but summoned by my master, the demon visage. My master, the demon visage, is the remnant of a civilization obliterated by humanity, a testament to our annihilation of mankind. The confluence of Lucifer and the visage of the demon is no mere coincidence. In the days of yore, while executing a mission beyond the fourth frontier, Lucifer, in his youthful arrogance, espoused extreme rhetoric and was subsequently soundly beaten by Vilya. Following this, he joined the CIA and was dispatched to undertake a mission in the cosmos beyond the second frontier. After a thorough assessment, the demon's face deemed Lucifer to be malleable and thus orchestrated a serendipitous acquisition of its powers. The demon's face aided Lucifer in evading the indelible mark inscribed upon humanity by the consciousness of the old human civilization, which forbade fratricide. Under its seduction and assistance, Lucifer devised a nefarious plot, inciting Justin to sow discord born of discontent. He then emerged as a cunning opportunist, ultimately paying homage to his idol, surpassing it, and ascending to the throne as the emperor of the human empire. The chivalrous traveler took the floor, casting a sweeping gaze over the diverse races of the Alliance. Our collaboration with Lucifer stems from our profound loathing for humanity. Now, with my Lord's power restored, if we unite, humanity shall surely meet its demise. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the alien races within the Alliance gleamed with a mix of greed and hatred. The ancient patriarch of the demon clan, Sakina, finally struck the gavel, bellowing, "If that is the case, we too harbor an irreconcilable vendetta against the Great Xia Alliance. We shall not coexist. The complete annihilation of humanity is, indeed, our fervent desire." At that moment, the voice of Queen Narcia of the elven race resonated once more. Time grows short. If we do not make a decision soon, it shall be too late. Ariel inhaled deeply, resolutely declaring, Your Majesty Narcia, I place my faith in you. Summon the Mother Tree of Life. Ariel. Huang Jing intended to vehemently admonish Ariel for usurping humanity's authority, yet the words remained unspoken. Instead, he lowered his tone and remarked, We ought to consult Yisui's opinion. I will persuade Yisui. Ariel retorted. She telepathically reached out to Yisui, saying, We are in dire need of the power of the Elven Queen, Narcia. She can only unleash her full strength upon summoning the Mother Tree of Life. Yet there are concerns about her loyalty. I believe she can be trusted. What is your view? Yisui, devoid of any convoluted thoughts, simply replied, Let her summon. Recently, taking advantage of the discord between the demon face and Lucifer, Yisui had rescued Mo Chenghai. Harnessing the residual power of the ancient human civilization's consciousness within, he employed mental fortitude to shield against the spiritual corruption emanating from the demon face towards humanity. Narcia nodded slightly, her eyes gently closing as her hands came together before her chest, fingertips aglow with a faint, emerald luminescence. She chanted an ancient and enigmatic incantation, her voice pure as crystalline waters yet imbued with the weight of transcending time. As the incantation flowed from her lips, a gentle green light began to emanate from her being, drifting gracefully into the void like the first breath of spring. This light was not mere illumination, but a manifestation of the essence of life itself. It wove through the threads of destiny and the crevices of existence, as if crafting an invisible web that connected the distant past with the future. Simultaneously, deep within the heart of the elven realm, the ancient Mother Tree of Life, having stood for countless ages, seemed to sense the call. The leaves swayed gently, animated by an unseen breeze, emanating a shimmering green light, as if resonating with the Mother Tree of Life. As power coalesces, a peculiar space, neither fully defined as space, begins to tremble subtly. A profound fissure slowly opens, seemingly unveiling a portal to another dimension. From this crevice, the ethereal silhouette of a colossal ancient tree gradually materializes. Its trunk rises majestically like a mountain, and its branches stretch out vast as the galaxy, with each leaf glimmering with the brilliance of life. This apparition is not merely a figment of imagination, but a projection of the Mother Tree of Life transcending time and space. Its arrival causes the surrounding space to shudder, as if time itself momentarily halts. The incantations of Narcia resonate within this realm, her figure illuminated by the verdant glow, appearing utterly divine. The power of the Mother Tree surges forth like an overwhelming tide, intertwining Narcia's consciousness with the vital essence of the Mother Tree itself. In this moment, she embodies not only the summoner, but also the manifestation of the Mother Tree among mortals. However, just as the full force of the Mother Tree is about to descend, the mocking laughter of the demon face echoes once more. You feeble being, do you truly believe this can withstand me? Utilizing the remnants of ancient human civilization as consciousness, Yisui wields the power of the mind to fend off the spiritual corruption inflicted by the demon face and the fusion with Lucifer. The struggle between Lucifer and the demon face has reached its conclusion. Lucifer's consciousness has been utterly suppressed. His voice emerges from the amalgamation, steeped in despair and rage. No, this is defiance. This is regicide. He clings to the remnants of his imperial dreams. You cannot treat me this way. However, his resistance proved utterly futile. His fate had been sealed the moment he allied with the visage of the demon. The demon's face emitted a rare low growl that reverberated through the heavens like thunder. As Lucifer's voice gradually faded away, in its stead arose a tone both frigid and authoritative. I am the tyrant of humanity's annihilation. Today, I shall repay all past grievances in full. Before the echoes of his words could dissipate, the colossal hand of the amalgamation rose abruptly, wielding immense power as it descended upon humanity's defensive formation. That hand seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, obliterating all in its path. The energy barrier of the celestial fortress quaked violently under the pressure of the giant's palm, while the defensive formations of the Big Dipper, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise series teetered on the brink of collapse. Steady, everyone. Exert all efforts to maintain the defense. Gu Ruoqing's voice resonated through the communication system, imbued with an unyielding resolve. The protective systems of the celestial fortress operated at full capacity, the brilliance of the energy barrier growing ever more radiant. The stellar formation of the Big Dipper series whirled rapidly, while the White Tiger series redirected energy to fortify the center of the fortress. The unique shield of the Black Tortoise series proved effective. Nevertheless, the residual shockwave still left the formidable warriors within the human formation gasping for breath. Yi Sui stood at the forefront of the formation, striving to counter the onslaught with his mind and spirit, yet he lacked the material capacity to fully neutralize the impact. The colossal force sent him hurtling backward, his body falling like a kite severed from its string. Disturbingly, this particular rift was devoid of the flow of time. Lacking the sands of time's denizens, and due to its peculiar structure, it neither constituted space nor entirely eluded it. The ability to listen to all things and comprehend universal knowledge was rendered ineffectual, severely constraining Yi Sui, just as he was about to plummet heavily to the ground. A figure adorned in green with a hint of silver zipped past like the wind. Queen Narcia of the elven race gracefully caught Yi Sui in a princess carry, her movements both gentle and swift. In her state, sustained by the mother tree of life, Queen Narcia exhibited an extraordinary aura. "Are you all right?" Narcia's voice resonated like crystal-clear spring water, her vitality mending Yi Sui's injuries as her flowing white hair brushed against his face, suffused with vibrant life. Yi Sui forced his eyes open, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. "I'm fine." Thankfully, the residual power of the ancient human civilization's consciousness mitigated the blow. Otherwise, this strike could have shattered me to pieces. Narcia nodded, her attention shifting to the distant amalgamation of the demon face, a flicker of gravity evident in her eyes. "Its power far surpassed our imagination. We must devise a strategy, or we will not endure for long." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Sui rose from Narcia's embrace, inadvertently brushing against her chest, yet at that moment, no one seemed to notice. Narcia summoned her formidable life force, transforming it into a verdant barrier, withstanding the relentless assaults of the demon face. A mesmerizing golden light flickered in Yi Sui's eyes. Our understanding of it is still far too limited. Chapter 135. They truly have a short memory for pain. Standing at the heart of the battlefield, Yi Sui suddenly heard the cool, ethereal voice of the new human civilization's consciousness echo within him. A sense of confusion washed over him. He had yet to invoke the call to listen to all things. How could it reach out to him so proactively? His voice seemed to penetrate the barrier of the demon's visage, declaring, "I shall soon find you." Suddenly, a thought struck. Were we not, in fact, beneath his very gaze? The cold, ethereal voice of a girl interjected, "You are presently ensconced within a rift between the third and fourth dimensions." Yi Sui, with a dawning comprehension, mused silently. No wonder my ability to perceive all things and grasp the essence of myriad texts seemed futile. The consciousness of a long-dead civilization stirred, obscuring your location. Yet such a state cannot endure indefinitely. The chilling voice continued, revealing that he had informed Yi Sui during their initial contact that his vision was shrouded by the remnants of a civilization. The voice elucidated, "The consciousness of a civilization that has severed itself is destined for extinction. This is the covenant of fate." Yi Sui could not suppress a troubling thought. Did this imply that the consciousness of the ancient human civilization must also inevitably perish? "Once I locate your position, I shall extend my power into this realm and dismantle the awakened remnants of that civilization. You need only to endure. Time is on our side." In that moment, Yi Sui felt a flicker of reassurance and promptly conveyed this news to the others. However, he refrained from elaborating on the existence of the new human civilization's consciousness or how he communicated with it. He succinctly stated, "It is the revival of a four-dimensional consciousness. But its condition is not sustainable. We merely need to hold on for a while longer, as I possess a means to resolve it." Standing at the forefront of humanity, Yi Sui and the elven queen Narcia, as the closest beings to the fourth dimension, joined forces to confront the visage of the demon. Hand in hand. In the literal sense, the queen of the elves tightly grasped Yi Sui's hand, her life force enveloping his being to shield him from the aftershocks once more. Her fingers were long and slender, yet delicate and resilient, with a faint pearlescent sheen gracing her nails. The lines of her palm were elegant, her skin exquisite and smooth, bestowing a remarkable tactile experience, her complexion fair as porcelain. The visage of the demon, an existence of four dimensions, merely manifested before the three-dimensional realm, representing an inexplicable elevation beyond comprehension. It was an indescribable entity. Its mere presence was a form of spiritual contamination for beings beneath its dimensional plane. The intimidation loomed like an invisible mountain, pressing down upon all, rendering them immobile. Gazing upon a false deity, even one housed within the form of a fallen angel, was an endeavor not meant for mortal eyes to undertake. What do you suppose that is? Even if it is a false god, what of it? The remnants of ancient human civilization's consciousness, lingering within Yi Sui, empowered him to wield the cognitive faculties of the fourth dimension. The protective emanation of his mind served as a bulwark against the spiritual taint of the demon's visage. Yi Sui, initially merely a passive vessel of golden irises, had become a standard configuration, his status exerting a pressure that directly countered that of the demoness face. The clash of pressures from these fourth-dimensional existences collided, creating a tumult that transformed this already unstable structure, neither truly spatial nor devoid of spatiality, into something akin to torn fabric, exhibiting distortion and rupture. The illusory brilliance formed by the canopy above and the abyss below was elongated here into a disarrayed flicker, reminiscent of a television screen malfunctioning. Narcia crossed her fingers, channeling the primordial energy of the mother tree through her fingertips, transforming it into a verdant barrier of defense. A colossal, ethereal silhouette of a tree emerged beneath the heavens, shielding the ranks of humanity. This tree shadow seemed to emanate vitality, its branches swaying gently, radiating a luminous green glow that bolstered the outer shield. At this moment, only the power of the mother tree could withstand the formidable force of the demon face. Yet, should one presume that the demon face could not prevail over humanity? While Narcia defended against Yi Sui's assaults, she wielded her other hand like a whip. The illusory tree shadow conjured several emerald light vines, resembling green whips that transcended endless time and traversed immeasurable space, swiftly striking towards the demon face. The whips multiplied, transforming from 1 into 100, then from 100 into 10, striking with unyielding ferocity, yet the demon face effortlessly seized them. With a sinister grin, the demon face tore the light vines apart, stuffing them into its mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing, mockingly declaring, "My servant is so eager to present me with a delightful treat." Narcia's expression shifted slightly, yet she did not relent, continuing to employ various tactics in an attempt to uncover the demon face's vulnerabilities. However, no matter how she attacked, she was unable to inflict any genuine harm. The demon face's arrogance emboldened the otherworldly beings, and suddenly, the figure of the ancient demon ancestor, Sarkina, materialized in the heart of the battlefield. Enveloped in demonic flames, he bore a semblance to the legendary demons of lore, yet overshadowed by the might of the demon face. Sarkina's performance was woefully inadequate, so much so that the world has forgotten it, yet it stands as the third most formidable entity in the universe, second only to the mysterious Su Xian clan and Queen Narcia of the Elven race. Sarkina has long been engaged in combat with 2 generations of Elven queens, thus gaining an intimate understanding of their vulnerabilities. However, Queen Narcia, due to her ideals and steadfastness, has remained untested in battle for an extended period, rendering her somewhat complacent. The dimensional teleportation allowed him to effortlessly breach Narcia's defensive barriers, brandishing his claws adorned with a radiant purple aura. He launched a surprise attack on a human warrior stationed on a Tier 1 battleship belonging to the Xuanwu sequence. Simultaneously, the power of the dimensional space began to surge outward, attempting to ensnare the human forces once more. A reckless grin spread across his face, as if the thrilling dance of combat with the human warrior was imminent. Yi Sui's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he discerned the threat. Not only that, but Yi Sui's extensive knowledge also swiftly captured Sarkina's alien runes at that moment. Truly, a lesson unheeded. These runes represented the existence of space, each rune manifesting as an independent spatial cube. Without hesitation, Yi Sui stacked these runes together, then compressed them, forcefully condensing Sarkina's form into a cube, which he then hurled with great vigor towards the demon's visage. The speed of the process was nothing short of astonishing. The onlookers witnessed the elder demon Sarkina, having teleported through dimensions, transforming into a large purple cube, which then morphed into a smaller cube, swiftly soaring away. The visage of the demon seemed intent on once again showcasing its might, or perhaps it was unwilling to relinquish the support of Sarkina, thus attempting to catch the cube with bare hands. How foolishly they forget their past lessons. Chapter 136, Hold Firm. Time is on our side. It was said that the ancient ancestor of the demon race was about to unleash an ambush on humanity using a dimension of space, only to be met with a fleeting thought from Yi Sui, who casually hurled an object towards the demoness face. Just moments ago, in the mirrored space, They had been blasted by Isui alongside Lucifer. Little did they know. The knowledge of four-dimensional general lore allowed Isui to comprehend how to obliterate the runes manifesting in three-dimensional space. Knowledge is power. The essence of general lore is the understanding of all things and how to manipulate them with ease. This is the inherent expression of omniscience and omnipotence. This is the source of the deity's might. Everything unfolded as Isui tore apart the mirror runes, annihilating the mirrored world. With a mere thought, Isui directly shredded Sarkina's dimensional space. The cataclysmic force of the collapsing space erupted instantaneously, severely injuring Sarkina, whose body was torn asunder. Fortunately, due to its formidable vitality, it did not perish on the spot. The demon's visage was also struck by this force, wounded, and letting out a pained howl. Can gods be injured? The god has been harmed. Listen, it howls. Behold, it suffers. A flicker of triumph coursed through Isui's mind. These mere pretender deities dare to act brazenly before me. I am the embodiment of the power that even the consciousness of ancient human civilization willingly sacrificed. While the visage of the demon had yet to regain its former state, he swiftly concentrated his mental energy, recalling the moments when Vilya trained Isui at the Shield space station, when Vilya transformed into a six-winged angel within the depths of a dream. She manifested a spear of mental energy. Isui, too, continuously gathered and honed his mental power within his mind, ultimately shaping it into a sharp, piercing spike aimed directly at the core of the demon's visage. For a novice stepping into this realm, such a technique would typically pose a considerable challenge. However, for Isui, strength was paramount. With limited techniques at his disposal but ample power, he embodied the exquisite allure of numerical prowess. Just as the demon's visage emerged from the explosion in Sarkina's alternate dimension, it encountered Isui's mental spear. The lance struck with the swiftness of lightning, penetrating the depths of its consciousness, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from the demon. Black mist erupted from its eyes, vaporizing in the air. Yet, after this initial success, Isui was unable to land another blow. The demon's four-dimensional consciousness endowed it with formidable danger detection capabilities. Isui's physical form constrained his potential, allowing the demon to deftly evade subsequent attacks. A flicker of anxiety coursed through Isui's mind, but he quickly regained his composure. He realized that while Narcia's attacks could not directly harm the demon's visage, her power could serve as a vessel for his mental energy. Narcia, Isui swiftly communicated with her. Your strength is of a different caliber, and your attacks cannot truly injure it, but I can, though I lack the means to reach it. Therefore, I wish to imbue my mental energy into your light tendrils. Let us complement each other and strike together. Upon hearing this, Narcia was initially taken aback, yet she eventually nodded, and once more, green tendrils of light surged forth from her hands. This time, the luminous vines intertwined with Isui's mental energy, shimmering with a vibrant green and adorned with speckled white dots. They surged towards the face of the demon, which, despite its instinctual ability to evade most of the assault, was still ensnared by Isui's strategic maneuvers. A few of the tendrils struck its form, leaving behind wounds that oozed black mist before evaporating into the air. What could have been a mere prelude to a delightful appetizer now transformed into salt poured onto an open wound, eliciting an enraged roar from the demon's visage. The atmosphere of the battlefield remained taut, yet Isui sensed that they were inching closer to victory. The demon's agony only fueled its wrath further, as its abyssal eyes, reminiscent of a fallen angel, burned with an unquenchable fury. It had never fathomed being harmed by two insignificant beings who had yet to transcend the third-dimensional realm. Isui's four-dimensional essence was cloaked by the consciousness of the new human civilization, rendering it imperceptible to the demon's gaze. Meanwhile, Narcia, drawing upon the power of the mother tree of life, could only tenuously exhibit a force surpassing the three dimensions. In essence, her state was merely an enhanced version of Ariel from the era of the Oblivion Dream Spirit clan. How dare these insignificant creatures wound me? The voice of the demon reverberated, twisting through a space that was no longer linear, causing the celestial canopy and the starry abyss to tremble. He suddenly seized the shattered form of the demon clan's ancestor, Sakina, and pieced it together. A force of creation transcending three dimensions surged forth from the demon's visage, swiftly mending Sakina's body. Moreover, this power also reformed his genetic lineage, resulting in a qualitative leap in his potential. Sakina felt the tumultuous energy coursing through him, and a glimmer of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. If the ancestor of the demon clan could seclude himself for a brief period of cultivation, he would undoubtedly break free from the shackles of his bloodline, achieving heights never before reached. However, the demon's visage was not one to show mercy. It coldly commanded, "Lead the alien races and vanquish them. Disrupt those two impertinent fools." The demon's visage pointed towards Isue and Narxia, who stood before the human fleet, shielding countless souls behind them. Had it not been for Isue's prior instructions that humanity could secure victory by holding their ground, Guo would have ordered a halt to the energy output of their weapons, focusing entirely on defense. Otherwise, how could so many warships resist the urge to fire? The demon's visage felt a bitter pang. It was not that it could not defeat Ise and Narxia with its singular might. Rather, it sensed that the consciousness of the new human civilization was searching for its location. To act at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. It could only wait, biding its time until the attention of the new human civilization's consciousness was diverted, providing it with an opportunity to act. Therefore, the demon's visage dared not act frequently. Each use of power would draw the attention of the new human civilization's consciousness. Meanwhile, Isue's mind was in constant communication with this consciousness. His voice tinged with urgency. "Why haven't you found it yet? Are you capable or not?" The response from the consciousness of the new human civilization remains composed, yet tinged with a hint of resignation. Soon, soon. If traversing the four-dimensional realms were as simple as searching, the Great Xia Alliance would have long engaged in reckless extermination and interstellar population control plans without a second thought. There would be no need for concern over a wayward civilization's self-destruction, falling within the territory of the Great Xia Alliance. Clearly, such a scenario is impossible. The battlefield grows increasingly intense. On the human side, Han Chang, Dong Saishi, Fang Chanying, Song Daijin, Gu Ruoqing, Kuang Jingtong, Yu Tianhe, Jiang Chun, and others are locked in a desperate struggle against the alien races. Among the alien factions, powerful beings from the Demon Clan, Insect Clan, Chaotic Dream Clan, Wilderness Clan, Boneblade Clan, Soul Devourer Clan, Soul Rift Clan, Void Erosion Clan, Blood Corpse Clan, Chaos Beast Clan, as well as sorcerers and wanderers, join the fray. Song Daijin's mental energy transforms into a cold light, piercing through the heart like a sword. Han Chang's figure moves like thunder, darting across the battlefield to provide swift support. Fang Chanying's mental force manipulates spiritual energy in conjunction with Dong Saishi, summoning a tempest of icy spiritual energy that tears apart countless small figures formed from the bone spikes extracted by the ancestors of the Boneblade clan, even encasing half of the massive form of one such ancestor in ice. Indeed, spiritual energy is omnipresent here, particularly in areas formed by innate forces. The alien side also refuses to yield, unleashing the infernal flames of the Demon Clan, the venom of the Insect Clan, and the illusions of the Chaotic Dream Clan, weaving together an array of bizarre powers in an attempt to utterly vanquish humanity. Isui stands at the center of the battlefield, his gaze steely. He understands that the outcome of this battle hinges not on the immediate skirmishes, but on whether the consciousness of the new human civilization can swiftly ascertain their location. His fingers trembled slightly, the power of his mind and heart circulating within him, ever ready to confront any impending crisis. "Hold on. We simply need to endure." He silently chanted within, "Time is on our side." Chapter 137. Let the myriad beings of this world know thy name. The smoke of battle gradually dissipated, and both sides found themselves in a momentary stalemate. The foreign tribes were gripped by fear after their ancestor, Sakina of the Demon Clan, was severely wounded by a single strike from Isui, rendering them unable to exert their full strength. Their inner trepidation restrained them from acting recklessly, and their fear caused them to once again fall into a disadvantage during this fierce struggle. Although humanity had the upper hand in the recent skirmish, they were still compelled to exercise caution due to the presence of ordinary civilians. Should any special racial abilities allow for a bypass of humanity's outer defenses to launch a surprise attack on the congregated ordinary people near the Heavenly Palace, it would not be a matter of amusement, but rather a tragedy. Moreover, there were nearly 100 million ordinary citizens distributed across various ferries, all of whom had participated in the aerial coming-of-age ceremony. Within the Heavenly Palace, at least its impending defense system was safeguarded by numerous superpowered individuals. The ferries hastening toward the Heavenly Palace, even if they were elite warships, lacked adequate safety and did not have superpowered escorts. Consequently, The ultimate outcome was that humanity contracted its formation and voluntarily retreated its front lines, reallocating personnel to transfer the civilians to the mobile fortress, the Heavenly Palace. This ought to be the safest sanctuary. Bai Lingyan was also arranged to board a first-class battleship to seek refuge in the Heavenly Palace. Her figure vanishing upon the embarkation bridge, while Yi Sui became increasingly focused on confronting the face of the demon. Yi Sui held a profound understanding. To protect the vulnerable is a hallmark of human progress, as well as the potential for the flourishing and development of civilization. Every individual originates from a position of weakness. Having received the assistance and protection of an entire civilization, one naturally ought to reciprocate. If, at this moment, you perceive them as burdens, then when you find yourself in the position of a burden, who can you expect to safeguard you? Indeed, reality can be harsh and numbing. If all things are painted with the darkest and most despairing hues of reality, and one chooses to feign ignorance, disregarding romanticism and idealism, then the very concept of civilization could never come into being. Not only civilization, but even the notions of nation and ethnicity would lack any foundation for existence. Even the family, a social structure that has persisted for thousands of years, would be rendered erroneous. For in such a worldview, spouses would merely be calculating counterparts. Parents would exploit one another, and the bond between parent and child would be fraught with enmity. Those who steadfastly adhere to this belief, paying the price and even making sacrifices, are fools who receive nothing in return. Yet it is precisely because of the relentless perseverance of such fools, who do not concern themselves with so-called material value, that families nurture subsequent generations, national consciousness solidifies, and sovereign states are established. Of course, this is not an absolute. Scoundrels abound, wielding such banners, demanding others to give while shirking their own responsibilities. And such scoundrels deserve to be utterly condemned. The human warships played a pivotal role on the battlefield, their precise artillery suppressing the alien onslaught and granting precious time to the ground forces. However, the alien faction remained resolute, refusing to yield. The two sides now exist in a state of relentless conflict, and the current circumstances have never been more favorable for the aliens. Despite their limited numbers, lack of heavy firepower, and internal strife, which sees them preserving their strength out of fear for their lives, this battle represents a relatively equitable confrontation. At the very least, the aliens are not burdened by the constant threat of an unexpected strike from a colossal weapon, nor do they have to contend with the overwhelming tactics of a vast horde of subservient forces. Likewise, the Dushua Palace is devoid of the unpredictable and devastating technologies that could inflict grievous harm while also causing significant self-damage. All the troublesome stratagems and profound resources of the Great Xia Alliance are absent here. This decisive battle is the most familiar, brutal, and direct confrontation for the aliens, allowing both sides to rely solely on their intrinsic strength. It will be a visceral clash, testing the human spirit and will against the aliens' innate talents and physical prowess. This confrontation will ultimately determine the rightful path to self-empowerment in the three-dimensional universe. The presence of the face of the demon looms like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily upon the hearts of all. The attacks from Yi Sui and Narsia have never ceased, their forces continually restraining and depleting the energy of the demon's visage. Though formidable, the demon remains patient, biding its time for the opportune moment. Its gaze was ensnared within an inscrutable fog, obstructing Yi Sui's exploration and perception of its emotions. The ancient ancestor of the demon clan, Sakina, stood at the rear of the alien faction, his countenance grim. Although his face was already profoundly purple, it was evident that he bore some discontent. Sakina ranked as the third most formidable being in the universe, endowed with millennia of life and extraordinary power. His enigmatic abilities in the alternate dimension, coupled with the formidable physical strength of the demon clan, rendered him the most esteemed figure beneath the two towering presences of Xianying and Nalxia. Xianying was the foremost figure in resisting the hegemony of the Great Summer Alliance. Having cultivated his reputation by combating this very alliance, his power was beyond question. Nalxia, after ascending to the throne as the queen of the elf clan, had seldom engaged in true combat, making her strength somewhat difficult to evaluate. Nevertheless, the profound impression left by the previous queen of the elf clan on humanity was indelible. The queen, backed by the mother tree of life, undoubtedly possessed transcendent capabilities. Thus, Nalxia's ascendance to the second position was beyond dispute. Although humanity had clashed with the demon clan for nearly a millennium, with incessant skirmishes, The ancient ancestor of the demon clan had never utilized humanity to bolster his achievements, remaining in seclusion, nor had any predecessors sought to enhance their renown through humanity. The former ancestor of the demon clan also secluded himself until his demise. Yet, Salkina's recognition as the third strongest in the universe could only be attributed to his own endeavors. He executed a cunning stratagem, launching a surprise assault on Ziwei's star, dragging nearly 100 million souls into the alternate dimension. Should one still question his might? Yet, what of it? The proud, even arrogant Sakina found himself repeatedly thwarted before Isue. For the first time, its otherworldly dimension was shattered by the formidable Time Sandman, Isue. The second time, its ambush nearly resulted in being compressed into a cube by its own dimensional space, narrowly escaping death. If it had been defeated in a fair and honorable manner, or through a grand display of power, it would have been acceptable. Acknowledging that there are greater forces beyond itself would merely reiterate that it once stood as a titan. Yet, the Time Sandman, the dimensional script, these are concepts it cannot fully comprehend, along with Isue's bizarre and extraordinary methods, which remain utterly incomprehensible to it, as they do not belong to the same dimension. How could Sakina confront such means that lead to its defeat? Even though the face of the demon has healed its wounds, its heart, once strong, has been utterly shattered by Isue. Countless civilizations across the multiverse shimmer with brilliance, and prodigious talents abound like fish crossing a river. Few can claim invincibility, and even fewer can assert that they are undefeated. How many possess the strength to uphold the rise and survival of a civilization single-handedly? But what does it matter? From this day forth, Isue shall officially take the stage within the cosmos. Let the myriad beings of this world echo the name of the one they must heed. Chapter 138. At any cost, breach their defenses. Otherwise, we perish. What manner of being is that fellow? A profound dread filled Salkina's heart. The enigmatic abilities of Isue, the mystery surrounding him, and the ignorance of the unknown instilled great fear within the ancestral demon Sakina. The fear of the unknown is an instinct inherent to all living beings. It dared not advance further, even developing a primal instinctive dread of Isue. This fear brought shame, yet it found itself powerless to alter its response. On the battlefield, the formation of humanity remained steadfast. Han Chong, Dong Saishi, and others coordinate closely with the warships. The barrage of artillery and the ethereal energy propelled by mental fortitude intertwine to create devastating assaults, repelling the alien onslaught time and again. The descendants of the Bone Blade clan have become mere cannon fodder, their corpses, molded by the ancestral figures of the clan, float aimlessly. The alien offensive gradually wanes. Breaching humanity's defenses through sheer brute force entails exorbitant costs and considerable time. Yet, time is not on their side. As for the cost, whose life is not precious, the search for the consciousness of the new human civilization resembles a countdown to detonation, poised to obliterate the visage of the demon at any moment. The demon is acutely aware that the longer the conflict drags on, the more insubstantial its ambitions of human annihilation become. Its patience has finally worn thin, its lip line, devoid of a mouth, tightens slightly, and its voice resonates like thunder, shaking the very souls of all alien beings. Launch a full-scale offensive. If we allow the consciousness of human civilization to locate us, none shall have a grave to call their own. The various alien factions fall into a hushed silence, a stifling atmosphere enveloping them. Some among them have heard of the term civilization consciousness, yet many remain utterly perplexed. Even among humans, the definition of civilization consciousness is somewhat nebulous. The distinction between the three-dimensional and four-dimensional realms is indeed vast. The trickster stands beside the visage of the demon, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly surveying the alien elders. His voice is low and chilling, imbued with an incongruous threat, as if conveying a message on behalf of another. Do you believe there is still a path of retreat? If we do not breach the defenses of the human camp at this moment, only annihilation awaits us. The ancestral figures of the alien races exchanged glances, their hearts filled with discontent, yet unwilling to defy. They stood frozen in the void, their gazes slicing through the air like razor blades. The fingers of the Bone Blade clan's patriarch cracked ominously, while the ethereal tendrils of the soul-devouring clan's elder curled restlessly. They awaited the signal from the entity enshrouded in the four dimensions, the face of the demon, to strike first, to ravage humanity, and only then would they move in to reap the rewards. Ideally, humanity would be left in ruins after its confrontation with the face of the demon. Within the depths of the demon's pupils, a spectral light flickered, rendering the clandestine thoughts of these alien elders transparent before his presence. Suddenly, the fingers of the enigmatic master of fate tensed beneath the folds of his dark robe. Behind him, the soul flames of the soul-rending clan's elder erupted, soaring 3 zhang high, emitting a chilling wail. All the alien races felt a deep stab of awareness. This was a warning from the face of the demon. 30 seconds. The face of the demon spoke abruptly. The Boneblade clan's patriarch opened a colossal maw, drawing in the floating corpses, his palms bony spikes hinting at madness. Before convulsing and transforming into a massive skeletal dragon, it charged towards the human ranks, crashing against the verdant life barrier of Nalxia on the battlefield. The human energy shields shimmered with rippling waves. The genuine sword energy of the Song dynasty pierced through the heads of 3 fission mother bugs, while the Shadow Clan's assassins flickered in and out of visibility upon the beams of light projected by the warships. The elite warship of the Koemu Wolf suddenly veered, unleashing a stream of superluminal particles that dissipated the purple mists emanating from an unknown chaotic beast attempting to ambush. This marked the 7th time. The dust of the room was swept away, revealing the excessive bloodstains. She collaborated with Dong Saishi once more to encase the ancestor of the Boneblade clan, transformed into a skeletal dragon in ice. Were they truly mad? Before the words could fully escape her lips, the black robe of the cursed Fate Master suddenly erupted on the battlefield, unleashing countless incantations that surged from the void towards the gap in the shield. As if responding to a command, the chains of power extended from behind him to restrain the incantations. Yet, upon contact, the chains dissipated into mist, and the incantations lunged toward his throat. In a moment of peril, Yisui's consciousness took notice of this, rushing forward to intercept. While Tong Shi Wanwen identified the source of the incantations, the void. The void, indeed, is emptiness, a realm of space. Yisui could act, forcing the cursed Fate Master's incantations into the twisted folds of the void. The face of the demon, shrouded in dark mist, subtly shifted through the haze. One could glimpse the astonishment reflected in its fallen angel's eyes. It seemed a little motivation was required. Suddenly, the demon's visage split, expelling a droplet of concentrated dark liquid. This substance fell upon the head of the Soul Eater clan's ancestor, and in an instant, the black liquid coursed through his being like dark blood, expanding rapidly. Each attack released a howl that distorted the minds of all present until Yisui, in conjunction with Nerxia, hurled it away, while also blocking the pollution it sought to unleash. Kill. I shall reward you likewise. The ranks of the alien factions finally surged with fervor, as the skeletal dragon of the Boneblade clan unleashed a tempest of jagged winds, and the ancestor of the Blood Skeleton clan began to ignite its very essence. Under the dual pressures of intimidation and temptation, the alien forces commenced their full-scale assault. Nevertheless, the human defenses stood as an impregnable bastion, impervious to their relentless onslaught. With each charge, the corpses of the alien races piled higher, the stench of blood on the battlefield growing ever more pungent. The last grand elder of the wild tribes, forced to the forefront, suddenly froze, its mind detonated, and a brain flower transformed into a celestial crane, soaring away after pecking through its skull. 15 breaths remained. The mother tree of Narcia erupted in a million emerald buds, each petal raining down upon the alien foes. Your master, can he not even bear to wait a moment longer? The freshly ignited offensive of the alien races was once again delayed. The countenance of the demon face darkened further, aware that the time for hesitation had passed. Its voice resonated once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. At all costs, breach their defenses. Otherwise, we perish. The enigmatic sorcerer, witnessing this, continued to persuade the alien races. Its voice was low and enticing, yet carried an irresistible sense of oppression and seduction. Our situation has become precarious. The demon face cannot act recklessly, for it fears the consciousness of the new humanity. Should the consciousness of the new humanity locate us, the extermination of the alien races would be but a trifling task. We have no retreat. Only through a desperate struggle can we hope for a sliver of survival. 10 breaths. The emerald barrier of Narcia suddenly projected the image of an elven girl drawing her bow, and a verdant arrow struck the massive bone dragon's brow. The gaze of the demon face was cold and profound, its patience gradually wearing thin. It understood that the outcome of this battle hinged not merely on malice, but on the race against time. And time had never favored their side. Time flows second by second, and the patience of the demon's visage is gradually waning.